It's said that a university student named Lu San, a pseudonym, won an A-level talent card, which was then bought back by a mysterious wealthy man in this city for 50 million. The card's specific abilities have yet to be revealed. The latest international news is that a high school student in the island nation has fused an S-rank demon card, causing parts of the island nation to declare a state of emergency and request humanitarian assistance from the Dragon Nation. International focus: a homeless man in Eagle Country has drawn a Class A disaster card, threatening the local government with the need to revise its welfare policies. A citizen of Kimchi Country drew a card with ancient characters. The level of the card is unknown, but Kimchi Country insists that this is another strong evidence of its ancient civilization. Incomplete statistics show that there are already tens of millions of secret dungeons and various small worlds around the world. Shocking! A netizen broke the news that an elderly man in his 70s drew an A-level ability card, and after fusing it, he was able to regain his youth. According to insiders, a citizen of Taihai City, my country, named Zhao, had incredible luck. He fused 2 E-level cards and unexpectedly obtained an A-level ability card. At 10 o'clock last night, an A-level secret realm suddenly appeared in Jiangyan City and has now been fully taken over by the relevant departments. Some netizens broke the news that Zhang Momu from Kamikaze City had drawn an A-level disaster card. Officials have confirmed this to be false information. We remind the public not to spread or believe rumors. A wealthy man in our city is offering a 1 billion reward for an S-level card. Breaking news: a high school senior has drawn a C-rank ID card that, after merging it, allows her to transform into a Lolita. This has instantly sparked a rush of transvestites to get it. Special report: a handsome reader in Tomato City drew an SS level ability card, which, after fusion, gained a 10,000-fold amplification. Lin Feng was a little confused while browsing the news on his phone. This world called Blue Star is completely different from the previous life. Here, anyone who is 18 years old or above will awaken his or her own card box panel. In the card box panel, everyone has a chance to draw a card for free once a year. If you are strong enough, you can get points by clearing secret realm copies and redeem them for extra card draws. By drawing cards, you can get various types of cards. According to official statistics from various countries, the types of cards currently available include talent cards, ability cards, item cards, skill cards, identity cards, demon cards, and disaster cards. Various cards are divided into grades according to their preciousness, namely SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. With the help of the card box panel, God has given everyone a chance to change their fate. However, opportunities and crises coexist. Once the criminals obtain the card powers, they will bring only disaster and destruction to the world. To address such risks, special government agencies have been established at the national level. At the beginning of each new year, everyone will draw cards under government supervision. After obtaining the card, any free man could choose to sell it to the state or use it for himself. In addition, every person who is 18 years of age or older will be centrally supervised by government agencies on the day of the card drawing to ensure that the card drawing process is open and transparent. All of this is recorded in detail to ensure that the purpose and flow of each card are clear. In this way, once a crime occurs, the suspect can be quickly located and the efficiency of solving the case can be improved. Despite the country's great efforts, the results have not been significant. Some cities are still filled with violence and blood. After a long time, Lin Feng put away his phone and took a deep breath. The accompanying team followed closely behind and moved forward slowly. Today is the day he turns 18. Zhang Yang, F-rank item card. Use it to receive a 20 yuan Maserati voucher. In the center of the square, the card drawing supervisor announced loudly, Xia Dongxue, E-level ability card. After fusion, your own strength will increase by 1 point. Lu Yang, E-level ability card, gains 1 day of life after fusion. Zhao Tian, B-level talent card, gains affinity with water element after fusion. Zhao Tian is so lucky. He actually drew a B-level card, and it's a rare talent card. Yes, talent cards are the rarest of all cards. If he doesn't fuse this card himself, he can still get millions by selling it to the government. He will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Yes, experts have shown that 99.9% of people have the highest probability of getting a good card the first time they draw it. Many people hope that their first draw will change their fate. Zhao Tian will probably be sold to the country. Society is becoming increasingly chaotic. If he merges, he might die unexpectedly tomorrow. After all, there's a chance of dropping good stuff after death. Finally, half an hour later, it was Lin Feng's turn. His card box panel has awakened. Now, he only needs to use up his only remaining chance to draw a card in front of the supervisor. The supervisor noticed that Lin Feng was a little nervous and comforted him softly. Lin Feng nodded lightly and silently thought about drawing a card. The card drawing opportunity on the card box panel disappears. In the hazy card drawing interface, a golden card slowly appeared. At the same time, the information contained in the card appeared in Lin Feng's mind for the first time. Destiny Child. SSS level talent card. Every time you draw a card, you are guaranteed to get a card of great grade A or above. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. Although he had just traveled to this world last night through the internet, he had already fully understood what it meant to draw an SSS level talent card. Lin Feng, show me your card. The supervisor gave Lin Feng a reminder. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and handed the card box panel to the supervisor. However, when showing it, he deliberately concealed the effect content of the card. Lin Feng. The supervisor, who was about to make the announcement, just called out his name when he suddenly froze, his face full of disbelief. Breathing becomes rapid. In the past 100 years, the first time Shihai City issued an SSS card was before his eyes. How could this not excite him? As for Lin Feng deliberately concealing the card information, he didn't care. After all, he was just a small supervisor who could not make any decisions and could only report to his superiors quickly. Lin Feng, follow me. The supervisor's eyes were burning as he pulled Lin Feng towards the lounge next to him. In the square, nearly 100 men and women waiting to draw cards were stunned when they saw the scene. The lottery hasn't ended yet. Why did the supervisor take Lin Feng away? Next, what happened? Why did the supervisor take Lin Feng away? Yeah, we haven't finished smoking yet. Why did he run away? My dad said that if you draw an S rank or higher card, the supervisor won't announce it and you'll get special treatment. S-level card? That's unlikely. How could that orphan Lin Feng be so lucky? That's right, that's impossible. He most likely drew a disaster card or a demon card and was controlled by the supervisor. Yes, I agree with Zhao Yuan. Brother Zhao Yuan's analysis makes sense. How could that loser be so lucky? Brother Zhao Yuan, you promised to give me a C-level ability card after the card draw. You have to keep your word. Ha, I said Lin Feng must have drawn a dangerous card and was under control. Look, the new card drawing supervisor is here. After Lin Feng was taken into the lounge by the supervisor, he left quickly. He stood in front of the one-way glass window and looked out at the square. With the arrival of the new supervisor, the card drawing begins again. Lu Dong, F-level item card. Use it to receive a confidential delivery item. Zhao Fian, D-level ability card, not bad, speed increased by 25 points after fusion. Lu Ting, D-level ID card, after fusion, she can transform into any action actress from the island country. Lin Feng sneered. This card is quite suitable for a bitch. Next, Lu Ting, once Lin Feng's girlfriend. A few days ago, she somehow met Zhao Yuan, a rich second-generation student in the same grade. Then he revealed his materialistic nature without any concealment and kicked Lin Feng away without mercy. In front of many people, she proposed to break up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you can't give me the life I want. From now on, we are from two different worlds. Let's break up. The predecessor Lin Feng found it difficult to accept this heavy blow for a while. Let's get started. Thinking back on the sincere efforts I made and the everything I gave, I ended up with such an outcome. In anger, he instantly became furious and died of vomiting blood. It was also because of this that Lin Feng, who had the same name and surname, was able to travel through time and enter this body. Thinking of this, Lin Feng, who had traveled through time, couldn't help but curse again. What a fucking idiot. She's just a bitch, but she can actually make me angry to death. In the square, Lu Ting, who had obtained a D-level identity card, was shy and extremely excited. Ha, serve this young master well tonight, and if you're happy, I'll give you a C-level card. Brother Zhao Yuan, you are so mean. Next, it was Zhao Yuan's turn to draw a card. Zhao Yuan, A-level talent card, very good. After fusion, it can also gain the protection of holy light. Wow, Zhao Yuan actually drew an A-level talent card. I thought Zhao Yuan, a rich second generation, would rely on his father to buy his first A-level card, but I didn't expect him to get it directly. A-level talent card. It's been a long time since Shihai City has seen a card above A-level. Yes, Zhao Yuan should be the first one in the past 10 years. I really envy Brother Zhao. Not only is he a rich second generation, but he's also so lucky. With everyone's praise and the supervisor's commendation, Zhao Yuan's face was filled with smiles and he saluted the supervisor respectfully. Thank you for the compliment, senior. The supervisor was very satisfied with Zhao Yuan's performance and even asked him to wait for a while, preparing to give him some special guidance later. Being given special care by the supervisor is something that anyone who draws cards will understand very clearly. Everyone looked at Zhao Yuan with envy that was difficult to conceal. About 10 minutes later, everyone's card drawing session was over. Next, everyone needs to decide whether to sell the drawn cards to the country or keep them for themselves. With the roar of the engine, a black convoy suddenly broke into the square. Oh my god, this is a government convoy. The government convoy is here. Could it be that our lottery has attracted the government's attention? A-level talent cards haven't appeared in Shihai City in all these years. It's not impossible that the government has been alarmed. Meanwhile, as the government convoy arrived, the news crew who had been squatting on the opposite street also appeared in the card drawing square out of nowhere. Hello, classmate. I'm the news anchor for CK Club. Would it be convenient for me to do a street interview? What do you think about the sudden arrival of a government convoy during the squares card draw today? The interview with the anchor of CK Club left the person being questioned somewhat confused. Isn't it your job to to keep up with the news and current events? The students being interviewed sighed inwardly. If you think about it, you can understand it. There are adults in Shihai City every day, and there are supervisors drawing cards every day. Over the past decade, no card above grade A has ever been drawn in the entire Shihai City. Therefore, there is little news value for news staff. All I can do every day is to supervise the card drawing, compile simple statistics, and publish them in the next day's press release, just to get by. However, what I never expected was that today in Shihai City, someone actually drew an A-level card, and it was a talent card. It is understandable that these news workers were not present at the scene and were not aware of the situation. I think it must be because Brother Zhao just drew an A-level talent card, which caused a stir in the government departments. After more than 10 years, I didn't expect someone to draw an A-level talent card during today's rookie card drawing ceremony. This is truly worth celebrating in Shihai City. Excuse me, classmate, what specific talent card did the Zhao brother you mentioned draw? The person standing next to the supervisor is Brother Zhao. Interviewing him in person will definitely be more convincing. Thank you for your cooperation. After the CK News anchor finished speaking, he walked towards Zhao Yuan, who was not far away. Regarding the fact that he had drawn an A-level talent card, which had caused the government convoy to be dispatched, Zhao Yuan was very excited and had already noticed the upcoming interview. At this moment, seeing the CK News staff walking towards him, Zhao Yuan quickly straightened his collar. Congratulations, Zhao Yuan. Could you please say hello to the audience in front of the live camera? Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Yuan. I'm Zhao Gang's son, and I just graduated from the #1 high school in this city. I didn't expect that Zhao Yuan is actually the son of Zhao Gang, a wealthy man in this city. This is really beyond my expectation. Mr. Zhao Yuan, you've won an A-level talent card. Do you have anything to say to the audience? Zhao Yuan restrained his expression and said with a proud yet humble look on his face, I just turned 18, and this is my first time participating in the awakening ceremony. Maybe I was just a little luckier. I didn't expect that Zhao, a rich second-generation student, would be so humble. He's truly a role model for the younger generation. While the interview was going on here, the convoy that had entered the square had come to a complete stop. In the motorcade, there was a tall, beautiful woman about 21 or 22 years old, wearing black-framed glasses and about 1.68 meters tall. Surrounded by countless task force members, she slowly got out of the car. Oh my god, could that be Yu Weiwei? Yes, she is Yu Weiwei, the most outstanding rising star in the city's Superpower Association in recent years. Is it really her? I heard she has at least 3 A-level cards. I didn't expect that Brother Zhao's winning of an A-level talent card would actually attract the attention of the Superpower Association. Given Brother Zhao's family background and the card he drew today, is he going to be recruited into the Superpower Association? Of course. I really envy Brother Zhao. Joining the Superpower Association will likely give him direct admission to a top university. Brother Zhao, I will follow you from now on. I only ask you to take me to the secret realm dungeon and have a sip of soup. Zhao Yuan stared at Yu Weiwei with fiery eyes. He was attracted not only by her family background, but also by her curvy figure and beautiful face. He fantasized that if he could join the Superpower Association and rely on the power of the Yu family, his status in the family would definitely rise. A beautiful future gradually took shape in my mind, and I even began to look forward to chasing Yu Weiwei. However, just when everyone thought that Yu Weiwei would walk towards Zhao Yuan, she just whispered a few words to the special task force next to her, and then walked straight to the lounge next to her. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? At the same time, the task force member who had just whispered with Yu Weiwei quickly walked towards the group where Zhao Yuan was. He came to the front of the crowd and warned sternly, in the Superpower Association office area, all personnel are prohibited from live broadcasting or filming, otherwise. The rest of the words were not spoken, but everyone understood. Faced with the warnings of the task force, no one dared to disobey and put away their mobile phones and video equipment. Next, immediately afterwards, in the astonished eyes of everyone, Yu Weiwei entered the lounge that Lin Feng had just entered. The accompanying task force immediately surrounded the lounge, making it impossible to get in or out. They even used various professional equipment to completely isolate the lounge from the outside world. Zhao Yuan, who was originally full of high spirits, gritted his teeth when he saw this scene, and endless resentment rose in his heart. Could it be that loser Lin Feng really have drawn the legendary S-level card? Brother Zhao, even if the Superpower Association came because of Lin Feng, it must be because he drew the disaster card or the devil card. The younger brother who was accompanying Zhao Yuan noticed his jealousy and spoke softly. Yeah, a useless orphan like Lin Feng would most likely draw this kind of card. I heard from experts that if someone draws this kind of card for the first time, their life is basically over, because such people will most likely only be able to draw such bad cards for the rest of their lives. The state agencies will immediately control them, and they will probably spend the rest of their lives working on sewing machines. After listening to other people's explanations, Zhao Yuan's mood calmed down a little. As a newcomer who awakened on the same day, he would never allow anyone to steal his thunder. Yu Weiwei gave a brief self-introduction to Lin Feng. Hello, Lin Feng. I'm Yu Weiwei, a member of this city's superpower association. Lin Feng was not surprised that he had drawn an SSS-level talent card, which attracted the attention of the city's superpower association. As a time traveler, he is no longer the naive Lin Feng. After the excitement, he had already adjusted his mentality. Lin Feng responded calmly, "Hello, my name is Lin Feng." Yu Weiwei was slightly taken aback. She had rushed over after receiving the news. She had already memorized the information of the young man who had just turned 18, but this first conversation made her doubt whether the information was correct. The young man before her seemed not as easy to deal with as she had imagined. Student Lin is the luckiest young man in Shihai City in the past 100 years, or even in Longwei in the past decade. I envy him very much, said Yu Weiwei. Lin Feng smiled and responded directly, I don't think Miss Yu's purpose of coming here is simply to envy me. Why not get straight to the point? A smile broke out on Yu Weiwei's pretty face, but her heart grew heavier. She was convinced that the information she had was wrong, and once this matter was resolved, she would severely punish the personnel involved in the information department. Since classmate Lin is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush, she said, making a gesture of invitation. Regarding the SSS level card you drew, the Superpower Association is willing to. At this point, she suddenly realized that the boy in front of her was not as easy to deal with as the information described, so she changed her words. The Superpower Association is willing to buy it for 10 billion dragon coins. What do you think? 10 billion is enough for you to squander the rest of your life. Yu Weiwei's words stirred Lin Feng's heart. If it were an ordinary SSS grade card, he might consider selling it to the government at that price, relying on the government's protection to live a stable life. However, the card in his hand was far from an ordinary SSS grade card. He shook his head and said firmly, sorry, I don't plan to sell this SSS level card. Yu Weiwei frowned and offered another price, 15 billion. Lin Feng still shook his head. A hint of displeasure flashed across her face. 20 billion, that's the highest offer the Superpower Association can make. Lin Feng still refused and said calmly, Miss Yu, I am not short of money now. Then what do you want? Yu Weiwei asked. I already said I want to keep this card for myself. You are just an ordinary person. If the news leaks out, you will not be able to keep this SSS level card. Your best choice is to collect the card and hand it over to me to sell it to the Superpower Association. Yu Weiwei continued to persuade with a sweet smile. Lin Feng listened with a calm expression, but said seriously, Miss Yu, although I'm just an ordinary person who just graduated from high school and turned 18, I also know that as long as the cards of different levels don't appear, even if I'm killed, the probability of the card dropping will decrease as the level increases. As for my SSS level card, even if I'm killed, the probability of it dropping is less than 1 in 1,000. Yu Weiwei fell silent. Lin Feng's performance was vastly different from his profile. Her tactics were completely ineffective against him. Indeed, as he had said, after the host's death, the higher the level of the card, the lower the probability of it dropping. An SSS level card is priceless to any country. I believe Miss Yu will not easily do anything that is detrimental to me. Lin Feng continued when he saw her silent. Yu Weiwei sighed. This was indeed the reality. The power brought by an SSS level card was immeasurable, and the Superpower Association she represented was gradually losing the initiative. She had no choice but to compromise. After sitting down, she stared at Lin Feng for a moment before speaking. You can put forward your conditions to us. As long as it is within the ability of the association, we will do our best to meet your requirements. After gaining the initiative, Lin Feng smiled. I don't have any conditions, I just want to keep this card. This is my right as a citizen. Yu Weiwei's gaze always stayed on Lin Feng's face. This boy who just turned 18 was really hard for her to understand. She took a deep breath and continued, this is indeed your right as a citizen, but if you really want to keep this card, you have to join the Superpower Association and become a member of my team. Why should I join the Superpower Association and become a member of your team? Lin Feng asked. Because the SSS level superpower card in your hand must be subject to supervision. None of us can guarantee that you won't use it to disrupt social order. Lin Feng smiled and said, if that's the case, why don't I just become a guardian of the Superpower Association instead of a member of your team? Yu Weiwei's expression changed slightly, but she still stared at Lin Feng. If you want to become a guardian, relying solely on the ability of an SSS level card may not be enough. Her words made Lin Feng sneer slightly. Miss Yu means that I don't have a strong family background to support me, right? Yu Weiwei nodded and said frankly, for ordinary people, this is the cruel reality and the eternal and unchanging rule. Haha, aren't rules meant to be broken? Lin Feng said, his eyes becoming deeper and his expression becoming more cold and determined. The boy's words shook Yu Weiwei's heart slightly. She stared at the young man who had just turned 18. She had never expected him to say such a heart-wrenching thing. She looked at Lin Feng with an extremely serious look, no longer holding back a trace of contempt. It's not easy to become the guardian of the Superpower Association. I have no right to decide, Yu Weiwei said. Then who can decide? Lin Feng asked. Vice President of the Superpower Association. Lin Lin Feng smiled brightly. Then please, Miss Yu, take me to meet the vice president you mentioned. If you want to supervise the super power cards in my hands, I will definitely become the guardian of the Super Power Association and break your so-called rules. His words were powerful and full of confidence. Yu Weiwei didn't understand why Lin Feng was so sure, but she knew that she had completely lost this negotiation. With the failure of the negotiations, things would enter the next stage. She had come with confidence, believing that controlling Lin Feng would be easy, but she had never expected that both of her plans would fail, and the situation would develop in a direction beyond her control. She stared at Lin Feng. Although she was confused, she finally understood that this was truly a young man whom she could not see through. Yu Weiwei took a deep breath. Yu Zhanghai, the vice president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, was her grandfather, so arranging a meeting wouldn't be a problem. She gritted her teeth and let out a breath. Nowadays, the threshold to become a guardian of the Superpower Association is extremely high. Many children from aristocratic families have spent hundreds of billions and fought hard for it, but no one has succeeded. Although Lin Feng was smarter than his peers, in her opinion, that was all he was capable of. To become a guardian was far from enough, and it was simply impossible. Since this was the case, she was determined to make Lin Feng give up and come back to negotiate terms, so she agreed. Okay, I promise you. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Yu Weiwei's grim expression, and feeling a glimmer of triumph, he couldn't help but tease, Miss Yu doesn't seem satisfied with the current result. Yu Weiwei's face stiffened slightly at these words. To her, this was undoubtedly nonsense. She first offered to buy it, but was rejected. Then she tried to recruit him as a member of the team, but was rejected again. How can a person who is full of confidence and has a firm belief in victory keep a good face when he encounters repeated setbacks? Yu Weiwei stared at Lin Feng in a cold tone and asked, "Do you think I should be satisfied?" Lin Feng replied, "I think you should be satisfied. After all, we finally reached an agreement." Yu Weiwei's tone was full of sarcasm, and she looked at Lin Feng as if she was watching a joke. However, at this moment, Lin Feng felt her contemptuous gaze and an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. He was extremely disgusted when others looked at him with that tone and eyes. This was unbearable for him. His emotions gradually got out of control and his mind began to become confused. He suddenly burst out, almost shouting, "Why can't I? This is the privilege of the rich. But I, Lin Feng, will break this privilege today. Why should I be looked down upon? If you don't agree or believe it, do you dare to bet with me?" "Bet? What bet?" Yu Weiwei frowned slightly. "Bet on whether I can join the Superpower Association." Yu Weiwei suddenly became interested. Lin Feng stared at her with gloomy eyes. "I believe I can break those lousy rules you mentioned, join the Superpower Association, and become its protector. What if you can't get in?" Yu Weiwei smiled faintly. "If I can't get in, then we'll talk on your terms." As soon as he said this, Lin Feng suddenly felt a little regretful and felt that he was too impulsive. Sure. But after saying this, he felt extremely happy. Yu Weiwei was shocked. A hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she asked, "Are you serious? A man's word is as good as his bond." Of course it's true. Things inexplicably developed to this point, and Lin Feng had no choice but to agree. Then he said in a resounding voice, "What can you do if I successfully join the Superpower Association?" "You can't succeed," Yu Weiwei asserted. "Why is it impossible for me?" Lin Feng asked with a sneer. "Then what do you want to do?" Yu Weiwei asked. "If I really join the Superpower Association, I want you to let me enter Kamikaze University in Shihai City, and I want you to let me enter as your boyfriend." The more Yu Weiwei looked down on Lin Feng, the more he wanted to embarrass her and make her feel disgusted. As long as Yu Weiwei is in pain, Lin Feng's happiness can be temporarily built on her pain. Although this kind of happiness may be short-lived and may not be achieved at all. But at this moment, Lin Feng at least felt that he had won and got rid of the anger of being looked down upon. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth, thinking that the vice president of the city's Superpower Association was her grandfather. Given her grandfather's current attitude towards reviewing the membership of the Superpower Association, there is absolutely no way Lin Feng would be approved. So she said again, "Okay, I promise you." Yu Weiwei's surrender made Lin Feng taste the taste of victory, and a confident smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on Lin Feng's face made Yu Weiwei feel extremely humiliated. She, who had always been proud and conceited, was seething with anger. She had to vent her anger right then and there and hit this guy hard. Student Lin drew an SSS level card. If the news gets out, it will be very disadvantageous to him and may even be life-threatening. In order to protect the life and property of Lin, something must be done. As soon as Yu Weiwei said this, Lin Feng immediately understood that this woman was taking the opportunity to take revenge on him. He knew very well what she wanted to do. "You're taking this opportunity to take revenge," Lin Feng shouted, but it didn't work. Instead, Yu Weiwei became more determined. She instructed the people outside the lounge. Student Lin drew a disaster card. To prevent the disaster card from falling into the wrong hands, "Come, temporarily escort Lin back to the Superpower Association." As soon as the words fell, two task force members rushed into the lounge. Lin Feng's hands were handcuffed. Lin Feng Feng smiled bitterly, knowing that this matter could not be changed, and sighed inwardly. He secretly swore that one day he would make this woman uncomfortable. So, under the leadership of Yu Weiwei, Lin Feng was escorted out of the lounge. Although Yu Weiwei had selfish motives and some personal grudges when escorting Lin Feng, in the final analysis, she did have the intention of protecting Lin Feng's safety. After all, once the news that Lin Feng had drawn the SSS card leaked out, it would inevitably attract many evil forces lurking in the dark to target him. More seriously, you may even be assassinated by spies from other countries. Yu Weiwei brought Lin Feng to the center of the square. Everyone stared at Lin Feng, who was being escorted. Even if Yu Weiwei didn't say anything, everyone already knew what was going on. Lin Feng must have drawn a disaster card or a devil card, otherwise he would not have attracted the attention of the Superpower Association. Now that he is being escorted away, he will probably have to bear a lifetime of suffering. Countless people looked at Lin Feng with contempt and disgust, but in front of Yu Weiwei, they dared not act rashly. If they say something wrong, the consequences will be more than they can bear. When Yu Weiwei saw those gazes, a smile of success appeared on her face. She cast her gaze towards Lin Feng, as if to say, "It seems like you're not popular either." Lin Feng naturally understood Yu Weiwei's look and simply turned his head away. Yu Weiwei dragged Lin Feng to the square for public display, walked up to Zhao Yuan, and asked, "Your name is Zhao Yuan?" Zhao Yuan was flattered and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I am Zhao Yuan, Zhao Gang's son." Yu Weiwei nodded and continued, "You won an A-level talent card, and your family background is pretty good. If you work hard, you might be able to get into Kamikaze University." Zhao Yuan felt happy after hearing Yu Weiwei's evaluation. He couldn't help but wonder, could this be a hint that he has a chance to enter the nation's top Kamikaze University? His heart was pounding, and when he came to his senses, Yu Weiwei had already forced Lin Feng into the car and drove away from the square. Although Yu Weiwei had left, he could feel the gazes of his classmates around him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. CK Club even said that after the card drawing ceremony, they wanted to find time to do a personal interview with Zhao Yuan. Of course Zhao Yuan would not refuse. He was ambitious and planned to use this interview to let everyone in Shihai City know him, and even use it as a stepping stone to enter Kamikaze University. At this moment, Zhao Yuan felt that he was the son of destiny, and his life trajectory was rapidly widening the gap with ordinary people. The convoy drove out of the square and headed along the main city avenue towards the city's Superpower Association. Lin Feng's hands were tied behind his back. In the spacious high-end carriage, Lin Feng and Yu Weiwei sat facing each other. "I say, now that you have performed this drama and avenged your personal grudge, shouldn't you let me go?" Lin Feng stared at Yu Weiwei coldly and spoke. Hearing what he said, Yu Weiwei showed a sneer on her face. This guy saw through her thoughts, but now she has the final say. Lin Feng dared to provoke and tease her with words, so he should be punished. Yu Weiwei no longer concealed her feelings, and said sternly with a straight face, "This is what happens if you mess with me. This is just a small punishment for you." A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Although Yu Weiwei ordered him to be tied up, he still had a mouth and he must not lose in the art of talking. This woman showed her true colors without pretending, which made him unhappy. Since she hates me, I have to disgust her even more. "Miss Yu, are you playing the role of my girlfriend too early?" he deliberately provoked. Yu Weiwei's face instantly turned pale and then red. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and took a deep breath. She couldn't even defeat this young boy, so she had to find a way to teach him a lesson. Drop, drop, drop. The phone in Yu Weiwei's pocket rang. She pulled out her phone and a message popped up on the screen. Information to the organization. The supervisor was killed 10 minutes ago because Lin Feng drew an SSS level card. This news made Yu Weiwei's face change suddenly. This means that the secret of Lin Feng drawing the SSS level card is very likely to have been leaked. She really couldn't understand why the Superpower Association would come to this point in order to prevent the news from leaking out. The reason why they sent her, a newcomer who had just joined the Superpower Association, to handle this matter was to reduce the attention paid to the incident. But why did the news leak out? At the same time, time was running out and there was no time to think about the reasons. The most important thing right now is to make full preparations to deal with possible crises. Now that she has received the news, the Superpower Association headquarters will definitely take quick action. Strong reinforcements will arrive soon. Lin Feng saw the change in Yu Weiwei's expression after she looked at her phone. Although he couldn't guess the specific reason, he knew in his heart that this was definitely not a good thing. He had just traveled to this world less than a day ago and didn't want anything to happen so soon. "Untie my chains. Give me the SSS level card you drew." The two spoke almost at the same time. "If you don't give me the card, you will die. Untie my shackles first." They spoke again at the same time. There was a brief stalemate after a confrontation of glances. Yu Weiwei could not sense any intention expression of compromise in Lin Feng's determined eyes. She had no choice but to take out the key and help Lin Feng open the handcuffs while continuing to persuade him. Student Lin, I know you are very smart. A powerful SSS level card could mean an important force to change the global situation for a force or even a country. In order to maintain stability in the current situation, some people may take extreme actions. They would rather die than live in disgrace, and you may very well become their victim. If you give me this card for safekeeping, you can get out of this trouble and save your life. Lin Feng rubbed his sore wrist and said seriously, you didn't say that when you negotiated with me before. Lin Feng's words made Yu Weiwei's face turn pale instantly. This was undoubtedly a slap in her face. She hurriedly defended herself. Now, I am trying to save your life. Ha, I think that even if I don't reveal the card collection, Miss Yu will definitely find a way to protect me. Lin Feng knew that as long as an accident happened and the card was still in his hands, he would not be abandoned. He didn't want to travel through time and die without even exerting any strength. Yu Weiwei's thoughts were seen through and she gritted her teeth. The situation was exactly as Lin Feng said. As long as the card was still with him, she would do her best to protect him. Although the Shihai City Superpower Association branch has a history of hundreds of years, it only has 2 SSS level cards preserved. Now is the chance to secure a third card for the division, and we can't make any mistakes. Then, Lin Feng said firmly, I know that the first card I drew is my natal card, and there are no fusion conditions. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed across Lin Feng's body. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth, a hint of anger showing on her face. She knew that Lin Feng had already merged the cards while he was talking. Even if he were asked to show up now, he wouldn't be able to do it in a short time. Faced with Lin Feng's desperate decision, she took a deep breath. If something happens, stay with me. What are the capabilities of your SSS level card? Can it protect itself? Sorry, my SSS level card won't allow me to protect myself. Lin Feng spread his hands and answered. His answer made Yu Weiwei frown. Could it be that the card this guy drew was a useless card? She asked. What's the ability of the SSS level card you drew? Sorry, it's a secret for now. Yu Weiwei gritted her teeth, wishing she could strangle the guy in front of her to death. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The vehicle braked suddenly and Lin Feng leaned forward involuntarily. He looked up and saw a portal filled with colorful light appear out of nowhere in front of him. Although the vehicle braked suddenly to a stop, the portal quickly moved towards the car where Lin Feng was. Retreat, retreat quickly, Yu Weiwei shouted. The vehicle was put into gear and quickly reversed. But it was still too late. The scenery outside the window changed rapidly, and brilliant colorful lights flashed by. When the scenery disappeared, the vehicle Lin Feng was in had appeared in an abandoned outdoor square. Damn it! These forces are actually willing to waste an A-rank teleportation item card. As soon as Yu Weiwei finished speaking, the 2 task force members in the car immediately became nervous. Everyone knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Lin Feng was fully aware of his current situation. Sweat was oozing from his palms, and he felt a little nervous inside. Immediately afterwards, at Yu Weiwei's signal, the task force opened the car door and got out to investigate. The 2 looked around and didn't find any danger for the time being. However, just as they were about to report, 2 sharp sounds suddenly cut through the air. This was followed by 2 dull gunshots. The 2 task force members fell to the ground and died before they could react. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. Damn it, I just traveled through time. Am I going to die here? Yu Weiwei looked around carefully but found no trace of the attacker. The assassin may have the ability to hide. Everyone follow me closely. Her breathing was slightly rapid. This environment was very unfamiliar to her. She had no idea how far she had been teleported and was not even sure when the association's reinforcements would arrive. If Yu Weiwei was alone, no matter who her opponent was, she would have at least an 80% chance of escaping. But the order she received was to seize the SSS level card that Lin Feng drew at all costs. However, Lin Feng is far from being as easy to deal with as described in the information, and he has even fused the cards. The current situation has made her a burden. But this burden must not be abandoned. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yu Weiwei took out a blue card and handed it to Lin Feng. She whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, the people in the dark won't kill you unless absolutely necessary. Their ultimate goal is the SSS level card in your hand. Lin Feng took the card and knew the temptation of the SSS level card. As long as a person is not in a desperate situation, he will not kill easily. He nodded and looked at the blue card in his hand. Exploding blade. B-level prop card. After use, you can get a one-time use explosive blade. He put the card in his pocket. Being as smart as Lin Feng, he naturally understood what Yu Weiwei meant. I understand what you mean. If I were caught by the enemy, I would find a way to kill them with the card. Yu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, Student Lin, you misunderstood. What I meant was that if you fall into the hands of the enemy, I hope you will commit suicide. The SSS level card must not fall into their hands, even if it means destroying everything. Lin Feng frowned and asked, do you really mean that? I really mean it. He took a deep breath and looked at Yu Weiwei. There was no trace of joking in her eyes. I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, if you fall into their hands, they won't be as merciful as I am in order to force you to reveal your card. They will only make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Feng sneered in his heart. "Come on, you are also a poisonous snake." Then, the two got out of the car carefully. The view becomes much wider after getting off the bus. There is a waste disposal site all around, filled with waste items and dilapidated high-rise buildings. Looking from a distance, the skyline of Shihai City was not visible at all. It was obvious that they had been teleported to a very far place. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and prepared to open the map to confirm the location. At this moment, a figure wearing a black mask suddenly appeared on the waste pile 50 meters ahead. The man held a bronze longbow. Then, his eyes swept to the side of the garbage heap where a man in a suit with a middle-parted hairstyle walked out. Behind the man in the suit, there was a capable girl with a high ponytail. "No need to look, this place is more than 300 kilometers away from Shihai City. We've also blocked all surrounding information sources. It will take at least 3 minutes for your support to locate us and then get here." "Oh my god, what time is it now? Is it possible?" Lin Feng refused to admit that his thoughts had been seen through and responded coldly. His answer stunned everyone present, including Yu Weiwei. "You're quite interesting, you fellow. Gather all the cards you drew and I might be able to spare your life." The man in the suit spoke again. "He's already fused the card. 3 minutes might not be enough for it to manifest, unless you kill him." Yu Weiwei looked at the man in the suit coldly and said. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. "This bastard is even more cruel than a woman. He has always wanted to kill me." Yu Weiwei's words also made the man in the suit frown. His mission was to seize the card drawn by the boy. The Eagle Country can provide the three of them with green cards for travel. Now, if this guy actually fused the cards, 3 minutes really wouldn't be enough time. The man in the suit had a headache and felt he was in trouble. "Catch him and take him away." He gave orders to his men. "If you want to take him away, you have to get past me first." Yu Weiwei stepped forward and continued. 3 minutes isn't enough for you. If you leave now, the Superpower Association will pretend this never happened. However, things have come to this point, and the man in the suit will never give up easily. After more than 10 years, he finally had the opportunity to reach Eagle Country. How could he be willing to give up? The man in the suit had a ferocious expression on his face, with his right hand outstretched, angrily brushing away the long hair on his head. The masked figure standing high up suddenly raised the bronze longbow in his hand. The terrifying energy gathered in his hands and turned into a sharp arrow surrounded by lightning. The sharp arrow pierced through the void, stirring up terrifying spatial ripples, and shot towards Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei quickly assumed a fighting stance. In an instant, a tight-fitting combat suit with sky blue and red stripes flashed like a flash, covering her entire body from the neck down. At the same time, her perfect figure with a protruding front and a curved back is also fully displayed. Lin Feng cursed in his heart. "This bitch has a really nice figure." In the blink of an eye, a pair of two-handed swords emitting cold light appeared in Yu Weiwei's hands. A sharp collision sound was heard. The arrow shot by the masked figure was cut off by her sword. Immediately afterwards, Yu Weiwei swung her two swords as fast as lightning. The terrifying sword energy spread out. The sword power that could tear apart the heaven and earth poured out from the two swords in her hands and attacked the three people not far away. To be able to become the guardian of the Superpower Association, although she is a novice, Yu Weiwei has integrated at least 3 A-level ability cards. Faced with such an opponent, the man in the suit dared not underestimate him. At his command, the three figures flashed and retreated quickly. The sword energy fell, and several huge gullies were cut out where the three people had just stood. "Time is running out, hold her back first." The man in the suit gave orders. He knew that if he wanted to catch Lin Feng, he had to delay Yu Weiwei first, so the three of them split up and surrounded Yu Weiwei in 3 directions. In an instant, the 4 of them were fighting each other. As Yu Weiwei possesses at least 3 A-level ability cards, she is only slightly at a disadvantage when facing the 3 of them. Seeing several people entangled with each other, Lin Feng knew in his heart that this was his chance. Run away! As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he turned and ran out of the abandoned square. The man in the suit frowned when he saw Lin Feng running away. "Hold her back for a few seconds. I'll go catch the guy." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the suit withdrew from the fight and chased after Lin Feng. Yu Weiwei's heart tightened, knowing that something was wrong. "Although these 2 people cannot beat me, they are more than enough to hold me back for a few seconds." Just as Lin Feng was running wildly, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind. The next moment, he was unable to move and was grabbed by the man in the suit. Seeing that he had captured the enemy, the man in the suit said sternly, not intending to linger any longer. However, the other 2 were already fighting with Yu Weiwei. What's the meaning? Of course Yu Weiwei would not let them leave easily. She swung down with both swords in her hands. The spirit girl let out a shrill scream as one of her arms was torn off. The man in the suit's expression suddenly changed, and he obviously felt that the situation was very bad. He didn't care about his men around him and drove Lin Feng directly out of the abandoned square. Yu Weiwei shouted anxiously, "Student Lin, why don't you do it yourself?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. "This damn woman, why Why is she always thinking about taking my life? The man in the suit was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. However, the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw Lin Feng holding a sharp blade and stabbing it into his abdomen. Stupid, do you think this kind of injury can hurt me? The man in the suit sneered. Lin Feng was also stunned. The moment he let go, the man in the suit's face suddenly became terrified. This is the exploding blade. Although Lin Feng was a little puzzled, he still answered honestly, it seems so. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The man in the suit was desperate and terrified, and raised his hand and swung it towards Lin Feng. My fate is over. But at this moment, Lin Feng heard a huge explosion in his ears. Immediately afterwards, blood and flesh flew everywhere, splashing Lin Feng all over with blood. It turned out to be the man in a suit who was carrying him on his back. His body exploded and he died in a horrible way. In an instant, an inexplicable feeling of nausea rushed into Lin Feng's forehead. He began to retch violently, and tears kept flowing down. He couldn't help but pull off his coat and throw it aside. After a few seconds of hesitation, he was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of a ball of light on the ground. When he saw the white ball of light, he immediately remembered a warning news he saw on the internet yesterday. The general meaning is, recently, there have been many violent and illegal elements in society. The dropped items left after murder and robbery are extremely dangerous. If citizens encounter them, please stay away from them and report them immediately. This piece of news suddenly flashed in Lin Feng's mind, especially the word dropped was particularly eye-catching. He suddenly became excited and reached out to grab the light. The next moment, a series of prompt sounds rang out from the card pack panel. Congratulations, you have earned 10,000 points. Congratulations, you have obtained a D-level item card. Congratulations, you have obtained an F-level identity card. Congratulations, you have obtained an E-level item card. Congratulations, you have obtained an F-level skill card. More than a dozen pickup prompts rang in his mind. Apart from the 10,000 points, the rest were all cards, but none of them were above D-level. Lin Feng didn't care. What excited him was the points. 10,000 points meant a chance to draw a card. He summoned the card box panel and saw that the balance clearly showed 10,000 points. Without hesitation, he redeemed a card draw. When his mind is determined, the points decrease rapidly and the opportunity to draw a card is generated. Lin Feng was excited and felt that his road to rise was about to begin. He muttered to himself, drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an SS level item card. It's a pleasure to work with you. A card with a silver border fell into the card box. Although it's just an SS level item card, it can definitely help him soar to the sky. Lin Feng couldn't wait to stare at the card. Perfect Energy. SS level prop card. After use, gain perfect combat attributes for 12 hours, and temporarily increase each attribute by 2,000 points. Seeing this description, he was suddenly so excited that he could hardly control himself. He looked up at Yu Weiwei with a hint of pride on his face. In the end, I still have to save you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng discovered that Yu Weiwei's battle had already ended. Of those two people, one died and the other was injured. The injured were fleeing in a panic, but Yu Weiwei didn't seem to have any intention of pursuing. Her gaze fell on where Lin Feng was, but her expression did not show the relief that the crisis was over. Instead, his expression became increasingly serious, his eyes filled with anger, and he shouted sternly, "You, why don't you commit suicide?" The nameless anger in Lin Feng's heart was ignited and soared into the sky. The first few times, he thought Yu Weiwei was joking. You could also think that it was just her method. But now, the crisis has been resolved. She actually said that. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. In the eyes of this woman, his life was worthless. You really want me to die? Lin Feng's voice was icy cold. Yu Weiwei sighed, a bitter look appearing on her face. She understood that it was too late. If I had known earlier, I should have taken action and killed Lin Feng directly. But now that things have developed to this point, all that is left is helplessness and powerlessness. Her tone softened. I never wanted you to die, but you just don't understand. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Did he really misunderstand? What else was going on here? What's the hidden secret? I don't understand? What exactly don't I understand? Why don't you tell me? Of course it's because of me. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly exploded. A figure suddenly appeared in the abandoned square. The figure's body burst out with an incomparable terrifying aura. For a moment, Lin Feng felt that he couldn't even breathe. The figure suddenly stretched out his palm. A terrifying aura raged across the world, and Yu Weiwei's body was suddenly knocked away. She flew hundreds of meters and crashed heavily into a dilapidated high-rise building outside an abandoned square. The violent collision stirred up thick dust and smoke, which rose at the place where Yu Weiwei fell. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood. Why did Yu Weiwei question him why he didn't commit suicide? It turns out that the ultimate mastermind behind this has never appeared. The figure let out a strange laugh. You brat, do you really think you can kill someone with an A-rank card without any defense? Lin Feng had felt it was strange before, but now he finally understood. It turns out that this old guy was the one behind behind all this. But why did this old guy wait until now to show up? Lin Feng was a little confused. Get out of here, you old bastard. Lin Feng drew an SS level item card at this moment, and he was full of confidence. Facing the person in front of him, there was no fear in his words. You little brat, I'll let you know what it means to be tough. The old man stared at Lin Feng with ferocious eyes. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the SS level prop card to kill the old man with one blow, the strange thing happened again. Yu Weiwei, who had just been knocked flying and crashed into a ruined high-rise building, unexpectedly rushed out again. She is seriously injured at this moment. His clothes were torn and his body was covered in blood, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted, brandishing her swords and fighting back. At this moment, Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Feng with a look that seemed to convey a message. I tried my best. Seeing Yu Weiwei coming to attack again, the old man snorted coldly. He raised his hand, ready to kill her once and for all. At this critical moment, Lin Feng's thought suddenly arose. Congratulations, you have successfully used the SS level item card. You receive the blessing of perfect energy, and your personal attributes change, which lasts for 12 hours. The moment the card is successfully used, Lin Feng obtained the terrifying power to destroy the world and change the world. Wherever he looked, everything around him seemed to slow down. Lin Feng took a step forward. With terrifying speed, he instantly appeared in front of Yu Weiwei. He stretched out his huge hand and lifted Yu Weiwei up. At the same time, he slapped the old man with his backhand. The two palms collide. The terrifying power of heaven tore through the sky and earth, sweeping across the entire square. The energy wave caused by the collision exploded. The waste in the square was scattered everywhere. The dilapidated high-rise building outside the square collapsed. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Feng in disbelief as he suddenly hugged her. What shocked her even more was that he could actually fight the old man on equal terms. Did the SSS level card he drew really work? But this doesn't make sense. Lin Feng held the armor chain on Yu Weiwei's back, immersed in the confidence brought by this terrifying power. He looked at the old man proudly and said in a cold voice, "You old fool, I think you're nothing more than that." The old man's palm power collided with Lin Feng's. There was also an expression of disbelief and shock in his eyes. Even if this young man had drawn an SSS level ability card, he would have already merged with it. But it is impossible to fully utilize the card's capabilities so quickly. However, the facts before him forced him to believe it. Could it be that? A thought flashed through the old man's mind. What this kid drew was an SSS level item card for temporary use. Only this kind of card can instantly give a person powerful combat power. If that's the case, the old man began to feel like giving up. Since the card has been consumed, there is no need for him to stay here. More importantly, the SSS level item temporary combat power card brings an improvement to all attributes. Although the individual attributes are lower than those of the same level ability cards, but facing the SSS level, he was destined to be completely crushed. The wisest choice at the moment is to turn around and leave before Lin Feng fully adapts to this power. The old man made a decision, although he was upset that his identity was exposed. But compared to saving his life, this regret is nothing. Moreover, from another perspective, he has completed the task assigned by the organization. Lin Feng consumed this SSS level item card. The potential threat has been eliminated. The old man was about to leave, but how could Lin Feng let him do so? You old thing, you come and go as you please. Do you treat me like air? Lin Feng held Yu Weiwei in his arms, and his speed did not slow down at all. He dodged and stood in front of the ancestor. At the same time, a punch was thrown. The terrifying force squeezed the space so hard that it collapsed. The old man's eyes showed extreme fear and he wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't avoid it at all. A powerful force poured into his body. He shot out like a cannonball, crashed into the dilapidated high-rise building next to it. The huge inertia caused the tall building to collapse, burying the old man inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and said in surprise, however, at this moment, why is this old guy so weak? Could he be beaten to death? I didn't use even 1/10 of my strength. Yu Weiwei, who was held in Lin Feng's palm, was also shocked when she saw this. She had a deep understanding of the old man's strength. After all, he is at least an S-class legendary superpowered person. But at this time, he couldn't even block a punch from Lin Feng. Although she was seriously injured, her inner curiosity still made her maintain consciousness. Asked softly, "You, how do you have such powerful abilities?" Lin Feng chuckled. He really enjoyed seeing the woman's surprised expression, so he said, "I just killed that pretentious suit guy and picked up 10,000 points. I just happened to draw an SS level item card with attributes." Yu Weiwei was stunned by these words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "I couldn't help but talk to myself. SS level item card with attributes? What else do you think?" Lin Feng said disdainfully. Ahem, you haven't used it before, have you? How can I save you if I don't use it? Although I really don't want to save you. Lin Feng responded coldly. SS level temporary prop card with attributes. In the prop card, it is considered one of the top super cards. The value is extremely precious. Now Lin Feng drew one and used it directly. Yu Weiwei felt very distressed. If this card was used well, potential, it could bring unimaginable returns. I couldn't help but curse. You're wasting, you're just squandering God's gifts. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned cold. At this time, this woman was still like this. I'm just squandering it, and I'm perfectly happy with it. Once I kill that old bastard, I'll collect his points and draw another one. Yu Weiwei was so angry that she couldn't speak. She felt like she was going to die of anger from him. Chest heaving, breathing heavily. Let me go. You took my kindness for granted, and just let me go. Do you think you're so great? Lin Feng threw her directly to the ground. Yu Weiwei looked at Lin Feng with hatred in her eyes. When had she ever been treated like this? But at this moment, she knew she shouldn't dwell on it. Then he said to Lin Feng, that old man is probably a spy bribed by other countries, collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. Don't kill him yet. You must. Before Yu Weiwei could finish her words, a squeaking sound of electricity suddenly came from the center of the abandoned square. Immediately afterwards, the space seemed to be cut open by a black sickle, opening a huge space door. At the other end of the space was a huge dark room. In the room, more than a dozen people were on high alert. As soon as the space gate opened, the dozen people descended on the abandoned square where Lin Feng was at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's face showed an expression of great excitement. Spies who collaborate with the enemy and sell out their country should be interrogated instead of killed. These people came at the right time and are simply giving away points. However, Yu Weiwei's next words made Lin Feng's mood fall to the bottom again. Yu Weiwei shouted to the leader, an old man who was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and looked to be about 60 years old. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and sighed in his heart. Reinforcements finally arrived and we were completely safe. Yu Weiwei's tense expression finally relaxed, her eyes drooped slightly, and she slowly passed out. Lin Feng looked at the unconscious Yu Weiwei and thought to himself, this woman is dead? She deserves it. It's better for her to die. At this time, Yu Zhanghai, who was walking out of the portal, saw Lin Feng, followed his gaze to look at Yu Weiwei, and said, don't be nervous, little boy. My granddaughter just fainted. Oh, he fainted. Lin Feng took a breath. With the arrival of reinforcements, the situation began to improve. In response to Yu Zhanghai's questioning, Lin Feng briefly explained the situation on the scene. After figuring out the situation, the reinforcements dug the old man out of the collapsed building. Although the old man was still breathing, his whole body was severely twisted and deformed. Just as the battlefield was cleared, a deafening roar was heard from the sky. A huge fighter plane broke through the void and quickly landed above the abandoned square. Everyone boarded the fighter plane and set off back to Shihai City. In the fighter cabin, Yu Zhanghai took Lin Feng to the workshop. Are you Lin Feng? The news said that you drew an SSS level card and are a high school student? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively, and Yu Zhanghai looked at him seriously. After experiencing this accident, the boy remained calm. He observed the entire process of clearing the battlefield and remained extremely calm and composed. I suppose you have already agreed to the conditions my granddaughter negotiated with you? No, I didn't. Lin Feng responded with a serious expression, neither humble nor arrogant. His answer made Yu Zhanghai frown. Are the conditions we offer you not generous enough? No, I want to keep this card and join the Psychic Association as a guardian. Lin Feng remained calm and spoke directly. Yu Zhanghai stared at Lin Feng with deep eyes. Although the resistance to joining the Superpower Association appears to be mainly from family forces and consortiums, the real reason is the current tense global situation. Countries are constantly making small moves in secret. This makes it difficult for the Superpower Association to accurately judge the background of newcomers. Rather than taking the potential risk of recruiting newcomers with unknown backgrounds, it is better to reject them directly. Young people, it's great to have lofty ideals and ambitions. Yu Zhanghai praised and continued. But did you know that the training cost of a lowest level city guardian is at least 100 billion? Even a giant like our Superpower Association cannot afford such a huge expense. If you don't have a strong financial backing, even if I allow you to join, I'm afraid you won't be able to pass the internship period. Lin Feng smiled and responded, these shouldn't be a problem for me. Yu Zhanghai was slightly stunned. He thought that after he said this, Lin Feng would give up. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was full of confidence and said these words, I admire the passion of young people, but reality is often not as simple as you think. My dear, I suggest you think about this carefully again. Don't hesitate. I believe that if the president sees the attributes of the card I drew, he will definitely agree to my request. Lin Feng still spoke with confidence. In fact, Yu Zhanghai was both curious and afraid to know which SSS level card Lin Feng had drawn. Because he has already fused nearly 20 cards, the points required to fuse any more cards are surprisingly high, let alone SSS level cards. He absolutely did not want to experience the frustration of having to watch but not be able to get it. As an SSS card, if it is not the first natal card you draw, the minimum points consumption must reach 1 million. Moreover, with each fusion, the points consumed will increase tenfold. Yu Zhanghai was silent for a while, but curiosity finally got the better of him. Young man, since you are so persistent, I will satisfy you. Afterwards, at Lin Feng's call, the information of the SSS level card appeared in front of Yu Zhenghai. Destiny Child. SSS level talent card. Every time you draw a card, you are guaranteed to get a card of grade A or above. Yu Zhenghai was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened so wide that 2 eggs could almost fit in them. The next second, his whole body began to tremble, and his face turned red with excitement. God bless the Dragon Nation. Although Lin Feng had already anticipated Yu Zhenghai's reaction, he didn't expect it to be so intense. He muttered to himself, "Is it necessary to be so excited? I agree to your joining the Superpower Association. From now on, you will be the trainee guardian of the Superpower Association." Yu Zhenghai's words came decisively, leaving Lin Feng no chance to refute. This sudden change in attitude caught Lin Feng off guard, and he was full of confusion. What was going on? Yu Zhenghai was excited for a while and finally calmed down. Looking at Lin Feng again, the look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a treasure, and that cherishment made Lin Feng feel a little afraid. "President, there's no need to be so excited, right?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "Lin Feng, if other people saw your SSS level talent card, they would probably be more excited than me," Yu Zhenghai said unconvinced. Lin Feng was helpless and confused. After all, the Shihai City Superpower Association is not without SSS level cards. As the vice president, why did Yu Zhenghai behave so inappropriately? When Lin Feng was puzzled, Yu Zhenghai continued. "Lin Feng, do you really understand the value of this SSS level talent card to you?" "Of course I know. Others are so happy when they draw a B rank card, but I'm guaranteed an A rank at least. But not only that, your SSS level card has a special attribute, unique. Do you know what this means?" Yu Zhenghai asked and answered his own questions and continued to explain. "This card is unique. There's only one in the world. Since it appears in our Dragon Nation, it won't appear in the hands of other countries or forces. Isn't this a godsend? And only the person who draws the card can fuse or use the card with the unique identifier. No wonder after seeing my card, Yu Zhenghai didn't even mention the transaction and directly let me join the Superpower Association." Compared to Yu Weiwei, in Lin Feng's heart, Yu Zhenghai is what a true member of the Superpower Association should be like. "When we return to the association headquarters, I will arrange for someone to handle your membership procedures. This card of yours is not only important to you personally, but also means a lot to the association and Dragon Nation. To ensure your personal safety, information about this card must not be leaked. So far, does anyone know the content of your card?" Yu Zhenghai calmed down and asked Lin Feng cautiously. "Only the supervisor who oversees the card drawing knows that I drew an SSS level card. As for the specific effects of the card, only you and I know it at this time," Lin Feng answered truthfully. Yu Zhenghai admired Lin Feng's cautious attitude very much, and his eyes were full of recognition. "You did well. Although the news that you drew an SSS level card has been leaked, fortunately, no one knows the specific effects of the card except you and me. After returning to the Superpower Association, I will announce to the public that you have handed over the SSS level card you drew to the association. I will do my best to cooperate with the president." Yu Zhenghai wanted to protect himself, so Lin Feng naturally agreed without hesitation. The Superpower Association will definitely send people to protect him, but it is absolutely impossible to protect everything. If the outside world knows that the card is no longer in his possession, this will be truly effective protection. Yu Zhenghai stared at Lin Feng, and as he looked, he became more and more satisfied. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. Yu Zhenghai turned on the indoor intercom. "President, the prisoner just woke up, but suddenly committed suicide. What a waste of my points." Lin Feng's face was full of grief. "Have you found a match with the prisoner's identity information?" Yu Zhenghai was in a good mood and didn't care too much about the prisoner's suicide, so he asked. His attitude left the members of the Superpower Association who were about to accept punishment somewhat confused. The person outside the door was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and replied, "We have matched the prisoner's identity and have sent it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhenghai's phone rang with a message. He picked up his phone, opened the message, and his face suddenly became gloomy. "Tianka Guild, Zhao family." He took a deep breath and put the phone in his arms. "Immediately issue an order to seal off Shihai City. No member of the Tianka Guild is allowed to leave." At this time, the fighter plane had already flown back to Shihai City. With a tremor, the fighter plane landed at the headquarters building of the Superpower Association, and the dome skylight slowly opened. Because of her serious injuries, Yu Weiwei was still unconscious and was rushed to the treatment room. Lin Feng was arranged by Yu Zhenghai to stay in a safe house within the Superpower Association. "Lin Feng, since the news that you drew the SSS level card has been leaked, it means that the Superpower Association has been infiltrated. You must stay in the safe house until I finish dealing with this matter." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Yu Zhenghai assigned an absolutely trustworthy confidant to guard outside the safe house before leaving with peace of mind. Back in his secret office, Yu Zhenghai turned on the internal secret communication equipment. After entering a complex string of verifications, the device was finally unlocked. "Lao Yu, what brings you here to call me?" A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. "Old man, can you be serious? I'm calling you through the dedicated line line because I have something important to discuss. Yu Zhanghai responded unhappily. The other party sensed his tone, stopped joking, and spoke in a different tone. Yu Zhanghai took a deep breath. Facing this old acquaintance, he felt a little uncomfortable because the other party had changed from being relaxed in the past to being serious. Then, he told the details of Lin Feng's situation. After hearing this, the other party was silent for a long time, obviously shocked beyond words by the news. After a long time, he asked solemnly, "Is everything you said true?" "I, Yu Zhanghai, guarantee with my personal integrity that everything is true," Yu Zhanghai replied. The person on the other end of the line took a deep breath and asked again, "So, what are you going to do?" "I'm calling to request headquarters covert approval for an SSS level card, one that's indistinguishable from the real thing. Furthermore, this card must have never been publicly released before." Yu Zhanghai solemnly stated his plan. After a moment, the other party finally responded, "Every SSS level card is a national treasure, and those that have never appeared in the eyes of the world are even rarer. Moreover, this type of SSS level card is even more precious than ordinary cards. I am afraid that. Do you think that a person who possesses a unique SSS level talent card is not as good as a non-unique SSS level card?" Yu Zhanghai interrupted the other party dissatisfiedly. "Old Yu, can't you just listen to me finish my words? It's not that I can't agree, but I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to convene a meeting of elders." Yu Zhanghai was a little confused. It turned out that he had misunderstood the other party. But he didn't care and immediately said, "In that case, I will teleport over immediately and convene a meeting of elders." "So urgent?" asked the person on the other end of the phone. "I'm in a hurry." Yu Zhanghai teleported to the imperial capital, the headquarters of the Superpower Association, without hesitation. Inside the secret meeting room of the Superpower Association's imperial capital headquarters, 8 of the association's elders, the highest authority in the place, sat in command. They attached great importance to Yu Zhanghai's proposal and were engaged in an intense, secret discussion. The meeting, which lasted nearly 2 hours, finally came to an end. Yu Zhanghai paced restlessly in the waiting room, repeatedly glancing back at the door. The door was pushed open and a familiar face came into Yu Zhanghai's sight. "Is it done?" he asked anxiously. "Okay, but the Elders' Council has put forward a condition," the other party replied. "What conditions?" Yu Zhanghai asked. "Regarding Lin Feng you mentioned, although he holds the only SSS level talent card, the Elders' Council is not optimistic about it. Although this card is of the top SSS level, according to the analysis of the elders, the effect of this talent card can only guarantee a minimum of a level. According to the current statistical probability of social card drawing, the minimum effect can mostly only reach a level. For the association, A-level cards are indeed rare, but compared with SSS level, there is still a world of difference. It is precisely because of this that I argued for you, and everyone finally compromised and agreed." The other party finished speaking, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "TSK, you guy, just tell me what you want, but thank you anyway." Yu Zhanghai responded with a smile. "There's no need to be polite between us. The card is still in the box. Don't forget what you said, haha." The other party smiled and handed a square metal box to Yu Zhanghai. "When I finish this matter, come to Shihai City and I will treat you to some drinks from my stock," Yu Zhanghai said solemnly. "Ha, I will definitely be there." The other party agreed cheerfully. After getting the item he wanted, Yu Zhanghai immediately teleported back to Shihai City without delay. As soon as he returned to Shihai City, he posted a message through the largest official information platform here. "Tonight at 7 p.m., a donation ceremony for SSS level cards will be held at the Shihai City Superpower Association headquarters square." As soon as the news was released, the entire Shihai City was in an uproar. Even though it was still over an hour before 7 p.m., the Superpower Association's headquarters plaza was already packed with people, and major news platforms were rushing to report on the event. As time went on, the incident continued to escalate. The SSS level card donation ceremony shook the entire Dragon Nation and even spread overseas. At this moment, Shihai City became the focus of the world. Lin Feng was lying in the safe house, scrolling through his phone idly. Although he possessed perfect combat attributes and had no concerns about his own safety, he still followed Yu Zhanghai's instructions and waited quietly. The phone beeped, and a piece of news popped up. Shocking. News reports that Shihai City will hold an SSS level card donation ceremony at 7 o'clock tonight. After reading the news, Lin Feng knew that Yu Zhanghai's plan had been launched. He stopped watching those shaky little videos and turned to the news channel. At this time, the headlines of major news platforms were all about Shihai City's donation of SSS level cards. Then, he entered the most popular super card exchange forum on the internet. "Oh my god, an SSS level card. Dragon Country hasn't seen such a large-scale, comprehensive report in years. This time, regarding the SSS level card donation, I wonder which ruthless person won the SSS level and was willing to donate it. If you want to get this card on the black market, the starting price is hundreds of billions. An SSS level card has appeared in Dragon Country again, which means that Dragon Country will rise again. In recent years, external forces have been been putting pressure on our Dragon Nation in all aspects. I really hope someone can pull out an SSS level card and donate it. Brother, I believe someone will donate. In the past 10 years, Eagle Country has reportedly drawn several SSS level cards. Now it's the Dragon Country's turn. Even the neighboring island nation has drawn one. It's really infuriating. I've been blasted on international forums, and now I finally have a chance to hit back. That's right. The island nation has become more arrogant recently. I firmly believe that this donation of SSS level cards will allow the Dragon Nation to rise again. Everyone, Shihai City's SSS level card donations. This young master is in a good mood, so I'm sending out a lucky red envelope of 100,000. Thank you for the red envelope, boss. Thanks for the red envelope, boss. The boss is the bridegroom every night. Haha, I'm here to celebrate too. I'm going to draw a prize on my personal homepage. Winners, please contact me privately. Free access to a B-level secret realm. Oh my god, the boss actually helped me clear the B-level secret realm for free. The boss is so awesome. Soon after, online celebrations continued. An SSS level card appeared in Dragon Country again. At this moment, the whole country was excited. Shihai City announced that it will hold an SSS level card donation ceremony. This news once again filled countless people in Longwa with vitality and fighting spirit. This unexpected gain completely exceeded everyone's expectations for the Superpower Association and the Dragon Country's top leaders. Even if the so-called Lin Foam can't bring much value, this donation effect also indirectly recovered at least part of the investment cost of the SSS level card. There is still half an hour until 7 o'clock. After Yu Zhanghai made all the arrangements, walked into the safe house. Lin Feng, are you ready? It's just a small scene. Lin Feng responded contemptuously. Yu Zhanghai's face twitched slightly. Why does this guy always look so unreliable? Of course, during this period, he also sent people to conduct a detailed investigation into Lin Feng's background, with the powerful support of the Superpower Association. Even though Lin Feng was an orphan, his ancestors for 18 generations had been thoroughly investigated. The results surprised Yu Zhanghai. This guy's ancestors for 18 generations were all poor peasants. But thinking of this, a strange look appeared on Yu Zhanghai's face again, and then he said, Lin Feng, there is something I was planning to tell you after this is over. But after much consideration, I decided to speak out now. President, please speak. Actually, you are not really an orphan. President, I suspect you are scolding me? Absolutely not. Through investigation, I found out that you have a biological sister. Lin Feng's mind was filled with confusion. Yes, I'm 18 years old and currently adopted. 18 years old? And a younger sister? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of surprise. Twin? Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I am telling you this now because I hope you will have absolute trust in me. Of course, I also hope that this incident will not affect you. Yu Zhanghai continued. Lin Feng chuckled and responded. President, you really underestimate me. Yu Zhanghai was quite amazed when he saw Lin Feng's performance. He doesn't look like a boy who just turned 18. It was for this reason that he chose to tell Lin Feng the news. Yu Zhanghai patted Lin Feng's shoulder like an elder. Then he took out a metal box and handed it to Lin Feng. There's an SSS level card in here. Hand it over to me during the donation ceremony later. Can I see what card it is? Lin Feng asked with some curiosity. Lin Feng opened the box carefully. On the soft golden silk cloth lay a golden card. Thunder of Heavenly Might. SSS level item card. After use, you can summon the power of thunder and lightning. How powerful is this thing? Lin Feng had no idea and couldn't help but ask. It can easily destroy a city with a population of tens of millions. Yu Zhanghai's words made Lin Feng gasp. A small card actually possesses such terrifying power. This kind of thing is usually just used as a deterrent. You can do without it, but you can never do without it. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Kill her. He fully agreed with Yu Zhanghai's words. Put it away and let's go. Don't be nervous. I'm here, so there won't be any accidents. Lin Feng felt that Yu Zhanghai was a bit showing off, but he couldn't find any evidence. At this moment, he possesses perfect combat attributes. In the entire Shihai City, as long as he wants, he can definitely do whatever he wants. The two left the safe house and went behind the scenes. There are still 20 minutes until 7 o'clock. At this time, many relevant personnel are also ready. Meet the president, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a standard suit and with a shiny slicked back hair. He bowed respectfully and greeted Yu Zhanghai. Yeah, Yu Zhanghai nodded. Then, the young man turned his gaze to Lin Feng. With a smile on his face, Xiao Su extended his hand and introduced himself to Lin Feng. Hello, my name is Xiao Su. I'm a senior at Kamikaze University and an official guardian of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Are you the one who donated the SSS level card? I didn't expect you to be so young. Yes, my name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiao Su in a friendly manner. After the handshake, Yu Zhanghai took Lin Feng to sit aside. Although Xiao Su is older than you, he likes to show off. I don't like him very much. As soon as he sat down, Yu Zhanghai said to Lin Feng, I can see that. Lin Feng responded without comment, but he didn't care in his heart. As the two sat down, many backstage staff turned their eyes to Lin Feng. That must be the young man who drew the SSS level card and is preparing to donate it to the country. Everyone's eyes were full of admiration and envy. After all, the young man who can donate the SSS level card to the National Superpower Association will definitely receive generous rewards from the country. Of course, Lin Feng could also feel the attention from the on-site staff. When his eyes met theirs, he would nod in response in a friendly manner. After all, I'm about to join the Superpower Association and get a job. We'll see each other every day in the future, so naturally I have to leave a good impression. Just as he responded to a woman in a white dress, a work badge and a ponytail, the woman hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage and ran over quickly. Handsome, can I take a photo with you? She said shyly, her cheeks flushed instantly. Faced with the beautiful girl's request, Lin Feng had no reason to refuse. However, he was not sure whether this was legal, so he turned to look at Yu Zhanghai beside him. Yu Zhanghai closed his eyes in thought, seemingly having no opinion. Of course I can agree to the beauty's request. Lin Feng agreed with a smile. The woman half squatted down and took a photo with Lin Feng. Thank you. She held the phone excitedly and bowed to Lin Feng repeatedly. It's okay, you're welcome. Lin Feng tidied his hair with his hands, trying his best to make himself look more handsome. The woman took the photo and left satisfied. However, as she walked, she took out her phone and sent a message. I have obtained a photo of the donor. He is a handsome young man. Okay, send it to me and I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Pay first. The phone beeped. Bank, your bank card with the last number 5464 received a transfer of 200,000 yuan. Please note CK News Agency. After receiving the transfer, the woman cut herself out of the photo and sent it. CK News had already prepared a press release and released the news with pictures as soon as possible. When CK News was released, it was forwarded billions of times in less than a minute. Lin Feng, who was browsing his phone, suddenly received a news push. Shocking. Photos of the mysterious person suspected of donating SSS level energy have been revealed, and he's actually a handsome young man. Lin Feng frowned and clicked on the link. When he saw the photo of himself and the woman published in the news, he was stunned and felt that he had been tricked. But he quickly realized that his photos had apparently been sold. This made him a little unhappy. I thought the beautiful girl admired me and wanted to take a photo with me, but it turned out that she just wanted to make a fortune by selling the photos. Young man, just treat it as a lesson. Yu Zhanghai closed his eyes in thought and joked earnestly. Lin Feng sighed silently and could only agree with one sentence. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she likes to lie. He was browsing the news on his phone and entered the comments section. The first comment reads, "It turns out this boy is handsome for a reason." In just a few minutes, this comment has received 1 million likes. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly for such an evaluation, and he accepted it humbly. Second comment, "If you are willing to give birth to a baby for your brother, please like me." The number of likes for this comment also exceeded 1 million. Seeing this comment, Lin Feng prayed silently in his heart. I hope there are no gays or ugly women among the people I like. More than 90% of news comments, they praised Lin Feng generously. This act of selfless dedication to the country has won the admiration and praise of people across the country. Even though Lin Feng has always been calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel a little complacent at this moment. Just then, a message with a V logo popped up. He clicked it and saw. It turned out to be a message from the class group of Class 309 at Shihai No. 1 High School, and it was a message specifically addressed to him. The person who sent the message turned out to be the class teacher who loved the rich and despised the poor and had always disliked him. Lin Feng, is it really you who donated the SSS level card? Faced with this class teacher who even dared to embezzle his own orphan subsidy, Lin Feng naturally would not be polite. I'm an orphan, how could it be my mother? Lin Feng, no matter what, I'm your homeroom teacher and have taught you for many years. Could you please stop speaking so sarcastically? Yes, after all, Teacher Wang is also the homeroom teacher. Teacher Wang is usually strict with you because he hopes you can succeed. Hee. Lin Feng looked at these classmates who were deliberately performing for graduation scores and couldn't help but want to vomit. Hee. Lin Feng, what do you mean? I'm your homeroom teacher after all, and I care about you. How could you treat me like this? Care about me? I'm actually worried that you might have some bad intentions towards me again. You even dared to embezzle my subsidy. In the past, Lin Feng didn't dare to speak so bluntly, but now he is not afraid at all and directly brings out his dark history to fight back. The group fell into a brief silence for a moment. Lin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly do something like that? Faced with Lin Feng's accusations, the head teacher, Mr. Wang, quickly denied them. If this is really found out, not only will I lose my job, in serious cases, you may even go to jail. If you continue to slander Teacher Wang, I'll have my dad sue you for defamation. My dad is a top lawyer at Huiyao Law Firm. That means I have to be careful about lawyers' letters. Lin Feng, I hope you realize the seriousness of the matter and apologize to Teacher Wang. Lin Feng was too lazy to argue with this group of people people and directly quit the class group. He thought to himself that he would certainly give them a hard time at tomorrow's graduation party. Teacher Wang, the head teacher, saw Lin Feng leave the group chat. I suddenly felt like an ant on a hot pan, extremely panicked. If this guy is really the one who donated the SSS level card, he is really finished. I wanted to win him over in the group. I didn't expect it to end up like this. The more Teacher Wang thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, so he began to add Lin Feng as a friend in private. But Lin Feng didn't like him at all, so he directly rejected him and blocked him. Wang Deshun, the principal wants you to come over. At this moment, a voice came from outside the dormitory. Wang Deshun felt like the sky was falling, but his face was pale and he could only reluctantly respond. I'll be there in a moment. There is 1 minute left until 7 o'clock. Officials from major news media and online live broadcast platforms gathered at the Shanghai Superpower Association Square. Everyone is ready to conduct first-hand live broadcast. In order to catch the trend, many anchors and network experts in Shanghai City also took their devices. Interactive live broadcast with netizens across the country. A streamer named Lu Ge, a master of B-level Secret Realm tutorials, excitedly shouted on the TikTok platform, "Family, I've already arrived at the Shanghai City Superpower Association Plaza. I'll be broadcasting the entire event live to you all. Brothers, don't report it. Those people reported in the news a few days ago really didn't die in the B-level Secret Realm because of my tutorial. This unscrupulous anchor dares to do anything for traffic. Brothers, report him. What a rubbish guy. He said that fusing a few C-level cards would allow him to clear a B-level dungeon. If I was slower, I would have died. I'm reporting him. This rubbish tutorial is a scam, and it costs 1,000 yuan a copy. I really want him to die. Report it. I believe in Brother Lu. There is absolutely no problem with his tutorial. Yesterday I followed his steps and successfully passed the B-level Secret Realm. Those who failed definitely did not follow the tutorial completely. Family, brothers, I absolutely did not lie to you. I guarantee this with my integrity." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the screen suddenly went black. The system prompts, "After system detection, your live broadcast account is suspected of fraud. You have 10 hours to appeal. During this period, live broadcasting is prohibited." Brother Lu was so angry that he cursed. The popularity he had worked so hard to gain was gone just like that. At the same time, inside the Superpower Association building, Yu Zhenghai and Lin Feng, escorted by several black-clad security guards, walked up to the podium. Although Yu Zhenghai doesn't need security at all given his strength as the vice president, and with the SSS level card donation ceremony, the scene must be grand enough. All major news platforms and live broadcast cameras were focused on them. At the same time, the two of them could be seen on television and mobile live streaming platforms across the country. It's really Lin Feng. Countless people who knew Lin Feng stood up in shock when they saw him in the picture. Damn, this guy actually drew an SSS level card. I knew there must be a reason why he was taken away by the supervisor. How is this possible? How could this happen? How could this orphan be so lucky? I really can't accept it. I bullied him in school before. I wonder if he will seek revenge on me. It's nothing special. This loser donated the card, and at most he can get a reward of tens of billions. Our Zhao family is a family worth hundreds of billions. Although Lin Feng drew an SSS level card, once he donated it to the country, he was still nothing compared to brother Zhao Yuan. After confirming that the donor was indeed Lin Feng, these were the various reactions of his classmates. The scene of the Superpower Association. Yu Zhenghai has never been good at public relations and even seems a bit disdainful of it. If it weren't for protecting Lin Feng, a good seedling, he would never put down his arrogant attitude today. Yu Zhenghai, standing on the podium, seemed a little uneasy, but he still gritted his teeth and picked up the speech to read. "Dear friends, we are very happy to gather again today to solemnly hold the SSS level card donation ceremony. In recent years, the Superpower Association." He read a long paragraph of empty official jargon, his brows furrowed more and more. Who the hell wrote this awful copy? Unable to continue reading, he skipped to the last sentence. "Welcome our SSS level card donor, Mr. Lin Feng, to the stage." Wow, wow, wow. Thunderous applause broke out in the Superpower Association Square. On major live broadcast platforms and TV screens, a handsome young man walked out from behind and stood next to Yu Zhenghai. The young man smiled, bowed slightly, and was polite to the audience from all over the country and even the world. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Feng, from Shanghai City's #1 high school." At Yu Zhenghai's signal, Lin Feng walked to the podium and greeted the audience present and across the country. The lights flickered, and Lin Feng tried his best to make himself look handsome. "The internet is terrible. You must never leave ugly photos. As a high school student about to graduate from Manhwa, I am always full of passion and want to serve my country. Today, on my 18th birthday, I finally, with all my hope, was lucky enough to draw an SSS level card. At this moment, the dream hidden deep in my heart has finally come true." He stared at the LCD screen on the podium and thought to himself, "Don't you think this speech is a bit greasy?" This is followed by a long summary of personal ideals and ambitions. Even though Lin Feng was thick-skinned enough, he couldn't help blushing slightly lightly after reading it. I will personally donate the SSS level card I drew to the National Superpower Association. After saying this, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out a golden card. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of viewers, it was slowly placed into the metal box next to it. In this scene, the cameras of major platforms zoomed in, and close-ups from various angles kept switching. The popularity of live streaming across the entire network has been pushed to an unprecedented climax. At the same time, the information contained in the card is captured and displayed on the screen. Thunder of Heavenly Might. SSS level item card. After use, you can summon the power of thunder and lightning. Oh my god, it's actually an SSS level card. SSS level item card. God bless Dragon Nation, we now have another killer weapon that will shock the world. After so many years, Dragon Country can finally see SSS level reports again. Thanks to Lin Feng, I can still witness the birth of an SSS level card in Dragon Country in this lifetime. The Dragon Nation rises. The Dragon Nation is mighty. This scene made countless people's blood boil and tears welled up in their eyes. The scene changed, and the host of the live broadcast had an even more passionate and high-pitched voice, infecting every audience member. After Lin Feng officially donated and transferred the SSS level card, a short interview session followed. Several reporters who had obtained passes flocked to the scene. Everyone, please don't push and line up. There are further arrangements to be made. Each reporter can only ask Mr. Lin Feng one question. The staff who maintained order on the scene reminded. The first reporter stepped forward to ask a question. Mr. Lin Feng, can you tell us how you feel at the moment? I am excited to be able to contribute to the country. Lin Feng answered sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. The first reporter stepped aside. A total of 7 news platforms were granted passes to be interviewed on site. Their questions to Lin Feng were very gentle, without any sharpness. After all, Lin Feng's act of donating SSS level cards has long won the recognition and resonance of people across the country. If anyone dares to make things difficult for him, he might lose his job tomorrow, or even bring trouble to the company. The last person to come forward was a female reporter from CK News. She asked, Mr. Lin Feng, can I ask you a personal question? That's a question, but I specifically allow you to ask one more question, including a personal one. Lin Feng responded humorously, and the audience at the scene and in front of the screen couldn't help laughing. The female reporter was also amused and continued to ask, Mr. Lin Feng, are you single? I just broke up last night, so I should be single now. Haha, then there is hope for our female compatriots. The question and answer session ended and all reporters left the venue one after another. On the internet, the video of CK News Agency's interview with Lin Feng quickly went viral. It's unbelievable that such a good man was dumped. What's wrong with women these days? Why can't they even look down on a passionate and handsome man like Lin Feng? In terms of the number of SSS level cards, more women have broken up with Lin Feng. Breaking news! I heard the girl he broke up with was actually his classmate. At the same time, some third-rate media outlets, in order to gain traffic, broke all kinds of gossip without any bottom line. Can you believe it? Lin Feng actually worked 3 jobs to please his girlfriend. Lin Feng did this to buy a bag for his girlfriend. Online public opinion exploded as a result. Breaking up with Lin Feng, that woman is really blind. If it were my daughter, I would have pulled her back a long time ago. It's so embarrassing. Brother Lin Feng is still single. I finally have hope. At the Superpower Association Square, the donation ceremony ended and the event entered the next stage. Under the witness of all media, the Superpower Association will present Lin Feng with a cash check of 5 billion as a reward. Lin Feng was holding a check background board that was bigger than a door panel, and his face was frozen with laughter. My days of poverty are finally over. However, when I thought about the fact that I didn't actually donate the SSS level card, I felt a little guilty. It was decided on the spot that 1/3 of the 5 billion would be donated for public welfare. Lin Feng's image became taller again. How can the Dragon Kingdom not prosper with such men? Time passed, and at 9:30, the SSS level card donation ceremony came to a perfect end. That night, Lin Feng became the most shining and talked about figure in Dragon Country. The official website of Shihai City announced the nomination list in advance, and Lin Feng was named one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Shihai City this year. At the same time, the internal official website of the Shihai City branch of the Superpower Association also released a message, making an exception to recruit Lin Feng as an intern guardian of the Shihai City Superpower Association. At Shihai City First People's Hospital, Yu Weiwei had been awake for half an hour. She scrolled through her phone, a satisfied smile on her face. Lin Feng, that fellow, had finally donated that SSS level item card to the National Superpower Association. Grandpa's move was truly impressive. However, just when she was filled with joy, she received an internal message from the Superpower Association on her mobile phone. Lin Feng had actually become the trainee guardian of the Superpower Association. Just as Yu Weiwei was feeling distressed, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yu Zhanghai. He had come to the hospital to learn about the ambush and hijacking they had suffered that afternoon. Grandpa, how could you let Lin Feng join the association? Yu Weiwei looked looked at Yu Zhenghai and asked angrily, "Stop messing around. I'm here to investigate the sneak attack on you." Yu Zhenghai said seriously, "That guy was knocked down by Lin Feng. Why don't you ask him instead of asking me?" Yu Weiwei was obviously not convinced. Her words made Yu Zhenghai stand still like a wooden stake, and he stood there in shock. "What did you say, little girl?" he asked. "Lin Feng accidentally killed someone during the process and got 10,000 points. Then he drew a card and was lucky enough to draw an SS level attribute prop card. Didn't he tell you?" Yu Weiwei shook her head, her face full of confusion. This prodigal son is really wasting God's gifts. Yu Zhenghai was heartbroken. SS level attribute item card. He felt like beating his chest and stamping his feet. It is already 10 o'clock in the evening. 8 hours have passed since the incident in the afternoon. The bonus time of the SS level temporary attribute card in Lin Feng's hand is less than 4 hours. Yu Zhenghai felt like he was about to vomit blood. That brat Lin Feng, who clearly has such strong abilities, actually wasted an entire afternoon. If it is used properly, so many things can be done. Yu Zhenghai didn't care about Yu Weiwei at all. He turned around and started investigating the attack in the afternoon. He jumped directly from the hospital balcony and ran towards the Superpower Association. Within the Superpower Association, Lin Feng completed the registration overnight, filled in various information, and officially became an intern guardian of the city. "Sister Zhou, thank you for your hard work." After completing the last step of registration, Lin Feng took the supplies and prepared to go home to rest. After a busy day, it's finally time to go home. However, as soon as he walked out of the Superpower Association building, he saw a figure rushing towards him at an astonishing speed. Looking closely, it turned out to be Yu Zhenghai. In the blink of an eye, Yu Zhenghai was standing in front of Lin Feng. "No time to say more. What's your V number? I'll add you," Yu Zhenghai said breathlessly. Lin Feng didn't understand what he meant, but he still took out his mobile phone and asked Yu Zhenghai to scan the code to add him as a friend. "Follow me," Yu Zheng said as he walked along the beach and headed towards the Superpower Association building. "It's so late, I'm just about to go home and sleep," said Lin Feng. "Sleep, follow me," Yu Zhenghai said bluntly. Out of the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young, Lin Feng followed. At this moment, his cell phone rang, and then he received a group chat invitation from Yu Zhenghai. "What are you standing there for? Add me quickly," Yu Zhenghai urged unhappily, operating his phone in a panic. Lin Feng did as he was told and clicked on the link to join the group chat. There are 5 people in this group chat, including Lin Feng himself and Yu Zhenghai. The V nicknames of the other 3 people are Lao Meng from Imperial Capital University, Lao Li from Kamikaze University, and Lao Xiao from headquarters. Lin Feng could tell the difference between these strange nickname formats at a glance. There is no doubt that these people are using their real identities as nicknames. In other words, they are all big shots. But why did Yu Zhenghai pull me into this group? Lin Feng looked at the title of the group chat, SS Level Secret Realm Team, and thought speechlessly, this should be considered an old team. Immediately afterwards, Yu Zhenghai's profile picture began to flash. "Meet at the Endless Rock SS Secret Realm in half an hour. 3 messages, 3 question marks. At Eat by Your Face. Who are you, senior? Tell me your name." Lao Xiao, the head of the headquarters, tagged Lin Feng in the group. Lin Feng didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he could only look at Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai was in a panic and obviously didn't notice the group message. "Senior, I'm only 18 years old this year, so I should only be considered a junior." Unable to ask Yu Zhenghai for help, Lin Feng had no choice but to reply like this. "Old Li from Kamikaze University. Old Meng from the Imperial Capital University. Ha, this little thing is quite interesting and suits my taste. By the way, do you know what's wrong with Lao Yu?" Lao Xiao, the director of the headquarters, asked with a smile. "I don't know," Lin Feng answered honestly. "What on earth is old Yu up to in the middle of the night? Is it because he thinks my old bones haven't lived long enough? Doesn't it say that I need to prepare for this SS level secret realm for another year? My last S level card is still 30% away from fusion. Yeah, if we go find Lao Yu now, are we going to get ourselves into a fight?" "Little guy, Lao Yu should be next to you, let him check the group message," said Lao Xiao, the head of the headquarters. "Okay, seniors." "President, the seniors in the group asked you to check the news," Lin Feng said to Yu Zhenghai, who was walking in front. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Zhenghai finally switched back to the group chat. "V said it's inconvenient. We'll meet at Endless Rock in half an hour to discuss it in detail." This time, Yu Zhenghai sent a voice message with an extremely serious tone. Although the other 3 people didn't understand what Yu Zhenghai was doing, they all knew that he was definitely not the kind of person who would act rashly or without planning. After a moment's silence, the 3 of them replied in the group that they would gather in the Endless Rock SS Secret Realm in half an hour. Lin Feng followed Yu Zhenghai into the elevator. The elevator goes directly to the dome on the top floor of the Superpower Association building. "President, everything is ready," the staff who had been waiting at the elevator entrance reported to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai nodded and took the black briefcase handed to him by the staff. The staff then retreated. Yu Zhenghai entered the password and opened the briefcase. Inside side lay 2 purple cards. He took out the first purple card, handed it to Lin Feng and said, "Your identity cannot be revealed yet. Put it on first." Although Lin Feng was a little confused, he still took the card. Knight Armor, A-level prop card. Knight Armor conceals identity, increases all attributes by 15 points after wearing. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng followed Yu Zhenghai onto the small fighter plane parked nearby. Endless Rock is not far from Shihai City. It only takes half an hour to get there by fighter plane. Yu Zhenghai said this to Lin Feng and pulled him onto the fighter plane. The dome of the Superpower Association building opened. The fighter plane roared into the air. Accompanied by a sonic boom, it flew towards the west. The fighter jet switched to autopilot mode. Only then did Yu Zhenghai finally relax a little. He looked at Lin Feng and said with great sorrow, "You, kid, wasted 8 hours trying to temporarily fuse SS level attributes. This really pissed me off." Lin Feng was confused. So what are we going to do now?" "Of course, I want you to lead us to the SS level secret realm." President, are you kidding me?" Lin Feng couldn't believe it. Did he hear it wrong? Do I look like I'm joking, kid? Lin Feng shook his head. "I can't tell." Yu Zhenghai felt that Lin Feng was going to piss him off to death and said distressfully, "Do you know how rare S rank and above attribute item cards are?" "I don't know." Lin Feng answered frankly. "There are less than 5 S level and above attribute prop cards in existence worldwide." Lin Feng looked at the 5 fingers Yu Zhenghai extended and asked with a puzzled yet fearless look on his face, "Is it that difficult to get out? I got it right the first time." Yu Zhenghai gritted his teeth, thinking that if this child was his grandson, he would have beaten him to death long ago. "This is a temporary attribute item card. Although the attributes are temporary, it covers all attributes," he explained. "Do you know what this means? It's like you fused 4 SS level ability cards. To fuse these SS level ability cards, the first one will cost 500,000 points, and each subsequent one will cost 9 times as much points as the previous one. And this doesn't even include the consumption of fusion. That's why I said that it's you who led us to clear the SS level dungeon, and there's nothing wrong with that." After listening to Yu Zhenghai's explanation, Lin Feng finally understood that the temporary attribute card was so scary. He smiled crookedly and asked, "So, I'm more powerful than you, President? How did he do it?" "Of course." Yu Zhenghai cursed bitterly. "Aren't you just wasting natural resources? If you could use these few hours properly, how much value could you create?" Lin Feng was a little shy. He turned around and quietly summoned his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Strength, 2, 2000. Spirit, 1, 2000. Stamina, 4, 2000. Agility, 2, 2000. Cards, Destiny Child, Perfect Energy, Temporary. Points, 0. Remaining draw cards, 0. Good guy, I'm really strong. Looking at the data on the panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but praise himself secretly. About 20 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. Under the command of the tower staff, Yu Zhenghai parked the fighter plane steadily on the apron. After getting off the fighter plane, Yu Zhenghai identified himself and then walked towards the VIP lounge under the enthusiastic guidance of the staff. At this time, it was almost 10:30 in the evening. There weren't many people gathered on Endless Rock except for the guards. Although the late time is part of the reason, the more crucial thing is that there are indeed not many people in Manhwa who can play SS level secret realm copies. The two entered the spacious VIP lounge and saw from afar 2 energetic elderly men in their 60s and 70s who had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing them, Yu Zhenghai walked over with a smile. "Old you, it's the middle of the night, are you trying to torture my old bones to death?" An old man complained jokingly. "Yes, I even had a fight with my wife about this. Next time if there is such a gathering, please notify us earlier. It's really troublesome to come out to handle the procedures in the middle of the night." Another old man complained angrily. "Come on, you two, why hasn't Lao Li arrived yet?" Yu Zhenghai looked around and asked. The two shook their heads to indicate they didn't know. Seeing this, Yu Zhenghai had no choice but to take out his mobile phone and make a call. After the call was connected, the other party said they would be there soon. About a minute later, the door of the VIP lounge was pushed open and a fancy-dressed old man walked in. At this point, all 5 members of the SS Secret Realm copy have finally arrived. "Lin Feng, come here," Yu Zhenghai shouted. Lin Feng responded and walked over. "This is Xiaoing, the elder of the Superpower Association headquarters." "Hello, Senior Xiao." Lin Feng greeted respectfully. "This is Meng Qianxuan, Vice President of Imperial Capital University." "Hello, Senior Meng." "This is Li Huiran, President of Kamikaze University." "Hello, Senior Li." Heroes emerge from youth. "Is this Lin Feng who donated the SSS level card to the National Superpower Association today?" The Vice President of Imperial Capital University said with a smile. Xiaoing frowned at Yu Zhenghai's reception. As an elder at the headquarters, he was well aware of the SSS level card donations. What is Yu Zhenghai trying to achieve by bringing this kid here? Although he had doubts in his mind, he did not ask. Since Yu Zhenghai called them here, he would definitely explain the whole story. Yu Zhenghai smiled proudly and said, "Our friendship friendship has been going on for almost 50 years. I'll get straight to the point on this matter. So, Yu Zhenghai told the whole truth about donating the card. Except for Xiaoying, Meng Qianxuan, and Li Huairan were all stunned. This Lin Feng actually drew the only talent card of SSS level. Meng Qianxuan stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Then he asked Lin Feng, "Did you just graduate from high school?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, tomorrow is the high school graduation ceremony." Okay. Imperial Capital University welcomes you anytime. Now, Lin Feng has received the admission letter from Imperial Capital University. Imperial Capital University is the best among all the top universities in Dragon Country, and many people dream of entering there. Lin Feng is from Shihai City. When it comes to university admission, the priority will definitely be Shihai City's Kamikaze University. Old Meng, don't even think about coming to our Shihai City to snatch people away. Li Huairan interrupted hurriedly. Just as Lin Feng was about to answer, the two men were already glaring at each other, as if they were about to go to war for Lin Feng's admission qualification. But Yu Zhenghai interrupted them. "I called you here today not to quarrel about this matter, but for something more important." "Something more important?" "I called you here to discuss clearing the SS level secret realm dungeon." The three of them were stunned and confused. "Old Yu, are we going to brush the SS level secret realm copy now? Are you jumping off the coffin?" Meng Qianxuan looked at Yu Zhenghai and questioned. "You old fellow, your coffin lid has already jumped." Yu Zhenghai replied unhappily, and then said, "Of course, we will let this kid lead us this time." As he spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Feng. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the three of them looked at Yu Zhenghai as if they were looking at an Alzheimer's patient. "Old Yu, you don't have Alzheimer's, do you? Even though this kid drew the only SSS level talent card, he still hasn't grown up." "Old Yu, you are only 65 years old. How could this happen?" "Hey, you guys just got Alzheimer's, and this guy even fused an SS level temporary attribute card this afternoon." As soon as Yu Zhenghai finished speaking, the three old men were shocked, and a burning flame ignited in their eyes. Lin Feng felt their burning gazes and couldn't help but tremble all over and quietly took a step back. "In the afternoon? SS level temporary attribute card? Old Yu, you are too rude." "Yeah, we just merged it this afternoon. Why are you asking us to clear the SS level secret realm now?" Facing the three people's repeated questioning, Yu Zhenghai gritted his teeth and said, "I only found out tonight that this kid had fused an SS level temporary attribute card, so I called you here immediately." "Oh my god, what a sin, what a waste, what a waste, what a waste. Don't delay, start the dungeon quickly." Like Yu Zhenghai, the three of them were extremely saddened by this regrettable waste. At this time, there are more than 3 hours left before Lin Feng's SS level temporary attribute card expires. In order to maximize the exploitation of Lin Feng, the four old men showed unprecedented unity and cooperation. They urged Lin Feng to put on the dark armor that concealed his identity and head towards the entrance of the SS level secret realm copy. The entrance to the Endless Rock SS level secret realm dungeon. "My friends, my family, please give me some free gifts, I'm starving." A small anchor begged in the live broadcast room. "But I cursed in my heart, I really believed in evil. If I had known, I would not have made a bet with fans and live broadcast at the entrance of the SS level secret realm copy. If we broadcast live in the Shihai City Superpower Association Square in the afternoon, we will definitely be able to gain some popularity." Now, after waiting for most of the day, I didn't see any big guys coming to brush the SS level secret realm. Seeing that there were only a few people online in the live broadcast room, the young anchor was about to log off. Suddenly, under the lights in the distance, 5 people walked towards the entrance of the SS level secret realm. The young anchor's eyes flashed and he looked nervous. Could it be that I squatted down? He quickly turned the camera to focus on the 5 people walking towards the entrance. "Isn't that Senior Yu, the vice president of the Shihai City Superpower Association?" The camera locked onto the 5 people approaching, and someone in the live broadcast room shouted excitedly, "It's really true. Don't say seemingly. I actually saw Senior Yu and the others in person during the live broadcast this afternoon. But something's wrong. One seems to be the president of Kamikaze University, and the other seems to be the vice president of Taito University. I've heard that Senior Yu and his group have a close relationship and often team up to clear secret realms. Could it be that they're really planning to reach an SS level secret realm? He must be heading for the SS level secret realm. What exactly happened? The anchor is really lucky today." Although there were not many viewers in the live broadcast room, the interaction between everyone made the atmosphere extremely lively. The young anchor's heart was beating faster, he was nervous and excited, and finally he waited and luckily ran into something big. "To those who persevere, I've said that as long as someone clears the SS level secret realm, I will help you attract attention." As soon as the words fell, the speaker gave the young anchor a super lucky bag. The news of the super lucky bag instantly went viral on all platforms. Immediately afterwards, countless viewers flocked to the young anchor's channel. "Thank you Brother Chow for the lucky bag." The young anchor was so excited that he almost jumped up. With this wave of popularity, the number of fans will definitely increase greatly. Yu Zhenghai and others walked towards the entrance of the SS level secret realm and found that there was a host standing there, which made them frown. Fortunately, they had Lin Feng wear the knight armor in advance to hide his identity. Before the 5 of them even approached the entrance to the SS level secret realm, the host called out, "Seniors, can I interview you?" The 4 elderly men responded in unison, "Interview? You must be kidding." They knew in their hearts that if they said that it was Lin Feng who led them to the SS level secret realm, people would definitely laugh their heads off once the news got out. Faced with their rejection, the anchor could only step back with an awkward smile. After all, these big guys are not people he can afford to offend, and he is extremely lucky to be allowed to live broadcast. Don't be discouraged during the live broadcast. It's already amazing that you can capture the scene of a big guy entering an SS level secret realm. Yeah, it's really amazing. Who is that person wearing a black mask and black clothes following the 4 bosses? Being able to lead 4 big guys to clear the SS level secret realm, his identity must be extraordinary. I'm so envious. I feel like that person is not very old. He deliberately concealed his identity, which means there must be someone behind him. Oh my god, an SS level secret realm dungeon. I'll get at least 1,000,000 points after clearing it. Brother, you are too superficial. SS level copies not only give you points, but also give you a chance to directly obtain card draws and rare cards. I'm so envious. I can't even fuse a 4th D level card now. I can only fuse F level cards. You're right. I'm already 29 years old, and I can only clear E level dungeons. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Here, Lin Feng, Yu Zhanghai and others were already standing on the teleportation array at the entrance to the SS level secret realm. Lin Feng stared at the teleportation array. The teleportation array is about 3 meters in diameter, and the silver stone array is covered with complex runes. There is a slot about 10 centimeters in the center of the stone formation. After the 5 people stepped onto the stone formation, Yu Zhanghai opened his briefcase again and took out the remaining A-level card. Then he inserted the A-level card into the slot of the stone formation. To activate an SS level secret realm copy, you must sacrifice an A-level card. As the card was inserted, the runes on the stone circle began to flicker. The silver rune power rose into the air and instantly enveloped the 5 people. Lin Feng felt a subtle tearing sensation in his body, and the surrounding space began to change and distort. After dozens of seconds, the surroundings gradually became clear. They found themselves in a rusty steel box. There was a sharp sound of metal collision in my ears. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng felt weightless and guessed that this steel box was a huge elevator that was slowly descending. The creaking sound was endless. A dozen seconds later, there was a loud bang and the steel box hit the bottom. Lin Feng looked up and saw a red warning plate flashing on the top of the box. SS level secret realm challenge is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Is everyone nervous? For Yu Zhanghai and his friends, this was their first time challenging an SS level copy, and their breathing became rapid. At this moment, Xiaoying spoke with a smile. "Old Xiao, if you don't speak, who would think you're dumb?" Meng Qianxuan said unhappily. "The countdown is over." A crack appeared in the iron wall in front of him, and the crack quickly spread. A strong smell of rust filled the air. The moment the steel box slowly opened, an even more pungent chemical smell hit me in the face. Lin Feng looked around. In front of us is a huge underground factory. Fluorescent green chemicals were boiling in each chemical pool. Huge pipes connect these medicine pools, and the medicine is transported back and forth between them. Glass tanks several meters high stand around the factory. The top of the tank is connected to pipes that lead to the top of the factory. Strange creatures are soaked in glass jars. As the steel box door slammed open, several strange creatures that were stirring the medicine pool looked towards Lin Feng and the others. "We've been discovered." Seeing the strange creature staring at them, Xiaoying immediately shouted, "Old Xiao, stop talking nonsense and get ready for battle." Yu Zhanghai urged unhappily. Just as the few people rushed out of the steel box, those strange creatures began to squeak, as if they were communicating with each other. Then, they threw away the tools in their hands, picked up the weapons at their waists, and pounced on the 5 people. Balls of compressed energy cannons blasted towards the group. Just as the energy cannons were about to hit them, Meng Qianxuan used an S-level skill card. A powerful force field instantly enveloped the 5 people. The energy cannons in the sky disintegrated one after another under the influence of the force field. Immediately afterwards, Yu Zhanghai also took action and used the S-level skill card. The strange creature was instantly locked and crushed into a ball of meat paste under the pressure of powerful gravity. As several strange creatures were eliminated, rows of transparent words flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. "Your team killed the evil minions and earned 5,000 points. Your team killed the evil minions and earned 5,000 points. Your team killed the evil minions and earned 5,000 points. Your team killed the evil minions and earned 5,000 points." Seeing the points continuously rising, Lin Feng was overjoyed. "In the blink of an eye, I earned 30,000 points and can draw cards again." Just when he was happy, a series of squeaking sounds of electricity suddenly rang out in the underground factory. At the same time, the fluorescent green medicine pool began to boil violently. Bubbles emerged emerged from the bottom of the pool and burst. An even more pungent smell filled the air. "There's something in the chemical tank," Xiaoying shouted. Several people looked at Xiaoying, their eyes seemed to be saying, "Is there any need to say this?" There are 6 chemical tanks in the underground factory. 6 deformed creatures soaked in potions suddenly stood up. There was a green light in their eyes as they pulled out the tubes from their bodies. Wrapped in the pungent smell of medicine, he walked out of the medicine pool. Fluorescent potion dripped onto the floor, and its strong corrosiveness made the floor emit a squeaking and burning sound. The floor vibrated and made a loud noise. 6 deformed creatures ran towards the 5 people. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Lin Feng took a step forward and punched out. The terrifying fist wind swept around, with explosions happening continuously. A deformed creature was directly vaporized by Lin Feng's fist energy and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the shining sword light behind him shot up into the sky. The cold light cut through the void. The remaining 5 deformed creatures were chopped into pieces of flesh and blood by the sword light and collapsed and shattered. That was the S-level skill card used by Li Huiren. Immediately afterwards, 6 more prompts appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes. Your team killed the evil drug slave and earned 10,000 points. Your team killed the evil drug slave and you received 10,000 points. Your team killed the evil drug slave and you received 10,000 points. Your team killed the evil drug slave and you received 10,000 points. Seeing the points soaring rapidly, Lin Feng could no longer hide the smile on his face. Within a few moments of entering the dungeon, the points had already soared to 90,000. Boy Lin Feng, there are 9 levels in the SS level secret realm. You don't need to take action in the first 7 levels. Save your strength, Meng Qianxuan said to him. Xiaoying also added, the monsters ahead are not strong, and time is running out. It will be faster to just use skills to clear them. Since the seniors have said so, I'll just sit back and win the points. Wouldn't it be nice to take the opportunity to draw a few more cards? He followed them and opened the card box panel. 90,000 points to start redeeming card draws. When he was about to redeem the card, he found out that the points required to draw the card were 11,000. 1,000 points more than the first redemption. This made Lin Feng wonder, does it mean that after each redemption, the points for the next card draw will increase? If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. If you keep using a fixed amount of 10,000 points to redeem, these old guys in front of you will work hard in the secret realm and eventually they will be able to get advanced cards. So Lin Feng did not hesitate. I spent 11,000 points to redeem a card draw. Sure enough, the points required for redemption increased again the next time, becoming 12,100. The next time, 13,300. Just as Lin Feng was exchanging, Yu Zhenghai and the others cleared out another wave of monsters. Lin Feng obtained another 30,000 points. At the same time, they move on to the next level. When Lin Feng redeemed his 7th card drawing opportunity, he still had 15,800 points left. The points required for the next redemption have increased to 21,400. Seeing that the remaining points are not enough for redemption, I can only prepare to start drawing cards. Lin Feng muttered in his mind, card drawing system, start. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. A card with a purple border slowly flipped out from the mist. A-level card. This made Lin Feng a little disappointed, but he still stared at the A-level card he had just drawn. Rich enough to rival a nation. A-level prop card. After use, you can get 100 million dragon coins. Looking at the effect of the card, Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. In the afternoon, the Superpower Association rewarded him with 5 billion. After donating 1/3 of it, he still had more than 3 billion in his bank card. What use is this thing other than continuing to synthesize? He is not short of money now. Lin Feng thought to himself, drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. He shook his head helplessly. Could it be that he could only get the guaranteed minimum? All the luck has run out? Look at this A-level card again. Super Fan Club. A-level prop card. After using it, Douyin gained 10 million followers. Could this be the legendary waste card? Lin Feng was completely speechless. He sighed and continued drawing cards. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Finally, something different came, although it was still A-level. Lin Feng felt a touch of warmth from the card box system. He looked at this A-level ability card. Endurance increase. A-level ability card. After fusion, you can gain 463 points of endurance attribute. It turned out to be an ability card that increases attributes. Among the ability cards, this is definitely the top one. On the black market, attribute ability cards have been sold for at least 1 billion. Lin Feng gave the order and continued drawing cards. Prepare to use up 7 card drawing opportunities in one go. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level demon card. Lin Feng was shocked and looked a little confused. I didn't expect to draw the devil card. His eyes fell on the card. Devil Spirits of Hell. A-level devil card. card. Use this card to release a hellish spirit. Devil cards are extremely unstable and there is a certain probability that they will break out on their own. Lin Feng took a breath silently, thinking that after the secret realm copy was over, he would hand this card over to Yu Zhenghai and others to deal with, because if demon cards and disaster cards are synthesized, it is very likely that more advanced cards of the same type will be synthesized. Looking at the 3 remaining chances to draw cards, Lin Feng lost some confidence, but still decided to finish them. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Lin Feng felt a little numb. If an ordinary person draws an A-level card, he or she will probably be very excited. But for him, the guarantee to grade is already commonplace. He didn't even bother to look at the attributes of the card. Drawing cards? Drawing completed, you get an S-level ability card. Finally an S-level card is out. However, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This time when I drew the card box system did not prompt me to trigger the bond of the destined one. Could it be that drawing an S-level card this time was purely based on personal luck and strength? Thinking of this, he suddenly became excited. His eyes swept over the S-level ability card in the card box. S-level ability card. After fusing the card, you gain the power of wings of light, gain the ability to fly, and increase the effects of light-related skills by 30%. Lin Feng had a pretty good opinion of this card. Although it is plain, I can't bear to throw it away. Then he turned his attention to the last chance to draw a card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an SSS level item card. SSS level card. Lin Feng stared excitedly at the SSS level item card he had drawn. SSS level item card. The only prop. After use, you can obtain the ancient artifact Fantian seal. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide and took a deep breath. I didn't expect that the card box system and the Blue Star world could actually draw mythical artifacts from the previous world. In ancient myths and legends, the Fantian seal is an unparalleled weapon that can kill great monsters and slay gods and demons. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether this thing would be as powerful in the Blue Star world as in the myth. Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to give it a try. He muttered to himself, use SSS level item card. The golden prop card slowly turned over and shattered into mist. A bronze trapezoidal square seal gradually emerged from the fog. The ancient, mysterious, and heavy aura shocked Lin Feng instinctively. Then, his thoughts deepened, and some information about the Fantian seal emerged in his mind. Mythical item. Currently not bound to an owner. The stronger the operator's mental strength, the more powerful the Fantian seal will be. Lin Feng looked at his current mental strength, which was more than 2,000 points. He wondered how much power he could unleash from the Fantian seal with his current mental strength. Just as he was about to bind and recognize his master, a row of red warning words suddenly popped up in front of him. The Fantian seal is an ancient artifact, and binding requires training to be absorbed into the body. It takes 1 million points to bring the training into your body, and you currently don't have enough points. What? Binding requires so many points. He sighed helplessly and looked down at his points balance. 319,000 points. At this time, he and his 5 teammates had reached the 4th level of the secret realm copy. After clearing the SS level copy, the points should be over 1 million, but he still felt a little distressed when he had to spend 1 million points to bind the Fantian seal. Lin Feng sighed again. In life, the higher your starting point, the greater the pressure you will bear. However, he soon changed his mind. This heavenly seal does not say that it cannot be bound, nor does it say that it cannot be used. So, as the 5 of them were heading down to the next level, Lin Feng said, "Seniors, when you were fighting just now, I accidentally and luckily drew an SSS level item." Lin Feng had no intention of hiding the fact that he had drawn the SSS level item Fantian Yin. Yu Zhenghai was willing to take the risk to apply for an SSS level prop card for him from the Superpower Association headquarters to help him hide his identity, which made Lin Feng feel that Yu Zhenghai was very trustworthy. The other 3 are old friends of Yu Zhenghai. Since Yu Zhenghai is trustworthy, Lin Feng is naturally not worried, so he told them that he had drawn an SSS level item card again. When these words reached the ears of the 4 men, the 4 old men suddenly felt a buzzing in their heads. The look he gave Lin Feng was full of shock. What did you say? Say it again? Yu Zhenghai couldn't believe his ears. In less than a day, this guy drew another SSS level card. The other 3 were also shocked when they saw Yu Zhenghai asking the question, and looked at Lin Feng with suspicion and seeking confirmation. Seeing their strong reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch the back of his head, thinking that this reaction was too exaggerated. I used the points I just earned to redeem 7 card drawing opportunities, and I drew an SSS level card again, Lin Feng said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them held their breath. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that they had heard correctly. "Ha, kid, your luck is incredible. Although the guaranteed A-level card you fused has a unique talent, you can actually draw an SSS level 1. It's really abnormal." Li Huiren said enviously. "Yeah, you know that seniorly, I've drawn cards at least 300 times in my life, and I've never drawn a card higher than B level. I'm so unlucky. Xiaoying took the opportunity to tease him. Boy Lin Feng, it's okay for you to tell us old guys that you drew a good card, but you must remember that you must never let anyone else know. Meng Qianxuan reminded Lin Feng seriously. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded. You kid, if you draw another SSS level card, you shouldn't want to show it off, right? Yu Zhenghai looked at Lin Feng. Although he had only known him for less than a day, he had some understanding of his character. Lin Feng chuckled and said, of course I wouldn't dare act rashly in front of you seniors. I just want to test the power of this SSS item card I just drew in the next level. After hearing this, several people were shocked again. What did you draw? Xiaoying couldn't help but ask curiously. I will show what I drew to the seniors right away. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he displayed the description of the Fan Tian seal in front of everyone. Boom, boom, boom. An ancient divine artifact. Xiaoying stuttered when he saw the description of the Fan Tian seal. The breathing of several people also became rapid. Although the items that can be opened from SSS level item cards are different, they are all top-notch SSS level items. What's the matter? Among the SSS level artifacts, the artifact is definitely one of the top ones. Since the world has been drawing cards, the number of people who have drawn SSS level prop cards that are ancient artifacts in the Dragon Kingdom records is very rare, even less than the number on one hand. The kid in front of me has such incredible luck. Yes, I just want to try the power of this ancient artifact, Lin Feng said to the people who looked shocked. After a while, they calmed down a bit, and Yu Zhenghai said, Lin Feng, it's true that you want to test the power of this heavenly seal, but from now on, you must never use it in front of others before binding it. Lin Feng felt confused and didn't quite understand what Yu Zhenghai said. At this time, Meng Qianxuan continued, when the magic weapon reaches a certain level, it can be melted into the body. This will gain better control and enhance the power of the magic weapon. More importantly, the magical weapons melted into the body cannot be taken away by others. You kid, you actually showed it off so openly, no wonder you were targeted. To be honest, I can't hold it back anymore, old man. Ah, Lao Meng, don't scare this kid. Li Huiren continued, furthermore, this artifact requires extremely high mental strength. I'm afraid that when you use it, you can only exert less than 1% of its power. As soon as Meng Qianxuan finished speaking, Li Huiren added jokingly. Lin Feng listened to the advice of several people, nodded, and prepared to try the power of Fan Tian seal on the next 5th level. They continued forward and were about to enter the 5th floor. Xiaoying suddenly seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Feng and asked, didn't you say you drew the card 7 times? What did you draw the other times? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then replied, 5 of the remaining 6 times were A-level cards, and 1 was S-level. Another S-level? Li Huiren was about to collapse after hearing this, thinking to himself, this kid's luck is too scary. My miserable experience in drawing cards is really frustrating. Haha, Lin Feng boy, you are going to piss off old Li to death. Xiaoying was teasing Li Huiren. What exactly is this S-level card? Meng Qianxuan asked curiously. He has now fused 2 S-level cards, and if the card Lin Feng draws is suitable, he is willing to spend money to buy it. Seeing this, Lin Feng directly showed everyone the attributes of the S-level prop card. S-level ability card. After fusion, you gain the power of wings of light, can fly, and the effect of using light skills is increased by 30%. The 4 of them frowned at the same time, obviously not very interested in this S-level card. Among the 4 of them, Meng Qianxuan has the least fusion S cards. To fuse the 3rd one, he needs 12.8 million points, which is too cost-effective for him. And what the 3 of them want more now are SS or SSS level cards. As for the remaining A-level cards of Lin Feng, they were already big shots and were not interested in them at all, because A-level cards can be stacked up by probability as long as there are enough people. This is why cards above grade A are extremely rare. At this moment, the passage leading to the 5th level of the secret realm opened. At the back of the passage, the lights flickered and a harsh hissing sound echoed in the dim space. Several people stepped into the dim space. Green eyes flickered in the darkness. Boy Lin Feng, didn't you say you wanted to try the power of the Fan Tian seal? Go ahead and do it, Li Huiren encouraged. Lin Feng nodded, and with a thought he summoned the Fan Tian seal. A breath of ancient times that spanned eternity instantly filled the entire space. The terrifying power of heaven enveloped them. The creatures in the dim light began to become restless, and fear was revealed in their roars. Under Lin Feng's firm mental will, the Fan Tian seal broke through the void and swept across the entire dark space. As the Fan Tian seal fell, the entire space shook violently. Cracks appeared in the ceiling, and debris fell from the cracks. Boy Lin Feng, your attack is too terrifying. Xiaoying took a breath and his face changed slightly. Immediately afterwards, on the blue panel in front of the few people, the points began to roll wildly and continue to rise. After a few seconds, the points of each of the 5 people soared by more than 600,000. What the hell is going on? Faced with the sudden surge in points, the 5 people were a little confused. Just when they were at a loss, the prompt in front of them flashed again. Congratulations, you've cleared the 5th level of the SS level secret realm dungeon. Congratulations, you've cleared the 6th 6th level of the SS level Secret Realm dungeon. Congratulations, you've cleared the 7th level of the SS level Secret Realm dungeon. Congratulations, you've cleared the 8th level of the SS level Secret Realm dungeon. Tip: the last level of the SS level Secret Realm dungeon is about to be opened. Seeing this prompt, several people looked at each other in shock mixed with a hint of fear. This attack from Lin Feng, this kid, is really too abnormal. With just one strike, he almost broke through the entire Secret Realm copy. This also indirectly proves the terrifying power of the ancient artifact, the Heaven Flipping Seal. More importantly, this was shown when Lin Feng had not yet bound or merged, and his mental power was only a temporary SS level attribute. This kid has a really limitless future. The eyes of several people looking at Lin Feng were full of relief. Lin Feng stared at the ever-increasing points and was also very excited. The points have exceeded 1 million. He sighed silently in his heart. Immediately afterwards, the ceiling above their heads completely cracked. The shaking in the underground space became more and more violent. The final challenge is right above our heads. Let's get out of here quickly, Yu Zhanghai reminded everyone. After saying that, he suddenly jumped and dived into the crack above his head. Follow the cracks, avoid the falling debris, and leap towards the surface. Lin Feng, with your current strength after integrating the SS level temporary card, you shouldn't need our help, Xiaoying said with a smile, and he admired the young man Lin Feng more and more. Thank you for your concern, Senior Xiao. I can handle it, Lin Feng replied, bending his legs suddenly. A terrifying force erupted from the soles of his feet. A powerful aura spread around the dot where he jumped, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms. Lin Feng was like a cannonball, penetrating the crack barrier, ignoring the falling rocks, and rushing straight to the surface. In just a moment, Lin Feng surpassed Yu Zhanghai. At the same time, he also truly felt the power brought by the SS level temporary attribute card. Although his body penetrated through layers of barriers, he was completely unharmed thanks to the support of more than 2,000 endurance attributes. Incomparable confidence quickly grew in his heart. In order to allow Yu Zhanghai and others behind him to pass through the crack more smoothly, Lin Feng raised his arms and gathered terrifying power. He threw a powerful punch, and terrifying power poured down from his arm. A space channel with a length of hundreds of meters and a diameter of tens of meters was directly blasted out in the crack channel. Afterwards, Lin Feng continued to bombard repeatedly. When he broke out of the ground, with his unparalleled strength, he created a 1,000-meter-long underground passage. When several people rushed out of the underground closely behind him, Xiaoying looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help laughing. Lin Feng boy, this old man, really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ha, this guy has fused an SS level temporary card. We can't even reach this level. I was really overthinking it at first, Yu Zhanghai continued. At the same time, as the 5 people entered the last level of the secret realm, the ground hundreds of meters away from them began to undulate like water waves. Immediately afterwards, the earth began to crack and spread. The bottomless ravines suddenly collapsed. A deep dull voice sounded from underground. A huge monster figure crawled out from the ground. This scaly, reptilian monster appeared in front of the 5 people. It is nearly 200 meters long. The physical strength it released when walking caused the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to shake. The crawling monster noticed the 5 people and roared. The 4 elders simultaneously used their strongest skills to attack the monster. Several accurate hits. But the result is that S-level power can hardly cause fatal damage to the final boss of the top SS level secret realm copy. Instead, it angered the monster. The angry crawling monster opened its bloody scarlet mouth. A terrifying energy wave gathered in his mouth, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Lin Feng, it's up to you. Several people looked at Lin Feng helplessly, with expectant expressions on their faces. Lin Feng nodded and stepped forward. At the same time, the huge reptilian monster roared towards the sky. The power of thunder was aroused, and the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed suddenly. It opened its huge mouth, and a column of energy as thick as a bucket spurted out of its mouth. He suddenly rushed towards Lin Feng and the other 4. Faced with this terrifying crawling monster like Godzilla, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. However, since Yu Zhanghai asked him to lead them through the dungeon, it means that the SS level temporary power he has currently integrated is enough to deal with this crawling monster, so it is not a big problem. After all, judging from the current situation, Yu Zhanghai will not harm him. Besides, Lin Feng's current strength is not enough to easily defeat this crawling monster, which is of no benefit to them. Lin Feng clenched his fists and slammed hard at the energy column spewed out by the crawling monster. The punch was powerful and transmitted all the way from his arm. The momentum is like a wave, shaking the void. Under the fierce impact of Lin Feng's punch, the spewing energy column seemed to be shattered by an invisible force and instantly dissipated and annihilated. A burning desire to fight burned in his eyes, and he thought, I am really strong enough. With the strength of this physical body alone, he was able to disperse the energy column spewed out by the boss of the SS Secret Realm copy. Yu Zhanghai and others looked at Lin Feng's performance, feeling relieved and satisfied. It seems that I can definitely clear this SS level copy today. Xiao Ying's face bloomed with a bright smile. After clearing the SS level copy, the probability of getting a chance to win a lottery is extremely high. For Yu Zhenghai, Xiaoying, and others, this is of extraordinary value. After all, they have redeemed the cards for more than 90 times. The 90th redemption of card draws requires more than 48 million points. The demand for points thereafter rose exponentially. After clearing the SS level Secret Realm copy, in addition to gaining card draw opportunities, there is even a very low probability of directly obtaining an SS level card. Although the probability is extremely small, everyone believes that everything is possible before the copy ends. My destiny is in my own hands. On the other side, Lin Feng shattered the energy column spewed out by the crawling monster with one punch, and his fighting confidence reached its peak. He leaped lightly into the air, hundreds of meters high. He suddenly punched the belly of the reptilian monster that was over 40 meters tall. The fist landed on the abdomen covered with brown scales, and the power burst out from deep within his body. The huge body of the reptilian monster suddenly leaned back, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This guy's scale armor defense was really terrifying. Just as he was lost in thought, the reptilian monster suddenly half stood up, and its huge forelimbs whizzed towards him. Lin Feng, don't be careless, Yu Zhenghai reminded urgently when he saw this. However, Lin Feng was distracted for a moment and it was too late to react. The huge forelimbs fell down suddenly, knocking him directly into the ground, creating a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters and a depth of 10 meters. Lin Feng lay at the bottom of the pit and twisted his neck. An endurance attribute of over 2,000 is indeed not a lie. He clapped his hands and stood up. This time he was not hurt at all. Yu Zhenghai and others looked at Lin Feng, who was safe and sound, and felt a little relieved. This kid clearly lacks combat experience, and what's worse is that he was distracted during the fight. Several people secretly blamed Lin Feng in their hearts, but they didn't want to affect his mood at the moment. If you want to pass this SS Secret Realm copy, you have to rely on Lin Feng's strength. Seniors, don't panic. Although I can't defeat this monster yet, it doesn't look like it can hurt me either. When my mental strength recovers, I will use the heaven flipping seal once more and will definitely kill it. Lin Feng looked at Yu Zhenghai and the others confidently, his tone full of fighting spirit. Several people had no choice but to retreat. Even with Lin Feng's attack power of more than 2,000, he couldn't easily defeat the boss. They had tried it before and didn't hold out much hope. In the next few minutes, Lin Feng engaged in several hand-to-hand combats with the crawling monster. Despite the huge size difference between the two, every collision was evenly matched. The world was turned upside down in their fierce confrontation. At this time, Lin Feng's mental strength has recovered. He stood on a ruin, staring at the behemoth with a firm gaze. The exhilarating collision of bodies made Lin Feng look at the crawling monster with a bit more sympathy. But he sighed and said with a hint of regret, for the sake of points, I still have to send you to the west. What's more, the duration of my temporary attribute is less than half an hour. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a huge bronze square seal suddenly appeared above his head. Lin Feng shouted loudly, and the Fantian seal turned into a green light, like thunder and lightning, and flew straight to the head of the crawling monster. Sensing the crisis, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the reptile monster. It wanted to dodge, but it was locked by the supreme rules of heaven and earth and had nowhere to escape. The Fantian seal fell heavily, blood gushed out, and brain matter flew everywhere. The monster groaned and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, a row of prompts popped up in front of Lin Feng. Your team killed the monster boss, and you received 200,000 points. Your team cleared the SS level Secret Realm dungeon, and you get a chance to draw a card. Your team cleared the SS level Secret Realm dungeon, and you received an F level item card. Lin Feng grinned. After receiving another 200,000 points, the total points in his hand had accumulated to 1.256 million. This made him feel extremely proud, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I am only 18 years old this year, but I have already cleared the SS level Secret Realm copy and won more than 1 million points in one go. His gaze turned to Yu Zhenghai and the others. The four of them had different expressions, mixed with worry and joy. Xiaoying smiled and asked, I got a chance to draw a card. What about you? Xiaoying knew very well that for people at their level, it was not easy to get extra card drawing opportunities besides the number of card draws they naturally got every year, and each opportunity was precious. Li Huiran then said, I got it once, too. Meng Qianxuan spread his hands in frustration. Bad luck. I didn't get anything except the guaranteed points. Yu Zhenghai sighed, I'm not that good either. I only got a B-level prop card. He turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, what did you get? A chance to draw a card and an F-level item card. Lin Feng answered frankly. Boy Lin Feng, you are really lucky, Yu Zhenghai said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, the SS level Secret Realm copy was cleared. The 5 people left the copy following the teleportation light effects. Outside the copy, the young man who was doing the live broadcast was still guarding the door. Seeing several people teleporting out, he couldn't help but walk towards them under the encouragement of the barrage. Seniors, could you please give us some information about the SS Secret Realm dungeon? Also, everyone is curious, How many points can be obtained by clearing this secret realm? Xiaoying replied with a smile, young people should be down to earth. If you clear the SS secret realm copy, you can probably get about 1.6 million points. The young anchor was so shocked that he was speechless. Over 1.6 million points. This was the jackpot from a single secret realm dungeon run. An average person would have to fight for over a decade to get that. When he reacted, he saw the backs of those people walking away towards the VIP lounge. Xiaoying's answer also shocked the audience in the live broadcast room and was unimaginable. But what they were more curious about was who the man in black clothes and a black mask was, and how he could be favored by the four big guys and take them to the SS secret realm copy. Just as everyone was envious, someone suddenly spoke up in the comments. Brothers, a while ago I saw an interview report about Senior Yu and his team's preparations for clearing an SS level secret realm. In that report, Senior Yu and his team officially stated that they weren't sure they could clear the SS secret realm yet, and might have to prepare until next year. What do you think? Could it be that mysterious man in black who led Senior Yu and his team through it? As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a huge uproar. I remember, I saw that report too. It was a live interview. No way, Senior Yu and the others are already big guys. Do they still need someone to lead them? Whether it's true or not, I already have news material. Lin Feng, Yu Zhanghai and the other four returned to the VIP lounge together. All five of them are members of the Superpower Association. Therefore, they are not subject to any regulation when it comes to drawing cards. Therefore, there is no need to declare and file after completing SS level copies. Looking at the time, it was already late at night and past midnight. Several old men couldn't hold on any longer. They began to exchange greetings and say goodbye, and then went home one after another. Lin Feng, you should be officially graduating tomorrow. Have you ever considered studying at Imperial Capital University? Meng Xianxuan looked at Lin Feng with a smile. To be honest, he really wanted to recruit Lin Feng into the Imperial Capital University. With Lin Feng's talent, as long as he joins the Imperial Capital University, draws a few more cards, and trains a little, in next year's National University Championship, Imperial University will definitely be among the top 3. Maybe even win the championship. Lin Feng, if you come to the Imperial Capital to develop, I, the old man, can also introduce you to the beautiful girls in the headquarters. Xiaoying said this with a joking look on his face. Lin Feng showed an awkward smile on his face, and then said, thank you both for your kindness, I will consider it. However, I made a bet with someone yesterday afternoon. I won this bet. If the other party can fulfill their promise, I may not be able to go to the capital. Bet? What bet? What are the conditions? Several old men were very curious when they heard this. Under their questioning, Lin Feng explained, I won, and I hope the other party will invite me to study at Kamikaze University as his girlfriend. If they really invite me like this, I might not be able to go to Imperial University, so I apologize, Senior Meng. It turns out that even you are a hero who can't resist the temptation of beautiful women. Xiaoying laughed so hard that he fell backwards. Li Huairan and Yu Zhanghai were completely confused. If Lin Feng goes to Kamikaze University, Li Huairan, as the president, will definitely welcome him. However, Kamikaze University is still a step behind Taito University. Obviously, Lin Feng will have better development if he goes to Imperial Capital University. So, when Meng Qianxuan opened his mouth to snatch people away, he didn't say much. But when he heard Lin Feng say this, his heart was filled with joy, so he asked, Lin Feng, who did you win the bet with? Lin Feng looked at Yu Zhanghai and said shyly, Senior Yu, I told you not to hit me. As soon as the words fell, several people suddenly understood. The person this kid is talking about. It couldn't be more obvious. It was Yu Zhanghai's granddaughter Yu Weiwei. Well, I believe you. Yu Zhanghai's expression froze for a moment, and he asked, Lin Feng, you're not talking about my granddaughter, are you? It must be her. Xiaoying smiled even more happily. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. At this time, Li Huairan showed a meaningful smile on his face and said to Yu Zhanghai, Lao Yu, I'll leave this matter to you. Yu Zhanghai responded with a smile. You young people should solve your own problems. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng was full of pride. It was as if he was saying, it wouldn't be bad if this kid became my grandson-in-law. Sure. Then they chatted for a few more minutes. Xiaoying and Meng Qianxuan are both heading to the Imperial Capital, so the two of them opened a portal and left. Lin Feng, Yu Zhanghai and Li Huairan flew towards Shihai City in fighter planes. Lin Feng immediately took out the A-level demon card he had drawn in the SS secret realm and handed it to Yu Zhanghai. Because now he has lost the SS level temporary attribute bonus, carrying this devil card in my pocket again, I can't help but feel scared. Yu Zhanghai put away the devil card handed over by Lin Feng, then took out a book from the side and handed it to Lin Feng, saying, You just activated the card box system. Read this book carefully. It will help you grow and draw cards. Although card drawing and point usage mostly rely on luck, after hundreds of years of research, still, some rules have been summarized. For example, when drawing cards, after big data verification, the probability of getting a good card after 10 consecutive draws is significantly higher. Lin Feng took the book. The title of the book is Super Card Knowledge, From Beginner to Mastery. He nodded, finally understanding why Xiaoying and Li Huiren did not use the card drawing opportunity immediately after getting it. Originally, the plan was to collect 10 times and do 10 consecutive draws. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh that he knew too little about card drawing. Just as he was about to study the relevant knowledge in depth, Li Huiren reminded him again. Lin Feng, you should have more than 1 million points now. Lin Feng nodded, but was still a little confused about what Li Huiren said. Then, Li Huiren continued. In that case, it's best to bind your ancient artifact and guide it into your body. There are many different types of ability cards in this world, and some people can even use their card abilities to peek into other people's card packs, which is very dangerous for you. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing this. It takes 1 million points to bind the Fantian seal. Just thinking about this made his heart ache. Do you really want to bind it? He showed an uncomfortable look on his face. Faced with his questions, Yu Zhenghai and Li Huiren looked extremely serious. The two nodded at the same time, and Yu Zhenghai continued. 1 million points might seem like a lot to you now, but when you reach a certain level, you'll be glad that binding the ancient artifact only cost that much. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Since both Yu Zhenghai and Li Huiren said so, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Moreover, several people reached a consensus in the VIP lounge and regarded him as the hope for the rise of Dragon Country. No matter when and where, they always put Lin Feng's safety first. Lin Feng sighed silently. Under the gaze of the two, although his expression was painful, he silently said in his heart, "Bind the Fantian seal." The Fantian seal is an ancient artifact. Binding requires entering the body and consumes 1 million points. Prompt: do you confirm the consumption? He closed his eyes and confirmed it painfully. Then, his 1 million points decreased rapidly. At the same time, in the dark, an invisible connection was established between Fantian Yin and Lin Feng. The Fantian seal disappeared from the cardbox backpack and merged into Lin Feng's body. At this moment, as long as Lin Feng thought about it, the Fantian seal would appear in front of him. After binding, he was pleasantly surprised to find that using the Fantian seal became more convenient. Even though he only had a little mental strength at this moment, when he swung out the Fantian seal, the force was close to 200 kilograms. This made Lin Feng feel shocked. If we calculate based on this increase, wouldn't it be possible to control a force of 20,000 kilograms if we have 100 points of mental power? At this moment, he felt that the 1 million points he spent were really worth it. With such a fantasy, Lin Feng decided to go to the official designated card exchange after the graduation ceremony tomorrow to buy a few ability cards below grade A that can be integrated to enhance mental power. When the three of them returned to Shihai City, it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Thinking about the graduation ceremony tomorrow, Lin Feng felt tired and decided not to go back to the rental house to rest. Under Yu Zhenghai's arrangement, the Superpower Association prepared a room for him to rest. After making all the arrangements, Li Huiren and Yu Zhenghai left the Superpower Association building together. The two talked in low voices and were in good spirits. This kid must stay in our Shihai City. The two of them walked towards the First People's Hospital while discussing countermeasures. 3:30 in the morning. In the single room of Shihai City First People's Hospital, Yu Weiwei looked sleepy, her eyes clear but confused, as she looked at the two elderly people sitting on the bedside chairs. It was late at night and she was immersed in a sweet dream, but he was forcibly woken up by these two old men and turned on the computer. She felt helpless and powerless. "My two elders, look at the time now. You are not young anymore. Can't you be quiet at night? You little girl, how can you talk to your grandfather like that?" Yu Zhenghai frowned and spoke in a stern tone. "Xiao Yu, you're already so old. Your grandfather didn't make any great contributions, but he did work hard. How can you talk to him like that?" Li Huiren, who was standing aside, had a stern face like an elder and scolded seriously. Yu Weiwei's pretty face was full of helplessness and frown. These two old men came to see her in the middle of the night and in the hospital. She knew in her heart that this was definitely not a good thing. In order to avoid being scolded again, she sighed and took the initiative to ask, "I say, two old veterans, why are you looking for me so late at night? Just tell me what you want to say." The two of them were waiting for her to speak first, and smiles suddenly spread across their faces. "Wei, I heard that you made a bet with Lin Feng?" Yu Zhenghai asked tentatively, and Li Huiren nodded vigorously. "Here, old senior, if you have something to say, just say it directly." Yu Weiwei responded with a helpless smile. "Well, that's what Lin Feng said himself." Damn Lin Feng, this kid not only made a bet but also talked nonsense everywhere. Next time I meet him, I will definitely give him a beating to teach him a lesson. Yu Weiwei cursed Lin Feng in her heart. "My senior, I was just saying it casually at the time. Besides, didn't Grandpa always oppose me doing those things? So don't take it seriously." She said seriously, with a sharp look on her face. But as soon as these words came out, Yu Zhenghai's face darkened and he lectured him. "I've taught you since you were little that you should keep your word. Now that you've made a bet with someone, you must keep your word. You are not young anymore, you are 21 this year, so there is no problem in falling in love. I think Lin Feng is a good guy, so I'd like to take this opportunity to let you try him out. Your grandfather is right. What our generation values most is credit. If you don't keep your word, where will we put our faces? If this gets out and other people hear it, won't we be laughed to death? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Huiren immediately attacked. Yu Weiwei frowned, wondering if these two old seniors had taken Lin Feng's love potion. Now they are holding the banner of morality and standing on the commanding heights. Is this really to make themselves fulfill their promises? She was still full of doubts because she knew these two old men too well. Yeah, the two elders are right. So what do you want me to do? After figuring this out, Yu Weiwei continued asking questions according to their words. Anyway, whether she agrees in the end depends on herself. Find out what they want to do first. Lin Feng, this kid, drew an SSS level card and an SS level item attribute card in one day. It shows that this child is really lucky. Your grandfather and I agree that he has a bright future. That's why your grandfather made an exception and allowed him to become a trainee guardian of the Superpower Association. Having said that, Li Huiren glanced at Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai nodded, and Li Huiren continued. Finally, your grandfather and I discussed and decided that since this child is so promising, we plan to recruit him into Kamikaze University. We just happened to hear about the bet you made with him, so we came to the hospital in the middle of the night to look for you. Yu Weiwei let out a breath and thought to herself, Lin Feng is such a lucky kid. If you draw SSS and SS level cards in one day, you might have incredible luck in drawing cards. Two old seniors, are you really thinking about me? Since they were together not long ago, if you, old senior, directly invite him to Kamikaze University, would he refuse? Ha, he definitely won't refuse. We are doing this for your own good. We don't want you to go back on your word. Li Huiren felt a little guilty and smiled to ease the atmosphere. Yu Weiwei's face was full of black lines, with an expression that said, I don't believe it. What's with that expression, little girl? We're really doing this for your own good. I don't necessarily believe it. Two old veterans, just tell the truth. Yu Zhenghai and Li Huiren looked at each other. It seemed that I could see from the other person's eyes that this child had grown up and was no longer easy to fool. After a brief eye contact, the two decided to tell the truth. Li Huiren cleared his throat and said, well, since you can see there are other reasons, we won't hide it from you. The reason is that Lin Feng not only received my invitation, but also received an invitation from Imperial Capital University. Yu Weiwei was slightly surprised after hearing this. Is this guy so popular? Even Imperial Capital University invited him to study? That's right. That's why we decided to ask you to come forward, girl. You have such a wide network of contacts. Yu Zhenghai said immediately. Old man, don't be like this. Tell the truth. Yu Weiwei quickly interrupted them, fearing that the two would accuse her again. After being interrupted by her, Yu Zhenghai calmed down a bit and said, well, to be honest, Lin Feng said that if you invite him to Kamikaze University, he won't consider Imperial Capital University. Tell me, are you satisfied? You girl, you have to make us two old people lose face like this. Yu Weiwei's face suddenly turned stiff. These words made her, a junior, feel extremely embarrassed. Two seniors, I'm sorry, I absolutely did not mean to embarrass you. In that case, give me your answer. Are you going or not? Yu Weiwei felt like she was forced into a desperate situation. Is Lin Feng really that important? Stop talking about this and just tell me whether you're going or not. The two of them stared at Yu Weiwei, their eyes seemed to say, if you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we don't need to care about this granddaughter anymore. Yu Weiwei was extremely helpless. At this time, even if you are reluctant in your heart, you can only grit your teeth and say it. I'll go, okay? Two old seniors, don't be angry. Finally, smiles appeared on their faces. Lin Feng will be attending the graduation ceremony tomorrow, so you should personally deliver the admission letter to him. As Yu Zhenghai spoke, he took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei was stunned. The two old veterans were obviously well prepared. Before I even agreed, the acceptance letter was already prepared, but she had no choice but to take it with a sigh. She pulled up the quilt and fell asleep, feeling very dissatisfied with the two of them. On the other side, Meng Qianxuan, who returned to the Imperial Capital University, also took out an admission letter. He handed it to the admissions officer he had urgently summoned in the middle of the night and said to her, as soon as tomorrow morning comes, you will go to Shihai City and deliver this admission letter to Lin Feng, Shihai City No. 1 High School. The admissions officer carefully took the envelope, feeling uneasy. What kind of genius is this that the vice president personally invited him? She did not dare to delay and took the admission letter solemnly. The students will definitely not let the principal down. The next day, when Lin Feng woke up, the sun was already high in the sky and it was almost noon. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. You're late. Lin Feng jumped up and exclaimed repeatedly. The graduation ceremony was originally scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, but I was already a full hour late. I will inevitably be scolded by that sarcastic head teacher again. Lin Feng cursed in his heart, quickly washed up and went out. Arriving downstairs of the Superpower Association, he took out his cell phone and found several missed calls from unfamiliar people. people. He simply ignored it and called a taxi. While waiting for the bus, he bought a white-collar meal on the side. After the online taxi arrived, it went straight to Shihai No. 1 High School. About half an hour later, he finally arrived outside the school gate. Soon, he entered the main gate of the school. At this time, the playground was already crowded with people. 3 or 5 people gathered together, whispering to each other. Lin Feng walked past a group of people and heard someone say, "What's going on with this year's graduation ceremony? It's been delayed for over an hour and it hasn't even started yet." Yeah, the principal first said it would be postponed for half an hour, then it became an hour. When will it start? What's even more infuriating is that they didn't even explain the reason for the delay, leaving people waiting with no idea when it will end. Lin Feng listened to their whispers and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the graduation ceremony was postponed. This way, he wouldn't be scolded by the head teacher for being late. Although he was not afraid of the head teacher, it would be difficult for him to fight back if he did not stand on the moral high ground. Lin Feng continued to walk forward, looking for his class according to the class number plate. At the same time, Lin Feng had just stepped into the school gate when the security personnel responsible for monitoring the entrance finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, the security guard said, "Principal, Lin Feng has arrived at the school." "Well, you did a good job. You will be promoted to school security captain next semester," the principal affirmed on the other end of the phone. The person who hung up the phone was the principal of No. 1 High School, a middle-aged man in his 50s who looked elegant. He put the phone on the desk, pushed up his glasses, and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man next to the office water dispenser. "Teacher Wang, get ready," said the principal in a deep voice. The middle-aged man known as Teacher Wang showed fear on his face and suddenly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Principal, I was wrong. Please forgive me. If I go to jail, my life will be over." The principal sighed and said slowly, "Well, if you want to blame something, just blame it on your bad luck." After saying that, he turned to the assistant beside him and said, "This year, one of Shihai University's special recruitment quotas is given to Lin Feng." "Okay, principal, I'll do it right away," the assistant responded and left the office. On the playground, Lin Feng finally found his class team. Just as he was about to join in and sit in the last row, he suddenly heard a mocking voice. Yo, isn't this yesterday's internet celebrity Lin Feng? Why do you look like a country bumpkin?" Lin Feng frowned and looked over. The voice came from Zhao Yuan from another class of the same grade. Zhao Yuan stood in the crowd, hugging Lu Ting, staring at Lin Feng with provocative eyes. This Lin Feng made him very angry. "I won an A-level talent card yesterday and had an exclusive interview scheduled with CK News. Unexpectedly, in the afternoon, CK News Agency called and cancelled the exclusive interview. All this is because of Lin Feng." What made him even more angry was that the incident spread quickly among his friends and he became a laughingstock. There was something else that made him even more upset. How on earth could this orphan draw an SSS level card? And it was the first time in Dragon Country in over a decade. He was extremely dissatisfied with all this. Zhao Yuan believed that his family was prominent and naturally thought that these honors should belong to him. Unexpectedly, when two people drew cards on the same day, he became an unknown supporting role. Zhao Yuan mocked Lin Feng so loudly that the students around him could hear it clearly and all looked over at him. As a poor student in Shihai City's No. 1 High School, Lin Feng was originally a nobody. But yesterday's SSS card donation incident became very famous. In the entire No. 1 High School, almost no one doesn't know him. Some students saw Lin Feng being ridiculed and wanted to step forward to help. But when he saw that the other person was Zhao Yuan, he retreated silently. The Zhao Yuan family is affiliated with the Tianke Guild, and the family assets are over 100 billion. In Shihai City, this is considered a well-known force. Although Lin Feng became famous for donating the SSS level card, he was still just an ordinary little person in front of a family like the Zhao family. Everyone present understood the interests involved. Zhao Yuan felt the awe of his classmates around him and a smug smile appeared on his face. However, Lin Feng today is no longer the boy who was bullied by others. How could he endure Zhao Yuan's humiliation silently as he did before? More importantly, he now has a backer and feels confident. As an intern member of the Superpower Association, let alone the Zhao family, what does even the Tianke Guild count for? Lin Feng stared at Zhao Yuan with sharp eyes and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Feng's sudden burst of momentum stunned Zhao Yuan. He inexplicably felt a little timid and subconsciously took a step back. But when he realized his backward movement, a feeling of humiliation washed over him. "I'm actually afraid of this rubbish. This rubbish donated his SSS level card, and now he's just an ordinary rich man at best. No matter how famous an ordinary wealthy person is, he is nothing compared to a powerful family like the Zhao family." And yesterday, after the card drawing, he went directly to the officially designated card trading market and bought several D-level and C-level cards. At the same time, he spent millions to seek help from professional coaches in his family. The coach took him to clear several D-level dungeons in a row and used the points to fuse the newly purchased cards. Now, except for the spiritual attribute, his other attributes are almost close to 100 points. Coupled with the blessing of his A-level talent, Holy Light Blessing, there is no reason to be afraid of an ordinary person. You country bumpkin, you must be tired of living. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't think you're great just because you donated an SSS level card. You're nothing in front of brother Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan held Lu Ting in his arms, and as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ting began to mock him with exaggeration. Zhao Yuan was very satisfied with Lu Ting's mockery. He kept moving his hands, pinching Lu Ting so hard that she giggled. Listen carefully, you are still useless in front of me. Kneel down now and admit your mistake. I will forgive you this time while I am in a good mood. Lin Feng was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. He never thought that he would meet such an idiot after traveling to Blue Star. Since he was an idiot, he didn't bother to say anything more and just took action to show him how powerful he was. Yesterday, the A-level prop card knight armor that Yu Zhanghai gave to Lin Feng was still in his hand. Yu Zhanghai didn't take it back because he wanted him to be able to deal with this sudden small crisis before he had the fusion ability attribute card. Just as Lin Feng was about to put on the knight armor and give Zhao Yuan a heavenly seal, suddenly, there was a loud noise coming from the main building in front of the playground. I saw several uncles in uniform dragging a man who was crying loudly out of the main building. The one being dragged out seems to be class 303's homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, right? Someone with sharp eyes recognized the man and asked in confusion. Yes, it's Mr. Wang, the head teacher of class 303. Then someone else confirmed it. What did teacher Wang do wrong? Why was he arrested by the uncles? You guys think, could it be because of what Lin Feng said in the group yesterday? When everyone was wondering, someone from class 304 cautiously tested the situation. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students in class 304 reacted. Yesterday, Lin Feng publicly accused teacher Wang of embezzling his subsidy in the class group of class 304. He also implicitly threatened teacher Wang to be careful. Afterwards, Lin Feng left the class group, and since then, teacher Wang has not spoken in the group. The students in class 304 also discussed this matter privately. They didn't think that the weak Lin Feng would dare to report it, but now it seems that it is not what they imagined. Did Lin Feng really report it? This is also the reason why teacher Wang was investigated. The eyes of class 304 fell on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt all eyes focused on him, and then looked at teacher Wang who was being escorted out. Thinking about what was said in the group yesterday, I naturally understand what everyone is thinking, but he didn't report it at all. Lin Feng felt very wronged. Even if I was angry and wanted to report it yesterday, I didn't have the time to do it. He told himself over and over again in his heart that a real man should never take the blame for something he didn't do. Just as he was about to open his mouth to defend himself, Zhao Yuan next to him said sarcastically, Lin Feng, no matter what teacher Wang says, he is still your homeroom teacher. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. As a fellow student of First High School, it's truly shameful that you could do such a thing. After hearing what Zhao Yuan said, Lin Feng's three views were shattered. What kind of person can say such a ridiculous thing? Not to mention the class teacher, even if it's your biological father. If you do that kind of thing and end up like that, it's your own fault. But he was glad that he was an orphan and such a thing would never happen to him. Thinking of this, he remembered what Yu Zhanghai told him yesterday, that he had an adopted sister. Later, because I was busy, I didn't mention this matter again. The next time he sees Yu Zhanghai, he plans to ask about the details. Don't say this has nothing to do with me, even if I did it. Teacher Wang deserves what he is going through now. Lin Feng's voice was cold and firm, and he spoke without ambiguity. Ah, you're so good, Lin Feng. I thought you had some backbone. In the end, he's still a coward, too scared to admit what he did. Yeah, Lin Feng, how could you do this? Teacher Wang was caught by my uncle, and you are responsible for my graduation score. Someone from class 304 said angrily. In order to get high scores, he also asked his father to give a lot of benefits to teacher Wang. That's right, teacher Wang was arrested. Our graduation grades are affected. Lin Feng, you can't shirk responsibility. Lin Feng, it's fine if you don't want the graduation score, but how can you harm everyone? Yeah, you do this for your own selfish gain. How can you be fair to everyone? No matter what, we've been classmates for so many years. It's really inappropriate for you to do this. All of a sudden, the people from class 304 rushed forward and accused Lin Feng. Lin Feng was so angry that he laughed instead. What kind of people are these? Just as he was about to refute it alone, immediately afterwards, teacher Wang was escorted out by Uncle Hat and the principal followed. The principal walked to the podium. He coughed softly, tested the microphone, and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then he spoke, his tone full of pain and self-blame. Dear students, just as you were about to graduate, this happened. As the principal of Shihai No. 1 High School, I feel very ashamed and sorry to everyone. To be honest, I didn't want to choose today. When I learned that teacher Wang made a mistake, I was very conflicted about whether I should suppress it and deal with it tomorrow. But when I thought about myself as the principal, my reason told me that I couldn't do that. As a role model for all teachers and students in the school, I must lead by example. When the principal said this, his eyes became moist and he took off his glasses to wipe the fog off the lenses. He sighed, put on his glasses, and continued. I have always had full trust in Teacher Wang. However, it was this trust that caused me to lose sight of the matter. I am deeply sorry for the students that Teacher Wang has hurt, especially Lin Feng from class 304. As he spoke, the principal's eyes were directed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was suddenly confused. Why is it me again? He clearly didn't report it, so he definitely won't take the blame. Although he knew in his heart that he was the one who reported Teacher Wang. But facts are facts, and we must never take the blame. Principal, although I am a victim, it is not me who got Teacher Wang arrested. Even though you are the principal, you can't push it onto me. Lin Feng shouted loudly in the crowd, innocently and helplessly. Ha, the principal has already said it, but Lin Feng is still quibbling. Lin Feng is such an arrogant kid. He actually dared to talk back to the principal. You're just courting death. However, just as everyone was accusing Lin Feng, the principal spoke again. Classmates, be quiet, don't get me wrong. Teacher Wang's fault is his own fault and has nothing to do with anyone else. Everything he did was the result of the school's investigation. I wanted to give the credit to Lin Feng, but I didn't expect him to react so strongly. The principal had no choice but to add, ha, I was wondering how it could be Lin Feng who reported it. Yes, he's such a coward. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do it. That's right, Lin Feng doesn't have that ability at all. The principal is wise. This is how we can rid the school of this evil. I've always felt that there was something wrong with Teacher Wang. Working on the sewing machine was the end he deserved. The wind direction on the field began to change. Lin Feng, you have to take responsibility for this. Lin Feng was confused. No matter how he defends himself, no one actually likes him. He was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. What graduation ceremony? Damn it, I might as well not attend. He shook his head and sighed, decided to leave the scene immediately. Being under the same sky with these people, he just felt uncomfortable. Just as he turned to leave, the principal on the podium suddenly spoke up, shouting, Student Lin Feng, you are the biggest victim of what Teacher Wang did. As the principal, I feel deeply sorry. Please come up to the stage. I'd love to hear your opinion. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he heard the principal's words, wondering, what on earth is this guy planning? He had been planning to leave, but, since the principal wanted to hear him out, he decided to go along with it and teach these students a lesson. So he headed towards the podium. As soon as she stepped onto the podium, Teacher Wang, who was being held by someone nearby, burst into tears again, struggling to her knees. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I deserve this. I shouldn't have embezzled your grant. Please, for the sake of being your former homeroom teacher, please forgive me and say something nice. Teacher Wang cried, dragging her arm from her restraints and slapping herself hard. What's going on here? Lin Feng was confused, but the principal looked at him with a look that seemed to say, it all depends on how you decide this matter. Lin Feng smiled, clearly sensing the principal's subtle attempts to curry favor with him, regardless of his motives. As for Teacher Wang's case, if Lin Feng could gain his understanding, he could completely mitigate it with a fine and a brief education. But ultimately, he still had to listen to Lin Feng. Given this, he naturally wouldn't let such a person off easily. Teacher Wang, since you're my homeroom teacher and you've begged me like this, I can't be unreasonable. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Teacher Wang's face lit up with hope. If he could gain Lin Feng's forgiveness in front of the entire school, even if he was guilty, he would be given a lighter punishment. Lin Feng, as long as you plead for me, I will definitely reform myself in the future. However, Lin Feng's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Teacher Wang's heart. Teachers, I think Teacher Wang must serve as a warning to others for doing such a thing. I suggest that he be given the maximum sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, Teacher Wang, who had previously held a glimmer of hope, suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cellar. He trembled all over, his face turned pale, and he even lost control of his bladder. The principal could have turned a blind eye to his current state, but it was precisely because of the influence brought by Lin Feng's donation of the SSS level card yesterday that he had finally met his end. Now that Lin Feng had made such a decisive decision, he was almost certain that his life was over. Lin Feng, you are too cruel. You will not die well. After saying that, the limp Teacher Wang was dragged away. Lin Feng, Teacher Wang is our class teacher after all. Aren't you a little too cruel? At this time, a classmate from class 304 in the front row questioned. Lin Feng turned his head, his eyes like knives, and said in a cold voice, why, you also want to plead for him? The man was immediately intimidated by Lin Feng's aura. His heartbeat quickened, and he quickly bowed his head to apologize. Student Lin Feng, I spoke too much. Afterwards, the principal spoke again. Student Lin Feng hates evil and hates evil. I fully support his approach. At this point, everyone finally understood that Teacher Wang's investigation was a deliberate gesture from the principal to Lin Feng. While the principal was the principal of Shihai City's #1 high school, he was also a user, possessing the abilities of 2 A-level cards and a peripheral member of the Superpower Association. While far from a guardian, he actually actually acted as if he was trying to curry favor with Lin Feng, which was truly unbelievable. Since Lin Feng has returned to school, let's start the graduation ceremony. As soon as the principal finished speaking, everyone was even more confused. It turned out that the school had been repeatedly postponing the start of the graduation ceremony because they were waiting for Lin Feng. This was outrageous. What on earth was wrong with this world? Even if Lin Feng donated an SSS level card, he would only be considered a famous internet celebrity. What this world has the most is famous internet celebrities. An internet celebrity may be popular today, but may be replaced tomorrow. Just as everyone was thinking this, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time, and they received a piece of breaking news. Celebrate the whole world. An 18-year-old boy in Sichuan City opened an SSS level card and donated it to the country. What? Another person opened an SSS level card and donated it to the country? People who saw the news looked at each other in confusion. No one in Manhwa has opened an SSS level card in the past 10 years, but now someone has opened an SSS level card for 2 consecutive days, and they all chose to donate it to the country. Is this digging for the treasure of SSS level cards? This is undoubtedly a great thing for Manhwa. This is also good news for those students at Shihai No. 1 High School who dislike and envy Lin Feng, because in their familiar circle of life, someone they knew finally won an SSS level card. But I didn't get a share of the profits, and this feeling was even worse than being hit hard. Now, someone has finally snatched away the glory of Lin Feng donating the SSS level card. There was even a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stepped back into the class and walked to the front row. Under his friendly gaze, the students sitting in the first row quickly stood up and gave him their seats. After Lin Feng sat down, the graduation ceremony oath speech of No. 1 High School officially began. Dear students, on this clear autumn day with crisp skies, I feel very happy. Snap, 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 snap. After more than 10 minutes, the principal finished his speech. The next step is to announce the number of special admissions for our school. Our school and Shihai University have an agreement on special recruitment quotas every year. How many do you think we'll have this year? There were 3 last year, so this year will definitely not be less than last year. There will definitely be a lot. The key is who will get these places. Ha, I know I definitely won't get a share. Don't give up on yourself. Who the hell do you think you are? The specially recruited students admitted in previous years all had at least an A-level card integrated. This year's quota should still go to the students who have drawn A-level cards and integrated. That should be the case. By the way, how many people in our school got the A-level card this year? Well, I looked at the statistics on the school's official website. This year, out of a total of more than 1,000 people in the school, only 7 people drew A-level cards or above. Is Lin Feng included? That doesn't count. He donated his SSS level card, so it has nothing to do with him. The school counts students with integrated A-level cards. That means the only ones who can be admitted to Shihai University through special recruitment this year are the sons of wealthy families, like Chen Weiming and Zhao Yuan. Well, that's probably the case. They prepared their own fusion cards and planned their future development path the moment they activated the card box system. Yeah, this is too unfair. The special recruitment spots are originally given to those who open good cards and fuse them. In the end, I was still financially outstripped by these wealthy individuals, and after graduation, I went straight to the trading market to buy advanced cards for fusion. That's true, but we can only sigh. It's great to be rich. I envy you. By the way, didn't Lin Feng receive the 5 billion yuan reward from the state yesterday? Why didn't he go buy an A-level card for fusion? Ha, even if the country rewards him with 5 billion, he's just an upstart. It's nothing. Don't think too highly of someone who has such a plan. Yes, the mentality of the ordinary people determines his pattern. Stop talking. The principal is about to announce this year's special recruitment quota. On the podium, the principal took the red bulletin board handed to him by the assistant. Dear students, this year Shihai University has allocated 5 special admission quotas to our school. When the principal announced this number, the whole school was in an uproar. That's 2 more than last year. Shihai University is a first-class university with nearly 100 dungeon secret realms on campus, second only to the first-class universities. For Shihai No. 1 High School, the number of special recruitment places seems to have increased by only 2 people. But these 2 people have brought possible hope to countless students, because compared to last year, the extra places this year need to be decided by drawing lots. This year, 2 additional places have been added. No one knows who will get these 2 extra places. The crowd on the playground suddenly became excited. Classmates, please be quiet for a moment. I will now announce the 3 confirmed places. Everyone fell silent. Although everyone roughly guessed the first 3 confirmed places, the atmosphere was still tense. The first special recruitment quota belongs to... The principal's eyes swept across the playground and stopped at the far left. Class 309, Chen Weiming, who has integrated an S-level ability card. As soon as the principal said that Chen Weiming from Class 309 had integrated an S-level card, the entire playground was stunned. The school's official website shows that the card Chen Weiming fused was A-level, so how come it has become S-level now? Everyone couldn't believe it and took out their phones to open the official website again to confirm. Chen Weiming is indeed at the top of this year's graduate list, and the fusion card shows that he is S-level. This result made everyone gasp. Oh my god, how on earth did they do this? Judging from the current situation, Chen Weiming has already fused an S-level and an A-level card, and the first card he drew was C-level. Except for the first natal card, which does not require points to fuse, the fusion of other cards requires points. In other words, after Chen Weiming activated the card box system, he earned at least 300,000 points a day. Each person can only enter the same secret realm once a day. What does 300,000 points mean? Could it be that Chen Weiming spent a lot of money to hire someone to lead him to a secret realm above level B? Everyone had a bitter look on their faces. As expected, the actions of the wealthy family were unimaginable to ordinary people. Judging from Chen Weiming's current integration status, the consumption is at least tens of billions. The Class 309 area suddenly erupted in congratulations. Congratulations to Chen Shui for obtaining the special admission qualification for Shihai University. Chen Shui's current integration status may have him aiming for more than just Shihai University, but being able to qualify is indeed a recognition of his ability. Countless people who were trying to curry favor with the powerful came forward and congratulated Chen Weiming with flattering faces. Student Chen Weiming, please come to the stage to receive your special admission certificate. At the principal's call, Chen Weiming stood up and walked to the front of the stage. When he came on stage, the principal signaled everyone to be quiet and continued with the announcement. The second student to qualify for special recruitment is Yuan Ling from Class 301, who has an A-level fusion card. Yuan Ling is a girl about 1.65 meters tall, with a pretty face and a ponytail. Amidst countless envious gazes, she walked onto the podium covered with red cloth. Brother Zhao, the last spot should be yours. Someone in Class 306 tried hard to please Zhao Yuan and said. Zhao Yuan had a smile on his face, looking confident of victory, but he still said modestly, the principal hasn't announced the list yet, so it's hard to say who will get the last spot. Brother Zhao is too modest. If it weren't for you, this would be unacceptable. Yeah, if it wasn't for Brother Zhao, I would be the first to admit defeat. Zhao Yuan really enjoys being complimented. Just then, the principal on the stage spoke. The last one to get the special recruitment spot is number 30. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yuan stood up in the crowd. His face was full of pride, and he stood out from the crowd. However, the principal's next words completely sent him into hell. Zhao Yuan felt like a clown, disheveled and helpless in the wind. Lin Feng from Class 304. The principal's words made everyone unbelievable. How could it be Lin Feng from Class 304? They all found it hard to accept this result. What's even more annoying is that when the principal read out Lin Feng's name, he didn't even mention what card he had fused. But the one who found it most unacceptable was Zhao Yuan. He stood there with a frighteningly gloomy look on his face. Everyone in the class was originally ready to congratulate him, but it turned out like this. He was completely disgraced. He secretly put a lot of thought into getting this spot, and his family even invested hundreds of millions of dollars in him. Now, it's all in vain? Zhao Yuan was suddenly at a loss, his face flushed red and his neck became thick. What made him even more crazy was that the principal actually called his name in public. Student from Class 306, why are you standing up? For Zhao Yuan, this was tantamount to public humiliation. Zhao Yuan's face flushed red, and he was so nervous that he could hardly speak. He stammered, but finally shouted loudly, I don't agree with Lin Feng getting this special recruitment quota. Why does he deserve it? He doesn't deserve it. Lin Feng had never thought about this quota. How can this be tolerated? Of course, he didn't care. He had no intention of going to a top university. But now, I hold invitation letters from 2 top-notch universities, and the invitations are personally issued by the 2 presidents. But Zhao Yuan provoked him again and again, and no matter how tolerant Lin Feng was, he could no longer tolerate it. He stood up slowly and stared at Zhao Yuan fiercely. Who do you think you are? Am I worthy enough to make trouble here like a clown? After saying that, Lin Feng strode with his head held high and walked straight towards the podium. Zhao Yuan watched Lin Feng walk towards the podium, veins bulging in his cheeks as he felt the humiliation of being humiliated in public. Anger instantly surged in my heart. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. His figure flashed, and a layer of bronze light emanated from his body. He leaped up and punched Lin Feng hard. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This time, he decided not to be soft-hearted. A black light flashed across his body, and a set of black armor emerged, wrapping him tightly. In order to avoid being recognized, at Yu Zhenghai's reminder, Lin Feng made special adjustments when wearing the knight armor this time. A bronze square seal hovered above his head. The power of rules contained in the ancient artifact overflowed from the Fantian seal, oppressing the surrounding space and causing ripples. The thick and profound ancient aura rushed straight towards Zhao Yuan. Before the 4-directional seal fell, the aura had already burst into Zhao Yuan's body. He only felt an extremely heavy force, like a giant hammer of heaven and earth, hitting him in advance. The blood in the body flowed backwards backwards and became disordered, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. What kind of power is this? An unparalleled crisis instantly arose in Zhao Yuan's heart. Fear quickly filled his eyes. This scene shocked and disbelieved everyone present, because according to the public information on the school's official website, Lin Feng had not fused any cards at this time, nor did he carry any prop cards to enhance his combat power. But the facts before us are completely the opposite. Unless he is a member of the Super Power Association, there is no way to hide such power. Or, the various cards Lin Feng obtained were obtained through black market transactions. Everyone thought it was impossible for Lin Feng to join the Super Power Association. Then the only remaining explanation is that the card abilities he displayed came from the black market. Black market transactions are a serious crime. While everyone was discussing, the Fantian seal had already fallen on the back of Zhao Yuan's head. As Zhao Yuan looked terrified and begging for mercy, the Fantian seal fell heavily. Zhao Yuan leaped up but fell like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily under the podium. Although the spiritual attribute of the dark armor worn by Lin Feng was only 16 points, the power of the Fantian seal was only more than 3,000 pounds. But the aura of the ancient artifacts rules is unstoppable. Even though Zhao Yuan's attributes were several times higher than Lin Feng's, he still fainted on the spot and might have suffered from the sequelae of a concussion. Lin Feng sensed that Zhao Yuan was not dead and couldn't help but sigh with regret. Such a good opportunity for self-defense, but he failed to kill the other party. Although he really wanted to kill Zhao Yuan with his own hands, he was a decent person and an intern guardian of the Superpower Association. It is too despicable to finish him off in public. He warned himself not to do such stupid things. It seems I need to improve my strength and fuse more cards. It's really urgent. Lin Feng sighed helplessly in his heart. He felt extremely upset that he failed to take the opportunity to eliminate the enemy in front of him. After the graduation ceremony, he decided to go to the exchange as soon as possible. Lin Feng, you actually dared to attack young Master Zhao. Do you know who you are? Lu Ting from class 304 saw Zhao Yuan being knocked down by Lin Feng's heavenly seal and immediately jumped out, pointing at Lin Feng and shouting insults. Lin Feng turned around and glared at her, his eyes so sharp that it was almost ridiculous. Without wanting to say another word, he just slapped him. This was his response. Lu Ting screamed and flew backwards. In just this short period of time, Lin Feng first defeated Zhao Yuan and then knocked Lu Ting away. The scene suddenly fell silent, especially the students in class 304. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Feng, who had always been treated as a soft persimmon, would become so ferocious. His gaze gave people an indescribable sense of intimidation. When they looked at Lin Feng again, their eyes were filled with fear. However, Lin Feng's move also aroused dissatisfaction among some second-generation students from other classes, especially when the principal announces the special recruitment quotas. He also has a place. Now, Lin Feng knocks down Zhao Yuan with his card ability. They finally found an excuse to stand up and accuse him under the banner of upholding justice. There is no record of Lin Feng's credit card on the school's official website. However, he has various card abilities. This implicitly implies that Lin Feng may be buying and selling cards on the black market, which is illegal. At this time they stood up and accused him, ostensibly to uphold justice. Maybe you can even get commendation from relevant departments. If you don't obey, stand up. Not far from class 304, a second-generation student stood up, pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "Lin Feng, you have committed a crime. Do you understand? I committed a crime? Then I will show you what a crime is." Lin Feng rushed forward angrily, ready to give this guy another heavenly seal. However, at this moment, the principal on the podium spoke. "Student Lin Feng, please don't hurt anyone's life." The principal had already seen Lin Feng's abilities. As an outside member of the Superpower Association, he had heard some rumors about Lin Feng yesterday. Lin Feng's action this time was tantamount to verifying his guess. Lin Feng struck down with a heavenly seal, and the arrogant second generation had no time to dodge and was knocked unconscious. Lin Feng glanced around coldly, and no one dared to speak. What frightened them even more was that the principal had only given them a warning and had not taken any action to stop them. Anyone with a discerning eye has already seen that Lin Feng is likely to have some connection with the Superpower Association. His new card ability was not even discovered by the school statistics. Many people began to regret that they should have clung to Lin Feng's thigh earlier. At this time, Lu Ting finally reacted. Her cheeks were swollen after being beaten by Lin Feng, and her heart was filled with bitterness, regret, and unwillingness. This spare tire whom she had always looked down upon had such a gorgeous reversal of identity in just one day. Seeing that no one around dared to look at him anymore, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. He walked up to the podium. Then, amid countless shocked gazes, he walked straight to the microphone. Seeing this, the principal deliberately stepped back. Lin Feng said domineeringly with a smile, "I have always been a very open-minded person. If no one offends me, I will not offend others." Of course, when he said this, most people were muttering in their hearts, "I don't believe you." Then, Lin Feng continued, "I know many people are dissatisfied and unhappy about the special recruitment quota I received. I hope you won't hold it in and tell me now while I'm in a good mood. If half of the school disagrees, I am willing to obey the majority and voluntarily give up this position. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Special admission to a top university is an opportunity that many people dream of. This guy actually said he wanted to give up. Of course they wouldn't believe it and would only think that Lin Feng was taking the opportunity to take personal revenge. After all, even the principal secretly supports him now. However, this is just what most people think. Some people are willing to take the risk. After all, special recruitment places are so precious. If Lin Feng gives up, he will have one more chance. I don't accept it. Someone in the crowd whispered. Okay, now there is one person who disagrees. Lin Feng smiled and acted very calmly. Lin Feng didn't seem to intend to teach anyone a lesson at all. On the playground, voices of opposition were heard one after another. According to statistics, nearly 90% of people opposed Lin Feng. When the statistical results were announced, many people stared at Lin Feng coldly. There were also people mocking and sneering behind his back. How can Lin Feng save face this time? Ha, this idiot. He didn't expect so many people would oppose him. It's too late to regret now. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Lin Feng to make a fool of himself. Lin Feng didn't care at all, with a faint smile on his face. Since so many people are against me, then I, Lin Feng, will give up this special recruitment spot. Is that not okay? Student Lin Feng, don't be impulsive. The principal kindly reminded. Principal, I gave up on my own, so I can't blame anyone else. The people in the playground were afraid that Lin Feng would go back on his word after hearing what the principal said, so they spoke hurriedly. Ha, if I give up, do you think you can get it? Lin Feng smiled contemptuously, then turned to the principal and said, Principal, I'll let the remaining students who don't object to me draw this spot. Is that okay with you? The principal was stunned for a moment, then said, Student Lin Feng, this is your place. You can decide whatever you want. As soon as the principal said this, those who opposed Lin Feng were stunned. They immediately regretted and wondered why they had spoken out in opposition. I can only comfort myself. As long as the spot is not Lin Feng's, the side with more people will finally win. However, just when they had found a glimmer of comfort, Lin Feng spoke again. Principal, I just donated my SSS level card to the country yesterday. These people are now targeting me. I think there may be something wrong with them. I suggest to the principal that the remaining two places can only be drawn by students who do not oppose me. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the scene was instantly filled with noise. They were afraid that the principal would agree to Lin Feng's proposal. Principal, Lin Feng is talking nonsense. Yes, he is slandering us. However, the principal tapped the microphone, looked at Lin Feng first, and then said to all the students, Student Lin Feng has noble character and is worthy of learning from by all of us. Since he said so, let's follow his advice. Lin Feng looked at the principal with a satisfied smile on his face. He was certain in his heart that the principal must have received some information, otherwise he would not have given him such face. This result made those students who did not vote against very excited. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at their savior. And those students who had opposed Lin Feng before were as listless as eggplants hit by frost. Some people wanted to argue again, but the principal threatened to deduct credits, so they immediately kept quiet. When the dust settled, Lin Feng felt there was no need to stay any longer. At this time, the Yuanling who was standing on the podium with him came over and said to him, Classmate Lin Feng, can you add me on WeChat? We can explore the secret realm together during the summer vacation. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and said with a smile. After the two added each other on WeChat, Lin Feng walked towards the podium. The crowd at the back of the playground suddenly became agitated. The crowd parted, and a tall, graceful, and stunning beauty was seen walking towards the podium. Lin Feng frowned slightly, because this beauty is Yu Weiwei. Oh my god, that's Yu Weiwei. It's really her. What is she doing in our school? Yu Weiwei is not only powerful, but also has an extremely terrifying background. What's even more terrifying is that she is so beautiful. Oh my god, I finally met Yu Weiwei in person. She's even prettier than in the pictures online. One of Shihai City's top 10 outstanding young people, a student at Kamikaze University, and a full member of the Superpower Association, Yu Weiwei's status is truly admirable. The crowd parted like waves, and Yu Weiwei walked towards the podium with steady steps. When she walked in front of Lin Feng, she stopped. Everyone was confused and shocked. Why would Yu Weiwei stop in front of Lin Feng? She wouldn't come here specifically to find Lin Feng, right? In everyone's eyes, this is simply impossible. How could an ordinary loser like Lin Feng have anything to do with Yu Weiwei's high and mighty status? But the facts are there, and everyone can only accept it helplessly. This sudden shock caused those who hated Lin Feng to completely collapse. Wow, Miss Yu, you recovered so quickly. Lin Feng looked at Yu Weiwei, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a smile. As soon as he said this, all those who envied him felt dizzy and subconsciously refused to believe it. Lin Feng's tone really shows that he doesn't take people seriously. That's Yu Weiwei, the cool goddess you can only see in the news. Those who envy Lin Feng just hope that all this is an illusion, but the reality is extremely serenely clear. Immediately afterwards, Yu Weiwei took out an envelope from her arms and slapped it heavily on Lin Feng's chest. This is the admission letter from Kamikaze University. Admission letter from Kamikaze University? Lin Feng dealt them another heavy mental blow, wave after wave. It's so hard to accept. It's so sad that I can't bear it anymore. For those who envy Lin Feng, this feeling is as uncomfortable as eating poisonous shit. Yu Weiwei personally went to number 1 high school and handed the admission letter from Kamikaze University to Lin Feng. Kamikaze University is a top-notch prestigious university. While everyone was feeling uncomfortable, they also began to feel that they were really ridiculous. It turned out that Lin Feng gave up the place in a first-class university and actually planned to go to an even better super first-class university. As for Shihai University, he didn't even care about it. Congratulations, Lin Feng. You've been admitted to Kamikaze University. Yuan Ling, who was standing on the podium at the back, saw Lin Feng taking the notice and congratulated him with a smile. Chen Weiming's face twitched beside him. As a super-rich second generation, he thought Lin Feng was just an ant. Even if Lin Feng donated an SSS level card to the country, it was still worthless in his eyes. The Chen family is one of the most powerful families in Shihai City. Now 2 members of the family have become official members of the Shihai City Superpower Association. In order to further develop the family's future, Chen Weiming is also placed with high hopes. On the day the card box system was activated, the family spent billions to buy him an S-level card, with the goal of entering a top-notch academy and becoming a formal member of the Superpower Association in the future. He thought he was the most dazzling person at today's graduation ceremony, but I didn't expect. Chen Weiming smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling mixed emotions. As a genius that the Chen family has high hopes for, his state of mind is far beyond that of ordinary people. All emotions are hidden deep in my heart and cannot be expressed in words. He looked at Lin Feng with a gentle and calm smile on his face, and said respectfully, "Congratulations, classmate Lin Feng." As the principal of Shihai City's number 1 high school, it was a great honor for the school to witness Lin Feng being admitted to Kamikaze University. A smile as bright as a chrysanthemum bloomed on his face. "Ah, classmate Lin Feng, you are amazing." Although our school is called Shihai City number 1 high school, this title has been empty for many years. Now, more than 10 years have passed and talents like Lin Feng have finally emerged. We are so proud to be accepted into a top-notch college like Kamikaze University again. Lin Feng, your name will surely be recorded in the history of number 1 high school and will always be ranked first. Lin Feng is a worldly wise man, so he naturally responds to everyone's congratulations and compliments. So he said in a shocking tone, "Actually, Imperial Capital University also gave me an acceptance letter. After careful consideration, it seems that I have to refuse it now." It was hard to tell whether these words were true or false, but they made everyone present look twitchy. This guy, will he die if he doesn't pretend to be cool? The crowd booed. "Ha, this Lin Feng is getting a bit arrogant and starting to brag. I think his admission to Kamikaze University was entirely due to the SSS level card he donated yesterday. Yeah, he got into Kamikaze University. He's like a pig entering the capital, still a pig. What a waste of Kamikaze University's place. This trend is so hot that I'm afraid he'll break his tongue. Is Lin Feng a boastful person? Ha ha ha. Don't tell me, it's really possible. Classmate, you almost made me die of laughter, you big talker. Ha 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 ha. Student Lin Feng, it seems that your reputation in number 1 high school is not very good." Although the discussions of the crowd on the playground were not loud, they still reached Yu Weiwei's ears. She said to Lin Feng with a gloating expression on her face. "Ha ha." Lin Feng chuckled and then said, "When a person is too outstanding, he is bound to be envied." Well, you have a point. Yu Weiwei didn't intend to argue with Lin Feng. After all, she had never taken advantage of this guy. "Since you've already received the notice, I won't accompany you to watch you make a fool of yourself." After Yu Weiwei finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the playground. At the same time, her words also made those who were jealous of Lin Feng and felt extremely uncomfortable feel a little comfort as warm as the sun. Although Goddess Yu Weiwei and Lin Feng have some interactions, they are obviously not close. From the tone in which Yu Weiwei spoke to Lin Feng, it could be heard that she did not have much good impression of him. However, just when everyone had found a little comfort, Lin Feng shouted towards Yu Weiwei's back, "You promised to be my girlfriend. Have you thought about it?" The sound was extremely penetrating and spread throughout the entire playground in an instant. Yu Weiwei suddenly stopped. The playground suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Is Lin Feng crazy? How dare he say such words to Yu Weiwei in public? Yu Weiwei is the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Lin Feng's words were simply a blasphemy to her image in everyone's mind. Everyone wanted to rush up immediately and tear Lin Feng into pieces, but after seeing how Lin Feng easily defeated Zhao Yuan, they could only keep this idea in their hearts. Everyone looked at Yu Weiwei, and her expression began to change. Lin Feng is finished. Lin Feng actually dared to offend Yu Weiwei, who is so stubborn. He really doesn't know his place. Lin Feng really thinks he is invincible. How arrogant, brother. Well, let's see how you end this. this time. If you dare to offend Yu Weiwei, few people in Shihai City can help you. People can be crazy, but not like this. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true. Lin Feng originally had the opportunity to show his strength, but his actions ultimately harmed himself. Many people looked at Lin Feng and began to gloat over his misfortune. They whispered to each other, waiting for Lin Feng to suffer thunderous punishment. Yu Weiwei's chest heaved as she took a deep breath. Yu Weiwei bit her lip and turned around. His eyes stared at Lin Feng coldly. The scene was so quiet for a moment that you could hear a pin drop. Those who envied Lin Feng had already begun to imagine his miserable end. But at this moment, Yu Weiwei said slowly, "Let's talk about it after you pass the Superpower Association's assessment and become an official guardian." Her answer surprised everyone. This is simply shocking, unbelievable, and hard to accept. Such a result made those who were jealous of Lin Feng feel suffocated and crazy. Who else can deal with this guy Lin Feng? Of course, the weight of these words made everyone feel like they were struck by lightning after they reacted, because the weight behind this sentence is so heavy. Undoubtedly, this indirectly indicates that Lin Feng is now an intern guardian of the Superpower Association. Undoubtedly, this also indirectly shows that Yu Weiwei did not refuse to become Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lin Feng is simply a role model and a god for our generation. Although many people envy him, but the vested interests of the three Shihai University places began to admire him. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a god. Lin Feng showed a confident smile on his face and continued, "Just wait, within half a year, I will become an official guardian. I wish you success, but I want to become a full member of the Superpower Association. Even if you are a trainee guardian now, you may have only walked 1% of the way." After Yu Weiwei finished speaking, she walked out of the playground without even looking back. She walked to the edge of the playground and opened the door of the red sports car. When he was about to step into the car with his straight and slender legs, he suddenly remembered Yu Zhenghai's commission and turned to Lin Feng and said, "The Superpower Association still has a lot of formalities that you haven't completed yet. You need to go and do them when you have time. Thank you for your concern. I'll go as soon as I'm done." Yu Weiwei frowned, gritted her teeth and slammed the car door shut. With a roar, she stepped on the accelerator and quickly left number 1 high school. It was not until she left that the people on the playground reluctantly looked away. "Brother Lin, you are truly a god. Lin Shuai, from today on, you are my idol. With General Feng here, we can die without regrets." Those who were about to receive 3 admission places to Shihai University because of Lin Feng were generous in their compliments to him. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that the situation was almost over, the principal cleared his throat and signaled everyone to be quiet again. "Dear students, yesterday, the whole country was proud of Lin Feng. Today, Shihai City number 1 high school is also proud of him. We are very proud to be teachers, students, and alumni of Lin Feng." Next, the 3 admission places to Shihai University will be drawn by Lin Feng. Classmates, what do you think? What else can I say? Is there any use in opposing it? Those who lost their places all grumbled bitterly. The more than 100 people who got the places cheered. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Lin Feng walked up to the podium again. "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I will respectfully obey your orders." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff brought a lottery box. Under the nervous gaze of everyone, Lin Feng reached his hand into the dark box. Then he took out a folded prize paper. In the presence of the principal, he unfolded the note. "Congratulations to Class 301. Lin Feng paused and glanced at the class on the far right. Several students from Class 301 who participated in the lottery were so nervous that their hearts were beating fast. Su Yenling from Class 301 has won the first spot. In Class 301, a pretty girl stood up excitedly. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. Congratulations, Su. Go find the principal later to pick up and fill out your acceptance letter." Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng reached into the secret box again. He took out the second prize ticket, unfolded it, and announced loudly, "The winner this time is my classmate Wen Kai from Class 308. Congratulations, you will find the principal later to receive the admission letter." "Brother Feng Shuai, I love you. Okay, now it's the last spot." Lin Feng reached into the lottery box again. All the students who didn't win the prize were extremely nervous at this moment. They are all cramming at the last minute, praying in their hearts that they will be the lucky ones. Lin Feng pulled out the last piece of paper, and when he unfolded it, he was slightly stunned and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Then, his gaze turned to the podium, where Zhao Yuan was lying unconscious. Just right. At this time, the unconscious Zhao Yuan let out a muffled groan and slowly woke up. "Zhao Yuan, you're so lucky. I picked you for the last spot." Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yuan, who had just woken up, with sarcasm and amusement on his face. Zhao Yuan was dizzy and still ignorant. As soon as he heard Lin Feng's voice, he suddenly woke up. The fire in my heart burned again. "I want..." Zhao Yuan was about to curse when he was suddenly pulled back by a hand. The person who pulled him was Lu Ting. "Brother Zhao Yuan, Lin Feng just drew the last spot for Shihai University's admission notice, and you were the winner." Lu Ting used all her strength to pull Zhao Yuan and spoke quickly in his ear. Zhao Yuan was stunned for a moment. moment. I got the admission letter from Shihai University, which was won by Lin Feng in a lottery. This made him both surprised and somewhat at a loss. Faced with Lin Feng's meaningful gaze, Zhao Yuan felt very embarrassed. Although he and Lin Feng were not incompatible, Zhao Yuan felt really embarrassed. He wouldn't mind if the spot wasn't drawn for him, but since he won the prize, he couldn't let it go and couldn't give up. Zhao Yuan sighed in his heart, and finally lowered his head to thank Lin Feng.
Thank you very much, Lin Feng. Why are you thanking me? I just knocked you out and you didn't have time to vote. You should be thanking yourself,
Lin Feng said with a teasing smile. When the people in the audience heard Lin Feng's words, they began to whisper.
Lin Feng won't really give this spot to Zhao Yuan, right?
Lin Feng won't regret winning it in front of so many people.
Student Lin Feng has a noble character.
Even if he has a grudge against Zhao Yuan, he would not do such a thing. Lin Feng's words in these discussions made Zhao Yuan feel embarrassed and ashamed. But in order to get this spot, he had to swallow his anger.
No matter what, I still want to thank classmate Lin Feng.
Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face, and was very satisfied with Zhao Yuan's humble appearance. But the next moment, his smile suddenly turned sinister. Sorry, I was dazzled just now. It seems that the one I picked was not you. So, under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Lin Feng rubbed the prize paper in his hand and threw it aside contemptuously. Then he reached into the lottery box again.
Lin Feng's smooth operation confused everyone present.
Zhao Yuan knew that he had been fooled, and the humiliation made him blush and his heart beat fast. But he was not sure whether the situation would turn around, and he did not dare to get angry with Lin Feng. He could only look at the principal with a pleading look on his face and speak. Principal, you saw it all. Before he could finish his words, the principal interrupted him. Student Lin Feng said he was dazzled, and I believe him.
Zhao Yuan was stunned. Is there still justice in this world? Endless sadness rose in his heart.
This sudden grievance almost made him forget his identity, and he was about to cry. At this moment, he was like a wounded and fragile child. How could you do this?
Lin Feng pulled his hand away.
At this time, those who were jealous and opposed to Lin Feng exchanged glances and stood up to question him.
Student Lin Feng, since you've chosen student Zhao Yuan, how can you go back on your word? Yeah, you have some social influence now. Don't you feel uneasy about doing something like this? Student Lin Feng, aren't you afraid of being scolded if this gets out? We should be fair in everything we do.
Listening to these accusations, Lin Feng's eyes became colder and colder. These people used to laugh at him. Now, everyone seems to be putting labels on themselves. For him, fame is nothing but a cloud in the face of powerful strength.
I'm happy to. Do I need you clowns to tell me what to do?
Lin Feng glanced at everyone sharply, then said to the principal, Principal, I have reason to suspect that these people have attacked me personally and slandered my reputation. What do you suggest we do? Lin Feng's words made the principal look ugly. The law does not hold everyone responsible, which is indeed difficult to deal with. But looking at Lin Feng's aggressive expression, the principal could only sigh. I hope I didn't make a mistake in investing in Lin Feng. After all, if Lin Feng falls, if his decision today is used to make trouble for others in the future, he will be in big trouble. Now that the decision has been made, he said in a deep voice. After the graduation ceremony, I will order someone to retrieve the surveillance footage. Anyone who slanders or defames Lin Feng will have their credits reduced by 10%. Lin Feng was satisfied with the principal's words.
There was an uproar in the audience. Principal, you can't do this. Yes, principal, you can't do this. If I lose 10% of my credits, I might not even be able to go to a third-rate university. Student Lin Feng, we were wrong. Please, we can't lose these 10% of credits.
Lin Feng snorted coldly. He had no sympathy for those who would not cry until they saw the coffin. He just said coldly again, Classmates, if you are still not satisfied, The words were not finished, but the meaning was very clear.
Everyone could only remain silent.
Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Lin Feng picked up the prize paper with satisfaction and was about to open it. Suddenly, a sharp humming sound came from outside the playground. The sound was sharp and piercing, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a government car slowly driving into the number 1 high school. Seeing the car coming, some people at the back of the playground immediately became excited.
What kind of place is a school? How dare Lin Feng bend the law for personal gain? I will make sure you die an awful death.
Ha ha ha. Lin Feng wanted to fight us, but he ended up being stupid. He thought he could do whatever he wanted, but we reported his illegal behavior as soon as possible.
My uncle is the team leader of the branch.
Although his official position is not high, he is more than enough to deal with Lin Feng, a small-time thug. Now, just wait and see the show. I really want to see how Lin Feng operates the sewing machine.
Will he still be so arrogant then? Lin Feng, your retribution has finally come.
The official car stopped outside the playground and 2 handsome men in hats got out of the car. They walked quickly towards the podium. Those students who were jealous of Lin Feng and opposed him, after hearing the discussions at the back of the playground and seeing this scene, their faces showed joy again, and they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Heaven has eyes, and justice is finally coming. The look they gave Lin Feng was full of provocation, expression, as if to say, "Boy, you are dead this time." Lin Feng felt the gazes of the crowd and the two uncles walking towards the podium, and his heart inevitably tightened.
Am I really going to be in trouble?
In Shihai City, the power of the uncle hats may not be strong, but they represent judicial justice. Even if Lin Feng has the ability to resist, he cannot act rashly, otherwise he will be guilty of a more serious crime and may even be wanted by the Dragon Country. He took out his phone and sent a message to Yu Zhanghai, "President, help. Someone wants to touch me? Who wants to touch you? Where are you? I'm busy dealing with the Zhao family's affairs and can't get away. Wait a minute, I'll call someone for you right away." Lin Feng briefly described what happened. "It's a small matter. I can take care of it with just a phone call. By the way, remember to come to the association when you have time to complete the subsequent onboarding procedures." "Okay, thank you, President." Lin Feng felt relieved and couldn't help but sigh that it was really easy to get things done with someone. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Feng was going to be in trouble and stared at Uncle Hat with gloating eyes as he walked towards him, things suddenly changed. Uncle Hat walked straight up to Zhao Yuan. "Zhao Yuan, your Zhao family is suspected of treason. Come with us and accept investigation." Lin Feng was stunned, and everyone looked confused. Zhao Yuan felt like he was falling into an icy cave. This crime was truly earth-shattering. Everyone who heard it at the scene gasped, and those who were close to him deliberately kept their distance. "Impossible. Our Zhao family would never do such a thing. I won't go with you. You must have been sent by someone to frame me." One blow after another almost made Zhao Yuan collapse. If his family is accused of this crime, his life will be over. "Lin Feng, you must have harmed me." Zhao Yuan lost his mind, but at the same time, his reason told him that he had to resist now and not let others manipulate him, otherwise he would be doomed. "And you must be fakes. You want to harm me, but I will never let you succeed." Just as Zhao Yuan was about to fight back, Lin Feng summoned the Fantian seal and slammed it hard on the back of Zhao Yuan's head. Zhao Yuan groaned and fell down again. "Uncles, I couldn't bear to see this, so I had to teach this guy a lesson. I hope you can forgive me." The two of them were inevitably nervous when facing Zhao Yuan's provocation. After all, they had no confidence in subduing this young man who had integrated a high-level card. Lin Feng was able to help them suppress it, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. "You are Lin Feng. Yesterday I watched the live broadcast of you donating SSS level cards. You are truly a role model for us passionate men. The Zhao family is suspected of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country." Lin Feng took action to subdue Zhao Yuan and eliminate this threat to the people. "We should thank you." "Ah, classmate Lin Feng, you are such a person with an overflowing sense of justice." The principal stood aside and praised Lin Feng highly. Then, amidst laughter, Zhao Yuan was tied up and escorted away. Lu Ting stood aside and witnessed all this, then she collapsed and sat down. "Everything I had worked so hard to obtain was destroyed. If the Zhao family is found to have treasonous dealings with the enemy, she might even be implicated because of her relationship with Zhao Yuan." A feeling of despair surged into Lu Ting's heart like a tide, but when her eyes fell on Lin Feng, a glimmer of hope finally ignited in her. Without caring about face, he rushed to the podium. "Lin Feng, I was wrong. Can you forgive me?" Lu Ting knelt in front of him. "Think about the days we were together before. Please forgive me, okay? Even if I become your mistress in the future, as long as you forgive me, anything is fine." Lin Feng snorted coldly and kicked Lu Ting off the podium without mercy. On the other side, after Lin Feng asked Yu Zhanghai for help, Yu Zhanghai made a phone call directly to the police station near the number 1 middle school. The call from the vice president of the Superpower Association shocked the entire branch. The director was halfway through taking a shit and rushed out of the toilet with his pants up. That guy who was impatient with life actually dared to touch Lin Feng. The director put his hands on his belt and was furious. He immediately ordered a thorough investigation and personally led people to rush to number 1 high school, Shihai City number 1 high school, as Zhao Yuan was taken away. The episode finally came to an end. Those who originally targeted Lin Feng became even more frightened. When Lin Feng's gaze swept towards the playground, everyone avoided his sight. Lin Feng smiled knowingly at this. "After the winning information is announced, I will give them a good beating." The enemy is still determined to do evil, so Lin Feng will naturally not show mercy. Unfolding the list of winners, Lin Feng announced loudly, "The last person to get a place at Shihai University. It's Su Feng from class 304. Let's congratulate him." "Boss Lin Feng, thank you. I love you so much." A male student from class 304 jumped up excitedly. The people around also cast envious and congratulatory glances. Lin Feng held the microphone and spoke coldly with a hint of dominance. "Just now I found that many classmates still have great opinions about me. I was very upset by your harsh words towards me in the crowd. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Either come forward or let me identify you one by one." Lin Feng's words were directed at the target and full of threats. Those who were jealous and opposed to Lin Feng were all panicked and felt insecure. At this moment, they wished time could go back. Some people turned their eyes to the principal on the podium. "I hope the principal can stand up and say something fair." despair. But the principal took off his glasses, blew on them, and wiped the lenses. Since the principal supports Lin Feng, he will support him firmly to the end. Seeing this, the person who spoke earlier fell into despair. I wish I could tear my lips apart. However, as time goes by, some people still cannot bear the pressure of silence.
Student Lin Feng, do you think that what you did was completely correct?
Whether I am wrong or not, I don't need a clown like you to judge. Lin Feng fought back without mercy, but then he changed the subject and said, however, since this student dared to take the initiative to stand up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Principal, I think we should give him a chance to reform. What do you think? The principal was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so easy to talk to. Student Lin Feng is kind-hearted and willing to give this student a chance to reform.
I have no objection.
The principal put on his glasses and spread his hands. The person who had just contradicted Lin Feng in the audience was also stunned.
This situation is a bit unexpected.
However, Lin Feng was willing to give him a chance to reform, which made him immediately excited. Student Lin Feng, if you can forgive me, I will definitely not let you down. Student Lin Feng, please give me a chance to correct my mistakes.
Student Lin Feng, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have said those hurtful words.
Can you forgive me? I am willing to change my ways.
For a time, people came one after another to ask Lin Feng to change his ways. Lin Feng turned around with satisfaction and whispered to the principal.
Principal, can all the school's surveillance be saved?
The principal glanced at him and felt something was wrong, but he still answered softly.
The school's surveillance has always been 4K high definition.
Hearing this, Lin Feng was even more satisfied.
He turned around and spoke into the microphone.
Dear students, since you are willing to change your ways, I, Lin Feng, am deeply pleased. In this case, I will forgive you all, but will only deduct 20% of your credits.
Everyone was stunned.
Damn Lin Feng, he is simply luring the snake out of its hole.
Lin Feng, you said you forgive us. How can you go back on your word? I forgave you, but I didn't say I wouldn't punish you.
That's right. For a moment, everyone wanted to rush up and kill Lin Feng, but thinking that the principal was on his side, everyone could only be angry and dared not say anything. I secretly planned to write a joint letter with all the victims after the graduation ceremony.
We must not let Lin Feng succeed easily.
Woo, woo, woo. Just as everyone was secretly cursing Lin Feng in their hearts, four official cars drove into the #1 high school with sirens blaring.
Lin Feng frowned.
Looking over, I saw more than a dozen people rushing out of the car in a menacing manner.
That man is my uncle.
Someone in the crowd on the playground shouted excitedly.
Bang, bang, bang. Hearing this, many people became excited again. Finally, there is action. With so many people here, it seems like the higher-ups are taking Lin Feng and the principal's misbehavior very seriously. Nonsense.
Lin Feng acted rashly and violated the law, harming hundreds of victims.
How could the higher-ups not take this seriously?
Finally, there's a chance to turn things around. Ha ha ha.
Yes, as long as Lin Feng is eliminated, the quota for Shihai University will be invalidated.
Of course, we still have a chance.
Hee hee, the one who laughs last is the winner. The process doesn't matter at all. Uncle, uncle.
At the back of the playground, a thin boy ran towards the crowd, shouting as he ran. Uncle, you have to seek justice for me and get justice for us.
Uncle, you.
As soon as he got close, the uncle kicked him out with a flying kick.
You unfilial son, you almost killed me. Do you know that?
Hey, Team Leader Ning, the child is ignorant, don't do anything. The director stopped Team Leader Ning, who was about to take action. This scene made everyone feel like they were falling into an icy cave with no tears to cry.
How did this situation turn around again? Are you going to let people live or not?
On the podium, Lin Feng, who was originally a little worried, relaxed again. It seems that this is the person Yu Zhanghai found for him, and they were exactly the group of people those guys were talking about. The director pushed through the crowd, walked to the podium, looked at Lin Feng, and asked with concern,
Mr. Lin Feng, I heard someone is trying to harm you. Are you injured? Everyone was about to cry. It's okay. Are you okay?
The director glanced around and continued. To tell you the truth, Mr. Lin Feng, I have integrated an auditory enhancement card. When I got off the bus just now, I heard a lot of people saying very disrespectful things to you.
How can this be considered okay? These people should be taken back and given some ideological education.
A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes.
This guy is really reasonable.
Then it all depends on your decision, uncle. So, amidst the wailing, more than a dozen people were taken away crying and shouting. Before leaving, the director gave Lin Feng a private number and said with some fear,
Mr. Lin Feng, if you have any problems in the future, just call me directly and don't alarm the people above you.
Lin Feng chuckled. Afterwards, the scene finally returned to calm. The principal issued admission letters to several special recruits, and after a speech, the graduation ceremony finally came to an end. The frightened students were restless and wanted to go home immediately. However, suddenly, a sonic boom was heard over the first high school.
A small fighter plane hovered over the school.
Then the hatch opened. A slender figure jumped out of the fighter plane.
Everyone looked at the figure. A woman appeared on the playground. She
was wearing flat leather shoes, light blue tight jeans, a white shirt, and her short hair was neatly tucked into her jeans.
Although this beauty with shoulder-length hair is dressed simply, she exudes an indescribable beauty and heroic spirit.
When she raised her head, her standard and delicate facial features made young girls jealous and touched the hearts of young boys.
Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was curious about her identity.
She took a step forward and walked towards the podium, which was about to disperse. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, as if in an unreal trance. At the same time, after experiencing a series of misfortunes, some people couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts.
Could it be that this woman is here to see Lin Feng again? Sure enough, she came to find Lin Feng, but this time, everyone is mentally prepared.
After the shocks Lin Feng brought time and time again, many people have become numb and started to get used to it.
Some even think that this kind of Lin Feng is normal. The woman walked up to Lin Feng and asked crisply, "Are you classmate Lin Feng?"
"Yes, it's me,"
Lin Feng replied. "Hello, I'm Yang Qian, the admissions assistant at Imperial Capital University."
As soon as Yang Qian opened her mouth, everyone who was already used to being shocked suddenly had a brain short circuit.
Damn Lin Feng, have his ancestors for 18 generations been burning incense for him? The admissions assistant from Imperial Capital University came in person, obviously to recruit him.
Lin Feng once said that he would reject the invitation from Imperial Capital University, and it seems that he was not bragging.
Now it seems that is the truth.
I just don't believe it because my vision is too narrow. Sorry, I have decided to go to Kamikaze University. Lin Feng refused. The admissions assistant from Imperial Capital University traveled all the way from the Imperial Capital to Shihai City to personally invite him to enroll, but was rejected outright. This made everyone present want to vomit blood.
This is Imperial University.
It's a top-tier institution among top-tier colleges.
We are all mortals, so why is the gap between people so big that it makes people feel that Lin Feng is not even as good as a dog?
His refusal made many people cry in their hearts, and they finally understood. Lin Feng, who was once despised by them, is now unattainable and an existence that they cannot reach.
It's okay, you don't have to make a decision now. Summer vacation is still more than 2 months away. I will wait patiently for you to think it over.
Yang Qian looked at Lin Feng with a smile and continued, "I will also stay in Shihai City during this period, staying at the Imperial City Hotel in the Imperial City District.
If you have made up your mind, feel free to call me."
After saying that, Yang Qian took out a business card from her pocket and put it into Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng was about to refuse again, but Yang Qian spoke first.
"Student Lin Feng, I don't want to hear your answer right now. Remember, call me anytime."
She made a phone call gesture to Lin Feng and winked playfully at her right eye.
Lin Feng was struck by lightning and his whole body shook. By the time he reacted, only Yang Qian's back was left. People have already walked out of the playground. Yang Qian left behind a graceful back and stepped into the gate of number 1 high school.
A smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I will definitely not let the principal down, little Lin Feng, just wait and see how I deal with you." Lin Feng smiled bitterly.
Lin Feng nodded. This woman is so clingy.
The fact that Yang Qian didn't let him refuse immediately meant that she still had a chance. He shook his head helplessly, his eyes falling on the business card in his hand.
Admissions assistant of Imperial University. Tel 139XXXXX666. He sighed and stuffed the card into his pocket. This woman must have been sent by Senior Meng. No matter what, we have to give her some face.
Then, Lin Feng exchanged a few polite words with the principal.
Just as the two were exchanging greetings, Yuan Ling found an opportunity to come over. "Student Lin Feng, the graduation ceremony is over. Are you free this afternoon?"
Lin Feng plans to go to the card exchange.
"Buy a few low-level cards that suit you." "There is no way, the minimum guarantee is an A-level card. This money still needs to be spent."
"I have to go to the stock exchange this afternoon, and then I have to go back to the Superpower Association to do some things."
"I'm afraid I don't have time."
Yuan Ling showed kindness to him, and Lin Feng was also sensible, so I didn't refuse directly.
"It's okay.
I called a few friends to clear the sea-level secret realm together.
If you are interested, you can wait. Let's talk about it later. I'll definitely come when I'm free." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Yuan Ling left after saying this.
At this time, the voices on the playground gradually faded away and most people had left. Lin Feng sighed. What a busy life. He took out his cell phone, called a taxi, and walked towards the school gate. Professional Secret Realm Boosting Team, 10,000 per person, painless rank up, 10,000 per hour average payout. Officially certified, Feiyang Card Exchange, all cards are 20% off market value. Don't miss it if you're passing by. I will personally guide you to the secret realm, without any middleman to make a profit from the price difference. It costs 100,000 yuan per person, and I will take you to experience the fun of the B-level secret realm.
Are you still struggling to level up? Are you still frustrated about not being able to draw good cards? Choose Dream Chaser and forge a new life.
At the school gate, hawking sounds could be heard one after another. Lin Feng waited for a while and the online taxi arrived.
After getting on the bus, I reported my number. "Drive directly to the largest officially certified card exchange in Shihai City. On the way, he took out his cell phone, opened the news page and browsed today's headlines. The latest news is that high school students from an island country have fused an S-rank demon card, causing nearly 1,000 casualties. Relevant sources claim the situation is under control. Hot news, Koreans have reportedly won a new card series. The details haven't been announced yet, so stay tuned. Local news, Shihai City #1 high school student Lin Feng donated an SSS level card to the Superpower Association yesterday, and the whole country celebrated. A young man from Longwachuan City drew another SSS level card, and many countries around the world congratulated him. At the Giant Rock City card drawing event, a young man drew an A-rank disaster card, and tens of thousands of zombies poured out of the portal. The scene has been taken under control by the Superpower Association. Was the disaster man-made? The investigation is ongoing. According to surveys, some experts point out that the world is heading towards a catastrophic situation. In the next few years, the probability of drawing demon cards and disaster cards will increase. Professionals jointly call on the public to be cautious when drawing cards. An SSS-level secret place has been discovered on the high seas. This is the 52nd SSS-level secret realm discovered for the first time after 137 years. Dozens of countries including Dragon Country, Eagle Country, and Bear Country have signed agreements to jointly develop the region. Experts say it's easier to draw a talent card if you draw it while lying down. Seeing this, Lin Feng was stunned. This is too boring. This kind of news is also broadcasted. Is there no other news? Shaking his head, he put his phone away. Enter the cartridge panel. You still have one chance to draw a card, so use it. Although I am a billionaire now, it is better to save as much as possible. Although Yu Zhanghai said that the chance of getting a good card is higher if you draw 10 times in a row. But for Lin Feng, who has a guaranteed A-level card, this probability is almost negligible. Lin Feng muttered to himself. The last remaining card drawing opportunity disappears. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Draw completed. You get an S-level battle pet card. In the fog of the card box interface, a card with a red edge slowly turned over. I just saw the news that Korea has announced a new card series. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng was the one who won the prize. As the first person to try out the new card, Lin Feng was extremely excited. Judging from the literal meaning of the new card series, the so-called combat pet should be a pet that helps the host fight. He turned his gaze to the new card that appeared in the pack. Chaos Dragon. S-level battle pet card. Use the card to obtain a young Chaos Dragon. The name sounds very domineering. Then he exited the card box panel. It was not used immediately. Instead, he took out his cell phone and started searching for relevant information online. After all, it is always better to be cautious when facing new things. Lin Feng entered the keywords in the search bar and clicked search. Sure enough, a lot of related content appeared. He clicked on a link and was redirected to a card discussion forum. Brothers, this is a painful lesson. I was originally quite happy to draw a new card series, but now I really can't smile anymore. What's wrong with the original poster? What exactly is this new card system? Yes, OP, please tell me in detail. Everyone, I drew a new card, a battle pet card, Battle Chicken, F rank. This is pretty good. There haven't been any new card series in years. You're a lucky person to have tried it. What a bummer. This thing is bound to you after you use it, and you can only have one per person. You can't revert it back to a card. It's an F rank Battle Chicken. It's completely useless. I'm about to cry. Ah, the new card series can't be restored to a card, and the points can't be refunded? No, that's why I said this was a lesson learned in blood. My condolences, brother. What exactly is the use of this battle pet card? Can you tell me more specifically? What I know so far is that battle pets have fixed attributes based on their ratings, and can reach their highest attributes by upgrading with points. Oh, I see. I think I understand. Opie, what if this thing dies? Can't I just bind a new one? This is the pitfall. When this thing dies, it will return to its original form and need to be fed again to upgrade, but it will not disappear. Thank you for the reminder. I'm sorry. The OP is so pitiful. I also have a question to ask. I've given up hope. Can battle pet cards be synthesized? Based on the information I've used, it can be synthesized, and you'll definitely get a battle pet card after synthesis. This is so cool. Cool shit. This is clearly card swallowing. Looks like the card market is going to see another price increase. Yes, this is eating the card. Although a battle pet card is guaranteed to be synthesized, it cannot be synthesized with a demon card or a disaster card. Okay, thank you for the popularization. You have helped everyone. Haha, thank you for the post. I'm going to grind my points, hoping to draw a battle pet card. I'm not sure if this card is good to draw, but I'll definitely get a battle pet card if I combine it. I'm afraid this card will be very expensive even at F rank. Of course, the local tycoons are going to start making moves again. Hey guys, Dowdu, a popular streamer with millions of followers on TikTok, has won an E-level battle pet card, a card for 1 billion live streams. Anyone want to come watch? Lin Feng exited the post, glad that he had checked it first. If he uses binding directly, with his
his lower limit of card drawing at a level. Binding to S level will undoubtedly be a huge loss.
This kind of unique battle pet card does not match his status unless it is SSS level. He let out a long sigh.
At this moment, the phone rang with a news push notification.
He unlocked it and entered the link.
Latest news, the card box panel confirms the appearance of a new card series, and a small number of people around the world have already drawn them. This newspaper has interviewed people who have drawn the new card and confirmed that it is a battle pet card.
We will follow up with more relevant information as soon as possible.
Lin Feng took a deep breath, his thoughts surging in his mind. With the emergence of battle pet cards, the entire card box system will surely undergo earth-shaking changes. Being able to devour other cards 100% for synthesis and advancement, the prices of other cards will inevitably rise sharply. The card combination situation, which was originally lukewarm in the card box system, will also usher in a new situation.
Just as Lin Feng was secretly analyzing the future direction of the card box system, the driver in front suddenly exclaimed,
"Friend, a new card system has appeared in the card box interface.
Did you receive the message?" Got it. I just saw it on the news on my phone. Oh my god. You are Lin Feng."
As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the driver shouted excitedly again,
"Sorry, I'm so excited.
I saw you donating an SSS level card to the country during the live broadcast yesterday.
It was so cool." The driver realized that he had overreacted and added apologetically, "It's okay. I think everyone would make the same choice as me. I'm afraid there aren't many people who can make decisions like Mr. Lin Feng. You are simply great."
Feeling a little shy after being praised, Lin Feng thought to himself that next time he draws an SSS level card, he really should donate one to the country, otherwise people would keep talking about this matter, and he would feel a little embarrassed.
Driver, how much do you know about the new card system?"
Lin Feng deliberately changed the subject. "I just saw it in the news alerts, so I'm not quite sure yet.
But a streamer I follow said he's going to explain synthesis, so let's take a look,"
the driver said excitedly. After saying that, the driver switched the car to automatic driving and turned on the in-car live broadcast. The live broadcast screen appeared in front of the two people. The title of the live broadcast reads, "Doubta's $1 billion battle pet will take you to challenge A-level cards." On the screen, a woman with a level 10 beauty filter on was showing her card panel.
"Brothers, it's 10 million. It's 10 million.
Next, go straight to the B-level card. Straight to B-level. Brothers and family members who just came in, please like and follow us in the upper right corner. The anchor has signed a 1 billion card purchase contract with the local exchange, so everyone can see it all at once. Click to follow, don't get lost during the live broadcast, and start merging cards immediately.
Start merging cards immediately. When the likes reach 20 million, it will open and close immediately. Thank you, Brother Defei, for the spaceship." Brother Defei is awesome. Lin Feng's mind was full of black lines. What the hell is this?
After traveling to the Blue Star world, these anchors are still using the same old tricks.
They are so annoying that it's unbearable.
If you want to merge cards, just do it directly and don't waste time. Watching this live broadcast, Lin Feng couldn't help it. After watching the card combining live broadcast with the driver for more than 10 minutes, Lin Feng finally arrived at the largest card exchange in Shihai City. The so-called Doubta 1 billion card closing live broadcast did not conduct a single card closing, and kept asking for gifts, likes and attention. Lin Feng said goodbye to the driver and got off the car.
Brilliant Card Trading Center.
A horizontal building with several eye-catching red signs hanging on it came into Lin Feng's sight. The square in front of the building was crowded with people, and everyone was queuing in front of the various entrances waiting for their number to be called to enter. Lin Feng was stunned by the scene in front of him.
Oh my god, why are there so many people? The impact of the battle pet card has appeared so quickly? It seems that if you want to enter, you have to queue up.
When Lin Feng stepped into the square, he couldn't help but feel the urge to curse.
When your number is called, you have to queue up at the side window to get a number.
Everyone followed the rules, so Lin Feng could only endure it and go to the number-taking window on the side of the building to queue up. Fortunately, there were not many people queuing up to get a number, only about 10.
He joined the queue and waited patiently. Within 2 minutes, a terrifying queue of people had formed behind them, with hundreds of people in it.
Fortunately, he arrived early. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced. The team moved forward slowly. When the number of people taking numbers was only 5 less than Lin Feng's, a sudden noise came from the number-taking window.
"I spent at least 10 million on the brilliant exchange, and I can only get a regular account? Is there any law? Is there any justice? Call your manager out."
"Sorry sir, with the new card series coming out, a lot of people are trying to get in and buy the cards, so the manager is very busy."
Although the noisy and disruptive person was extremely unreasonable, the window staff still responded politely. "Busy?
Believe it or not, I'm going to smash this number-taking window right now.
I'm warning you one last time. Give me your VIP number."
"Sorry sir,
the manager is really busy right now." Alright, you really have to use force, right?
I can make you lose your job with just one phone call, and then it will be too late for you to regret it."
"Sir, I'm just a staff member. I really can't meet your request. I know you can't satisfy
satisfy me, so I asked you to call the manager over. Hurry up and don't waste my time. Lin Feng frowned. This guy was obviously being unreasonable. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man standing 2 seats in front of him spoke first. According to the rules of the Brilliant Card Exchange, even if you spend tens of millions, you still can't get on the VIP list. Don't be unreasonable. Everyone is pressed for time and wants to queue up to buy cards. Following the rules is also a way to save face. The middle-aged man persuaded in a fairly polite tone. It's none of your business. Who do you think you are? Just shut up, you poor bastard. However, the middle-aged man's persuasion directly touched the man's sore spot, and he immediately retaliated with swear words. How can you talk like that? I'm being kind in talking to you about the rules. You can't behave like that. I can't do this? Then what should I do? Who do you think you are? What's your name? Believe it or not, I can make you suffer a fate worse than death with just one phone call. Faced with the man's aggressive momentum, the middle-aged man's eyes began to flicker. He was just an ordinary person and had long been afraid of such people. If there really is a powerful force behind this guy, I'm afraid I'll have a hard time. The middle-aged man began to regret why he stood up. Just when he didn't know how to respond, a voice came from behind him. I think what this guy said is absolutely right. Since it's a rule, everyone must abide by it. If you haven't spent enough money to reach the VIP level, don't stay here. Leave when you need to. The middle-aged man who received help showed a look of gratitude in his eyes. He looked behind him and saw that the person who spoke was an extremely handsome young man. Lin Feng's voice was cold and domineering, without any of the politeness of a middle-aged man. Okay, you're all targeting me. If I can't get a VIP number, none of you will get one either. And you, kid, who do you think you are? I'm talking. It's not your turn to interrupt. You say I'm unreasonable and don't follow the rules. I'm putting this out there. My rules are the rules. You all have to abide by them. The man started to act threateningly. It seems that he is also a shameless and tough guy. I'll give you 3 seconds. This is my last warning. Get out of here, or I'll be rude to you. Lin Feng's voice became colder and colder, issuing an ultimatum to the man. After all, time is running out and he doesn't want to waste it here. However, the man acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and his momentum became even stronger. I've already said, if I can't get a VIP number, then none of you can either. And you, kid, dare to talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I can just give you a call and make you pay for it. I'll show you what it means to disregard the law. Lin Feng's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Fortunately, I haven't fused a few cards yet, otherwise I would have taken action long ago. He took a deep breath and took out his cell phone. Brother Mo, it's me. Ha ha ha, I heard it. I didn't expect Lin Feng to think of me so quickly. What do you want from me? It's something. Tell me, as long as I can do it and it doesn't violate the rules, I will definitely help you. I'm at the Brilliant Card Trading Center right now. There's a disturbance going on here, and I'm wondering if you guys are free to come over and deal with it. Ha, it just so happened that we received news not long ago that there was a conflict in the queue here. I'm leading people here and are almost at the square. Where are you? I'll be there right away. I'm queuing up next to the building to get a number. Window number 1. Okay, give me a few seconds. I'll be there soon. Lin Feng hung up the phone. Ha, pretend? You're pretending. You think I'm afraid of you? You're just putting on airs. The man didn't believe that Lin Feng had any real ability to threaten him. His face was full of sarcasm. He snorted coldly and said with disdain. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone and took a few photos of Lin Feng. After taking the photo, he put his phone away and continued to threaten. I have saved all the photos of the two of you. Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, bursts of whistling sounds suddenly came from the back of the team. A figure rushed towards Lin Feng's location at a rapid speed. The figure was extremely fast and stood firmly in front of Lin Feng like a wooden stake. Ha, classmate Lin Feng. We meet again. The person who came was Director Mo of the branch, whom Lin Feng met at school not long ago. Who is it? How dare you cause such trouble, disregarding the rules and laws? Oh, that's the guy. Lin Feng pointed at the man standing at the front of the team, with a slight smile on his face. When the man saw Director Mo coming through the air, his whole body trembled. He never expected that this kid actually called someone over, and the speed was so fast that he was caught off guard. A trace of fear finally emerged in his heart, but he still pretended to be calm on the surface and said, I spent tens of millions here. Asking for a VIP number is a reasonable request. How can it be considered as disregarding the law? This piece of rubbish, it seems he won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. Lin Feng sneered and turned to Director Mo, saying, this guy is not qualified to get a VIP number at all, but he insisted on causing trouble and demanding it by force. Moreover, he kept saying that he is the rule and admitted that he has no respect for the law. Director Mo, everyone present can testify to this. Yes, I testify that this is what the man just said. I also testify that he himself admitted that he had no respect for the law. As more and more people came forward to testify, the man's face became increasingly ugly and the color gradually faded. I was just speaking nonsense in anger at the time. I didn't really mean it. You are all slandering me. Alright, the facts are clear. You're causing trouble. Come
Come with me. If you dare to resist, your crime will be even more severe. Director Mo stepped forward, took out a pair of gleaming handcuffs, and prepared to take him away. The man retreated in panic and shouted, "My father is Wu Ichi. If you dare to touch me, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Feng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This man was not young anymore, yet he was still relying on his father to act so powerful. He couldn't help but remind him, "Director Mo, after you bring this guy back, I suggest you investigate his father. You might find some surprises." Student Lin Feng gave a good reminder. As Director Mo spoke, he pushed the man down and handcuffed him. The man, who was originally in high spirits, collapsed to the ground when he saw that the situation was not good and actually started crying. I know I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. I will never do it again." Lin Feng shook his head. He had thought this man had some backbone, but he didn't expect him to be just a coward. Director Mo dragged the man to Lin Feng and said, "Student Lin Feng, I'm leaving first. I'll contact you if you have anything." Lin Feng nodded and responded politely, "Thank you for troubling Director Mo. It's my duty." "You're welcome." As the situation was resolved, the queue returned to normal. The people behind cast admiring glances at him and were full of respect for Lin Feng, who dared to stand out. Half a minute later, it was Lin Feng's turn to take a number. The staff handed over a number, and Lin Feng looked down. No, V005. The number of people waiting in front was actually 0. Lin Feng was stunned, wondering if the staff had made a mistake as to why they had sent him a VIP number. Originally, taking advantage of a small advantage was a happy thing for Lin Feng, but one should not be too hypocritical in doing things. Just a few minutes ago, he had called someone to punish the evil man. Now it was his turn to enjoy the privilege, which made Lin Feng feel somewhat uncomfortable. He looked up at the staff and asked, "Beautiful lady, did you give me the wrong number?" "Mr. Lin Feng, you donated an SSS level card to the country, and just now you resolved a conflict for us. A selfless and courageous person like you deserves such preferential treatment from our exchange," the staff member replied with a smile. Lin Feng almost blushed, thinking that the staff member must have recognized him. His fame has spread thousands of miles away. Wouldn't it be illegal to do this?" he asked hesitantly. The staff member quickly comforted him. "Mr. Lin Feng, don't worry, I have already reported this to the manager." The manager personally explained that there is nothing illegal here. After hearing these words, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. Behind him, the crowd near the ticket-taking entrance cast curious glances after hearing the staff's explanation. "Oh my god, you really are Lin Feng. So handsome, brother Lin Feng. I didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a noble person. It seems I am too narrow-minded. Lin Feng, you deserve a VIP number. We have no objection at all." With everyone's recognition, Lin Feng felt more relaxed and free of psychological burden. So, under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he walked towards the VIP entrance with his number plate. The VIP entrance with its long red carpet was empty. Lin Feng walked in with his head held high on the red carpet. He felt extremely happy enjoying this special treatment that was superior to others. At the end of the VIP red carpet stood a tall and beautiful receptionist wearing work clothes. Lin Feng walked forward and the receptionist gave him a professional smile. "Hello, sir." Lin Feng handed over the VIP number in his hand. "Sir, please follow me." He followed the welcoming beauty and walked deeper into the venue. As he left, another beautiful receptionist immediately took over the duty. The VIP treatment is indeed extraordinary. Some people even have a beautiful guide to accompany them. Lin Feng sighed in his heart and heard the introduction of the welcoming beauty in his ears. "Mr. Lin, our brilliant card trading center has a total of 18 floors. F-level cards are sold on the 1st to 5th floors. E-level cards are sold on the 6th to 8th floors. Level D cards are sold on the 9th to 11th floors. The 12th to 13th levels are C-level cards. The 14th level is a B-level card. Further up is the super membership area, where A-level and S-level cards are sold." "Mr. Lin, which level of card do you plan to buy this time?" Faced with the question from the receptionist, Lin Feng thought for a moment. He initially decided to come to the Brilliant Card Trading Center because he wanted to buy a few low-level cards to quickly improve his strength. Because according to what he learned from the book Super Card Knowledge, from beginner to mastery, the fusion of cards of each level does not conflict with each other. Moreover, the points consumed for the fusion of each type of card is only related to the number of times the cards of the same level are fused. For example, to fuse an F-level card, you need to consume 2,000 points for the first time. The second fusion of F-level cards requires 4,000 points. The third time requires 8,000 points, and so on. This rule applies independently to all levels of cards. The calculation formula for points consumption is card level plus 1, caret, number of fusions of the same level 1, asterisk base value of cards of different levels. The base values for different levels of cards are: SSS grade is 1 million, SS grade is 500,000, S grade is 200,000, A grade is 100,000, B grade is 50,000, C grade is 20,000, D grade is 10,000, E grade is 5,000, F grade is 2,000. Note, grade F is the lowest level and the grades increase in order. This is just the points needed to fuse the cards. After fusing the cards, in addition to the time consumed by the first natal card, there is also a fusion degree limit for other cards. Only when the degree of fusion reaches 100% can the card's ability be fully activated. The points required to improve the degree of integration are even more astonishing. Of course, this also depends on the level of the card. The calculation formula given in Super Card Knowledge from beginner to mastery is card level plus 1 carat number of fusions of the same level asterisk base value of cards of different levels. At this moment, Lin Feng still had 256,000 points left in his hands. According to his points reserves, he does not have enough points to fuse an A-level card. According to the formula, if it is not a natal card, the first fusion of an A-level card will consume 100,000 points. Based on this calculation, in order to fully integrate and obtain the ability of the first A-level card, 800,000 points will be required. The cost of the second A-level card is a terrifying 5.6 million. Therefore, although Lin Feng's current points seem to be more than 200,000, facing such a huge consumption gap, he can only temporarily fuse a few low-level cards. After accumulating a certain amount of strength, he can obtain more points through the secret realm and continue to fuse cards to improve his abilities, forming a virtuous circle. Let me take a look at the cards below level D first, Lin Feng said after some thought. The reason why he chose to look at cards below D level was not because of the current lack of funds, but because the points he had could only support the fusion of such low-level cards. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The road to becoming a strong man was indeed filled with endless pain and suffering. Okay, Mr. Lin. However, since you are not yet an official VIP of our Brilliant Card Trading Center, you will need to go to the studio to apply for a VIP card before officially entering. That way, next time you come, you only need to show your VIP card and you can enter directly through the VIP channel. Faced with this reasonable and beneficial suggestion, Lin Feng naturally would not refuse. So, accompanied by the beautiful receptionist, he went to the VIP processing studio. Inside the studio, the manager of the relevant department had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, the department manager came forward with a smile on his face. Mr. Lin Feng, to save you time, we've already started making your card when you entered the building. You only need to wait another half minute to get your card. In recognition of your contributions to the country, we've also waived the lengthy capital verification process for you. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect his identity to be so useful. He replied, "Thank you, manager. It is our honor that Mr. Lin Feng chose our brilliant exchange to purchase the card." Soon, the cards were printed. Lin Feng took the VIP card that was flashing black light, printed with a special identification barcode, and had a strong metallic texture. Afterwards, accompanied by a beautiful receptionist, he went to the elevator and took the VIP elevator directly to the 11th floor. At this time, the welcoming lady politely retreated. Before completely entering the card sales mall on the 11th floor, Lin Feng stopped in front of the shopping guide sign at the elevator exit. Because he has integrated the ancient artifact Fantian seal, his goal is very clear. What he needs to buy now is the ability card that increases his mental strength. Through the shopping guide sign, Lin Feng quickly located the sales area for ability cards that increase mental power attributes, and walked in that direction without hesitation. Since the card box system has newly introduced battle pet cards, many people are trying to stock up on cards and trade them, making the Brilliant Card Exchange appear quite crowded, especially the low-level card ordinary field where Lin Feng is. It is for this reason that the exchange has implemented the rule of taking a number to enter. Lin Feng shuttled through the crowd and soon arrived at the target area. Under the alloy glass cabinet, there are rows of turquoise cards, all of which are ability cards that increase mental strength. Lin Feng casually glanced at one of them. Spiritual Amplitude D-level ability card. After fusion, it can increase 43 points of mental strength. Another card read, Spiritual Amplitude D-level ability card. After fusion, it can increase 42 points of mental strength. Lin Feng frowned. He learned from Super Card Knowledge, from beginner to mastery, that the highest single attribute fluctuation that a D-level ability card can obtain is between 40 and 50 points. There is no upper limit on the number of times each person can merge cards, but the more times, the more points will be consumed. Lin Feng, who is now worth billions, naturally pursues the limit when it comes to merging cards, even low-level cards, because money is not a problem for him at all. Beauty, I need an extreme card that can increase my mental strength by 50 points. In order to save time, Lin Feng said directly to the salesgirl at the counter. The salesgirl was shocked after hearing this and looked at Lin Feng. The people around who were shopping for cards also looked at him in disbelief and locked their eyes on him. Lin Feng was a little confused by this situation, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, was his request too much? Maybe he doesn't understand the value of the limit card, he thought to himself. Just when Lin Feng was falling into self-doubt, there was a loud sniffling sound from the side, followed by a voice full of sarcasm. This made Lin Feng feel a little unhappy. He just wanted to buy an extreme card, so why did someone speak to him in a sarcastic tone? He
He turned to look at the person who had spoken. The man was wearing a vest, had a muscular build, and had a dragon and a tiger tattooed on his bald head, making him look extremely fierce. I don't understand value because I never look at value when buying cards. Lin Feng had a gentle smile on his face and didn't seem to be angry. Then he turned to the salesgirl at the counter and said, "Give me a limit card with full spiritual power." The salesgirl saw Lin Feng in his school uniform and hesitated a bit. She glanced at the bald man before speaking. "My dear classmate, the most common D-level ability card only costs about 100,000 yuan each, but the price of a card with the maximum value is very different." Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head after hearing this. It was obvious that she looked down on people. He had previously thought that the staff at the Brilliant Card Exchange were very professional. I didn't expect that I was thinking too beautifully. Obviously, no matter where or in which world, this kind of uneven quality of personnel is normal. He didn't intend to make a fuss, but just asked calmly, "As a customer, do you think I can't afford it?" The salesgirl realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately reacted. She looked up at the surveillance camera above her head and hurriedly explained, "Sir, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to explain the situation to you. Haha, I'm just reminding you out of kindness. I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed if I tell you the price. You are such an aggressive kid, you really don't know what's good for you." The bald man said this with a mocking look on his face. What made Lin Feng even more angry was that the salesgirl actually gave the bald man a look of gratitude. At this time, in the background monitoring center of the Brilliant Card Exchange, when Lin Feng just entered the room, the director of the monitoring center received a notice from his superiors. Request to pay close attention to and track Lin Feng's every move in the exchange, and report to superiors at any time. As Lin Feng's expression changed, the director staring at the surveillance screen felt something was wrong. Amplify the live sound. He could no longer keep his composure and stretched out his hand to give orders. D-level ability cards are around 100,000 each, but the price of a full limit card is probably quite different. The amplified sound reached the director's ears. His face suddenly turned pale. Judging from what the salesgirl said, it was correct on the surface. But if you think about it from another perspective, this statement clearly sounded discriminatory to the customers. It seems as if the other party can't afford it. The normal practice is to quote the price directly. If it was an ordinary customer, the director might turn a blind eye and let it go. But who is this person in front of me? It was Lin Feng who donated the SSS level card to the country yesterday. What shocked the director even more was that he learned from a piece of news he just read that Lin Feng is still an intern guardian of the Superpower Association. He was admitted by both Kamikaze University and Taito University. Thinking of this, the director couldn't help but tremble all over. This young man's identity is really too shocking. He took out his phone and sent a message to the senior executive in charge of monitoring and tracking. "Leader, Mr. Lin Feng is currently in the 11th floor spiritual attribute ability card area. He seems to have had an argument with a customer and one of our people. On the top floor of the Brilliant Exchange building, the CEO's phone rang. A message appeared in his hand. "Mr. Zhou, excuse me, I need to check a message." Yu Shuelin picked up his phone. "Boss Yu, it seems that Mr. Lin Feng has had some conflicts with our people." When Yu Shuelin saw this message, he froze. Lin Feng entered the Brilliant Card Exchange and was recognized. He immediately reported the situation to headquarters. Facing the now popular Lin Feng, he dared not neglect him in the slightest. The above also quickly gave a response plan. "What I mean is, don't be too deliberate and try to let things take their course. Keep a close eye on it." After understanding this meaning, he took action immediately. But at this moment, people below spread the news that he might have had a conflict with the store staff. This news made him feel uneasy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I have something to take care of now." Yu Shuelin stood up. Mr. Zhou, who was sitting opposite him, was surprised. "Boss Yu, what's more important than the $10 billion deal we're discussing?" Mr. Zhou asked in disbelief. "This matter is very important. We will discuss business later." Yu Shuelin walked out of the office and opened the door. "Xiao Yu, come and receive Mr. Zhou." "Boss Yu, are you really going to stand me up? I can't guarantee that our business will go smoothly this way. For the Brilliant Exchange, the loss is at least billions." Master Zhou said with some threat. "Then cancel this deal." Yu Shuelin replied without hesitation. Mr. Zhou's head was buzzing. "Boss Yu, if you think the price is not suitable, there is room for negotiation." Although there was a threat in his words, the new card series was very popular and if he missed this business, he would only lose more. He spoke again, hinting at a willingness to compromise. "Let's cancel it." After Yu Shuelin finished speaking, he left behind his back. Mr. Zhou sat on the sofa, completely stunned. At first he thought that Yu Shuelin's words were just an attempt to raise the price and use a tactic of playing hard to get. But when I agreed to the price, the other party cancelled the deal without hesitation. Did something really happen? He couldn't help but feel curious. In order to continue the business, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. "Mr. Zhou, where are you going?" Xiao Yu, who was about to bring tea into the office,
office, bumped into Mr. Joe and was stunned. Which direction did Mr. Yu go? Turn ahead. Mr. Joe chased after him and saw the elevator going down at the corner. Soon the elevator stopped on the 11th floor of the building. In the elevator, Yu Shuelin took out his cell phone and asked his men about Lin Feng's specific location. Then he asked the supervisor on the 11th floor to wait at the elevator entrance. After putting away the phone, I watched the elevator stop on the 11th floor of the Brilliant Exchange with a nervous mood. 11th floor of the Glorious Exchange, the western area for spiritual attribute ability cards. Lin Feng was so angry that he couldn't help laughing. He also realized that he was being treated like this probably because he was wearing a school uniform. But even so, he shouldn't be treated like this. Does every consumer have to dress brightly and beautifully? This rule is absolutely ridiculous. To such people, he can only fight back fiercely. You're looking down on me? It's just a D-rank ultimate card with all the attributes. Tell me, how much is it? Lin Feng asked with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man's face suddenly changed and he shouted angrily. Who are you scolding? Whoever is yelling nonsense, I will scold him. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. You dare to scold me? Do you know who I am? Lin Feng was furious, his eyes wide open with anger. Who the hell do I care who you are? What if I scold you? Okay, have you heard of the Scarlet Guild? My brother-in-law is the vice president of the Scarlet Guild. Also, this kid actually dared to insult me in public. This is the Brilliant Exchange. We must deal with him and give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will cancel the card transaction worth over 400,000 yuan. The bald man was furious and yelled loudly. If it weren't for the Brilliant Exchange, he would have made Lin Feng suffer long ago. The salesgirl's face darkened as she heard what the bald man said. She just sold 4 cards to the bald man and could get a 1% commission. If the order is cancelled due to returns, she will not only lose the commission but may also face a fine. But when it comes to the treatment of Lin Feng, she has no right to interfere. She could only say to Lin Feng in a pleading tone, Sir, you should apologize to this gentleman. After all, it is inappropriate for you to insult others. She began to assume the moral high ground. I'm trying to reason with you, but you're playing tricks on me. I'm playing tricks on you, and you still want to talk about morality. Does this mean that no matter what, I'm always wrong? Lin Feng's face became increasingly gloomy. Isn't it your fault? If you're poor, stop pretending to be cool here. The conflict gradually intensified, and the bald man, angry and out of control, no longer cared. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sir, please apologize and leave. Lin Feng took a deep breath and put his right hand in his pocket. The black gold VIP card of the Brilliant Exchange felt cold when touched by his fingers. Just as he was about to take out the card, a voice came from behind him. Just apologize and leave? That's too light a punishment. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. 2 people walked towards this side, one in front and one behind. The one who spoke was the young man in front. A middle-aged man followed the young man, the supervisor of the 11th floor of the Brilliant Exchange. He followed closely behind the young man, and it was obvious that the young man who was speaking was of higher status. You, Mr. Yu. When the salesgirl at the counter saw the young man, her expression tightened and she spoke hesitantly. The highest person in charge of the Shihai City Huihuang Exchange branch. Why would he personally show up for such a small conflict? The bald man said that his brother-in-law is the vice president of the Scarlet Guild. Is that true? No. What is the Crimson Guild in front of a behemoth like the Glorious Exchange? How could we possibly alarm such a person? Could it be that the boy in school uniform is the reason? The onlookers' minds were buzzing and their eyes swept over Lin Feng. Why does this young man look more and more familiar? Boom, boom, boom. I just can't remember where I've seen it before. Ha, you're done. It's too late to kneel down and kowtow now. The bald man was so insane that he mistakenly thought Yu Shuelin came here just for him. At this time, someone in the crowd whispered, That young man is Lin Feng, the Lin Feng who donated the SSS level card to the Superpower Association yesterday. Although the sound was small, it exploded at the scene like a bomb. After hearing this, the bald man felt like he was electrocuted, his whole body becoming crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He stared at Lin Feng blankly and took out his cell phone. Search photo comparisons. Exactly the same, it's really Lin Feng. The bald man felt like the sky was falling. The salesgirl at the counter also looked pale. Kneeling down and kowtowing now is not enough. Lin Feng jokingly repeated the bald man's words word for word. The bald man trembled all over and fell to his knees with a thud. Mr. Lin Feng, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. His forehead hit the floor hard. The sound continued. The 2 people who had just walked over stepped forward, and the young man standing in front said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lin Feng. I'm Yu Shuelin from the Shihai City Brilliant Exchange. I hope you're not frightened. Lin Feng smiled and responded calmly. Luckily you arrived in time, otherwise I would have been really frightened. Yu Shuelin felt a little embarrassed, bowed, and said jokingly, I've already apologized to Mr. Lin Feng. You have the final say on how to deal with these 2 people. How should I handle this? I'm not a law enforcement
enforcement officer, and this places the territory of the Brilliant Exchange.
I think you have the final say.
Lin Feng spread his hands. Although he was an intern guardian of the Superpower Association, he had not yet obtained a certificate and could not be considered an official law enforcement officer.
Moreover, if he showed up in person, he would appear petty.
So he simply pushed the responsibility onto Yu Shuelin. Yu Shuelin was stunned. This young man in front of me is only 18 years old, but his mind is far superior to that of ordinary people.
He also fell into a brief contemplation.
Although Lin Feng asked them to handle it.
But how will he handle it to satisfy Lin Feng? This gave him a headache.
First of all, this happened at our Brilliant Exchange.
No matter what the reason is, we have an unshirkable responsibility. To compensate Mr. Lin Feng, all his purchases at the Brilliant Exchange today will enjoy a 50% discount. Look, are you satisfied with this first condition?
Yu Shuelin asked Lin Feng with a smile on his face. Lin Feng nodded, a smile on his face.
This is a fair condition. The unpleasantness brought to Mr. Lin Feng is largely due to our management problems.
In the next period of time, we will provide more professional and rigorous vocational training for all employees of Huihuang Exchange. I will ruthlessly fire those employees whose professional qualities are not up to par, and will file a complaint with the relevant department according to the contract details. Yu Shuelin's words made the salesgirl's face turn pale instantly. She could barely accept being fired and having to pay compensation, but if the case was brought to the relevant authorities, her life would be over.
Mr. Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I will never do it again.
The salesgirl finally couldn't help herself and knelt down on the ground crying and begging for mercy.
But Lin Feng has seen too many people like this.
If you sympathize with her once, she will feel that you owe her something.
Lin Feng said coldly, what's the point of you begging me?
It's not my turn to decide this matter. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Yu Shuelin understood what he meant and signaled the security personnel who followed to drag the salesgirl, who was so scared that she collapsed, out. Next came the bald man with a broken forehead and bloodstains. Yu Shuelin's gaze shifted from the bald man to Lin Feng. Although this bald guy is not an employee of our store, the Brilliant Exchange has relevant terms and conditions for all customers. He caused trouble and disrupted the order of the store.
We will expel him from the store and put him on the permanent blacklist.
He will not be allowed to enter the Brilliant Exchange in the future. Not only that, at the trading summit in a few days, I will also suggest to my peers that we boycott him together. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Yu Shuelin was just going to expel him from the exchange. But when he heard that they were going to join forces with their peers to ban it and that the cards could no longer be used for transactions, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and his face turned pale. Having lost the ability to trade, it is impossible to upgrade by drawing cards on your own, and most of your life is wasted.
Mr. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I will never do this again. Please, give me a way to live. The bald man was trembling all over and kneeling down to beg for mercy.
Lin Feng dodged without mercy. Boss Yu, this bald guy just said his brother-in-law is the vice president of the Scarlet Guild.
So what exactly is the Scarlet Guild?
Lin Feng asked innocently with a curious baby's expression. Hearing what he said, Yu Shuelin couldn't help but look at him seriously. He understood what Lin Feng meant and smiled bitterly in his heart.
This kid has a really dark mind.
But since Lin Feng had spoken, it was difficult for him to refuse. After all, from the current point of view, they attach great importance to Lin Feng and want to maintain friendly relations as much as possible. Oh, the Scarlet Guild, it's just a small guild. If Mr. Lin Feng hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Since this guy is from the Scarlet Guild, I will greet them and I believe they will give me some face. When the bald man heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat and seemed to have lost his soul. If this gets to the guild, don't tell me whether it's right or wrong. Just one word from Yu Shuelin left him with no hope at all.
It is very likely that even his brother-in-law will be implicated. Boss Lin Feng, President Yu, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. I beg you, I will definitely change for the better in the future.
The bald man who looked burly now looked dispirited and lost, like a humble beggar.
Is this a bit inappropriate?
Lin Feng seemed to feel some sympathy and asked back with a frown, but his eyes remained cold and calm. I even thought in my heart, Yu Shuelin, you don't fully understand what I mean. What I want is to take this opportunity to give the Scarlet Guild a good beating. Evildoers will be punished. Mr. Lin Feng does not need to feel burdened by this. Yu Shuelin gave a signal with his eyes, then dragged the bald man who was kneeling and crying out and threw him out of the store.
Then, he pointed to the place on the ground that was stained by the bald man, and with a bit of anger in his tone, he said sternly to the supervisor behind him, hurry up and have someone clean the floor. The reason why Yu Shuelin was so excited was that he actually felt a little uncomfortable inside. After all, this time Lin Feng took action and had to bear all the bad consequences. Fortunately, Yu Shuelin didn't know Lin Feng's true thoughts. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Yu Shuelin prepared to leave and said, Mr. Lin Feng, I still have some things to deal with. This is very presumptuous. I hope you can understand.
Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, but he was thinking in his heart that since he was enjoying a a 50% discount on all his purchases, he had to find a way to make a good profit.
It's okay, go ahead and do your work. Yu Shuelin nodded and asked, how about I find a shopping guide to accompany you?
Lin Feng refused immediately. He was most afraid of someone giving him orders while he was buying something. After saying that, Yu Shuelin prepared to take his men away. However, not long after he turned around, he was stopped by Lin Feng. By the way, how do I settle this 50% off purchase?
Yu Shuelin's face twitched, and then he said,
I'll have the backend set up for your Black Gold VIP card to get a 50% discount. You only need to show your VIP card when you check out. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, not far away outside the crowd, a pair of eyes full of jealousy were staring at Lin Feng. The man was none other than Mr. Zhou, who had discussed business with Yu Shuelin not long ago. Just this internet celebrity kid ruined the multi-billion-dollar contract that Yu Shuelin and I had already negotiated. Although the transaction may still be able to go ahead because I gave in first, the price will definitely not be the same as before.
Internet celebrity boy, if I have the chance, I will make you pay the price.
Young Master Zhou clenched his fists and blamed all the losses that would inevitably follow on Lin Feng. At the same time, seeing Yu Shuelin preparing to leave, he quietly left the crowd and took the elevator back to Yu Shuelin's office in the Brilliant Exchange. At the counter, as the original salesgirl was taken away, a new one quickly took her place. Having learned her lesson, the new salesgirl was extremely attentive to Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng feel a little uncomfortable.
Mr. Lin Feng, here are 3 D-level cards with full spiritual power. Which one do you like? Isn't it all the same?
Lin Feng was helpless. He asked directly,
how much is one? For a D-level ultimate attribute card, the lowest recommended price on the Brilliant Exchange is 10 million.
As a Black Gold VIP member, Mr. Lin Feng's price will be calculated based on the lowest recommended price. This price made Lin Feng stunned for a moment, and he almost became dazed.
This is 100 times more expensive than a regular card, but it makes sense if you think about it.
For fusion cards, the attributes of ultra-rare cards will be up to 20 points higher than those of ordinary cards. Under that terrifying card fusion and points increasing consumption mode, people with strength would of course choose the extreme card.
Otherwise, if there is less here and less there, the gap will eventually widen. Let's take the first one.
Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The salesgirl took out an exquisite box from under the counter, and while packing it, she said to Lin Feng with a flattering smile, Mr. Lin Feng, the commission from the Brilliant Exchange is 1%.
Since you have a 50% discount, my commission is 50,000. I will transfer it to you privately.
Lin Feng was stunned again, then laughed.
Even the salesgirl took the initiative to help me get the best deal. He agreed readily. It doesn't matter how much money you make, the key is the pleasure of making money.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng patted his thigh and said with a smile,
put all 3 of them in my bag.
The salesgirl and the people around her were stunned for a moment, then they realized that Lin Feng was really trying to take advantage of them. Everyone's eyes were full of envy. In a blink of an eye, he made at least 15 million.
Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. The salesgirl smiled sweetly and responded in a clear voice.
The 3 cards were packaged and the payment transaction was completed smoothly. Lin Feng hurried to the 8th floor of the store. After determining the direction, he walked straight towards the spiritual attribute card trading area. In order to avoid further conflicts, Lin Feng's actions in the store were now monitored more closely. Wherever he goes, relevant staff will receive instructions. When he came to the E-level spiritual attribute ability card trading counter, the salesgirl specially assigned for him was already waiting there, greeting him with a smile.
Mr. Lin Feng, welcome.
Lin Feng nodded and said directly, give me a few E-level spiritual attribute cards with extreme attributes.
Okay, Mr. Lin Feng.
The salesgirl took out 5 white cards that had been prepared long ago from under the counter. Mr. Lin Feng, the E-level limit card can increase stats by 20 points, and the minimum recommended price is 20 million per card. You have a 50% discount, so each ticket costs 10 million.
How many do you need?
Lin Feng was a little confused when he heard that the normal price was 20 million per ticket. Why are lower level cards more expensive?
Seeing his confusion, the salesgirl quickly explained.
Mr. Lin Feng, E-level cards consume less points and can be integrated into more cards. There are more people choosing it, so the price is relatively higher. Please understand. After hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in relief. Although it was a bit expensive, he was now worth over 3 billion, so he didn't care.
He said generously, pack all 5 of them for me. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment.
After spending 50 million and picking up 5 E-level extreme attribute cards at half price, he went straight to the lower level of the 5th floor of the store. The target is clear, directly targeting the spirit card trading area. On the way, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and opened the calculator in Super Card Knowledge, from beginner to mastery.
Calculate how many points are needed to fuse an F-level card for the 20th time.
The 20th fusion consumed over 1 billion points, increasing the fusion degree by nearly 2.1 billion points. Lin Feng had not paid attention to it before, but was shocked when he calculated it. I was secretly amazed that this was
was only the 20th time. Forget it, don't be too greedy. Just buy 10. The staff who were monitoring him in the background saw him take out his cell phone. I zoomed in and watched his movements carefully, and suddenly felt a chill. I thought to myself, this kid may be fleecing the sheep, but he can't be so cruel as to pluck all the sheep bald. After hearing him talking to himself, I breathed a sigh of relief. I think 10 is an acceptable number. The staff continued to follow Lin Feng into the F-level sales area. The same people who had been prepared in advance came forward. Mr. Lin Feng, welcome. Well, I want 10 F-level spiritual attribute limit cards. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment. The current floor is running low on inventory. I'll help you apply for allocation from another floor. Lin Feng nodded. He didn't expect that all the mental limit cards on this level were reserved by him. The staff communicated with the deployment department through internal communications. Then he said to him again, Mr. Lin Feng, the attribute range of F-level cards is from 1 to 10, and the limit card is 10. A regular card might cost a few thousand, but the suggested price for an extreme card is 200 million. You get a 50% discount, so the price per ticket is 100 million. When Lin Feng heard the price, he was shocked. This price range and increase are really exaggerated. The salesgirl continued. F-level attribute cards can be said to be universal cards because the fusion cost is low, so the price is relatively higher. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a pang of pain in his heart, as losing 1 billion was indeed a considerable sum. But if you think about the money you can earn again after losing it, it will be hard to get it again if you miss the opportunity to make money. I felt relieved immediately. Soon, 10 cards arrived and Lin Feng paid 1 billion. He put away the card and looked at the remaining 2 billion, lost in thought. Then he went to the 13th floor. I bought 3 C-level spiritual limit cards at a discounted price of 8 million each. By the way, I also bought 3 extreme attribute cards of strength, endurance, and agility at a price of about 10 million. The attributes of a C-level card range from 90 to 100, and the maximum attribute is 100. Instead of just taking advantage of small profits, it is better to go all out. He went up again, to the 14th floor, and continued to buy B-level extreme cards. The attributes of B-level cards range from 180 to 200. The normal price is about 20 million. The ultimate card costs 40 million. Seeing that the discounted price was 20 million, Lin Feng originally wanted to buy 3 of each. But the store's inventory is really not enough, so he only got 5 in the end. At this time, on the top floor of the glorious exchange building, Yu Shuelin was still in a stalemate discussing business with Mr. Zhou. Every time his phone lit up, he couldn't help but twitch his face, his whole body trembled, and his face was full of worry. Lin Feng, this kid, I gave him a 50% discount, but he was so ruthless and grabbed it all. If this continues, my year-end performance. Oh, forget it. Adjust your mindset and try to make back the money from the business with Mr. Zhou. Boss you? Boss you. Yu Shuelin was in a trance and shouted with a frown. Yu Shuelin was stunned for a moment and said, sorry, I was just checking the news. Boss you, I'll add another billion. Let's sign the cooperation contract. Master Zhou urged. No hurry, let's drink some tea and chat. Yu Shuelin smiled and turned around and called out, Xiaoyu, add some more water. Master Zhou looked at it helplessly, thinking that he had already drunk 2 pots. Lin Feng looked at his remaining balance of nearly 1.7 billion. I glanced at the S-level battle pet card I drew on the road. Decided to make the most of this wave of wool. Missed this opportunity. Next time you want to buy a card and synthesize and upgrade an S-level battle pet card, you won't get such a favorable price. He first took out 10 million and prepared to test the waters with synthesis. A smile appeared on his face. Then he took the elevator down to the first floor of the store. The staff who were following Lin Feng in the background finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thought he was getting ready to leave. Unexpectedly, reality gave them a heavy blow. Lin Feng did not leave to the first floor, but turned around and entered the sales floor on the first floor. All surveillance and staff immediately became nervous. Attention all departments, Mr. Lin Feng has entered the first floor sales area. As for why he came to the first floor store, it was because the cards here were the cheapest. Lin Feng mastered the knowledge of combined cards by studying supercard knowledge from beginner to expertise. Whether the card combination is successful or not, the type of card does not matter. However, the higher the level of the card used, the greater the probability of successful synthesis and card level upgrade. For example, a grade A card and a grade B card are combined. If successful, the minimum level of the synthesized card will not be lower than a level, and the card system will be random. If you fail, you will lose a random card. Although the Battle Pet card is a new series, but according to current understanding, their special synthesis mechanism, even if you fail, the Battle Pet card will not disappear. This is Lin Feng's first attempt at synthesizing Battle Pet cards, so he chose the lowest level F-level card to test the waters. After all, money doesn't come from the wind, so the lower the cost, the better. Lin Feng walked into the store. A beautiful woman who had been arranged in advance came up to greet them. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng, I'm the manager of the first floor sales area. What else do you need? I want a 10 million F-class card, regardless of card type and attributes. The cheaper the better.
Lin Feng said directly to the supervisor on the first floor. The first floor store is currently experiencing an increase in the number of card purchases due to the release of a new series of battle pet cards.
The prices of all cards have increased to a certain extent, and the lowest grade F-grade card costs 30,000 yuan each. Okay, I understand.
With the discount, you can help me arrange a 10 million F-level card.
Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. The first floor supervisor picked up the tablet and quickly began calculating.
A moment later, the first floor supervisor said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin Feng, based on the current price fluctuations, after the discount, you can buy 462 F-level cards for 10 million.
Lin Feng nodded and responded, okay.
The supervisor on the first floor showed the payment code, and Lin Feng immediately transferred 10 million.
Mr. Lin Feng, I will take you to the lounge first.
I will arrange for staff to deliver the card to you later. After receiving the money, the supervisor said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng answered and followed him to the lounge on the first floor. Just as the two were passing the sales hall of the store and preparing to turn the corner to enter the VIP lounge next to it, they suddenly heard an excited and hoarse shout.
Family, 97 cards, it worked. It finally worked. Thank you, Brother Su, for the boat. Brother Su is awesome.
Brothers, please give us a thumbs up and the result will be revealed soon. When Lin Feng heard the voice, he couldn't help but look over curiously and asked the supervisor on the first floor, is this a live broadcast?
Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. Not long ago, our store acquired an F-level battle pet card.
In order to let everyone know about the relevant information of the battle pet card, our anchor specially did a live broadcast of the battle pet card synthesis.
Oh, where is the live broadcast?
Once you open TikTok, search for Brilliant Exchange and you'll find our official live stream. Lin Feng nodded, and then, under the guidance of the supervisor on the first floor, entered the VIP lounge next door.
After settling Lin Feng down, the supervisor said goodbye and left.
He leaned back on the sofa in the lounge, waiting for the card to arrive. During this time, Lin Feng took out his phone, opened TikTok, and searched for the official live broadcast room of the Brilliant Exchange. In the picture, the host holds the battle pet card that he just synthesized in his hand and shows it to the audience.
D-level battle pet card. Use the card to obtain a young Steppenwolf.
As the card information was displayed, the host in the live broadcast room excitedly shouted, guys, it turns out that there's a chance that pet card synthesis will result in a tier jump. This live broadcast used 97 F-class cards, with a total cost of nearly 3 million.
Jumped to a higher level.
The anchor spent 3 million, but this time he made a killing. Personally, I think that even if there's no rank jump, synthesizing 97 of them to create an E-rank card is definitely worth it.
Is there anyone knowledgeable who can tell me roughly how much a D-rank battle pet card costs?
I just saw an F-rank battle pet card listed at a nearby exchange for 3 million. I estimate a D-rank card would be worth tens of millions.
The guy above is too conservative. A D-level battle pet card costs at least 50 million. Oh my god.
I hope I can draw a battle pet card next year and directly reach the pinnacle of life. Brother, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The official has given rough statistics, and the probability of drawing a battle pet card is less than 1 in 10,000.
So low?
Someone just said the F-rank battle pet card on the exchange is priced at 3 million.
I think the price will go up. Ha ha ha, it's going up.
I just checked the exchange, and the price is already at 10 million.
The buy button is gray, so I can't buy it for now. Host, are you still going to do it? I want to see it.
Yes, host, please continue. The atmosphere is so heated. Anchor, please don't stop. I'll give you all my balance and gifts. Keep going. Brothers, I can't make the decision, but everyone wants to see it, so I will apply to the higher-ups. Lin Feng touched his chin, and the slight worry in his heart was completely dispelled by the synthetic information provided by the live broadcast room. From this we can see that the battle pet card synthesis will consume the card 100%. Even if it fails, the card will still exist. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about his S-level battle pet card disappearing due to synthesis failure. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door in the lounge. Lin Feng closed his phone and shouted. The frosted glass door was pushed open and a woman walked in carrying a silver box. Behind her was another woman, carrying a tray with various fruits on it and a cup of hot kachibulin next to it.
Mr. Lin Feng, all the F-level cards you purchased are in the box. The password is 4 zeros.
Lin Feng nodded, stood up and took the box.
Thanks for your hard work. Mr. Lin Feng, these are the cakes and tea prepared by the store. After finishing their work, the two women took the initiative to leave.
Lin Feng placed the silver box on the table and opened the lid. It was filled with gray F-grade cards. The first card that caught my eye read,
Hulanchen Mineral Water. F-level prop card.
Use this card to obtain a box of Hulanchen Mineral Water.
Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. What useless things were these?
This kind of card can only be used for synthesis. He picked up the card, his mind moved, and his intention was activated. The card in his hand disappeared instantly and entered his card box panel. Then, he summoned the card box panel. I looked around the lounge lounge and didn't see any cameras. However, to be on the safe side, he set the card box panel to hidden by default. Then, under the control of his consciousness, Lin Feng put an S-level battle pet card and an F-level prop card into the synthesis interface. The F-level item card shattered and disappeared, but the S-level battle pet card remained unchanged. Lin Feng failed in combining the cards for the first time. This was within his expectations and did not disappoint him at all. I tried to synthesize 10 cards in a row, but all failed. Looking at the money that was wasted, Lin Feng began to feel a little distressed. This is also the reason why he doesn't directly use more advanced cards for synthesis. Although the success rate of synthesizing high-level cards is slightly higher, the loss will be greater if it fails. Even if he still has more than 10 billion in his hands, such synthesis will not be used many times. Just use 10 cards. Lin Feng stared at the silver box and found that nearly 1/3 of the cards inside were missing. I couldn't help but start to doubt my life. The probability of successfully synthesizing an S-level card and an F-level card is too low. I think I need to try a different synthesis method. Faced with 100 failures, Lin Feng fell into deep thought and decided to change the synthesis strategy. His new plan is to first combine 2 F-level cards and try to get a higher level card, then use advanced cards and S-level battle pet cards to synthesize. Lin Feng took out 2 F-level cards and put them into the synthesis interface of the card box panel. The 2 F-level cards shattered instantly. At the same time, he received feedback from the system. The synthesis fog panel flips over to reveal a cyan card. Cyan cards represent D-level cards. He actually skipped a level? Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. According to the introduction in Supercard Knowledge, from beginner to expertise, it is very difficult to successfully synthesize cards. He succeeded on his first attempt and even achieved a step-skipping effect. Combining cards doesn't seem as difficult as I thought. With a thought, he put the newly synthesized D-level card into the card box backpack. Looking at this newly synthesized card, although the level is not high, it is the first time it has been successful, so I can't help but feel excited. D-level skill card. After fusion, learn and gain the skill Fireball. Oh my god, it's actually a skill card? Lin Feng couldn't help but shout out and leaned back tactically. I suddenly felt very comfortable. Among traditional cards, the most difficult to produce are talent cards, and the second most difficult are skill cards. Therefore, skill cards are extremely expensive. Just now, when he was shopping in the mall, he took a casual glance and saw that the price of a D-level skill card could exceed 4 million. Being able to synthesize a card like this now can make up for all the losses from the previous card synthesis. Lin Feng let out a long sigh and felt extremely relaxed. He took out 2 F-level cards again to synthesize them. It doesn't matter, failure is the mother of success. Besides, there is no loss now. As long as the next 50 groups can succeed once more, it will be a waste of time. Half an hour later, there were less than 200 F-level cards in the silver box. But during this period, Lin Feng never succeeded in synthesis again. The continuous failures made him numb, and he felt a little irritated. I really don't believe in evil. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up and continued to insist. However, the reality is still cruel, as if the novice protection period has passed. Even when the silver box was empty, he still hadn't synthesized a successful card. This made Lin Feng's face turn pale instantly, and he took out the dozen cards he picked up when he killed the man in the suit yesterday and prepared to combine them. He was so angry that he yelled, "I swear, if I close the card again, I will chop off my own hand." He took a deep breath. Even though he felt very upset, he suddenly lost almost 6 million points for no apparent reason, which was really hard to calm down. Calm down, calm down. He forced himself to calm down. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin Feng slowly adjusted his mentality and decided to merge several attribute cards first. He picked up a D-level spiritual attribute limit card. To fuse a D-level card, 10,000 points will be consumed. Are you sure? Lin Feng confirmed it with his mind. D-level ability card fusion successful. Current fusion progress 0%. The fusion degree is increased to 100%, and the ability card attributes can be activated. He turned his attention to his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. Strength, 2. Spirit, 1. Endurance, 4. Agility, 2. Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Amplification. Points, 246,000. Remaining draw cards, 0. Bound item, Divine Artifact Fanteon Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, the only SSS level 1. Spiritual Amplification, D-level, fusion degree 0/40,000. After looking at his own attributes, Lin Feng took another breath, gave his thoughts again, and began to increase the fusion progress of the D-level card. Currently, the D-level card has reached 100% fusion, which requires 40,000 points. Please confirm. Points began to decrease rapidly by 40,000. Lin Feng felt a warm current surging through his body. The mental power attribute instantly increased to 51 points. At the same time, he felt that his insight into and control over everything had also increased. With this mental power, if he meets Xiao Yuan again, Lin Feng is confident that he can use the Fanteon Seal to smash smash him to pieces. Seeing that there were only 206,000 points left, Lin Feng did not intend to stop. However, this time, he decided not to fuse D-level cards of the same level, because fusing the second card of the same level is not cost-effective for his remaining points. Fusion alone will consume 40,000 points, and another 160,000 points will be required to reach 100% fusion. Just the second card alone would drain all his points. So, he took out an E-level card and started to fuse it. After completion, the fusion degree increased to 100%. That's right. This entire process consumed 20,000 points, and the remaining points dropped to 186,000. Mental strength increased by another 20 points. Then, Lin Feng took out another F-level mental power card. After fusion, he gained 10 points of mental power and consumed 6,000 points. At this time, his mental power had reached 81 points, and there were 180,000 points remaining. In order to achieve the best fusion cost-effectiveness, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the calculator and started calculating. If you fuse an E-level card next, you will need to consume 60,000 points, increase your mental strength by 20 points, and each attribute point will cost an average of 3,000 points. To fuse an F-level card, you need 12,000 points, which increases your mental strength by 10 points, and each attribute only requires 1,200 points. Obviously, it is more cost-effective to fuse F-level ability cards, so Lin Feng fused another F-level attribute card. The total fusion cost of the third F-level card is 24,000 points, with an average cost of 2,400 points per attribute point. He continued to fuse F-level cards and gained 10 points of mental power. Calculating the fourth F-level card, the total fusion consumption reached 48,000 points, with an average attribute cost of 4,800 points. At this time, the fusion E-class card is more cost-effective, consumes 60,000 points and can gain 20 attributes after complete fusion. At this time, Lin Feng's mental power attribute had soared to 121 points, with 84,000 points remaining. Looking at the remaining points on hand, he sighed. The points were only enough to fuse another F-level card. Without hesitation, Lin Feng spent 48,000 points to fuse another F-level card. The points decreased again, leaving 36,000. He thought to himself, now that I have started, I might as well see it through to the end. He spent another 21,400 points to redeem a chance to draw a card. There are only 14,600 points left, which are completely exhausted and I can't do anything. Looking at the remaining points again, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. These points are consumed like water. Worse than money. Fortunately, his mental strength attribute was successfully increased to 131 points, which made him feel a little comforted. Then, relying on these 131 points of mental strength, he simulated the power of the Fantian seal in his mind. The result made him smile involuntarily. Every point of mental strength can exert about 250 kilograms of force. Compared to when there is only a little mental power, every increase in mental power can increase an additional 50 kilograms of strength. It seems that the higher the mental power, the stronger the insight and control over everything, and the power exerted by each point of mental power is also greater. Lin Feng muttered to himself and made his own speculation. After fusing the cards, Lin Feng took a look at the several A-level cards and one S-level card he had drawn yesterday. Or do you decide to use up the card drawing opportunity you just redeemed? After a brief mental struggle, Lin Feng finally felt it. Losing money feels worse than eating shit. He decided to continue gambling and try to make back his lost money. So, he took out an A-level card from his card bag. Super Fan Club. A-level prop card. After using it, Douyin gained 10 million followers. The value of an A-grade card, no matter how bad it is, even if it is a waste card, worth at least tens of millions. Lin Feng carefully placed the Battle Pet card and this A-level card on the synthesis interface. God bless me, I will definitely succeed. He prayed silently before closing the card. If the synthesis fails, the loss will be tens of millions. He was afraid that his little heart really couldn't bear it. Close your eyes and click composite. Lin Feng's consciousness exited the card box system. He had no way of knowing whether it was successful or not. He could only hope for success. My heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was going to jump out of my chest. Consciousness enters the card box interface again. When he saw the result, Lin Feng was stunned. It seems to have succeeded, but it also seems to have failed. Three-legged golden crow. S-level battle pet card. Use the card to obtain a young three-legged golden crow. The battle pet cards did change, but they did not advance. I really am so angry. It will cost at least 10 million points. Lin Feng felt extremely upset. 16 million points were gone just like that. Although the three-legged golden crow may be stronger than the Chaos Dragon, but for him who needs SSS level, failure to advance is a failure. Forget it, forget it. He forced himself to let it go. I can only hope to make up for the loss by shopping at 50% off today. This made him feel a little better. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have already made a lot of money from shopping at 50% off, why not try a few more times? He looked at the few high-level cards
cards left in the card box backpack. Endurance increase, rich enough to rival a nation. Knight armor, goddess's blessing. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the last A-grade card that he had drawn yesterday but had not checked. Goddess's blessing, A-level skill card. After use, you will receive the goddess blessing for 24 hours, and your secret realm points will be increased by 10%. Note, the card disappears after use. This is not bad. Lin Feng has a high opinion of this card. Then he began to count the cards one by one. The ones Yu Zhenghai gave me are definitely not usable. If one day Yu Zhenghai wants to take it back and I can't give it out, I will probably be scolded and accused of wasting resources and spending money. Calculating the value of the other cards. Relatively speaking, the card, Wings of Light, has the lowest value. But even at the lowest price, the value of this card is definitely higher than the base price of an ordinary S-level card. Should I sell this card to the Brilliant Exchange? Then I can buy it back from them for 50% off. Lin Feng suddenly had this thought, but on second thought, if I really did that, it would be too shameless, and the Brilliant Exchange will definitely not agree. Because if you keep getting stuck in the bug, you'll be getting something for nothing. However, he had an idea. If I don't sell the card to them today, can't I still sell it to them tomorrow? I still have 1.7 billion, so I can just go and buy it from them first. Lin Feng suddenly became excited again. He stood up and opened the door to the lounge. Outside the door, a beautiful staff member was waiting for him at any time. Seeing him open the door, the beauty smiled politely and asked, "Mr. Lin Feng, what do you need?" I also want to buy a few S-Class cards. What's the current price of an S-Class card?" When the beautiful staff member heard this, her whole body trembled slightly. "Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment. I will contact the supervisor right away." With her help, the supervisor on the first floor came over soon. She was also shocked by Lin Feng's request and reported the news to her superiors on the way. "Mr. Lin Feng, the current lowest price for an S-level card in the store is 1.2 billion. After the beautiful supervisor arrived, she reported to Lin Feng. "Oh, 1.2 billion. Lin Feng calculated in his mind that he still had a little over 1.7 billion on him. He also has an A-level card, rich enough to rival a country, which can earn him 100 million after using it. So he said to the beautiful supervisor, "Can you give me a discount? Can I have 3? The beautiful supervisor swallowed and continued, "Mr. Lin Feng, there is only one S-level card worth 1.2 billion in the store. The next S-level card costs 2.4 billion, and the next one above is 4.3 billion. In total, the 3 cards cost 3.95 billion. When Lin Feng heard the price, he was stunned. This is too expensive. According to the price quoted by the beautiful supervisor, he is now broke and can only buy 2 at most. What bad luck! I shouldn't have donated 1/3 of the money yesterday. He took a deep breath and said, "Then give me 2 cheaper ones." The beautiful manager's face froze for a moment, but then he regained his professionalism and said, "Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment. I need to consult my superiors and will give you a reply later." Lin Feng nodded to show his understanding. After all, it's a business worth more than 3 billion. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if it was cut in half at once. The highest level of the Brilliant Exchange. Yu Xuelin picked up the pen and was about to sign the contract with Mr. Zhou. The phone message rang again. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou." Yu Xuelin's eyelids twitched. "Pick up your phone and check the message." I felt very sad when I saw the content. This kid Lin Feng is really endless. He took a deep breath to steady himself. "Give it to him." With helplessness, he replied to the message. "If you disagree, not only will you be slapped in the face, but you will also be laughed at by your peers and you won't be able to handle it. More seriously, it will also affect the store's stock price. The losses are probably more than that." But when he put down his phone and picked up the pen again, I was still hesitant and never signed the contract. Master Jojo watched Yu Xuelin pick up and put down his pen. I know in my heart that we need to talk about it again. He was also in pain. But even so, we can't give up this business. Because of the news from the family, now the prices of battle pet cards in major exchanges are changing rapidly due to the emergence of new cards. This order is of vital importance to the family and we must strive to get it. Lin Feng stayed in the lounge. I felt a little uneasy regarding whether this transaction can be completed. He has no bottom. He knew he had gone too far. When I first entered the market, I had nearly 3.5 billion. If we spend it all now, it would be equivalent to taking away 3.5 billion from the Brilliant Exchange. If the Brilliant Exchange refuses, he could understand, even though he felt a little unhappy. If you agree, he could only pray that the money from the Brilliant Exchange really came from the wind. The beautiful supervisor on the first floor walked in. "Mr. Lin Feng, these are 2 S-level cards." The beautiful supervisor took out 2 small red carved metal boxes from her bag and gently placed them on the table in front of Lin Feng. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. It seemed that the deal was finally settled. He transferred the 1.8 billion without hesitation. The beautiful manager paused for a moment. Her eyes swept towards the empty silver box beside her. After a moment's hesitation, she
she softly said to Lin Feng.
Mr. Lin Feng, luck is often difficult to predict.
Personally, I'm not a big risk taker. There was something else behind her words, and Lin Feng naturally understood it. She was reminding him not to be impulsive when closing the card.
The beautiful supervisor kept smiling, nodded, turned, and left the lounge.
Lin Feng picked up one of the golden boxes, opened it, and inside lay a red S-level card.
Stars shine. S-level item card. After use, the stars in the sky will shine for you.
Note, only the shining stars can convey my love for you.
Note, after use, the card disappears.
He stared at the card and commented in his mind that the special effects were indeed cool, but they were actually useless.
It can only be regarded as a real S-level waste card.
He conjured the card with his mind and placed it in the card box backpack. He took a deep breath and clenched his hands, his palms already sweating. The two cards are placed in the card combining interface. The tension made it difficult for him to control his thoughts for a moment. This failure means hundreds of millions of dollars have been wasted.
He took another deep breath and focused. In the consciousness, the two red cards began to blend and collide with each other.
The next moment, the picture suddenly collapsed.
The S-level cards involved in the synthesis are directly crushed. The card combination failed and the result is determined.
Lin Feng sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling bitter in his heart.
Give me back the money, and I won't play anymore, okay?
He was silent for a moment, but he was unwilling in his heart. He took out another S-level card from another box and threw it up without thinking. Perhaps the goddess of luck is finally willing to favor him, or perhaps the success rate of consuming S-level card combination cards is not low. In his mind, the two cards finally merged successfully. A silver battle pet card slowly flipped out from the card combining mist.
SS level battle pet card.
Just when Lin Feng was about to spend all his money, he finally succeeded in synthesizing it. He was so excited that he could hardly hold back and shout out loud. But then he remembered that his target was SSS level, and cursed inwardly.
Damn it, why not just jump to SSS level?
His eyes fell on the card box panel and the newly acquired card in his backpack.
King of Birds. SS level battle pet card.
After use, you will obtain the young pet phoenix, the king of birds.
The SS level phoenix, the king of birds, is already quite powerful. How much stronger would it be if it were an SSS level bird of the same series? Lin Feng was full of curiosity. He exited the card box panel with his mind.
Excited, he quickly took out his cell phone. After unlocking, open the app, New Ball Player.
This is the world's largest card discussion platform that has been passed down by Blue Star for a century.
Go to the homepage, go to the personal center, and set all personal information to be hidden.
Customized an unfamiliar nickname.
The system automatically generated, I am the most jumping in the world.
He starts creating a post, typing, family, I got an SS level battle pet card from combining them. Is it worth binding? After input is complete, post with one click. Post is being generated. Content created successfully. He refreshed the app to check the post he had just made. Here are a few comments. Newcomer, it's better to throw away the SS level battle pet card. Another crazy one. I suggest the OPC a neurologist right away. I think only SSS level pets are worth binding. After all, you can only bind one battle pet card and it can't be restored. Do you believe that I am the Qin Emperor, or do you believe that the host can combine SS level battle pet cards? Brother upstairs, I want to transfer money to you. What's your card number? Did the OP really combine a battle pet card? I'm so jealous. Anonymous posting, see through it at a glance. Looking at the comments, Lin Feng suddenly felt relieved. Although more than 3 billion has been squandered to only tens of thousands left, the happiness has increased several times. Then, he gathered the silver SS level battle pet cards in his hand and displayed them. Take a picture. Done. As soon as he collected his thoughts, the card box backpack closed automatically. Open the new Baller app again and enter the post you just posted. Reply to yourself, upload photos, and edit text. Family, I don't understand either. This is the SS level battle pet card I synthesized, the king of birds. After typing the text, click send. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if his spirit was sublimated and purified, and the joy in his heart reached an indescribable peak. Waited 30 seconds. Refresh the new Baller app and enter the post again. The screen was suddenly filled with question marks. There were a few shocking remarks scattered among them. Owner, I was joking. Are you serious? I can't accept it. This is worse than killing me. OP, how did you synthesize it? Give me the formula. I will never again trust the Emperor Qin. Countless people began to tag him. Within a dozen seconds, the number of ATS reached 999 plus. Today is a great day. Among the messages left by Lin Feng, this one received the most likes. You deserve to die. In just a few seconds, the number of likes exceeded 10,000 and continued to soar. Following closely behind is this even worse than being fed shit by the OP? The number of likes also grew rapidly by tens of thousands. Next one. Damn it, I'm such a jerk. The number of likes also soared at a terrifying rate. Lin Feng raised his hand holding the phone and leaned back tactically. With a happy smile on his face, he quietly watched netizens around the world verbally abuse and
and criticize him. He edited another message and sent it out.
Family, is the SS level battle pet card worth binding? Many people are saying that it needs to be SSS level.
Because Lin Feng's post became extremely popular in a short period of time. The message sent by the original poster was directly displayed on the post in the form of a barrage, bright red and eye-catching, floating slowly.
Netizens around the world are leaving comments. Guys, is the SS level pet card worth binding? Many people have mentioned that it must be SSS level. Waiting online, it's urgent. The entire post fell into endless silence as the content edited by Lin Feng passed by. Although it was only 3 seconds, it seemed as long as a century.
Because when the system broadcasts the content edited by the original poster, other messages will be silenced to prevent the original poster's content from being pushed to the top.
The netizens in the post were extremely uncomfortable because they couldn't insult Lin Feng in these 3 seconds, facing insults and slander on the internet.
Lin Feng lay there watching, motionless, as steady as an old dog. As time goes by, the content continues to ferment. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Feng's post was pinned to the top of the system and became the most popular discussion post at the moment. The number of views reached an astonishing over 1 billion times, breaking the record of hot posts on the new Baller app. As the post became more and more popular, the focus of attention gradually shifted to the core issue.
Who is the host? What country is the OP from? How did the OP synthesize the SS level battle pet card?
Based on the replies to the posts, the system summarized these 3 most critical issues.
A pop-up window appeared in front of Lin Feng. It is entirely up to him to answer or not. The new Ballman app was completely replaced by artificial AI 100 years ago. The confidentiality of user personal information is extremely strict and absolutely safe. This is also the reason why Lin Feng can post under a pseudonym without worrying about his identity being leaked. Faced with 3 problems before us,
he was the first to choose silence and refuse to answer.
He gave the answer to the second question, I am a dragon.
The answer to the third question made everyone feel uncomfortable and suffocated. He used an F-level battle pet card and an F-level card to synthesize it, and finally got an SS-level battle pet card by pure luck. After all, bragging on the internet is not illegal and your words will not be spread by the wind. His strategy is to make others uncomfortable.
No one was surprised by Lin Feng's silence on the first question.
Since the poster chose to post using a pseudonym, he definitely does not want to reveal his identity.
The second question plunged all foreign users into embarrassment and silence. The third problem is that users all over the world feel that food is no longer delicious.
After answering the question, Lin Feng took another look at the tag message in his anonymous private message.
Original poster, I'll be your battle pet. Can you transfer your battle pet to me? If it's not enough, I can also eat a few mouthfuls of shit.
As soon as this message was posted, it quickly rushed to the top and the number of likes exceeded 100 million.
Why are people these days all like this? They're so spineless.
Lin Feng shook his head, feeling sad. He glanced at the time. It was almost 3 in the afternoon, so he put away his phone. The purpose of coming to the brilliant exchange has been achieved.
The whole process is quite exciting.
Now, it's time to go to the Superpower Association to handle the remaining matters. Just as Lin Feng was about to get up, there was another knock on the lounge door.
Why would anyone come to see me without my permission? Lin Feng was confused, but still asked.
The manager of the first floor sales floor walked into the lounge.
Mr. Lin Feng, Mr. Yu invites you to dinner. Is it convenient for you?
Lin Feng touched his stomach and found that he was indeed a little hungry.
Since someone invites you, why refuse? It doesn't matter how much money you make. The main thing is that you can get something for free. Boss, you invited me, so naturally I have to obey.
Lin Feng replied with a smile.
Okay, Mr. Lin Feng, please wait a moment. I will reply to Mr. Yu right away.
Lin Feng nodded.
The top floor of the magnificent exchange building.
Yu Xuelin had just finished negotiating a business contract and sent Jojo away when his cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and looked at the message. Mr. Yu, Mr. Lin Feng agrees to have dinner with you.
This news finally brought a smile to Yu Xuelin's face.
At the same time, he was also making some calculations in his mind. In order to prevent this guy from taking advantage of me again in the afternoon, I have to lock him up at the dinner table. Mr. Lin Feng, please go to the Super VIP member box on the 17th floor. After sending the message, Yu Xuelin got up and packed his luggage. After leaving the office, I prepared to go to the Super VIP member box on the 17th floor. Just as he reached the office door, he seemed to remember something, so he said to the assistant next to him, Xiao Yu, go get my 2 bottles of Romani Conti and have them delivered to the Super VIP box on the 17th floor. Assistant Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, wondering why Mr. Yu was so generous, but still answered,
Okay, Mr. Yu. Yu Xuelin walked towards the elevator with an excited smile on his face.
Lin Feng, I'm going to make you drink until you drop. If you want to come to the mall to take advantage of us again, you won't have the energy to do it even if you're willing. Take the elevator straight up to the 17th floor. Yu Xuelin walked straight to the Super VIP member box. After sitting down, he looked up at his watch a little nervously. nervously. I just hope that Lin Feng doesn't change his mind at the last minute and stand me up.
Finally, 2 minutes later,
the sales manager on the first floor took Lin Feng into the super VIP member box.
Mr. Lin Feng, please sit down, please sit down.
Yu Shualin stood up personally, pulled out a chair for Lin Feng, and motioned for him to sit down. Lin Feng naturally didn't hesitate and sat down.
Xiao Xiao, come and eat with us.
Seeing Lin Feng sitting down, Yu Shualin shouted to Xiao Xiao, the supervisor on the first floor. When Xiao Xiao heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Although she was the supervisor of the first floor of the Brilliant Exchange, her status was far from enough to have dinner with Yu Shualin, dining in the super VIP member box on the 17th floor of the Brilliant Exchange building.
Mr. Yu, you called me?
Her face was full of doubt, and she almost pointed at her nose in disbelief.
Yu Shualin nodded and said, well, I heard that you can drink quite well. Stay and have a few drinks with Mr. Lin Feng.
He chuckled to himself. I'm afraid that one person can't drink this guy down, so to be on the safe side, having one more person is an extra layer of protection.
Drinking? Mr. Yu, I don't really drink.
Lin Feng actually has some aversion to drinking. Mr. Lin Feng rarely comes to the Brilliant Exchange.
How can I not show my hospitality?
I have taken out all the century-old Romani Conti that I have treasured.
Mr. Lin Feng, don't you really want to try it? Romani Conti? This thing should be priceless in the market, right?
Lin Feng's mind was buzzing. Anyway, there is nothing important to do in the afternoon, so I can go to the Superpower Association tomorrow. If you don't take advantage of the benefits of the century-old Romani Conti, you would be doing yourself a disservice. If you say so, Mr. Yu, then I will respectfully obey your orders. Yu Shualin smiled happily.
2 bottles of Romani Conti, which cost 16 million yuan when I bought them.
As long as Lin Feng can avoid going to the store in the afternoon, it is totally worth it.
Next, under Yu Shualin's remote control,
dishes began to be served one after another on the large round table with a diameter of nearly 5 meters.
In less than a few minutes, a table full of delicious food was set out.
Xiao Yu,
fill Mr. Lin Feng's glass.
Yu Shualin couldn't wait to instruct the assistant behind him to pour wine for Lin Feng.
Goo 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 goo.
Pour it full. Yu Shualin was so anxious that he was almost going crazy.
He watched Xiao Yu pouring wine into the goblet and kept urging her.
Xiao Yu, who was pouring wine for Lin Feng, was also puzzled.
Why is Mr. Yu showing no etiquette today? Moreover, the wine was served to the guests in a full glass right away. Xiao Xiao, the supervisor in charge of the first floor, saw Yu Shualin's intention.
I couldn't help but purse my lips and hold back my smile.
Mr. Lin Feng, I'll toast you first. Don't say anything. Let's do it.
Yu Shualin held his nose and drank half the cup in one breath. Then his eyes turned to Lin Feng, who had a full glass of wine in his cup.
Do all the people at Brilliant Exchange drink so hard?
Lin Feng felt a tingling sensation.
Mr. Lin Feng, I did it too. Following Yu Shualin's eye signal, Xiao Xiao also drank it in one breath.
In this way, even if Lin Feng wanted to refuse, he would become very embarrassed.
After all, he had already fleeced them of more than 3 billion yuan. If he didn't drink, it would be too disrespectful.
And this wine in front of me, one glass is worth at least 1 million.
It would be such a waste not to drink it.
Lin Feng picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Next, Yu Shualin and Xiao Xiao found various excuses and ways to.
He insisted on forcing Lin Feng to drink.
Lin Feng did not disappoint Yu Shualin's high expectations.
After wasting most of the 2 bottles of Romani Conti, half of them were poured and half of them were drunk.
Finally, he fell down, exhausted and reeking of alcohol.
A satisfied smile appeared on the half-drunk Yu Shualin's face.
He supported Lin Feng and walked towards the lounge. After finally settling Lin Feng down, Yu Shualin felt his head getting heavier,
prepared to go to the lounge to rest. However, just as he walked out of the lounge, Xiao Xiao came over with a blushing face.
Mr. Yu, Mr. Lin Feng's phone just fell.
She handed Lin Feng's phone to Yu Shualin.
Yu Shualin took the phone and returned to the lounge.
Put the phone on the table next to you. Just about to leave. Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang.
A message flashed onto the screen. New player, your post under the pseudonym I'm the most jumpy in the world has been viewed over 3 billion times.
Yu Shualin shook his head, trying to clear his mind.
Several keywords on Lin Feng's phone screen kept jumping in his mind.
3 billion views. Vest, I am the most jumping in the world.
With a hint of alcohol, Yu Shualin frowned slightly, his heart full of curiosity.
With 3 billion views, this guy also posted under a pseudonym. What exactly did he post?
Although in Yu Shualin's cognition,
the new ball app is just a non-professional community. There are all kinds of people in there. Experts from various countries also often remind us that the information here is not worth blindly referring to.
Sometimes it is even misleading and may have a negative impact on the majority of netizens. But even so, Yu Shualin, in his spare time, I also often open the app to relax, entertain myself and see what's going on. He took out his cell phone and left the lounge.
While opening the new ball app, enter the keyword I'm the most jumping in the world and search.
Countless messages about I am the most jumping in the world popped up on the screen. screen.
The first of these is, Family, I synthesized an SS level battle pet card. Is it worth binding? Posted by, I am the most jumpy person in the world. The post is currently trending at 3.1 billion. Young people just love to brag on the internet. A bored smile appeared on Yushualin's drunken face. He shook his head slightly and was about to close the app, but when he caught the content of the second related post out of the corner of his eye, he immediately stopped and tried to exit. Renowned experts verified the images posted by the user, the world's most jumpy, and the authenticity of the SS level battle pet card images reached 99.9%. Yushualin's eyes became serious and his brows furrowed slightly. On New Baller, if a post is too popular, many experts will jump out to do various appraisals. On the one hand, it is to create hype, and on the other hand, it is to show off knowledge. Although there are some fakes among these experts, there are also some who are truly talented. So, Yushualin clicked on the post, I am the most jumping in the world, and read the content. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The whole person suddenly woke up at that moment and swallowed frantically. He turned around and looked up at Lin Feng, who was lying drunk on the sofa. Lin Feng synthesized an SS level battle pet card. How is this possible? This was completely beyond his imagination. On the card box panel, there is a new card type that was just released today. Did he really synthesize it? If this is true, it is too outrageous. Even if an SS level card is a waste card, it is worth at least 20 billion, and there is no market for it. The value of the newly released SS level battle pet card is immeasurable. Yushualin's breathing became more and more rapid, and his heartbeat began to speed up. He looked at his phone again and saved the picture in the post, I am the most jumping in the world. He picked up a stool beside the lounge and sat down. Send the picture. Mr. Yen, please help me identify whether this picture is real or fake. Mr. Yen is the most experienced image identification expert at the Brilliant Exchange. Whenever there is an error in online transactions at the Brilliant Exchange, or someone uses photoshopped images to commit fraud, he will take action. For decades, it has never failed. Not long after I sent the message, Mr. Yen replied immediately. Boss you, I've seen this picture. Based on my experience, this isn't a composite card, but the fact that this card has appeared now is too fantastical and practically impossible. Yushualin's breathing became rapid and his eyes widened into the size of copper bells. He stared at Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa, drunk as a dead pig. A greedy and terrifying thought emerged in my mind. If he really combines this SS level battle pet card, then I must get it. If I can bind this SS level battle pet card, becoming the guardian of the Superpower Association is just around the corner. Instead of being a member of the guardian team of the Superpower Association like now, although he seems to be the top leader of the Shihai City Brilliant Exchange branch, he is still ordered around. Under the dim light of the lounge, Yushualin's face gradually became gloomy and cold and terrifying. He began to plan one plan after another in his mind. Lure him, kill him, steal the card, and then frame someone else. However, as soon as this thought arose, he immediately rejected it. It is too unrealistic to want to get other people's SS level cards by killing people. This method doesn't work. According to available documentation, there is only one case worldwide where an SS level card was dropped after killing someone. Control this guy, torture him inhumanely, and force him to hand over the SS level battle pet card. This method is reliable. Yushualin stood up suddenly, two sharp rays of light flashing in his eyes. He has used this method many times with a very high success rate. The next second, a set of black armor appeared on his body. A dagger flashing with cold light appeared in his hand. He walked lightly and silently towards Lin Feng, who was lying on the sofa. However, just as he was about to approach, ding, 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 the phone in my arms suddenly vibrated wildly and kept ringing. The sudden sound made Yushualin, who was highly concentrating, tremble all over. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. He quickly put away his armor and the dagger in his hand, cursing himself in his heart for losing his mind. This is the Brilliant Exchange. How can you do such shady things in a place like this? Yushualin gritted his teeth, his eyes fell on Lin Feng again, and at the same time he reached into his pocket to take out his cell phone. I still feel uneasy. I almost made a big mistake just now. After all, the higher-ups attach great importance to Lin Feng. Sooner or later, he will be caught red-handed for carrying out these conspiracies and tricks in the Brilliant Exchange. Once this happens, everything you have worked so hard to gain will be lost. To snatch the SS level battle pet card from Lin Feng, one must be extremely cautious and plan carefully. I must not ruin everything I have now just because of a momentary impulse after drinking. Yushualin made up his mind, and his cold eyes gradually softened. His eyes turned to the phone screen. A special call-up message caught my eye. All team members, gather in the square of the Superpower Association building in 20 minutes. After seeing this message, Yushualin's eyes turned cold again. He doesn't like being ordered around, but as a member of the guardian team of the Superpower Association, he had to obey orders if he wanted to enjoy those benefits. I must get the SS level battle pet card in Lin Feng's hand. He put away his phone, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and his gaze swept towards Lin Feng again. But he knew in his heart that now now was not the time to take action. On the one hand, this is because it is a brilliant exchange and the environment is complex. On the other hand, he had just received a summons from the guardian of the Psychic Association and had to rush to the scene immediately. More importantly, Lin Feng is being watched by senior management. However, the last point is not a problem for Yu Shuelin. He has done a lot of things like this. As long as he does it secretly, there will be no trace left. He rubbed his fingers together. As the alcohol wore off, calmness replaced impulsiveness, making him appear more composed. After a few seconds, he made a decision in his mind. The whole person's aura and state were disguised back to their original appearance. As if nothing had happened, he opened the door of the lounge and turned to leave. Xiao Xiao was still sitting by the door, waiting quietly. He said calmly, "Stay here and guard Mr. Lin Feng. When he wakes up, notify me as soon as possible." "Okay, Mr. Yu." Ding, ding, ding. The message notification sounds on the mobile phone kept coming. Lin Feng rubbed his head, woke up in a daze, and sat up. He opened his eyes with difficulty and reached for the phone on the table. There are so many notifications that it's a headache. Various notifications pop up in the new ball app. A user offered a reward of 10 million. Did it expose your personal information? Facts. A user from Newball claims to have combined an SS level battle pet card. His identity has not been disclosed. A user offered a reward of 20 million. Did it expose your personal information? Some citizens reported that a demon appeared on Tanyuan Road in Binjiang District. The specific situation is under investigation. Citizens are reminded to remain calm. New player, the post you posted using your pseudonym has been viewed over 10 billion times. A user offered a 1 billion yuan reward. Will your personal information be exposed? Lin Feng's heart was shocked. He rubbed his eyebrows and crossed out the messages one by one. Although the 1 billion yuan reward is tempting, how can I expose my identity? Yu Zhanghai went to great lengths to help him keep a low profile. If the news leaked out, not only would my safety be compromised, but I would probably be scolded to death by Yu Zhanghai and the others. Even worse, they may be locked up in a small dark room and have their freedom restricted. Then he opened the VChat software. I saw Yuan Ling's message. The time was 4:21 p.m. Student Lin Feng, we are short of one person in the secret realm. Are you coming? Lin Feng looked at the time and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Oh my god, it's so late. Just slept for over 6 hours. It's too late. I won't go today. He replied perfunctorily with a headache. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party replied in seconds. Okay, classmate Lin Feng, I'll call you tomorrow. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This girl, she insists on teaming up with me to clear the secret realm? He didn't reply to the message, but turned to check the message from Yu Zhanghai. Lin Feng, where are you? Boy, reply quickly. Where the hell have you been? Reply as soon as you see the message. 3 messages, with increasing intervals between them. The last one was posted half an hour ago. Lin Feng's heart tightened, and he could feel Yu Zhanghai's anger overflowing from the screen. President, I'm buying cards at the Brilliant Exchange. After waiting for 2 minutes, Yu Zhanghai finally replied. That's good. Be careful. There's a problem with a card room in Shihai City that stores demon cards. There are demons everywhere outside. When Lin Feng saw the news about Yu Zhanghai, a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Although Yu Zhanghai initially focused on the benefits of his own card, but after a brief contact and a series of things I did for him, it was obvious that, at this moment, Yu Zhanghai really cares about himself. Maybe there is a card factor involved, but it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, President, I will be careful. Lin Feng replied to the message and reassured Yu Zhanghai. He waited for a while, but received no reply. I guess he is busy. He sat back on the sofa and relaxed a little. He picked up the clear water that had been prepared on the table and drank a few gulps, finally feeling a little better. I synthesized an SS-level battle pet card. Should I tell the President? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng stood up. Put your phone in your pocket. Let's talk about it in person. After thinking about it, he made a decision. He put down the glass in his hand and walked out of the lounge. Mr. Lin Feng, you're awake. Outside the lounge, Xiao Xiao was waiting for him. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the arrangements made by the Brilliant Exchange. You're welcome, Mr. Lin Feng. This is what we should do. Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. Lin Feng rubbed his temples and asked again. Where's Mr. Yu? It's almost 9 o'clock. Say goodbye to him. I should go home too. Mr. Yu is not at the Brilliant Exchange right now, but he has made arrangements before leaving. Not at the exchange? Lin Feng thought, it's past 9 o'clock. It should be time to get off work. Just as I was thinking about it, Xiao Xiao said again. Mr. Lin Feng should have watched the news too, right? Lin Feng was a little confused. The news said that a demon appeared in Shihai City. Lin Feng nodded, and Xiao Xiao continued. Boss Yu is a member of the Superpower Association. He received a mission and went to carry out a demon extermination operation. Boss Yu is also the guardian of the Superpower Association? Xiao Xiao smiled and shook his head. He's just a member. Lin Feng nodded and said, then please say goodbye to Mr. Yu on my behalf. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. Mr. Yu has already arranged a car for you before he left. lift. Let me take you downstairs. Xiao Xiao escorted him to the downstairs of the Brilliant Exchange. After the two exchanged a few words, Lin Feng got in the car and left the Brilliant Exchange. On the way back to the rental house, he took out his mobile phone, opened the new ball app, and browsed all kinds of interesting news. One post immediately caught his attention. Since binding the F-Rank Battle Pet card, my chicken fried rice sales have increased. He clicked on it to take a closer look and was stunned. I have to admire this guy, he is really talented. This was the guy Lin Feng saw in the morning, the one who was bound to an F-level fighting chicken but was complaining and feeling depressed. In the post, this guy said that after his own research, his fighting chickens were not useless. Every time he activates the fighting chicken, he can get 3 pounds of chicken. This chicken tastes great and is perfect for making chicken fried rice. It can actually be sold for 50 yuan per copy, selling 100 copies a day, earning 5,000. It only cost 2,000 points to revive the F-class fighting chicken 10 times. What a fucking talent! Lin Feng was full of admiration for this guy's imaginative and bug-level gameplay. He browsed the new Baller app for a while but didn't see any other new content. Lin Feng exited the interface in boredom. He opened the news center. According to investigations by relevant departments, the Zhao family of the Tianke Guild may have been involved in acts of treason and betrayal. The relevant personnel have been taken into custody. According to reports from citizens, demonic traces have been spotted in many places across the city. Relevant departments have dispatched demon slayer teams. Citizens are reminded not to panic. Lin Feng read the news one by one, but felt bored. Finally, he put away his phone and looked up. But at this moment, he froze. The vehicle was still moving forward steadily, but the driver was nowhere to be seen. Although this car supports automatic driving, he remembered that Xiao Xiaoming had clearly arranged a driver for him. He looked out the car window. I saw vehicles traveling through a grayish-white fog. What frightened him even more was that his was not the only car in the fog. Countless vehicles were traveling side by side, forming a neat line and speeding in the same direction. Through the car window and through the gray-white mist, Lin Feng could still see inside a car. There was a face pressed against the car window, opening its mouth to shout at him in fear, but no sound came out. The only reasonable explanation for this situation is that he was chosen by the devil. He quickly took out his cell phone and wanted to call for help, but found that the screen was black and all functions were disabled. In desperation, Lin Feng put away his phone and got into the cockpit. He slammed on the brakes. I turned the steering wheel, but there was no response. The car's electromechanical systems seemed to be completely paralyzed. He pulled hard at the door, but it didn't budge. Instead, the car speed increased. His body suddenly leaned back. Where the hell was this taking him? He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He summoned the Fantian seal and slammed it hard against the car window. A force of more than 80,000 pounds hit the car window. However, the car window remained intact and there was no damage. He knocked twice more, but still no response. After 3 attacks, Lin Feng's strength gradually ran out. He sat back in his seat, breathless. What kind of demon is this? Damn it, I'm not going to end like this. I should have stayed in the Brilliant Exchange. Bah, I'm so fucking stupid that I ran back to this shabby rental house. He talked to himself and couldn't help cursing. At the same time, he gave up attacking, adjusted his breathing, and slowly recovered his strength. After a few minutes, his energy returned. When he looked out the window again, he found that the scenery had changed and the gray-white fog had disappeared. The countless vehicles that once drove alongside him also disappeared one by one. Where he was a straight neon avenue. The flashing lights made his mind blurry and his eyes dizzy for a short time. When the dizziness faded, the car had stopped and was no longer on the neon avenue. The car door suddenly opened automatically. Lin Feng was so frightened that he couldn't help but tremble. He tentatively stuck his head out to make sure there was no danger for the time being, so I decided to get off. But as soon as he got off the car completely and looked back, the vehicle that brought him there had quietly disappeared. He found himself in a vast, dark wilderness with no end in sight. Just when Lin Feng was full of vigilance and didn't know what to do next, he heard a strange and vague happy song. The singing gradually became clearer and echoed in the empty and silent space. The endless feeling of oppression made his nerves tense, as if a string was stretched taut. Once it breaks, the person playing the piano will be reduced to ashes. Lin Feng opened his mouth and gasped, and could almost hear his own heart beating. As the ballad sang, his body moved forward uncontrollably. In a trance, he seemed to have traveled through nothingness. Above the void, graceful figures, accompanied by eerie and joyful singing, danced nimbly in the dim darkness, like shadows following you. Then he felt like he was crossing a threshold of nothingness. Suddenly, everything in front of me became clear. A blurry door slowly emerged 10 meters away from him. It was an archway hung with shabby colored lights. On the arched door, a doll in a blood-red dress was hanging upside down. It had a strange expression, a half-smile on its face, and only half of its body was left. In addition to the doll, there is a neon sign hanging across the top of the arch. On the sign stood a black and white clown with a cunning smile. The neon sign flickered and squeaked, and crimson blood-red words suddenly scrolled out. "Welcome to the Ugly King game world." Neon Neon lights flickered, and cheerful video game music rang in Lin Feng's ears. Along with this joyful melody, there is a repetitive reminder sound that sounds like a child's voice. Come on, choose your game mode. Come on, choose your game mode. Come on, choose your game mode. Driven by an inexplicable force, Lin Feng stepped into the arched door. After passing through the door, a video game console appeared before his eyes. The recurring sound came from this machine. On the screen, two options scrolled. A. We play games together. B. Let's play games together. The two completely identical options made Lin Feng slightly stunned. Then he began to look around. On the left and right sides are a row of empty door frames. Behind each door frame, there is a person standing. No, I don't want to play games. Let me go. A terrified rejection came from not far away. The sound of video game songs rang out. Along with the song, a card flew out from the darkness. The head of the screaming man suddenly fell off. Blood gushed out. The lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The flying cards are inserted into the ground. A light shone out of the darkness and illuminated the card, a poker joker. This scene made everyone turn pale and tremble all over. They also realized that they had fallen into the game world of the Ugly King Demon. This is a B-rank demon card. Only by following the rules, completing the game, and ultimately defeating the devil can you survive. Otherwise, the only outcome would be killing on the spot. Come on, choose your game mode. Come on, choose your game mode. The countdown begins on the console screen. 10, 9, 8. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and stepped forward to press the red game button. He chose A. As the options were confirmed, the connected door frames disappeared one after another, and the people who could see each other before also disappeared. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the game console screen again. A huge orange appeared in the center of the screen. Remember, you are an orange. Below the orange, a line of text flashed. The cheerful music sounded again. The orange on the screen exploded and disappeared, and the entire screen was dyed orange. At the same time, the machines began to change. A new voice came from the machine. Please purchase game coins. Then, text appeared on the screen. You have two ways to purchase. 1. Your organs. 2. Super power card. After each level of the game, you can purchase game coins once. Please make sure you have enough game coins. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and the drunkenness finally dissipated completely. His brain raced, trying to search his mind for any information he could find about the demon, trying to find its weakness. But after thinking hard for a while, my mind was still blank. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself twice. If you don't study hard in school, you will regret not having learned enough when you need it. But then I thought, that was before I traveled through time, and it has nothing to do with me now. The only consolation was that he had recently made some money on the brilliant exchange and bought quite a few cards. This way he will have enough capital on hand to buy game coins. But this also brings up another problem. If Lin Feng uses super cards to exchange for game coins, according to the demon growth equation explained in supercard knowledge, from beginner to expertise, the demon's strength will increase and the difficulty of his passing the level will also increase. But in the current situation, Lin Feng has no choice. As a Class B demon, the Ugly King Demon's four-dimensional attributes are all above 180. With his current strength, he is simply unable to fight back. In desperation, Lin Feng took out a D-level card. Then, put the super card into the machine in front of you. Exchanged for 5 game coins, accompanied by a crisp sound of metal collision. 5 metal game coins with clown heads printed on them were ejected from the machine. Lin Feng took out the coins from the machine, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, a strange laugh accompanied by a voice came from the air. Dear players, this is your first purchase transaction. It will end in 30 seconds, please hurry. Hearing this, Lin Feng stopped. Then he turned back to the machine. He took out an A-level super card from the card book. Blessing of the Goddess. Insert the card into the machine. Exchanged for 500 game coins. Crash, crash. A large amount of game coins gushed out from the machine. At the same time, a woven bag with the Joker's logo printed on it appeared on the machine. Lin Feng took the woven bag and began to put the coins into it. Holding a heavy bag of game coins in my hand, Lin Feng's panicked mood finally calmed down a little. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp reminder sounded, and the colorful lights above began to count down. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. A light gate with an arrow pointing the way appeared in front of him. Above the light gate, a neon strip flashed a row of blue text. The first level of the game is about to begin. At the same time, the Ugly King's voice once again echoed in the ears of all players. Dear players, please enter the game within 5 seconds. Otherwise, the eerie sound of video games rang out again in the empty darkness. Lin Feng stepped into the light gate without any hesitation. I prayed silently in my heart that the game coins in my hand could last until rescue arrived. Step into the gate of light. When the flickering white light disappears, he opened his eyes and found himself in a bright white room. Lin Feng was not the only one in the room. He looked around and saw 9 other people besides himself. Among them are 5 boys and 4 girls. 3 of them looked pale, because they carry scars. 1 man lost his right arm. 1 lost his left arm. Another person lost his right leg. The person who lost her right arm was a woman in
in her 30s. The man who lost his left arm was a young man of about 23 or 24 years old. The man who lost his right leg was a man in his 40s with a flat head and was using a clown cane. Everyone looked at each other, looks cautious and alert. Silence fell over the room. Everyone was waiting for the ugly king to announce the start of the game. Lin Feng was also extremely nervous. Holding a bag of game coins weighing nearly 10 kilograms, beads of sweat were already oozing from his palms. What kind of game is this? He was both curious and nervous. An electronic screen appeared on the white wall nearby. The screen flickered and a pale masked clown head appeared. With cheerful laughter, the electronic sound synthesizer sounded. Welcome everyone to the first level of the game. Next, I will inform you of the conditions for passing the level. Good luck to everyone. The pale clown head flickered and disappeared. The electronic screen squeaks. 2 lines of words appeared. Time to complete the game, 10 minutes. Achievement conditions, have 116 game coins. Begin. Game starts. The electronic screen begins counting down. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Hold the game coin bag tightly in your hand. Step back quickly. The coins in the bag clinked against each other. The clattering sound of game coins colliding attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng's tightly gripped pocket of game coins. There was a gleam of greed in everyone's eyes. Brother, how many game coins do you have? After a brief silence, an old man who looked calm and wise spoke with sharp eyes and a friendly look and asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng was on high alert, ready to summon the Fan Tianxiel at any moment. He knew in his heart that if anyone dared to attack him, he would kill them immediately. It's none of your business how many game coins I have. Lin Feng's voice was cold and full of warning. The condition for passing the game is that each person must have 116 game coins. You bought a bag of game coins and distributed them to everyone. Maybe we can all pass the level. Why not do it? The old man's words seemed particularly heavy under the pressure of death, and Lin Feng's threat had little effect. A middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng with a fierce look in his eyes, took a step forward, and spoke. At the same time, the others also began to move, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The ticking of the countdown struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Have you ever thought about why it takes 116 game coins per person to pass a level? Just as several people slowly approached Lin Feng, the man sitting in the corner and wearing round-rimmed glasses suddenly asked. His question stunned everyone. Why exactly 116 per person? Everyone looked at him. The man pushed up his glasses, looked up at everyone, and continued, everyone, I only have 10 game coins, which is 106 short of 116. How many do you each have? Eyes flickered across the room, then averted. In this situation, who would easily reveal how many game coins they owned? It was everyone's secret. The man's eyes swept over the crowd again and he said solemnly, we are all in the same game now. This concerns everyone's life and death. What do you want to express? Someone finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. I suspect 116 game coins might be the average number of game coins we all have, the man said bluntly. Everyone fell into deep thought and gradually felt that his inference made sense. I have 10 of them. The man who had lost a leg hesitated for a moment before speaking first. As the weaker of the two, he knew that if a fight really broke out, he would likely be the first to be picked. Rather than passively accepting the beating, it was better to speak the truth. Then the man who had lost his arm also spoke up. I only have 5. I have 10. I have 10 too. Then, except for Lin Feng, everyone else reported the number of game coins they had. The 9 of us combined only have 65 game coins, which is still a long way from 116. The man with glasses turned to Lin Feng and asked tentatively, do you have 1095 game coins? Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, but after this analysis, he only had 505 game coins in his hand. If everyone tells the truth, then the total number of game coins in the room is 570. The condition for passing the game is that after 10 minutes, each person must have 116 game coins. On average, each person only has 57 game coins. This not only fails to meet the customs clearance requirements, but also appears extremely unreasonable. If this is the case, it must mean that at least someone in this room must die. Based on 116 game coins, if the total number is really 570, then the number of living people is only a little over 4, less than 5. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The number of living people was the same as the number of game coins. There could not be a decimal. This result shows that at least one person was lying and reported 10 less game coins, because if you add these 10 game coins, 580 game coins, there were 5 people who survived, and each of them got exactly 116. Lin Feng was highly concentrated, secretly preparing the Fan Tianxiel while being ready to put on the knight armor at any time. This liar is deep-minded, insidious and cunning, because at this moment, no matter whether Lin Feng tells the truth or lies, he will become everyone's target of attack. Faced with the aggressive gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng became even calmer. I said, how many game coins I have is my own business, it's none of your business. The dark armor flashed with light and quickly wrapped around his entire body. The sense of security brought by the increase in strength made Lin Feng more calm. His words words and actions made everyone present even more hostile towards him.
I know you are Lin Feng.
But now, we are all players in the Ugly King game.
That being the case, there is no difference between us. Everyone has revealed the in-game currency they brought with them, so why don't you tell us?
Someone pointed at Lin Feng, his voice sharp and piercing. Lin Feng frowned slightly.
This person revealed his identity at such a critical moment.
His intention was unclear, and he didn't want to find out at all.
But this person has ulterior motives and is really hateful. Others began to look at Lin Feng to confirm his identity.
Brother Lin Feng, we are all in this together, sharing honor and disgrace.
Regarding your donation of the SSS level card to the country yesterday, I believe in your character. This is a matter of life and death for all of us, so let's be honest. The seemingly calm old man spoke again.
Lin Feng sneered in his heart. The purpose of this group of people was already written on their faces, but they still pretended to be righteous and put labels on him, which made him disgusted. If you have just entered the game and the Ugly King announces the conditions for passing the level, everyone can still discuss it in a friendly manner, and he is also willing to share his game coins. But at this moment, he said coldly, "Are you so sure that one of us is not telling the truth?"
Lin Feng's voice was like thunder, exploding among the crowd. Everyone looked at each other, with a little more vigilance in their eyes. They secretly distanced themselves from each other. If what Lin Feng said was true, they all understood what it meant, even if Lin Feng was deliberately trying to sow discord.
But in this situation, we must be on guard against others. The sound of the countdown was like a death knell, frightening everyone except Lin Feng. At this time, there were only more than 6 minutes left in the countdown.
The countdown shows 6:39.
Lin Feng's words caused everyone to fall into silence again. As time goes by, everyone's sense of crisis becomes stronger. Some people began to lose their temper and shouted at Lin Feng angrily.
"You didn't tell me how many game coins you have, so why do you suspect that any of us are lying?" Yes, Lin Feng is obviously trying to sow discord among us 9 people.
Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a person.
I thought you were a good person during the live broadcast yesterday. Ha, it seems yesterday's donation was just a pretense.
Let's go together, kill him, and steal his game coins. The silence was suffocating, and the threat of death brought out the bestial nature of some people. He turned 18 just yesterday, just one day. Even if he had billions of game coins, he would not have enough points to fuse attribute cards. The game coins in his hand must be used to exchange for super cards that are ready for fusion. We don't need to be afraid of him at all. If we rush over him, he will surely die. Someone's eyes were red, and the pressure of death made him lose his mind. Lin Feng stood tall and still, like a mountain.
How is this possible? But inside I was already panicking.
With his mental strength, he can only perform the Fantian seal 4 times at most. If he were surrounded by this group of people, he was not sure he could escape unscathed. More importantly, this is only the first level of the Ugly King game.
If I run out of energy here, what will I do next? Everyone calm down.
The man with glasses began to persuade him, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng.
Brother Lin Feng, I believe everyone here will respect you for donating an SSS level card to the country. No one is willing to be dragged into the Ugly King game. Among the 10 of us, some will definitely not leave alive.
But at this moment, I still hope you can consider the overall situation. The 10 of us will work together to overcome this first level. The man with glasses looked sincere and serious, but this sincerity seemed hypocritical to Lin Feng.
He sneered and asked, "Do you really think the Ugly Demon King will let all 10 people pass through alive?" Lin Feng's powerful blow sent shockwaves through everyone, their throats dry.
He didn't reveal how many game coins he owned, but he knew the balance of the other players, suggesting he might have seen through more secrets. The bespectacled man's gaze grew sharp. The message contained in Lin Feng's words was simply too overwhelming. Someone was bound to die.
The game had to continue, and someone was sure to survive. How many people would die?
Aside from Lin Feng, everyone else could only vaguely guess. Tick-tick countdown 4:58. Time is already half over.
The death consciousness brought by the repression was suffocating and made one's mouth dry.
In such a tense atmosphere, someone finally gave up,
accompanied by a loud bang.
The white light shone under the white light in the room, like a graceful dancer displaying unparalleled dance moves, accompanied by a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air. A horrific scream rang out as the woman who had lost an arm was attacked. To buy the ticket, she had paid the price of losing her arm, which greatly reduced her fighting power and made her the primary target. The sharp knife flashed across her abdomen. She tried to block and dodge, but it still tore a huge gash.
Disbelief flashed in the woman's eyes.
She stepped back suddenly, covering the wound on her abdomen with one hand, and staggered to the ground. The man with the knife stepped forward and the woman screamed in fear. Blood gushed out as the woman's head was cut off, staining the man's knife-holding arm red. The man moved so quickly that it was almost impossible to catch him. At this moment, everyone became a spectator. Since it was impossible for everyone to survive, the woman who lost her arm must die. Even if he survived, it would be difficult for him to make it to the next level. The crazed man's eyes were red as he locked onto Lin Feng.
He asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother Lin Feng, how many people can survive? If there are 2 people, I hope one of them is me."
His attitude attitude was very clear. If Lin Feng was willing to give him game coins, he would be willing to kill first. Killing that woman was his position. When the man killed the woman, as soon as he finished speaking, someone shouted, "You are crazy. What we need most now is unity." That's right, what's the point of killing her? The game coins are all in Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng looked coldly at the person who spoke, and the chill in his eyes made the other person tremble all over. Ha ha ha. The murderous man laughed loudly, poking at everyone's soft spots, and shouted sternly, "You hypocritical guys, no one stopped me when I killed people. After I killed them, you jumped out and pointed fingers. Ha, the game coins are indeed in the hands of brother Lin Feng. Do you dare to attack him? Time is running out. Stop hiding. I want to kill you, and you want to kill me too. Let's do it." The man held a blood-drenched steel knife, his eyes bloodshot. He squatted down and took 5 game coins from the dead woman's body. He also picked up the 2 super cards she had dropped, one white and one cyan, E and D level respectively, as well as a ball of point light. Everyone stared intently, vigilant and fearful. When the man stood up, his eyes fell on the man with a broken leg. The man with the broken leg showed fear and asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you going to do?" The man said nothing and took no action. He simply turned his gaze towards Lin Feng again and said with a hint of pleading, "Brother Lin Feng, please say something." Lin Feng clenched his teeth and took a deep breath. Even if he took out his remaining game coins, only 5 people at most could survive in this room. The others will surely die. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Everyone held their breath and stared at Lin Feng intently. Finally, Lin Feng raised his head and said, "I only have 505 game coins." These words made everyone take a deep breath. The answer is obvious. No one can possibly have 116 game coins. The few people who had originally gathered together began to distance themselves from each other. They each became more alert. "It's all your fault, you little bastard. Why did you buy so many game coins? The total of you alone exceeds the average of the 9 of us. If it weren't for you, this situation would never have happened." A well-dressed and decent-looking woman suddenly attacked and cursed at Lin Feng for no reason. Lin Feng's face suddenly turned pale. This is the rule of the game. Regardless of whether he bought 505 game coins or not, the result of 5 people dying is inevitable. He stared at the glamorous woman with sharp eyes. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy and depressing. The rules are oppressed by extremely powerful forces. Hanging above the roof, a square green seal the size of a head suddenly appeared. The ancient rules slowly descended, and ripples appeared in the space. Under the tremendous force of tens of thousands of pounds of Fantian seal, the woman's head exploded. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng's sudden and decisive move made everyone present's eyelids twitch. When they looked at Lin Feng, there was not only shock but also deep fear in their eyes. In the silent room, the only sound was the rapid breathing. Lin Feng glanced around with cold eyes. No one dared to look at him directly and all dodged. With a cold snort in his heart, Lin Feng certainly didn't dare to do anything too extreme. If he really pushed these people to death, he might be able to deal with it with his current strength, but it would definitely be extremely difficult. Tick, tick, the electronic clock on the screen ticked, and the time was only 3:26. Lin Feng said, "I can give you 157 game coins." Hearing this, the 8 people were shocked. There was a glimmer of hope on their faces, but also a helpless and complicated smile, calculated based on the total amount of all game coins in the room. If Lin Feng didn't lie, there were really only 505 game coins. He now gave out 157 game coins, plus the total of 65 coins given by the remaining 8 people. The total is 222. This is based on the premise that Lin Feng did not lie. The amount Lin Feng gave could at most keep 2 people alive. That is to say, among the remaining 8 people, at least one person was lying and reported 10 less game coins. The reason is simple. "Lin Feng, you want to force me to death." At this time, someone else jumped out, pointing at Lin Feng and shouting angrily. Lin Feng raised his head slightly, and his cold eyes fell on the man like lightning. The Fantian seal suddenly appeared and hung high in the sky. The terrifying power made the man tremble with fear. He swallowed the rest of his words as if he had swallowed a fly. His face was pale as he stumbled backwards, leaning against the wall behind him. Lin Feng took the Fantian seal back into his body. A hand reached into the clown's woven bag and grabbed a handful of silver game coins. He threw the metal game coins out, making crisp clashes. The game coins flying all over the sky have not yet landed. Lin Feng quickly reached into the bag again, grabbed another handful, and continued to sprinkle. At this time, Lin Feng's mental power value was as high as 146. Under the control of such a powerful mental force, the number of game coins he threw twice was exactly 157. The 8 people looked at the metal game coins that Lin Feng scattered. A gleam of determination ignited in his eyes. Everyone knows how many game coins they have. How much you grab will give you a chance of survival. At this moment, the 8 people completely let go of their concerns. The savagery of human nature was completely exposed at this moment. They rushed to the flying metal game coins and used their strongest moves. The man who lost his arms and legs knew that he was at a disadvantage in this fight. As he rushed out. He quietly retreated, trying to avoid the fierce collision of the first wave. However, as they expected, two more people appeared quietly. That was the man with glasses and the calm-looking old man. The two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Suddenly, they appeared behind the two mutilated men. The man with glasses had a silver energy gun in his hand. The muzzle flashed with a fiery blue light, and a ball of blue energy condensed at the muzzle. The next second, energy spurted out. Fear flashed in the eyes of the man who lost his legs. He wanted to dodge, but because he was missing a leg and moved slowly, it was too late. The blue energy cannon hit accurately and penetrated directly into the body of the man with the broken leg. What does this indicate? An expression of extreme pain suddenly appeared on the face of the man with the broken leg. Immediately afterwards, the right side of the abdomen exploded violently. The force of the explosion caused his entire body to topple over, and his broken internal organs flowed out of his ruptured abdomen. His eyes gradually became blurred and his life entered a countdown. At the same time that the man with glasses attacked the man with a broken leg, the calm old man also launched an attack on another man with a broken arm. A dark brown cross staff appeared in the old man's hand. The top of the staff was inlaid with a golden gem, which sparkled brightly. Mental power triggers magical fluctuations, and ripples appear in the space. A lightning chain as thick as a finger gathered at the top of the staff and then quickly struck the man who had lost his arm. The man with the broken arm's expression suddenly changed, and a layer of khaki shield light flashed across his body. Lightning chains fell, sending up bursts of green smoke. The khaki shield was instantly pierced, and lightning struck his head directly. Although the chain lightning was not fatal, the magical electric shock made him temporarily stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old man approached quickly with strange steps. The staff in his hand transformed into a sharp sword emitting cold light. The sword was as sharp as broken iron and pierced into the chest of the man with the broken arm as he looked at him with horror. His life slipped away quickly. The old man drew his sword, and the man with the broken arm fell straight down. Two white super cards and a ball of secret realm points rolled to the ground. On the other side, four people rushed into the rain of flying gold coins. A bloody fight also broke out between them. During the struggle, a woman was knocked down and killed by the chaotic attack. Most of the 157 metal game coins thrown by Lin Feng were snatched away by three people in an instant. At this time, the man with glasses and the old man had just killed their opponents. After groping for game coins from each other, they exchanged glances again and jointly attacked the man who committed the first murder. In their opinion, among the remaining three people, only the man posed the greatest threat. The man felt vaguely threatened. He stopped grabbing the game coins, stood up suddenly and looked back. He jumped several meters away, ready to face the two men's thundering attack. The man with glasses and the old man exchanged glances. Their attacking movements changed in an instant, and their target turned to another man. The man was fighting with a woman for game coins. He was unable to react in time and was attacked by both of them in an instant. His face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. The game coins in his arms fell to the ground with a clatter and a tinkling sound. The only remaining woman looked at the game coins scattered all over the ground, but did not dare to step forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The scene suddenly fell into a silent deadlock. The countdown on the electronic screen shows 2:03. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Soon, it was the critical moment of the 2-minute countdown. There was not much time left, but none of the four had collected the 116 game coins. They each held their weapons tightly in their hands. The tense atmosphere made them overexert themselves, and their knuckles turned white. "Have you two known each other for a long time?" the woman suddenly spoke, addressing the man with glasses and the old man, but her eyes fell on the man holding the knife. Her meaning was very clear right now. The knife man had to join forces with her, because no matter who faced the glasses man and the old man alone, they would definitely not be their match. The knife man's face was serious, and he understood her intention. Time waits for no one. They must make a decision immediately, otherwise all four will be executed once the game time is over. But at this critical moment, no one dared to act rashly. Whoever strikes first is likely to be exposed and become the first to die. Although the man with glasses and the old man knew each other, they were not a united front at this critical moment of life and death. Who doesn't want to take destiny firmly into their own hands? At this moment, everyone has their own calculations in mind. The knife man did not respond immediately. Time passed by minute, and the countdown on the electronic screen was approaching 1 minute. Fine beads of sweat appeared on everyone's forehead. The four people's breathing became more and more rapid. "I don't agree. Tick, tick. I don't agree. Dear players, the game is about to end. The 1-minute countdown begins now. I don't agree." The ugly king's laughter rang out from the electronic screen. The ugly king, wearing a clown costume, a black and white crown, and a red and black mask, sat high in the center of the 10 screens, staring at every player. Based on the current game situation, he has estimated that he can get nearly 1,000 game coins. With these, he can buy powerful supercards from the arcade machines and increase his level. What excited him most was that there was a player in room 3 who was extremely wealthy. He has marked the player as a key target. "I will personally appear in the final stage.
coach. I hope you can survive to the end. The ugly king's gaze fell on Lin Feng, who was marked on screen number 3. In room 3, the countdown second hand was ticking. There are less than 40 seconds left. The scene was extremely tense and depressing. If the stalemate continues, all 4 will die. Only 37 seconds left. At this extremely tense moment, a voice sounded in the room. That person was Lin Feng. When the 4 heard the sound, their bodies trembled involuntarily, as if they were extremely frightened. Then, they finally started to act. The swordsman took the lead in attacking the nearest woman. The man with glasses suddenly turned the energy gun and fired a ball of energy cannon at the old man next to him. The old man was originally wary of the man with glasses, but his main target of defense was actually the man with the knife. A few seconds ago, he and the man with glasses exchanged glances briefly and seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. Their targets were the knife-wielding man and the woman respectively. However, the man with glasses suddenly turned against him in less than 5 seconds. How did he and Dao Nan suddenly reach a consensus and clarify their goals? The old man didn't have time to think about it. At the critical moment, the sword in his hand changed and turned into a shield. But the speed of change was far slower than the sudden attack of the man with glasses. The huge energy cannon bombarded the shield that was not yet halfway transformed. The bull-sized energy cannon exploded, sending shock waves in all directions. Blue energy filled the sky and fell like raindrops, splashing all over the old man's body. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. The old man let out a terrible cry. His body was penetrated in many places by the falling energy raindrops. The sudden change in the situation was extremely unfavorable to him, but for the old man at this moment, keeping his life was already a great fortune. On the other side, just as the man with glasses fired an energy cannon at the old man, the man with a knife rushed towards the woman next to him in an instant. The steel blade in his hand burned with blazing white flames, sweeping across the void. The intense heat of the white flames caused space to distort and fluctuate. Facing the knife-wielding man's attack, the woman quickly stepped back on tiptoe, shouting in fear, "They're both in the same group. We should cooperate." However, the swordsman ignored her and swung his sword as violently as a storm. Faced with this violent attack, the panic on the woman's face gradually turned into despair. There was a huge gap in strength between her and the swordsman. If she continued like this, she wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. The sadness in my heart gradually spread. Perhaps, if she hadn't exchanged her weapon super card for game coins before entering the game, she might still have had a chance to fight against the knife man. Under the fierce attack of the knife-wielding man, the woman finally had no way to retreat. The steel knife burning with white flames fell, and the woman saw one of her arms being cut off and flying out. Before the pain could reach her brain, the steel knife fell swiftly again and pierced her body. Her eyes were fierce, staring at the knife man like the god of death. Blood gurgled in her mouth. You. She wanted to say something, but the blood blocked her throat and she couldn't make a sound. The swordsman retracted his steel sword. The momentum of his right arm gradually faded, and the white flame on the sword also went out. While the swordsman dealt with the woman, the man with glasses on the other side was still unable to defeat the old man. At this time, there were only 19 seconds left on the electronic screen. The knife-wielding man began to search the woman for game coins. Seeing this scene, the man with glasses began to panic. He always thought that he knew the old man very well and had concealed some information from him, believing that a sudden attack would be able to take him down within seconds. Now I realized that I was too confident. The old man also hid something from him. The man with glasses started to panic, and panic often leads to mistakes. His planned attack lost its aim. The old man, who had been on the passive defensive, finally seized the opportunity. His thin body quickly moved sideways, and the shield in his hand quickly changed into a silver longbow. The skinny arm was suddenly filled with strength. The silver longbow was taut, and magical energy surged wildly. The bowstring condensed into an ice crystal arrow. The old man said calmly, "You are too young, proud, and impatient, and you will only get yourself killed in the end." With a flick of his 5 fingers, the magic ice crystal arrow turned into a blue light, pierced through the void, and shot towards the man with glasses. Reluctance and fear flashed in the eyes of the man with glasses, but it was too late. The ice crystal arrow hit his head accurately and then exploded. His head swelled up and exploded instantly, and he fell to the ground as a headless corpse. The old man moved quickly and began to collect game coins. There are only 10 seconds left. The swordsman collected 116 game coins and glanced at the old man. Although time was running out, he did not want to have another conflict with the old man to avoid any accidents. He said coldly, "You two are lying." The old man was still focused on collecting game coins. He looked up at him and didn't stop moving. When the countdown ended, the old man also collected the same number of game coins. The electronic screen flickered and turned into a red curtain. The ugly king's voice sounded again, "Congratulations to all players who have passed the level. After paying enough game coins, you can enter the next level." The room where Lin Feng was shining brightly. The light faded, and a coin-operated game machine appeared. The swordsman glanced at Lin Feng and the old man, stepped forward first, and put 116 game coins into the machine. Colorful lights flashed and electronic sounds rang out. The next next second, the teleportation light effect enveloped the figure of the swordsman. Sure, the light effect disappeared, and the swordsman also disappeared from the room. Little brother Lin Feng, please go first. The old man's gaze fell on Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked forward without hesitation. 116 game coins were also invested. Then, like the swordsman, he disappeared from the game process. He felt a slight tearing force. When he reappeared, he was back in front of the original game console. But at this moment, the blue screen on his card box panel, a row of subtitles automatically appears. Game clearance rewards are being calculated. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. His secret realm points began to soar at an alarming rate. He was suddenly surprised and had not yet figured out the specific situation. Originally there were only 14,600 secret realm points left, but now it has soared to over 200,000, and there seems to be no sign of stopping. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. 1,100,000. In the end, the score was fixed at 1,174,600 points. Lin Feng's eyes were wide open and his breathing was rapid. Such a huge amount of points is almost equivalent to clearing half of the SS level secret realm. The result left him with a dry mouth. In other words, after the game ends, one game coin is equal to 10,000 secret realm points. He came to this conclusion in his mind. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. This is really interesting. Lin Feng once again stared at the accumulated secret realm points balance on the card box panel, which had reached more than 1 million. Then he turned his gaze to his card box. Now, he only has the spiritual limit cards except E to D level. All C level and B level 4-dimensional extreme attribute cards are available. A smile appeared on his face. I was so foresight. In the afternoon, when I was looking for bargains at the Brilliant Exchange, I bought all the CB level extreme cards. Now, with more than 1 million points accumulated, it finally came in handy. Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled, but he quickly covered his mouth. You have to be low-key in life. At this moment, he was preparing to fuse a C-level card and a B-level card. A mere B-level Ugly King Demon can be easily crushed. As for C-level and B-level cards, which attribute is more suitable for fusion? After a brief thought, Lin Feng already had the answer in his mind. C-level Fusion Spirit card. B-level Fusion Endurance card. C-level Extreme Spirit card can increase 100 points of spirit power. In this way, his permanent mental power attribute will reach 231, and after putting on the knight armor, it will soar to 246 points. The highest limit attribute of a B-level demon is 200 attack points. With the blessing of Fantianyan's rules, the attack power of the Ugly Demon King can be completely crushed by him. The B-level Extreme Endurance card can increase the endurance attribute by 200 points. Cooperate with the knight armor and your own defense. Even if the Ugly Demon King could break through his defense, he would never be able to cause fatal damage to him. After this pleasant integration process, facing the Ugly King Demon, Lin Feng can both resist and fight. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. The next second, he had an idea. Start fusing C-level spirit cards. This is the first time you are fusing a C-level ability card. This will consume 20,000 secret realm points. Are you sure? C-level spirit card fusion completed. Lin Feng then spent 100,000 secret realm points to instantly increase the fusion degree of the newly fused card to 100%. His mental power attribute reached 231 points. Simulate and feel the changes in control. Every point of mental power brings a power increase of 300 kilograms to the Fantian seal. Comprehending this increase, Lin Feng roughly deduced that, as mental strength continues to increase, strength will increase by 50 kilograms for every 100 points increase. Very powerful. The smile on his face became even brighter. Next, he began to fuse the B-level endurance card. This is the first time you are fusing a B-level ability card. This will consume 50,000 secret realm points. Are you sure? Looking at the remaining more than 1 million secret realm points, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and clicked confirm. After the fusion was completed, he spent another 300,000 secret realm points, increased the fusion degree of the endurance card to 100%. After fusing the two cards, Lin Feng checked his personal attributes again. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. Strength, 215. Mental, 232, 15. Stamina, 204, 15. Agility, 2, 15. Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Boost, 8. Stamina Boost, 1. Points, 704,600. Number of card draws remaining, 1. Bound item, Divine Artifact Fantian Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, the only SSS level 1. Mental Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank. Stamina Increase, rank B. Lin Feng looked at his attributes. While they were somewhat biased, as a user of the Fantian Seal, he focused on long-range attacks, so he didn't need to focus on the other two for now. Once he accumulated more points, it wouldn't be too late to develop them comprehensively. Besides, for this attribute, being able to both defend and attack was already quite abnormal. After all, most people, in pursuit of the
the ultimate goal, would choose a single path. He rubbed his palms together, feeling a surge of excitement. He couldn't help but want to challenge the ugly king right then and there and kill him. As soon as this thought came to mind, he immediately rejected it. One ugly king coin could be exchanged for 10,000 secret realm points. How could he let such a great opportunity pass by and kill the ugly king? He cursed himself for being so stupid. He had to take advantage of this precious opportunity. He didn't understand why a B-rank ugly king could generate so many secret realm points, but that didn't matter anymore. So, Lin Feng turned his attention to his remaining card draw opportunity. The cards in his card box and backpack were all acquired through his own hard-earned money. He'd inevitably feel a bit bad about using them to buy game coins. After all, it was all his own hard-earned money. Furthermore, low-level cards didn't seem to fetch many game coins, which meant he had to use cards at least A level or higher to maximize his profits. He silently prayed, hoping to draw a useless card of grade A or higher. After all, using a good card to buy game coins would be incredibly painful. Better to just draw a bad card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing card completed. You get SS level identity card. Lin Feng smiled and thought, God bless me. Identity cards are usually useless cards, but this time it was an SS level card. He was looking forward to how many game coins he could buy in the Ugly King game. His eyes fell on the silver card he had just pulled out. Do you believe in light? SS level ID card. A true man, in just 3 minutes, after fusing this card, you can transform into Ultraman and gain the ability of Ultraman for 3 minutes. Note, use only once a day. Lin Feng fell into deep thought as he read the description of this identity card. Honestly, he believed in light, but only 3 minutes a day was hard for him to accept. Furthermore, fusing an SS level card alone would cost 500,000 points. While identity cards didn't require fusion points, it still took up the SS level card's fusion quota, making it a significant disadvantage. Typically, this type of card would only be used after fusing 1 or 2 SS level ability cards. In short, this card has a very low cost effectiveness, both now and in the future. If it weren't for the huge profit margin he could earn from facing the Ugly King right now, Lin Feng might have used it to craft a battle pet card, but using it to buy Ugly King game coins now is not a bad deal. Lin Feng made up his mind. An A-level card could buy 500 game coins, and an SS level card could buy at least 2,000 game coins. Thinking of this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He never expected that even the Ugly King demon in the Ugly King game would become his target for fleecing. Although Lin Feng's series of operations was a long story, it was full of his calculations and expectations, but it only took a dozen seconds. When he was ready, the video game machine in front of him started to roll with a ding-ding-ding sound. The Ugly King's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Dear players, choose your lucky number. The numbers on the arcade machine scroll up and down quickly, ranging from 1 to 5. Lin Feng walked forward without hesitation and pressed the stop button. The number on the screen slowly slowed down and finally stopped at 2. After everyone had chosen their numbers, the machine in front of them changed again and became a game coin purchasing machine. Lin Feng walked to the machine without hesitation, took out the SS level card and put it in. After 3 consecutive tests, the machine suddenly made a chaotic beeping sound and the entire machine even began to shake. The next second, a busy tone sounded from the machine, followed by an error message. The machine has exceeded the upper limit and is being reset. Please wait. Lin Feng's face turned ugly, and he cursed nervously. You ugly dog king, you dare to swallow my card? I will beat you to a pulp. The Ugly King sitting in the control room was sweating profusely. He hurriedly rummaged through the drawers and took out a communicator. Is this the secret realm points bank? I need a loan. I want a loan of 50 million secret realm points right now. Interest? Interest is easy to talk about. After a struggle, the machine in front of Lin Feng finally restarted. Then a mechanical electronic sound sounded and the card was retested. SS level super card. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and his tense mood finally relaxed. Purchase successful. Receive 5,000 game coins. The Ugly King sprayed game coins like raindrops. Lin Feng grabbed a burlap bag with a clown pattern on it and put it directly on the coin spout. In a short while, the bag was full. Holding a bag full of 5,000 game coins, Lin Feng showed a happy smile on his face. This is 50 million secret realm points. Soon, the game currency purchase time ended. An archway leading to the next level appeared again in front of me. Lin Feng looked at the arch door with great surprise on his face. How did it jump straight from the first level to the 4th? What the hell is this Ugly King doing? If I skip 2 levels, won't I lose a lot of secret realm points? Damn you, Ugly King. While cursing, Lin Feng dragged a heavy bag of game coins and stepped into the archway. At this time, the Ugly King in the control room put down the communicator and let out a long breath. The loan of 50 million secret realm points was finally approved. This SS level card is a huge profit. As long as he could successfully fuse this card, he would no longer be the Ugly King. 1% of loan interest per day is nothing. The Ugly King was filled with happiness and turned his gaze towards room 2, ready to start the 4th level of the game. I really didn't expect that this guy actually had an
an SS level card. He directly emptied my secret realm points and I had no choice but to let them skip the game. But it doesn't matter, in this game only one person can advance to the last level. Lin Feng walked into the room dragging the sack of game coins, beads of sweat already oozing from his forehead. The other 7 people in room 2 saw him enter the room last and then looked at the heavy sack in his hands. For a moment, everyone was shocked. This kid is dragging a sack. Is it really full of game coins? Immediately, helplessness and fear appeared on his face again. If they divide the game coins equally again at this level, they will all die. Hey, buddy, your sack is not full of game coins, right? Someone stared at Lin Feng and asked with a hint of fear. Lin Feng, with his strength greatly increased, was confident and answered, "Yes, is there any problem?" This answer was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. "You are trying to kill us. What exactly are you planning?" The woman who had experienced the oppression of death suddenly screamed and questioned and accused at the top of her lungs. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. He realized that perhaps his actions were indeed inappropriate. However, these people were both poor and resentful of the rich's attitude towards them. This disgusted him. It was as if their current situation was the result of his frame-up. Moreover, according to the rules of the game set by the ugly king, even if he didn't buy so many game coins, the result would still not change. What rights do these people have to accuse him? If he were in poverty, he would not easily believe these things, nor would he buy huge amounts of game coins. Lin Feng's momentum gradually increased, with the Fantian seal hanging above his head. The slowly falling rules shake the void. Let ripples appear throughout the space. He warned coldly. It's not your turn to tell me what I do. I'll only say this once, otherwise. Lin Feng's face was as cold as frost. Although the words were not fully spoken, everyone present knew it clearly. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from him, everyone's heart trembled. Several people who wanted to continue accusing and insulting others swallowed their words back. Lin Feng glanced at everyone. A thought came to my mind. Are these people worth saving? All players, the game is about to begin. Please take your seats. At this time, the voice of the ugly king sounded. The ugly king's portrait appeared on the electronic screen nearby. At the same time, a large round table and 8 stools appeared in the center of the room. Lin Feng dragged a large bag of game coins and walked into the venue and sat down. The other 7 people were terrified. Finally, they all took their seats nervously. After everyone is in place, the electronic screen sounded a warning again. Rows of game rules appear one by one. 1. In this level of the game, the players are oranges and tangerines. 2. In each round of the game, each player says a sentence based on his or her identity characteristics, and the sentence cannot be repeated. 3. After a round, all players vote based on the descriptions of other players to select the players they think do not belong to their camp. 4. When there are 3 players left, reveal their identities. 5. Among the 3 players, the one with more people in the same camp wins, and the other players are eliminated. 6. Players eliminated in each round can spend game coins to revive and continue the game. 7. The first resurrection costs 1 game coin, and the cost of each resurrection doubles. Lin Feng stared at the game rules on the electronic screen, recalling the identity orange I obtained when I entered the game. It turns out that this is the game setting for the 4th level. By following the on-screen instructions, he also understood how the game was played. Try not to reveal your identity through your description. Then, the electronic screen image changed again. Beagle. In front of the 8 people, starting from the second woman on Lin Feng's left, they lined up clockwise. An increasing number appears in front of each person. The number in front of Lin Feng is 6. This means he will be the 6th player to speak. Start speaking now. Each round of the game should not exceed 2 minutes. Otherwise, each player will be fined 10 game coins and the countdown will begin. Tick, tick. The countdown begins. 1:59. The 6 people all looked at the woman who spoke to number 1. Lin Feng leaned back slightly, having already made a decision in his heart. A relaxed look on his face. He trembled on his toes and crossed his legs. Me, my skin is orange. The first woman spoke. Her words were verified. Ding ding sounded. The speech cursor jumps to the second player. I grow on trees. Then, the next player continued. My season of maturity is autumn. As the descriptions of the top 5 players have been successfully verified, it was Lin Feng's turn to speak. He said nonchalantly, I'm a watermelon. Lin Feng's words shocked all the players. His description does not conform to the rules of the game at all. Is this guy looking for death? He prayed secretly, hoping that this hateful guy was not in the same camp as him. Everyone prayed silently in their hearts. At the same time, everyone had an expression of gloating on their faces, because this guy clearly violated the rules of the game and will be punished soon. A harsh error prompt sounded in front of Lin Feng. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a video game being upgraded was heard from the electronic screen. Player number SAXS description is incorrect. You are fined 10 game coins. It's just 10 game coins. Punishment is nothing, no big deal. Lin Feng easily reached into the sack and took out 10 game coins. Spread it casually on the round table in front of you. 10 game coins instantly sank into the round table. At the same time, a prompt popped up
up in front of Lin Feng, indicating that his secret realm points had increased by 100,000.
The smile on his lips couldn't help but become brighter.
It seems that as long as the game coins in your hand are recovered by the Ugly King, they can be immediately exchanged for secret realm points.
Ugly King, you are like my real brother now.
But don't blame me, I'm a person who believes in putting justice above family ties.
Lin Feng's smooth and natural movements made everyone present grit their teeth.
This guy is obviously causing trouble on purpose. Relying on the large amount of game coins in his hands, he is reckless and unscrupulous. But Lin Feng's behavior, in the eyes of the rest of the people present, it was undoubtedly a joke taking their lives. Add to that the violent threats he made against them when he entered the room. Although some people recognized him as Lin Feng, who donated the SSS card to the country yesterday, but in their hearts, there is no trace of good feelings. There was only the oppression and humiliation that Lin Feng had brought to them in front of them, and just now. In this case, everyone tacitly reached an agreement. No matter what camp Lin Feng belongs to, everyone will vote for him. If he dares to seek death fearlessly, then grant his wish and get him out early. After Lin Feng paid the penalty game coins, the game continues. After the two players have finished speaking, enter the voting phase. No tension or excitement. Everyone cooperated well. Lin Feng got 8 votes. Become the player who was eliminated by unanimous vote. This result shocked the 7 people. Lin Feng actually got 8 votes. In other words, he also voted for himself. Is this guy crazy? Boom, boom, boom. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. He had a nonchalant smile on his face. Just throw a game coin onto the table, choose to revive, and continue the game. A fearless attitude of a strong man. Another 10,000 secret realm points were obtained. It feels great. Lin Feng couldn't help but stretching. He glanced at the sack beside him and saw more than 5,000 game coins in it. The consumption progress is still too slow. Thinking of this, he extended his index finger. He knocked on the table in front of him. The corners of his mouth raised, and he spoke provocatively. Hey everyone, our progress is too slow. Why not speed up and just throw it all to me? I'm not afraid of anything. Lin Feng's arrogant attitude made everyone grit their teeth again. If looks could kill, it is estimated that Lin Feng has been stared at hundreds of times. Okay, since you want to get out early, if you want to die early, we will satisfy you. The game currency has doubled in value. Do you think you can withstand a few rounds of torture? The second round ended without any surprises. Lin Feng still stood out from the crowd and passed unanimously. Pay 2 game coins to revive and continue. 4 game coins are resurrected. 8 game coins will revive you. Even 512 game coins were resurrected. After 10 rounds of games, Lin Feng obtained a total of 11.23 million secret realm points. Adding the remaining points at the beginning, his total points have reached a terrifying 11,934,600 points. At the same time, during the game, Lin Feng also gave deep thought to why the Ugly King game can use game coins to exchange for secret realm points. This reminded him of the SS level secret realm copy that he and Yu Zhenghai and others challenged last night. When entering the copy, Yu Zhenghai consumed an A-level super power card. After 5 people cleared the level, in the end, he obtained nearly 6 million secret realm points. At the Ugly Demon King, an A-level card can be exchanged for 500 game coins. Each game coin can be exchanged for 10,000 secret realm points. Lin Feng thought to himself that there seemed to be some kind of balanced and equivalent exchange rule between super energy cards and secret realm points. However, he still didn't understand the reason for this rule, but he firmly believed that as his power continued to increase, he would be able to unravel all these mysteries in the future. At this moment, the 11th round of the game began. Aside from Lin Feng, who remained unfazed and ignored the penalties, the other 7 players were clearly at a loss for words and some began to make mistakes. Fortunately, this was only the first round of mistakes, and everyone still had game coins to cover the penalties for their violations. However, if the mistakes continued and they couldn't afford the penalties, they would be eliminated. No one had anticipated the current situation, but everyone instinctively placed the blame on Lin Feng. If it weren't for his initial threats and provocations, no one would have harbored a vengeful desire, voting in his favor for 10 consecutive rounds. If it weren't for him, the game would likely have ended long ago, and no one would have worried about mistakes or punishment. Although this idea seems naive, people often have this naive idea when they are in desperate situations, looking for a comforting excuse for their mistakes and failures, giving themselves the courage to continue and seek hope. At the end of the 11th round, 3 players besides Lin Feng had made mistakes. Then came the elimination vote. This was the 11th round, and many were hesitant. It wasn't until the 2-minute countdown had run its course that everyone's votes were finalized. This time, Lin Feng, player number 6, received 5 votes, player number 7 received 2, and player number 4 received 1. This result indicated that the 7 were no longer united against Lin Feng, and internal cracks had appeared. Lin Feng was unwilling to see this situation, as he still had a few thousand game coins to spend, which would be worth tens of millions of secret realm points. The situation was not good, and he sighed helplessly. He handed over over 1,024 game coins, resurrected himself, and continued playing. Seeing Lin Feng dump a pile of game coins on the table, everyone's mouths were dry and their expressions stiffened. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout everyone. He had originally intended to kill this guy first, but he hadn't expected it to put him in a desperate situation. At this moment, several people were silently praying that since they couldn't kill Lin Feng, they might as well give up and instead hope to join his camp. After all, judging by the current situation, even if Lin Feng acted recklessly, he would have enough game coins to pay for resurrection and violation fees to last until the end. But everyone's thoughts differed from Lin Feng's. They were trying to survive, but Lin Feng was gesturing at the game coins in his hand, hoping to collect secret realm points. He still had 3,075 game coins left to spend, representing over 30 million secret realm points. In order to win everyone's votes, before the start of the 12th round of the game, Lin Feng smiled contemptuously and said sarcastically, "Everyone, use some strength. You want to kill me, please, please." Lin Feng's words made everyone look grim and grit their teeth in frustration, but they also understood that because Lin Feng had been acting recklessly, his identity was the most vague. After 11 rounds of the game, the remaining 7 people had a clear understanding of their respective identities. In the next round, no matter what, you can't vote for Lin Feng again. Even though his taunts make everyone feel uncomfortable, finding the right camp and surviving is more important. The 12th round of the game began and ended. This time, 4 players had made mistakes. One of them did not have enough game coins to pay the fine and was ruled out, unable to continue the game. Amidst a scream of terror, that person was teleported out of the room. After the game ended, the 7 people began to vote. When the voting was complete, player 5 received 3 votes. By this time, Lin Feng had accumulated 2,048 resurrection coins. Player number 5 was directly eliminated from the game because he was unable to pay the fee. "Lin Feng, I curse you. You will not be buried in the grave. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go." With great reluctance, player number 5 was eliminated, and fierce curses were heard. Lin Feng looked at the number of votes. There was only 1 vote. That vote was actually cast for myself. I felt player 5's curse deeply in my heart. He smiled bitterly, helplessly. Don't these people hold grudges anymore? It's only been a short while and everyone has become two-faced? Not long ago, they were working together to eradicate me. Now they are actually starting to backstab each other. Lin Feng was extremely upset as he could no longer get votes and could not exchange game coins for secret realm points. He silently shouted in his heart, "Just vote again and it will be solved." But these damn guys just gave up voting and kicked him out at the critical moment. This meant that he lost more than 20 million secret realm points. At this time, the ugly king sitting in the backstage of the control room saw that everyone stopped voting for Lin Feng. He frowned and finally breathed a sigh of relief, because through observation, he found that Lin Feng seemed to be relying on earning secret realm points. This made the ugly king extremely angry because in his game world, he was the only one who could tease others. Now, he felt humiliated as if he was being teased. On the other hand, the ugly king also thought of other problems. Since Lin Feng can take out the SS level card to buy game coins, then you must have more advanced super cards in your hand. Perhaps he just lacked enough secret realm points to merge. He used Lin Feng as a sucker to gain points. Of course, these are not problems for the ugly king. What really worries him is that if Lin Feng relies on the points he has earned to immediately fuse high-level super cards, the last level is to personally appear in the showdown. Use your own head to fight? Although the ugly king obtained the super cards sold by everyone by recycling the game coins, and swallowed and fused the super energy card to achieve self-advancement. But all this can only be done after the game is completely over. The ugly king took a deep breath. He felt that if the game continued according to the rules, there is a high possibility that I will lose this game and lose everything. The 50 million secret realm points borrowed may be wasted. A deep sense of powerlessness welled up in his heart. I couldn't help but burst out cursing. I really have become a little cutie. He no longer had any interest in hosting the game himself. He took out a tape and started playing it. However, the ugly king looked at Lin Feng on the screen. I was getting more and more irritated. The ugly mask became more and more hideous. My breathing became heavier. Finally, he couldn't help but burst out. As a proud and ugly king, he was fooled by a human. Fuck the rules of the game. I'm going to kill him right now and take all the game coins and super cards. In the ugly king's game world, I, the ugly king, have the final say. At the moment when the ugly king decided to abandon the rules of the game world began to collapse. The game scene constructed by rules quickly collapsed. Lin Feng looked confused and frowned. The other people in the room looked horrified. I feel uneasy inside. The game is over. The ugly king's voice rang out in the void like a sharp blade. As the scene fades, everyone fell into the gray nothingness again. In the center of the void, a tall, white, paper-made clown was floating strangely, fainting in the gray void. What is that? Some people turned pale and screamed in fear. The white paper clown slowly floats. The thin body suddenly swelled up and became round and thick. It quickly grew huge and heavy, suddenly fell from the void. The terrifying weight
weight hit the empty earth. Some people lost their balance and fell to the ground in panic, swallowed by the earth. Seeing this scene, countless people's faces turned even paler. Aren't we still in the game? How did it become like this? The huge clown man swayed like a tumbler, and a shrill and sharp laugh came from his body. He bounced up and fell heavily. One person was hit by the jumping clown and turned into a pool of meat in panic. The tumbler clown man jumped up again and landed hard. Just as it was about to hit another person, a startling flash of knife light appeared. The powerful blade light hit the clown's smooth and round body, making a sharp and piercing sound. However, facing this huge tumbler clown, the man wielding the knife was blown away like duckweed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, full of doubts. Why did the style of the game suddenly change halfway through the 4th level? What on earth does this damn ugly king want to do? He glanced at the sack he was still dragging. There are still more than 3,000 game coins that have not been used up. Could it be that this ugly king can't afford to play and wants to default on his debt? This thought suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If the ugly king dares to play such a trick, I must smash its head to pieces. Lin Feng's eyes were like lightning, and with more than 20 million secret realm points, it was not a problem for him to kill a B-level ugly demon king. The ugly king demon only dares to manipulate a clown tumbler behind the scenes. Is it worthy of the name evil B-rank demon? He shouted loudly in a low and defiant voice. At this moment, there were more than 30 people on the scene. Even when faced with the clown tumbler controlled by the ugly king, everyone was overwhelmed. Seeing that Lin Feng dared to openly challenge the ugly king, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Someone cursed viciously. Lin Feng, you don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. If you want to die, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't get me into trouble. We're already overwhelmed with the clown tumbler controlled by the ugly king, and you're still trying to reveal its true form. Are you stupid? If you are stupid, I beg you to get out of here. Faced with these accusations and insults, Lin Feng ignored them and directly used the Fantian seal. The terrifying ancient rules fell from the void. With Lin Feng as the center, ripples appeared in the space within a radius of dozens of meters. Those who insulted him felt the powerful oppressive power falling from above his head. Finally, everyone kept silent. Lin Feng raised his eyes slightly and snorted coldly. This cold snort shocked the hearts of countless people. Then, he uttered a word. The power of rules is triggered when words are spoken. The Fantian seal floating above his head turned into a green light, wrapped in a heavy ancient atmosphere, smashed down on the jumping clown tumbler. The Fantian seal cut through the sky. With the support of Lin Feng's more than 200 mental powers, this ancient and primitive aura shocked everyone present. What kind of weapon is this? Many people gasped, feeling the terrifying aura of the Fantian seal passing over their heads, and their legs went weak. The next second, Lin Feng controlled the Fantian seal and slammed it hard on the huge body of the clown tumbler. The terrifying power mixed with the ancient rules of chaos. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, the clown tumbler collapsed. All the eyes cast towards Lin Feng were filled with disbelief. He actually smashed the clown tumbler controlled by the ugly king. Those clown tumblers who killed many people and overwhelmed everyone were defeated in this way. Everyone couldn't believe it. However, the next moment, everyone's thoughts turned to, damn Lin Feng, since he has the ability to deal with the clown tumbler, why didn't he take action earlier? Let it kill a few people in a row? Although everyone thought so in their hearts, after seeing Lin Feng's strength, no one dared to speak out. Because Lin Feng at the moment, perhaps it is the only hope for all of them to survive from the ugly devil king. Lin Feng acted upon his words, taking back the Fantian seal and hanging it above his head again. He stepped into the gray void. People along the way didn't dare to look him in the eye and retreated in panic. His strength was a foregone conclusion in their eyes. Lin Feng walked into the gray and empty space, but saw no trace of the ugly king. He gritted his teeth, his heart almost bursting. This ugly bastard, can't he afford to play? I still have over 3,000 game coins to spend. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he shouted again. Ugly king, if you don't show up, I will destroy your world of game rules. When everyone heard Lin Feng's words, they were shocked. Then, excitement appeared on their faces. Because if Lin Feng could really break through the game rules set up by the ugly king, everyone present could be rescued. Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. However, he was slow to act. After all, once the ugly king's arrangement is broken through, ugly king, if you don't show up, I will break through your world of game rules. Everyone was shocked after hearing Lin Feng's words. Then, everyone's face showed excitement. Because if Lin Feng could really break through the game rules world set up by the ugly king, everyone at the scene could be saved. Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. However, he did not take action yet. After all, if he breaks through the game world of rules set up by the ugly king, where can he exchange the 3,000 game coins in his hand for the 30 million secret realm points? That's 30 million. Even if it's an SS level secret realm, you have to clear it more than 20 times. Since the ugly king took his card, Lin Feng must force him to give up the secret realm points. At this time, the ugly king hiding in the back was sweating profusely. The boy easily smashed the clown tumbler he controlled with one blow, and it was obvious that he had grown up by earning secret realm points. Maybe I am no longer his opponent confident now. Especially the green square seal he cast above his head, which exuded an ancient and primitive aura, almost broke the ugly king's mind. Although he is only a B-level demon, as the ugly demon king, he still thinks he is superior and has inviolable majesty. However, before he was ready to show up and challenge this damn human, there was one thing that had to be handled safely. The ugly king took out the communicator again. Hello, is this the secret points bank? I want to deposit something. What to save? More than 34 million secret realm points, an SS level card and an A level card? How can a B-rank demon like me have these things? Is the source legal? Don't worry, it's absolutely legal. What? Cost? You decide the cost. Procedures? I'm out of town right now. Can I come and handle it later when I have time? I'll definitely pay the fees, and I'm willing to take all responsibility for any violations. The secret realm points bank will definitely not be involved. Yes, I still owe you 50 million secret realm points. How could I do anything wrong? You don't want to see me go bankrupt, do you? Okay, I'll send the stuff over right away. The ugly king took a deep breath and put down the communicator. Play with me. I don't care about my life. You are still naive. Lin Feng stood in the center of the gray space and challenged and provoked for a while, but the ugly king never showed up. This made him suspicious. Had the ugly king already escaped with his machine? But according to common sense, this doesn't make sense at all. The people at the scene were also startled by Lin Feng's challenge. Is the ugly king really afraid of Lin Feng? Some people speculate so. Of course, there are also people who curse viciously in their hearts. Since the ugly king doesn't show up, why are you still looking for death? Is it necessary to kill us all? My little ugly prince, I am warning you one last time. If you don't show up, I will destroy your world of game rules. You broke through it. Everyone stared at Lin Feng eagerly, almost going crazy with anxiety. However, Lin Feng remained motionless. This made everyone feel puzzled. Can he break through this world of game rules? Just when everyone was full of doubts, a creepy clown laugh rang out. When everyone at the scene heard the sound, they got goosebumps all over their bodies and stepped back, nervous and scared. A figure wearing a clown costume and a clown crown walked out of the gray space. The ugly king appeared at an astonishing speed. As a B-level demon, the terrifying and strange pressure he exuded made countless people tremble instinctively. His mask, which looked like a smile but not a smile, evil and strange, emerged from the gray space. The twisted and terrifying mask made everyone gasp. When Lin Feng saw the ugly king appear, a smile finally appeared on his face. However, when his eyes fell on the ugly king's short stature, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The ugly king seemed to sense Lin Feng's ridicule, and a nameless anger burned in his heart. He roared, "You dare to laugh at me?" The poker cards in the sky instantly turned into pieces of flying blades that could split gold and stone, shooting towards Lin Feng madly. Lin Feng stood still, and his mind moved. The Fantian seal penetrated the void and blocked in front of him. Lin Feng used the Fantian seal as a shield, and a cloud of playing cards shot towards him, the sound of metal hitting each other resoundingly. As soon as the playing cards touched the Fantian seal, they instantly vanished into nothingness and the annihilation of the prehistoric rules. Everyone was delighted to see this. As long as Lin Feng could kill the demon before them, they would be saved. Lin Feng smiled confidently, thinking, a B-level demon is nothing more than this. The Fantian seal followed him like a shadow. He stepped forward and shouted a threatening roar, "Hand over 30 million secret realm points, and I can let you go." He held 3,000 game coins in his hand and concluded that the ugly king indeed held 30 million secret realm points. Only in this way could it conform to the principle of equivalent exchange that he had inferred in his mind. Everyone present was secretly surprised when they heard Lin Feng's words. He was actually threatening a B-level demon? In his eyes, the ugly king's game rules world was just a tool to gain secret realm points? Although using demons to gain secret realm points is one way, is there something wrong with Lin Feng's brain? After all, although gaining secret realm points is fast, it has a fatal flaw: it is extremely low cost effective. Moreover, compared to the secret realm copy, there is no extra gain here and the risk is greater. The ugly king felt deeply insulted when he heard Lin Feng's threat. He was right. This human really saw him as a tool to rack up points. As a high-ranking B-level intelligent demon, being treated as a tool was difficult for the ugly king to accept. He angrily reached into his pocket and pulled out a whistle, took a deep breath, and blew it suddenly. The piercing sound echoed in the gray space, turning into visible musical notes. Carrying the ugly king's rage, it transformed into sharp swords of music, shooting towards everyone. In an instant, screams rang out one after another. Dozens of people were pierced by these sharp swords, and blood spurted out. Lin Feng bore the brunt of the attack and became the main target. Although he was hit by many sharp swords, he had integrated a B-level super energy card with extreme endurance value and was wearing a knight armor, so the sharp swords could not hurt him at all. He strode forward recklessly, facing the swords falling from the sky, and the Fantian seal above his head was buzzing, ready to fall at any time. "You can't hurt me. Hand over 30 million secret realm points and I will let you go," Lin Feng said coldly. The ugly king felt the threat from the Fantian seal above his head and jumped back a few steps, grinning strangely. "You damned
human, don't even think about getting a single secret realm point from me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ugly king opened his 10 fingers and a puppet flew out of his hand. A flash of sword light flashed, and under the control of the ugly king, the puppet transformed into a swordsman and stabbed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the Fantian seal above his head suddenly fell down. The rules of ancient chaos mixed with terrifying power instantly crushed the swordsman controlled by the ugly king into pieces. Seeing the puppet he was controlling shattered by a single blow, the ugly king's heart was shaken. This was his strongest attack yet, and since he couldn't take down Lin Feng, the outcome of the battle was already clear. The only thing that comforted the ugly king was that he had already deposited 30 million secret realm points and super power cards into the secret realm points bank. Although this was illegal, so what? This abominable human in front of him couldn't beat him, so why should he fear being killed? As long as the human world kept drawing cards, one day they would summon him back again. By then, he will be able to integrate the SS cards stored in the secret realm points bank, and it is very likely that he will be promoted to S level or even SS level, becoming the ugly saint or the ugly king. At that time, his game world would no longer control only a few hundred people, but hundreds of thousands or even millions. The vast game world, shrouded in terror, would bring him immense pleasure. The ugly king was in a good mood because of his anticipation for the future. What did the current humiliation matter to him? He stared at Lin Feng with a cunning look. He wants to remember this face. When he is summoned back to this world again, the humiliation he suffered today will be repaid 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Drop, drop, drop. The ugly king blew his whistle again. Strange musical notes surrounded the ugly king. It transformed into various sharp weapons, flying and circling in the sky. Humans, I can't do anything to you, but for everyone else, I can easily slaughter them all. Everyone saw the UFO weapons spiraling around the ugly king and flying all over the sky. Endless fear suddenly rose in my heart. Brother Lin Feng, you and I are both descendants of the Dragon Nation, China. Can you bear to see us being slaughtered by demons? Brother Lin Feng, save us. Despair and terror intertwined. Countless people knelt on the ground asking for help, shouting loudly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the fierce murderous intent emanating from the ugly demon king. I was in extreme conflict. If he kills the ugly demon king, he will lose 30 million secret realm points. If you don't kill, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Finally made a decision. Forget it, forget it. When the Fantian seal fell, the ugly king, filled with resentment, disintegrated and disappeared from everyone's sight. Immediately afterwards, the world of the ugly king's game rules that enveloped the heavens and the earth quickly collapsed. The neon lights of Shihai City appeared in front of everyone again. Ambulance sirens blared as they drove to the scene to rescue the injured. Lin Feng sighed, dejected, and walked out of the crowd with more than 3,000 game coins. However, he had just walked a short distance when he was stopped by several staff members. Mr. Lin Feng, we have received a report and complaint. Someone complained that you have the power to destroy the ugly king, but when you were trapped in the ugly king game world, however, you did not take immediate action to defeat the ugly demon king, resulting in the deaths of nearly 70 compatriots. Now, we will arrest and detain you for endangering the safety of compatriots. I hope you can cooperate. Lin Feng smiled. I gave up 30 million secret realm points to kill the ugly king demon and save these people's lives. Never expect gratitude in return. He did this just to have a clear conscience, but I didn't expect that this would be the result in the end. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Cooperate? How do you want me to cooperate? Mr. Lin Feng, I am also doing my job impartially. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. The staff sensed his anger and looked embarrassed. Lin Feng snorted coldly. I won't make things difficult for you, since someone has reported me for endangering the safety of my compatriots. Where is the whistleblower? Mr. Lin Feng, this involves personal privacy. I am not in a position to disclose it. These words made Lin Feng laugh out of anger. It's not convenient to disclose? What a good phrase. It means that in this public place, it's convenient for me. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and his eyes gradually became cold as ice. Since it's inconvenient for you, then I can only make it convenient for myself. His cold eyes swept over the crowd behind him. This group of people were saved by him. Now that I am saved, someone is taking advantage of me, falsely accusing him of endangering the safety of his compatriots. The pain of losing 30 million points, along with the anger that had been suppressed for a long time, erupted bit by bit. The Fantian seal hung high above Lin Feng's head, and the terrifying aura of the ancient times spread all over the sky. Who is it? Who dares to report and slander me? His voice was like thunder, exploding among the crowd. Just as the words fell, several figures in the crowd in front stood up, confronted Lin Feng, and shouted, "Slander? How have we slandered you? You clearly have the ability to easily kill the ugly king and take us away from the ugly king's game world. But you didn't do that. Did we slander you? Lin Feng, no matter what, you owe us an explanation. Yes, if you act immediately, nearly 70 people would not have died in the ugly king's game world. You killed nearly 70 of your compatriots for your own selfish gain. Doesn't your conscience hurt? A selfish person
person like you, do you deserve our slander? You still dare to threaten us at this time? Do you really think this is still the ugly king game world? Lin Feng sneered. He had already recognized the faces of those who were speaking. It was in room number 2 of the ugly king game world that Lin Feng and several others were playing games. He never expected that these people could be so despicable, which gave him a chill in his heart. If he had known this, Lin Feng should have eliminated them directly in the ugly king game world. He suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at their arrogance, wishing he could grind them to ashes immediately. Faced with the aggressive accusations from several people, Lin Feng's face suddenly turned pale, and a very funny expression appeared on his face. Just as he was about to speak again, an old voice came from the crowd. You guys are so shameless. Lin Feng felt familiar with the voice and turned around to look. The person who spoke was the old man who had gone through the first level with him. The old man stood on Lin Feng's side and defended him, which surprised Lin Feng. Then, someone else stood up and said, Brother Lin Feng helped us escape from the ugly king's game world, and we should be grateful to him. But you actually reported him, saying that he endangered the safety of his compatriots. What are you planning? In every level of the ugly king game world, someone dies due to failure. As a customs clearance expert, everyone knows who has blood on their hands. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene and everyone's face changed drastically. Because if this is the basis of the crime, everyone present would probably be to blame. Originally, the tacit understanding among everyone was, if you are unfortunately involved in such an incident, nothing that happened should be mentioned. As long as they can escape, everyone hopes to erase their memories and restore their appearance as a gentleman. But at this moment, these people obviously wanted to break the rule of silence because of personal grudges. The scene fell into deathly silence for a moment. No matter what, the evidence is overwhelming that Lin Feng is endangering our safety. He must be punished accordingly. The man in room number 2 who almost died because of losing the game has hatred for Lin Feng deep in his bones. The shadow of death in my heart cannot be shaken off even if I escape from death. In his eyes, all this was caused by Lin Feng. Revenge is necessary to dispel the fear in one's heart. And you all want to be my enemy? Do you know who I am? I am the son of the president of the Tianka Labor Union. The man's voice became more arrogant. Lin Feng sneered and looked at the staff beside him. As soon as the report was received, it was stopped immediately. It turned out that one of the whistleblowers was the son of the president of the Tianka Labor Union. But as an intern guardian of the Superpower Association, is my identity so insignificant? Not even as good as the son of the so-called president of the Tianka Labor Union? As soon as the man finished speaking, the title of the son of the president of Tianka Labor Union really worked. Everyone fell silent and stopped talking. Seeing this, he became even more arrogant and ordered sternly. He's just an internet celebrity seeking attention. What is he afraid of? If you are arrested and convicted, our Tianka Union will definitely not let you down. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Obviously, this guy is bullying others by taking advantage of his power. Lin Feng would naturally not be lenient towards such a person. He adjusted the strength of the Fantian seal and suddenly dropped it, hitting the man hard on the forehead. The man suddenly felt dizzy and blood spurted out. You dare to hit me. In public, you still want to hurt me. I want you to live a life worse than death. The man's eyes were red and he took out his cell phone. Dad, someone is trying to harm me. Come and save me. Then, he turned on his phone and sent a message to Yu Zhenghai. President, the son of the Tianka Labor Union president has slandered and reported me. What should I do? The president of the Tianka Labor Union? Perfect. I was just worried I had no reason to investigate, and now he's delivered to my doorstep. Where are you now? I'll send someone over right away. By the way, don't run around until the guardians have completely suppressed all the demons that escaped after being activated. After receiving the message from Yu Zhenghai, Lin Feng felt helpless. President, let me tell you, I just killed a demon. Do you believe me? Immediately afterwards, Yu Zhenghai sent another message. Where are you now? Lin Feng sent back a coordinate. The two of them ended the call at the same time and put away their phones at almost the same time. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face. Lin Feng, you're trying to harm me. If I step on your sewing machine, I guarantee there will be sparks. Cough, cough. Blood spurted from his mouth and he cursed viciously. Seeing Lin Feng's increasingly fierce gaze, the man couldn't help but shrink back. But there was still a stubbornness in his eyes. He pointed at the staff around him and shouted loudly. Everyone is watching. Lin Feng wants to kill me. What do you think you guys do? You don't even have any reaction? Do you still want to keep your jobs? Faced with the man's threat, the faces of the staff standing in front of Lin Feng became extremely ugly. But the Tianka Guild is a huge entity in Shihai City, with a complex network of relationships. The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. They don't dare to provoke him easily. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and walked forward to surround Lin Feng. Although they knew in their hearts that if a fight really broke out, they would be no match for Lin Feng. But it has to be done. The staff tried to speak to Lin Feng in a kind tone. Mr. Lin Feng, the son of the Tianka Guild's president, is someone we really can't afford to offend. I'm sorry, there's really nothing we can do. I hope you can even understand. Lin Feng frowned and asked back with a sneer. What's the Tianke Guild? Just because you're afraid of him, you think I'm afraid too? You're so slow to get the news.
After hearing this, the expressions of several staff members suddenly changed.
What exactly did Lin Feng mean by this?
A strong sense of unease rose in my heart. They exchanged glances, feeling that things were beginning to develop in a direction beyond their control. Must report to superiors immediately. A staff member stepped aside, pulled out his cell phone, and began contacting their superiors. However, when he reported the situation, especially when he confirmed that Lin Feng was the person who donated the SSS level card to the country yesterday, the person opposite was almost scared to death. Lin Feng now looks like an ordinary citizen who donated an SSS level card to the country. But the inside news has spread. Lin Feng has become an intern guardian of the Superpower Association, and it was personally guided by Vice President Yu Zhenghai. This doesn't follow the process at all. This means that Lin Feng will sooner or later become the official guardian of the Superpower Association. Although the law is above everything, but anyone who can become the official guardian of the Superpower Association must be absolutely innocent. How could someone do such a thing? After being scolded, the reporting staff was terrified. Mr. Lin Feng, I'm so sorry, we misunderstood you. You are free to leave. Misunderstanding? I was slandered and framed, should I just accept it? Lin Feng questioned with a clear warning in his tone. He may not hold his staff accountable, but those who dare to slander him must be severely punished.
The staff naturally understood the meaning and agreed immediately. We will definitely give Mr. Lin Feng an explanation.
Just as he finished speaking, the rumbling sound of cars came from the street in the distance. Nearly 10 black cars drove into the scene. When beating a dog, you have to look at its owner carefully. How dare that blind fellow harm my son? A middle-aged man walked out of a black car. This middle-aged man exuded an unruly and ruthless aura. In the past 2 days, the Zhao family, a branch of the Tianke Guild, was investigated by relevant departments on suspicion of treason.
Tianke Guild had to give up some of its business in order to survive.
But even so, it is impossible to completely deny the connection. Now that he had finally dealt with the matter, someone was ungrateful and dared to harm his son. The middle-aged man was feeling very angry and was worried that he couldn't find an outlet to vent his anger. Now he finally found the opportunity to vent his anger, and he vowed to make the person who dared to harm his son live a life worse than death. When the man in the crowd saw his father coming with the people from the Tianke Guild, he immediately stopped hiding behind and stood out arrogantly. Lin Feng, if you have the guts, be arrogant again. You're just a little internet celebrity, and today I'm going to make you understand. In the face of power and strength, what are people like you? If it weren't for my father trying to temper my character, I would have fused an S-rank card long ago. Now, kneel down, kowtow a few times, and hand over your 4-direction seal weapon.
Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life, otherwise, humph.
Lin Feng showed a grim smile on his face. It seems that the son of the president of the Tianke Guild has not yet cultivated his character.
He walked slowly to the front of the group and said in a deep voice, otherwise? What if?
The Tianke Guild's president's face changed when he heard his son mention Lin Feng. When he saw the face of the man his son was talking about, his face suddenly froze, and his figure looked disheveled in the night. His son was forbidden from fusing high-level cards because he loved causing trouble.
Why hasn't this evil creature died yet?
The middle-aged man looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. When the man saw the change in his father's expression, his inner excitement reached its peak. Although he didn't fully understand his father, he understood at this moment that his father was angry.
Damn Lin Feng, I'm going to make you live a life worse than death. How dare you threaten me? I'm going to make you regret coming into this world. What nonsense are you talking about, you evil creature?
Just when the man was extremely excited, his father suddenly became furious and smashed him with a black object in his hand. The man was knocked flying and dragged on the ground for several meters. The sudden change left the man bewildered, his entire body aching as if it were about to fall apart, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, struggling to get up, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Lin Feng wants to harm me. It's him who wants to harm me. Dad, he wants to hurt me. He really wants to hurt me. Harm you? You evil creature. It would be better if you died. Dad, I'm your son. Evil creature, I don't have a son like you.
The middle-aged man turned around, looked respectfully at where Lin Feng was, and said respectfully,
Mr. Lin Feng, this evil creature has slandered you and offended you. You can do whatever you want with it. I will not say anything more.
These words made the man stand there in a daze.
How could this be the ending? Lin Feng is just an internet celebrity who donated an SSS level card to the country. His family has great influence in Shihai City, so why doesn't his father stand on his side? Instead, he is a little afraid of Lin Feng in front of him. Mr. Lin Feng, I won't bother you anymore and will leave immediately. No matter what you do next, our Tianke Guild will know nothing about it. Just pretend we never showed up. The president of the Tianke Guild showed weakness and admitted defeat in front of Lin Feng. He is the president of the Tianke Guild. This scene left everyone stunned.
Then, Lin Feng said calmly, since you are here, don't rush to leave.
I have already reported this matter to the president. I believe the president will be be here soon.
Lin Feng's words frightened the president of Tianke Guild.
It took a lot of effort to get the Tianke Guild out of the quagmire.
If what Lin Feng said was true, the Tianke Guild would surely fall into the bottomless quagmire again. He looked at his son again and sighed in his heart. How could I give birth to such a thing? The president of Tianke Guild was about to speak when suddenly several figures quickly appeared at the scene. The person who came was Yu Zhanghai. Lin Feng saw Yu Zhanghai and shouted loudly. Yu Zhanghai also saw Lin Feng, and the worry on his face immediately disappeared.
Then a trace of anger emerged and he cursed. You kid, you almost scared me to death. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay at the brilliant exchange? Why are you wandering around aimlessly?
If you do that again, I'll break your legs and keep you bedridden for 3 months.
A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face.
Although Yu Zhanghai scolded him, he knew that there was concern behind it. Yu Zhanghai walked up to Lin Feng, looked him over carefully, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze finally fell on the clown sack that Lin Feng was holding tightly in his right hand.
What are you holding in your hand, kid?
As soon as Yu Zhanghai mentioned this, Lin Feng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Those were his 30 million secret realm points, and they were all gone in vain. He felt a pain in his heart.
This is the game currency that can be exchanged in the Ugly King game world. What? Game currency from the Ugly King game world? Are you sure?
Lin Feng's answer seemed to make Yu Zhanghai hear some earth-shattering news, and he was stunned on the spot.
Then he laughed again.
Lin Feng, you have done a great deed, a great deed.
Yu Zhanghai's sudden change left Lin Feng confused and full of questions.
Just when he was confused, Yu Zhanghai whispered in his ear.
The president once said that our world may be the medium for energy transmission from other worlds.
And you actually brought back something from another world. Yu Zhanghai's words shocked Lin Feng so much that he stood there, feeling as if he had touched upon some extraordinary secret. Then, Yu Zhanghai said, let's go back to the Superpower Association first. I'll take you to see the president to discuss the details. After saying that, Yu Zhanghai pulled Lin Feng and prepared to leave.
President, wait for me.
Seeing Yu Zhanghai was about to leave, Lin Feng hurriedly called him.
What else do you want? Yu Zhanghai asked with a frown.
President, I called you here because someone is trying to bully me and is deliberately throwing dirty water at me. Lin Feng glanced at the people in front of him who were silent as a mouse, and reminded Yu Zhanghai. Yu Zhanghai was stunned for a moment, and was so excited that he almost forgot about it. He immediately became serious and stared fiercely at the president of the Tianke Guild. Lin Feng has now made great contributions and has been officially promoted to the official guardian of the Superpower Association.
A citywide announcement will be made on a certain day. If there is no evidence to support the charge of slandering the guardians of the Superpower Association, what is the crime? The Tianke Guild's president was already sweating profusely, and he said tremblingly, President Yu, please calm down.
This is all because of my son's mischief.
Mr. Lin Feng is innocent and there is no need for investigation. My son has committed slander and defamation, and he should bear full responsibility.
Oh,
you appear here to do evil for others? President Yu, please understand, I have absolutely no such intention.
The president of the Tianke Guild was sweating profusely and wished he could strangle his disappointing son to death immediately.
He was unreasonable when he shook people and didn't explain things clearly. Whether this is the intention or not, we'll know after investigating. There are relevant witnesses at the scene regarding your son's slander against Lin Feng. Since you have no objection, let us handle it.
Everything will be subject to Chairman Yu's arrangements.
The president of the Tianke Guild didn't dare to breathe and could only agree repeatedly.
Since the other party did not refute his warning, Yu Zhanghai was too lazy to say more. He turned to his men and said, whether the Tianke Guild is involved in this matter, I'll leave it to you guys to investigate.
Several people nodded and accepted the order.
Okay, President. After finishing his explanation, Yu Zhanghai looked at Lin Feng again and scolded him half-jokingly. Brat, come on, follow me back to the association headquarters. Lin Feng nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly remembering something, he said to Yu Zhanghai,
President, wait for me a moment.
He turned and walked towards the staff members who had just stopped him. When they saw Lin Feng coming, their faces suddenly turned pale and bloodless.
Mr. Lin Feng, we deserve death. Please spare our lives. Am I that scary?
Lin Feng interrupted their apology with a hint of displeasure on his face.
Then he said,
I, Lin Feng, am not a petty person.
I just want to remind you, the person who just slandered me wasn't just the son of the Tianke Guild's president.
Lin Feng's words made several people break out in cold sweat on their foreheads. We have taken note of Mr. Lin Feng's words, but they were muttering in their hearts, this guy is really petty. However, they could only keep these words in their hearts and dared not say them out loud. After hearing the responses from several people, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned back to Yu Zhanghai and said, let's go, President. Yu Zhanghai looked at Lin Feng's series of actions and his face twitched involuntarily. Boy, I really can't tell whether I should praise you or scold you. President, you don't need to praise or scold me.
This is called distinguishing between gratitude and resentment.
These words left Yu Zhanghai speechless for a moment, and he could only drag Lin Feng and run towards the association. About 10 minutes later, Yu Zhanghai Zhanghai brought Lin Feng back to the Superpower Association headquarters. The two walked into the building together. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what Yu Zhanghai had mentioned about the explosion of the Devil's Card Room and couldn't help but ask curiously, "President, you said the Devil's Card Room exploded. What exactly happened?" When Yu Zhanghai heard Lin Feng mention this matter again, his face suddenly turned ashen. "It's very likely that someone did this on purpose." "Someone did it on purpose?" Lin Feng was shocked. Who would dare to do such a thing? In the past few days, the Superpower Association has been cracking down on the Zhao family of the Tianke Guild, indirectly leading to the disintegration of external forces in Shihai City. Those external forces will definitely not give up. So, today's explosion in the Devil's Card Room shows many signs that it was most likely done by external forces. These external forces are too rampant. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Rampant? Even more rampant things happened before you were even born. A look of reminiscence flashed across Yu Zhenghai's face and a gleam in his eyes. Then, he solemnly reminded Lin Feng, during this period of time, Shihai City will definitely be in chaos. You might become a target. If you can stay at the Superpower Association headquarters, try not to go out. Although Lin Feng didn't want to play weak, he still nodded in agreement. Then he followed Yu Zhenghai into the elevator. The next moment, Lin Feng was surprised to see that Yu Zhenghai opened a hidden compartment in the elevator. There was a button marked -10th floor. Yu Zhenghai pressed the button and the elevator fell rapidly. There was a loud noise, the elevator stopped and the door opened. Lin Feng followed Yu Zhenghai out of the elevator in a daze. What lies before your eyes is an extremely spacious and bright underground space. Lin Feng looked around here. It is nearly 100 meters in radius, and the four walls are spherical and extremely smooth. In the center of the square stands a nearly 10-meter-high golden hollow ring. Around the ring, arcs of electricity hissed and flickered horribly. In front of the huge ring stood a disheveled figure. Failed again. Failed again. A sound of disappointment and frustration came out of his mouth. "Xiao Yu, you're here." The man turned around and looked at Yu Zhenghai, his eyes full of loneliness. He took a deep breath before speaking calmly. When Lin Feng saw the man's face clearly, he was so shocked that he stood there. Judging from his appearance, Lin Feng could be sure that this was definitely a teenager who was only about 20 years old, but his eyes seemed to be filled with the heaviness of countless years. In Lin Feng's eyes, this young man was like an old soul living in a young body. What made Lin Feng even more unbelievable was that he actually called Yu Zhenghai Xiaoyu, because judging from his apparent age, this young man is exactly the age of Yu Zhenghai's grandson. The young man turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Feeling that sharp gaze, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble in his heart, as if he was being spied on by a god. In front of him, I was like a naked child, with nowhere to hide. "Xiaoyu, who is he?" The boy's voice was clear, but with an indescribable vicissitudes of life. "President, this is the association's newly promoted member, Lin Feng." Yu Zhenghai stepped forward respectfully and introduced and explained things to the young man. Then, he looked at Lin Feng again and urged, "Lin Feng, go and meet the president quickly." Although Lin Feng couldn't believe the identity of the young man in front of him, since Yu Zhenghai said so, it must be correct. He walked forward with a puzzled look in his mind, bowed and said, "Lin Feng greets the president." The young man fixed his eyes on Lin Feng, a gentle smile that only an elder could have appeared on his face. Lin Feng looked at it and felt it was extremely strange. He couldn't help but start to think wildly. Could it be that the president had taken over someone else's body? Then the boy spoke again, "You must be surprised?" Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Yu Zhenghai, who was disappointed with his friend, looked at him with helplessness in his eyes. The young man said calmly, "It doesn't matter, I still maintain this youthful body. In fact, more than 400 years ago, I fused an SS-level longevity card. That longevity card added 1,000 years to my life." Lin Feng was stunned and extremely shocked. "This is too perverted. I have to get one for myself so that I can stay young forever." Then, the young man continued, "The fact that Xiaoyu brought you here to see me shows that you are someone he respects and trusts very much. Although I am the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, I have been inexperienced for nearly 100 years. My last name is Lu, so you can just call me Senior Lu from now on." Lin Feng nodded. Chairman Lu turned to Yu Zhenghai and asked, "What brings you to me today?" Yu Zhenghai stepped forward, his face filled with excitement, and replied respectfully, "President, today a demon disrupted the balance of our exchange with other worlds, leaving behind a lot of demonic materials with us." "What?" President Lu's face suddenly changed, and he was shocked beyond belief. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. A powerful aura swept across the square, resonating with all things. The entire space was shaken by his aura. Did demons leave material from their world with us? Where is it now? Lin Feng was in awe of President Lu's strength. That aura alone can make the whole world resonate. It's really terrifying. Lin Feng was stunned. Then, he felt Yu Zhenghai's gaze on him and heard him say, "Lin Feng, take out all the game coins you got from the ugly demon king." Lin Feng did not dare to delay and poured out more than 3,000 game coins from the sack. Silver game coins with clown heads on them rolled all over the ground. President Lu stared at the gold coins on the ground, shocked to the extreme. His breathing breathing became rapid and his body trembled slightly. He used his powerful mental strength to wrap up a game coin. From these game coins, President Lu clearly felt that they had a material structure different from that of this world. For centuries, he has longed to create or acquire the material structures of other worlds. Every attempt failed. It seems that this world is simply unable to produce any matter that exceeds the rules of this world. However, at this moment, the more than 3,000 Demon World game coins in front of him, he was almost certain that, to achieve his goal and explore the true meaning of the world, the end of the regrets in your heart is right in front of you. President Lu controlled the game coins wrapped in spiritual power and floated them into his hands. He stroked one of them with his thumb, and powerful mental power seeped into it. Decompose and melt this game coin, and then recondense it. In a way that Lin Feng could not understand, the game coin was recast into a silver ball. Yes, that's it. This is exactly what I've been looking for and wanting to create. The president held the silver ball in his hand, his whole body trembling with excitement. The next moment, he suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the ring standing in the center of the square. Vast spiritual power poured out from the body. The ring began to collapse and melt. The molecular structure reassembled into a silver trapezoidal base. Then, President Lu's gaze fell on the 3,000 game coins on the ground. More than 3,000 game coins are under the control of President Lu's powerful mental power. In just a few breaths, all the game coins condensed into a huge round sphere, slowly falling towards the silver trapezoidal base. The heavy sphere crashed onto the base surface. A fiery light ignited in President Lu's eyes. The powerful mental force field emanating from his body caused transparent spatial flames to ignite in the surrounding space. Lin Feng was shocked. Chairman Lu was so powerful that he is like a god descending from the sky. What an amazing realm of spiritual power. Then, under Lin Feng's gaze, the round sphere changed again under the control of President Lu. It rises from the ground, as if it were 3D printed, gradually condensed into a ring. I need some time, something unexpected might happen. Shall you protect Lin Feng? Yu Zhenhai nodded, a very serious look on his face. He pulled Lin Feng and kept backing away. Until you retreat to a distance you think is safe. He knew clearly in his heart. What exactly does President Lu want to do? Lin Feng was full of curiosity and turned to ask Yu Zhenhai, President, what is Senior Lu doing? The president has always wanted to build a portal to other worlds. Yu Zhenhai's words shocked Lin Feng to the extreme. Open up channels to other parallel worlds? Could it be that President Lu's ability is comparable to that of a god? How powerful is Senior Lu? President Lu has fused 3 SSS-level mental ability cards. His mental attribute exceeded 10,100 years ago. 3 SSS-level psychic cards? Lin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. But I started to think in my mind. To fuse the first SSS-level ability card, 11 million secret realm points are required. The second one will cost 110 million. The third one is 1.1 billion secret realm points. This does not take into account the situation where President Lu integrates other SSS-level cards. What's even more perverted is, how did President Lu get these 3 SSS-level mental ability cards? No matter how many points you have, you can accumulate them over time. But SSS-level cards cannot be accumulated over time. Just as President Lu was shaping the ring with his terrifying mental power, Yu Zhenhai began to tell Lin Feng some past events. Lin Feng learned from him that the Superpower Association was actually founded by President Lu over 300 years ago. President Lu has been serving as the president of the Superpower Association. Later, President Lu focused on researching how to open the door to other worlds. The power of the Superpower Association gradually dispersed throughout the country. The imperial capital became the headquarters of the Superpower Association, while Shihai City gradually faded into a branch. Yu Zhenhai recounted some of President Lu's experiences. Lin Feng was fascinated by what he heard. At the same time, I understand that Yu Zhenhai can tell these to me. This shows that he already regards himself as an absolutely trustworthy junior. As the two were talking, suddenly a violent storm blew up in the square. The entire space began to fluctuate violently and uncontrollably. The ring that was being shaped by President Lu was shaking violently. It makes a sharp and rapid vibration sound. Lin Feng's brain seemed to be eaten by thousands of ants. A trickle of blood oozed from his nostrils. He simply couldn't withstand spatial fluctuations of this intensity. Yu Zhenhai's face suddenly changed and he prepared to take Lin Feng away from the square. But the next moment, more violent tremors followed. The towering ring vibrated more and more violently. A terrifying arc of electricity as thick as an arm wrapped around a silver ring, spreading like a snake. A dark crack was torn in the center of the ring. The cracks expanded rapidly. A space leading to an unknown place appeared in the center of the silver circle, accompanied by severe tremors. A terrifying suction force transmitted from that space. The vibration of the ring, and the world that is synchronized with it, will achieve resonance. Chairman Lu, standing in the center of the storm, shouted a warning. However, he had just finished speaking. The tearing force from the other world became faster and more violent. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on President Liu, and he saw that his figure was pulled into an indescribable twisted angle. The next moment, the entire space began to deform and distort. Everything, including President Liu, was swallowed by the crack in the center of the silver ring. The devouring power was terrifying and spread rapidly. Lin Feng only felt that his body suddenly became light, like a ribbon. He broke away from the ground and fell towards the crack. The violent space turbulence swallowed up the three people in the blink of an eye. When Lin Feng felt the weight of his body again, he heard a series of bang-bang sounds in his ears. The violent collision caused his body to churn, and his internal organs seemed to be shattered. It was not until his body completely stopped rolling that Lin Feng regained consciousness. Then, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. "Lin Feng, are you okay?" A strong and powerful hand helped him up, and a concerned voice sounded in his ears. Lin Feng blinked twice in a daze and stood up with the help of President Liu. I'm fine," he gasped and began to look around. What came into view was a turbid and gray space, with a pungent smell of sulfur in the air. Woo, woo, woo! A heart-pounding and eerie roar echoed in the empty gray space. Apparently, their arrival disturbed the world, and the creatures lurking nearby were enraged. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked up again at the crack that attracted them in. The crack is faint and extremely unstable, and it seems that it will close at any time. Woo, woo, woo! The strange roar was getting closer. The gray mist seemed to be stirred by a huge stick, churning and swirling. The buzzing sound was deafening. Clouds of gray mist were swept away, and hundreds of reptilian humanoid creatures appeared in front of the three people. These creatures are brown all over, with joints as thin as bamboo joints, and a pair of pointed ears facing upwards. They stared at the three people with their brown eyes as big as copper bells, and there was a terrifying greed burning in their eyes. Woo, woo, woo! Hundreds of monsters raised their heads and let out sharp roars. The next moment, they shot up like cannonballs and pounced on the three people. Faced with the overwhelming attack, Lin Feng felt a wave of fear. However, he saw endless mysteries flashing in President Liu's eyes. President Liu snapped his fingers lightly with his right hand. A terrifying wave of destruction poured out from his body. The energy wave swept across like a point explosion. Powerful energy fluctuations pushed the entire space, forming a spherical ripple. As soon as the creatures that flew over touched the edge of the ripples, their bodies were torn apart and turned into nothingness in an instant. Lin Feng was shocked. Chairman Liu was much more powerful than one might imagine. Immediately afterwards, the blue screen in front of Lin Feng kept jumping. Secret realm points plus 100,000. Secret realm points plus 100,000. Secret realm points plus 100,000. The secret realm points on his card box panel began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the points increased by more than 20 million. His secret realm points balance instantly climbed to more than 49 million. Seeing the points expanding rapidly, Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. At President Liu's level, the source of secret realm points is too simple. Just by rubbing it, he easily earned more than 20 million in the blink of an eye. Woo, woo, woo! Those humanoid creatures seemed to sense the powerful threat from President Liu and fled in all directions screaming again. President Liu did not pursue and retracted his ability. He stared at the crack above his head that was about to close. Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. These were all secret realm points. This crack won't hold out for much longer. Chairman Liu turned his gaze to Lin Feng and Yu Zhenghai and said slowly, "If it closes, you may never be able to return to your original world. I am here to take you back. President, I want to explore this different world with you." Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said to President Liu. President Liu pondered for a moment, then said, "The demon world is full of dangers. I may not be able to take care of you all the time." Yu Zhenghai's eyes flashed with determination, and his tone was extremely solemn. "I have been adopted by you since I was a child. I also want to accompany you in this demonic world." After he finished speaking, President Liu turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked around this gray and barren alien world, and to be honest, he didn't want to stay. But when he thought that as long as he followed President Liu, his secret realm points would increase rapidly, he felt reluctant to leave. When he was hesitating about whether to stay or leave, Yu Zhenghai spoke first. "Lin Feng, you must go back. Your strength is not enough, and this world is not suitable for you now. The President and I are not in the Superpower Association. The future Shihai City Superpower Association needs you." As he spoke, Yu Zhenghai handed Lin Feng a badge. Lin Feng was stunned. He had just been promoted to the official guardian of the Shihai City Superpower Association, but now he had to take on the responsibilities of the president? This plot is too bizarre and funny. "President, Lin Feng was about to speak. Before he could finish, Yu Zhenghai said to President Liu, "President, please send Lin Feng back." The next second, Lin Feng felt that his body had lost control and gradually rose into the air, flying towards the crack in the sky that was about to close. Just as he was about to be thrown into the closing crevasse, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, "President, you said I had a sister. Where is she?" Lin Feng's body passed through the crack and fell back to the square on the ground floor of the Superpower Association building. Just as the crack was about to close, a voice pierced the air. "Anything you want to know can be found in your personal database at the Superpower Association." As As the voice fell, the crack in the ring suddenly closed. The silver ring trembled in resonance, like rotten bones that had weathered for trillions of years. A gust of wind blew, and the ring shattered into powder. Lin Feng stood there in a daze. Everything in front of him seemed like a dream, yet extremely real. He stood there for a long time and looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, another late night. When he was about to go back, he discovered a fatal problem. The previous space storm had damaged the elevator. The underground space was nearly 100 meters high, and with his ability, he had no way of returning to the upper level. In desperation, he took out his cell phone and wanted to send a message to Yue Wei, but I found that there was no contact information for her. Finally, he opened V and found Li Huiren. Principal Li, help me. I'm trapped at the bottom of the Superpower Association building. But it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the message sent by Lin Feng fell on deaf ears, with no response. He waited for a few minutes but still did not receive a reply from Li Huiren. With a wry smile, Lin Feng found a place in the underground square of Noda to lie down and rest. After an unknown amount of time, a loud noise woke him up. He opened his eyes in a daze, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. It was Li Huiren. You're such a deep sleeper, kid. Immediately afterwards, Li Huiren's laughter and scolding reached Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng's back ached from sleeping on the hard floor all night. After finally standing up, his waist made a cracking sound. Principal, you are finally here. Lin Feng was so moved that he almost cried. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Li Huiren began to look around. After the space storm last night, the spherical walls that should have been smooth have become mottled. Li Huiren frowned. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Feng and asked repeatedly, what happened? Where is President Liu? How did you get trapped here? Since you are trapped, why don't you contact Yu Zhenghai? Lin Feng looked around and found that no one appeared except Li Huiren. After all, what happened last night was too mysterious and important to be known to outsiders. Then he took out the president's badge that Yu Zhenghai gave him last night from his pocket. When Li Huiren saw the badge in Lin Feng's hand, a hint of nervousness suddenly appeared on his face. Yu Zhenghai has always carried the president's badge with him. How did it fall into Lin Feng's hands now? Did something happen to him? Where is Yu Zhenghai? Li Huiren was flustered and his breathing became noticeably faster. Principal, nothing happened to President Yu, don't worry. Lin Feng comforted. Hearing him say this, Li Huiren breathed a sigh of relief but still urged anxiously, what exactly happened? Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us quickly. So, Lin Feng told Li Huiren everything that happened last night from beginning to end, meticulously. Li Huiren was stunned when he heard this, and there was a hint of envy in his words. He couldn't help but sigh, old guy Yu Zhenghai is really blessed. Then he said to Lin Feng solemnly, this matter involves a lot of people. From now on, only you and I know about it. Lin Feng naturally understood the importance of the matter and nodded solemnly. At the same time, he felt a sense of loneliness and loss in his heart. Yu Zhenghai's care for him was impeccable in every aspect. Now that we are separated, who knows when we will meet again? But soon, the haze in my heart was swept away. He firmly believed that as long as he became strong and reached the same level as President Liu, it would only be a matter of time before he saw Yu Zhenghai again. After regaining his composure, Lin Feng thought of another question. Principal, what should we do if someone finds out that President Yu has left the Superpower Association branch? Li Huiren's eyes fell on the president's badge in his hand, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng felt vaguely uneasy, secretly wondering if this old senior was plotting against him. Then, Li Huiren said, since Yu Zhenghai has given you the president's badge, he has chosen you to be the next president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. These words made Lin Feng a little confused. Was he really going to take over as the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association? Principal Li, you are also the guardian of the Shihai City Superpower Association. I think you are more suitable for this position than me. Lin Feng said frankly. He didn't think he was capable of the job and preferred the freedom without any rules or restrictions. If I really become the president, I'm afraid I'll be restricted by various rules when doing things. Being a principal is tiring enough for me. I definitely can't handle the position of president. Furthermore, your qualification as president was inherited under the witness of the previous president, so this position belongs to you. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed and asked again, Principal, do you think my current strength is worthy of being the president of the Superpower Association? And if I come, I'm afraid I will encounter a lot of opposition. Li Huiren was silent for a moment, then said, this is indeed a difficult problem, but it is not unsolvable. It's okay if you don't become the president, but if you do become one, you'll just be a hands-off boss at best. Yu Zhenghai gave you the president's badge, which shows that he trusts you very much and believes that you can manage the Shihai City Superpower Association well. If he doesn't want to pass it on to you, you can keep the badge or let him go. Let me take a step back and say that if Yu Zhenghai doesn't want you to take over, he can definitely let you convey his will. But he didn't do anything, which means he just wants you to become the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. After listening to Li Huiren's analysis, Lin Feng felt it made sense. He understood that Yu Zhenghai had high hopes for him. Thinking back on what Yu Zhenghai had done to him in the past 2 days, Lin Feng secretly
deliberately clenched his fists, and a fire of determination burned in his eyes. I will be the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Li Huiren nodded with satisfaction and said with relief, young people should have this kind of courage. When Yu Zhanghai was the vice president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, he was only 30 years old. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and regained his composure. Now that he has become the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, the question just now still remains unresolved. Where on earth did the president and vice president go? Why are you the president now? He looked at Li Huiren with a question in his voice and brought up the topic again. Principal, I am already the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, but the whereabouts of Senior Lu and President Yu remain unresolved. Li Huiren rolled his eyes slightly and said with a smile, since you are now the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, this matter naturally has to be handled by you. As a young person, this is also a test of your ability. Lin Feng smiled bitterly helplessly, but he was speechless in his heart. Then, a new question came to his mind. Yu Zhanghai has always been the vice president, so how come he has the president's badge? Just as he was about to speak, the answer suddenly dawned on him. Senior Lu has been focusing on researching the passage to another world, and he may have already passed the position of president to Yu Zhanghai. It's just that Yu Zhanghai has never made this matter public. While Lin Feng was thinking, Li Huiren patted his shoulder and said, come on, boy, it's time to announce to the world that you have become the president of Shihai City. Lin Feng nodded, with a more determined light flashing in his eyes. Yu Zhanghai trusted him so much, and he was determined not to let Yu Zhanghai down. After that, the two of them grabbed a cable and left the underground square. Afterwards, under the leadership of Li Huiren, they went straight to the top floor of the Superpower Association building. The president's badge that Yu Zhanghai passed to Lin Feng was not only a symbol of identity, but also a unique scepter. It is also the only key to open the secret room inside the Superpower Association building, where various important information and documents are stored. Lin Feng looked at the badge in his hand and couldn't help but let out a sound of amazement. Such a badge actually has so many uses. What material is this made of? Seeing him staring at the badge, Li Huiren explained. This badge was made by Senior Lu 100 years ago, and the entire Superpower Association only has this one. Besides the features you're using now, it could be an extremely terrifying weapon. Li Huiren's words shocked Lin Feng. He had no doubt that the badge could be a formidable weapon. After all, he was well aware of Senior Lu's terrifying abilities. The two of them talked as they walked, and they had already arrived at the most critical information room on the top floor of the Superpower Association. After entering the information room, Lin Feng held the badge and, in the name of the president, under Li Huiren's instructions, a message was sent to the 39 guardians of various departments in Shihai City. In 1 hour, all guardians of Shihai City will gather at the Superpower Association building. At the moment Lin Feng sent the message, these 39 guardians are hunting down and killing demons. At the same time, I received this urgent notice. Yu Weiwei had just killed the B-level demon in front of her, and her secret realm points increased by more than 300,000. Put away the two-handed sword in your hand. He took out the gene-bound special communicator from his waist bag. Urgent notice, all guardians of the Superpower Association will gather at the headquarters in 1 hour. Yu Weiwei frowned slightly. Did anything big happen at the association's headquarters? Otherwise, why would Grandpa issue an emergency notice for everyone to assemble? She put away the communicator. He turned and said to the informal guardian members who followed him, I'll leave the rest of the matter to you. I have to go back to headquarters first. Roger that, Captain Yu. Yu Weiwei nodded and put her armor and weapons back into the cardbox panel. He turned and walked towards the red sports car parked next to him. The engine roared, spewing out airwaves, raising a cloud of dust, and sped towards the Superpower Association headquarters building. Like Yu Weiwei, other official guardians of the Superpower Association, he also received the notification at the first moment and quickly rushed to the headquarters building of the Superpower Association. Half an hour later, dozens of official guardians returned to the Superpower Association building one after another. Under the guidance of Li Huiren, Lin Feng instructed the staff, guide all returning official members to the Guardian Hall in the headquarters. Looking at the official members walking into the Guardian Hall one by one, it would be a lie for Lin Feng to say that he was not nervous. Each of these people has much more experience than him. Strictly speaking, they are all his predecessors. Looking back a few days ago, he was just an ordinary office worker who traveled to this world. Yes, sure. From a high school student, he was forced to inherit the position of president of the Superpower Association in the blink of an eye. In just a few days, life has experienced countless leaps. I felt a little dizzy, as if I was dreaming. This is probably what it feels like to be at the top. He couldn't help but pinch his arm. Everything is real, but looking back it seems like a dream. You kid, you must be a little nervous. Li Huiren was accompanying him. Seeing his movements, he couldn't help but joked. Lin Feng nodded frankly, unable to deny it at all. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that I wasn't nervous. 10 minutes later, all the guardians of Shihai City returned
assigned to their teams. They gathered in the Guardian Hall, talking among themselves, their hearts filled with doubts. Yu Zhanghai called everyone back to the headquarters urgently, but he himself did not show up. Just when everyone was full of questions, the door of the Guardian Hall was pushed open again. Two figures walked in slowly. It was Lin Feng and Li Huairan. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on them. The next second, the two of them walked towards the main podium in the hall. Everyone's expressions became strange and full of confusion. As an official member and senior member of the Shihai City Superpower Association, as well as a good friend of Yu Zhanghai, it seemed natural for everyone to see Li Huairan walk up to the podium. But Lin Feng is just an intern guardian. He walked towards the main podium, which was obviously a bit unreasonable. Just when someone was about to ask questions, Yu Weiwei, who was sitting in the middle of the hall, was the first to shout, "Lin Feng, what do you want to do? Get down. Is that the seat you can sit in?" Lin Feng heard Yu Weiwei's voice and looked at her. Just when I was about to respond, another person sitting in the front row also spoke up. "Lin Feng, you are just a trainee guardian now. With your identity, you are not qualified to enter the Guardian Hall. It would be fine if the trainee guardian didn't understand the rules, but even if he didn't, he shouldn't do such a thing. Don't you know that only the president or vice president can sit on the main podium of the Guardian Hall?" Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the speaker. He has an impression of this person. It was Xiao Su whom he met the day before yesterday when he donated an SSS level card to the Superpower Association. If I remember correctly, this person should be Senior Zhao's grandson. But what this guy said made him feel particularly disgusted. Lin Feng continued to scan the entire audience. The people present were more or less puzzled by his behavior. But seeing that he can appear with Li Huairan, perhaps there is another hidden story behind it. Everyone remained silent and waited quietly for his explanation. At the same time, Lin Feng also felt the suggestive gaze from Li Huairan. He slowly reached into his pocket, pulled out the president's badge, and pinned it on his right chest. Then he spoke. "I have been recognized by President Yu. Starting today, I will officially serve as the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association." These words exploded among the crowd like thunder. Everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb and they stood there motionless. "You, what did you say?" Xiao Su reacted most intensely and could hardly believe his ears. How could President Yu hand over the position of president to Lin Feng? He was just an intern guardian who had just joined the Shihai City Superpower Association. He always thought that this position would be his in the future. As the grandson of Xiaoeng, the elder of the Superpower Association headquarters, he is also recognized as the most outstanding guardian by the younger generation in Shihai City. Regardless of identity or strength, it should all be his. He couldn't accept that things had turned out like this. "I declare that from today on, I am the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association." Lin Feng emphasized it again in a very serious tone. "Impossible, how could it be you? I want to see President Yu," Xiao Su shouted. His words also represent everyone's doubts. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Under the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked to his seat on the main podium. At this point, the inner tension and pressure dissipated. He straightened his body and his eyes became deep and sharp. "President Yu has left Shihai City because of a secret mission that he needs to handle personally. Before leaving, President Yu handed me the badge of the Shihai City Superpower Association and entrusted me to inherit the position of president." Senior Li was also present at the time and he can testify. Lin Feng's voice was loud and powerful, and every word was clear and loud. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes turned to Li Huairan. Li Huairan looked serious and nodded solemnly. With Li Huairan's endorsement, naturally no one would doubt it anymore. However, Lin Feng was just an intern guardian of the Superpower Association yesterday, but today he became the president, and he was only 18. This is hard for everyone to accept. Being so young, is he capable of managing the entire Superpower Association? Doubts were brewing in my heart. Of course, everyone was also curious about what important matter President Yu had to attend to personally, and the position of president must be passed on to someone else. What mission is President Yu going to carry out? This question weighs on everyone's mind. However, not everyone is confused. Some of the older guardians already had their own guesses. If what Lin Feng said was true, then President Yu was most likely receiving orders from President Liu to carry out the secret mission at the critical moment. Only by speculating in this way does things seem reasonable. But no matter how these people guessed, it was hard to understand why Lin Feng became the president of the Superpower Association. How could someone who had just joined and was still an intern guardian suddenly become the president? For this group of older guardians, although they are dissatisfied, Li Huairan, as a good friend of President Yu, holds a very important position in the Shihai City Superpower Association. He neither objected nor spoke out. These people know it well and naturally won't show it. Most of the younger generation of guardians do not understand these things. Xiao Su was particularly fierce. He came here from the imperial capital and gave up the opportunity to become the guardian of the headquarters Superpower Association, with the purpose of inheriting the position of president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Now that Lin Feng has taken the position of president, all his plans have been disrupted. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. You have no qualifications, no prestige, and no achievements at all. Why are you able to become the president of the association? I refuse to accept it. Xiao Su's voice became more and more excited, and his whole body trembled slightly. Are you not convinced? Lin Feng's voice was steady and powerful. He placed his hands on the table in front of him, crossed his fingers, and his eyes were filled with a hint of majesty. Yes, I don't accept it. Everyone here, no matter who becomes president, it will never be your turn. It's not my turn? Lin Feng stared at him coldly, his tone emotionless. That's right, whether it's qualifications or strength, ask yourself, how are you worthy of being the president? You can't even compare to me. Why? Xiao Su became more and more excited. However, when he said the last sentence, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that he had said the wrong thing in his impulse. Lin Feng laughed silently. Xiao Su, this guy, was constantly opposing it and was extremely vehement. After all, I still want to become the president of the Superpower Association. So, you are more qualified than me to be the president of the Superpower Association? This position of president should be occupied by you? Lin Feng's words hit the softest part of Xiao Su's heart. He was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He can have such thoughts, and everyone knows it, but to say it publicly now seems extremely unreasonable. Everyone's eyes turned from Lin Feng to Xiao Su. Xiao Su's breathing became more and more rapid. How could he be so careless and impulsive? He actually forced himself, who was in a commanding position, into such a passive situation. Things have developed to this point, and the meaning of what he said has become very clear. The arrow has been drawn and must be shot. Xiao Su took a deep breath, mustered up his energy, and spoke again. Am I wrong? Everyone here is more qualified than you. Even if I sit in this position, it won't be your turn. When Lin Feng heard this, to be honest, he didn't think Xiao Su was wrong. He inherited the position of president of Shihai City Superpower Association, carrying Yu Zhenghai's expectations. He couldn't let Yu Zhenghai down, and now he would try his best to do all this. So at this moment, whether he is qualified or not, in everyone's eyes, the position of president of the Shihai City Superpower Association has been firmly secured. I was able to inherit the position of president because I received the personal approval of President Yu. I'll take this seat today, whether you object or not. I'm informing you, not asking for your approval. Lin Feng was full of vigor. His voice was not loud but sonorous and powerful. His voice shook the eardrums of everyone present like thunder. Many people were a little dazed for a moment. He even developed a new opinion of Lin Feng in his heart. Does he really behave like a teenager who just turned 18? Maybe before leaving, President Yu asked him to inherit the position of president of Shihai City. Not without reason. President Yu is a far-sighted person. There must be other intentions behind letting Lin Feng inherit the position of president of the Superpower Association. Lin Feng's powerful words left Xiao Su speechless for a moment, because Lin Feng's words were very clear. But Xiao Su still felt deeply unwilling. Lin Feng is unreasonable, so why should I talk to him? Moreover, he believed that he was better than Lin Feng in every aspect. I want to challenge you. Xiao Su's face flushed red and he shouted angrily. Xiao Su, don't be impulsive. Xiao Su, no matter what, Lin Feng is the next president appointed by President Yu himself. Even if you don't accept it, you can't commit crimes against your superiors. Yeah, you need to calm down. Many people saw Xiao Su challenging Lin Feng and tried to dissuade him. However, Xiao Su, who was completely controlled by impulse, was not willing to listen. His gaze passed over the crowd and fell on Lin Feng again. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. After all, you are just a kid who just turned 18. Are you scared? I want you to remember this lesson. Even if you are the president, I am better than you. Let everyone know that I am the more suitable candidate. Lin Feng's eyes were as calm as water, as if he had already accepted his current status. Face everything without being surprised by honor or disgrace. Just speak lightly. You want to challenge me? I'll grant you your wish. As the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, Lin Feng had every reason to reject Xiao Su's challenge. Moreover, with his identity, Xiao Su was not qualified to initiate a challenge. But after a brief thought, Lin Feng chose to accept it. If he couldn't even subdue a small person like Xiao Su, how could he convince everyone in the Shihai City Superpower Association? This is also a rare opportunity for him. Lin Feng's answer shocked everyone. No one expected him to agree. After all, in everyone's mind, Lin Feng's label is just turned 18. SSS level cards have been donated to the country. Now he is just an ordinary teenager. Even though he had the fusion card in his hand, it had almost no effect on Xiao Su. Xiao Su is the most outstanding guardian among the younger generation and also possesses an S-level superpower card. The difference in strength between the two is so huge that it is no exaggeration to say that it is like heaven and earth. Lin Feng accepted the challenge as the president of the Superpower Association. If he loses, how will he save his face? Once the news spreads, what will happen to the reputation of the Shihai City Superpower Association? Lin Feng accepted Xiao Su's challenge, and even Li Huiren, who was sitting sitting below him, couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this kid has been blinded by Xiao Su? No matter how confident he is, he can never be Xiao Su's opponent. Could it be that he has some high-level temporary attribute cards in his hand? Li Huairan felt that this idea was ridiculous. This kind of superpower card is as precious as the permanent attribute superpower card of the same level. How could Lin Feng possibly have more than one? At the same time, even Xiao Su himself did not expect Lin Feng's answer. Now that he accepted the challenge, a confident smile appeared on Xiao Su's face. At the competition site, he will definitely step on Lin Feng. Let everyone see that he is the more suitable person to be the president of the Superpower Association. If Lin Feng is defeated, he will be bombarded by online public opinion. Xiao Su will use the power of all the people in Shihai City to pull Lin Feng down from the chairman's throne. I got another chance to reach the top. Just as Xiao Su was excited and about to speak, Lin Feng spoke again. Since I accept your challenge, as the president of Shihai City, I must also set a few rules. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with a look of realization on their faces. No wonder Lin Feng was willing to accept the challenge. He must have wanted to make something of the rules he was going to talk about next. A faint, confident smile appeared on Xiao Su's face. His strength is evident before our eyes. Can these rules restrict him? Even if the rules favor Lin Feng facing the huge gap in strength, all the rules will be useless. What rules do you want to set? Xiao Su's words were filled with a hint of arrogance. Facing Xiao Su's provocative tone, Lin Feng still spoke calmly. 4 rules. First, neither you nor I may use any items or supercards that temporarily increase our strength. Second, the game must be broadcast live so that the entire city can witness it. Third, regardless of winning or losing, it is limited to you and me and does not involve any other people or things. Fourth, when arguing, be sure to stop when necessary and never be impulsive or reckless. If you accept, I'll see you at the Superpower Association training ground tomorrow at noon. The 4 rules proposed by Lin Feng shocked all the guardians present. Except for the 4th one, the first 3 seemed to be of no benefit to Lin Feng. Is he crazy? Or is it that he became the president of the Superpower Association and is too confident? Looking at everyone's expressions, Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Do you really think that I got nearly 50 million secret realm points for free? Of course, these 4 conditions were naturally difficult for Xiao Su to refuse. He even felt that these rules were adding fuel to the fire. Stupid Lin Feng is clearly seeking his own death. I have absolutely no objection. Xiao Su is full of confidence and firmly believes that he will win. In that case, what are your opinions, seniors? Lin Feng glanced at everyone. Although he is now the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, he still maintains due respect for his former guardians. Since these 4 rules have been proposed, no one has any objection. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was just asking out of courtesy. Seeing that no one had any objection, Lin Feng showed a relieved smile on his face and then spoke. Yesterday, an explosion occurred in a demon card room in Shihai City. A total of 32 demons escaped, seriously threatening the lives and property of citizens. Although I just became the president of Shihai City today, I had already learned about this half an hour ago. 27 demons have been eliminated so far. The remaining 5 cunning demons are still hiding in Shihai City. I hope that all my seniors and colleagues can eliminate these 5 demons before tomorrow and restore peace to Shihai City. Although I am now the president, all the reward rules established by President Yu still apply. Lin Feng finished speaking in one breath, his eyes sweeping over everyone present one by one. Maintaining peace in Shihai City is our common responsibility and obligation. The remaining unresolved demons will naturally be eliminated today. President, you don't need to worry, just wait for our good news. Although Lin Feng is already the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, but a junior with no qualifications and no achievements gave orders. Everyone present was somewhat dissatisfied. On the surface, they responded to Lin Feng's orders without any problem. But after Lin Feng carefully considered it, I still feel the sarcasm hidden in the words. What does just wait for good news mean? It's clearly a mockery, and those without skills can only hide at home. Lin Feng smiled slightly. Since he became the president, he naturally had to be magnanimous. He firmly believed in his heart that soon he would conquer everyone present with his strength. In that case, I'm relieved. Dear seniors, we will stop here for today. Everyone can go back to their own work. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the crowd began to disperse. Soon, only 3 people were left in the Guardian Hall. Lin Feng, Li Huairan, and Yu Weiwei. Your performance is pretty good. Li Huairan looked at Lin Feng, which was considered a compliment to him. After glancing back and forth between Yu Weiwei and Lin Feng several times, he continued, I'm leaving now. If you have something important to tell me, please contact me later. After saying that, Li Huairan left the Guardian Hall without looking back. Only Lin Feng and Yu Weiwei were left in the Guardian Hall. Lin Feng looked at Yu Weiwei and said, if you have anything to ask, I will tell you as long as I can. Yu Weiwei stared at Lin Feng, feeling that this guy was becoming more and more unpredictable. In just 2 days, her understanding of Lin Feng has undergone a drastic change. Did my grandfather really appoint you as the president
president of the association? Facing Yu Weiwei's question, Lin Feng felt a little disappointed but still answered firmly. Is there any secret between you and my grandfather? Tell me. I can't say.
In Lin Feng's opinion, with Yu Zhenghai's departure, now he is the only one who knows his innate talent card. Yu Zhenghai had warned countless times not to leak it.
He would naturally keep his mouth shut. Yu Weiwei seemed a little disappointed and asked again, "Where did my grandpa go? Was he on some secret mission? I can't say either."
This is not allowed. That is not allowed. Facing Lin Feng's reply, Yu Weiwei was obviously a little angry.
What on earth can you say?
I will say what I should say, but I won't say what I shouldn't say, Lin Feng answered in an official tone. Yu Weiwei felt helpless and powerless, and finally stopped asking.
Turn around and walk towards the exit.
Just as Yu Weiwei was about to leave the hall, Lin Feng suddenly called her.
Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Yu Weiwei turned around. I was just joking at the time.
Lin Feng looked at Yu Weiwei and said.
Yu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Understand what Lin Feng is referring to.
Her face was as cold as a goddess, and as soon as she finished speaking, she left the Guardian Hall. Watching Yu Weiwei leave, Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to himself, women are so difficult to deal with, especially those who are prone to cold violence. Afterwards, he also left the Guardian Hall and went to the archives room as the president of the Superpower Association. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Feng found his file records on the computer.
Click to open.
Thanks to Liming Xiaoyu for the great gift, special thanks, and I will add another update.
The name is Lin Feng, age 18.
He is an orphan and a student at Shihai City's #1 high school. The home address is a rental house and the person has no fixed place to live. His father is Lin Jiang, his mother is Ning Xue, and his younger sister is Lin Yao, now named Wei Shi. 17 years ago, Shihai City encountered an S-level nightmare crisis, and his parents unfortunately died in that accident. Afterwards, the two were sent to an orphanage by relevant agencies, and the younger sister was adopted by Wei Shirong in the second year in the orphanage.
Personal information is kept confidential.
Based on the association of personal information, Lin Feng clicked into Lin Yao's personal profile.
Her name is Lin Yao, now known as Wei Shi.
He is also 18 years old. She is Wei Shirong's adopted daughter and a student at Shihai High School.
The home address is number 991 Xingfu Road, Changshan District.
Seeing this, Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and wrote down the address. Then he simply closed the file system. After tomorrow's matter is settled, go meet this sister, Lin Feng muttered to himself and left the archive room. Now, it is time to make rational use of these more than 50 million secret realm points to improve your own strength.
He returned to the president's office in the building. Calm down and summon the card box panel.
Prepare to use points to redeem card draw times. First, Lin Feng looked at his total points. The current accumulated secret realm points are 49,530,200 points. The remaining number of card draws is 0. He took a deep breath and began to redeem the number of card draws.
Congratulations, you've spent 23,500 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity.
Congratulations, you've spent 25,900 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity.
Congratulations,
you've spent 28,500 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity.
Congratulations, you've spent 31,300 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity.
Congratulations,
you've spent 34,500 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity.
Congratulations, you've spent 144,200 secret realm points to redeem a card draw opportunity. Lin Feng redeemed 20 card drawing opportunities in one go. As the number of redemptions increases, the required secret realm points also rises from 23,500 points to 144,200 points. He checked his secret realm points balance again, and there were still 48,180,800 points left. This time, the 20 card drawing opportunities were redeemed, which consumed a total of nearly 1.35 million secret realm points. Lin Feng felt a little reluctant. I remember that the first time I redeemed it, I only spent 10,000 points. Now, the price of one exchange has risen to nearly 150,000. If this exponential growth continues, it will become increasingly difficult to get more opportunities to draw cards in the later stages. This also explains why Li Huiran was so excited the night before yesterday when he got a chance to draw a card after clearing the SS level secret realm, because they currently get the chance to draw cards through the points redemption system, which costs at least tens of millions of secret realm points. Lin Feng withdrew his thoughts and looked at the 20 card drawing opportunities in his hand.
Prepare to do 2 10-draw combos.
10 consecutive draws can increase the chance of getting good cards.
I hope I won't be disappointed this time.
Otherwise, these cards can only be used as materials for synthesizing battle pet cards. Start 10 consecutive draws. Lin Feng thought about it.
Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Card drawing completed. You get an A-level talent card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an SS level skill card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an S-level ability card. After 10 card draws, all the cards fall into the card box backpack. With a hint of excitement, Lin Feng began to check the harvest of this 10 consecutive draws. This time, he got a total of 7 A-level cards, 1 SS level card, and 2 S-level cards. He started by checking each card one by one, starting from the first A-level card. Cold Weapon Mastery. A-level talent card. When using cold weapons, attack power increases by 15%. This super card is quite good and is one of the top talent cards. Unfortunately, it has little practical effect on me. He then shifted his gaze to the next super card. Lifespan Increase. A-level ability card. Fusion can extend lifespan by 50 years. I am still young and don't need it now, so I will move on to the next one. Green Crown. A-level prop card. After using it, you will get the green crown. Wearing it on your head can temporarily increase your strength by 10%. Green hat? Lin Feng was stunned. He would never wear this thing, so he skipped it decisively. Next is another green crown. A-level prop card. After using it, you will get the green crown. Wearing it on your head can temporarily increase your spiritual attributes by 10%. Lin Feng was completely confused. It was still the green crown, but this time it increased mental strength. Does this card box system know that I am mainly increasing my mental strength now and is deliberately teasing me? I will never wear a green hat, he shouted firmly in his heart, turning his eyes to the next card. When he saw the SS level skill card, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. This is the highest grade card in the 10 draw series. I hope it won't disappoint me. World Destroying Divine Thunder. SS level skill card. After fusion, obtain the forbidden spell World Destroying Divine Thunder. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It turned out to be a forbidden spell, the World Destroying Divine Thunder. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Since I'm taking the mental power route, this skill is perfectly suited for me. The higher the mental strength, the more powerful the skills. A joyful smile appeared on his face. There are also 2 S-level super cards, which can be used as materials even if they are waste cards. Overall, this wave of 10 consecutive draws has made a profit. With excitement, Lin Feng turned his attention to the 6th card. Super Energy Quantum Gun. A-level prop card. After using it, you will get the weapon, Super Energy Quantum Gun. Lin Feng simply ignored it. It was an A-level thermal weapon. For him, since he already possesses the SSS level ancient artifact Fan Tianyin, anything else can only serve as material unless it is an SSS level weapon. Destruction Storm. S-level disaster card. Disaster cards with extremely poor stability may be unsealed at any time. When Lin Feng saw this card, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Especially the words extremely poor stability made his heart beat faster. He quickly took out his cell phone, opened V, and sent a message to Li Huiren. Principal, please come back soon. Something terrible has happened. He typed the message and prepared to send it. But the next second, he hesitated. If Li Huiren came back and asked him, how would he answer? After hesitating for a moment, he put away his phone. Another idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Maybe I should go to an island country. After making the decision, Lin Feng set the schedule for this matter for the day after tomorrow. He prayed silently in his heart that nothing unexpected would happen in the next 2 days. At the same time, his eyes fell on the 8th super card. Grade A ID card. After using it, you can obtain the identity of Eagle Country and transform into an ugly countryman. This card is probably the favorite of those who want to go to Eagle Country. Lin Feng couldn't help but make a joke. But for him, this card can only be used as material. However, the next second, another inspiration flashed in his mind. I couldn't help but smile. This is simply God's help. Wouldn't it be a perfect arrangement to go to the island country under this disguise and release the Destruction Storm disaster card? After putting the card away safely, he turned his attention to the 9th super card. Stable Transmission. A-level prop card. After use, a portal will be opened in a certain direction, and you will reach the target location instantly. Seeing this card, Lin Feng almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It seemed as if all of this was the path paved for him by God. This trip to the island country is destined to be extremely smooth and enjoyable. Recovering his composure, he looked at the last card again. Super Spirit Amplification. S-level ability card. After fusion, you can gain 998 points of spiritual power. This card brought the smile on Lin Feng's face to its peak. The value range of S-level ability cards is generally between 900 and 1000. 998 points of mental power, almost full marks, just 2 points short. Although he felt a little regretful, 998 points was enough for him to accept it reluctantly. After all, it is almost impossible
possible to get an S-level ability card with the maximum limit value. After checking the 10 cards, Lin Feng planned to fuse one first and then continue drawing cards. He took out the S-level super power card that could increase his mental strength and concentrated his mind to prepare for fusion. The first fusion of an S-level super card requires 200,000 secret realm points. Do you want to consume it? Congratulations, the S-level ability card has been successfully integrated. The current integration progress is 0/1600000. Without hesitation, Lin Feng spent another 1.6 million secret realm points to increase the fusion progress to 100%. After successfully obtaining 998 points of mental power attributes, Lin Feng summoned his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. What is wrong with this world? Strength, 2. Spirit, 1230. Stamina, 204. Agility, 2. Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Boost, 9. Stamina Boost, 1. Points, 463808800. Remaining draw cards, 10. Bound item, Artifact Fanteon Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, only SSS level. Spirit Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank, S rank. Stamina Enhancement, level B. Seeing these attributes, Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face again. The mental strength finally broke through the 1,000-point mark. At the same time, he once again controlled the Fanteon Seal in his mind to simulate. When the simulation ended, Lin Feng's breathing began to become rapid. He found that his previous guess might be wrong. This simulation showed that the power increase brought by mental power to the Fanteon Seal reached about 1,700 points. There is only one conclusion to such an amazing amplification effect. The mental power increases the power of Fanteon Seal exponentially. 1230 points of mental power. Each point can bring more than 1,700 points of strength increase. A simple calculation shows that if he uses the Fanteon Seal now, his strength can easily exceed 2 million pounds. Note 1. The author uses exponential growth to reflect the importance of the ultimate card attributes in the later stages. Note 2. The growth coefficient is set to 1.05. For example, if an attribute reaches 10,000, adding another 100 points will increase the overall value by over 3 million. In addition, there are the great and ancient rules contained in the Fanteon Seal itself. Lin Feng, who had never been in actual combat, could not imagine the terrifying extent of this power. After fusing the S-level mental power card, Lin Feng turned his attention to the SS-level skill card. Should he fuse this SS-level skill card? After a brief thought, he decided to merge. After all, his current methods were too simple. If Fantianyan entered silent mode, he could only watch helplessly without being able to fight back. So, he took out the SS-level Forbidden Spell super card. The first fusion of SS-level super energy cards requires 500,000 secret realm points. Do you want to consume it? Congratulations, you have successfully fused the SS-level skill card and obtained the skill World-Destroying Divine Thunder. The current fusion progress is 0/4500000. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although he was mentally prepared for the points required to complete the SS-level super energy card fusion process, his instincts still made him feel a little distressed. He began to work on improving the fusion progress. Sighing, Lin Feng finally made a decision. Congratulations, your SS-level skill card, World-Destroying Thunder, has its fusion degree increased to 100%. After hearing the prompt, he checked his secret realm points again. Only more than 41 million remained. The amount of secret realm points consumed to fuse the super energy card is too astonishing. Although there are still more than 40 million points now, if another SS-level card comes, these points will not be enough for the fusion. Lin Feng murmured to himself, feeling a little helpless and melancholy. Then, his thoughts quickly turned to the content about the strength level classification and super card knowledge from beginner to expertise. On Blue Star, through the fusion of super power cards, everyone's strength is currently divided into 5 levels. They are Apprentice Superpower, Elite Superpower, Legendary Superpower, Sacred Superpower, and Mythical Superpower. Those who have integrated A-level super cards or below are collectively referred to as Apprentice Super Users. Those who have integrated superpower cards of grade A or above are called Elite Superpowers. Anyone who fuses 4 or more A-level super cards is a Legendary Superpower. Those who fuse 8 or more A-level super cards are considered Holy Superpowers. Those who fuse 12 or more A-level super cards are called Mythical Superpowers. Of course, such a division is not detailed enough in distinguishing strength. Therefore, based on this, superpowered people usually add a prefix when talking about their own strength level. Just like Lin Feng now, he has fused 4 superpower cards above grade A plus his natal card, and the highest fused superpower card is SSS grade. Therefore, he can call himself an SSS level legendary superpowered person. Although this still cannot fully summarize the full strength of superpowered people, on a large scale, this division is still quite effective. Moreover, on a global scale, there is no simpler and faster way to divide power levels than this. Ding, ding, ding. A message alert sounded, and Lin Feng came back to his senses. He took out his phone, unlocked
unlocked it and turned on V. The news comes from Yuan Ling. Classmate Lin Feng, are you free today?
I have 4 copies of The Secret Realm for one. Lin Feng frowned slightly. This girl was so persistent. Although my previous reply was not direct, the meaning was very clear: rejection.
Did she not understand, or was she pretending not to understand? I'm very busy now and will be very busy in the future.
Please don't call me for matters related to The Secret Realm.
He typed and was about to send it when he hesitated. Delete the previous content and re-enter it. Sure, let's go together.
The reason why he suddenly changed his mind was because he felt that this was a good opportunity to test his current practical level.
Okay, where are you? We're coming to get you. Message me when you get to the square in front of the Superpower Association. Yeah, we'll be there in about 20 minutes.
Lin Feng put away his phone and looked at the card box backpack again.
You can try the few material cards you just drew and sprint for an SSS level battle pet.
Lin Feng's consciousness entered the card box backpack and began to count the super cards in his hand. Currently, he has a total of 38 super cards. Among them, there are 28 B grade and below ones, all of which were purchased at the Brilliant Exchange yesterday. This part mainly consists of low-level extreme super power cards with amplification properties.
The remaining 10 are grade A and above. After some thought, Lin Feng finally concluded that the only material currently used to synthesize and upgrade battle pet cards is the S-level Wings of Light. The reason is simple: the battle pet card in his hand is SS level.
If you use A-level cards to synthesize, the probability of success is too low, which is even harder than finding a needle in a haystack.
Only S-level cards have a glimmer of hope.
His original plan yesterday was to sell the S-level super card Wings of Light and then use the money to buy S-level scrap cards for synthesis. But after Yu Zhenghai went to the Devil's World with President Liu last night, Lin Feng changed his mind. Without Yu Zhenghai's protection, he had to be more cautious.
When it's time to be low-key, you still have to be low-key.
Try to avoid exposing the high-level cards you draw to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Lin Feng put the SS-level battle pet card and S-level super power card Wings of Light in his hand into the synthesis interface. The two cards slowly moved and began to collide and merge with each other. He felt a little nervous, as the result was roughly in line with his previous expectations.
Sure enough, the success rate of synthesizing with a card of a lower level than the battle pet card itself is too low.
It seems that I am still too greedy and want to rely on the Emperor of Luck to succeed, he sighed, having lost another S-level card.
You still have 10 chances, give it a try. If you draw a useless SS-level card, use it for synthesis.
So, he turned his attention back to the remaining 10 card drawing opportunities.
A wave of 10 consecutive draws will start immediately. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an SS-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Card drawing completed, you get an A-level skill card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card.
Looking at the results of this card draw, Lin Feng felt quite disappointed. The quality of the 10th company this time is far worse than last time.
Among the 10 cards, 9 are A-level and only 1 is SS level.
When he first drew that SS level card, he thought he could make a big profit.
I didn't expect that I was just a joke.
After adjusting his mindset, he stared at the SS level super card carefully.
Useless things. SS level prop card. It disappears immediately after use.
If used for synthesis, it can increase the synthesis success rate to a certain extent according to the level of the synthesized super card, up to a maximum of 10%. Seeing the description of this card, Lin Feng was stunned. It's so straightforward that it directly labels something as useless.
Never mind, it's top-grade material.
Then, he took a quick glance at the remaining 9 A-level cards. 7 of them are prop cards. An ability card that increases strength attributes. A skill card, stunning swordsmanship. These super cards may be useful to others, but for him, they are far from meeting his needs. Forget it, let's just use the battle pet card to synthesize it. Lin Feng took out the SS level item card he had just drawn and started synthesizing it directly.
May the heavens and the earth be blessed.
I prayed silently in my heart that this time I would succeed. As the battle pet card and the SS level material card collided, a ball of blazing flames ignited on the card box synthesis interface. A dazzling golden light even shone out from his body, flashing throughout the room. When the light faded, a golden card appeared in his card box backpack. Lin Feng was very excited. I didn't have high hopes for this synthesis, but the result exceeded my expectations. He couldn't wait to stare at the new cards on the card box backpack. Mythical Beast Suzaku, SSS level battle pet card. After use, you will obtain the young pet Suzaku. His breathing suddenly slowed. The vermilion bird is different from the phoenix. Phoenix is just a species. As for the vermilion
vermilion bird. There is only one in all the ancient myths, possessing extremely uniqueness. Its status is far higher than that of the phoenix and is difficult to estimate.
After getting this battle pet card, Lin Feng chose to bind it without hesitation.
Second binding of SSS level super power card requires 10 million secret realm points. Do you want to consume it?
He looked at the more than 40 million secret realm points he had left and chose to bind without hesitation.
The SSS level battle pet card disappears from the card box backpack.
The prompt reappeared.
Congratulations on successfully binding the SSS level battle pet card, the mythical beast Suzaku, and obtaining the young mythical beast Suzaku.
The mythical beast Suzaku is currently sealed, with a seal value of 0/1000000000001 billion.
You can consume secret realm points to remove the seal in proportion.
If a battle pet dies, it will return to its sealed state and need to be unsealed again.
Once a battle pet card is bound, it cannot be unbound.
As soon as Lin Feng bound the battle pet card, a series of prompts appeared before his eyes. What shocked him the most was that in order to completely lift the seal on the mythical beast Suzaku, it would require 1 billion secret realm points.
This number is really shocking.
But looking at it from another angle, as the only SSS level battle pet, it is reasonable to require 1 billion points to completely lift the seal. Owning the only SSS level battle pet, Lin Feng was extremely excited at this moment, and the haze brought by the previous 10 consecutive card draws was instantly swept away.
With excitement and joy, he looked at his remaining 31 million secret realm points.
He wondered if it would be a waste to spend secret realm points to partially remove the seal on the mythical beast Suzaku.
After all, if you get an SSS level battle pet card, you can't not activate the seal, right? Otherwise this card is just a decoration.
What's more, if we have to wait until we accumulate 1 billion points to lift the seal, how long will that take? So Lin Feng made a decisive decision to spend 20 million secret realm points to lift the seal on 2% of the battle pet cards.
He kept the remaining 10 million secret realm points as a backup. Confirmed to consume 20 million secret realm points to remove 2% of the power seal of the divine beast Suzaku.
As the secret realm points in the card box panel rapidly decreased, a system prompt appeared. The seal of the mythical beast Suzaku has been lifted. The current seal lifting progress is 20,000,000,000,000,000,000,000 20 million/1 billion. As the seal on the divine beast Suzaku was partially lifted, Lin Feng felt waves of scorching heat rolling and flowing throughout his body. His body also radiated a blazing heat.
The surrounding space was scorched, twisted, and torn apart by this terrifying heat wave.
This hot breath lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Lin Feng's thoughts returned to the card box panel again.
The card box panel has been updated and a battle pet column has appeared.
I saw a battle pet with golden flames burning all over its body, leaping and dancing in the battle pet space, making crisp and sharp calls. Lin Feng issued a mental command. The mythical beast Suzaku flew out from the battle pet space, shrank to the size of a palm, and circled in front of him. The terrifying flames dancing around the mythical beast Suzaku burned black spatial gullies in the space trajectory she flew over, which automatically repaired themselves after several seconds. This is too terrifying.
Even space cannot withstand the pressure of the flames emanating from her body. Lin Feng took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. Humph, you human are so short-sighted.
A little girl's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind, causing his brain to almost short-circuit.
Are you communicating with me?
Lin Feng looked at the mythical beast Suzaku flying in front of him in surprise.
Foolish human, I am one of the 4 ancient spirits, and my wisdom far exceeds yours. What's so strange about that? The Suzaku divine beast flapped its wings in dissatisfaction.
She suddenly released several blazing golden flames towards Lin Feng, but as the master of the divine beast, Lin Feng was not hurt at all. The scorching heat wave penetrated his body, directly vaporizing the huge floor-to-ceiling window glass behind him into nothingness. Lin Feng frowned slightly.
This guy attacked him right away.
Fortunately, I am her master, otherwise I would be injured if I were attacked like this. This tiny body weighs less than 500 grams, but it accounts for 490 grams. Lin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. But this girl dared to call me stupid and attack me, so I had to let her taste my power.
Otherwise, she might even pee on her head in the future. In a flash, Lin Feng took the divine beast Suzaku back to the battle pet space and locked it up. Let me out! Let me out!
The young vermilion bird tumbled into space, and the blazing flames almost filled the entire space.
It yelled in a childish and angry voice. Stupid human, let me out! Let me out now! I can let you out, but I need to set some rules first, said Lin Feng. I am your master. As long as you are obedient and follow my orders, I will let you out. Stupid human, I am the high and mighty Suzaku, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts. How could I possibly listen to the orders of a human like you? Suzaku retorted disdainfully.
Lin Feng smiled bitterly. This was the disadvantage of having a combat pet with a very high IQ. It was disobedient and full of rebelliousness.
Okay, in that case, we'll talk about this once you behave behave yourself.
He simply cut off contact with Suzaku. Then, his thoughts turned to the information panel of the mythical beast Suzaku. Battle Pet, Mythical Beast Suzaku. Level, SSS level only. Strength 200/9999. Spirit 200/9999. Stamina 200/9999. Agility 200/9999. Burning Flames, invoke the power of the stars and burn the heavens with burning flames. Immortality, as one of the four ancient spirits, Suzaku was blessed by heaven and earth. He is immortal and will only fall into a deep sleep when injured. Suzaku power, grants the power of fire to worshippers. Lin Feng looked at Zuchua's four-dimensional attribute of up to 9999 and was so shocked that he was speechless. The total attribute of overall thinking is as high as 40,000. The attribute range brought by an SSS level ability card is only 4,000 to 5,000. If calculated based on the full value of 5,000, the total attributes of the four dimensions will reach 40,000, which requires the fusion of 8 SSS level super power cards. A simple calculation shows that to fuse to the 8th super power card, the secret realm points required will be as high as more than 1 trillion. As for the divine beast Suzaku, although its skills are few and the description is simple, Lin Feng has no doubt about its power, especially the skill of immortality, which convinced him wholeheartedly, because even if the divine beast Suzaku died or was injured, it would only enter a dormant state, which would undoubtedly save him a lot of secret realm points. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. The horror of the SSS level battle pet was really unimaginable. He then turned his attention to his personal attributes. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18. Strength, 2. Spirit, 1230. Stamina, 204. Agility, 2. Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Boost, 9. Stamina Boost, 1. World Destroying Thunder, Suzaku. Points, 11,380,800. Remaining draw cards, 0. Bound item, Divine Artifact Fanteon Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, only SSS level. Spirit Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank, S rank. Stamina Enhancement, rank B. Fusion Skill, SS level. Suzaku, SSS rank. Special ability, Fire Immunity. Sure enough, ever since he was bound to his battle pet, the mythical beast Suzaku, he gained a special ability. Lin Feng guessed that this was probably a protection measure provided by the cardbox system. After all, without this protection, wouldn't he be killed at any time by the rebellious vermilion bird? It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. After looking at his personal attributes, he glanced at the time again. There are still a few minutes left before the time agreed with Yuan Ling. Take advantage of this time to fuse another B-level extreme card. Lin Feng currently has a B-level attribute limit card in his hand. The second complete fusion requires 2.1 million secret realm points. After some thought, he chose the endurance card. He felt that his current mental strength of more than 1,000 was enough, but his defense was a little weak. Although he is a mage-type ranged attacker, he can be easily killed instantly if he is approached. Moreover, his current development direction does not require much strength and agility. So, after spending 2.1 million secret realm points, he completely integrated a B-level extreme endurance card. The endurance attribute also increased to 404 points. After fusing the cards, Lin Feng looked at the time and it was almost time to leave. He left the office and asked the staff to repair the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. He took the elevator and walked out of the Superpower Association building. As soon as I walked out of the building, my phone rang with a message. When I opened it, it was a message from Yuan Ling. Student Lin Feng, we have arrived at the parking lot on the left side of the square. Lin Feng replied to the message and walked towards the parking lot on the left side of the building. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the parking lot. From a distance, several girls were standing there. One of them is Yuan Ling. When she saw Lin Feng, she raised her arms high and waved to him. Lin Feng approached. Hello, classmate Lin Feng. Hello, classmate Lin Feng. Hello, classmate Lin Feng. The three girls around Yuan Ling looked at Lin Feng with admiration and greeted him enthusiastically. Lin Feng nodded in response. Classmate Lin Feng, let's get in the car, Yuan Ling suggested when he saw him arrive. Lin Feng nodded again. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yuan Ling got into the driver's seat and a girl squeezed into the passenger seat. Lin Feng had no choice but to squeeze into the back row and was sandwiched between two girls. Student Lin Feng, I heard that you are already an intern guardian of the Superpower Association. I admire you so much. If you can become a formal guardian, you will be the youngest guardian in the history of Shihai City. The girl sitting on his right squeezed him and said with admiration. Lin Feng nodded in response, but he was thinking in his heart, when the notice is issued in the evening, you will know that I should be the youngest president of the Superpower Association in Shihai City. Student Lin Feng, my name is Wang Yin. My dad said that after becoming a guardian of the Superpower Association, you can recruit 10 team members. These members will become external members of the Superpower Association. If you become an official guardian, can you let me join your team? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. It seemed that several girls came to please him for this purpose. With obvious displeasure on on his face, he replied, I'm not an official guardian yet. Even if I become a formal guardian, I will not recruit team members. However, they didn't seem to care about his answer at all. In the next few minutes, their enthusiasm for Lin Feng became even higher. Lin Feng felt a little overwhelmed, so he asked Yuan Ling, how long will it take us to reach the secret realm? You'll get there just through the tunnel ahead, Yuan Ling replied. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if this continued, he would really jump out of the car and run away without hesitation. The car passed through the tunnel and drove into the parking lot. Lin Feng's head was about to explode as he was surrounded by 3 girls asking him questions along the way. The most uncomfortable thing was that they were very friendly and laughed so hard when asking questions. It made him blush with embarrassment. After Yuan Ling parked the car, he couldn't wait to get out. I took a deep breath and enjoyed the beauty of the fresh air. Now I feel a lot more comfortable. Yuan Ling gave him an apologetic look to express his apology. Lin Feng could only sigh. Just as he finished sighing, a girl rushed up and grabbed his arm. Brother Lin Feng, I'm planning to hold a party at home the day after tomorrow. Do you want to come? Lin Feng was extremely embarrassed and even started calling him Brother Lin Feng. He struggled to free himself from the hand, said with a wry smile, we'll talk about it when the time comes, we'll talk about it when the time comes. The girl was not angry when she was freed, but became more enthusiastic. Brother Lin Feng, please promise me, okay? She acted coquettishly and grabbed Lin Feng's arm and shook it. When Yuan Ling saw the pain on Lin Feng's face, his expression darkened a little. She quickly stepped forward and pulled the girl away, saying, all right, the 3 of you stop pestering Lin Feng. Get ready, we'll be entering the secret realm dungeon in a moment. She had finally called Lin Feng out to communicate with him, and if she let him run away, she would regret it so much. Yuan Ling's words are still effective. When the 3 girls heard this, they went to the trunk of the car to get their things. Student Lin Feng, I'm so sorry, they are not like this usually, Yuan Ling said softly to Lin Feng with some apology. Lin Feng smiled, his face full of I don't believe it expression. Just as he was about to say something, a teasing and playful laugh suddenly came from behind him. 3 beauties, do you want to play the secret realm dungeon? Let me take you and I promise you will have enough fun. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a smirk on his face and malicious eyes, staring at the 3 girls who were packing their things. It's over, this is not good. Yuan Ling's face suddenly changed. Lin Feng was hesitating whether to help teach this guy a lesson. At this moment, a loud curse broke the deadlock. So cool, so cool, so cool. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng saw one of the 3 girls suddenly turn around and swing out a whirlwind long leg, directly kicking the young man with a smirk on his face who had not yet reacted out. Another girl followed closely behind and rushed forward quickly. The young man was kicked up again as soon as he landed. You dare to tease me, you deserve to be beaten. The young man was kicked continuously and rolled over and flew more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Lin Feng stood there, speechless with shock, sweat pouring down his face. Perhaps Yuan Ling was right, these 3 girls weren't usually like this. The domineering aura and fighting spirit they exuded now were completely different from when they were with Lin Feng before. Lin Feng stared at them blankly, as if he had been noticed. Suddenly, the 3 girls ran towards him like frightened birds. Brother Lin Feng, that bad guy bullied others. Their voices were filled with tears, which made Lin Feng feel a chill and he couldn't help but shiver. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the young man lying on the ground. He had already fainted. Is this called bullying you? Lin Feng thought to himself. At the same time, the scene just now attracted the attention of many people. People in the parking lot began to look over here and whisper, as if they were discussing that 3 girls had just beaten up a young man. I hope nothing happens to that guy? Lin Feng changed the subject. Impossible. Impossible. Yuan Ling took a deep breath and said, I'll go over and take a look. No, let me go. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. He walked towards the unconscious young man. Brother Lin Feng is so handsome. Suddenly a cry of surprise was heard, and Lin Feng stepped on empty air and almost fell down. He shook off all distracting thoughts, squatted down, reached out and touched the pulse on the young man's neck. It was still beating, so it seemed that he was not dead, but just unconscious. Since he's not dead, it's not a big problem. Lin Feng bent down and helped pick up the cell phone that had fallen to the side, preparing to put it into the young man's pocket. Just as he was about to put it in, he glanced over and found that the young man was actually using TikTok to live broadcast, with information jumping rapidly on the screen. Anchor, are you okay? Anchor, are you okay? I told you long ago that the anchor would be beaten one day. You didn't believe me, and now you've been beaten. I've seen anchors get beaten up many times, but this time was the worst. Being hit at the speed of light, this is the fastest I've ever seen. That woman just now swung her long legs over, almost overflowing the screen. I was shocked. Who said it wasn't? I was also shocked. I'm afraid the host is going to start the banquet this time. That long leg is scary enough even if we don't have a meal. Damn, I really want to be kicked by those long legs. I also think the anchor deserves it. By the way, does anyone have the host's phone number? Give him a call. I'm so worried. What's the follow
follow up. Yeah, I wanna see long legs too. Bang, bang, bang. Ha, you still want to watch it. If you were there, I think you would be even worse than the anchor. Is the anchor dead or in a coma? Is anyone there?
Lin Feng glanced at the scrolling messages on the screen and couldn't help but frown. This young man is actually flirting with girls on live broadcast. Then the live broadcast was beaten. What I earn is just hard work money. Of course, he deserved to be beaten. Lin Feng shook his head and stuffed the phone back into the young man's pocket. Then he dragged the unconscious young man to a nearby car. This young man is just unconscious and I believe he will wake up soon. After dealing with these, Lin Feng turned and left. Wow, brother Lin Feng is so kind. Yeah, brother Lin Feng was so handsome just now. Lin Feng was still speechless. He suddenly felt as if he was immune to these words. His brain automatically filtered them out and he couldn't read them at all. You three, stop being so frivolous. Let's go to the secret realm dungeon. Several people began to walk towards the entrance gate of the secret realm copy. Arriving at the gate, Yuan Ling took out his cell phone. He bought it for 5,000 dragon coins. Is the anchor dead or in a coma? Is anyone here? Lin Feng glanced at the scrolling messages and frowned. This guy is actually flirting with girls on live broadcast. As a result, he was beaten during the live broadcast and the money he earned was hard-earned. But he deserved to be beaten. He shook his head and stuffed the phone into the boy's pocket. Then they dragged him against the car next to them. This young man is just unconscious and I believe he will wake up soon. After dealing with these, Lin Feng turned around and returned. Wow, brother Lin Feng is so kind-hearted. Yeah, brother Lin Feng was so handsome just now. Lin Feng was still speechless. He suddenly felt that he seemed to be immune to it and his brain automatically blocked out these voices. You three, stop making trouble and act normal. Let's go to the secret realm dungeon. Several people began to walk towards the gate of the secret realm copy. Arriving at the gate, Yuan Ling took out his cell phone. I bought 4 admission tickets for 5,000 dragon coins each and prepared to enter. As the guardian of the Superpower Association, Lin Feng could have entered for free by showing his ID. But since someone is generating income for the country, there is no need for me to pretend to be a good person and help her save money. This is a sea-level secret realm. With our strength, we should have no problem clearing it. If you encounter an accident, quit immediately. Saving your life is the most important thing. Yuan Ling solemnly warned everyone. I believe that brother Lin Feng will be able to lead us through the test smoothly. That's right, come on, brother Lin Feng, lead us through the secret realm. To enter the sea-level secret realm, in addition to buying a ticket at the gate, you also need an E-level super power card as the key to open the secret realm. After the new battle pet cards were released on the card box panel yesterday, the prices of various super cards skyrocketed. Nowadays, E-level super power cards of the material category are sold for 100,000 dragon coins each. With the soaring price of E-level super power cards, ordinary super power users can no longer afford the cost of secret realms. Therefore, when Lin Feng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, there were not many people queuing. When it was their turn to enter, Yuan Ling took out an E-level super energy card and inserted it into the energy card slot. 5 green beams of light flashed, enveloping the 5 people. The light faded and the 5 people disappeared. The next second, Lin Feng and the others appeared in front of a huge and heavy prison door. The wooden door slowly opened, and the iron chain wrapped around it swung with the door, making a crisp clash sound. After the door opened, the scene of the first level of the sea-level secret realm came into view. In front of them was a hallway leading to the depths of the dungeon. As soon as they stepped in, a pungent smell of blood hit them in the face. 7 or 8 bodies lay in a pool of blood. The corpse was wearing a dark brown official uniform, and it was obvious that he was a servant guarding the dungeon. The murderers who killed these servants have not all left. As soon as they stepped into the entrance hall, several pairs of fierce eyes stared at them. The reinforcements of the dog officers and soldiers are here. Stop them and kill them. I'm going to rescue them. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen minions brandished sharp weapons and rushed towards the 5 people frantically. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. Just as the minions rushed over, a sound of breaking through the void was heard. Lin Feng turned his head and saw the girl named Wang Yan holding a huge laser weapon in both hands, shooting at the dungeon. The minions who rushed over had no time to react before she shot them like sieves, and they fell in a pool of blood. The blue panel in front of Lin Feng kept flickering. Your team killed the Blood Shadow Sex prison breaking disciple, and your secret realm points increased by 1,000. Your team killed the Blood Shadow Sex prison breaking disciple, and your secret realm points increased by 1,000. Your team killed the Blood Shadow Sex prison breaking disciple, and your secret realm points increased by 1,000. Your team killed the Blood Shadow Sex prison breaking disciple, and your secret realm points increased by 1,000. In just a few breaths, the minions that rushed up were instantly cleared out. Lin Feng's secret realm points increased by 12,000 points in one go. At the same time, with the fall of all the Blood Shadow Sex prison breaking disciples, the first level of the sea-level secret realm was easily broken through. Brother Lin Feng, these guys are quite scary. Are you scared? Wang Yan put away the huge laser weapon at her waist and patted her chest, seeming to be still a little scared. You fired a burst of laser cannons, turning the enemy into a bloody mess. But she still said it was scary. This is too outrageous. After passing the first level of the secret realm, the 5 people continued to move forward, entered the dungeon and arrived at the second level of the secret realm. In addition to the prison-breaking disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, there were also many prisoners who had just been released in the dungeon. As soon as they stepped into the second level, a long spear flew towards them. Facing the rapidly stabbing spear, Yuan Ling was as agile as a rabbit and quickly leaped forward. A golden round shield appeared in his hand, and with a ding sound, sparks flew everywhere, and the flying spear was blocked by Yuan Ling in midair. At the same time, Mengyu, the girl next to Lin Feng, burst out with a powerful aura. A set of silver armor covers the whole body. She drew a slender sword from her waist and put on a black eye patch. The soft sound of a sword rang out. Mengyu leaped up with a body as light as a cat. Every time the sword fell, the throat of a prisoner or a Blood Shadow sect prison-breaking disciple was pierced. Blood gushed out and they fell to the ground on their backs. In front of Lin Feng, the secret realm points soared again. The team killed the rebellious prisoner. Secret realm points plus 1,500. The team killed the Blood Shadow sect's prison-breaking disciple. Secret realm points plus 1,500. The team killed the rebellious prisoner. Secret realm points plus 1,500. After dozens of minutes, the second level of the secret realm was completely cleared. Lin Feng once again obtained 18,000 secret realm points. Then, the 5 people entered the third level. This time it was another level of underground cells. As expected, all the girls had to show off their skills in front of Lin Feng. Just after entering the third level, another girl, Li Lihan, took out a staff burning with holy light and put on the elf's holy clothes. She summoned a raging flame, devouring all the prisoners in the third level and the Blood Shadow sect's prison-breaking disciples. In just a few breaths, the enemy turned into ashes. After passing the third level, you will get 21,000 secret realm points. After passing 3 levels in a row, Lin Feng was basically confused the whole time. Yuan Ling asked me to come to the secret realm to clear it. Was it really to take me with me? He followed them into the last level of the C-level secret realm, which was also the final boss level. Ding, ding, ding. As the 5 of them entered the final level, the sound of chains colliding kept ringing in their ears. Under the dim light, Lin Feng saw a tall man with a red body, naked upper body and messy hair. His limbs were locked by 4 huge iron chains, the other ends of which were deeply embedded in the ground. The tied-up man sensed the arrival of several people, suddenly looked up, and stared at them fiercely. The next second, he spoke in a voice as loud as thunder. Are you the people sent by the court to kill me? The chains clashed violently as the man struggled violently. Accompanied by the sound of iron chains, the man howled to the sky. The power in his body was activated and released, and a powerful aura poured out and rolled in his body. His hair danced wildly, and a powerful internal energy swept out from his body. The entire space shook. I am the #1 master of the Blood Shadow sect. No one in the world can kill me. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind blew up in the cell. The howling wind cuts the skin and causes stinging pain. This boss is at the peak of C rank. We need to be careful, but we should be able to defeat him. Yuan Ling spoke up to remind and at the same time directed the girl standing next to Lin Feng. Mengyu, protect classmate Lin Feng. Lin Feng was confused and sweaty. Looking at Yuan Ling's arrangements, he finally understood that the so-called clearing the secret realm together was actually intended to gather people and take him to the secret realm. Lin Feng also understood why she brought him with her. Yuan Ling wanted to approach him because of his current special identity. In response, he just sighed silently. His eyes fell on Yuan Ling, and he saw a set of obsidian armor emerging from her body. In his left hand he held a golden round shield, and in his right hand he held a huge and sharp broadsword. Braving the fierce gale, he rushed towards the bound boss. However, as the distance to the boss got closer, the gale became stronger and stronger. Every step she took closer was pushed back by the powerful gale. The clanging of chains became louder and louder. The man roared to the sky, as if he could break free from his restraints at any moment. Baiyu, Baiyu, Baiyu. The girl standing next to Lin Feng once again picked up the laser weapon, shooting wildly at the man in the dungeon. But even laser weapons cannot penetrate this violent gale. The magical sea of fire was impossible to approach due to the strong wind. Yuan Ling, he's about to break free from his chains. Seeing that Yuan Ling couldn't get close despite the headwind, a girl couldn't help but remind him. If the man were free from his chains, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. It may even lead to the failure of their mission in this secret realm copy. Just when the man was about to break free, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Everyone, do you want me to try?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already started chanting the spell. Magical energy surged and flowed rapidly in his body. Under the guidance of the spell, Lin Feng's fingertips showed the supreme laws that triggered the world-destroying thunder. The rules of heaven and earth echo with it. A space vortex with swirling wind and clouds suddenly appeared on the top of the cell. Thunder roared from the vortex. Then, a terrifying lightning as thick as an arm appeared, shot down from the space vortex with extreme
extremely fast and powerful force. It hit the man right on the top of his head.
The world-destroying thunder, which contained the terrifying power of rules, made a whoosh sound.
Oh well, it went straight through the man's body. He was carbonized in an instant and turned into ashes.
This result made Lin Feng gasp in surprise.
The SS level forbidden spell is so terrifying.
When he cast the forbidden spell just now, he only summoned less than one level of mental power.
A top C-rank boss was turned into ashes so easily.
Yuan Ling and several others, when Lin Feng summoned the divine thunder to kill the boss instantly, they were all stunned with shock.
Is Lin Feng really that strong? Yuan Ling recalled yesterday's graduation ceremony.
At that time, Lin Feng was wearing armor and attacking with all his strength. Using weapons only knocked the weak Zhao Yuan unconscious.
But now, he can summon a lightning bolt, easily eliminate the peak C-level boss.
I have been looking for experts since a few days ago, spending money to help them brush the secret realm. Almost without stopping, accumulated points exceeded 1 million.
Now I have just acquired this strength.
But in front of Lin Feng, all his efforts over the past few days seemed so fragile.
Yuan Ling found it hard to accept and couldn't imagine how Lin Feng did it.
As a super-rich second generation, even though Lin Feng is an intern guardian of the Superpower Association, she also didn't think that the resources she enjoyed were less than Lin Feng's.
Moreover, Lin Feng is only an intern guardian.
Whether it can become a full member has not yet been determined.
This time, I invited Lin Feng to join me in the secret realm,
not only to establish a good relationship with him.
The deeper reason is that the family wants to use Lin Feng as an investment target.
Willing to invest a large amount of money to help him become the official guardian of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Now, looking at the strength displayed by Lin Feng,
Yuan Ling felt that his good intentions seemed completely unnecessary.
Of course, she couldn't figure it out.
Why does Lin Feng have such powerful strength? Could it be that he has the support of other families behind the scenes?
Yuan Ling smiled bitterly and shook her head.
It was not easy for her to ask about such things. Unlike Yuan Ling, the other three were stunned at first.
Then his face was filled with admiration.
Wow, Brother Lin Feng, you are so awesome.
Brother Lin Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to do magic.
We are truly destined to be together.
Brother Lin Feng, take me with you to explore the secret realm.
I will definitely invite you to my house for dinner. The noise from the three people gave Lin Feng a headache.
How can these three girls be so unrestrained?
With the final boss of the 4th level being killed, the secret realm copy enters the settlement stage. The blue panel in front of Lin Feng kept jumping.
Your team killed the Blood Shadow Sect assassin and earned 70,000 secret realm points. You get an extra reward, an F-level super card. After the settlement was completed, beams of teleportation light flashed on the bodies of several people.
The next second, they were teleported out. When he reappeared, he was already in a room.
At the exit of the room stood a reporting staff member.
Anyone who passes the secret realm copy will be teleported here. Reward statistics and reporting must be done here.
As an intern guardian of the Superpower Association, Lin Feng had privileges.
He stepped forward, revealed his identity, and left directly. The other 4 people need to report the reward output in the secret realm.
Lin Feng was waiting outside the room.
Soon, the 4 people completed their reporting. I really envy Brother Lin Feng. He doesn't have to record or report any dungeons or secret realms he clears.
Yes, Brother Lin Feng, when you become an official guardian, you must recruit me as a member of your team. In that case, I can enjoy many privileges. Lin Feng responded with a smile.
We'll talk about it when the time comes.
He was willing to go through the dungeon's secret realm with Yuan Ling, and his initial idea was to test his actual combat strength.
After just a little test, he already had a rough estimate in his mind. My current personal strength is enough to deal with A-level secret realm copies. If the endurance attribute is higher, basically, you can clear all the A-level secret realms.
Of course, in addition to these reasons, Lin Feng had another thought in his mind, that is, in front of Yuan Ling and others, be a little pretentious. But in the end, he felt that this idea was meaningless,
even a little boring.
But the friendly admiration of the 3 girls towards him still made him feel happy. At this moment, he was ready to say goodbye to the 4 people. Return to the Superpower Association.
Lin Feng, have you got support from other families? Yuan Ling asked in confusion.
This sudden question made Lin Feng frown.
What do you mean?
He looked confused.
The strength you demonstrated in the C-level secret realm means that a certain family in Shihai City supports you?
Lin Feng was a little confused, but he quickly figured out the key to Yuan Ling's question.
But when he understood the meaning, the slight good impression Yuan Ling had in his heart began to gradually fade away.
It turned out that Yuan Ling asked him to play the secret realm dungeon together, and there was a deeper purpose behind it.
No family supports me.
Although there were already some rifts in the newly established relationship between the few of them, Lin Feng still answered firmly.
The Yuan Ling did not notice his changes. Instead, his answer ignited hope.
She said to Lin Feng excitedly, "Our family wants to cooperate with you and support you in becoming the official guardian of the Superpower Association. With our family's financial support, there will will be no problem for you to become an official guardian. Lin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold and his expression became indifferent. That's all for today. I have things to do and need to go back to the Superpower Association. However, Yuan Ling seemed not to understand his refusal and spoke again. Lin Feng, my father is willing to give 200 billion. Please consider it carefully. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said in a cold and serious tone, I don't need it. Got it? These cold words hit Yuan Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. At the same time, she seemed to finally realize something. Student Lin Feng, I'm sorry, actually, but Lin Feng had already turned around, walked towards the gate. To be honest, for Yuan Ling, Lin Feng felt a little disappointed. With this feeling, he walked out of the gate of the secret courtyard. Just as he stepped out of the door, the association communicator in his arms suddenly started beeping violently. Lin Feng quickly took out the communicator and began to unlock the genes. A-level consciousness demon has appeared in the Twin Star building. Please go to support it immediately. This is a mass notification from the Information Department of the Superpower Association. Whenever the Superpower Association receives news of the appearance of a demon and its specific address, it will immediately send an alert to all guardians within a 10-kilometer radius. Twin Star building? Lin Feng looked up, his gaze spanning a distance of 1,000 meters. Two tall buildings standing side by side suddenly come into view. They are the legendary Twin Star buildings. Ding, ding, ding. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's cell phone rang with a series of rapid alarms. He took out his phone, and a series of urgent reminders popped up on the screen. Everyone, please evacuate immediately and stay away from the 5-kilometer radius of the Twin Star building. Lin Feng put away his phone. As the president of the Superpower Association, he naturally would not choose to evacuate. More importantly, after defeating the ugly king demon and obtaining a large number of secret realm points, he developed an innate liking for demons. I stopped a shared bicycle on the side of the road. He turned into a retrograde and ran quickly towards the Twin Star building. The so-called demon of consciousness is the demon of stream of consciousness. They grow stronger by constantly eroding human desires and consciousness. The conscious demons themselves are extremely ethereal, and only by entering the world they create can they be found and killed. Lin Feng rode a shared bicycle, with flames flashing, speeding along. He went against the direction of the crowd's evacuation and arrived at the outskirts of the Double Star building in just 3 minutes. At the same time, about 50 or 60 meters behind Lin Feng, a young man was running closely after him, holding a mobile phone. He kept shouting, "Thank you for your support, everyone. To give you a live broadcast of the most realistic battle situation, I fought tooth and nail this time. Family members, please give me a like, a follow, and if you have the financial means, don't forget to give me a small gift." The anchor is no longer teaching how to pick up girls? What's the point? My roommate is planning to steal his skills. Stop hitting on me. The anchor got beaten up by some girls a while ago and is now planning to change his career. Ah, changing careers? Besides picking up girls, what other special skills does a streamer have? Didn't you guys watch the news? A sentient demon appeared in the Double Star building in Shihai City. The anchor happened to be nearby and was about to broadcast it live to us. Oh my god, the anchor is so fierce, he's really working hard. Anchor, if you can come back alive, I will give you a space carrier. The host is such a tyrant. Look around, there are people everywhere evacuating and running away. Follow. I heard that consciousness demons can devour human consciousness and kill people invisibly. Can the anchor film it? Hee, it doesn't matter if I can't take the photo. I admire the host's fearless spirit. Anchor, what's your rank? Don't really lose your life by playing such a big game. A few days ago, the anchor said he was a D-class trainee Esper. He's probably just feeding the vegetables. Hey guys, did you see that kid on the bike up ahead? Wow, that's awesome. Really? It seems like there's more than one person who's as reckless as the anchor. Anchor, please don't go there. Instead, show us a live tutorial on how to pick up beautiful women. Yeah, even though I sometimes get beaten up and even go to jail, at least my life isn't in danger. Family, after what happened today, I have decided to change my ways. Please don't try to persuade me. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. If I don't die this time, please give me some gifts and promote me to get some traffic. The young man shouted loudly, holding his mobile phone, and rushed forward desperately against the evacuating crowd. Host, I admire your courage. I'll give you a 1,000 yuan tip. If you die, consider it your coffin money. I'm a student and don't have much money. I'll give you 10 yuan as a gift to support the anchor. Brothers, the back of the man riding a bicycle in front looks familiar. I think I have seen him before. Yeah, it looks familiar to me too. Anchor, can you catch up and take a few more pictures? I really want to see who this brave man is. Brothers, I will not let you down even if it costs my life. When we were about 100 meters away from the Twin Star building, Lin Feng locked the shared bicycle on the side of the road. Just as he locked it, a breathless figure rushed over. The man ran up to him with a cell phone in one hand and one hand on his waist. Lin Feng looked at the young man strangely. Isn't this the live broadcast guy who was beaten up by Manhwa and the other two in the parking lot? The news said they
needed to evacuate. So why did he end up here? The young man also stared at Lin Feng with a confused look on his face. Isn't this the young man who was with those beauties just now? Moreover, he looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him, until Lin Feng's face appeared on his mobile phone screen. There were less than 100 people in the live broadcast room, but the barrage of comments instantly exploded. Isn't this Lin Feng who donated the SSS level card to the country a few days ago? It's really him. Brother Lin Feng is so handsome. He is indeed a man of high moral character, even going so far as to support the killing of the sentient demon. I remember Lin Feng only turned 18 2 days ago. Wouldn't it be dangerous for him to come here? Yeah, I'm afraid he's not even as good as the anchor now. Ha ha ha. Is the brother above insulting the anchor or belittling Lin Feng? I'm telling the truth. Host, please persuade Lin Feng to retreat quickly. Your life is at stake. Yes, I admire you very much for being able to come this far. I agree. If I were at the scene, I would have retreated more than 10 kilometers away. The cordon around the Twin Star building has been set up. Host, get out of here. The young man looked at the barrage and glanced at Lin Feng again. The whole person was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The girl he had chatted up before turned out to be Lin Feng's companion. It's not safe here. Quickly retreat 5 kilometers. Haven't you watched the news? Just as the young man was stunned, Lin Feng frowned and scolded him coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the Twin Star building. Anchor, are you stupid? What are you daydreaming about? Yeah, why is the anchor in a daze? Anchor, please persuade Lin Feng. Host, please stop Lin Feng immediately. If you go any further, you will be unsafe. I already consider Lin Feng my idol, and I really don't want anything to happen to him. At this time, Lin Feng was less than 10 meters away from the cordon in front. At the cordon, the Superpower Association personnel stationed there blocked him. The two began to talk. Lin Feng, in front. The staff set up a cordon and heard the shouts of a young man from behind. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped. The young man's face was filled with shock. The staff of the Superpower Association actually let him pass the cordon. Hearing the young man shout, Lin Feng turned and stared at him. He whispered a few words to the staff next to him. The next second, Lin Feng walked towards the square in front of the Xuanqing building. The staff walked towards the young man. At the same time, the comments in the young man's live broadcast room fell silent. This place is so dangerous, how could Lin Feng be let in? Unless he is a member of the Superpower Association and is very powerful and not afraid of the threat of A-level consciousness demons. I heard a rumor yesterday that Lin Feng has joined the Superpower Association. Is it true? Impossible. Lin Feng is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old member of the Superpower Association is unique in Dragon Country. Guys, we may have underestimated him. He actually dared to enter the area covered by the A-level consciousness demon. No way. Could it be that Lin Feng is already an A-level or higher superpower? Of course he is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be allowed in. He must be at least an A-level trainee superpower. Ah, he just turned 18 2 days ago, and now he's an A-rank trainee Esper. To be able to enter such a dangerous area, one must have already raised the corresponding A-level super energy card fusion degree to 100%. That is to say, Lin Feng earned at least several million secret realm points in 2 days. I think it's very likely. The country even rewarded him with 5 billion yuan. As long as he is willing to spend money, this level can be achieved in most cases. In the young man's live stream, discussions were swirling. Then, a staff member approached him and, with a hint of authority, reprimanded him. This is not a safe area. Leave immediately, or I will follow Captain Lin's orders and temporarily detain you. This voice entered the live broadcast room and once again sparked heated discussions. There is no doubt now that Lin Feng is definitely the guardian of the Superpower Association. Lin Feng crossed the cordon and continued to move cautiously towards the square in front of the Double Star building. After walking less than 20 meters, he suddenly felt his consciousness passing through a thin and transparent barrier. After breaking through the barrier, the originally empty square of the Twin Star building was filled with people. On the 3,000 steps of the White Jade Stairs, all the civil and military officials knelt down in worship. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! Lin Feng's heart tightened. This is exactly the illusion that the demon of consciousness has constructed in his heart. Once people indulge in the desire for power, they will become puppets of the demon of consciousness, and their consciousness will eventually be devoured by the demon of consciousness and turn them into a walking corpse. Long live our emperor! Long live our emperor! The deafening shouts rang out again. Lin Feng raised his head slightly, his eyes penetrating the Golden Palace. Happy New Year and good luck! Good health and prosperity! Lin Feng sat on the dragon throne in the Golden Palace, thinking deeply. With the help of his integration of Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, he has some understanding of the details about the conscious demon. For every person who enters the world of conscious demons, the conscious demons will nurture the human side of him. When human nature reaches its peak, the demon of consciousness will appear and devour that person's consciousness as the most delicious food. Now, what should he do to maximize the imperial power bestowed upon him by the consciousness demon and satisfy it? Only in this way can you
pass the level and enter the next level set by the devil. Finally, he confronted the conscious demon head-on, and when it tried to devour his consciousness, he killed it and sent it back to the demon world. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure, and his gaze fell on the ministers in the court. His voice was low and powerful. If you have a certificate, proceed to make your report. If you don't, leave the court. As soon as he finished speaking, a minister in a purple robe stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I have a memorial to make." Lin Feng looked at him sharply and responded majestically, "Your Majesty, across the 30,000-mile eastern border, our divine dynasty and the kingdom of the Eastern Territory have been at war for over 100 years, costing the people their lives and causing widespread grief. To this day, the outcome remains undecided. I wish to recommend a great and virtuous individual to drive out the invading enemy, end this century of conflict, and restore peace to the world." Lin Feng fell into a brief contemplation. 30,000 miles of border, 100 years of war. Could it be that he is in the simulated world of the high-level martial arts continent constructed by the conscious demon? "Your Majesty, I second the motion." "Your Majesty, I second this motion." Immediately afterwards, two more officials stepped forward to respond. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and he clenched his fists as he thought, "This is undoubtedly a recipe designed by the consciousness demon to promote the imperial power of the entrance. The demon of consciousness will push every entrant to the pinnacle of power, allowing them to sink into it and lose themselves. This is how it makes delicious dishes." He guessed so. Since the demon of consciousness is secretly fanning the flames, he will just go with the flow. Just be wary of the dangers of unlimited growth of this power. Lin Feng stared at the purple-robed minister again and asked, "Does our dynasty really have such a great talent?" "Your Majesty, there is indeed such a person," the purple-robed minister replied. "Since he is virtuous, arrange for him to come to court." "I obey your command." "Your Majesty, the Right Lord requests an audience." Soon, the official who had made the memorial 3 days ago entered the Qiankuan palace, knelt down, saluted, and greeted loudly, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Get up. How are things going? I am deeply grateful for your grace and have fulfilled my mission." "Where is the talent of the great sage?" "Waiting outside the palace." One decree after another came out from Qiankuan palace and reached outside the palace. The great sage who was waiting quietly outside the palace finally received the order. Half a cup of tea later, he entered the Qiankuan palace. Outside the palace gate, a loud sound of music was heard. In a moment, a man in snow-white clothes stepped into the Qiankuan palace. "I, Li Yan, the humblest man, pay my respects to His Majesty. Long live our emperor, long live our emperor." Lin Feng looked at the man and said in a low voice. The man knelt in front of the Qiankuan palace, with his body lowered and not daring to look up. "All my good ministers say that you are a great sage, with profound knowledge, unrivaled in the world. Is that true? In front of the emperor, I dare not claim to be the best. Tell me, I don't blame you. I am a humble person with limited talent and learning, which is a compliment from the world, but it may not be entirely true. But I, the common people, do have a plan to repel the enemy, secure the country, and quell the unrest. If so, then you are a great sage in the world." The common people are in a state of panic. "Since you are such a great talent, where did you learn from?" "My master, the old man Balian, lives in seclusion on Junshan Mountain." Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and a vague memory emerged. Old man Balian is the emperor's father's master. His cultivation is so profound that he is comparable to a saint. Old man Balian is extremely talented and is also the teacher of the emperor's father. Since you are his disciple, you will surely achieve great things. This emperor grants you the title of King of Dongguan, to guard Dongguan and quell the unrest. Thank you, Your Majesty, for bestowing this title upon me. I will certainly live up to my mission. A month passed. The Battle of Dongguan shook the world. Good news keeps coming. Report. At the Yu County Pass, King Li led 1,000,000 soldiers and defeated the Eastern Territory Kingdom, which had twice the force. Report. King Li leads 1,000,000 soldiers and marches straight into the Eastern Territory, advancing 4,000 miles into the Imperial Territory. Lin Feng held a letter of battle report in his hand, his heart surging with emotion. "My name is Lin Feng. I am the emperor of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty." A horse galloped through Kyoto in a cloud of dust. In front of the Golden Palace, the minister raised his arm over his shoulder and presented a scroll written in white ink. "Your Majesty, this is a letter of surrender from the Eastern Territory. The Divine Dynasty of the Heavenly Emperor reigns supreme over the world. The Imperial land will not accept surrendered soldiers." Lin Feng took the white ink scroll and used his palm power to turn it into ashes. His gaze became more and more majestic, like a raging fire, breaking through the Golden Palace and burning across the morning sky. "I am the first emperor of the Tianyu Divine Dynasty and I should unify the world. On a chosen day, I will personally visit Dongguan, supervise the war between the monarch and his ministers, expand the territory of the Divine Dynasty, and bless the hundreds of millions of subjects in the eastern region. Our emperor will live forever." The stabbing pain in Lin Feng's mind gradually subsided. The oath that was passed down from generation to generation and was unrivaled in the world rose in his heart. This emperor is the first emperor of
of the Tianyu divine dynasty. The East region passed stretches for tens of thousands of miles. After 100 years of war, the country was devastated and full of ravines. On this day, the blue sky exploded. A row of golden cloud boats, hundreds of meters long, pierced through the sky. It carries a magnificent momentum and soars into the sky. Lin Feng, wearing golden dragon-patterned armor, stood at the bow of the cloud boat. The cloud boat cut through the air, and the wind blew the golden silk belts on the armor, making a rustling sound. The wind and waves brushed his cheeks, and his wild long hair flew. At present, the territory of the Divine Dynasty is thousands of miles away. I am the Tianyu Divine Dynasty, the greatest emperor of all time. The heroic spirit that was comparable to that of all eternity shook his heart. Thousands of miles ahead, the sky shook and the battle was horrific. Beneath the azure sky, ripples pushed the stars in the sky and earth. The golden cloud boat was impacted by the space ripples, slowly vibrating, dissipating waves of battle aftermath. Your Majesty, there are suspected semi-saint level warriors fighting 1,000 miles away. The eastern territory has already entered a period of decline, yet there are still powerful semi-saints resisting? They must be killed. The emperor himself is here, yet there are people who are so ignorant of the current situation? The golden cloud boat roared and exploded. It penetrated the sky, turned into a golden light, and quickly flashed towards the sky. Thousands of miles away, just a snap of the fingers. In front of the majestic East Gate, millions of cavalrymen in blue armor are lined up in neat rows on the vast plain. At the end of the field, two semi-saint level warriors were fighting fiercely. The might of the semi-saint level strongman shook the sky. Silver blood rain dripped down, carrying with it terrifying blood energy, falling like a meteor, tearing apart the mountains and the earth. When the golden cloud boat appeared over the open plain, millions of soldiers marched in unison, and the sound of armor clashing resounded through the sky. Welcome to the Emperor! Welcome to the Emperor! The shouts shook the heavens and the earth, and drove back the dark clouds. Lin Feng was still standing on the bow of the cloud boat, gazing at the fierce semi-saint level battle going on dozens of miles away. This semi-saint level battle has lasted for nearly half a day. In the end, the blood of the semi-saint warriors of the eastern region filled the sky, their bodies fell into the wilderness, and the battle was declared over. As soon as the holy war stopped, millions of soldiers rushed into the enemy camp, raising clouds of dust. Lin Feng, the first emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty, personally arrived to supervise the battle. The morale of the millions of soldiers was high, and they were like a bamboo breaking through the wall. In less than half a day, they killed nearly 1 million enemy soldiers from the eastern region in the wilderness. For a moment, the wilderness was littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. After the great victory, Lin Feng awarded $1 million bounty to boost morale again. After a short rest, millions of soldiers were like sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, breaking through the rolling mountains and rivers and heading straight for the heart of the eastern region. The powerful army swept through the east across thousands of miles, and all the lands they passed became part of the territory of the Tianyu divine dynasty. Half a year later, the powerful army attacked the capital of the eastern region. The eastern region kingdom, which had lasted for 1,000 years, was thus destroyed. In this year, the Tianyu divine dynasty changed its name and established the first year of the Tiandi era. The territory of the Tianyu divine dynasty stretched over 1 million miles, and several countries came to pay homage. Lin Feng stood in front of the pilgrimage mountain, with questions in his mind. Am I the first emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty, or am I the ordinary person named Lin Feng? As time goes by, more and more unfamiliar memories flood into my mind. His ambitions grew. A voice kept echoing in my head. All people in the world should be citizens of the divine dynasty. All living beings should enjoy the blessings of the divine dynasty. You should be respected throughout the 4 seas. At the urging of this voice, the tingling sensation in my head became more frequent. This grand ambition spread wildly in his heart like weeds after the spring breeze. The world fell into war again. Millions of soldiers of the Tianyu divine dynasty, under the command of Li Yan, swept across the entire continent like an iron lion. The flags of the Tianyu divine dynasty were planted in every corner. Time passed quickly, and it was the 298th year of the first year of the Emperor of Heaven. The elderly Lin Feng sat in the Qiankuan Palace, looking up at the huge map of the territory hanging on the palace beam. I am the first emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty. The entire continent is at my feet. He ordered in a deep voice, send a message to Li Yan and make him the king of Xinghua. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure sneaked into the palace silently. A sharp blade suddenly pierced his chest, and bright red blood gushed out, staining his golden robe with golden dragon patterns into a shocking bloody color. I am
the disciple of old man Balian. Who are you? Before dying, Lin Feng tightly grasped the strong hand on his shoulder.
I am the first emperor of the Tianyu divine dynasty.
He uttered these words with difficulty. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly came from his head.
A vague voice kept calling him. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Feng's mind suddenly fluctuated, and a hint of clarity flashed in his eyes.
No, I am Lin. Why can't I remember who I am? Delicious, but it's not enough.
The sharp blade was pulled out of the body and blood gushed out.
Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became blurred and eventually fell into darkness.
At the same time, a string of inexplicable characters appeared before the Emperor's eyes.
Secret realm points plus 200,000. Who am I? Where am I? My name is Lin? As countless questions emerged in the boy's mind, surging memories flooded in like a tide.
Fragments of memories appear clearly in my mind like pearls strung together.
My name is Mumu, I'm 18 years old, and I was born in Kamikaze City. I have parents and an aunt.
He looked down at his bloody hands. Another memory came flooding back. I killed my classmates and destroyed their supercards. They were the ones who tried to steal my supercard first and abused me.
They've been bullying me like this all the time. I killed them.
This is what they deserved. He curled up in the dark and damp sewer, constantly telling himself this. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard overhead. He knew that the person who was tracking him had arrived. He began to get nervous and filled with fear. He must not fall into their hands. If you are caught, you will suffer a fate worse than death.
Because everyone seemed to enjoy torturing him, except for his aunt.
So he plucked up his courage and ran towards the depths of the foul-smelling sewer. The buzzing sound of footsteps echoed in the narrow and dark sewer, stepping on the rotten sewage, and the sound continued to echo.
He kept running and running.
After an unknown amount of time, he finally felt tired and hungry.
But he could only keep running.
He was driven by the fear of being caught.
Because once caught, those inhuman humiliation and torture will come again.
He has experienced this kind of torture countless times. He never wanted to go through that kind of pain again. When his thoughts drifted to this point, his whole body suddenly trembled violently. The scene of accidentally killing several classmates suddenly came to my mind. His breathing began to quicken.
However, when the breathing becomes extremely rapid, it slowly becomes smoother.
The fear and terror in his heart suddenly calmed down, even full of courage. The despair that had been lingering in my heart began to gradually dissipate. He suddenly felt a surge of joy, because he discovered that the picture could actually give him the courage to face everything and dispel the fear in his heart. It even made him feel a power that controlled everything. In the dim light, he looked at his hands again.
The bloodstains have completely dried and will peel off with a gentle rub.
Everything began to become beautiful, like a piece of music. The shackles that had oppressed him for 18 years began to slowly loosen. He felt his body and mind receiving an unprecedented baptism of the soul. Gradually calming down, a shocking light ignited in his eyes. He began to examine everything he had obtained from the several classmates he had killed.
420,000 secret realm points, 3 F-level supercards, an E-level supercard, 2 D-level supercards, 4 C-level supercards. What made him even happier was that one of the 2 D-level supercards was a transformation card. At this moment, he felt that he was no longer abandoned by God. Instead, he was favored by God. Because at today's card drawing ceremony, he drew his natal card, Versatile B-level talent card. After fusion, each time you use a transformation card, you will gain a 50-point bonus to all attributes. The maximum value of each attribute does not exceed 200 points, and is only valid during the transformation. Forget yourself, and no one in the world will recognize you anymore. Without hesitation, he used the transformation card. The transformation card disappeared from his hand. He became a middle-aged man. All attributes are close to 60 at the same time. He then fused a D-level power-up card and a C-level skill card. In the transformed state, his strength attribute increased to over 100 points. This powerful force gave him an unprecedented sense of control. From then on, no one could bully him anymore, including his parents. A fiery evil light blazed in his eyes. He no longer had any fear in his heart. He climbed out of the sewer. At night, the colorful neon lights were a bit dazzling to his eyes. At the same time, a voice in my mind seemed to whisper, "Is this the life that someone else once lived?" He shook his head in confusion. Walking towards home, neon lights illuminate the demons in the darkness. It flickered continuously, stretching the illusory figure and twisting it into an evil shape. He walked through the deserted streets late at night, dancing with the devil in the dark night. I feel immense pleasure. Not far ahead is his home, a villa swaying in dim light. It is no exaggeration to say that he earned this villa, because when he was 10 years old, his parents found the secret to making money in him. That year, he entered a new school. Strange environment, new campus. He was ostracized and often bullied by his classmates. Feeling wronged, he complained to his teacher and parents, but the one who bullied him was a child from a rich and powerful family. In order to settle the matter peacefully, they received compensation. And it is this compensation. His parents seemed to have found a shortcut to making money. They began
began to find ways to send him to one bullying school after another. This cycle repeats itself. As of today, he is 18 years old. He finally exploded, unleashing the demons within him and accidentally killing the classmates who bullied him. The hard heels hit the concrete floor, making a rhythmic sound. The sound cut through the deserted corridor. The blood-stained footprints, like blooming red spider lilies, blossomed behind him. Under the dim light, the figure stretches into the distance. In front of the villa gate, a body was lying in a pool of blood. At the end of the corridor, the darkness grew thicker. Although his home was still bathed in light, he walked to the door of his house. A woman's angry curses were heard from inside the house. "It's all your fault. That evil creature would kill someone. I told you a long time ago not to send him to that school, but you didn't listen. Now that evil creature has killed someone, our days ahead will not be easy." Blame me? Now you blame me, right? Who originally proposed this method of making money? What else did you say? There is no easier and safer way to make money than this. Hee, you still blame me for everything we have now. Haven't you enjoyed yourself? Haven't you squandered your money? Don't think I don't know how many times that evil creature was beaten and bullied, and it was all you who secretly fanned the flames. He listened quietly, as if all this had nothing to do with him. But in my heart I was wondering how there could be such parents in this world. He feels at ease with the hard-earned money of his own children. He listened for a while, and then he began to hear the sound of light fighting in the house. He couldn't help but shook his head and reached out to ring the doorbell. The bell rang. The sounds of fighting in the house suddenly stopped. "I'll settle the score with you later." As the words fell, the sound of light footsteps gradually became heavier. The door was opened. A middle-aged man's face flushed from an argument. He looked up and looked at the man with a smile. "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" The middle-aged man looked at the strange smile under the dim light and his heart tightened. His pupil shrank slightly, and he asked cautiously, "I'm not anyone. I'm just here to collect the debt." "Collecting debts? You've come to the wrong place." The man was about to close the door. Suddenly, he attacked. The middle-aged man pushed hard against the door, and the door he was about to close was blocked. Seeing the unfriendly look on his face, the middle-aged man became more nervous. "What do you want to do?" There was a hint of fear in his voice. "Cool." Just then, a woman's angry curse came from upstairs. "You useless piece of shit, when will you be of any use?" Then, footsteps were heard in the corridor. A woman came down from upstairs. He pushed hard and the door of the villa was knocked open. The man standing behind the door was blown away by the brute force, fell heavily in the corridor. He turned and closed the door. Screams were heard from inside the house. Then there was the sound of fierce fighting. The fierce fight caused the lights of several nearby buildings to turn on. When the neighbors poked their heads out, "The fight is over." They only saw a man walking out of the villa, under the dim lights on both sides of the road. His figure was stretched out, like a demon that blasphemes the Holy Cross, stretching across the corridor. He walked along the corridor, his footsteps making a tick-tick sound. Chilling. He seemed to be intoxicated by the rhythm of his own footsteps. The sound echoed in the night. He waved his bloody hands and hummed an unknown melody. All this made him feel full of strength. What he had just accomplished made his body and mind. It seems to have been sublimated. There is no one or anything in this world anymore can block or restrain him. If there is, destroy it. From today on, he will have a brand new beginning. Has a new name. Original Sin. It's a mouth-watering delicacy, but we'll have to wait a little longer. His figure blended into the dark street. Beneath the clouds, a strange human face appeared faintly, watching all this with admiration. From this moment on, Kamikaze City had a terrifying demon. He is cunning and shrewd, frequently traveling around Kamikaze City under various identities, release demonic disasters, and create social unrest. He was immersed in this exhilarating pleasure, as if only in this way could he feel his own existence. This made him no longer afraid of the fears buried deep in his memory. However, the net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. Until one day, when he was about to release an A-level disaster card in Kamikaze City, he was tracked down by the guardians of Kamikaze City's Superpower Association and was eventually killed on the spot. The surge of magical power penetrated his chest, destroy his body to pieces. In the afterglow of the setting sun, in his shattered body, a mass of chaotic consciousness that had merged with him was quickly separated. That chaotic consciousness crossed the barrier of time and space, floating in the long river of time. In the endless void, a black tentacle stretched out tentatively, wrapped that ball of chaotic consciousness in it. The rights and guilt of cooking delicious food. This voice echoed in the dark void. Then, an ugly face popped out. The huge tentacles carried the chaotic consciousness and sent it towards the ugly face. However, just as that ugly face was about to devour the chaotic consciousness, a ball of red flame suddenly ignited in the chaotic consciousness and shot up violently. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his brain. Endless consciousness flooded into my mind. I am the first emperor of the heavenly realm divine dynasty. I am Mu. His memory and consciousness were restored at this moment. The next moment, that ball of chaotic consciousness bloomed with an incomparably brilliant light, like the interwoven stars in the clear sky on a summer night. I found you, now it's
it's my turn. The chaotic consciousness transformed into a figure.
A green square seal appeared above his head. The unparalleled ancient rules locked onto the conscious demon at the first moment.
The unrivaled ancient rules quickly locked onto the conscious demon. The conscious demon's pupils, as huge as buckets, suddenly shrank.
This was the real-world consciousness he had projected, and it had been simulated for over 400 years.
It should have faded away long ago. How could it be possible to wake up again?
He couldn't accept that the delicious feast of consciousness and soul that he had carefully prepared was destroyed. At the same time, the terrifying power of the blue square seal hanging high above the young man's head was emanating.
It also makes it scared.
At this moment, the impenetrable transparent barrier surrounding the Twin Star building,
a crackling sound began to be heard.
The outline of the world gradually emerged. Lin Feng's consciousness and soul returned to his body.
The top of the Twin Star building, a huge black vortex swirled. Countless black tentacles hang down from the vortex.
The suction cups on the tentacles covered the more than 40-story Twin Star building and kept wriggling.
Disgusting, thick mucus flowed down the glass exterior wall. Woo, woo, woo. Black wind roared out from the vortex.
A pungent fishy smell suddenly swept across the square around the double star building.
The fierce black wind swept across the entire block in an instant.
A cordon of several hundred meters surrounds the double star building.
Under the ravages of this devastating black wind, everything was destroyed like tofu.
Many powerful members of the Superpower Association were blown to the ground by the powerful black wind.
When the black wind gradually subsided, bodies fell from the black vortex like raindrops.
Lin Feng stood in the square of Xuanxing building.
Just as the bodies were about to fall to pieces, he gave a low command. Following his instructions, countless Superpower Association staff rushed into the field. Catch the falling body. At this time, off the field,
the young live streamer who was about to leave.
Even though it is nearly 200 meters away from the Twin Star building, he was also blown down by the black wind and flew several feet away.
The black wind cut his cheek, causing a stinging pain. When he reacted, his eyes suddenly shrank, and in his mind, a demon hundreds of meters tall was clinging to the Twin Star building. He had never seen such a huge demon in his life. Under the suffocating and terrifying pressure of the conscious demon, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. He had no doubt that if he was hit by one of the tentacle of the demon of consciousness, he would be crushed to pieces. But he also understood that this was his chance.
Opportunities and dangers coexist, and wealth and honor are achieved through risk.
When he steadied himself, he took out his cell phone again.
My family, I'm live streaming this for you. Please follow me and give me a like.
I thought the anchor had gone to eat a government dinner, but I didn't expect him to still be online.
Didn't I just shut down the broadcast? I was about to exit the live broadcast room. What happened? Anchor, I'm almost ready to hire a lawyer for you. You've let me down. No, what the hell is going on? What's that Squidward-looking thing on the live stream? Oh my god, based on what I've learned, this should be a demon of consciousness, right? Oh my god, it really is that thing. Host, you are so real. Host, run quickly, or this will really be your last live broadcast. Run, host.
Although the consciousness demon kills mainly by devouring human consciousness, its combat power is also quite strong. There should be members of the Superpower Association on site. If the host stays away, the problem shouldn't be that big of a problem.
That's true, but I can see you haven't studied hard.
As an A-level demon, the consciousness demon is not only physically strong, but also possesses powerful mental attacks.
I remember now.
The consciousness demon has a powerful skill that can directly erase a person's consciousness on a spiritual level.
It's over.
As a loyal fan of the anchor, I have to cherish this last live broadcast, otherwise I can only watch the replay in the future.
Anchor, your greatness needs no further explanation. Everyone upstairs, you haven't studied enough.
Although the consciousness demon can kill people directly from the spiritual level, but as long as there are members of the Superpower Association whose mental strength is higher than that of the demon consciousness, they can block this attack.
Ha, you are right, but in our Shihai city,
most guardians and association members are integrated into the power system. Even if there is a guardian with fused spiritual power on the scene, the probability is not high.
Alas, this is probably another tragic disaster for our Shihai city.
I'm afraid there aren't many people at the scene who can withstand the mental attack of the consciousness demon. Brothers, look quickly.
Who is that person standing in the square of the Twin Star building in the picture, with his body burning with red flames? Anchor, please zoom in a little. I want to take a closer look.
The young man simply zoomed the camera to 60x, and the picture was still clear.
The anchor is using a Chinese phone, right?
The performance is incredible. In the picture, a young man has a green square seal hanging above his head. His body was burning with red, transparent flames. A fiery red bird circled and danced around him. The young man stared at the demon of consciousness above his head with a sharp gaze.
Be ready to attack it at any time.
That young man is Lin Feng. Someone judged based on the boy's dress that it was most likely Lin Feng, and couldn't help but shout loudly.
Oh my god, they really look alike. I think it should be him. Didn't he just enter the world controlled by the sentient demon 2 minutes ago? Brother Lin Feng is is so handsome. What on earth is that weapon hanging above his head that looks like a weight? It's so impressive. And the little bird flying around him is so beautiful. What kind of bird is that? That bird should be Lin Feng's battle pet. Battle pet? No way, he actually already has a battle pet. I find it hard to accept this either. Any F-rank battle pet card is being sold for hundreds of millions these days, and yet Lin Feng already owns one. My god, he's only 18 and I'm 28. How come the gap between people is even bigger than that between people and dogs? Brother above, please don't insult the dog. Even if it's just a dog, the battle pet card is worth at least hundreds of millions. Your life is probably not that valuable. Brothers, what do you think? Could it be that the battle pet flying around Lin Feng is a phoenix? Phoenix? How is that possible? I saw a post on New Player yesterday. There is a guy named I am the most jumpy in the world who said that he used an F-level card to synthesize an SS-level battle pet card. That card seems to be the phoenix, the king of birds. I saw it too. That guy was so smug on the New Player show. I wanted to rush out of the screen and strangle him right there. Stop talking. When I saw that post yesterday, I was so angry that I threw my phone. If you guys keep talking about it, I can't help it anymore. At that time, I'm the jumpiest in the world, said he was from Dragon Country. Do you think that guy is Lin Feng? Impossible, he's only 18. Yeah, even if he has a battle pet, I think it's at most a turkey, similar to the guy on the forum who got a battle chicken. Haha, after you put it that way, I feel much better. I even couldn't help laughing. That fighting chicken guy is so pathetic. Poor, that guy now kills chickens every day, more than 10 times a day, and his chicken fried rice is a hot seller. Not to mention that after killing this chicken, it can be activated with just 100 secret realm points. He is almost earning enough money to buy a villa. The Fantian seal hovered above Lin Feng's head and turned into a green shadow. With terrifying power, it smashed towards the demon of consciousness. The Fantian seal contains the power of the ancient rules. The entire space was distorted by it, and ripples appeared. The vermilion birds surrounding Lin Feng chirped at the same time and turned into arrows as sharp as fire. Shoot towards the conscious demon. In addition, Lin Feng was muttering a forbidden spell. Thunder roared, strong winds swept across the sky, and the wind and clouds changed suddenly. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning began to gather in the clouds. Lightning chains as thick as arms were like swimming dragons, swirling endlessly in the black clouds. Within a few hundred meters of the Shuangxing building, it was as if we had entered a terrifying doomsday situation. A chilling aura swept across the entire area. The eyes of everyone at the scene were focused on Lin Feng, all revealing expressions of disbelief and shock. This fucking boy just turned 18? No wonder he was able to immediately become the trainee guardian of the Superpower Association. If he could defeat this demon of consciousness, with such military achievements, it would not be difficult for him to become an official guardian of the Superpower Association. But it was only a few days. How on earth did he manage to display such terrifying strength in such a short time? Even those super rich second generations with assets worth hundreds of billions can't do it. Because the strength Lin Feng is showing now has at least reached the level of a legendary superpowered person. A legendary superpower needs to fuse at least 4 A-level superpower cards. Those super rich second generation, no matter how much money they spend on buying cards, it is also impossible to complete the fusion and achieve the fusion progress in such a short time. The secret realm points required to fuse 4 or more A-level cards, at least tens of millions. For ordinary people, this may not be achieved in their lifetime. Even for super rich second generations, it would take several months to spend a lot of money. Above the sky, as Lin Feng opened fire at full power, the spell was chanted to completion. The power of the forbidden spell that he can exert has reached its peak. The thought fell, and the terrifying power of the forbidden spell. With a swish sound, it fell down with a loud bang, directly hit the conscious demon in the vortex above your head. The world was shrouded in the power of this terrifying forbidden spell, and all energy and vitality seemed to be drained away. People within a radius of several hundred meters felt an inexplicable throbbing in their hearts. It seemed as if my breathing was suppressed. The Fantian seal was the first to fall. The conscious demon extended a giant tentacle 300 meters long to meet the incoming Fantian seal. However, Lin Feng now has more than 1,200 points of mental power. When controlling the Fantian seal, he was able to exert a force of more than 2 million pounds. Coupled with the blessing of the prehistoric rules, the demon of consciousness is simply irresistible. When the Fantian seal collides with the tentacles of the consciousness demon, the terrifying force directly broke the huge tentacle. Black blood poured down like heavy rain, gushing down from the sky. The conscious demon let out an indescribable scream. However, Lin Feng's storm-like attack did not stop there. Behind the black clouds, several chains of lightning cut through the void and fell violently with the force of thunder. Dozens of swift and powerful lightning bolts instantly pierced the body of the conscious demon. Streams of green smoke slowly rose from its pierced body. The area within a few hundred meters around the double star building was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt barbecue. Immediately afterwards, the body of the consciousness demon clinging
leading to the Twin Star building began to collapse. Just as the demon's consciousness collapsed, Suzaku let out another long roar and opened his mouth to spit out a sea of fire nearly 100 meters long. The raging flames instantly completely covered the body of the conscious demon. Lin Feng's wave after wave of attacks left everyone present stunned. The young man in the live broadcast also stood there in shock like a wooden stake. The powerful A-level conscious demon was killed instantly. Everyone was in disbelief and filled with shock. At the same time, 3 consecutive waves of full-strength attacks also made Lin Feng feel a little tired. He bent over, supported his hands on his knees, and gasped for breath. At this moment, Suzaku flew back and stood above Lin Feng's head, cursing with contempt, "You trash." Lin Feng smiled bitterly, feeling indeed a little overdrawn. He wanted to retort, but changed his mind and decided not to. If it weren't for Suzaku's help this time, he would have been dead long ago. Moreover, this guy has an unruly character and is difficult to tame. As long as it continues to abide by the agreement just reached and becomes my helper. Even if you encounter verbal ridicule occasionally, it is not a disadvantage. It won't be too late to deal with it when you become stronger. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and a moment of patience brings peace. Forget it, forget it. However, when thinking about the agreement between the two, Lin Feng still felt a headache. Especially the matter of releasing Suzaku from the battle pet space. He originally wanted it to remain under the radar and not show off in its true form. But Suzaku seemed extremely concerned about his image and firmly refused, saying, "I am one of the 4 spirits of heaven and earth roaming the vast expanse of the sky. You want me to be a timid old turtle? I can't do that." Lin Feng sighed. It seemed that his desire to keep a low profile was doomed to fail. Anyone who is not blind can tell that such a battle pet is of extraordinary quality. If outsiders think about his posts in the new player community, they can even guess at the first time. He is the one behind the nickname "I am the most jumpy person in the world." After a short rest, Lin Feng's mental strength finally recovered. He swung his hand and slammed Suzaku, who was standing on top of his head, away, roaring, "Don't mess up my hair. Garbage. Vulnerable." Juke cursed in the air and landed on the concrete floor beside him. The terrifying flames roared and sizzled as they burned a large charred pit on the ground. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he felt speechless. He could only say helplessly, "From now on, you can only stand on my shoulders, not on my head, otherwise, our agreement will be invalid." Suzaku glanced at him contemptuously, flew up and landed on his shoulder, cursing, "Little trash." At this time, the members of the Superpower Association had already cleared the battlefield. As the first guardian of the Superpower Association to arrive at the scene, although Lin Feng is just an intern, he is still the most authoritative person on the scene. A member of the association reported to him, "Captain Lin, this battle resulted in a total of 3,721 civilian casualties, of which 198 were killed, 519 were seriously injured, and the rest were slightly injured." Lin Feng nodded and instructed, "Those who need medical treatment should be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. You are more experienced than me in this area. I will leave it to you to handle it from now on." "Understood, Captain Lin." The reporting member agreed. Before leaving, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at Juke, who was standing on Lin Feng's shoulder with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked out of the square. He couldn't help but think that he still needed to fuse some strength attribute cards, otherwise his body would not be able to bear the overdraft every time. What was even more infuriating was that the guy standing on his shoulders was still mocking him. Lin Feng walked towards the shared bicycle parked nearby, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have received a reward when he defeated the consciousness demon just now. He immediately opened the card box panel. Points balance shows 11,501,800. By killing a conscious demon alone, he actually obtained 2.1 million secret realm points. Lin Feng secretly complained in his heart that these points were nothing compared to the secret realm points given to him by the B-level demon Ugly King. Then, he turned his attention to the super card he had just obtained. It was a purple card. Purple represents an A-level super card, which means pretty good luck. A-level skill card. After fusion, you can obtain flashback ability. Flashback, cross time and create a flashback clone. Flashback clone lasts for 10 seconds, repeating all actions from 10 seconds ago. The maximum attribute of the flashback clone can reach 500. Flashback skill cooldown time is 3,600 seconds. Lin Feng widened his eyes, unable to believe it. This card is definitely at the top T0 level among A-level super cards, and its value is extremely terrifying. When he saw this card, he immediately understood why the conscious demon could control time and space. Through this experience, Lin Feng had new ideas. Perhaps every secret realm they have experienced is a true reflection of other worlds. He also understood what Yu Zhanghai had said to him. Perhaps our world is the medium for the transmission of energy from other worlds. At the same time, although this A-level super power card is extremely powerful, for a player like Lin Feng who was guaranteed to get an A-level card, the cost effectiveness is not high, so he decided not to fuse it. Because this card limits the total attribute cap of the flashback clone to 500. If it is fused in, it will occupy the space where he fuses the A-level attribute card. For Lin Feng, integrating an A-level superpower card with high-limit attributes is more cost-effective.
This is also why he has not fused a single A-level card so far.
A-level cards must be fused with cards that have attributes and high limit values. If this card was SS or SSS grade, with a higher attribute threshold, he would definitely fuse it without hesitation.
For now, it can only be left idle in the card box.
Anyway, my identity may have been exposed, so there is no point in keeping a low profile. I might as well sell it directly, which can also be regarded as an overall improvement in the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Lin Feng was thinking this, his thoughts quickly changed. Go to the Brilliant Exchange now and sell all the cards you don't want. It's such a waste to use them as materials. Thinking of this, he became more energetic.
Scan the code successfully, and the shared bicycle will accompany you for a safe trip. For men's health, choose Shihai City's #1 men's hospital. We'll make you a real man again.
Every time he scanned the code to ride a shared bicycle, the slogan sounded, and Lin Feng shuddered all over, as if he had encountered a powerful enemy. After the commercial ended, he breathed a sigh of relief and approached the bike. He got on a shared bicycle and was about to set off to the Brilliant Exchange. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of him.
Boss Lin Feng, you're amazing. Can you let me do a street interview?
Lin Feng looked up and saw that it was the young man doing the live broadcast.
Big boss, you should call him Denua. Do you have the eyes to interview him, not me?
Before Lin Feng could speak, the vermilion bird on his shoulder suddenly cried out.
What the hell is going on?
Lin Feng wished he could strangle this vermilion bird to death.
It's really laughable that the battle pet can speak human language.
The young man's face showed extreme shock. When the battle pet card was released yesterday, he read a lot of popular science information online.
Bound battle pets will not have independent consciousness, and all actions are entirely based on the host's thoughts.
However, Lin Feng's battle pet seemed to be completely different from what was described on the internet.
Is all the knowledge on the internet wrong?
At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. In just a few seconds, the number of barrages soared rapidly, reaching 999 plus.
Immediately afterwards, the barrage continued to refresh frantically. Host, please interview Boss Lin Feng's battle pet. Host, please interview Boss Lin Feng's battle pet.
The user requesting the anchor to interview Mr. Lin Feng's battle pet sent out multiple spaceships in succession. In the live broadcast room, a gift worth 10,000 yuan was given out 5 times in a row. When the young man saw this scene, he was so excited that he almost jumped up.
Lin Feng's face turned pale. He originally planned to refuse directly and then quickly ride away on the shared bicycle. But this damn Suzaku forced him to change his mind and agree. A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on the young man's face. Should he interview Boss Lin Feng first, or his battle pet first?
This became a difficult question for him to decide.
Just when he was struggling and hesitant, Juke, who was standing on Lin Feng's shoulder, spoke again. You can, bullshit. You're my battle pet. What qualifications do you have to accept an interview? Juchua's incredible attitude made Lin Feng's head smoke.
He kept reminding himself in his heart,
don't bother with this stupid bird.
Juchua's words also shocked the young man and the audience in the live broadcast room.
What a magical battle pet this is. It's simply invincible.
But its fierce and ferocious appearance is really so adorable.
Ah, this battle pet of Boss Lin Feng is so cute and fierce. I really want to have a battle pet like this. So fierce? Sister, you just entered the live broadcast room. Didn't you see it just blew a huge fire and burned the consciousness demon to ashes? Burn away the demon of consciousness with a single breath of fire? So powerful? Just watch the Anchor's live broadcast replay and you'll know. Anchor, please interview Mr. Lin Feng's battle pet. I kneel down to you. Host, if you can interview Boss Lin Feng's battle pet, I'll give you another 100,000 gifts. Boss is awesome. The boss has spoken. Why are you still standing there? Anchor, if you don't do this interview, be careful, I'll give you 10 yuan worth of gifts. Minors will get a refund. At the critical moment when the young man was broadcasting Lin Feng killing the consciousness demon, his live broadcast room was forwarded crazily. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people tell 1,000. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. Its popularity has reached an astonishing billion, and it continues to grow at an alarming rate. At the beginning, it was these viewers who frantically gave gifts and urged the young man to interview Lin Feng. He originally planned to interview Lin Feng himself first, but he was intercepted by Zhu Ke, who was standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. Now, the people in the live broadcast room are even more excited. They shouted, asking the young man to change his plan and directly interview Lin Feng's battle pet. The young man first asked if he could interview Lin Feng, but now it has become like this. He was extremely conflicted, worried that if he bypassed Lin Feng to interview his battle pet, it would be too disrespectful to Lin Feng. But when I saw the crazy gift-giving scene in the live broadcast room, how could he let down the expectations of his parents and family who provided him with food and clothing? So, he asked Lin Feng tentatively, Boss Lin Feng, can I interview it? Why are you asking about my battle pet? I I don't need its consent to interview me, Suzaku responded fiercely.
Lin Feng almost fainted from anger. I started to regret it in my heart. If I had known this thing had such a character, I must be sick to synthesize and upgrade it. But things have come to this, and there is nothing he can do. I could only sigh and said with a hint of helplessness and anger, "Who is it?" After saying that, he pedaled the shared bicycle and quickly sped away into the distance. As the bike started, the built-in sound sounded. "Dear user, I wish you a safe journey and a pleasant ride." Lin Feng cursed secretly in his heart. At the same time, a scene appeared on the empty street. A young man swung his legs desperately and ran side by side with a teenager riding a shared bicycle. The young man followed Lin Feng's fast-moving shared bicycle closely, panting. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they all posted comments. "The anchor is so wronged. Thank you for your hard work, host. Come on, catch up." The young man tried his best and finally caught up. Fortunately, Lin Feng was a little tired after killing the conscious demon. He rode very fast at first, but then gradually slowed down. Of course, this is not entirely accidental. Lin Feng actually had a plan in mind. In public, he cannot appear too stingy. The situation needs to be opened up appropriately. After all, the Superpower Association will announce in the evening that he will take over the position of president. "My friends, let me ask for you, what level of battle pet is he?" The young man took a deep breath and asked. "You're talking nonsense. Be careful or I'll burn you with fire." "When did I become a battle pet? I am one of the 4 great spirits of the ancient world. How could I possibly be a battle pet?" The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky, its voice filled with a menacing majesty. The flames that shot out from its wings burned the young man's face. His face turned red and sweat fell like raindrops. Being roasted by this terrifying flame, the young man's heart suddenly tightened. He was very tactful and quickly apologized. "Great 4 great spirits of the great desolation, I'm sorry, a mortal like me has been presumptuous." "That's more like it. Since you are sincere in admitting your mistake, I will tell you. My level is, of course, the top of the top, the only SSS level." The only SSS level. The audience was stunned and speechless with shock. The live broadcast room was silent for a few seconds, and then the barrage of comments emerged again. "That makes sense. Only the only SSS level battle pet has self-awareness." "Don't talk nonsense upstairs, be careful of getting burned." "Ha, the anchor was threatened just now." "Boss Lin Feng is awesome. He actually has an SSS level battle pet. I'm so envious." "I envy you too. This is much better than the SS level pet in Newcomer that keeps jumping around." "Haha, after this live broadcast ends, the person with the SS level battle pet will probably be in trouble." "Indeed, Boss Lin Feng is much better than that coward. That guy made me so angry that I wanted to curse him." "I'm going to post this video under that post later." "Upstairs, I support you and give you a thumbs up to increase your popularity." "Anchor, stop being in a daze and catch up and continue the interview." "Yes, it said it was one of the 4 ancient spirits. Let's ask for details. I'm so curious." The young man reacted, sped up again and caught up. "Great 4 great spirits of the great desolation, can you tell me your honorific title?" "Of course, I am the greatest of the 4 spirits in ancient times, possessing a name that is unprecedented in history, Suzaku." In the live broadcast room, people who knew about mythology roughly guessed the answer, but hearing it from Suzaku himself was still shocking. The barrage of 999 plus flooded the screen again. Lin Feng felt a little tired while riding the bike, so he stopped the bike and locked it. "Shihai City First Men's Hospital, please bring your belongings with you." The prompt sound made Lin Feng's eyelids jump. He walked to the curb by the roadside and sat down to rest. The color of her underwear was revealed by this unfilial sun. He sighed helplessly and took out his cell phone. Boom, boom, boom. The young man finally had a chance to catch his breath and sat next to Lin Feng. There was a knock on the door. He looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and began to collect the interview content that the audience wanted to ask. "Anchor, is Suzaku a boy or a girl?" "Anchor, ask Juke if he has any relatives or friends." "I want to be their battle pet." "Anchor, I want to know if Suzaku is immortal." "Host, I want to be friends with Suzaku. Can you help me get a V account for him? Urgent." The young man looked at the questions on the barrage, each one more outrageous than the last. He secretly thought that if he really spoke out these questions, "I guess this guy will burn me to ashes on the spot." The roar of a car engine was heard. A luxury car, with a beautiful dragon-like tail, stopped in front of Lin Feng. Several heads popped out of the car windows. "Brother Lin Feng, where do you want to go? We'll take you there." It was Yuan Ling and the others. Lin Feng looked at the ride-hailing app on his phone with a headache. This area was evacuated due to the previous warning. It was difficult to get a taxi for a while. He hesitated for a moment and simply cancelled the order. "Go to the Brilliant Exchange." The car door opened and Li Lihan smiled and gestured for Lin Feng to get in. "Thanks for the reminder." He got into the car. Suzaku on his shoulder couldn't help but grumble. "My interview isn't over yet." The engine roared and the car sped away into the distance. When the young man saw Yuan Ling and the others, his heart tightened. "I didn't dare to go forward and could only watch the car go farther and farther away, standing there in fear. Inside the car, Lin Feng just got in. Several girls chattered with compliments and admiration for him, but within a few minutes, they became friends with Suzaku. This made Lin Feng speechless to the extreme. At the same time, the young man's live broadcast of the video and interview of Lin Feng killing the conscious demon is spreading wildly on the internet. For a time, countless high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country began to pay attention. Imperial Capital Superpower Association. Association Headquarters, Elders Meeting Room. The Great Elder had a serious expression on his face, and his sharp eyes swept over every elder. What do you think of Lin Feng from Shihai City? Everyone in the conference room had seen the video of Lin Feng killing the conscious demon and his interview. After seeing the scene, besides being shocked, I felt more confused and puzzled. At this moment, facing the question from the Great Elder, the elder's eyes flickered. After a moment, an elder spoke. According to what we learned from Yu Zhenghai a few days ago, Lin Feng from Shihai City. At the card drawing ceremony when he turned 18, he drew an SSS level innate talent card. The function of this card is to guarantee that you can draw an A-level super card. At the time, we didn't think highly of this card. The reason is that, with the huge population base of Dragon Country, the Superpower Association holds nearly 1 million A-level superpower cards, and among these millions of cards, not many are really useful. Based on historical card drawing statistics, we judge that, even if Lin Feng has this SSS level natal card, the probability of drawing a card of a level or above is still very small. We have come to the conclusion that this SSS level natal card, for ordinary people, it may change their destiny, but to the huge Superpower Association, this is just a useless card, better than nothing. However, a few days passed until today. We learned from the internet that this is not the case. After my summary, I think we may have made a mistake in judgment. It's also possible that Yu Zhenghai concealed some information about the card Lin Feng drew during his report. The elder spoke a lot of his own opinions in one breath. The tone was calm, but the last sentence was extremely serious, as if reminding everyone. As the elder finished speaking, some elders began to express their opinions. I agree with Elder Chi's point of view. I support this and feel it's necessary for Yu Zhenghai to give us a truthful explanation immediately. That's right. Yu Zhenghai may have concealed the truth. He must take responsibility. I totally agree. This matter is fermenting on the internet and has reached a point where it is difficult to control. If Yu Zhenghai had thoroughly explained all of Lin Feng's circumstances from the outset, then this Lin Feng would have brought immeasurable value to the country and the Superpower Association. After all, the SSS level battle pet hadn't shown its true strength in his hands. I think so too, but what worries me more is that if Lin Feng possesses the personality traits that undermine social order, the consequences will be disastrous and will bring irreparable disaster to society. Do you still remember the big event that happened 20 years ago? Several elders nodded with solemn expressions. Finally, an elder spoke up. I believe that in order to prevent Lin Feng from causing social unrest, the Superpower Association headquarters has a responsibility to temporarily control him until we can fully confirm that he will not have a negative impact on society. The Great Elder coughed lightly, interrupting the elder's speeches, and the meeting gradually quieted down. After a moment, he pondered, as the Great Elder of the association, I reserve my opinion regarding your opinions. Lin Feng's growth rate is truly unprecedented. Judging from his performance in the video, the experts at the Superpower Association headquarters have also conducted a detailed analysis. The Azure Square Seal weapon hanging above his head is likely an SS level item. The skill he chanted when killing the conscious demon is also very likely SS level. And his battle pet, as clearly seen in the video, is indeed SSS level. Superpower cards of this rank are extremely valuable, even to the Superpower Association headquarters. As the Great Elder, I often see things more profoundly than you, so I suspect this is not all he has. Of course, these are just speculations, but everything in this world begins with speculation. He paused and continued, everyone here has suggested that Lin Feng be controlled, but I disagree. This is not the way the Superpower Association should behave. Otherwise, what's the difference between us and those social black sheep? Since Lin Feng has joined the Superpower Association, become a guardian, and enjoys the benefits provided by the association, he must also make due contributions to the Superpower Association. The Great Elder's words made all the elders nod their heads, except Xiaoying, who was sitting at the end, who remained silent. His face was gloomy, and his heart was filled with contempt and indifference. He was extremely disdainful of the actions of these old guys. Just as Xiaoying was feeling extremely disgusted with the actions of these elders, a voice rang out in his ears, Elder Xiao, you and Yu Zhenghai are good friends. What do you think about this matter? This voice interrupted Yu Zhenghai's thoughts. He looked up and snorted disdainfully. How should I see? Of course, with my eyes. Xiao Ying's answer stunned everyone for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. The Great Elder's face showed a hint of anger, and he said sternly, Elder Xiao, this is an elders' meeting. Please put away your usual cynical attitude. He then said to Xiaoying, Xiaoying, the Great Elder is asking for your opinion. Don't be ignorant of the current
current situation. If it weren't for the support of that person in Shihai City, do you think you could come to the Superpower Association headquarters and become an elder? Elder Xiao, I also hope that you will always be mindful of your words and actions. As the great elder finished speaking, the elders who had long disliked Xiaoying took the opportunity to speak out against him. Xiaoying refused to show any weakness and retorted, "That's my attitude. If you have the guts, send me back to Shihai City. I don't want to stay in this place anymore." He adopted a nonchalant, indifferent expression, which infuriated the elders. After all, Xiaoying had the support of the man who founded the Superpower Association. Although that man had been out of sight for nearly a century, he still held a significant influence within the association and was ranked highly in Dragon Nation's power rankings. The great elder spoke again in a deep voice, "Elder Xiao, the elders' meetings are always about the facts. Everything we discuss is for the benefit of Dragon Nation. So, please don't bring in personal emotions." The mockery on Xiao Ying's face became more and more intense. This group of old people once had ambitions and dreams, but in order to survive, all of these had long been wiped out by life. He abandoned the various attribute and skill supercards he had previously fused and began focusing on fusing supercards related to lifespan. To maintain his position within the Superpower Association, he used every possible means to enhance his family's overall strength. Through various means, he rewarded various powerful supercards to his family members. Now, he even has the nerve to stand on the moral high ground and morally blackmail him. Although the Superpower Association is still carrying out just affairs, Xiaoying, as an elder of the Imperial Capital Superpower Association, knows very well that some elders at the association headquarters are corrupt to an unimaginable degree for their own personal gain. I admit that I have personal emotions, but if you really think so, it doesn't matter. The so-called elders meeting should be a place for everyone to discuss and make decisions together, but now it has become a joke. If it weren't for Senior Liu, still in charge of Shihai City, I'm really afraid that this elders meeting would not be held at all. You have already sent people to Shihai City, right? Xiaoying was furious about the so-called elders meeting and said loudly with confidence. Every word he said was like a sharp knife piercing the hearts of most of the elders present, making their faces turn pale in an instant. "Xiaoying, how outrageous," someone shouted angrily. "I'm presumptuous? So what if I'm presumptuous?" Xiaoying stood up suddenly, kicked the chair behind him angrily, and shouted, "Don't call me to the elders meeting anymore." After that, he walked out of the meeting room, kicked the door of the meeting room open with a fierce kick, and left angrily. After leaving the conference room, he pulled out his phone and immediately called Yu Zhanghai, wanting to tell him everything that had just happened, so he could prepare in advance. But a busy tone came from the other end, followed by a message: "The subscriber you dialed is out of service." Did Yu Zhanghai enter the secret realm? This shouldn't happen. They always meet up with each other in the secret realm, and they never leave anyone behind. What happened? Xiaoying dialed another number again, and soon heard Li Huairen's voice, "Old man, what do you want to talk to me about? It's very urgent. I called Yu Zhanghai, but he said he was out of service area," Xiaoying said anxiously. Li Huairen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "This can only be discussed face to face. By the way, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Then tell me in person. I'll teleport to Shihai City to find you right now." The car sped on the way to the glorious exchange, and the car was filled with laughter. "You mortal, I like you very much. When I recover my peak strength, I will definitely give you an opportunity." Zhu Kei stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, speaking in a childish voice, but pretending to be an old-fashioned person. "Really, Sister Suzaku?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "I am the #1 divine beast in the ancient times. How can I treat it as a joke?" Zhu Kei hugged his wings and raised his head slightly. "What about me? What about me, Sister Suzaku?" Lin Feng asked excitedly. "As for you, it depends on your subsequent performance," Suzaku responded with a smile. Just as everyone was having fun, Lin Feng's phone rang with a message. He pulled it out and saw it was from Li Huairen. The message made his pupils shrink suddenly. "Hurry back to the Superpower Association headquarters. An underground force has offered a bounty for your life." He had anticipated the moment he was photographed and exposed, but he didn't expect the danger to come so quickly. Lin Feng roared angrily and shouted loudly. Everyone in the car froze upon hearing his roar. Yuan Ling slammed on the brakes reflexively, leaving a track more than 10 meters long on the black tires. Lin Feng pushed open the car door, identified the direction, and started running towards the Superpower Association headquarters. Zhu Kei flew out of the car window and looked at Lin Feng, who was running. He thought to himself that these little girls were indeed to his liking, but Lin Feng was his master after all, so he had to follow him. So he said to them, "Let's get together again when we have time." After that, he flew towards Lin Feng. As for why Lin Feng didn't let Yuan Ling turn the car around and send him directly to the Superpower Association headquarters, he actually had his own plans in mind. Lin Feng understood that Li Huairen's words were not just casual remarks. Someone really wanted to assassinate him. He didn't know when the killer would appear. Not wanting to implicate others, Lin Feng got out of the car. While running, he sent a message to Li Huairen. "I'm currently on the main road of Songbua Street,
heading towards the Superpower Association headquarters.
Understood. Xiaowing and I are heading your way. Please share your location with me. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unlocked the Superpower Association's internal communication tool. Find Li Huiren and share your real-time location with him.
After completing this, he opened the card box panel again.
Remaining secret realm points, 11,501,800 points.
Without any hesitation, he directly spent more than 2.5 million points to redeem 10 card drawing opportunities. The number of card draws and redemptions has increased to the 39th time. At this moment, the secret realm points required to redeem a card drawing opportunity have reached 374,000 points.
Little trash, why are you running? Zhu Kei flew onto Lin Feng's shoulder and spoke.
Lin Feng glanced at the Suzaku perched on his shoulder, his eyes revealing a hint of seriousness.
Then he said, someone wants to kill me. Help me keep an eye on the surrounding situation from high above.
Lin Feng's serious look made Zhu Kei feel a little nervous. After all, as his battle pet, the fate of the two is closely related. Okay, I'll help you take a closer look. After saying that, Suzaku flew up with a ball of fire from his shoulder and began to scout the surroundings from high altitude.
Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an S-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an SS level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the Destiny Bond. Drawing completed, you get an SS level item card. After 10 consecutive draws, I got an S level card and an SS level card at the beginning, and an SS level card at the end.
The results of this wave of card drawing made Lin Feng's pupils shrink slightly.
This luck is really incredible. Even though he was in a tense situation, Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel and took a deep breath.
While running, he also paid attention to check the 10 super cards he had drawn.
The first one is S level. Peachwood Doll. S level item card.
After use, you will get a Pale Paperman substitute. After wearing it, the Peachwood Doll can block the next fatal attack for the owner.
Items disappear after use. This means that wearing it means having an extra life.
Lin Feng used it without hesitation. He took out a thumb-sized mahogany doll from the cardbox backpack and hung it on a brown nylon line. He put it on his wrist without hesitation.
Then look at the next SS level ability card. SS level ability card. Gain worshipper abilities after fusion.
It has a natural suppression effect on superpowered people whose all attributes are below 2000. Any psychic with all attributes below 2000 will have their strength reduced by 50% when facing a psychic with this card. Although this card is SS level, it is of little use to Lin Feng and has a low cost effectiveness.
He continued to look at the third A-level ability card. Strength Amplification. A-level ability card. Gain 492 points of strength attribute after fusion. Another good card. The attribute value of an A-level card is generally between 450 and 500. This card reaches 492 points, almost reaching the limit. This is exactly what Lin Feng urgently needs right now, and so far, he has never fused an A-level card. Without hesitation, Lin Feng directly summoned this A-level ability card and began to fuse it. The first fusion of an A-level ability card requires 100,000 secret realm points. Do you want to consume it?
The secret realm points have decreased, and the remaining secret realm points are 887,410. The fusion progress has been increased to 100%. Another 700,000 secret realm points were consumed. Power card fusion completed. The remaining secret realm points are 817,4100. The moment the power card was successfully integrated, Lin Feng felt that his whole body was filled with infinite power, and his running steps became more steady and calm. He turned to the remaining 6 A-grade cards. 4 of them are prop cards and have little effect.
There is also a demon card. A-level devil card.
Extremely unstable demon card, which may mutate at any time. Seeing this card, Lin Feng was slightly stunned.
The ugly demon king has advanced? You fell into my hands again. When the crisis is over, I will definitely come back to you to collect some secret realm points. He kept the ugly saint demon card safely. Then he looked at another A-level super card. Super Auspicious Beast. A-level battle pet card. After use, you will get a super auspicious beast cub. It turned out to be a battle pet card. It is of extremely high value and priceless. These days, Lin Feng would occasionally browse the information of newcomer. According to intelligence gathered by Global Paparazzi, currently, apart from him, the highest level battle pet card in the world is only B-level. At this moment, he drew this A-level card, which was simply a rare treasure. Coming back to his senses, he turned his attention to the last SS level item, the super card. SS level prop card. Used to obtain Dragon Roar Sword. The innate sword born from drinking dragon blood can kill gods and demons above and drive away evil spirits below. Use magic skills with a sword, and you can skip the chanting phase
directly. Lin Feng's breathing began to quicken. Possessing this sword is equivalent to being able to skip the transformation stage when releasing forbidden spells, completely disrupting the enemy's rhythm of waiting for us to transform and enter the battle. The 10-card draw is over. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the result of this 10-draw streak. Faced with the possible assassination, he also had more strength to protect himself. At this moment, he finally had more energy to think. Who among those people or forces wants to attack me? In Lin Feng's imagination, the most likely possibility is foreign forces. After all, a few days ago, as soon as foreign forces learned that he had drawn an SSS level superpower card, they instructed the Zhao family under the Tianke Guild to attack him, intending to seize his SSS level card. According to Yu Zhenghai's investigation, most of the Zhao family's forces had been sent to make clothes. Was this bounty assassination attempt carried out by the Zhao family? Or is it that other forces, under the instigation of foreign forces, are using underground forces to offer a bounty for his assassination? Of course, it is also possible that it was not done by foreign forces. After all, this morning, he was officially announced as the president of the Superpower Association at the Superpower Association headquarters. Many people within the Shihai City Superpower Association have been coveting the position of president for a long time. Now that it has fallen into Lin Feng's hands, some people must be dissatisfied. Although they don't show it on the surface, they are likely to issue a reward through underground forces. In addition, it may also be other forces. After all, he is now highly exposed on the internet and has almost no privacy. Just having an SSS level battle pet is enough to make many people or forces secretly want to get rid of him out of jealousy or other reasons. After all, human hearts are evil, and many times they just can't stand others being better than themselves. If you can't get it, destroy it. Watch your left. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, the vermilion bird in the sky transmitted a message to him through his thoughts. Without thinking too much, Lin Feng quickly used the SS level item card Dragon Drinking Sword in his hand. A 3-foot-long vermilion sword instantly fell into his hands. In the street in front of his left, a transparent figure was moving at an extremely fast speed, leaving a transparent outline in the space. Rushed towards Lin Feng quickly. Lin Feng concentrated his mind, and the dragon drinking sword in his hand suddenly flashed with lightning. The power of thunder and lightning surrounded him horribly, making a squeaking sound. He was as swift as lightning. A sword slashed at the transparent figure. A terrifying flash of lightning burst out from the dragon drinking sword. In a flash, the lightning accurately hit the transparent figure. The power of the forbidden spell bestowed by the dragon drinking sword pierced through the transparent figure. A huge bloody hole suddenly appeared. The next moment, a transparent figure began to emerge. Seriously wounded, he staggered back and leaned against the wall on the street. While running, Lin Feng glanced at the attacker and found that he was a young woman. At this moment, her eyes were filled with incredible fear. She had no idea how Lin Feng had discovered her sneak attack. The hope of life quickly dissipated. If she wanted to clarify the doubts in her heart, she might only be able to ask the King of Hell. Lin Feng was also confused while running. How could such a scum dare to attack him in Shihai City? How high must their bounty be for these people to take such a big risk? In the counterattack just now, he only exerted 1/10 of his strength. If he had not considered the serious damage that might be caused in Shihai City, and had he used all his strength to strike with his sword, the woman would have been wiped out. Of course, there is another possibility. The first person who attacked him was just cannon fodder. Lin Feng glanced at the Superpower Association's special communication equipment in his hand. He was still more than 30 kilometers away from the Superpower Association headquarters. Li Huiran was even farther away from him, more than 40 kilometers. The roads in the city are complicated, and it will take more than 10 minutes to meet Li Huiran even if we go at our fastest speed. What frightened him even more was that if the person who attacked him was from within the Superpower Association, his movement trajectory would have been exposed to the enemy in the first place. To take a step back, even if the assassins are foreign forces, they must have planted spies within the Superpower Association. Your current location is likely to be tracked at any time. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sent a message to Li Huiran. Principal, the enemy has begun to move. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to get back to the Superpower Association headquarters in a short time, so I'll have to find a place to hide first. He turned off all his electronic devices. His eyes turned to the mountain not far away that looked like a lying tiger, Tiger Mountain. That was the mountain range that he and Yuan Ling saw when they came through the tunnel. After Li Huiran received the news, his eyes instantly became extremely gloomy. At the same time, the location shared by Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from the screen. He immediately sent a message to Lin Feng. Are you injured? How is your condition now? However, this message fell on deaf ears, and Lin Feng did not respond at all. Li Huiran's breathing began to quicken. Xiaoying, who was beside him, was shocked when he saw his face change drastically and asked, Did Lin Feng have an accident? Probably not for now, but he has been attacked. Why don't we act quickly then? Xiaoying became increasingly anxious and continued. If Yu Zhanghai comes back and this guy is gone, you and I will be scolded to death by him. His location is gone. It seems that there is a traitor within the Shihai City Superpower Association. What I'm more worried about is that outsiders may have already known that Senior Lu is no longer in Shihai City. Otherwise, how could those forces that have been lurking underground suddenly issue a bounty on Lin Feng? Although he has not yet officially announced that he will become the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Feng is the guardian of the Superpower Association. The underground forces actually dared to offer a huge reward for the association's guardians in Shihai City. Could it be that they really can't hold back anymore? Xiao Ying's pupils suddenly contracted. Most likely, the news that Senior Lu is not in Shihai City has been obtained by outsiders. If the news really leaks out, I'm afraid the Superpower Association headquarters will know about it soon. By then, things will become more complicated and difficult. Fortunately, the Superpower Association president's badge made by Senior Lu was still in Lin Feng's hands. This may have a certain deterrent effect on people at headquarters. However, this requires Lin Feng to publicly announce that he has become the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. But tonight, can he make it to the end? Boom, boom, boom. A trace of confusion flashed in Li Huiren's eyes. There's no point in saying more now, let's hurry over there. Li Huiren nodded. This was the first sneak attack on Lin Feng. Perhaps those people were just testing him. I want to confirm whether Senior Lu is really still in Shihai City. Next, Lin Feng, I sincerely hope you can hold on. In an underground secret room somewhere in Shihai City, 12 people were sitting around a large oval table. The dim light cast shadows on their fake masks. The 12 people wore the same false face masks and wore the same black robes. One of them spoke, his voice mechanically altered by the mask, sounding hollow. The other person responded with the same mechanically altered voice. Based on the way he repelled the demon of consciousness and killed the attacker just now, my people analyzed that Lin Feng is now at least an S-class legendary superpower. An S-class legendary superpower, with a new SSS class battle pet. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this was a boy who had just turned 18, less than 5 days old. I also want to know how he did it. Not long ago, I received news from the Superpower Association. It is said that Lin Feng will soon become the president of the Shihai City branch of the Superpower Association. Yu Zhenghai left Shihai City, reportedly to carry out a mission for that man surnamed Lu. But now it seems that the man surnamed Lu may no longer be in Shihai City. Yu Zhenghai is very cunning. This might be a trap set by Lin Feng. We'd better be cautious for now. Don't worry, our people won't act rashly before we're 100% sure. Will this kid die at the hands of those killers? It seems that this kid has too many secrets. Although it's a pity that he died, it's not unacceptable. Speaking of this kid's secrets, I have some news here that will shock you. What news? Under the dim light, 11 masks all faced the spokesperson. The man tapped the table with his fingertips and spoke slowly. This kid Lin Feng didn't actually donate the SSS card. That so-called SSS level card donation ceremony was just a show. Although their voices were mechanical and cold, their speed revealed their surprise. So, that SSS level card is still in Lin Feng's hands? What's impossible? Think about it. What if the super card in that kid's hand is unique? The underground chamber fell into silence instantly. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. After a moment, someone asked, "Where did you get this information? Is it reliable?" Of course I have my own channels, and this news is absolutely true. What exactly is the SSS level unique super card in Lin Feng's hand? The person who leaked the information didn't tell me. After all, I can't afford the price. In other words, this guy's strength has increased dramatically in the past few days. It might all be thanks to that SSS level super card in his hand. This possibility cannot be ruled out. What do you think? The spokesperson suddenly turned his mask towards a masked figure sitting in the lower left corner. How would I know? The person who was named seemed a little flustered. Okay, let's meet again in half an hour. As soon as the words fell, the 12 people stood up at the same time. At the same time, the dark door behind them slowly opened. The 12 people walked into their respective cubicles one by one. The person sitting at the lower left corner of the oval table walked into the small compartment. He felt the cubicle begin to slowly rise. After a short pause, the compartment door opened again, revealing a brightly lit room. He took off his mask and robe, revealing his handsome face. This person is Xiao Su. "Captain Xiao, are you satisfied with our arrangements?" asked an old man sitting on the sofa in the room. Faced with the old man's question, Xiao Su felt a little guilty, but then, his eyes became determined. He kept reminding himself in his heart, "This is not my fault, Lin Feng, you forced me to do this. I can only blame you for your bad luck. Why did you become the president of the Superpower Association? That should have belonged to me. We are very happy that Captain Xiao can join us. I believe that in the near future, you will become the new president of the Shihai City Superpower Association." Xiao Su took a deep breath. He has been receiving secret invitations from this organization all along. But as the guardian of the Superpower Association, how could he collude with these underground forces? Until he saw the video of Lin Feng repelling the consciousness demon on the internet, he was shocked and terrified. He vaguely felt that since Lin Feng dared dared to accept his challenge, he might really have the ability to defeat him. He didn't dare to take the risk of losing to Lin Feng in front of the people of the entire city and even the entire country. If this is true, he will never accept it. So, to avoid this from happening, before the challenge, Lin Feng must be eliminated first, or he must disappear completely. I was forced to do this. This was not what I wanted to do, Xiao Su repeatedly warned himself in his heart. Only in this way can he alleviate the guilt of betrayal as the guardian of the Psychic Association. Captain Xiao, you may not be used to it yet, but you will get used to it slowly. Sit down and rest for a while. The old man pointed to the sofa in front of him. Xiao Su took another deep breath, walked forward and sat down. Captain Xiao, you may feel a little guilty, but that's totally unnecessary. In our organization, there are several members who are active guardians of the Psychic Association. Xiao Su suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the old man. The old man had a gentle yet strange smile on his face and reached into his inner pocket. Xiao Su suddenly felt nervous. When a red super card appeared in the old man's hand, Xiao Su's breathing became rapid and his heart was pounding. He stared at the old man as he placed the super card on the coffee table in front of him and slowly pushed it towards him. Stopped in front of him. Captain Xiao, if you sincerely want to join us, this is the greeting gift. Xiao Su's eyes fell on the red super card. Super Mysterious Sword Intent. S-level talent card. After fusion, using sword weapons to attack can trigger the Super Mysterious Sword Intent. Looking at this super card, Xiao Su almost held his breath. There was endless greed in his eyes. If he could fuse this card, he firmly believed that his strength would definitely increase by 50%. Then the old man slowly spoke, his voice ringing in his ears. Captain Xiao, what do you think of this super card? I heard that the weapon you use is an A-level sword. Of course, if you don't want to accept our gift, there's still time to withdraw. What happened today will be treated as if it never happened, and we will get you out of here unharmed. A fierce struggle flashed in Xiao Su's eyes, but in an instant, he became extremely determined again. There's no turning back, he whispered. A bright smile broke out on the old man's face. In that case, this gift is yours. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, a prompt tone sounded from Xiao Su's communicator. He took out his communicator and looked at the information on the screen. It has been confirmed that there is no one under the Superpower Association building. There are also signs of damage. Xiao Su's face suddenly became heavy. Then he looked up at the old man in front of him and spoke. I've got news about the thing you asked me to inquire about. The old man stared at Xiao Su intently, without any anxious expression, waiting for him to continue. The area beneath the Superpower Association building is currently empty, and signs of destruction can be seen. That's right. A confident smile appeared on the old man's face. I learned this news not long ago. Xiao Su's pupils suddenly contracted and he sank into deep thought. Lin Feng walked through a field and along a stone path into Tiger Mountain. There are many tourists coming and going on the small road. Lin Feng frowned slightly and rushed straight into the jungle beside him. People passing by cast surprised glances at him. Is this kid crazy? Of course, some people also reacted and a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. Isn't that Lin Feng? Lin Feng quickly disappeared under the cover of dense bushes. Zhu Kei flew down from the sky, stood on Lin Feng's shoulder, and spoke into his ear. Boy, those girls are following us. Lin Feng climbed to a high place and looked back. Sure enough, Yuan Ling and his companions were following along the cleared road. Lin Feng cursed softly. These girls, are they really crazy? However, he didn't care about that. He picked up his sword, pushed aside the grass, and continued moving forward. As long as I can get rid of these four, it will be fine. After all, it was he who had the bounty on his head, so they shouldn't be in any danger. With their strength, it is not a problem for them to protect themselves in this jungle. As Lin Feng went deeper and deeper, the road ahead became more and more difficult. There are not only dense grass and shrubs, but also steep cliffs and rocks. What made Lin Feng even more headache was that a girl's cry suddenly came from behind him. Brother Lin Feng, Sister Suzaku. Lin Feng slipped and almost rolled down the slope. He turned around and saw that it was the girl named Wang Yan. She spread a pair of wings behind her and flew towards him. He actually brought flying props. At this moment, a loud noise came from above Lin Feng's head. He looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the bushes on the slope above my head being knocked down. A gully about 5 meters wide was spreading towards him at an alarming speed. On both sides of the ravine, the huge collision caused a sky full of rubble to explode. Lin Feng's eyes focused. It was a huge rolling stone, crushing towards him. The distance is less than 50 meters. The diameter of this boulder is nearly 5 meters, and the impact force of its fall is at least hundreds of thousands of tons. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. Even if he was not crushed by the rolling stone, being hit by the flying debris would be enough to cause him great harm. It must be crushed before the rolling stone arrives. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Lin Feng summoned the Fantian seal above his head. He controlled the Fantian seal and slammed it hard at the rolling stone. At the same time, he shouted loudly to Wang Yan who was flying towards him. The Fantian seal weighed more than 2 million pounds and hit the rolling stone. The sound of violent collision echoed halfway up the mountain. mountain. The rolling stone broke apart on impact. It turned into rubble flying everywhere. Several pieces of rubble flew towards Lin Feng. He raised the dragon-drinking sword in his hand and was about to use the forbidden thunder power to smash them into pieces. The vermilion bird on his shoulder took the initiative to spit out a breath of chaos fire, directly vaporized the gravel. The crisis had just been resolved when a scream was heard from behind. Lin Feng turned around suddenly. Wang Yan was hit by a flying rock. She followed the inertia of the rocks and fell into the jungle beside her. Lin Feng frowned and gave orders to Zhu Ke. Go and see her. The vermilion bird soared into the sky and flew towards the jungle where Wang Yan fell. Lin Feng's gaze turned to the hillside above his head. When his eyes fell, a huge rock on the mountain wall not far away suddenly moved. Just as Lin Feng was confirming again, the rock began to change in less than 2 seconds. It actually transformed into a tall middle-aged man. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man's body suddenly and heavily sank into the rocks. A series of explosions tore through the sky and earth as if deeply buried high explosives were detonated one by one, rapidly spreading towards Lin Feng. Dust and smoke that covered the sky and sun instantly enveloped an area of nearly 100 meters above Lin Feng's head. Immediately afterwards, a heavy and massive crash pierced through the dust. A massive hand suddenly pushed aside the dust and slammed directly towards Lin Feng's head. It was a gigantic stone figure. Lin Feng saw the giant palm and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Before the palm could even land, the violent wind whipped up above his head from the intense pressure. The lightning swirling around his body suddenly leaped up. He held the dragon-drinking sword, controlling millions of lightning bolts like a thunder god descending from the sky. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lightning arcs collided, sending bursts of sparks flying. Lin Feng swung the dragon-drinking sword fiercely, slashing towards the massive stone palm overhead. A terrifying tongue of lightning, as thick as a wrist, erupted from the dragon-drinking sword, piercing the giant palm directly. The aftermath of the lightning tongue transformed into an irregular lightning net, which suddenly contracted. Under the corrosion of the powerful lightning net, the giant palm exploded with a bang and turned into stone dust that flew all over the sky. However, the attacks on Lin Feng continued. Amidst the rising dust, a sudden whirring sound emanated. Stone arrows pierced through the smoke, carrying dust with them as they shot towards Lin Feng like a torrential downpour. Lin Feng wielded the dragon-drinking sword, no longer able to unleash further power. Horrifying magical fluctuations rippled like water, like strands of music gently swaying through space. The devastating power of the forbidden spell distorted space. Thick dark clouds rapidly gathered within a radius of several hundred meters above Lin Feng's head, forming a thunderstorm eye that shook the heavens and earth. Horrifying lightning flashed continuously in the eye of the wind, and violent gusts of wind tore through the sky and earth, creating huge cracks. At this moment, a crowd several miles away from Tiger Mountain gazed into the distance. From its depths, a massive vortex stretched straight to the sky. Lightning shone brightly within the vortex, and mighty lightning thundered down. Even from the distance of several miles, one could still feel the heavens and earth tremble slightly under this immense force. Countless lightning bolts thousands of feet long tore down from the vortex, and each lightning strike was full of powerful force. What is that? How could such a terrifying vortex of lightning appear in the depths of Tiger Mountain? Yeah, the weather forecast didn't say there would be a tornado today. Are you crazy? This is in the mountains. How could there be a tornado? It's obvious that someone has used a powerful skill. Powerful skills? Too scary. Who can withstand it? I'm afraid even an SSS level legendary superpower wouldn't be able to withstand it once. Isn't this the scene where Lin Feng chanted magic when he repelled the demon of consciousness? You know what? It's quite similar, but this time it was even more powerful than when he killed the conscious demon. Not long ago, someone said that Lin Feng had entered the depths of Tiger Mountain. Could it really be him? Shoo, this is terrifying. When I first watched the video, I didn't think it was that powerful, but now that I'm there, even from nearly 10 miles away, I can still feel the spatial fluctuations when this skill is released. This can't be forbidden magic. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth brought about by the release of this skill shocked Lin Feng himself. He never thought that using the dragon-drinking sword to release the world-destroying divine thunder would cause such a shocking scene. At the same time, Lin Feng kept crying out inwardly, "It's over." I had originally wanted to hide and find an opportunity to sneak back to the Superpower Association headquarters, but now it's like directly announcing to the enemy, "Come quickly, I'm here." Of course, the moment when Lin Feng once again released the forbidden spell of world-destroying divine thunder with all his strength also came. He could feel it clearly too. Although the dragon-drinking sword greatly enhanced the power of the world-destroying divine thunder, the power of the forbidden world-destroying divine thunder was still restricted by the strength attribute. Rays of divine thunder poured down from the sky, violently bombarding the area 100 meters above Lin Feng's head, making a crackling and frantic explosion. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning devoured all life around it. After the effect of the forbidden spell dissipated, a charred deep pit nearly 100 meters wide was blown out in the mountain above Lin Feng's head. The superpowered person who had the ability to fuse rocks X had no time to resist in this round of fierce bombardment and was reduced to ashes. A ball of white light suddenly burst out from the edge of the charred pit, accompanied by 2 super cards. Lin Feng walked forward and picked them up. Secret Realm Points plus 25100000. Obtain an A-level super card. A-level talent card. After fusion, you can gain the ability to transform into rocks. At the same time, he also obtained a C-level super power card. Strength amplification. C-level ability card. After fusion, it can increase 96 points of strength. He put the 2 super cards into the card pack and then contacted Suzaku through his consciousness. The vermilion bird flew back to Lin Feng's shoulder with a ball of fire. Nothing serious, just passed out. Only then did Lin Feng feel relieved. Although these women are difficult to deal with, they are still nice people. Although he felt somewhat disgusted by the Yuan Ling's motives, he would still feel somewhat guilty if they really died because of him. Lin Feng looked at the charred deep pit formed by the bombing again and guessed in his heart that the middle-aged man just now was probably an A-level legendary superpowered person. His strength was several levels higher than the woman who had attacked him in the city before. Just as Lin Feng was deep in thought, a fighter plane suddenly flew over at high speed from the distant sky and headed straight for Tiger Mountain. It is obvious that this is not a fighter plane of the Superpower Association, because the association's fighter jets all have huge logos. Judging from this fighter plane is most likely an enemy coming to attack and kill him. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became cold and sharp. Obviously, these were sent by the people in Shihai City who put a bounty on him, but now, they are so arrogant and show up openly? When he successfully returned to the headquarters of the Superpower Association and officially announced that he would take the position of president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, Lin Feng secretly made up his mind to wipe out all the underground evil forces in the entire Shihai City. At the same time, Lin Feng gradually realized that the underground evil forces in Shihai City today, or even external forces, were so bold as to offer a reward for his life and began to surface. This is most likely because they already know that Yu Zhenghai is not in Shihai City, and even Senior Lu is not here. As his thoughts deepened, Lin Feng felt more and more that there was an extremely complicated network behind the bounty on his head. The position of president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, the underground evil forces within Shihai City, other external forces, and the reactions within the Shihai City Superpower Association. If you put all of this together, his eyes turned gloomy and murderous intent surged in his heart, especially the last one. He had just announced in a small circle at the Shihai City headquarters this morning that he would become the president of the Superpower Association. However, facing the attack now, the association seemed to have taken no action except Li Huiren. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's thoughts flew further. Was the explosion at a demon card room in Shihai City yesterday really an accident? A flash of inspiration came to him, and he began to wonder whether the current situation was caused by the butterfly effect brought about by the SSS level card he drew. The Zhao family is under investigation. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 thoughts came to his mind. It would be great if I had another SSS or SS level temporary attribute card. After all, my own strength is too weak. He sighed. Shihai City has now lost the deterrent effect of Senior Lu. The situation became even more complicated when the news that he had drawn an SSS level card, or that he would soon possess an SSS level battle pet, was exposed. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and Lin Feng had a splitting headache. Forget it. If it really comes to the point of no return, he directly used the A-level teleportation card in his hand to teleport back to the Superpower Association headquarters. Lin Feng withdrew his mind and stopped thinking about it. He glanced at the unconscious Wang Yan from a distance, then plunged into the depths of the dense forest. Yuan Ling and the other two should arrive soon, and Wang Yan will not be in danger. When they arrive, they will realize the seriousness of the matter and will not continue to follow. While running towards the dense forest, Lin Feng looked back at the strange fighter plane flying past at a high speed. After about a dozen breaths, the fighter plane had flown over Tiger Mountain. It hovered 100 meters in the air. The hatch opened, and more than a dozen figures wrapped in black equipment flew down from the hatch, falling towards the interior of Tiger Mountain with the mountain wind. As the dozen or so figures separated, the fighter plane stopped hovering and began to circle slowly over the Tiger Mountain. Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. These people are so brazen and arrogant. Or, they must want to kill themselves or capture themselves? I just drew an SSS level card and have an SSS level battle pet. Is this considered a violation of the heavenly law? Lin Feng cursed in a low voice. At this time, in a fighter plane hovering over the mountain, an operator quickly controlled the instrument in his hand. In the center of the cockpit stood a black-robed man wearing a ghostface mask. A mechanical voice uttered coldly from his mouth. We don't have much time to find him. Li Huiren has already gathered a group of Superpower Association members and they are on their way. Found it, Commander, the operator responded. The instrument projects a 3D map into the void. Under the thermal imaging camera, countless figures were moving around in the mountain protection. One of them was marked in red, and that was their target. Lin Lin Feng. The other dozen or so yellow figures were the hunters they sent to capture or kill Lin Feng, disrupt him and send coordinates to all hunters. Another operator began to quickly mobilize the fighter's weapon system. The rocket hanging under the fighter plane was activated by the launch system, spraying out several meters of flames and flying towards the locked target. The sound of explosions breaking through the air echoed in the sky. Lin Feng looked up and couldn't help cursing. He used the Fan Tian seal to meet the incoming rockets. In the sky, the collision caused the rocket to explode. The violent explosion created air cannons that scattered in all directions. The aftermath of the energy raged, and the towering ancient trees around Lin Feng collapsed in large areas like wheat fields swept by a strong wind.
There are enemies all around. It seems we can't run away.
At this moment, Suzaku's voice came to Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng glanced at Suzaku.
It's really infuriating that you still say such things at this time.
Just as Lin Feng was preparing for a bloody battle, a crack suddenly appeared in front of him. A space portal appeared before his eyes. His heart suddenly tightened.
What on earth was going on?
The next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Brother Lin Feng, I'm here to save you. A familiar face appeared on the other side of the portal. It was Yu Xuelin. Lin Feng stepped into the teleportation array without hesitation. The space closed again. Lin Feng's figure, captured by the thermal imager on the fighter plane, disappeared instantly.
What's going on?
Why is he gone? The operator was panicked. He seems to be out of the scanning range, someone explained hurriedly.
Useless thing, how is this possible? The black-robed man was furious and slapped the operator to death with a palm. Blood splattered everywhere, spraying the entire cabin. Is the information wrong?
According to the information obtained from the Superpower Association, this kid did not take any teleportation superpower cards from the association.
Moreover, when he arrived at Tiger Mountain, he was using an A-level superpower card. Within an hour, a 10-mile radius will be blocked.
Use a teleportation super card of grade A or below to leave the Tiger Mountain area.
Did he use some special means to hide himself again? Open the hatch.
The man in black robe decided to do it himself. At this moment, the fighter plane's alarm system suddenly made a shrill beeping sound.
The entire cabin was swept by flashing warning lights. Commander, we're locked down.
The man in black robe suddenly looked up and looked through the cabin. In the distant sky, a fighter plane with the Superpower Association logo printed on it was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. At the front of the fighter, a flaming tracking missile had locked onto their aircraft.
Lin Feng crossed the teleportation array and looked around after landing. In the distance, stacked terraced seats come into view.
He judged that this should be a dilapidated and deserted stadium. The next moment, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and was about to express his gratitude to Yu Xuelin. Yu Xuelin suddenly showed a strange smirk on his face and said in a low and strange voice,
Brother Lin Feng, I'm sorry.
Lin Feng frowned and was stunned, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. But just as he was about to react, the ground beneath his feet suddenly disappeared. A dark and bottomless abyss seemed to open its bloody mouth and swallow him up in an instant. Lin Feng's body fell rapidly along the smooth black passage.
Little trash, you've been tricked again. Just when Lin Feng was nervously dealing with the emergency, Suzaku started chirping in his ear again.
Lin Feng took a deep breath and cursed the bird in his heart. It was so annoying. He tried hard to adjust his emotions and calm himself down quickly. A hint of self-mockery appeared on his face, a look that only he could see.
The human heart is so unpredictable. As he continued to fall, Lin Feng opened the card box panel. Take out an A-level prop card. Stable teleport. A row of prompts appeared in front of me. The space you are currently in is subject to special interference and cannot be teleported. He couldn't help but curse. There is actually such a shielding device.
He had no choice but to put away the teleportation card, use the Fan Tian seal, and prepare to collapse the passage.
Just as he was about to take action, Suzaku's voice rang out again. Are you trying to dig your own grave? Juchua's reminder made Lin Feng wake up. Now that he was underground,
he had no idea if he could withstand it if the passage collapsed. He could only continue to fall along the passage helplessly. About 30 seconds later, his body rushed out of the passage and fell into a cell. With the help of the dim light in the upper right corner of the cell, Lin Feng began to look around.
This is a square cell about 3 meters square, with your back against a smooth wall.
The other 3 sides are surrounded by railings made of black columns as thick as arms.
The exit is directly ahead. Each side leads to another cell.
Lin Feng had just figured out the location when Yu Xuelin's voice came from the loudspeaker above his head. Brother Lin Feng, as long as you cooperate, I won't hurt you. Lin Feng looked up at the intercom speaker on the left side of his head. There was a murderous look in his eyes, and a cold expression on his face. He didn't respond, and then heard Yu Xuelin's voice from the speaker again.
Brother Lin Feng, you must be very curious why I treat you like this?
Lin Feng was indeed confused and lowered his head in thought, but did not ask any questions. Yu Xuelin's sparse laughter came from the speakers, and he continued.
Remember the banquet I invited you to?
You were drunk.
When I sent you to the lounge, I saw the message notification of new player on your phone. SS level battle pet card. What an attractive super card, and it is also a new series. After what happened today, I believe you have far more secrets than these. I don't want to embarrass you. As long as you tell me, I will let you leave safely. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard Yu Shuelin's calm yet threatening voice. He understood the whole story in an instant. It turned out that Yu Shuelin had been eyeing him as early as yesterday. Could it be that yesterday's ugly king? Just as this thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, Yu Shuelin smiled and continued. That demonic trip yesterday was actually arranged by me accidentally. It's a pity that I didn't expect you to break out. The people I sent were completely useless. I never expected that you would perform so amazingly in the devilish game world set up by the ugly king. This makes me more curious about you and full of expectations. In order to teleport you here, I spent a huge amount of money and used an S-level teleportation supercard. Lin Feng's face became increasingly heavy. It turned out that he had been living under the calculations of others, and this feeling made him extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, he cursed himself in his heart. Damn it, drinking really does mess things up. Also, from now on, all message reminders on your phone must be set to invisible. Given our friendship, I'll give you 2 hours to think it over. I won't lay a hand on you for these 2 hours. As Yu Shuelin finished speaking, the cell fell into a very brief silence. Lin Feng heard Zhu Chue's mocking voice again. Ha, it turns out you've been manipulated the whole time. You're so stupid and ridiculous. Lin Feng wished he could slap this rebellious son to death, but he suppressed his anger and drew out the dragon drinking sword. He slashed fiercely at the fence in front of him. The sound of metal colliding was heard. The dragon drinking sword fell, but only left a white mark on the fence. Lin Feng's face showed shock and disbelief. The dragon drinking sword is an SS level weapon, but it can't cut through the fence. Just as he was shocked and confused, a vicissitudes of life voice came from the side of the cell. Little brother, an SSS level space lock field card was used on the top of the cell. Weapons below SSS level can't even exert 1% of their power here. Hearing this, Lin Feng retracted the dragon drinking sword. His gaze turned to a corner of the cell. In the dim light, a skinny figure lay in the corner. Who are you? Lin Feng asked with a frown. I am a miserable person. Lin Feng was silent, wondering if this person was a harpy, too lazy to pay attention to him. Since he said there is an SSS level space lock field card on the top of the cell, weapons below SSS level are completely useless. It doesn't matter, I have SSS level weapons. Lin Feng directly summoned the Fantian seal and hung it above his head. The faint Dao rhyme overflowed from the Fantian seal. Strands of Taoist aura enveloped him. The suppression brought by the SSS level domain card in front of this only ancient artifact, it was broken into pieces and nothing remained. Just as Lin Feng was about to use the Fantian seal to smash the prison bars, the man suddenly spoke again. Little brother, don't waste your energy. There is an SSS level domain card suppressing you, so you can't get out. Save some energy and chat with my brother. I will teach you some ways to deal with pain, and I guarantee you will enjoy it for the rest of your life. Lin Feng turned around and glanced at him, then the Fantian seal fell. The terrifying force slammed into the railing, causing it to deform and break instantly. A huge gap appeared in front of Lin Feng. He turned back to look at the man again. The man opened his mouth so wide in shock that an egg could fit in it. SSS class weapon? He was dumbfounded and stammered in disbelief. Does this kind of thing really exist in the world? He had only heard of it in legend. Looking at Lin Feng's elegant figure, the man stood up, rushed towards the fence, and shouted at Lin Feng. Big brother, save me. Didn't you just say you would teach me some ways to deal with pain? Now you don't want to teach me anymore? Lin Feng looked at him with a smile and couldn't help but teasing. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rebellious before. I admit my mistake to you. Please rescue me and let me be your big brother forever. Lin Feng began to look carefully at the person in front of him. Although he was tortured to the point of being emaciated, judging from his face, his actual age should be around 27 or 28 years old. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was lost in thought. Since crossing into this world, although it has only been a few days, but I came into contact with quite a few people, and those who truly treat him sincerely. Now it seems that there is only Yu Zhanghai. Everyone else has their own agenda, more or less. Take Yu Shuelin for example. He originally thought this person was worth making friends with, but in the end it was just a farce. So Lin Feng decided that for the person in front of him, the fact that he was able to break free from his prison in front of him, he undoubtedly revealed the secret that he possessed an SSS level weapon. Even if he has no greed at this moment, after rescuing him, no one can tell whether greed has arisen. Therefore, Lin Feng does not want to take risks now. If you don't take risks, there will be no risks. And after experiencing Yu Shuelin's incident, Lin Feng's attitude towards everyone became more cautious. Always assume the worst possible scenario. He withdrew his gaze, turned around and prepared to leave. The man suddenly became anxious and shouted, "Brother, please don't go, please save me. Whatever you want, as long as I can give it, I will give it to you." Lin Feng still ignored it. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to walk out of the prison corridor, the man became completely panicked. He was
was imprisoned for many years and tortured. But he never compromised and handed the super card in his hand to Yu Shuelin.
There are two reasons for doing this. First, if he doesn't hand over the super card, Yu Shuelin won't kill him.
Second, he always held a glimmer of hope of escaping.
After years of hard work, now that I finally see hope, I can't give up no matter what. He shouted threateningly at Lin Feng's back. Brother, if you dare to take another step, I will sound the alarm.
When Lin Feng heard the threat, he suddenly stopped and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The next second, he quickly concealed his murderous intent.
He turned and walked towards the man's cell.
The man stared at Lin Feng's returning figure and quickly retreated.
A hand rested on a button on the wall. Brother, I don't want to get to this point. As long as you rescue me, everything will be fine.
He seemed to sense the anger in Lin Feng's heart and spoke hurriedly in a flattering manner.
Do you think I'll let you out?
Lin Feng stared coldly at the person in front of him. Brother, don't force me, I am also helpless. If I press this button, Yu Shuelin will definitely pay attention to everything here. This underground prison is full of traps, and it's not easy for you to escape. If you take me with you, your chances of escaping will increase by at least 50%.
Brother, please think about it.
This will benefit both of us. Lin Feng's eyes became colder and colder. The Fantian seal on his head trembled slightly under his strong mental fluctuations. The falling chaotic rules caused the space around him to distort and ripple.
Brother, I am from the Wen family of Kamikaze City. As long as you saved me, the Wen family of Kamikaze City will never treat you unfairly. Let me go home and I'll treat you like a guest. An S-class card as reward is not a problem.
The man stared at Lin Feng intently.
I could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. Although he is an S-class legendary superpower, but under the suppression of SSS level domain cards, less than 1% of the strength is exerted. Lin Feng has SSS level weapons to protect his body and he is not restricted. It's easy to kill him now.
Think about it, with the Wen family's strength in Kamikaze City,
even if you want to become the guardian of the Kamikaze City Superpower Association, that's fine.
Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly. If what this person said is true, then Yu Shuelin is really brave enough.
How dare they secretly imprison such a person?
At the same time, Lin Feng's thoughts fell on this man's eyes. Finally, a hint of joy appeared in the man's eyes. He thought that the conditions he offered had impressed Lin Feng. However, just when he thought so, in Lin Feng's mind, he issued an order to the Suzaku on his shoulder. A terrifying tongue of fire spewed out of Zhuchue's mouth, and the prison bars melted instantly.
The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the man in an instant.
When the man saw this scene, there was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. The flames it spewed out could actually melt the bars of the prison.
Why does this monster exist?
Before he could fully react, the man was engulfed in flames. Before he could put up any resistance, he was reduced to ashes by the Suzaku divine fire. Lin Feng took a deep breath. The moment this person threatened him, the outcome was already determined. He ordered Suzaku to kill him with the intention of catching the opponent by surprise and leaving him no time to react.
Since this person has been imprisoned in an underground prison and has no access to information,
then he definitely wouldn't know about the existence of the new card series, Battle Pet Cards. After completing these, Lin Feng walked towards the corridor at the end of the prison. When he reached the end of the corridor, he once again used his mind to control the Fantian seal and blasted the double prison doors in front of him. The prison door was not strong, and Lin Feng only used less than 1% of his mental power. As for the others who could not escape,
this is mainly due to the suppression of SSS level domain cards.
Under this kind of suppression, unless one is a superpower protected by the rules of SSS level weapons, he is no different from an ordinary person. This is also why the person with the strength of an S-level legendary superpowered person was still unable to escape. The prison door was shattered and flew out of its frame. A scream reached Lin Feng's ears.
Outside the cell was a bright and huge underground square. There are bunk beds densely packed around the square. At first glance, there are at least thousands of them. There were countless people lying or sitting in the square, too many to count. After Lin Feng knocked the prison door away with one blow,
the crowd in the square suddenly panicked and fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, he was also a little confused. Why are there so many people? At this time, the commotion in the square attracted the attention of the guards. Several guards holding guns looked at Lin Feng. After a brief eye contact, they raised their weapons and shouted at Lin Feng,
"Stay there and don't move." Although SSS level cards can suppress the entire area,
but this suppression only applies to the abilities brought by super cards.
Thanks a lot.
It has no effect on thermal weapons manufactured in this world.
Therefore, in this field, those who possess thermal weapons manufactured in this world are almost invincible.
Lin Feng had the Fantian seal surrounding his head and took out the Yinlong sword again.
With the Fantianian rules covering it, plus the domain suppression brought by the SSS level card,
it has no effect on him. Horrifying arcs of electricity surrounded his hand holding the dragon drinking sword, dancing wildly. He swung the dragon drinking sword. A bolt of lightning shot out, piercing through a guard and killing him instantly. The other guards saw this scene. His eyes were full of
disbelief and horror. How could he still display such strength under the suppression of the SSS level card? The guards pulled the trigger. He fired at Lin Feng crazily. Lin Feng walked in the rain of bullets like a violent storm. He has 404 points of endurance, and real-world thermal weapons cannot cause any damage to him at all. Seeing this, the guards were completely panicked and hurriedly pressed the alarm. Alarms blared all around. In a secret room, Yu Shuelin was sorting the supercards he had collected from the breeders according to their levels. When the alarm sounded, his face suddenly changed. He stood up suddenly, picked up the pager beside him, and was about to ask. A quick call came from the pager. "Boss Yu, someone escaped from the prison." Upon hearing the news, Yu Shuelin's first reaction was, under the domain suppression of the SSS level card, except for him, the user, everyone else is like an ordinary person. He was very confident that no one could escape from the prison. "Send the picture to me," Yu Shuelin said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue transparent screen appeared in front of him. On the screen, Lin Feng had the Zuanfanchen seal hanging above his head and was holding the Yilong sword, sweeping across the four directions. All the guards collapsed instantly under his attack and were no match at all. This scene deeply shook Yu Shuelin's mind, and his eyes were as dark as ink. He clenched his teeth, endless hatred welling up in his heart. The suppression brought by the SSS level domain card is extremely strong. If a general SSS level card does not have rule attributes, it will not be able to break through the suppression of an SSS level domain card with rule attributes. After putting Lin Feng in the prison, he observed him for a while through the prison camera. Seeing that the sword in Lin Feng's hand could not break through the cage, he felt relieved and left. Now Lin Feng has actually broken through the prison. On the screen, the Fantian seal hanging above Lin Feng's head actually caused a slight ripple in space as he launched wave after wave of attacks. Yu Shuelin's eyes flickered, and he realized something in his heart. Could it be that green square seal on his head? That is an SSS level weapon with rule attributes. Thinking of this, Yu Shuelin's eyes immediately lit up with a fiery light. There are so many secrets about Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. At this moment, these secrets made Yu Shuelin feel a chill. At the same time, he also figured out a problem. With the support of SSS level rule weapons, it is only a matter of time for Lin Feng to break through this world. If he were to break out, the consequences would be disastrous. He took a deep breath, a ferocious murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he muttered in a low voice, "Since I can't get it, I'll destroy it and kill him." After saying that, Yu Shuelin put away the super card in his hand, placed it properly, left the secret room, and quickly ran towards where Lin Feng was. On the other side, Lin Feng had already entered a passage. This passage winds and twists its way to the surface. As long as he passes through one level after another, he will be able to break out of the surface. Just as Lin Feng broke through the fifth passage gate, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. That person was Yu Shuelin. Yu Shuelin stared at Lin Feng, his eyes full of ferocity and viciousness. "Brother Lin Feng, I didn't want to take your life at first. Since you won't cooperate, don't blame me for sending you off." Facing Yu Shuelin, who had completely torn off his hypocritical mask, a sneer appeared on Lin Feng's lips. This kind of person makes him feel sick just by talking to him. He waved the drinking dragon sword in his hand, and the sword light flew like an electric snake, suddenly shooting towards Yu Shuelin. Yu Shuelin threw a punch, colliding with Lin Feng's electric snake sword energy. The electric snake made a sharp squeaking sound and was eventually shattered by Yu Shuelin's fist force, dissipating into the void. Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. The next moment, a 3-inch purple flying blade appeared out of thin air in Yu Shuelin's hand. The flying blade turned into a purple light and shot towards him at lightning speed. Lin Feng's face turned cold. The Fantian seal floating above his head began to spin faster. The Fantian seal and the flying blade collided with a loud bang, and a terrifying energy wave erupted instantly. A powerful impact came towards him, and Lin Feng took several steps back. After stabilizing his body, he quickly put the Fantian seal on his head. Only under the primordial rules emitted by the Fantian seal can he exert his full strength. When his eyes fell on the collision point again, the flying blade had been smashed into a piece of scrap metal by the Fantian seal. This result made Yu Shuelin's face extremely gloomy. Even with the addition of nearly 1,500 points of his strength, the A-level weapon was still destroyed. SSS level Taoist soldier? He stared at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng snorted contemptuously, with a sarcastic smile on his face. At the same time, the magical fluctuations in his body increased again. The power of thunder and lightning emanated from his entire body, and countless arcs of electricity surged around his body. The power of thunder and lightning on the dragon drinking sword turned into purple electric light. The dragon drinking sword cut through the void, and the strong purple lightning cut the void into black cracks. Yu Shuelin's face couldn't help but tremble slightly. He vaguely felt that Lin Feng's current strength might have been beyond his control, but when he thought that once Lin Feng broke out, everything he had would turn to ashes, Yu Shuelin could only make up his mind to kill him at all costs. A ferocious and vicious light flashed in Yu Shuelin's eyes. The next moment, his entire body was covered in a set of blood-red armor, and a 3-meter-long silver 9-section
section whip appeared in his hand. He swung the 9-section whip, and the terrifying power tore through the void. Lin Feng showed a scornful smile on his face. With the continuous use of the drinking dragon sword, his control over the world-destroying divine thunder became more and more proficient. At this time, the dragon drinking sword served as a magical medium, and dozens of world-destroying lightning bolts as thick as chopsticks flew around his body. When he slashed with his sword, dozens of purple lightning bolts flew out from the sword in an instant, like a purple dragon swimming in the void, biting towards Yu Shuelin at lightning speed. Yu Shuelin did not dare to be careless and quickly swung the 9-section whip to respond. However, as soon as the 9-section whip touched the purple dragon, his expression suddenly changed. The purple dragon that Lin Feng cut out was the forbidden world-destroying divine thunder, which was transformed after being blessed by the rules of the dragon drinking sword. How can ordinary soldiers stop it? Those purple dragons tightly wrapped around the 9-section whip. The 9-section whip in Yu Shuelin's hand quickly disintegrated, visible to the naked eye, turning into silver fragments. This scene made Yu Shuelin shudder with fear. What kind of damn forbidden secret technique did Lin Feng master? He had to give up the 9-section whip in his hand. In just 2 battles, he lost an A-level weapon. At the same time, his determination to kill Lin Feng became stronger. Faced with the purple dragon that continued to attack, Yu Shuelin retreated quickly. But in front of the lightning dragon, no matter how fast he was, he seemed a little slow. What's worse, he was backed into a corner with no way out. A series of sounds of flesh being pierced were heard. Unable to retreat or dodge, Yu Shuelin was instantly pierced by several purple dragons, and countless holes and blood holes appeared on his body. He screamed and his eyes were full of pain. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. As an S-level legendary superpowered person, he is stronger than some official members of the Superpower Association. How could he not be a match for Lin Feng? He took a deep breath. Even if it means destroying the entire base, we must kill him. Yu Shuelin once again felt the terror of Lin Feng, and the desire to kill him became stronger and stronger. He crushed a purple super card with his right hand. A terrifying vitality erupted in the body, and the blood hole healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath, the serious injuries were completely healed. Yu Shuelin has returned to his peak form again. Lin Feng's eyelids twitched. I didn't expect that Yu Shuelin actually had this kind of prop-type supercard that can quickly recover from injuries. The murderous intent in his eyes grew more intense. The magical fluctuations in the body spread, and the firepower was full. With the blessing of the dragon drinking sword, the agile magic danced around Lin Feng like a cheerful elf, floating and dancing like a transparent silk ribbon. The power of divine thunder gathered by the dragon drinking sword in his hand became even more terrifying. This scene made Yu Shuelin feel nervous. He could feel that Lin Feng's own strength was not very strong, and the strength he displayed was more dependent on the blessing of external objects. This made Yu Shuelin so jealous that his eyes turned purple. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to launch a terrorist attack, Yu Shuelin was not sure if he could withstand it. He had to make a difficult decision. The next second, a red super card suddenly appeared in his hand. Consciousness Kill. S-level super power card. Disposable props. After use, all organic life forms within a 500-meter radius with all attributes below 3000 will be forcibly stripped of their consciousness. The red super energy card slowly dissipated in Yu Shuelin's hand. An invisible force quietly spread out from Yu Shuelin's hands. The terrifying rules of space began to spread and weave rapidly in the void. With Yu Shuelin as the center, all organic life forms within a radius of 500 meters were penetrated by this force. Lin Feng became the first target. When the first wave of invisible rules hit him, he only felt a flash of white light in his mind. The white light was like a sharp blade, slashing fiercely towards the deep sea of his consciousness. For a moment, Lin Feng felt as if his mind was being weighed down by an invisible towering mountain, making it heavy and chaotic. Even though he now possesses more than 1,200 mental powers, he can hardly withstand this impact. Before his consciousness was about to be completely destroyed, he forced himself to summon a trace of remaining awareness. I knew in my heart that Yu Shuelin must have used some kind of advanced super power card. Faced with this irresistible invisible attack, Lin Feng could only pin his hopes on the peachwood doll on his wrist. Immediately afterwards, the second wave of space rules came again. Lin Feng felt a blood-red long knife crossing the deep sea of consciousness and falling at an astonishing speed. At the moment when the blood-red sword was about to destroy all his consciousness, he issued the last conscious command. Quickly store Suzaku and all weapons back into the cardbox panel. In his sea of consciousness, only he himself could hear the sound of the strike. When the blood-red long sword slashed down the sea of consciousness, Lin Feng's consciousness shattered, and the colorful sea of consciousness dissipated. At the moment when his consciousness faded, the mahogany doll on his wrist trembled slightly, as if resonating with time and space, and merged into his arm in the blink of an eye. Yu Shuelin stared at Lin Feng, and saw that his eyes gradually became dull and empty. I finally felt relieved. If this can't kill Lin Feng, he really has nothing else to do. When the last glimmer of intelligence in Lin Feng's eyes disappeared, his body fell down with a bang. Yu Shuelin Lin walked forward and confirmed that he was not breathing, had no heartbeat, and was unconscious. The Lin Feng in front of him was completely dead and could not be deader. But at the same time, many questions arose in his heart. Why didn't a supercard appear after Lin Feng died? Although the probability of a high-level supercard dropping is extremely low, he can understand if it didn't drop. But even low-level cards didn't drop, which was hard for him to understand. He knew very well that Lin Feng bought a lot of low-level super energy cards at the Brilliant Exchange yesterday. Yu Xuelin rubbed his forehead and took a step back to think. After all, the explosion of super power cards is a probabilistic event. The probability is low, and if one doesn't explode, it can be considered bad luck. But the strange thing is that after Lin Feng was killed, not even a single point of the secret realm points that were sure to explode was lost. Yu Xuelin frowned even more tightly. Could it be that this damn Lin Feng is not dead yet? He took out a sharp sword from the card box backpack. Swish, swish, swish. He poked Lin Feng's body again. Yu Xuelin was very sure that Lin Feng was definitely dead, but his brows were still furrowed and he was lost in thought. Finally, he found a possible explanation. Lin Feng has a battle pet card. Did he use all the secret book points to upgrade the battle pet? Only in this way will he have no points left and naturally nothing will explode. Yu Xuelin's gaze shifted from Lin Feng to the underground square in front. Under his indiscriminate attack of consciousness killing, the business empire he had spent more than 10 years to build collapsed. The huge system that held more than 20,000 people and received more than 20,000 supercards every year, all of it vanished into thin air. Yu Xuelin felt like he was about to collapse. Damn Lin Feng, he ruined everything for him. He picked up the sword in his hand and stabbed Lin Feng's body again and again to vent his anger. Only after stabbing him until he was covered in blood did he put the sword back into the card box backpack. Looking at the devastated body of Lin Feng, he smiled bitterly. If one wants to rebuild a captive breeding empire of this scale, he will probably have to go through that long journey of more than 10 years all over again. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, another idea came into his mind. Everything I worked so hard to create was turned into nothing because of this guy. Death didn't even do him any good. In this case, it would be better to let his body play its final value. Yu Xuelin found a body bag and skillfully wrapped Lin Feng's body. He picked up the body, put it on his shoulders, and walked to the ground. Then he threw Lin Feng's body into the trunk of the car. After everything was ready, Yu Xuelin returned to the cab. Starting the engine, the car drove through the dilapidated streets and headed towards Shihai City. 2 hours later, they were about 50 kilometers away from Shihai City. Yu Xuelin stopped the car. He took out his cell phone and made a call. How's the situation in Shihai City? A voice came from the other end of the line. A few hours ago, the Superpower Association gathered more than 20 guardians and association members and engaged in a fierce battle with the underground forces of Shihai City on the outskirts of Tiger Mountain. The battle was stalemate and lasted for over an hour. At the critical moment, the Superpower Association guardians from the Imperial Capital headquarters arrived to reinforce and used an SS level card to blockade the entire Tiger Mountain. Because of this, the battle was finally brought to an end. As for the members of the underground forces in Shihai City, some were killed, injured, or arrested. Yu Xuelin's eyes flickered slightly, and then he hung up the phone. He sat quietly, continuing to think. After a moment, he picked up his phone again and sent a message. Captain Xiao, is it convenient for me to talk to you about something? About 30 seconds later, the phone rang. He glanced at Xiao Su's reply, his face instantly turned pale and he gritted his teeth. The message on the phone screen read, "Who are you? What gives you the right to talk to me?" Yu Xuelin took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. But for the sake of immediate interests, he could only swallow his anger. As a member of the Superpower Association, although he is not under Xiao Su's command, he has heard many rumors about Xiao Su. The most important point is that Xiao Su came to Shihai City to compete for the position of president of the Superpower Association. Earlier today, Yu Xuelin learned through special channels that this position had been occupied by Lin Feng, who possessed the president's badge. Now, what he wanted to do was to use Lin Feng's body and the president's badge on him to negotiate a deal with Xiao Su. After adjusting his mood, Yu Xuelin got straight to the point. "I have something that can make you the president of the Superpower Association." About a minute later, Xiao Su replied, "What do you have?" "It's what Captain Xiao wants." "That person is in your hands?" Yu Xuelin hesitated slightly, indicating that this matter was extremely risky for him. But now that he had made the decision, he had to be honest because he was certain of it. Over the years, he has conducted a lot of investigations on the guardians of the Superpower Association through various means, especially on Xiao Su, who was expected to become the president, and the investigation is particularly in-depth. He understood Xiao Su even better than Xiao Su himself, an extremely hypocritical hypocrite who claims to be noble. "The person in my hand, I hope, is the person you are talking about?" Yu Xuelin's reply was vague, but he knew Xiao Su must understand what he meant. "What do you want?" Xiao Su replied almost instantly, and Yu Xuelin showed a smug smile on his face. He continued to reply, "2 useful S-level cards. After you succeed, let me become the guardian of the Superpower Association. After sending this message, Xiao Su did not reply immediately. Yu Xuelin was not in a hurry. After all, the conditions he offered might not be something Xiao Su could give immediately, especially the 2 useful S-level cards, but he believed that Xiao Su had a way to handle it. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, the phone rang with a message alert again. He opened it and read, "If you can give me what I want, I can agree to your terms. However, I also have a request. Captain Xiao, please speak. I can give you an S-level card first. I'll give you the follow-up payment once everything is done." That triumphant smile appeared on Yu Xuelin's face again. He put forward his conditions to Xiao Su. From the beginning, he expected that Xiao Su would not agree easily. If Xiao Su agreed too readily, he would become suspicious that something was fishy. So, Yu Xuelin did not reply to Xiao Su immediately, but pretended to wait for more than 10 minutes before replying. "Captain Zhao's request is quite reasonable. It's a pleasure to work with you. Since the thing is in your hands, where should we meet?" "On the outskirts of Shihai City, at the Riverside Park on Tailong Road. Captain Xiao can wait for me there." "I'll come find you." Yu Xuelin's current location was not far from the place he mentioned, about 20 minutes drive away. The vehicle started again and soon he arrived ahead of schedule. However, out of caution, Yu Xuelin did not enter the park directly, but observed the surroundings for a while first. 10 minutes later, Xiao Su finally appeared in the park. Immediately afterwards, he received a message from Xiao Su. "I'm here, where are you now?" "Captain Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll need about 10 minutes. Yu Xuelin continued to observe, and after confirming that Xiao Su had not set an ambush, he relaxed his vigilance, got out of the car and walked towards Xiao Su, whom he had been staring at for a long time in the park. As he approached, Xiao Su also noticed him. "Hello Captain Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here." Yu Xuelin walked forward and greeted him with a smile. The impatient look in Xiao Su's eyes revealed his mood. "Captain Xiao, don't worry, I need to make sure I'm safe." Xiao Su's eyes were fixed on Yu Xuelin. The two of them locked eyes, and after a few seconds, Yu Xuelin smiled and said, "Captain Xiao, please follow me." Xiao Su hesitated for a moment, but still followed. "Captain Xiao, please get in the car." Yu Xuelin opened the car door. "Are you kidding me?" Xiao Su showed a hint of displeasure on his face. "I absolutely wouldn't dare to play tricks on Captain Xiao. I just want to change the transaction location. You better not be kidding me, otherwise." Xiao Su didn't finish his words, but both parties understood the weight of what he left unsaid. "I would never dare to play tricks on Captain Xiao." Yu Xuelin still had a smile on his face. After Xiao Su got in the car, Yu Xuelin started the car. 10 minutes later, Xiao Su looked at the changes in the neighborhood outside the window, his face gradually becoming gloomy. "Where do you want to take me?" His voice was as cold as a knife. "I have absolute trust in Captain Xiao. As for the transaction location, I hope it will be at the Shihai City Superpower Association headquarters." "You are so brave." Xiao Su's face changed drastically. Facing Xiao Su's anger, Yu Xuelin put on a faint smile and said impudently, "I just want to stick together with Captain Xiao. Only by trading at the Superpower Association headquarters can I feel a sense of security. I'm guessing, Captain Xiao, you've already made some sort of backup plan. You might even be planning to take my life after the deal is done." Yu Xuelin's words made Xiao Su's expression flicker. He is right. After Yu Xuelin expressed his intention to trade, Xiao Su secretly asked for help from the underground mask organization in Shihai City, intending to use them to deal with Yu Xuelin. He never expected that Yu Xuelin was so thoughtful and insisted on doing the transaction at the Superpower Association headquarters, completely disrupting his overall plan. Xiao Su stared at Yu Xuelin through the rearview mirror in the car. Judging from his expression, he didn't get any clues he wanted from Yu Xuelin. If Lin Feng and the badge of the president of the Superpower Association are really in Yu Xuelin's hands, this transaction must not be abandoned. After all, the position of president of the Superpower Association is what he has dreamed of all his life. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Su's eyes, and he thought that if Yu Xuelin dared to play tricks on him, he would definitely tear him into pieces. At this time, the vehicle was less than 3 kilometers away from the Superpower Association headquarters building. "Since the thing is in your hands, where is the person?" Xiao Su suppressed the anger in his heart and finally asked the question he wanted to know most. "Him, he's already a corpse. For Captain Xiao, this shouldn't be too difficult to accept." Xiao Su was startled and raised his voice a few degrees. "You killed him?" No, I didn't kill him. It was the underground forces of Shihai City. Captain Xiao and I arrived too late and couldn't save him." "Captain Xiao, don't you think so? Where is his body?" "Put it in the trunk." Yu Xuelin's answer made Xiao Su tremble all over. Is this guy crazy? He actually had the audacity to leave the body of a guardian of the Superpower Association in the trunk of his car. A trace of regret also welled up in his heart. If he had known that Yu Xuelin dared to bring the corpse with him, he should have killed him directly in the park. But now, it's too late. The car has entered the headquarters of the Superpower Association. At this time, in an office in the headquarters building of the Shihai City Superpower Association, Li Huiran and Xiaoying were discussing Lin Feng's whereabouts. We've interrogated all the people we've captured, but we still have no clue about Lin Feng.
Li Huiren sighed. Where on earth did that kid Lin Feng go?
I searched all over Tiger Mountain, but I couldn't find any trace of him.
Could it be that Lin Feng wouldn't really? Li Huiren felt a little lost and took a deep breath. That shouldn't be the case. That kid is very clever. Maybe he teleported away?
I considered that possibility, but the area was tightly sealed at the time. Unless he had an S rank or higher teleportation card, it would be nearly impossible. At this moment, a hurried knock on the door interrupted their conversation.
Li Huiren responded.
The frosted glass door was pushed open, and a staff member walked in.
She looked at Li Huiren and said, Principal Li, Captain Lin has been sent back. Li Huiren and Xiaoying were stunned and couldn't react.
Seeing the two slow response, the staff member added, Lin Feng, Captain Lin has been sent back. Hearing this, the two of them immediately became alert, but their hearts were full of doubts.
Sent back? Li Huiren asked impatiently, where is Lin Feng now?
The staff was silent for a moment, and Li Huiren and Xiaoying both felt that the situation was not good.
Captain Lin Feng, it's currently in the morgue at the Superpower Association headquarters.
This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the hearts of both of them hard.
How could Lin Feng die like this? If Yu Zhenghai comes back, how should I explain it?
Endless self-blame spread in Li Huiren's heart. The first moment Lin Feng was in danger, he should have relied on his qualifications in the Shihai City Superpower Association and immediately mobilized the association's forces to rescue him. But it was all because I valued my reputation too much, which led to Lin Feng suffering this misfortune.
Self-blame made Li Huiren dizzy and he almost fell down.
Fortunately, Xiaoying supported him from behind in time. The moment he received this news, Li Huiren seemed to have aged 100 years. After recovering from his shock, he dragged his heavy steps towards the morgue of the Superpower Association with Xiaoying. Under the dim blue light, Lin Feng's cold body lay flat on the morgue bed, and the pale shroud covered the shocking sword marks all over his body. Although the face was blurry, Li Huiren confirmed that it was Lin Feng. Even if he doesn't want to accept it, this is the cruel reality.
Who brought Lin Feng's body back? Li Huiren's voice was as cold as ice and without any emotion. Grandpa Li, it's me. Xiao Su walked forward and answered with his head down. Li Huiren's gaze fell on Xiao Su, calm and without any waves, which made Xiao Su's heart tighten.
He was stared at by the elder's pressure, and his heart gradually fell to the brink of collapse.
Just as the atmosphere was becoming tense, another voice rang out, Principal Li, there's me too.
This voice made Li Huiren look away from Xiao Su. He turned to look at the person who had spoken. Principal Li, I'm Yushu Elin, a member of the Guardian team. Li Huiren stared at Yushu Elin, who lowered his head with cold eyes. After dozens of seconds, her eyes moved away from him. It fell again on Lin Feng, who was lying on the morgue bed with a pale face. Since you two were the ones who sent Lin Feng back, then tell me, how did Lin Feng die? To reply to Principal Li, the situation at that time was like this. More than 3 hours ago, I was handling a business deal at the Brilliant Exchange outside Shihai City. Suddenly he received a call from the guardian of the association, so he rushed back to Shihai City from other places. When they were halfway on the road, the Superpower Association's communicator suddenly received a distress message from a nearby location. I rushed to the rescue site and found Captain Lin Feng fighting fiercely with several strangers. At that time, Captain Lin Feng was already seriously injured. As a member of the Psychic Association's guardian team, I immediately joined the battle. But the injured Captain Lin Feng and I were no match for 4 people. Just when we were struggling to hold on, Captain Xiao suddenly arrived.
With Captain Zhao's joining, we finally repelled the enemy. But Captain Lin Feng is still too seriously injured. Alas. Yushu Elin's words were sincere and seemed to make sense.
Li Huiren listened, and although he had doubts in his heart, considering what happened today, Yushu Elin's words were still somewhat credible. And after Yushu Elin claimed to be from the Shihai City Brilliant Exchange, a hint of impression suddenly emerged in Li Huiren's mind. I have the impression that this person is the CEO of Shihai City Huihuang Exchange. I have met him once or twice and have a good impression of him. Then, Li Huiren turned his gaze to Xiao Su and asked coldly,
in the morning, President Lin Feng asked us to eliminate the remaining demons that escaped from Shihai City. I was tracking a B-rank demon at the time.
The demon was extremely cunning and fled outside Shihai City after I discovered him. I tracked them all the way and finally repelled them outside the city. Just as I was returning, I received a distress signal from a nearby Guardian member. After arriving at the scene, we discovered that the person who had sent the call for help was none other than President Lin Feng.
After listening to Xiao Su's statement, Li Huiren withdrew his gaze. His expression was calm, but countless doubts arose in his mind.
When Lin Feng announced that he would become the president of the Superpower Association, the person who opposed it the most was Xiao Su. However, at this moment, he kept calling him President Lin Feng.
This is obviously a contradiction and extremely unreasonable. But Li Huiren did not raise any questions on the spot.
After all, Xiao Su is Xiaoying's grandson, and Xiaoying has always been proud to have such an outstanding grandson. If he questioned Xiao Su now, it would probably damage the relationship between him and Xiaoying. The current situation is tense, and Li Huiran does not want to see such a rift arise. Then, his gaze fell back on Lin Feng lying on the morgue bed, the president's badge originally worn on the chest. After Lin Feng's body was sent back to the Shihai City Superpower Association headquarters, all members of the association soon received the news of his death. That afternoon, the Imperial Capital members who were still in the Shihai City Superpower Association demanded that Lin Feng be buried immediately, and that a new president be elected, citing the urgency of the current situation and the need to reorganize the Shihai City Superpower Association. Li Huiran strongly opposed this, but because he was alone, he had to compromise. So, after a simple funeral was held for Lin Feng, his body was placed in a coffin and buried in the Martyrs' Garden of the Superpower Association. Late at night, there was drizzle in the sky of Shihai City. In the dark cemetery, there was only the sound of dripping rain. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the tranquility of the rainy night. In front of a newly built cemetery, a muddy figure crawled out from the ground. The figure cursed, "That damn guy buried me and made me eat a mouthful of mud." As soon as he finished speaking, a little red bird landed on his shoulder and started to laugh at him. This person is the resurrected Lin Feng. In the darkness, Lin Feng glanced at Zhu Kei and reached out to the wrist where he wore the Peachwood doll, but found that the doll was gone. He immediately began to feel around, then couldn't help cursing, "God damn it, where's my phone?" Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and he was secretly glad that the records in the mobile browser were still there. "I don't know how long I've been hanging this time, but luckily I still have the Peachwood doll to hold me up." He sighed, and his heart longed even more to become stronger. After all, it is impossible for him to rely on luck to draw a mahogany doll or other things that can ward off death every time he encounters danger. After adjusting his mood a little, he walked out of the cemetery in the drizzling rain. At the same time, in the dim room of the president's office of Kamikaze University in Shihai City, Li Huiran stood in front of the window, listening to the sound of rain, still unable to accept Lin Feng's death. Guilt kept him awake all night. "Old man, I'm sorry," Li Huiran sighed. "Lin Feng's death is full of mystery, but don't worry, before you come back, I will definitely find out the truth and avenge Lin Feng." He turned around and sat down on the sofa with a lonely look. However, not long after I sat down, my phone suddenly rang with a message. Li Huiran had no intention of paying attention to it, but when he glanced at his phone, his eyelids twitched suddenly, and an unbelievable shock surged in his heart. The sender of the message was actually Lin Feng. He quickly picked up his phone and opened the message. The content is, "Principal, are you still there?" Li Huiran was immediately furious. All of Lin Feng's belongings, including his cell phone, had been locked up by him. Who was using Lin Feng's phone to send messages to him? And what was their purpose? "Who are you?" he asked. "Principal, it's me, Lin Feng," the other party replied. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Li Huiran asked. "Principal, I really am Lin Feng. I am resurrected," the other party answered decisively. Looking at the message on the screen, Li Huiran was stunned. Is there any resurrection of the dead in this world? Could it be that it was really Lin Feng who was really resurrected? A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but reason told him that it was almost impossible. Just when he was filled with doubts and anger, news came again. "Principal, we cleared the SS level secret realm together a few days ago, and yesterday morning I asked you to rescue me from under the Superpower Association building. I am definitely Lin Feng. I did not lie to you." This news made Li Huiran breathe faster. "I drew an SS level super card. Its power was to revive me, so I was resurrected." The other party seemed to be afraid that he would not believe it, so he sent another message. "Are you really Lin Feng?" Li Huiran asked. "Principal, I am really Lin Feng." After getting confirmation, Li Huiran's face immediately showed excitement. "This child is actually not dead. Where are you now?" he asked anxiously. "I lost my phone, so I went back to the rental house and logged in on my computer to send you a message. Send me the location and I'll be there right away." Immediately, a location was transmitted to Li Huiran's mobile phone. He put away his phone, opened the window, jumped out, and ran towards the target sent by Lin Feng in the cover of night. At this time, Lin Feng closed the chat window on the computer and took a shower. "I boiled a pot of water, prepared 2 sausages, and 8 instant noodles while waiting for Li Huiran to arrive." When he finished 2 buckets of instant noodles, there was finally a knock on the door of his single-person rental house. Lin Feng stood up and looked through the cat's eye. The person who came was Li Huiran. Li Huiran stared at him with bright eyes and said excitedly, "It really is you. Great. You are indeed worthy of being my son." In the second half of the night, the two had more exchanges. Li Huiran recounted in detail what had happened to Lin Feng during this period. Through verification through the conversation between the two, Yu Shuelin and Xiao Su's lies were quickly exposed. "I can't believe it. Xiao Su actually dared to do such a thing. And Yu Shuelin, as a member of the Superpower Association, actually dared to be so bold and fearless." Li Huiran's gaze then turned to Lin Feng. "So, the president's badge must have fallen into Xiao Su's hands." "Xiaoing, how could you raise such a scum?" Facing Li Huiran's anger, Lin Feng seemed much calmer. "All these hatreds are engraved in my heart, and when I become strong, I will take them back one by one." Then, the two chatted a lot. Finally, Li Huiran said to Lin Feng, "Ever since since you revealed your strength and your SSS level battle pet, many people have been targeting you, since they all thought you were dead. Don't show up easily in the near future, especially Xiao Su. Since he has the president's badge, it won't be long before his intentions are exposed. Lin Feng nodded and responded, everything is subject to the principal's arrangements. Well, you shouldn't stay in Shihai City for the time being. Leave and stay out of the spotlight. I still have some influence in the Shihai City Superpower Association, so I'll take this opportunity to clean things up. Lin Feng nodded again, and Li Huiren asked him to leave temporarily. He had also thought of a place to take this opportunity to visit the island country. Let's leave tonight. The longer you stay in Shihai City, the greater the risk of exposure. Lin Feng just agreed, but his brows frowned involuntarily, because he still had an important thing to do in Shihai City. Li Huiren frowned slightly upon seeing this and asked, do you have anything else to say? I have a sister in Shihai City, and I want to see her before I leave. About 10 seconds later, it was a little after 4 in the morning, and the rain was drizzling on the streets of Xingfu Road in Changshan District. Under the dim light, two figures stood at the street corner. It was Lin Feng and Li Huiren. Principal, please go back first. I will walk by myself from now on. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and a sense of melancholy inexplicably rose in his heart when he thought about leaving. Ha 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 ha. Li Huiren reached out and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Be careful and don't trust anyone easily. Lin Feng nodded. I will remember it. Now that Senior Lu is no longer guarding Shihai City, underground organizations directed by external forces are beginning to stir. Some people within the Superpower Association are also corrupted by interests. The SSS level card you drew is just a trigger, and the situation may become even more chaotic. Don't overthink it. I still have some reputation in the Shihai Superpower Association. Wait until I find a way to resolve it, or when Senior Lu and Yu Zhenghai return, then it will be safe for you to return to Shihai City. Before Li Huiren finished speaking, Lin Feng already understood, but he didn't think much about it. In order to reassure Li Huiren, Lin Feng said, Principal, you don't have to worry about me. I understand the situation. That's best. Li Huiren said as he handed a red supercard to Lin Feng. Defense Field. S-level item card. After use, it can form a defense field that is immune to all attacks. Used 3 times, currently used 0/3 times. Each use consumes 100,000 secret realm points. Take it. Seeing that Lin Feng was hesitant, Li Huiren urged. Looking at the supercard, Lin Feng felt moved. Among all the people he met, apart from Yu Zhenghai, Li Huiren was the only one who treated him sincerely. Thank you, Principal. Don't be sentimental, or I'll whip you. Lin Feng laughed out loud and took the S-level superpower card handed over by Li Huiren. The S-level superpower card may not be a big deal to Lin Feng, but it is an extremely precious existence to everyone. A practical S-level supercard is a qualitative leap compared to the A-level one. This was exactly the reaction of the Superpower Association headquarters when they learned that the SSS level drawn by Lin Feng was just an A-level backup. It was not until later, through Lin Feng's performance exposed in the video, that people discovered that his guaranteed A level was far from ordinary. Many talented people at the headquarters began to covet it. Thank you, Principal. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he thanked Li Huiren deeply again. Li Huiren's eyes became solemn and he nodded slightly. Go finish your last task and then go. I will stay here to prevent any further accidents. Lin Feng took a deep breath, turned around and left. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around. Principal, I'll give you a card too. Li Huiren was slightly stunned. With his current level of card integration, the only ones he really needs are SS and SSS levels. Lin Feng actually has this kind of super card to give him? Could it be that this kid's innate talent is even more terrifying than he imagined? Just as Li Huiren was feeling excited and his thoughts were racing, Lin Feng took out a purple super power card. Seeing this card, Li Huiren was slightly disappointed, but still said, A-level super energy cards are no longer useful to me. Li Huiren has already fused 5 A-level super power cards in his hands. If you want to continue the fusion, you will need to spend more than 13 billion secret realm points. There is no way to talk about this kind of cost-effectiveness. Secret realm points are extremely difficult to obtain. Principal, please take a look at what card this is. Li Huiren's eyes immediately focused. When he saw the contents of the card clearly, his expression suddenly changed and began to tremble. Super Auspicious Beast. A-level battle pet card. After use, you will get a Super Auspicious Beast cub. You kid, you actually have something like this. Li Huiren was completely in disbelief. The new card series battle pet cards are extremely rare. Even the F-class is rare in the current market environment. Although the card in Lin Feng's hand is A-level, its value is definitely not inferior to a practical SS-level super power card. You still have some conscience. Li Huiren did not hide his feelings at all, and took the A-level battle pet card handed to him by Lin Feng with a smile and scolding. Lin Feng also smiled. This scene reminded him of the joyful time when he first met Li Huiren and the others. Principal, I'll be leaving now. Hurry up and go, kid. If you don't leave, I'll want to rob you. Li Huiren put away the battle A-level pet card and cursed with a smile. Lin Feng listened to his laughter and scolding and felt inexplicably relieved. He stepped on the rain, accompanied by Li Huiran's gaze, walked towards villa number 991 Xingfu Road. As for his sister, he didn't want to disrupt her life. He just wanted to take a look and leave a few supercards for her. Lin Feng stood in front of villa number 991. "Help me go in and check. Which room is she in?" he whispered to Suzaku, who was perched on his shoulder. After experiencing Lin Feng's death once, Zhu Kei snorted coldly and flew up from his shoulder. It is still unruly, but after that experience, it has become much more restrained. At least it no longer emits its true fire anytime and anywhere. A few seconds later, Suzaku returned and whispered in Lin Feng's ear, "The room on the far left of the second floor. Go in and open the door for me." Little trash. Zhu Kei cursed, but still carried out Lin Feng's orders obediently. The door of the villa opened. Lin Feng walked in quietly. Although the light in the villa is dim, the flickering light of the electrical appliances can. With Lin Feng's current eyesight, everything in the room is still clearly visible. A family photo of the villa owner and his family of 3 hangs on the wall in the hall. Lin Feng's gaze stayed on the photo. His eyes fell on one of the girls. That girl is about 70% similar to him. She smiled brightly and beautifully. A knowing smile appeared in Lin Feng's heart. He thought that she must be living well in this family. He walked lightly and came to the door on the far left of the second floor of the villa. Suzaku had already helped him unlock it from the inside. He opened the door gently without making any noise. Before entering, Lin Feng asked Zhu Kei to check the situation in the room to confirm that there was nothing abnormal, although he still felt that it was inappropriate to do so. But after all, she is his biological sister. He is about to leave. If I don't see her now, Lin Feng didn't know how long it would take for them to meet again. It is even possible that this separation will be forever. At the same time, he asked Li Huiran to come with him. There is also some hidden meaning in it. After Li Huiran learned about the situation, out of consideration for his face, "I will definitely take better care of his sister in the future." Lin Feng walked into the room. With the light coming in from the street, he looked at the girl sleeping soundly in the bed. He looked at her for a long time, took a deep breath. He took out 2 small silver boxes about 10 centimeters high and placed them on the dressing table. Under the silver box, there was a note with a message already written on it. In 2 silver boxes, one contains 15 extreme super power cards ranging from F to B level. In another box, there is an A-level super card, Cold Weapon Mastery, A-level super card, Jinghong Swordsmanship, A-level super card, Flashback, SS level super card, Worshipper, A-level strength card, Strength Amplification, and 6 A-level prop cards that can be used as materials. After completing all this, Lin Feng looked at the sleeping girl lovingly again. Then, he took out the A-level super card, Stable Transmission. The teleportation portal is located behind a field and hillside on the outskirts of the island country's east city. After positioning is completed, the super card in your hand disappears. A crack appeared in the space before my eyes. The morning sun shines through it. The room suddenly became bright. Lin Feng's heart tightened and he hurriedly stepped into the crack. As he passed through the teleportation rift, the cracks disappeared instantly. The golden morning light that shone into the room through the cracks was also interrupted. However, even if the light disappears, the sudden light still woke the girl in bed. She opened her eyes dazedly, looking around with doubt. No abnormalities were found. When I was about to go back to sleep, his eyes fell on the 2 extra silver boxes on the dressing table. Lin Feng appeared in the morning sunshine of the island country. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Then he couldn't help but curse. "You son of a bitch, you smell like nuclear radiation. You little piece of trash, you're talking nonsense again." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Zhu Kei, who was standing on his shoulder, immediately retorted. Lin Feng cursed and took out an A-level ID card from the card box panel. Tip: confirm to use the ID card. Ugly Chinese? One-time ID card. Disappears after use. The identity lasts for 24 hours by default. Consume secret realm points to extend the duration of the status. 10,000 points can extend the duration by 24 hours. Seeing the prompt, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse a few more times. He checked his remaining secret realm points, 10,684,100. There are still more than 10 million points. He decisively spent 680,000 secret realm points to extend the duration of the identity card. After all, his video has been exposed on the entire network. If the effect of the identity card suddenly disappears, the risk of being recognized is extremely high. After the ID card is successfully used, Lin Feng's appearance began to change, although still an oriental face, but the pupils turned brown. Her shoulder-length black hair is slightly curly. There is no change in body shape. He bent down and looked at his reflection in the paddy field. Still handsome. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then he walked out of the hillside fields. Tick, tick. At this moment, the sky of the island country is completely bright. Lin Feng walked firmly along the cement avenue, identifying the direction and heading towards the east city of the island country. About half an hour later, he entered the suburb suburbs of the island country's east city. There were gradually more and more people on the intersecting roads and blocks.
Countless eyes cast towards Lin Feng were filled with respect.
The eyes of many girls from the island countries are so passionate that it is difficult to express in words. Lin Feng snorted in his heart. The slave mentality of these island people is deeply rooted and difficult to change. After all, he is now an eagle countryman, but he still speaks Chinese dragon language fluently. This situation may seem a bit ridiculous, but it is very common on the Blue Star. Because hundreds of years ago, Chinese dragon language had become the world's common language, and many countries offered courses to study it. Lin Feng spoke fluent dragon language, which made the islanders more willing to submit to him and be respectful.
After breakfast, Lin Feng took out a brand new mobile phone, opened the map and lock on the location of the island shrine. His plan was clear, to go there. Using the S-rank disaster card in his hand, he destroyed the shrine in one fell swoop. This is undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone for Lin Feng.
He regained his composure, a strange smile appearing on his face.
A deafening bang exploded in his ears.
Lin Feng looked up in surprise and looked in the direction where the sound came from. About 1,000 meters away from him, dust was flying up into the sky. When the people around heard the explosion, they fled in panic. Lin Feng stood up and looked into the distance. Amidst the rolling dust, a gigantic creature, 100 feet tall and with spikes all over its back, was crossing the void of dust and coming across the boundary. The next moment, heavy footsteps shook the sky. Even though he was thousands of meters away from the site of the mutation, Lin Feng could still feel the violent shaking of the earth. Along with the sound of heavy footsteps, a huge demon beast broke through the dust and appeared in front of everyone.
People around screamed in terror.
Although Lin Feng could not understand the bird language of the islanders, based on their expressions, he roughly guessed that they were cursing the demonic beast. The giant demonic beast slammed into the building in front of it, savagely smashing it into ruins. A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. I didn't expect to encounter such an exciting scene as soon as I set foot on the island. When he was in Shihai City, he often saw footage of demonic riots breaking out in the island nation in news videos, but it was far less shocking than seeing it with his own eyes. Just as Lin Feng was looking up with bright eyes, a middle-aged man from the island country suddenly grabbed him and chattered a lot of words.
I don't understand your bird language,
Lin Feng said in his heart. When the islanders saw that he could speak dragon language, they spoke to him in the awkward dragon language. Sir, as far as I know, another islander with a vengeful sociopath has used the devil superpower card. It's very dangerous here now. Please follow me to the shelter. After the demonic beasts are defeated and the people who seek revenge on society are captured or killed,
we will come back when it is completely safe. However, how could Lin Feng miss such an exciting thing? In his eyes, these so-called vengeful sociopaths are clearly allies.
Lin Feng would naturally lend a helping hand to such people. You go first. How can a real man stay indoors? He said righteously. The man tried to persuade him again, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. Seeing that the crisis was getting closer and closer and the inefficient island personnel had not yet arrived, the man had to leave in shame.
In just a moment, the street was deserted. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing an evil smile. Now is the time for him to take action.
Facing this huge demonic beast, he had already made a simple assessment in his mind.
This demonic behemoth is at most A-level.
For Lin Feng today, it does not pose much of a threat at all. So, he ran towards the central area in the midst of the rising dust.
As for what to do, of course, it is to rescue that ally.
Lin Feng walked between the blocks, holding the drinking dragon sword. When the shockwaves and flying objects came, he was ready. He simply used brute force and chopped it into pieces with one sword.
About 5 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the core area of destruction caused by the demonic beast. At this moment, in this neighborhood, the buildings and streets were already in ruins. The collapsed buildings on both sides of the street left many ordinary people with weak strength buried in the rubble.
Lin Feng frowned slightly and then immediately regained his rock-hard composure. He continued to move calmly through the dilapidated neighborhood. About 3 minutes later, Lin Feng looked up at the sky ahead. 3 figures were flying towards here at an extremely fast speed. The relevant personnel from the island country finally arrived. A mocking smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. I couldn't help but secretly complain. As expected, the people of this garbage island took nearly 10 minutes to send emergency personnel. No wonder every time we encounter a major demonic incident, we have to rely on the dragon people to provide humanitarian assistance. At the same time, Lin Feng looked at the 3 people flying over, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. Damn it, when can I draw a flying card that's useful to me?
It's really exhausting to keep running on your feet for a long time. More than 10 seconds later, the 3 islanders finally flew over the location of the demonic monster.
They took the lead in attacking the demonic behemoth. A series of earth-shattering collision shock waves shook the 4 directions. Although the 3 are strong, but the demon beast has thick skin and flesh, and it is difficult to defeat it in a short time.
Devil beast, come on!
Lin Feng glanced at the battlefield and couldn't help but cheer for the demon beast. At the same time, I was also speculating in my heart. Have the
friendly forces we heard about before already left the scene? Just when Lin Feng was thinking this, he glanced around and found a person standing in the ruins. The man had long hair and looked a little sloppy. In his hand he held a double-barreled spear. When Lin Feng looked at the man with two guns, his gaze also turned over. The man with two guns became alert subconsciously. He doesn't talk much. He pulled the trigger of the double-barreled gun directly at Lin Feng. The muzzle spurted out hot flames. From the barrel of the gun spewed two flaming shells. Draws an arc of fire that burns the air. Shoot towards Lin Feng. This man with two guns wouldn't mistake me for reinforcements from the island nation, right? Considering the other party's appearance and identity, Lin Feng made this guess. Facing the incoming artillery fire, he waved the dragon drinking sword in his hand. The sword was wrapped in a white light and cut through the void. The man with two guns was not very strong, and Lin Feng easily blocked it and knocked the two cannons away. When he looked at the man with two guns again, the latter had disappeared into the dilapidated street beside him. Only a back view is left. Thinking about the purpose of coming to the island country and meeting such local friendly forces, Lin Feng naturally would not let it go. He looked back at the fierce battle behind him. Although the demon beast has thick skin and flesh, but the continued siege of the three people has gradually put it at a disadvantage. It is estimated that they will be repelled soon. Lin Feng didn't plan to stay any longer and immediately chased in the direction the man with two guns fled. He followed the man with two guns from a distance. He fell into deep thought. At this moment, he possessed more than 1,200 points of mental strength. Amazing insight. Even if I can't see the man with two guns, I will never lose track of him. In this way, Lin Feng maintained a distance of hundreds of meters. Follow all the way. About half an hour later, the man with two guns entered a deserted alley in the neighborhood. Lin Feng followed closely in. However, when he entered the alley, the man with two guns that he had locked onto suddenly disappeared. Completely out of his conscious tracking, Lin Feng frowned slightly. My heart is full of doubts. How could this possibly disappear? He quickened his pace with doubts. Keep moving forward. However, just as I reached the middle of the alley, two people suddenly jumped out from the side at the end of the alley. Blocked the exit. The two men stared at Lin Feng with fierce eyes. Combined with the situation that the double gun man disappeared while he was locked in consciousness, and two enemies suddenly appeared, Lin Feng made a quick judgment. Then he realized something else. The man with two guns is not fighting alone, but is a member of an organization in the island country. Since that's the case, Lin Feng doesn't want to have a head-on conflict with this group of people. He turned and prepared to retreat. However, when he glanced towards the entrance of the alley, he found that the retreat was blocked by two people. At the same time, the person blocking the intersection said, "Friend, since you followed me here, why don't you go visit me?" Even a fool could tell that this was an excuse, and there was definitely an ulterior motive behind it. Although Lin Feng's purpose of coming to the island country overlaps to some extent with the organization's action trajectory, there may even be the possibility of cooperation. But after what happened in Shihai City, he no longer wanted to take risks easily. He drew out the dragon drinking sword and sneered, "I have something else to do, so please don't be my guest." As soon as Lin Feng said this, the expressions of the other people suddenly became complicated, and they quickly made a decision. The next second, the four figures suddenly disappeared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a dozen dark black ninja darts transformed into a sky full of arrows, shooting towards him. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Although the other party's figures disappeared from the naked eye, their traces were clearly exposed under his mental insight. He swung the dragon drinking sword, and ding ding ding, one ninja dart after another was easily shot down. At the same time as he knocked down the ninja darts, he swung his sword, and dozens of lightning bolts as thick as fingers swept across the narrow alley. The four people who were hiding in the void suddenly appeared under the lightning and fell unconscious in an instant. Facing these people, Lin Feng did not kill them. After all, what this organization did made him respect it. After knocking them unconscious, Lin Feng walked to the end of the alley and observed for a moment, but found nothing. Then he retreated again. Summarizing the experience of this failure, he secretly blamed himself for not being cautious enough. It was so embarrassing to be caught on my first try. Fortunately, he was wearing the Eagle Country's vest and was not recognized. Then he sighed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. It is now hopeless to continue tracking. He took one last look at the four people lying on the ground, turned around, left the alley, and merged into the street. Shortly after Lin Feng left, a woman wearing wooden clogs walked into the alley. Two men followed behind her. One was a burly middle-aged man, and the other was the man with two guns that Lin Feng had followed before. Four pieces of trash. The woman glanced at the four people lying on the ground, her tone filled with anger. Then she frowned. This Eagle Countryman is quite powerful. If they didn't carry the concealment prop card with them, it would be difficult for them to escape his pursuit. Moreover, if he was the support invited by the Yamaguchi Gumi, why did he leave room for maneuver before taking action? What exactly does he want? The woman fell into deep thought, then instructed the middle-aged man beside her, "Go investigate this person. This person is very powerful, but be careful not
not to reveal your identity.
Hi, Miss Ching Chuan.
On the other side, after Lin Feng left the alley, he found the right direction, took a taxi, and headed straight to his destination. Upon arrival, he disguised himself as a tourist and wandered around the island shrine, carefully observing the surroundings.
Relying on his Eagle Country identity, he did not arouse any suspicion.
Some Japanese people even came forward to flatter me and enthusiastically told me about the island's shrines and the sinful history that the islanders were proud of. Lin Feng was filled with anger after hearing this and mercilessly scolded them to leave.
There is no longer any burden in my heart about what I am about to do. Such islanders should all be destroyed.
Lin Feng conducted 2 days of careful observation and investigation around the island shrine, and gradually formed a comprehensive plan in his mind. On the third night after he arrived on the island, he took advantage of the cover of darkness to climb up to the Suzaku observation tower and began to observe and report the situation. The security personnel stationed at the island nation's shrine are changing shifts, with the interval lasting only a few tens of seconds. Lin Feng took the opportunity to sneak in. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the night, and the shrine was empty. Not even the islanders were to be seen. He walked cautiously, his eyes sweeping over the crouching dragon and phoenix worshipped by the islanders, and the anger in his heart grew deeper and deeper.
Damn the Japanese, they're really courting their own destruction. They're really playing it so hard.
Anger made Lin Feng no longer hesitate, and he directly took out the disaster card, Storm of Destruction. This S-level disaster card has extremely poor stability and may be unsealed at any time. Among all the cards, the biggest difference between disaster cards and strategic prop cards is that disaster cards are extremely unstable and may explode at any time.
The way they are used is very similar. Lin Feng was furious and had an idea. The S-level disaster card disappeared from his hand in an instant. A terrifying tornado began to gather above his head.
The next moment, the sky within a radius of thousands of meters was covered by dark clouds that blocked out the sun, spinning into a huge millstone vortex. The vast power of heaven and earth triggered a thunderstorm, which gathered into a tornado connecting heaven and earth. The storm spun rapidly, growing larger and larger.
As a disaster card, Storm of Destruction sweeps across everything without hesitation.
It attacks everything around it indiscriminately with overwhelming force. Lin Feng was at the center of the storm and was the first to be hit. The moment the storm formed, he was swept into the sky and rushed into the center of the eye of the storm. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help cursing, "Damn it!
Even though it's only an S-rank disaster card, its power is too terrifying. Haha, little trash, are you too weak?" Suzaku perched steadily on Lin Feng's shoulder and said in a sarcastic tone.
Lin Feng gave Zhuke a blank look and took out the dragon drinking sword. The magical power in his body surged out, and lightning spread from his body like vines, flashing and entwining. He tried to harness the power of thunder and lightning to break free from the constraints of the destructive storm.
However, he still underestimated the power of heaven and earth awakened by the S-level disaster card.
In this vast and magnificent world, he still found it difficult to keep his body steady. On the contrary, as the power of heaven and earth grew stronger, the tearing force brought by the tornado became increasingly difficult for him to bear. If he hadn't fused a power card before, he would have been torn to pieces by now. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and at the same time, he cast the Fantian seal and looked down. At this time, the island shrine was being ravaged by a destructive storm and had been uprooted. In an instant, the shrine was torn into ruins. Even the mountains supporting the shrine showed signs of crumbling under the impact of the storm. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. As the Fantian seal was sacrificed, powerful prehistoric rules descended from the sky and enveloped him. The power of this rule directly offsets the destructive energy brought by the destructive storm. Lin Feng floated in the tornado and once again controlled the power of the forbidden divine thunder. He controlled the endless thunder and lightning and, with the help of the wind, flew quickly out of the storm. As he moved away from the center of the storm, the wind weakened and his body began to slowly fall from the sky. But at this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Lin Feng's mind. Can he use the forbidden spell of the world-destroying divine thunder to create wind power, and then fly with the help of lightning? Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and immediately started to try it. With the help of the dragon drinking sword, his control over mental magic has reached perfection. The forbidden spell rules formed a small storm around him, lifting his body up. Endless lightning overflowed from his body, tearing the space apart and making crackling sounds. The next second, Lin Feng's figure suddenly leaped forward several meters. A joyful smile appeared on his face. With the first successful attempt, the subsequent operations will naturally be smoother. In just a dozen seconds, he used the power of forbidden spells and the world-destroying divine thunder to master the art of flying. Although the speed is not fast yet, Lin Feng firmly believes that as his strength improves and his control becomes more proficient, the speed will definitely be faster. Using this method of flying, the speed is as fast as sparks and lightning, which is indeed a bit too ostentatious. Lin Feng stood high in the air and looked back. The destructive storm still rages. The terrifying force was like a blunt weapon that pierced the sky, tearing a huge gap in the earth with supreme brute brute force. The island nation's Shrine's sacred mountain, with a radius of 1 kilometer, has been completely reduced to ruins under the impact of the destructive storm. However, when Lin Feng's gaze once again passed over the endless storm of destruction, several bright spots appeared behind the storm. At this moment, Lin Feng was surrounded by electric light, like a bright star in the sky, and naturally became the target of everyone's criticism. The people of the island nation instantly realized that the destruction of the island nation's shrine and sacred mountain was no accident, but was intentional. Those bright spots of light quickly surrounded Lin Feng's location at an extremely fast speed. Lin Feng spoke out the national quintessence and secretly sighed in his heart. The reaction of these islanders was several minutes faster than he expected. He didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately harnessed the power of thunder and lightning, flying rapidly towards the distant sky. However, this was his first time flying and he was not yet proficient in the technique. The use of strength was not fully achieved. After about 15 minutes, the magic power in his body began to fail to keep up with the consumption, and the speed gradually slowed down. The fighter planes chasing from behind gradually closed the distance and were now less than 100 meters away. Feeling annoyed, Lin Feng cursed inwardly, "Damn it, it seems I have no choice but to kill all the pursuers." Although he was not very sure, he was not willing to sit and wait for death. Just as he was about to stop and use the S-level item card to open the defense field and fight to the death, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Doesn't he still have a devil card? Demon card Ugly Saint, although only A level. But as a highly intelligent demon, it will not engage in head-on collisions with the enemy. Instead, it creates a game world independent of reality. Then he pulls in the humans he sees fit. Improve your own strength by plundering these humans' supercards. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng decided to go all out and give these islanders another big gift. Taking a step back, I could easily get 100 million or 200 million secret realm points from the ugly demon saint, and then deal with these pursuers. Lin Feng retracted the lightning and quickly landed on the ground. As he landed, the door of the tracking fighter plane opened, and countless figures fell from the sky like raindrops, trying to control the block and capture the culprit Lin Feng. At this time, he was hiding in a street corner where the lights could not reach, dispersing the magical fluctuations on his body and disguising himself as an ordinary person. Only in this way could the ugly saint underestimate his strength and drag him into the game world. At the same time, in order to be on the safe side, Lin Feng also conducted fishing enforcement. He took out an A-level super card and held it in his hand. Everything was ready. He gave the command and activated the devil card. Hint, the devil card was used successfully. The next moment, the space around Lin Feng began to distort. The scenery gradually changed, and the scene before my eyes became empty and hazy. In the haze, a straight road leads to the depths of the gray space. Ugly Saint, I'm here again. I owe you 30 million secret realm points plus interest, and this time I want you to pay it back in full. Lin Feng's face blossomed with joy. At this moment, ding, 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 several crisp bells rang in my ears. Immediately afterwards, a go-kart with flashing colorful running lights appeared in front of him. Mechanical game sound effects came from inside the car. Welcome everyone, to the newly upgraded Ugly Saint game. Princesses and princes, please get in the car. As soon as the mechanical prompt sounded, a terrified scream was heard from the gray and foggy space. Ah, I don't want to. I won't get in the car. As soon as the scream stopped, there was a sound of flesh and blood exploding. In the gray space, a soul-shaking sound suddenly rang out, shocking all the gamers. Obviously, the person who refused to get on the bus had been killed by the Ugly Saint. With Lin Feng's current strength, he is not afraid of the Ugly Saint at all. He raised his legs high, stepped onto the go-kart and sat in. Immediately afterwards, a series of game sound effects came from the car. The next second, a floating LCD screen appeared in front of Lin Feng. On the screen, the Ugly Saint's head with a hideous grin suddenly appeared. The newly developed game by Ugly Saint is about to start. Dear players, please adjust your mindset and be prepared. Next, we will open the game currency purchase. As soon as Cho Shang finished speaking, a supercard slot appeared in front of Lin Feng. That familiar feeling immediately came to my mind. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, took out an A-level prop card and inserted it. Super energy card is being tested. A-level. A-level. Congratulations, you have successfully purchased 150 game coins. A coin-spitting hole suddenly appeared in front of me. Golden game coins began to pour out crazily. Lin Feng quickly picked up the game coin box next to him and took all the game coins into it. But when he finished answering, his brows furrowed slightly. Because according to the exchange rate when he first participated in the game, the A-level card should be able to be exchanged for 500 game coins. Did this bastard adjust the exchange rate of game coins? Looking at the insufficient game coins in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. At this time, the Ugly Saint in the control room was preparing to take the opportunity to harvest another wave of supercards, with an evil and complacent smile on his face. However, just as he smiled, a shrill alarm sounded in front of him. Cho Shang was shocked and quickly pressed the button in front of him. An unusual scene appeared on the screen, triggering an alarm. In the picture, a man with Eagle Country identity is exchanging A A-level cards for game coins. Seeing this, the clown mask twisted and deformed. This reminded him of the last time he came into this world. At that time, although he gained a lot of benefits from that guy also messed up his game world. So much so that now, Ugly Saint still owes the Secret Realm Bank 50 million Secret Realm points. However, at this moment, the SS level super power card obtained at that time is still mortgaged in the Secret Realm Bank. This time, the game world shouldn't be destroyed by him again. The Ugly Saint muttered to himself somewhat uncertainly, and then said, "Luckily, I lowered the exchange rate this time, and I don't believe I'll be so unlucky every time." Seeing that the person in the picture stopped exchanging, Zhou Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, to redeem the SS level card mortgaged in the Secret Realm Bank, you have to rely on the more than 30 million Secret Realm points in your hand to make it bigger and stronger, and then you can redeem the SS level card and integrate it to improve your level. Zhou Sheng regained his composure and closed the warning screen. He reached out and pressed the red button in front of him. On the other side, Lin Feng, who was in the buggy, heard the mechanical game prompt sound again. "Dear players, the purchase of game coins has ended. The first level of the game is about to begin." As the mechanical prompt sounded, the gray fog that filled the space began to dissipate. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear. On both sides of Lin Feng, not far away, sat a group of people from the islands, who were also sitting in go-karts. He looked around and saw that there were about 100 people standing alongside him. These 100 people were on a wide avenue about 400 meters wide with no end in sight. There are guardrails on both sides of the avenue. Below the guardrail is endless void. Lin Feng was at the left edge, so he could clearly see the void under the left guardrail. At this moment, everyone was a little confused, looking at each other with horror on their faces. They don't know what kind of game they will face next, but everyone knows in their hearts that this is definitely a devilish game world. It must be extremely dangerous. Time passes by second by second. Just as everyone was frightened and uneasy, a loud noise suddenly came from the distant sky. 3 huge kaleidoscopes rose high into the sky and exploded. In the explosion, a clown head appeared. Immediately afterwards, the Ugly King's sharp and piercing voice rang in everyone's ears. "Everyone, this fireworks gift is an extra gift from me to celebrate my promotion to Ugly Saint. Next, I will announce the rules of the game. First, the runway in front of you is 20 kilometers long. Second, there are 100 players on each lane. Third, the first 50 players to reach the finish line in their go-go cars will qualify to survive and advance to the next level. Fourth, you can use the game coins you have to modify and upgrade the go-kart. Fifth, the game will officially begin in 1 minute. Sixth, as long as you don't violate the previous 5 rules, there are no other restrictions on the game. Countdown starts. 4:59. Now, the game begins." The voice of Ugly Saint fell. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. The Ugly Saint announced the start of the game, so why is there a countdown? Like Lin Feng, all the people watching the countdown changes in the sky were filled with confusion. When the countdown reached 4:09, just about 100 meters to Lin Feng's right, chaos suddenly broke out. He looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, a player made a move in that direction. He ambushed a player on the go-kart next to him and killed him instantly, with blood splattering everywhere. Then, the man quickly got out of the car and grabbed the gold coins from the killed player into his arms. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng reacted immediately. "Damn, this is actually part of the game. The player who killed someone in front of me didn't receive any punishment." The countdown now has 3:38 left. All the players sitting on the go-karts had fierce eyes and stared at their opponents on their left and right. At the same time, a thought arose in my heart. Kill the people around me and steal their game coins. This not only allows you to use game coins to upgrade your go-kart, but also reduces a competitor. Lin Feng turned his gaze to a young man on the go-kart on the left. The young man stared greedily at the game coin box in Lin Feng's hand, his eyes becoming more and more ferocious. "The little devils are targeting me." Lin Feng's eyes became sharp and he cursed in his heart. Seeing that the young man had already started to act, Lin Feng jumped up, took the initiative and punched out. With the physical strength brought by more than 400 points of strength attribute, even without external assistance, it can burst out a power of about 100,000 pounds. This terrifying force shook the void, creating a ripple in space. A powerful punch came down. Lin Feng punched the go-kart and flattened it. The young man sitting in the car was crushed to death instantly before he could even scream. Bright red blood squeezed out of the go-kart and flowed out. Ding, ding, ding. 3 bloody golden game coins fell from the collapsed go-kart. Lin Feng walked forward, picked up the game coins, and put them into the game coin box in his other hand. Although there are only 3 of them, it is the price of flesh and blood after all, and can eventually be exchanged for 30,000 Secret Realm points. The countdown reaches 1:26. At the starting point of Lin Feng's game track, at least 2/5 of the people had died during the countdown. Among them, at least 12 people died at Lin Feng's hands. But even so, he only got 43 game coins from these people. Looking at the bloody golden coins lying in the game coin box, Lin Feng showed contempt in his eyes. "They're all a bunch of poor bastards." Of course, in addition to these, he also also gained something extra. I picked up 2.37 million secret realm points, 5 F-level super power cards and 2 E-level super power cards.
At this time, after seeing Lin Feng's horrifying record of killing more than a dozen people in a row,
those little Japanese devils no longer dared to covet the game coins in his hands. They all kept their distance, forming a vacuum zone within 10 meters around Lin Feng that no one dared to approach. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze and moved it away from the fearful faces of the Japanese soldiers.
Look up at the countdown in the distant sky. Only 39 seconds left. Time was running out, and he no longer wanted to fight.
He quickly returned to the go-kart and sat down. Seeing that the countdown was about to end, the other players around also returned to their respective go-karts, trying to set off as soon as the countdown ended, upgrade their go-karts, and seize the initiative.
The countdown begins. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown numbers in the sky disappeared.
Several options popped up on the screen of the bouncing car in front of Lin Feng. 1. Put in a game coin and go to the destination at a speed of 10 km per hour. 2. Put in 5 game coins and move forward at a speed of 20 km per hour. 3. Invest 10 game coins to enter the go-kart transformation interface, and the starting speed is 20 km per hour.
Tip: you can only insert a coin once per minute.
Lin Feng had 193 game coins in his hand, so he naturally chose the third option without hesitation. He grabbed the 10 game coins from the game box and threw them in directly.
The game coins are successfully inserted and the buggy starts.
A string of numbers appeared before my eyes. Secret realm points plus 100,000.
Immediately afterwards, a mechanical prompt sounded.
With a slight push on the back, the go-kart moves forward slowly at a speed of 20 km per hour.
Lin Feng frowned. Isn't this too slow?
It would be better if he got out of the car and pushed it himself. Of course, Lin Feng was not the only one who had such an idea. Players who don't have much game coins on them have already started to take action. However, just as a player got off the go-kart and pushed it, his body suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the players who were about to get off the car and push the cart immediately gave up the idea.
Obviously, this behavior is against the rules.
You must drive the go-kart to the finish line. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of the ugly saint, his purpose of coming here is to grab the secret realm points.
Why is this?
It would be very embarrassing if he broke the ugly saint's rules of the game and the ugly saint was unable to eliminate him. Both sides could only stare at each other. The vehicle moved forward slowly, and Lin Feng walked almost side by side with the players who invested 5 and 10 gold coins. Of course, after Lin Feng threw 10 gold coins, 3 options popped up on the panel again. While steering the buggy, he stared at the newly appeared menu.
1. Invest 5 gold coins to add solid nano wheels to the bouncing car.
2. Invest 20 gold coins to equip the go-kart with an AK unlimited bullet shooting system. 3. Invest 20 gold coins to strengthen the body of the go-kart.
Tip: you can only insert a coin once per minute, and the current remaining time limit is 46 seconds.
It's really disgusting that it's so difficult to spend gold coins.
Lin Feng couldn't help but complain.
As soon as he finished speaking, there were loud collision sounds from the left, right and back. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw several go-karts colliding violently, with the bodies of the cars being squeezed and deformed. The players in the car used various means to fight each other fiercely. Not far to Lin Feng's right, a go-kart was turned upside down after being hit by 2 cars. The player was also thrown out from the front of the car. The go-kart rolled several times on the ground and even lost a wheel. The player who was knocked away had a dark face and kept cursing. He cursed and ran over to straighten the go-kart. Then, according to the prompts, input a few game coins to repair the vehicle. He was ready to continue his journey, vowing to seek revenge on the person who had knocked him over. However, just as he sat back in the go-kart and started it, a player behind him swung a samurai sword and slashed past. Blood gushed out and a head flew into the air. Lin Feng regained his composure and gained some information from the player's experience. When the go-kart is damaged, you can spend gold coins to repair it. With an evil smile on his face, Lin Feng changed direction and drove his go-kart towards a Japanese soldier coming in the diagonal direction at a speed of 20 km per hour. When the Japanese soldier saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, his face suddenly changed. He thought that as long as he could maintain this speed, he would have no problem getting into the top 50.
It would be nice if everyone could make it into the top 50 and get along well with each other, right?
Lin Feng was about to bump into him. All I could hear was the little Japanese soldier chattering non-stop.
Grandpa doesn't understand your bird language, and I'm too lazy to listen.
Lin Feng simply retorted back. The Japanese buggy tilted to one side and almost fell over. His face was filled with fear as he tried desperately to control the car and adjust himself back. On the other side, Lin Feng quickly checked the body of his car and confirmed that there was no damage. Then he breathed a sigh of relief.
I only have 8 game coins. If the car breaks down, I won't even have anywhere to cry.
He looked up and found that Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go. The fear in his heart instantly reached its peak.
He knew that he couldn't be so lucky every time.
Brother, please stop hitting me. The man begged bitterly with a sad face in broken dragon language.
language. You beg me? Lin Feng's dictionary does not even have the word forgiveness. What's more, the other party is the Japanese. Lin Feng slammed forward again, and the Japanese soldier's go-kart was directly knocked away. A big hole immediately appeared on the side of the car. The collision was very precise, and the front of Lin Feng's go-kart made a loud boom and a large piece of it broke apart. A series of warning sounds pierced Lin Feng's eardrums. Warning! Warning! The game go-kart is partially damaged, and the vehicle speed has dropped by 5 km per hour. At the same time, an additional row of prompts appeared on the LCD panel in front of Lin Feng. Spend 20 gold coins to repair the go-kart. Lin Feng threw in 20 game coins without hesitation. A prompt about the increase in Secret Realm points immediately popped up in front of my eyes. Secret Realm points plus 200,000. The buggy sounded a warning sound again. The game's bouncing car has been repaired successfully, and its current speed is 20 km per hour. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although the Secret Realm points don't increase much, they are easy to come by. His gaze fell again on the Japanese soldier who was hit. The Japanese soldier's speed decreased because their vehicles were damaged. Lin Feng used gold coins to repair the car and restored its speed. There is a clear speed difference between the two, making the subsequent collision easier. Lin Feng drove his go-kart and crashed into things repeatedly. The damage to the Japanese vehicles became increasingly serious, and their speed dropped to below 10 km per hour. At this time, the Japanese seemed to completely understand that Lin Feng was here to kill him. He roared angrily, "You make me miserable, and I'm going to make you miserable too." The Japanese soldier jumped out of the car directly. His face was ferocious and he was waving a steel knife in his hand. "Just right!" Lin Feng shouted and drew out the dragon drinking sword. A sound of breaking through the air was heard. A flash of lightning shot out from the dragon drinking sword and directly pierced through the Japanese soldier's chest. A bloody hole as thick as a thumb was left on the chest, and blood gushed out. The Japanese soldier's eyes were filled with incredible despair. His gaze gradually became unfocused, and he finally fell to the ground. The Secret Realm points exploded. Lin Feng looked at the group of Secret Realm points and immediately stopped the go-kart. He jumped out of the car and quickly came to the body of the Japanese soldier. "Pick up the Secret Realm points and the 3 gold coins dropped by the Japanese devils. Displayed in front of you, Secret Realm points plus 60,000. Just as he picked up the Secret Realm points, he suddenly heard a loud crash behind him. Lin Feng turned around suddenly. The go-kart that was hit was his own. Under the violent impact, the car body was almost deformed and rolled several meters away. "How dare you, you little devil, attack my car?" Lin Feng's face turned ashen. He was furious and gnashed his teeth. Lin Feng quickly ran back to his go-kart. Alarms were blaring one after another and the car was seriously damaged. The rickshaw was severely damaged and its speed was reduced to the lowest possible speed of 3 km per hour. He looked up at the Japanese soldier who hit his car, who was staring at him with a very provocative look. Lin Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife. Without hesitation, he invested 20 game coins and quickly repaired the go-kart. After entering the repaired vehicle, Lin Feng chose a new option. 2. Invest 20 gold coins to install an AK unlimited bullet shooting system on the go-kart. Tip: the bounce car modification was successful. Get the AK infinite bullet shooting system. The hood of the go-kart began to deform, revealing a hole. At the entrance of the cave, an AK suddenly rose up and fired continuously. At the same time, the sound of a trigger being pulled was heard in the operating room of the go-kart. Lin Feng held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and chased the Japanese soldier who hit his go-kart. The other hand kept pulling the trigger. AK bullets began to pour out crazily and mercilessly. At this time, the Japanese soldier who hit Lin Feng's go-kart was about 50 meters away from him. Hearing the dense sound of AKs behind him, his expression changed instantly. When he looked back, his jaw almost dropped. Bullets flew towards him like a rainstorm. The little Japanese soldier had no time to think about it and could only take out 20 game coins and quickly put them into the coin slot. Emergency reinforcement and upgrade of the go-kart. At this critical moment, the AK bullet fired by Lin Feng arrived. The Japanese's vehicle upgrade has just been completed. The bullets hit the go-kart, leaving only tiny dents, but they failed to destroy the Japanese car. Seeing that he was safe and sound, the Japanese soldier couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his eyes became more arrogant and provocative. He was still mumbling something with his mouth. "Fuck you!" Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth were itching. His eyes fell on the screen in front of him. He had just made a purchase when the prompt at the top of the screen changed again. 1. Invest 5 gold coins to convert the go-kart into one with solid plastic wheels. 2. Invest 30 gold coins to equip the go-kart with an infinite missile system. 3. Invest 20 gold coins to strengthen the body of the go-kart. Tip: you can only insert a coin once per minute, and the current limit is 39 seconds. Lin Feng cursed loudly. Another 39 seconds passed. Faced with the contempt and provocation of the Japanese devils, he could not endure it for a moment. "Kill him," he whispered an order to Suzaku, who was standing at his shoulder. Juke cursed, but still flapped its wings and flew up from Lin Feng's shoulder. At the same time,
the Japanese soldier turned his head and glanced at Lin Feng with an extremely annoying smile on his face. Seeing the vermilion bird flying towards him from Lin Feng's shoulder, the contempt in his eyes became even greater. What is a red, broken bird pet? The next second, the Japanese soldier raised his thumb and gestured to Lin Feng 3 times in a row. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes as sharp as a knife. He gave Suzaku orders with his mind. The scorching heat instantly filled the space within a radius of dozens of meters around the Japanese. Terrifying tongues of fire spewed out of Suzaku's mouth. The Japanese soldier and his go-kart were instantly set on fire. The Japanese soldier, wrapped in flames, screamed. He hurriedly jumped out of the go-kart and tried to put out the flames on his body. But the flames were like worms attached to the bones and could not be put out. Although it was only a tiny touch of flame, it burned into his flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. The piercing pain made the Japanese soldier sweat profusely. For the first time, a sense of awe and fear emerged in my heart. What kind of flame is this? How could it not be extinguished? Then he tried a few more times. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to extinguish the fire that has burned into the bones. His face grew paler. The severe pain made him sweat profusely and he groaned in pain. At the same time, he finally understood. This fire cannot be extinguished at all. If the flames were not extinguished, he would be burned to death bit by bit, suffering unbearable pain. Thinking of this, the Japanese soldier's fear reached its peak. When he looked at Lin Feng again, his eyes were full of fear and awe. Of course, he deeply regretted it at this time. Why did I feel like driving a bumper car to crash into the evil go-kart parked nearby? Why be so arrogant and provocative? He even fantasized about angering Lin Feng and making him lose his mind. Then take the opportunity to kill him and steal his game coins. Provoke him, and he does. But he never expected that he could not bear the other party's anger at all. Saw Lin Feng approaching in a go-kart. In order to survive, the Japanese soldier suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy in dragon language. Sir, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Xiao Rizi knelt on the ground, his voice full of despair. Lin Feng's eyes were as cold as a knife, staring straight at the kneeling little guy. There is no word forgiveness in his dictionary. He pulled the trigger. A rocket shot out from the front of his newly upgraded go-kart and headed straight for the Japanese. At this moment, there were only about 10 meters between the two men, and the distance was so close that the Japanese soldiers could hardly dodge. Seeing that the rocket was about to hit, the Japanese soldier struggled to stand up and a protective shield quickly rose in front of him. The rocket hit the protective shield and the explosion broke out instantly. The huge impact force swept the Japanese soldier dozens of meters away. At the same time, because the Japanese soldiers were using their strength to resist the rockets, the Suzaku flame attached to his body lost control and shot up violently with a whoosh. Half of the Japanese soldier's body was instantly burnt, and the severe pain made him scream heart-wrenchingly. He tried to suppress the Suzaku flames, but it was too late. In just a few seconds, the Suzaku flames burned the Japanese soldiers alive. Then, a go-kart that failed to turn in time hit his body and turned it into ashes. Lin Feng showed an evil and satisfied smile on his face. Any Japanese soldier who dared to provoke him should be ground to dust and left without a burial place. Just as Lin Feng was about to start the go-kart and continue the race, a blue panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Hint: your battle pet kills the target alone, and the battle pet receives 1.31 million secret realm points. Seeing this prompt, Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that he had obtained another important piece of information about the growth of his battle pet. It turns out that as long as you don't take action yourself, if your combat pet completes a fatal kill, you can directly obtain the opponent's secret realm points. He then opened Suzaku's attribute information panel. Battle pet: the mythical beast Suzaku. Level: SSS level only. Strength: 213/9999. Spirit: 213/9999. Stamina: 213/9999. Agility: 213/9999. Burning flames: draw upon the power of the stars to burn the heavens with burning flames. Immortality: as one of the 4 ancient spirits, Suzaku is blessed by the creation of heaven and earth. Even if injured, he will only fall into a dormant state. Power of Suzaku: Suzaku can grant his firepower to his worshippers. Unlock progress: 2131000/10000000000 21,310,000/1 billion. Looking at the attribute growth line unlocked by Suzaku, a hint of jealousy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The improvement of all attributes means that strength growth will explode exponentially. He has a deep understanding of the impact of the integration of strength cards, and has a new understanding of the entire strength system. Lin Feng withdrew his thoughts and took a deep breath. With a glance, I locked onto the daily life on the runway. Suzaku, hunt! Under Lin Feng's command, the vermilion bird soared into the air, and its body instantly grew larger, soaring to nearly 3 meters. The bright red feathers all over its body are as hot as a sunset glow. Suzaku swooped down, skimming across the wide runway. The blazing vermilion bird fire spewed out of its mouth. Flames swept across the runway, leaving a charred gully in their wake. The little days licked by the flames were instantly turned into ashes under the terrifying terrifying flames. The points prompt in front of Lin Feng flashed wildly. Hint: if your pet kills the target alone, it will receive 80,000 secret realm points. Hint: if your pet kills the target alone, it will receive 40,000 secret realm points. Hint: if your battle pet kills the target alone, the battle pet will receive 130,000 secret realm points. Hint: if your pet kills the target alone, it will receive 60,000 secret realm points. In just a dozen or so breaths, more than a dozen people died tragically under the flames of Suzaku. However, the strength of these people is not high, and the secret realm points are very few. More than a dozen people combined only provided Zhu with less than 1 million secret realm points. Meanwhile, the situation continues to change as Suzaku hunts. Less than 50 meters away from Lin Feng and Fang Yuan, Xiaori was driving his go-kart as he fled frantically, chattering non-stop. Although Lin Feng couldn't understand what they were saying, he was sure that it was definitely not good words. He pulled the trigger and opened fire directly at the little people who were cursing him. A flame bomb exploded, and the weaker little people were blown away dozens of meters with their cars, killing them on the spot. The little people who were slightly stronger could only suffer in the face of Lin Feng's infinite rocket launcher. The only thing that made Lin Feng feel a little relieved was that although the upgraded go-go car could fire unlimited rockets, it could only fire one at a time. After 20 minutes of fierce fighting, Lin Feng had cleared out all the small creatures within a radius of nearly 100 meters. During this period, Suzaku had gained 3.21 million secret realm points, and all of his attributes had increased to 241. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile as he looked at Suzaku's 41-point increase in all of his attributes. This was equivalent to saving him 4.1 million secret realm points. As for the points dropped by Xiaorizi, who was killed with infinite rockets, due to the distance, Lin Feng had no time to jump out of the car to pick them up before they were snatched away by the dog-like ugly saint. He couldn't help but curse, watching the points disappear with heartache, and in his heart he owed the ugly saint another debt. At this point, the go-kart, cruising at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, had already traveled 7 or 8 kilometers. Lin Feng gazed toward the finish line and could already see the giant clown balloon floating high in the sky. He adjusted his course and headed straight for the finish line, reaching it at top speed in an effort to intercept and kill the Japanese. However, at this moment, the buggy's alarm sounded. Lin Feng frowned and looked at the LCD screen that prompted, hint: the buggy's tire is damaged, reducing speed by 10 kilometers per hour. He looked sideways and saw that the area he had just passed was covered with rows of spikes, which were slowly rotating. It turned out that the tires of the go-kart had been damaged when it passed over the spikes. Lin Feng looked at the remaining 66 game coins in his hand, picked up 5, and chose option 1. The next second, he put the 5 coins into the coin slot of the bounce car. Tip: the go-go car has been transformed into a solid nano tire, and its speed has been restored to 20 kilometers per hour. At the same time, Lin Feng's secret realm points increased by 50,000. After the tire was repaired, he continued to drive the scooter forward. About 5 kilometers later, countless pieces of paper suddenly fell from the sky ahead. As they touched the ground, they sprang to life, and from the paper, 10-centimeter tall clowns with ferocious fangs emerged. Countless clowns let out shrill, shrieking laughter and swarmed towards the rickshaw like a tide. Lin Feng decisively fired a rocket, which arced into the clowns and exploded into a blazing wave of fire, blasting countless clowns to pieces. Immediately afterwards, he fired 3 more rockets in succession. Feeling threatened, the paper clown quickly transformed into pieces of flying paper, floating high into the sky, passing over Lin Feng, and heading straight for another go-kart about 100 meters behind him. Lin Feng stared at the flying papers, only to see them land again, transform back into clowns, and pounce on the following rickshaw. A shrill scream came from behind, and in the blink of an eye, the rickshaw and its passengers were completely devoured by the paper clown. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and continued driving forward. Although he encountered several obstacles set by the ugly king on the way, he easily overcame them with his upgraded go-go car. Finally, they reached the end. Beneath a giant, floating clown head lay the void that led to the end of the road. In front of the void stood a teleportation light gate, with the number 7 marked on top. When Lin Feng's gaze fell on the light gate, a Japanese soldier was rushing into the light gate quickly. The number on the light gate immediately jumped to 8. Seeing this change, Lin Feng immediately understood the meaning of the light gate number. It records the number of players who entered the portal and successfully passed the level. Because he delayed some time in hunting the Japanese soldiers around him at the beginning, 8 of them got there first and passed through first. In Lin Feng's opinion, these Japanese devils who can achieve their goals faster than him must be fat sheep. The secret realm points they have are definitely not less than 1 million. Currently, 8 players have passed the level, which means at least 8 million secret realm points have been lost. Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt a slight pain in his heart. This behavior is completely missing the forest for the trees, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Soon, he sighed again, tried to adjust his mentality, and turned his gaze to the LCD panel of the go-kart. A prompt pops up on the panel. Hint: you have completed the first level of the Ugly Saint game. It it took 73 minutes to clear the first level, ranking 9th in terms of time.
After reading the prompt, Lin Feng withdrew his gaze.
At this moment, a series of bang-bang collision sounds came from behind. He looked back and saw a Japanese soldier driving a trolley at a speed of about 17 or 18 kilometers per hour towards the teleportation gate he had blocked. Lin Feng showed a wicked smile on his face and jumped off the go-kart. The Japanese soldier coming towards him noticed his intention and hurriedly stepped on the brakes. After the car stopped, it moved back a few meters. A scornful smile appeared on Lin Feng's face, and he thought to himself, I am blocking the teleportation entrance. These little Japanese devils can hide on the first day, but can they hide on the 15th? At the same time, he recalled Suzaku. The burning vermilion bird's true fire instantly subsided, transforming into an ordinary red bird, quietly landing on his shoulder. Just like that, a man and a bird blocked the teleportation entrance with a fierce look on their faces. It has the momentum of one man blocking the way for 10,000 men. About 20 minutes later, nearly 10 more Japanese soldiers arrived. When they saw Lin Feng blocking the transmission entrance, fear appeared on their faces. As time went on, more and more Japanese soldiers gathered in front of the portal. After about another 30 minutes, the number of Japanese devils had reached more than 30. At this moment, the voice of the ugly saint rang in everyone's ears. All the people who have passed the level have arrived. In 5 minutes, the entrance to the next level will be closed. Players who fail to enter the next level through the teleportation entrance will be deemed to have failed the game. The voice of Cho Shang made the faces of the Japanese soldiers present change suddenly. They all looked at the countdown numbers at the top of the portal, their faces filled with anxiety. However, when they thought of Lin Feng's horrific killing methods on the road, everyone was frightened and did not dare to move forward rashly. Damn foreign pigs! The Japanese soldier cursed in bird language that Lin Feng could not understand. The countdown began to tick, carrying an invisible magic that penetrated everything, ringing in their ears. This life-threatening feeling of oppression made the Japanese soldiers look desperate. When the countdown reached 3:29, one of the Japanese soldiers finally couldn't stand the threat of death and began to run wildly towards the transmission portal blocked by Lin Feng. Facing the Japanese soldiers rushing towards him, a frivolous smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. The dragon drinking sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed and crackled around the sword. Just when the Japanese soldier was less than 5 meters away from him, Lin Feng took decisive action. The drinking dragon's sword brought up a brilliant flash of lightning and struck directly at the Japanese soldier's head. I'll fight you! The Japanese soldier roared in a language that Lin Feng could not understand. A faint red light suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, his body was greatly strengthened. A pair of black gloves appeared on his clenched fists. He threw a punch, accompanied by a series of deafening sonic booms. A trace of contempt flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and the dragon drinking sword fell heavily. Carrying the divine thunder that could destroy the heaven and earth, the dragon drinking sword cut through flesh like a sharp blade, drawing out a magnificent sword intent. The sword intent traversed the void and cut directly through the Japanese soldier's neck. The Japanese's defense collapsed like tofu in an instant under the power of the Yinlong sword. The next moment, a head flew up. The Japanese soldiers who rushed towards Lin Feng were killed on the spot. The headless body fell down, and a ball of white light and 2 super cards exploded. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. He took a big step and quickly picked up the white light and the super energy card. He was afraid that if he was a few seconds late, his spoils would be snatched away by that guy Cho Shing again. Secret realm points plus 390,000. D-level super card plus 1. Physical strengthening. D-level skill card. After fusion, using skills can increase physical strength by 15%, with an upper limit. E-level super card plus 1. Strength amplification. E-level ability card. After fusion, strength attribute increases by 17 points. In Lin Feng's opinion, super energy cards of this level are not even considered materials. During the rest of his days, seeing Lin Feng easily kill the Japanese soldiers rushing towards him with one sword, his inner fear and despair became even greater. His face flushed and his breathing became more rapid. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng turned around and glanced at the countdown. 3:18. Time is running out. If the confrontation continues like this, the secret realm points and cards on these people will eventually be taken away by that guy ugly saint. Then, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Suzaku and said, let's see who kills more Japanese devils. These words instantly aroused Suzaku's competitive spirit. Little trash, I won't lose to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Suzaku's body suddenly grew to 5 meters in length and his entire body was wrapped in blazing flames. The temperature was so high that even the space was distorted and rippled. Lin Feng started walking and rushed towards the Japanese soldiers with the drinking dragon sword in hand. Although he spoke dragon language, some of the Japanese soldiers could understand him. When they heard that Lin Feng and Zhu Ke were going to compete to see who could kill more of them, they all felt insulted. They couldn't accept that in Lin Feng's eyes, they were just pawns in a killing game. But even so, what can they do? The only thing we can do is anger, despair, and helplessness. Lin Feng struck with lightning, killing a Japanese soldier who had no time to dodge, and directly quickly dismembered his body and sent him to hell. A ball of white secret realm points exploded, and Lin Feng picked it up.
Secret realm points plus 180,000.
He swung his sword back and slashed at another Japanese soldier. Just as Lin Feng was about to kill someone with his sword, Suzaku also attacked. It turned into a ball of red flame, instantly piercing through the two Japanese soldiers and turning them into ashes. Under the powerful hunting of Lin Feng and Zhu Kei, the Japanese soldiers fled in panic. Of course, there are also those who are sharp-eyed and cunning and take the opportunity to escape into the portal leading to the next level.
This one-sided hunt lasted 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Among the more than 30 Japanese devils, 5 took the opportunity to escape. You lose, little bastard. After killing the last Japanese soldier, Zhu Kei flew back to Lin Feng's shoulder and said with contempt. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Every time he killed a Japanese soldier, he had to stop to collect secret realm points, which wasted time. As a result, he killed 3 fewer people than Zhu Kei. But even so, there were still 2 balls of points that I hadn't had time to pick up, and they were swallowed up by that guy Chosheng. Cursing the ugly saint in his heart, Lin Feng looked up at the countdown of 46 seconds remaining and walked towards the portal. As he passed through the teleportation array, his eyes fell on the panel of his card box. 14 Japanese devils were killed, which was a pretty good harvest. The current secret realm points remaining are 19434,100. In the first level of the game, plus exchanging gold coins for the ugly saint and killing the little ones, Lin Feng obtained a total of nearly 9 million secret realm points. Then, he looked at Suzaku's attribute panel. Unlock progress 3182200001000000000 31,822,000/1 billion. Seeing the unlocking progress of Suzaku, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. This guy actually got more than 11 million secret realm points, and the unlocking progress directly climbed to 3%. All attributes are almost unlocked to nearly 1,300 points. If this continues, I'll be worse than a bird. We must improve our strength quickly. While thinking this, Lin Feng stepped into the teleportation array leading to the next level. At this moment, Zhou Shang, who was sitting in the background of the game control, was extremely excited. In the first level of the game, he teleported in a total of 1,000 people. Now, all 10 runway games are over. The statistics before us show that more than 600 people died in this level of the game. Among these more than 600 people, the secret realm points and super power cards of more than 400 people fell into his pocket. These 400 people brought him more than 60 million secret realm points. There are also 521 super cards. For the ugly saint, it was a huge profit. He sat on the sofa in the control room, leaning back slightly. I didn't expect that earning secret realm points and super power cards would be so easy after leveling up. The 50 million secret realm points loan has finally been secured. Zhou Shang was excited and pressed the button to open the next level. I secretly calculated in my heart. The remaining 300-odd people are all fat fish, and they can make at least 150 million this time. Becoming the ugly king is just around the corner. On the other side, Lin Feng passed through the teleportation entrance and entered the next level. He appeared again in a gray space. Immediately afterwards, a green arrow appeared under his feet. The green arrow flashes. Lin Feng walked forward following the arrow. After walking about 50 meters, a circle of light appeared in front. There is a game console in the aperture. When Lin Feng stepped into the light circle, the marquees surrounding the game machine began to flash alternately. The next second, a series of beep sounds came from the machine. The picture began to scroll rapidly. After slowly stopping, a line of text appeared on the screen. Dear players, now is the time to purchase game coins. Countdown starts at 1:59:01:58. Lin Feng's consciousness entered the card box panel. He discovered that there were 5 A-level super cards that could be used as materials. He sighed, took out an A-grade super card and inserted it into the card slot on the game console. While muttering in dissatisfaction, this Dogecoin ugly saint, I even remember the price difference between exchanging A-level super power cards for gold coins. He inserted the first super card. Super energy card testing. A-level super card. Congratulations, you have won 150 game coins. Afterwards, Lin Feng performed the operation 4 times in a row. After the exchange was completed, he obtained a total of 750 game coins. Add the remaining 11. At this time, Lin Feng had a total of 761 game coins. When he put the more than 700 game coins into the clown's pocket provided by the ugly saint, the game currency purchase period also ends. The next second, the purchase time is reset to 0. A series of beeping sounds came from the game machine in front of Lin Feng. The screen began scrolling frantically again. After a few seconds, the scrolling stops. The rules of the game appeared on the screen again. First of all, the name of this level of the game. Rule 1, your ID number will be randomly drawn through the game machine. Rule 2, invest game coins to purchase your game number. Rule 3, kill the number of players whose identity numbers are equal to the difference between their game numbers, otherwise the game fails. The losing player will be killed at the end of the game. Rule 4. Players who meet the kill conditions will be immediately teleported to the next level of the game. Rule 5. The number of players in this game is 50. Rule 6. The game time limit is 15 minutes. Rule 7. This game has two modes, killing mode and survival mode. Tip: if the difference between your ID number and the game number is less than 1, congratulations, you are now in survival mode. As long as you survive before the game time ends, you can complete the level. After tens of seconds, the rules of the game disappear. The game console screen cleared and a clown head appeared. The clown head let out a sharp, shrill laugh. The next second, the game prompt sound of the video game machine rang out. Dear players, please click the button on the game machine to randomly generate your identity number. Dear players, please click the button on the game machine to randomly generate your identity number. As the prompt sound of the arcade mechanical game rang out, Lin Feng reached out and pressed the red button on the machine. The numbers on the screen began to scroll wildly, and the numbers from 1 to 50 kept jumping and repeating on the screen. Suddenly, the scrolling picture stopped abruptly. A dark red, blood red identity number flashed and appeared. The strange reminder sounded again. Your ID number is 19. When Lin Feng saw the number he drew, a faint smile appeared on his face. Number 19. According to the rules of the game, if the number drawn is 1, he must kill 18 Japanese devils to pass the level. The difficulty of this level is really brutal. However, when he thought about the other players who were all living a good life, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. I even felt a little regretful, thinking that my number was a bit low. When Lin Feng's ID number was displayed, 5 options appeared on the screen. Option 1. Invest 10 game coins and buy a random game number. Option 2. Invest 25 game coins and buy 2 random game numbers. Option 3. Invest 75 game coins and buy 3 random game numbers. Option 4. Invest 225 game coins and buy 4 random game numbers. Option 5. Invest 675 game coins and buy 5 random game numbers. Note: you can only purchase random numbers once, so please choose carefully. Lin Feng sighed. In order to maximize the secret realm points, he took out 675 game coins and threw them all into the coin swallowing hole. The game coin reading jumps. The player has invested 675 game coins. The random game numbers will now begin. The machine screen began scrolling frantically again. After about 5 seconds, the picture suddenly stopped. The 5 numbers are 11, 14, 14, 29, and 41. After the number stopped, the secret realm points appeared on the blue screen in front of Lin Feng. Plus 6750000. The smallest number is 11. Lin Feng frowned and then sighed. My luck was really bad. I could only kill 8 devils. Just when he was feeling a little lost, the prompt sound of the arcade mechanical game rang again. Please select your number in time. Otherwise, it will be randomly selected in 5 seconds. Please select your number in time. Otherwise, it will be randomly selected in 5 seconds. He reluctantly reached out and prepared to choose number 11. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to my mind. Why do I have to pick a small number? A big number is also good. Choosing a high number allows you to stay in the game scene for 15 minutes and enter survival mode. This way, as long as they target me, I can kill them directly. After figuring this out, Lin Feng decisively chose number 41. When he confirmed his choice, a mechanical prompt sounded. Your game number is 41. Your game mode is survival mode. Passing condition: survive for 15 minutes. The game starts. In 5 seconds you will be transported to the game scene. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The countdown reached 0, and a ball of blue light suddenly shone around Lin Feng. After the light faded, he appeared in a huge circular arena. The diameter of this coliseum is 500 meters. There are rows of step stands all around, the highest point of which is 100 meters above the ground. As 50 players appeared one after another, deafening cheers erupted from the stands. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the stands were full of paper clowns. Amidst the overwhelming shouts, the sharp and piercing voice of the ugly saint rang out. Welcome everyone to the first killing game. This saint declares that the game begins. Over the coliseum, huge fireworks exploded into the sky. The falling fireworks gathered into countdown numbers. 1459. As the countdown began, most people in the coliseum became cautious and quickly distanced themselves from nearby enemies. The author racks his brains to come up with ideas for each game, so this part may be written a little slower. While some players who successfully entered the second stage might have benefited from luck, the vast majority were incredibly powerful. Facing the impending battle for survival, Lin Feng remained cautious. His powerful mental energy slowly radiated from his body, silently probing the strength of the Japanese within a radius of dozens of meters. The Japanese soldiers were also cautious with each other, keeping a close eye on every enemy around them, and no one dared to take the initiative to attack, because once they took action, they might become the target of public criticism, exposing their own strength, or even revealing their flaws. The paper clown in the stands booed, obviously dissatisfied with everyone's performance. At this moment, a series of explosions like fireworks rang out in the sky. Lin Feng looked up and saw the countdown numbers slowly flowing through the fireworks, and with each passing second, a firework would bloom. However, the moment he looked up, a Japanese soldier not far away seemed to have caught his weakness. His figure suddenly changed, transforming into a charming singing girl with a white face. Then a melodious and piercing song sounded, making Lin Feng's mind dazed for a moment. However, this trance only lasted for a moment, and the powerful mental power quickly dispelled the illusion. The singer who used the ID card to transform suddenly kicked Lin Feng like a falling leaf. Lin Feng drew the dragon drinking sword and held it horizontally across his chest. Seeing this, the man transformed into the singing girl's eyes flashed with fear, as if exclaiming, "How is this possible? The person bewitched by my song has actually awakened." He looked at the drinking dragon sword held horizontally in Lin Feng's hand and wanted to retreat, but found that he was already suspended in midair. The strong inertia made it impossible for him to change his posture. The next moment, a bizarre scene greeted everyone. The singing man collided headfirst with the dragon drinking sword held across Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng stepped gently to the right, and with a thud, the man's body was bisected, his internal organs spilling onto the ground along with his lower body. The upper body, driven by the inertia of the impact, fell with a thud 2 meters away from Lin Feng. The man didn't die instantly. When the countdown began, most people in the Colosseum became extra cautious, quickly distancing themselves from any nearby enemies. The author racks his brains every time he designs a game segment, so this part may be written a little slower. Although some of the players who were able to pass the first level and enter the second level relied on luck, the strength of most of them should not be underestimated. Facing the upcoming battle for survival, Lin Feng still maintains a cautious attitude. The powerful mental force in his body spread out silently probing the strength of the Japanese devils within a radius of dozens of meters. The Japanese soldiers were also extremely cautious with each other, keeping a close eye on all the enemies around them, and no one dared to take the first step, because once you take action first, you are likely to become the target of public criticism, exposing your own strength and even revealing your flaws. The paper clown in the stands burst into boos, clearly dissatisfied with everyone's performance. At this moment, explosions like fireworks rang out in the sky. Lin Feng looked up and saw the fireworks in the sky leaping and blooming with brilliant light with every second of the countdown. However, at the moment he looked up, a Japanese soldier not far away seemed to have caught his weakness. His figure suddenly changed, and he turned into a charming and attractive singer with a white face. A shrill and melodious song suddenly sounded, making Lin Feng's mind dazed for a moment. But this trance only lasted for a moment before it was quickly dispelled by his powerful mental power. The man who used his ID card to transform himself into a singer, with his body like a falling leaf, kicked Lin Feng. Lin Feng drew out the dragon drinking sword and held it across his chest. Seeing this, the man who had transformed into a singer had a flash of fear in his eyes, as if he was exclaiming in his heart, "How is this possible? My ballad can clearly confuse the other party. How could someone wake up?" He looked at the drinking dragon sword held horizontally in Lin Feng's hand and wanted to retreat, but found that he was already suspended in midair. The strong inertia made it impossible for him to change his posture. The next second, a strange scene appeared in front of everyone. The man who transformed into a singer actually rushed directly towards the dragon drinking sword that was placed across Lin Feng's chest. As Lin Feng retreated slightly to the right, the singing man's body was cut in half by the dragon drinking sword with a puff. The internal organs poured out from the lower body. It was extremely tragic. The upper body fell to the ground 2 meters away from Lin Feng with a bang due to the inertia of the impact. He did not die on the spot and was still breathing. The white powder on the singer's face instantly became even paler. I only need to kill one person, and I can. Why? He used up his last bit of strength to try to say something, but before he could finish his words, his pupils suddenly contracted, and the last glimmer of life disappeared. At the same time, a ball of white light burst out from his body, and a blue supercard fell. Lin Feng stepped forward and picked up the secret realm points and super power cards. Secret realm points plus 589,000. B-level super power card. Dance of the Diva. Class B ID card. After use, it can transform into a female singer and dancer, causing the listener to fall unconscious for a short period of time. Each use consumes 50,000 secret realm points, and the current number of uses remaining is February 5th. Lin Feng put away the secret realm points and super power cards, glanced at the dead Japanese soldier again, and a look of sarcasm and disdain appeared on his face. "You chose the wrong opponent." The scene of the dragon drinking sword slicing through the opponent made many people on the field gasp. What kind of magical weapon is this? Surprisingly, with just one collision, the user cut a superpowered person in half without any effort. Looking at the drinking dragon sword in Lin Feng's hand, some of the people had their eyes filled with fear and dread, while others showed greed and fierce looks. The countdown fireworks continued to explode. But after experiencing the attack on Lin Feng by the singer just now, all those who were originally ready to start a war fell silent and calmed down again. At this moment, the Cho Shang, who was sitting in the backstage control room, stared intently at the 7 screens in front of him. He angrily slammed the machine in front of him and roared, "Why haven't you started yet? Isn't the game I designed fine?" fun?
In order to urge the game to start immediately, he just set off fireworks on the countdown, trying to create a sense of urgency, but the effect was not obvious.
The situation in the 7 playgrounds was almost identical.
Zhou Sheng suddenly felt a sense of failure and frustration in his heart.
Is it possible that his new game is not exciting enough?
He sat down helplessly, trying to adjust his mentality. After all, it is inevitable that there will be some omissions when using a new game right after being promoted.
In that case, let's add a few more rules.
He pressed the loudspeaker on the control panel, and the voice of the ugly saint immediately echoed in the 7 beast fighting squares. Dear gamers, the game length will be adjusted soon. As soon as the words fell, a series of rapid explosions sounded in the sky, and the countdown flashed rapidly, instantly reducing by 5 minutes.
At this time, the game countdown shows 8:23 seconds.
Seeing the game time suddenly shortened, the survival mode players in the scene showed excitement on their faces. However, just as they were excited, the voice of the ugly saint sounded again.
Now, 2 more rules of the game will be added. First, players in survival mode will be marked in blue, and players in killing mode will be marked in red.
Second, the number of targets to be killed will be displayed above the player's head in the killing mode, while the number of targets to be killed will be displayed above the player's head in survival mode. As the ugly saint announced the rules, a flash of light appeared above the heads of all the players. Blue or red light appears respectively. The numbers of players with blue light above their heads are all 0, while the numbers of players with red light above their heads are all displayed as a specific red number. Lin Feng scanned the entire battle square and found that about 80% of the players had blue number zeros above their heads. He shook his head, understanding the reason.
No wonder this killing battle is so difficult to unfold.
It turns out that most people have chosen a game identity that is larger than their actual number, intending to hide until the end. As for the players with red numbers above their heads, Lin Feng guessed that the reason why they did not choose blue was mostly because they did not have enough gold coins to buy higher numbers. Even so, he saw that the player with the largest red number was only 7, while the others were mostly below 5, and some were only 1 to 3.
No wonder these people have been waiting and watching.
Lin Feng finally understood what was going on. Even those players with red numbers on their heads are waiting for the last few minutes to take advantage of the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. After all, the closer the game gets to the end, the more willing players in survival mode are to stay out of it and become more relaxed. But now, Zhou Sheng has marked the modes and kill counts of all players one by one, and the situation has suddenly changed. Players in survival mode begin to form a tacit understanding with each other, and only need to be wary of players in killing mode. At this moment, all the survival mode players turned their attention to the killing mode players, especially the female player with the number 7 on her head. She became the focus of everyone's attention. Because she has the most targets to kill, she poses the greatest threat to players in survival mode. The killing mode player with a red 7 on her head is a woman in her 20s. When she felt the many gazes cast at her, she began to slowly retreat, her heart filled with pain and sadness. Everyone's identity has been clearly exposed, and it now seems harder than climbing to the sky for her to kill 7 people. Some survival mode players are ready to unite and kill her, eliminating this biggest threat first. Regarding the ugly saint's sudden change of rules midway through, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. What a dog coin! Changing the rules midway through is even more despicable than a dog. Meanwhile, the situation becomes more tense as all the players' identities are revealed. The situation in the arena suddenly reversed. For a moment, Lin Feng couldn't tell who was the player who was truly in survival mode. Those players with red numbers above their heads began to retreat under the siege of players with blue numbers. As for the female gamer with the number 7 on her head, she was torn apart immediately. As time went on, the battle gradually evolved into a fierce struggle between the two forces. What's even more frightening is that the red team not only has to guard against attacks from the blue team, but also has to be careful of their own teammates in the red camp. Because for the red team, to complete the game goal, they only need to kill any game player, and there is no restriction that it must be a player in survival mode. This is tantamount to the red player being stabbed in the back and being caught in a dilemma. Especially the scene that happened a few seconds ago made the red team players feel extremely terrified and desperate. 2 players who are close to each other and have red numbers above their heads are besieged by 5 blue players. Faced with the attack from 5 people, the 2 men communicated with each other and formed a temporary alliance. However, when one of them was facing the siege of many people, his allies suddenly turned against him. The allied player suddenly became murderous and attacked his companion from behind. When he killed an ally, the red number above his head instantly changed from 1 to 0. Then, a teleportation light effect flashed, and he disappeared in the arena. The battle continues fiercely. When the countdown in the sky reached 5:37, there were only 2 players with red numbers above their heads in the arena where Lin Feng was. There are still 32 players on the blue side. In this battle with a huge disparity in strength, only 2 players on the red side have completed the game goal and teleported out of the arena. At this moment, in the arena where Lin Feng was, the last 2 players on the red side were caught in a desperate decisive battle. One person faces several enemies alone. The battle will probably
probably be over in just a few seconds. The game ending so quickly is definitely not a good thing for Lin Feng. He didn't want the game to end quickly, because this is the perfect opportunity for him to earn Secret Realm points. This speed of earning points is much faster than clearing Secret Realm copies. How could he give up like this? Magical waves surged around his body. The power of thunder and lightning tore through the void, and strands of electric arcs crackled and flickered around Lin Feng. The brilliant electric current drew a 10-meter-long streak of lightning in the void. The lightning cut through the void and headed straight for the blue enemies who were besieging the red number player. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning caused ripples to appear in the void within a radius of nearly 10 meters. Those who were besieging the player with the red number felt the lightning fluctuations behind them and turned around suddenly. The expressions of more than a dozen enemies changed drastically, and they looked quite confused. As the player with a blue number above his head, Lin Feng can pass the level by just waiting for the game time to end. It would have been fine if he didn't help besiege the red team, but why did he suddenly attack dozens of players on the same side? Is this a way to seek death and become a target of public criticism? At the same time, facing Lin Feng's powerful attack, the dozen or so Japanese soldiers did not dare to resist. They retreated one after another to avoid the lightning attack. But the lightning was as fast as lightning, and no matter how fast they retreated, they could not completely avoid it. The enemy closest to Lin Feng was the first to be hit. The first Japanese soldier who was hit was pierced by lightning like tofu. The power of thunder and lightning was unstoppable. After piercing through two enemies, it was finally blocked by the fourth Japanese soldier. However, the Japanese soldier who resisted the lightning strike also paid a heavy price. Under the impact of the powerful thunder force, he was blown dozens of meters away like a bullet. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. Damn it! Damn it! The Japanese soldiers were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. Just when victory was within reach, players from the same camp messed up everything. Fuck! What are you doing? The Japanese soldier roared angrily. Although Lin Feng's foreign language level was not very good, he still understood this sentence. With a look of contempt in his eyes, he shot back in dragon language, I think, kill all the garbage here. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng was surrounded by lightning, and he waved the oolong sword in his hand, and instantly rushed towards the Japanese devils like lightning and thunder. After experiencing Lin Feng's thundering attack, the Japanese soldiers knew that they were no match for him alone. They quickly scattered in all directions, like birds and beasts. The Japanese soldiers were fleeing everywhere, which was exactly what Lin Feng wanted. He ran straight towards the three Japanese soldiers he had just killed. Secret Realm points plus 1210000. Secret Realm points plus 890,000. Just as Lin Feng was about to pick up the Secret Realm points and super energy cards dropped by the third Japanese devil, the picking time suddenly exceeded. He could only watch his spoils disappear as they were swallowed by the ugly saint. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart, "You damn bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson as soon as the game is over." The Japanese soldiers who had dodged and witnessed this scene felt mixed emotions, vaguely feeling that the foreigner in front of them was treating them as points babies. This is hard for them to accept. The nation's self-esteem was hit hard, as if it had suffered a critical hit. Kill this foreigner first. The Japanese soldiers gritted their teeth and discussed in bird language that Lin Feng could not understand. Lin Feng straightened his body and glanced at the Japanese soldiers with blue numbers above their heads. In his eyes, these people are all points babies, with an average of at least 1 million per person, and more than 30 of them together have at least 30 million. A knowing smile appeared on his face. "Thank you very much for the rescue." At this moment, a voice came from my ears. He turned around and saw the Japanese soldiers who had been besieged just now, with red numbers on their heads. Lin Feng sneered, and said with a sneer, "Save you? Don't overthink it. This game is quite interesting. I just don't want it to end too soon." The Japanese soldier looked embarrassed for a moment, but quickly adjusted himself and seemed to not care about Lin Feng's words at all. He slowly took a step closer to Lin Feng. Only with his protection could he pass safely. Lin Feng glanced at him and didn't take him seriously in his heart, but he still kept him in mind. At this time, the countdown reached 408 seconds. The battle on the other side of the arena is over. There was only one Japanese soldier with a red number 1 on his head left in the entire fighting arena. He was standing behind Lin Feng. In front of Lin Feng, the number of Japanese soldiers gathered has exceeded 20. They were in high spirits and formed an alliance, ready to kill Lin Feng and the Japanese soldier behind him in one fell swoop and end this level of the game. Kill them! The Japanese soldiers roared angrily, and more than 20 people rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood still, ready to fight. However, when these 20 or so people were less than 10 meters away from him, they suddenly stopped, because they saw that the Japanese soldier with the number 1 on his head standing behind Lin Feng suddenly attacked. A purple dagger flashed in his hand and stabbed straight into Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng sensed a sense of danger behind him, and he turned around suddenly, moving like a dragon or a tiger, at lightning speed. The Japs actually dared to launch a sneak attack, but Lin Feng didn't want the game to end so quickly, so he had to stretch out his right hand. He was the first to arrive, and his right hand suddenly clamped the Japanese
Japanese soldier's neck like a pair of pliers. The Japanese soldier who was ambushed suddenly changed his face, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. At the moment when Lin Feng clasped his hands tightly around the boy's neck, the strength in his body instantly dissipated like a balloon punctured by a needle. The purple dagger in his hand fell with a clang. Boss, please spare my life. The little Japanese soldier begged for mercy in horror, stammering in dragon language. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He threw him aside like garbage and warned him sternly, "If I hadn't wanted the game to continue, you would have been a corpse." The Japanese soldier curled up on the ground, coughing violently, his heart filled with extreme fear. The sneak attack just now made his fear of Lin Feng reach its peak. Lin Feng turned around and faced the 20 or so Japanese soldiers who had just attacked him. They couldn't help but take a half step back. It is really hard to understand how Lin Feng could fight back after being attacked at such a close distance. Fear flashed in everyone's eyes. Faintly, an idea emerged in my mind. Perhaps these 20 or so people are no match for the foreigner in front of them. What is this operation? The inner strategy also changed quietly. I just want to wait until the game time is over. The game countdown reached 4 o'clock. Inside the fighting arena, the strange voice of the ugly saint sounded again. Congratulations to all players for triggering the hidden mode of this game. I call it a reversal pattern. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng frowned, but thought to himself, this idiot is probably patching his new game again. As soon as he finished speaking, the color of the heads of some of the Japanese soldiers turned purple, and negative numbers appeared. This purple number appeared above the heads of 9 of the remaining 30 or so Japanese devils. Among them, 8 people have a purple value of -1 on their heads, and 1 person has a purple value of -2 on his head. Seeing these changes, everyone was confused. I had no choice but to listen to Cho Sheng's explanation again. Any player who kills the game in kill mode will enter reversal mode. Players in reversal mode need to kill other players with the same negative value. The game rules have been introduced. Players, please continue the game. After Ugly Saint finished explaining the rules of the patch game, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dragon drinking sword in his hand suddenly burst out with a flash of lightning. The terrifying lightning shot out fiercely. The Japanese soldier who was thrown aside like garbage by Lin Feng had despair and fear in his eyes. The next second, lightning pierced through his head with a puff sound. The flame of life was extinguished in an instant. A bunch of secret realm points exploded. Lin Feng bent down and picked up the secret realm points. Secret realm points plus 720,000. He looked at his secret realm points balance. Secret realm points, 29593,100. It's only a little over 400,000 away from 30 million. If this trend continues, there will be no problem in getting 100 million secret realm points by the end of the game. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. After the game is over, go and redeem it for 10 consecutive draws. As long as you are lucky, your strength will surely leap forward. At the same time, inside the fighting arena, as reversal patterns emerge, the Japanese soldiers who originally had blue numbers on their heads were no longer a united front. They immediately distanced themselves from the surrounding gamers. Of course, facing the Japanese devils who are constantly changing, causing trouble and modifying the rules of the game, everyone is exhausted. When will this crappy game end? The countdown in the sky only had 3:49 left, but for the Japanese soldiers, these 3 minutes seemed longer than a lifetime. The situation changed rapidly. Those players with purple numbers on their heads who enter reversal mode, immediately select the target you think you can kill and attack madly. At the same time, the vermilion bird on Lin Feng's shoulder became active again. The sleepy Suzaku gave the order to kill. Kill everyone. Be careful to hide your strength and don't scare the ugly king, because that guy might run away with the machine. Blazing flames ignited on Suzaku's body, and it instantly soared to 3 meters high, flying out from Lin Feng's shoulder. The blazing flames burned the void. Suzaku swooped down, spewing tongues of fire. A Japanese soldier with a blue number on his head was instantly pierced by Suzaku. His body turned into charcoal ash in an instant. A reminder floated in front of Lin Feng. Your battle pet kills the target alone, and the battle pet gains 186,3000 secret realm points. At the same time, Suzaku's single attribute soared by 18 points, reaching 336 points. Lin Feng looked at the rapidly improving attributes of the vermilion bird and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This guy's growth method is really abnormal. Moreover, this guy really knows how to pick his enemies. Each kill can earn you more than 1.8 million secret realm points. Damn it, I suspect you're cheating. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. Why is it that every time you kill a target, the secret realm points are much higher than mine? You little piece of trash, you know nothing. Suzaku snorted in response. Some of the super power cards dropped by my targets will be converted into secret realm points. So that's how it is. No wonder Lin Feng has always been wondering why Suzaku never drops a super card every time he kills a target alone. It turns out that those cards were converted into secret realm points. Then, Lin Feng picked up his sword and joined the battle. A fierce fight broke out. When the countdown reached 0:28 seconds, there were only 4 people left in the arena.
In this battle, 3 players in reversal mode were teleported away from the venue because they completed their tasks. The rest were all killed. Among the 4 people left now, in addition to Lin Feng, there is also a reversal mode player and 2 survival mode players. In this melee, Lin Feng killed 6 people, 5 of whom were survival mode players and 1 was a reversal mode player. He picked up a total of 7,860,000 secret realm points. As for the super energy cards, their levels were very low, so Lin Feng simply ignored them. Zhuke killed 8 people and obtained a total of 13,216,000 secret realm points. Through the conversion of secret realm points, Suzaku's single attribute reached 468 points, and all attributes reached 1872 points. Lin Feng looked at his personal attributes. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. Strength, 494. Spirit, 1230. Stamina, 404. Agility, 2. Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Boost, 9. Stamina Boost, 2. Strength Boost, World-Destroying Thunder, Vermilion Bird. Points, 37453100. Remaining draw cards, 0. Bound item, Divine Artifact Fanteon Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, only SSS level. Spirit Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank, S rank. Strength Amplification, level A. Stamina Enhancement, rank B. Fusion Skill, SS level. Suzaku, SSS rank. Special ability, Fire Immunity. Damn it, my total attributes are only a little over 2,100 points. If this continues, I will definitely be surpassed by this rebellious son at the next level. Seeing that the remaining countdown was almost up, the 2 survival mode players quickly distanced themselves from each other in the arena with a diameter of 500 meters. As long as you hold on for the last 20 seconds, you can pass the game smoothly. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the 2 little ghosts in survival mode. Since they have survived until now, their strength should not be underestimated. It is not easy to kill them without attacking with all your strength. In order not to affect the next game level, Lin Feng decided to let them go for the time being and turn his attention to the last reversal mode player. The reason why this reversal mode player is still alive after fighting for so long is largely due to Lin Feng's contribution. Because he always wanted to continue the game, he accidentally helped him from time to time. Now that the game is about to end, it is time to kill this reversal mode player and put an end to the game. When Lin Feng's gaze fell on the last reversal mode player, fear appeared in his eyes and his body kept retreating. Meanwhile, there's not much game time left. He also understood that he was most likely doomed to fail. Despair flashed in his eyes, and he laughed crazily. This is a rubbish game. It's not fair at all, a player in reversal mode shouted in anger. When Lin Feng locked onto him, he walked towards him. The player in reversal mode took a few steps back and then steadied himself. A thought emerged in my mind. As long as he kills Lin Feng, he will have the chance to pass the game. If you choose to hide, you will surely die. Facing Lin Feng, he was aware of the possibility of killing him. Maybe less than 1 in 10,000. But if you don't try, you won't even have that 1 in 10,000 chance. He raised the ion energy gun and poured all his strength into it. Blue energy condensed at the muzzle of the gun, sprayed out, and headed straight for Lin Feng. Lin Feng was at ease, holding the dragon drinking sword with arcs of electricity swirling around him. The blue energy bullet was knocked away by him with one blow. The energy bomb was ejected several meters away and hit the ground, creating a deep crater. There is a huge gap in strength between the 2 sides. The players in the reversal mode secretly sighed in their hearts that their attacks were just like those of a clown child in front of Lin Feng. Even so, he was still unwilling to give up easily. He took out a blue super card and activated it decisively. Suddenly, a circle of blue flames ignited around Lin Feng with a whoosh sound. The temperature in the surrounding space suddenly rose to thousands of degrees. The ground beneath my feet began to melt under the scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, a huge deep pit was burned out on the ground. Lin Feng also immersed himself in it. 2 survival mode players who were farther away witnessed this scene and their expressions changed slightly. Could it be that the foreigner was really killed by this guy's skill card? But when they turned to look at the reversal player who released the skill card, this idea was quickly dispelled. The -1 number floating above his head remained. Immediately afterwards, they saw Lin Feng slowly walking out of the deep pit, like a god of war reborn from the ashes. The scorching flames couldn't hurt him at all. At this moment, the players in reversal mode completely understood that they were finished. His most powerful method was nothing but child's play in front of Lin Feng. Shrouded in the shadow of sadness and despair, he only saw Lin Feng wrapped in hundreds of arcs of electricity, like the god of thunder descending. Then, he felt blood gushing from his neck and his body fell down weakly. The brain suddenly loses consciousness in the next second. After killing the last person, Lin Feng bent down and picked up the secret realm points that exploded from him. Secret realm points plus 612,000. At the same time, the countdown for this level of the game stopped at midnight seconds. The voice of the ugly saint sounded again. Congratulations to all the players who have completed this level. 90 people have successfully completed this level. Next, players who pass the level will enter the next level of of the game. The flashing teleportation light comes on. Players who passed the level were teleported out of the arena and returned to a game console. At this time, Zhou Sheng, who was sitting in the control room, stared at Lin Feng, who was standing in front of the game console. This guy gave him a sense of déjà vu, but I clearly haven't seen it before. What made Zhou Sheng even more angry was that this guy's performance in the game made him grit his teeth and hate him deeply. Other players are thinking about how to complete the game, but he seemed to be taking advantage of this game world and frantically brushing up on Secret Realm points. Originally, Arena number 5 could produce about 50 million Secret Realm points. However, because of this guy's robbery, he ended up getting less than 20 million. The ugly saint cursed out loud and then talked to himself. In the next game, I'll assign you to the most dangerous group and kill you. If you dare to snatch the Secret Realm points that belong to me, I will harvest you as soon as possible. After mumbling to himself, he looked at his Secret Realm points balance, which was over 300 million. An ugly smile appeared on the distorted face. Sure enough, the development path he chose was not wrong. As long as we continue to grow, we will be unstoppable. He took out his communicator and dialed the Secret Realm points bank with confidence. I am the ugly saint. I know, I still owe you 50 million Secret Realm points. I'm a trustworthy demon. How could I possibly run away? I contacted you this time to return the Secret Realm points. Unfreeze the few super cards that you guys have frozen. What? Ask me to prove that those super cards are mine? Fuck. Zhou Sheng was so angry that he almost jumped up. My fucking super card is in your secret bank, and you want me to prove it's mine? Prove that I was the demon who deposited the card? I contacted you to deposit the card. Isn't this proof? You want me to be gentler and calm down? How the hell can I calm down? You can't be a demon like this. Do you have any credibility left in the Secret Realm bank? Don't give me any fucking evidence. I borrowed some Secret Realm points from you and used them as collateral to temporarily withhold a few high-level superpower cards. Isn't that the most direct evidence? How can I provide evidence? At that time The words were on the tip of Zhou Sheng's tongue, but he suddenly stopped. He knew he couldn't continue talking about this. Once it gets out, won't his illegal operations be completely exposed? He slammed his palm on the desk, and the sound made the surroundings tremble. If you don't unfreeze my hard-earned superpower card and return it to me, don't even think about returning your 50 million Secret Realm points. Fuck you borrowing points evidence. Do you have any fucking rules? What the hell is this asking for 30 million in interest? What if I break the contract, encounter an accident, and can never be resurrected? I'm going to complain to the ultimate demon king. There are demons above you? The ugly saint felt powerless. All the hard-earned results had been tricked by the Secret Realm points bank. The loan of 50 million Secret Realm points, plus interest and the cost of resurrecting him, has actually risen to 80 million. Originally, he was happily preparing to pay off the high-interest loan and unfreeze the mortgage supercard that was frozen by the Secret Realm points bank. But now it has turned into a garbage bank, and he is forced to provide evidence to prove that those supercards are his. I'm fucking in your place, isn't that evidence? What else do you want me to provide? Zhou Sheng finally understood that his supercard was probably wasted and had become a meat bun, and there was no way to get it back. He finally understood why those senior demons always warned him not to deposit the superpower card into the secret point bank. Even if it drops after being defeated, it is just a matter of chance. If it is deposited into the Secret Realm points bank, it will be 100% lost. Faced with the threat of the Secret Realm points bank, Zhou Sheng knew very well that he was no match for it. If he is defeated in another world in the future and the bank does not resurrect him, then he will be really finished. He suppressed his anger, adjusted his tone and said, "Okay, I will return all the Secret Realm points owed to you later." But as soon as he put away the communicator, he became angrier and angrier. What's going on? In a rage, he threw the communicator to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Fuck you. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your cooperation. On the other side, in the foggy space, Lin Feng stared at the game console in front of him. The machine issued a mechanical prompt. "Dear players, the next level of the game is about to begin. In 10 seconds, you can purchase game coins. Please be prepared." Lin Feng's consciousness entered the card box panel to check the super power cards that could also be used as materials to purchase game coins. He currently has a total of 36 super cards. Among the super cards with low cost performance ratio that can be used as materials, he only took a fancy to one, the A-level supercard lifespan enhancement. "I'm running low on material supercards. I'll have to draw some more." Lin Feng frowned slightly inside. Then, he looked at the card draw redemption panel. Currently, it takes 411,400 Secret Realm points to redeem a card drawing opportunity. Although he felt a little distressed when he saw the high number, he still used his mind to operate. The next second, he made 10 consecutive exchanges. The cumulative number of redemptions has reached 49 times. The current number of card draws consumed 970,100 Secret Realm points. This 10 consecutive exchange consumes a total of 6,556,900 Secret Realm points. Lin Feng looked at the balance of Secret
secret realm points, which was more than 31 million. He let out a breath and his redemption increased as he drew more cards. The secret realm points consumed for each redemption are rising at an alarming rate. With his current ability to accumulate secret realm points, he can barely withstand the redemption consumption. But if it were to be improved further, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. After silently calculating, I found that the next time I would make 10 consecutive draws, the secret realm points I would need to spend would be as high as more than 17 million. It seems that he will soon follow the same path as Li Huiren and others. If you want to get more card draws, you can only rely on higher level secret realms, because later on, the cost effectiveness of redemption is too low. Sighing, he let go of these thoughts and began to use his mind to activate the 10 draw combo. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an S-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Drawing completed, you get an SSS level skill card. After 10 consecutive draws, Lin Feng looked at the results on the screen with a satisfied smile on his face. Bang, bang, bang. He gave himself full marks for this card draw. The statistical results show that 6 A-level prop cards, an A-level ability card, an A-level talent card, an S-level ability card. There is also an SSS level skill card. Lin Feng simply ignored those A-level prop cards. With his current strength, this level of item card can only be used as material, unless it's a top-tier item, but none of these 6 are. Of course, what excited him most about this card draw was the last card that appeared. That SSS level card did not trigger the bond of the destined one. This means that it was drawn entirely by luck. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, he thought to himself, it seems that even without the SSS level Child of Destiny bond, I am still a miraculous existence in terms of drawing cards. Feeling extremely happy, Lin Feng's eyes first fell on the first A-level ability card. Endurance increase, A-level ability card. After fusion, you can gain 479 points of endurance. The attributes improved by this card can only be considered average, far from the limit, and it is not worth fusing immediately. He continued to scan the next one. A-level talent card. Gaining telekinetic abilities after fusion. Telekinesis can manipulate all tangible objects at the molecular level. The stronger the mental power, the greater the mass of the object that can be manipulated. This card almost made Lin Feng exclaim in surprise. It reminded him of President Liu, who could reshape all tangible matter. Especially in the other world, the scene where President Liu could decompose and disintegrate countless demons with just a snap of his fingers is still vivid in people's minds. Perhaps President Liu has integrated the abilities of this innate superpower card. If this is true, the power of this A-level talent card is terrifying. It is definitely the top one among the A-level super cards. Should we integrate or not? Lin Feng was a little hesitant. He decided to take a look at the remaining 2 super cards before making a decision. After all, its attributes are not strong enough at present. Even if this card is fused, it is difficult to fully exert its full capabilities. Then, his eyes fell on the S-level super card. Agility increase. S-level ability card. Gain 1000 points of agility after fusion. Lin Feng almost widened his eyes. My luck is simply incredible. I actually drew this full value S-level extreme ability card. This kind of full value S-level super power card is even rarer than drawing an SSS level card in terms of probability. Its preciousness is difficult to describe in words. At the same time, he recalled the introduction to the agility attribute in Supercard Knowledge, from beginner to mastery. For superpowered people, agility has 2 major functions. First, improve the speed of action and reaction. Second, increase the lethality of the attack. The maximum value is 1000, and Lin Feng has made up his mind. This S-level super card must be fused. However, before deciding to fuse this S-level super card, he still looked at the last SSS super card with anticipation. When he saw the last SSS super card he drew, his eyelids began to twitch violently involuntarily. God level flashback. SSS level skill card. Forbidden technique. After fusion, you can get God level flashback. God level flashback. Cross time and create 3 flashback clones. The God level flashback clone lasts for 15 seconds, repeating all of its actions from 15 seconds ago. The God level flashback clone strength is exactly the same as the host's. The cooldown time for the God level flashback skill is 3600 seconds. Seeing the God level flashback skill, Lin Feng couldn't help but start fantasizing in his mind. If 15 seconds ago, he launched the strongest thunder attack on the target. After 15 seconds, use God level flashback again. Create 3 clones, and then use the strongest means to launch a thunder attack on the target again. Let me ask you, who can withstand such an attack? Lin Feng was extremely excited. excited. This time, he was luckier than the last time with 10 consecutive draws. For useful cards, 3 of which can be used for fusion.
The secret realm points are too few, not enough. Looking at his remaining points, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, while summoning 3 cards. So far, he has fused a card from A to SSS level. The next fusion will enter the second level of secret realm points consumption. Fortunately, except for ability cards, there is no limit on the fusion progress of other cards. This saves a lot of secret realm points. But the ability card is the foundation, no matter how many other cards are integrated. Without any attribute bonus, it is just a decoration. It's like giving you an AK but not being able to pull the trigger. It's just for show.
Looking at the 3 cards in his hand, Lin Feng pondered for a moment.
The answer is already in my heart.
If you draw an advanced ability card in the future, the fused non-ability card will be released. Although this may waste tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of secret realm points, but now I use these cards to improve my strength.
It is undoubtedly the best choice.
Now that the decision has been made, Lin Feng no longer hesitates. I simply calculated the fusion cost of the 3 cards in my mind.
SSS level card fusion requires 10 million secret realm points. S-level cards require 18 million points due to the fusion progress.
A-level cards are relatively rare, costing only 800,000. I still have more than 31 million points remaining.
Fusion SSS level skill card. The second fusion of SSS level super energy cards requires 10 million secret realm points. Do you confirm the consumption? Tip: the bound SSS level Fantian seal is not included in the consumption.
A golden light flashed on Lin Feng's body.
SSS level card fusion was successful.
Then, he continued to use his mind to fuse the S-level ability card.
The second fusion of the S-level super power card requires 1.8 million secret realm points. Do you confirm the consumption? A red light flashed, and the S-level ability card was successfully integrated. S-level ability card fusion successful. Current fusion progress is 0.
Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng spent another 6.4 million secret realm points to increase the progress of the S-level ability card fusion to 100% perfection. The S-level ability card has been integrated, and the total secret realm points consumed are 18 million.
Lin Feng took a look at his remaining secret realm points.
It's being consumed so quickly that there are less than 3.5 million left. Looking at the last A-level talent card, he sighed and continued to operate. The second fusion of the A-level super power card requires 800,000 secret realm points. Do you confirm the consumption? The red light flashed again. Lin Feng completed the fusion of all 3 cards. After completing the fusion of the 3 super cards, his mind scanned the personal attribute panel again.
Name: Lin Feng. Age: 18 years old. Strength: 494. Spirit: 1230. Stamina: 404. Agility: 1002.
Cards: Child of Destiny, Spirit Amplification, 9, Stamina Amplification, 2, Strength Amplification, World Destroying Thunder, Vermilion Bird, Agility Amplification, God Level Flashback, Telekinesis.
Points: 270-8200. Remaining draw cards: 0. Bound item: Artifact Fantian Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, only SSS rank, A rank. Spirit Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank, S rank. Strength Amplification, level A. Stamina increase, level B. Agility increase, S level. Fusion skill, SS level, SSS level. Suzaku Mystical Beast, SSS rank. Special ability, Fire Immunity.
Although it was painful to spend more than 30 million secret realm points, the improvement in strength was indeed huge. Looking at the personal attribute panel in front of him, Lin Feng finally found some comfort. But on second thought, he felt that he was quite lucky. This guy Chosheng can really be considered his lucky general. If you rely on brushing the secret realm to accumulate more than 30 million points step by step, it will take at least several years, or even longer.
After all, the secret realm points provided by the SS level secret realm are only about 1.5 million.
Moreover, the SS level secret realm is extremely difficult, and even Yu Zhenghai and his team are not absolutely sure that they can pass it. Only because I temporarily raised all my attributes to 8,000 at that time did I have the opportunity to lead them through that time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng regained his composure and looked at the game console in front of him. He took out the 6 A-level prop cards he had just drawn. The first card is inserted into the machine.
Card detection. A-level super power card. After purchasing, you will receive 100 game coins. 100 game coins?
Lin Feng rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken.
Wasn't there still 150 coins in the previous level? How come this level has become 100 again? This dog is uglier than a saint. How shameless. He couldn't help cursing.
Once all the game levels are over, I will definitely beat your asshole. Then I'll use my god level flashback to stab you. But he had no choice. After all, he still had to kill the Japanese devils through the game of Ugly Saint to earn secret realm points. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head temporarily. Then, Lin Feng put all the remaining A-level cards into the machine. I exchanged it for 600 game coins. Add to that the remaining gold coins from the previous levels and the game coins earned from killing the devils.
His current gold coin balance has reached 735.
Lin Feng had just finished purchasing the gold coins, and the gold coin purchase time also ended. A mechanical prompt sounded from the game machine. Dear players, a new game is about to begin. The name of this level, hiring a killer to kill. Immediately afterwards, the mechanical prompt sound of the game machine rang out. The screen scrolls, displaying the rules of the game. 1. This game consists of 20 rounds. 2. The number of players participating in the game is 30. 3. Each player can hire a killer once per round. 4. A purchasable game killer will appear randomly in each round. 5. The levels of killers in the game are F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. 6. The game killer is obtained by the highest bidder. If the purchase price of the random game killer is premium to the next level, the killer will be upgraded.
For example, in the current round, an F-level murderer appears randomly.
If the highest bid is more than 20 gold coins but less than 40 gold coins, the murderer will be upgraded to E level. 7. Each player has only one chance to bid in each round.
After bidding, regardless of success or failure, the gold coins will not be refunded.
8. Each player has only one chance to bid in each round. 9. If the murderer fails to kill the enemy, the person who hired the murderer will suffer backlash. 10. If the player being voted in this round bids the highest, the killer will kill the player with the second highest number of votes. If the votes are the same, the player with the same number of votes will be randomly selected. 11. Before the game round begins, all players vote to select the person to be killed in this round. 12. The result of this level will affect the next level. 13. Each game killer has a minimum bid reserve price. A voice prompt sounded, and the machine screen changed, showing the reserve prices of murderers at each level. F-level murderer, 10 gold coins. E-level murderer, 20 gold coins.
D-level murderer, 40 gold coins.
C-level murderer, 80 gold coins.
B-level murderer, 160 gold coins.
A-level murderer, 320 gold coins.
S-level murderer, 640 gold coins. Tip: game on. Then, the transmission beam lit up.
The next second, Lin Feng appeared in a small house about 3 meters long and wide.
Inside the cabin, on the wall facing Lin Feng, there was a huge, controllable LCD screen. The current game information is displayed on the screen. Current game, round 1.
Your room number, 21. The prompt below flashes. Start voting. 10 seconds left. Tip: if you do not vote by the end of the countdown, you will forfeit the opportunity to vote in this round.
Lin Feng walked forward and pressed the button.
The screen then changed, and the numbers of 30 game rooms appeared one after another.
There is a comment behind each room.
Room number 1. This player is cunning and treacherous, and is very likely to have fused an A-level supercard. Lin Feng frowned and glanced towards his room for evaluation. Room number 21. The most shameless gamer. It is recommended to die in the first round. Seeing this harsh description, he cursed in his heart. It was obvious that someone was manipulating public opinion.
He couldn't help but mutter, "This dog is uglier than a saint.
Does he have a grudge against me?
Even though I feel unhappy, the game must continue.
With his current strength, he has nothing to fear." Lin Feng closed his eyes and randomly chose a number. When the selected time ends, the screen scrolls and changes again.
Start by randomly selecting the murderer.
After a few seconds, the picture froze. B-level killer, minimum purchase price is 160 gold coins.
Hint: please bid. The bidding countdown is 30 seconds.
A pop-up window appeared on the screen. Player in room 7 bids 165 gold coins. A pop-up window appeared on the screen. Player in room 29 bids 170 gold coins.
Pop-ups flashed wildly.
In the blink of an eye, the bid for the killer quickly climbed to 270 gold coins.
In some rooms, the Japanese soldiers felt uneasy as they watched the prices fluctuate and rise.
Although the probability of 30 rooms being killed by the murderer is only 1 in 30, no one is willing to take the risk when it comes to their lives. According to the rules of the game, as long as you bid the highest, even the player who received the most votes, the kill will also be passed on to the next person. Therefore, only by bidding the highest can you ensure 100% safety.
Everyone, stop bidding.
If you raise the price any higher, the murderer will advance to the next stage. Countless people cried out in pain. What's even more despairing is that the game has a total of 30 rounds.
Does this ugly saint really want everyone to die? The countdown is 0:13 seconds left.
At this time, the bid had risen to 327 game coins.
Fuck, such a high bid? No strategy at all? Did your game coins fall from the sky?
You spent so much in the first round, how are you going to play later?
Coward. With a 1 in 30 chance, you're so scared of dying in the first round? Okay, you're the player in room 27, right? If you dare to bid like that, I'll vote for you next time.
Please don't let it be me. Please don't let it be me.
I'm afraid I can't handle an A-level killer. In the 30 game rooms, once the murderer is bought into the A-level.
Except for Lin Feng, who remained fearless and extremely calm. The rest of the players all had ulterior motives. They are even secretly planning the next round of voting targets by hiring people to broadcast
broadcast the news. The countdown was approaching 3 seconds, and the amount of money required to hire a killer had risen to 421 game coins. Looking at this astonishing amount of money, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Players who can persist to this level are indeed generous. Of course, the reason why the players in Lin Feng's group are so generous is that it was mainly due to the deliberate arrangement of the ugly saint. Just as the countdown was about to reach 0, Lin Feng made a decisive bid. If you want to play something exciting. He directly raised the system bid to 700. On the screen, the murderer's level also rose to the blood red S level. The screen window announces, player in room 21 bids 400 game coins. Everyone was stunned. I began to pray frantically in my heart, hoping that the target was not me. The number of game coins in Lin Feng's pocket decreased by 400. The secret realm points in front of him instantly increased by 7 million. The next second, the countdown ended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The price for hiring a killer is locked at 400 game coins. The player who hired the killer is in room 21. The target player is room number 9. The LCD screen flashes with a prompt. The target hunting officially begins. The Japanese soldier in room 9 was a woman in her 30s. She stared at the result in amazement, her face pale. It's simply unacceptable. Why is it me? Although she is an A-level elite superpower, but facing an S-class killer, she had no confidence at all. A feeling of despair quickly spread within her. The LCD screen in the room began to count down. Tip: the murderer will attack in 15 seconds. But in addition to this prompt, several messages appeared at the bottom of the screen. 1. The so-called hiring a killer is for profit. 2. You can spend more game coins to bribe the murderer and kill the next player who gets a vote. 3. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can use supercards as a substitute. These 3 tips gave the woman a glimmer of hope. She looked down at her gold coins. There were only 686 of them. Even after the ratio adjusted by the ugly saint, the superpower cards on him could not be exchanged for more than 700 gold coins. A strong desire to survive rose in her heart. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, she finally made up her mind and made a decision. Remove a B-level card that you have fused. The LCD screens on everyone's room screens changed again. Tip: the player in room 9 spent 736 game coins to bribe the killer, and the killer killed the players in room 15 in sequence. Seeing this tip, all the players, including Lin Feng, were a little confused. Lin Feng's first reaction was that Gubia Saint had secretly changed the rules of the game again. At this time, the ugly saint sitting in the backstage control room. Looking at all this, I sighed in my heart. I am simply a gaming genius. With such a rule, a lot of players can be eliminated in one round. He said to himself proudly. Everyone, I hope you don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame the Secret Realm Points Bank. The damn Secret Realm Points Bank is robbing me, so I can only do new research and development. In the game group where Lin Feng is, then there were 3 more bribery attempts to hire assassins. The last time he hired a killer, he spent as much as 851 gold coins. When the purchase countdown ends, the player in room 8, who couldn't afford it, had a desperate smile on his face. The mechanical game prompt sound rang in everyone's ears. The murderer is in place. In room 8, on a wall, a 2-meter-tall paper drawing of a clown wearing a crown emerged. The clown gradually became 3-dimensional. It walked out of the painting, holding a long staff. A hideous and strange laugh came out of its mouth. Magical fluctuations surrounded, and dark magical energies surged like water waves, filling the entire room number 8. These energies turned into magical black blades that tore through the void. The Japanese soldiers in room 8 didn't have time to fight back. The next second, his body was torn apart by the magical black blade. After killing the target, the hideous clown disappeared into the scroll and vanished into the wall again. The kill notification sound rang in everyone's ears. The player in room 8 has been killed by the murderer. At the moment when the player in room 8 was killed, a red bird appeared. He broke through the rules of the game set by the ugly saint and appeared in room 8. It silently picked up the secret points dropped by the players in room 8. At the moment when the red bird picked up the secret realm points, a reminder popped up in front of Lin Feng about the increase in secret realm points. Secret realm points plus 2130000. You're uglier than a dog. Do you think blocking the game can prevent me from getting secret realm points? You are still too naive and too young. At this time, in the control room, received the news that player number 8 in Lin Feng's group was killed. He turned his attention away from the other groups and was about to reap the spoils of the dead player in room 8. In the end, he only picked up a few super cards below level D and 220 game coins. What about secret realm points? The player in room 8 is so poor that he doesn't even have any secret realm points? The ugly saint's clown-like face twisted. Could it be that the player in room 8 really didn't have any secret realm points? The reason why he separated all the game players was to prevent Lao Lu from stealing points. Zhou Sheng sighed slightly. Maybe this guy is really that poor. He is quite confident in the rules of his own game world. After all, constructing this game world did not rely entirely on his own strength but also borrowed some of the power of the rules of the demon world.
world. Based on his observations of all the players, it was impossible for them to be able to break the rules of the game in this world. Otherwise, wouldn't the membership fees he pays to the Demon Association every year be in vain? The first round of the game ends and the second round of the game begins. The voting countdown ends and the game murderer is randomly decided. I hope the killer's level in this game will be randomly lower. And to the stupid players in other rooms, if a low-level murderer appears, I hope you won't raise the price anymore. It's not good for everyone. I still have over 500 game coins. This round, I must hold on and not bid first. I have the last 30 seconds to steal the tower. Last round it was my turn. I had already used up all the game coins, and I also lost 2 B-level super cards. I won't be so unlucky to be voted in again. The murderer is random, and the players in each room have different thoughts and pray in secret. When the random time ends, the murderer's level will be displayed on the large LCD screen in each room. The murderer's level in the current round of the game is C. The mechanical game prompt sounded, "Dear players, the murder is about to begin. The murder case is over." The names of the players in the game room who were killed are announced. The C-level murderer is good news for most players in the game room. They didn't plan to bid because even if they were the murderer's target, they could easily deal with it. The purchase countdown begins to tick. There are 5 seconds left until the murder purchase ends. Just when everyone thought that no one would hire someone to kill in this round of the game, the window prompt suddenly flashed. The players in room 13 bid 81 game coins to buy the murderer. The moment the screen flickered, everyone was filled with doubt. Was the player in room 13 an idiot? Why was he offering such a high price? The players in room 13 watched the countdown, sweating profusely and their hearts pounding. In the last round of the game, he became the last player to hire a killer. The high amount of game coins almost broke his bank. In order to survive, the 2 A-level supercards that he had fused were also unfused and used to offset the purchase of gold coins. He was afraid that he would be the player in the room with the most votes this time, because now, he no longer has the ability to fight against the C-level killer. Everyone, please stop bidding. The last round of the game almost drained me out. Please help me. The player in room 13 began to pray. However, just as the countdown was about to reach the last second, the LCD screen window flashed again. The player in room 9 bid 85 game coins and successfully purchased the murderer. The countdown stops. The player in room 13 was stunned in despair. He spent 81 game coins to buy the murderer but failed. Please don't let me become the player with the most votes. When the LCD screen displayed the murderer's target, the players in room 13 stared at the scrolling numbers in fear. The murderer's target player, room 21. Seeing this result, the player in room 13 collapsed as if he were dehydrated. Escaped again. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, the voice of the ugly saint rang in the ears of every player. The murderer failed to kill the target. The player in room 9 was attacked and died. When the player in room 13 heard the news, his face turned pale as paper. I failed to make the purchase, but I escaped a disaster. The ferocious voice of the ugly saint was heard, and the faces of the players in other rooms were full of ridicule. This idiot actually dared to buy a C-level murderer. Shouldn't he just buy an A-level or higher murderer? Buying a Class C murderer is simply courting death. It seems that in the next round, I have to be very careful whether to buy or not. If you buy a murderer and the target you kill turns out to be even more powerful than the murderer, then you'll be miserable. This game is a jerk. It's more costly and harmful than gambling. Let me out. I don't want to play anymore. The player's desperate and angry cries did not elicit any response from the ugly saint. At this moment, the ugly king's face was full of confusion as he stared at room number 9 in Lin Feng's group. He was even more confused. Not only did he not receive any secret realm points this time, he didn't even get his game coins back. There is definitely a sixth brother hiding here. Zhou Sheng stared at room 21 where Lin Feng was, suspecting that this guy was the old six. In the next round, this saint will keep his eyes on you, the ugly saint said cursingly. In room 21, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. After the player in room 9 provided him with 1,560,000 secret realm points, the balance came to 13,398,200. Of course, he gave half of the secret realm points obtained from the 2 dead Japanese devils to Zhu Kei. This is an agreement between the two. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the remaining game coins again. He received 30 gold coins from the player in room 9, and currently only has 65 left. Looking at the pitiful balance, Lin Feng sighed. They are so poor. This dog is even more inhumane than the ugly saint. He just ripped people off completely. Then, he looked at the LCD screen again. The countdown to voting has begun. Lin Feng didn't care about the voting and simply gave up. In a flash, the countdown returned to 0. The killer starts randomly. Random images jump and stop after 3 seconds. Seeing this result, the faces of most players in the room turned pale. For more than 90% of players, an S-level killer is a hopeless terror. The minimum purchase price for an S-level killer is 640 gold coins. With such a high starting price, no one dared to buy it for a while. What's more, once you make a bid, if someone else steals the tower and blocks your block, your gold coins will be wasted. What's even more frustrating is that you can
can only bid once per round. After the first 2 rounds of the game, no one dared to take the first step. The countdown begins to tick. More and more players' faces became anxious. Should I make an offer? What if someone else outbids me? Besides, it's only the 3rd round now. If I spend a lot of gold coins, what will I do next? Buzz, buzz, buzz. But if you don't bid, according to the rules, the killer will randomly select 3 targets, and the probability of death is higher than voting. These horrible game rules almost drove the desperate players crazy. Oh my god, why was I dragged into this devilish game world? Stop torturing me. Please give me some peace. I can't hold on any longer. As the countdown approached 10 seconds, the player in room 26 collapsed under the tremendous mental pressure. He suddenly raised the energy gun and pointed it at his temple. In room 26, the player's head exploded. At the same time, the voice of the ugly saint rang in the ears of every player. Player in game room number 26 committed suicide and is out. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This guy's mental quality is too poor. He committed suicide suddenly without giving anyone a chance to defend themselves. He didn't even have time to ask Zhu Ke to go over and pick up secret realm points and gold coins. At this time, the countdown in front of Lin Feng has entered the last second. Currently, there are still no players bidding. Click. The countdown returns to 0. No player bid. Seeing the countdown end, some players began to curse in despair again. Everyone wants to be the last one to steal the tower. Now, they have to kill 3 random targets. Damn it! Damn it! If I had known, I would have bid higher. I don't want to die. Tsukuyomi God, please protect me. The next second, a prompt popped up on the LCD screens of players in all rooms at the same time. Tip: if no one bids in this game, the murderer will randomly kill 3 players. Tip: start randomizing your targets now. The large LCD screen began to scroll frantically. After 3 seconds, 3 room numbers are displayed. Gamers in room 10. Gamers in room 15. Gamers in room 4. The target was randomized and the voice of the ugly saint sounded again. In 5 seconds, 3 S-rank killers will act simultaneously. Looking at the 3 room numbers on the screen, Lin Feng couldn't help cursing in his heart. If these 3 players are killed at the same time, he can only steal secret points and gold coins from one of them. Such a profit is undoubtedly a huge loss for him. But faced with this situation, he can only curse in his heart. The dog is uglier than the saint. At the same time, Lin Feng was a little hesitant about the players in these 3 rooms, and didn't know who to choose to steal the legacy of death. After all, he couldn't be sure who would drop the most rewards. The S-class killer takes action. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gave Suzaku an order to sneak into room number 10. He waited in his room. A few seconds later, the ugly saint's reminder sounded. The players in rooms 4 and 15 were eliminated. Hearing this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse again. That's just bad luck. The player in room 10 that he had chosen actually withstood the attack of the S-rank killer. Looking at Zhu Ke, who returned empty-handed, Lin Feng's face looked grim. Not being able to steal the secret realm points is a more painful feeling than being beaten. Zhu Ke scoffed at Lin Feng's choice and sneered contemptuously, "Stupid choice." Listening to Zhu Chua's ridicule, Lin Feng could only grit his teeth and curse in his heart. The dog is uglier than the saint. The debts are getting bigger and bigger. At this time, the ugly saint sitting in the control room withdrew his gaze. He stared at the secret realm points, super cards and game coins he had collected, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. It seems I was overthinking it. How could a mere mortal possibly break the rules of my game? Then he pressed the button on the console to start the next round of the game. Round 4. Random Murderer is A level. The countdown ended and the final bid was 412 game coins. The player who made the final bid was room number 27. The murderer's target was number 21. Lin Feng stared at the LCD screen and thought to himself, is this a target on my first bid? But soon, a smile appeared on his face again. He gave Suzaku an order to wait secretly in the room of the bidder. After the countdown ended, a huge painting appeared on the wall of Lin Feng's room. In the painting, a paper clown slowly transforms and flies out. However, at the moment when the paper clown's body was completely solidified, its body began to disintegrate at a molecular level from head to toe at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes and disappeared into the void. Telekinesis, it's so powerful. Lin Feng smacked his lips and a smile appeared on his face. When the A-level murderer was killed by him, the voice of the ugly saint sounded again. Player in room 21 failed to kill. Player number 27 suffered a backlash, and the player in room 27 died. As soon as Cho Sheng finished speaking, the Japanese soldiers in other rooms felt a strong sense of fear in their hearts. The player in room 21 was attacked by the murderer twice but was not killed. Is it another A-level murderer who took action this time? What does this imply? His strength far surpasses that of an A-level killer. At this moment, everyone silently memorized room 21. In the subsequent vote, no one was willing to vote for number 21 again, because if you get retaliated against, you will be the one who suffers. In addition to Lin Feng in room 21, the Japanese player in room 10 was also silently remembered by the players in other rooms. This guy, even an S-level killer couldn't kill him, is even more powerful than the player in room 21. Players in this room must not be voted.
Just as most people were briefly thinking and speculating, the game points and game coins dropped by player number 27 after his death fell into Lin Feng's hands again. He stared at the secret realm points numbers appearing before him, and couldn't help but smile. Secret realm points plus 4650000. This guy is so rich. When Lin Feng was sighing in his heart, Zhu Ke came back and threw 220 game coins to him.
220 game coins were pocketed.
Lin Feng couldn't stop smiling, and even started to formulate a plan in his mind. After the game of Cho Sheng is over and he leaves the game dimension, he can kill a group of monsters and live a simple life.
This is no easier than earning secret realm points by brushing secret realm copies. Anyway, I'm wearing a vest, so it's not me who should take the blame.
Zhu Ke looked at the unstoppable smile on Lin Feng's face, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, as if he was disappointed in him.
But then, she said in a baby voice, "Give me my share, now, immediately."
When Lin Feng heard Zhu Chua's voice, his smile froze.
He looked at Suzaku and said, "Can you please have a better view of the overall situation? Let's split up after this level of the game is over, okay?"
Zhu Ke decisively refused, then threatened, "If you don't split it up now, I'll go on strike."
"Let's break up and no one will get any secret realm points."
You're hurting the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 800.
The loss outweighs the gain.
Your petty bourgeois mentality really makes me sick.
Fine, I'll give it to you now.
I have a petty bourgeois mentality, and you are the one who is right. After arguing with each other, Lin Feng allocated 4.17 million secret realm points to Zhu Ke.
With the arrival of 4.17 million secret realm points, Suzaku's attribute unlocking percentage increased to 5.1%, and each single attribute reached 510 points.
Zhu Ke felt the increase in strength and was filled with joy, but she found that Lin Feng had not distributed all the secret realm points to her. She said angrily, "There are still 250 game gold coins, a shortfall of 1.25 million.
Haven't you exchanged your game coins for secret realm points yet?
As one of the four spirits of heaven and earth, why are you so stingy? I'm knocking and searching, and you don't even look at yourself."
"Okay, damn, here you go."
Lin Feng cursed and allocated another 1.25 million secret realm points to Zhu Ke.
Zhu Ke showed an expression that said you're smart.
At this time, with the death of player number 27 in Lin Feng's game group, Cho Sheng in the control room was preparing to harvest the secret realm points and items dropped by the death of player number 27.
"That's weird. Why are there no secret realm points and game coins?"
The ugly saint was full of doubts.
How could there be no secret realm points? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong.
He once again looked at the room where Lin Feng was, and he had an intuition in his heart that there was definitely something wrong with this guy. Then, the ugly saint summoned a paper clown. "This screen, keep an eye on this guy.
If he makes any unusual moves, please inform me immediately."
"Okay, boss."
The game continues.
In the next 3 rounds, Lin Feng was finally no longer a target. The game players in 3 rooms died one after another, namely number 1, number 18 and number 2.
As the game round ends, the number of dead players reaches 9.
As for the remaining players, except for a few strong ones, most of them became more and more nervous as their numbers decreased. Like ants on a hot pan, their spirits stretched to the extreme. At the same time, in these 3 rounds of the game, with the deaths of 3 players, Lin Feng also succeeded twice, and obtained a total of 3,295,000 secret realm points and 135 game gold coins.
Strange.
I failed to gain secret realm points and game coins for 2 consecutive times. The ugly saint's doubts grew deeper, and he asked his paper clown about the situation. The paper clown replied that it had been staring at Lin Feng in room 21, and Lin Feng had always stayed in that room.
But no abnormal movements were found.
The doubts in Cho Sheng's heart grew stronger.
He summoned another paper clown again and gave orders.
Have 2 paper clowns keep a close eye on things. The next round of the game begins.
At the moment the game ends,
the ugly saint once again tried to harvest the secret realm points and game coins of the players in room 22.
The result is still blank.
Just as doubts began to well up in his mind again, the paper clown next to him suddenly shouted, "Boss, I found something unusual. The pet bird of the player in room 21 has left the room. Look, that's the red pet bird standing on the shoulder of the player in room 21. The ugly saint's eyes gradually became sharper.
This must be the problem.
Then he turned his attention to another paper clown. The paper clown immediately broke out in a sweat.
Boss, you only asked me to keep an eye on the players in room 21, so
your sister." The ugly saint was enraged and smashed the paper clown's head to pieces.
"Useless. I don't know how many secret realm points I lost."
After finding the crux of the problem and resolving the doubts in his mind, Cho Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at the same time, deeper doubts arose in his mind. How can the pet of the player in room 21 travel silently through the game world he created? In his game world setting, every room has a spatial barrier.
Unless, maybe,
a thought that shocked even himself arose.
The pet of this guy in room 21 is of extremely high rank. Only in this way does it make sense.
The ugly saint stared at the vermilion bird standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. The next second, he became extremely excited again. This guy's pet must be of a very high rank, but it just hasn't fully grown yet. If only I could fuse this pet of his. My bloodline will surely experience a leap forward. The ultimate devil has mercy on me, and I, the ugly saint, am about to rise. In the next few rounds of the game, under the special attention of the ugly saint, whenever someone in Lin Feng's gaming group dies, the ugly saint would immediately reap the legacy of the dead players. After 5 rounds, 7 players have died. Lin Feng failed 4 times in a row. Seeing that he had only received 1.9 million secret realm points, half of them were taken away by Zhu Ke. He couldn't help cursing. What's wrong with you? Why do you always fail? If this continues, the game will be over soon. Suzaku gave him a cold look. Faced with Zhu Chua's nonchalant answer, Lin Feng could only grit his teeth. At this moment, there are 13 gamers left in his group. The game has been going on for 14 rounds. Now, the 15th round of the game has begun. After the voting for the random murderer is over, Lin Feng looked at the randomly selected B-level murderer. He glanced at the remaining 470 game coins again. Zhu Ke, this rebellious son, is so rebellious and unreliable. Now that he couldn't even steal secret realm points, this probably aroused the suspicion of the ugly saint. In order not to alert the enemy again, affect the last level to snatch the secret realm points from the ugly saint. It's better to spend game coins to exchange for secret realm points. Lin Feng acted decisively and directly bid 470 game coins. Upgrade the randomly selected B-level demon directly to A level. Damn it! What's going on with the player in room 21? Why does he still have so many game coins? Player in room 21, I curse you to always draw F-rank cards. B-level demon, why don't we all get through this round together? Pay your grandmother's price. With the LCD screen, the B-level demon was upgraded to A level. As the number of rounds increases, the number of people continues to decrease. The probability of becoming a target of killing is also increasing. Some of the Japanese soldiers who thought they could get away with it, knowing they were no match for the Class A killers, had dry mouths and pale faces. They stared at the LCD screen in fear. Another round was survived. As long as you hold on for 5 more rounds, the game will be over. Seeing that they were not the target, the Japanese soldiers who were once in despair finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 rounds ago, the player in room 28 was once attacked by a B-rank demon, but failed. This time, I hope you can resist the A-level demon. Then let the damned player number 21 suffer the consequences. Come on, players from room 28. At this stage, most of those who remain are strong elite players. He was clearly only a B-level murderer, but the player in room 21 actually dared to hire a killer. Ah, this is clearly courting death. Just as the players in each room were secretly speculating, the voice of the ugly saint suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The result was no surprise, but still disappointing. The player in room 28 was killed by the murderer. Upon hearing this news, the Japanese started cursing again. Damn it! Damn the player in room 21, how can they be so lucky? Damn it! I've tried to kill myself so many times, but I just can't die. What does that mean? At this point, there are 12 players left in the game. The next second, the 16th round of the game begins. The voting countdown has begun. This round, most players gave up voting. After the voting countdown ends, the murderer is randomly selected. As the numbers scrolled on the LCD screen, the random murderer finally froze. The murderer in this round is S level. Seeing this result, most of the remaining 12 players fell into unprecedented despair. For a moment, his face was as pale as death. After more than a dozen rounds of consumption, not only did they have very few game coins left, but some people even summoned out their fused super cards to offset the coins in order to avoid being killed. Lin Feng stared at the S-level killer on the screen with a smile on his face. It seems that this wave will have a significant reduction in personnel. The countdown for purchasing the murderer ended. As Lin Feng expected, no player in this round had enough gold coins to purchase the murderer. The large LCD screen began to randomly kill targets. The first target starts rolling. After 3 seconds, the numbers stop. The murderer's first target is room 21. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face again. I wonder how far this S-rank killer can go. When the Japanese soldiers in other rooms saw this result, their originally desperate hearts were suddenly filled with excitement. Room 21, you're finally getting your comeuppance. S-class murderer, ha ha ha. Number 21, you're dead. There must be something hateful about a hateful person. Number 21, this is what will happen to you. When it's number 21's turn to be chosen, the chances of me being picked are lower. Uncle Ugly Saint, please draw number 10 again. Request a 5-star book review. The large LCD screen continued to scroll, and the second target appeared. The murderer's second target is room 25. As soon as the result came out, the female player in room 25 fell into despair. The threat of death made her tremble violently. In order to survive to the end, she gave almost everything. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. The big screen continued to scroll, and the third murderer's target was about to be randomized. 2 seconds later, the final murderer target was identified.
satisfied. The murderer's third target, room 17. At this point, all 3 murderer targets have been completed randomly. Most of the players who were not selected finally breathed a sigh of relief. Another round of survival. The next second, the evil and sharp voice of the ugly saint sounded. Players, please be prepared, the killer is about to strike. Less than a second after ugly saint finished speaking, his voice rang out again. The murderer in room 21 failed. As soon as this voice came out, all the players were stunned. Failed so quickly? Is the player in room 21 so strong? In less than a second, the murderer failed. Those who wish the players in room 21 dead are simply unacceptable. Shock, fear, and despair were intertwined in my heart. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the ugly saint sounded again. The player in room 17 is eliminated after death. The player in room 25 is out of the game after death. At this point, the number of players who died in Lin Feng's group has reached 20. There are only 4 rounds left in the game. The oppressive intense atmosphere became increasingly intense. The game continues. The 17th round begins. In this round, an F-level murderer appeared randomly. All players tacitly agreed not to buy any markups. 3 kill targets appeared randomly. Because it was an F-level murderer, no player was killed by the murderer in this round. There are 3 rounds left in the game. In the 18th round, a D-level murderer appeared randomly. No one bid higher, so this round remains safe. There are only 2 rounds left in the current game. Most players were already celebrating at halftime, as if they had opened champagne in advance. They believe that as long as the price of subsequent games is not increased, they can basically get through it safely. However, the ugly king, who was sitting in the backstage of the control room, frowned when he saw this scene. In the next level of the game, the number of players in each game group must be controlled under 5. The gaming group that Lin Feng was in was safe and sound for 2 consecutive times, which was completely contrary to his expectations. Damn it, there must be something wrong with the random probability of the murderer in this gaming group. Zhou Sheng frowned and quickly took action to delete the random probability of killers below level B appearing in Lin Feng's game group. He even openly increased the strength of A-level and S-level killers by 20%. After completing a set of smooth operations, Zhou Sheng was satisfied with his methods. In this way, he can squeeze the last 10 people to the limit. The 19th round of the gaming group that Lin Feng is in begins. Start randomly generating murderers. Looking at the random images of the murderer appearing on the screen, most players began to pray silently, hoping that the murderer below level A would appear this time. However, the result was destined to disappoint them. When the results were determined, most players collapsed to the ground like deflated balls. The killer in this round of game, S-level. Now, start random murder targets. The voice of the ugly saint sounded. The murderer's first target, room 24. Second target, room 10. The third target, room 3. The player in room number 10 is a middle-aged man, a member of the island nation's disaster emergency task force. He stared at his room number on the LCD screen, his eyes gradually becoming deep. This time, I must defeat the S-rank killer faster than the player in room 21. The killer began to act. A painting appeared on the wall of his room. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the painting. Then, a clown riding a wooden horse, holding a silver sword, shook himself free from the painting and rushed out. The rapid and crisp sound of horse hooves echoed throughout the room. The little Japanese soldier in room number 10 used his talent card ability the moment the S-level killer rushed out of the painting. Human weapons. His body began to become illusory and transformed into 7 spears. The spear body vibrated, making a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air. 7 spears stabbed at the paper clown in unison. The spear instantly penetrated the paper clown's body, leaving 7 holes. However, the paper clown did not collapse due to player 10's attack. Seeing that he failed to defeat the paper clown, player number 10 was surprised and felt that the situation was not good. The last time he became the target of an S-class killer, he shot through the paper man's body, and the paper clown fled in disarray. This time, it's still an S-level murderer. Why is it different? Just as he turned the gun around and was about to stab the paper clown again, the voice of the ugly saint sounded in his ears. Player in room 24 was killed and eliminated. The player in room 4 was killed and eliminated. Hearing this sound, the players in room 10 became increasingly uneasy. He quickly formed a circular gun formation, which spun like a top. A violent gust of wind rose from the ground and turned into a whirlwind. The gun array was spinning rapidly in a whirlwind. The sword shadow stab, pick, or sweep attacked the paper clown swiftly. The paper clown's figure became more and more solid. Holding the reins tightly with one hand, swinging the sword with the other, the black sword energy swept across the void like a torrent. A crisp collision sound exploded in the air. The ripples caused by the collision quickly spread, filling the entire room. The whole house shook. The huge impact made the players in room 10 and the paper clown. They fell to the corners of the room. The player in room 10 reclaimed his talent and returned to human form. His face suddenly looked pale. In this collision, a deep red scar appeared on his right arm. S-level murderer, his strength has obviously improved. The player in room 10 stared intently at the S-rank killer who rushed towards him again.
again. A terrifying thought emerged in my heart. Tick, tick.
The sound of hurried horse hooves rang out again.
The paper clown's sword light burst out, controlling the overwhelming black sword energy.
He attacked the player in room 10 in succession. The player in room 10 quickly used the A-level prop card, Condense an Energy Shield.
However, under the fierce attack of the black swords, the shield lasted only 3 seconds before collapsing. His expression suddenly changed. A bitter look appeared on his face, and he realized the S-class killer before him was far beyond his control.
When the endless black sword energy fell,
his body glowed with a silver metallic light.
Ding, ding, ding.
Hundreds of black swords fell, and the sound of collision was extremely harsh. At this moment, the players in room 10 were like fish on a chopping block. He was slashed wildly by a burst of frantic sword energy.
The black sword energy gradually dissipated,
although he barely withstood this wave of attacks, but her face has lost its original rosy color. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of his mouth.
I might die here.
The thought flashed through his mind.
Murderous intent filled the room again. He looked up.
A silver sword pierced through the void and pierced straight into the chest. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he once again stimulated the power in his body. Mobilizing his innate power, his right arm quickly turned into metal.
Raise your hands and palms.
Instinctively, he faced the incoming sword.
However, just after the fierce attack,
his strength has not yet fully recovered.
The paper clown is like an endless war machine. As long as he cannot be repelled, he will launch an endless attack.
The sharp sword hit the palm of the player in room 10, making a metallic collision sound. His palm was pierced directly by the sword. The severe pain made him scream in agony. Even so, the desire to survive still tears at my nerves. At the moment when the long sword pierced through the palm and was about to pierce the chest, he quickly retreated to the left.
A sharp pain came from my right arm.
As the body slides to the right,
the palm was torn in two.
The player in room 10 let out another heart-wrenching scream.
The paper clown saw that his attack missed.
The sword in his hand suddenly swept across.
With black sword energy, he slashed towards his neck.
The eyes of the players in room 10 were filled with despair.
He was unable to dodge this attack. Struggling will only make you live a little longer.
His head was chopped off.
Blood gushed out of his neck like a column. The neighing of war horses echoed. A paper-made clown holding a rein appears in the painting.
The player in room 10 died. The ugly saint's prompt sounded.
The player in room 10 was killed and eliminated.
When this news reached the ears of the 6 people except Lin Feng,
everyone was shocked and confused. Doesn't the player in room 10 have the ability to fight against an S-level killer? How could he be eliminated?
Compared to others, when Lin Feng heard the news, his eyes were filled with deep contempt, disgust, and disdain. He probably understood in his heart that it must be that ugly saint, the 6th one, who was secretly doing something behind the scenes to enhance the ability of the S-level killer. At the same time, with the death of the player in room 10, the game of this level entered the final round, the 20th round. So far, all the gold coins of all players have been emptied by the ugly saint. So by the final round, voting or not is actually meaningless. Even if the lowest level murderer is released now, no one can afford it. Faced with this situation, this group of gamers prayed silently in their hearts, hoping that the killer in the last round would be of a lower level so that they could get through safely. There are 7 levels of killers in total. It shouldn't be possible for me to randomly get S level twice in a row. Finally, it's the last round. As long as we survive this round, we'll win the game. This is the last round. I must survive. The surviving Japanese soldiers prayed in their hearts, but the tremendous mental pressure and death threats left them exhausted and pale. When the large LCD screen began to scroll and randomly select the murderer, all the Japanese soldiers stared at the screen, their mouths dry, their fists clenched, and their expressions nervous. Let's get a low-level murderer. B-level, murderers below B-level, please give me a chance to live. However, the ugly saint had already secretly modified the probability. Even if Jesus came, the result would not change. The large LCD screen stopped, and the murderer was finally identified as S-level. Lin Feng was also stunned when he saw this result. This dog is uglier than a saint, and he must have played a role in the random murder. This guy, ugly saint, can never afford to play. He secretly complained in his heart. The next second, the big screen began to randomly display the murderer's target. Soon, 3 targets appeared one after another. The first target is the player in room 16. The second target is the player in room 11. The third target is the player in room 19. When the results were announced, except for Lin Feng, the 3 Japanese soldiers in rooms 12, 14, and 23 showed great joy on their faces. For them, the game is already completed. They survived. The murderer is on the move. The voice of the ugly saint sounded. A painting appeared in 3 rooms at the same time. The murderer's figure emerged from the painting. The 3 players who were chosen as targets showed expressions of fear and despair, accompanied by their unwilling wails. They all fell under the attack of the S-level killer. At the same time, with the death of the 3 selected Japanese targets, the game of hiring a killer in this level officially ended. The voice of the ugly saint rang in the ears of the 4 people again. Congratulations to all players who have completed completed this level. This level of Hire a Killer has been successfully concluded. In 5 seconds, all players will be teleported to the next level of the game. The next level of the game is also the final level of this Saints game world. Players who pass the next level will have the opportunity to leave this game world and return to reality. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Start teleporting. As the ugly saint finished speaking, a blue light flashed on Lin Feng's body. After the light faded, he appeared in a borderless square. As his eyes swept around, blue beams of light fell from the sky one after another. Players who have completed the Hiring a Killer game are teleported to this square. The beam of light gradually dissipated, and little Japanese soldiers emerged from it. Lin Feng looked around and found that besides himself, there were 11 other Japanese devils in the square. The fact that these little devils were able to pass the first 3 life and death tests is enough to prove that they are the dragons and phoenixes among the islanders. But even so, when they faced the last level of the game, they still seemed a little nervous. The fate of the next level of the game, like an immortal evil thought, assaults their nerves again and again. This made these Japanese soldiers uneasy and their faces pale. Lin Feng's eyes swept over them, feeling the tension and uneasiness. A gloating smile appeared on his face. The Japs will be wiped out sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fireworks exploding was heard over the empty square. A huge suspended screen slowly emerged above the sky. The screen flickered with snowflakes of no signal and made a series of sharp squeaking sounds. The snowflakes gradually dissipated, the picture became clear, and a grinning clown head emerged. The clown head made a strange and creepy face. Then he let out a sharp and shrill laugh and said, "Welcome everyone, to the final level of the Ugly Saint game world. This level will test your wisdom and courage. Complete this level of the game and you'll have the chance to return to the real world. Also, according to the rules of the game, you can also get a reward of 1 million secret realm points from me. Now, I announce the name of this level of the game. This level, 3-door game." After Cho Sheng's voice fell, the boundless space in the square suddenly shook violently. The ground 100 meters away from Lin Feng began to shake violently. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to rush out from the ground. The Japanese soldiers' expressions instantly became extremely nervous. Everyone took up their positions, ready for a life and death battle. Just as they were getting ready, a corner of the object rising from the ground has been revealed. Then, the object rose faster. When they are fully revealed, what caught everyone's eyes were 3 golden doors that were nearly 20 meters high. 3 golden doors emerged from the ground. The rules of the game then appeared on the big screen in the sky. Rule 1, among the 3 golden doors, 2 are doors of death and 1 is a door of life. Rule 2, the selected player must step out of the line and choose a door. Rule 3, before the player confirms that the main door is open, one of the remaining 2 doors will be opened, and it must be a dead door. Rule 4, at this point, the player can choose whether to change doors and make a new selection. Rule 5, changing your options comes at a cost. Rule 6, after the door is selected, open the selected door. If you live, you will live. If you die, you will die. After the rules are displayed, the big screen disappears. The voice of the ugly saint rang out again, echoing over the square. The game starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, a spotlight shone down from the sky above his head. The spotlight flickered back and forth on everyone. 3 seconds later, the light stopped on a woman about 24 or 25 years old. The woman's face turned pale instantly, and her eyes were filled with fear. My whole body couldn't stop shaking. The voice of the ugly saint came again. Step out and make your choice. At the moment of life and death, the woman's legs were like wooden stakes, deeply embedded in the ground, unable to move. She hesitated and said nothing. The ugly saint reminded again. 5 seconds left, or the game is over. This reminder was like a thunderbolt, and the woman was shocked all over. Finally, she took a difficult step and walked out of the crowd. Make your choice. I choose. Her eyes darted back and forth between the 3 doors, filled with fear and despair. He kept muttering to himself. The inner struggle made her unable to move forward. Lin Feng also looked up at her. Just as she was hesitating and wandering, he suddenly felt a fluctuation of rules, and his mental strength suddenly tightened. The sound of flesh tearing apart was heard in the square. The woman's body suddenly exploded, turning into bloody and fleshy fragments flying all over the sky. This scene shocked everyone's hearts. Anxiety and fear appeared on their faces. At the same time, the ugly saint's reminder sounded again. Choose timeout, out. The spotlight flickered back and forth among the remaining 11. Stop after a few seconds. This time the light stopped on a man about 50 years old. Experienced the woman's painful lesson. The man walked out of the crowd in fear and shouted, I choose the door on the far left. As soon as he finished speaking, the door on the far left was illuminated by a red spotlight and selected. At the same time, the next second, the middle door slowly opened. As the door opened, a huge black word death suddenly appeared. When the man saw the black word death, his pupils contracted slightly and his breathing became more rapid. I secretly felt lucky that I didn't choose the middle door. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, a line of words appeared above the 3 doors. Give up all the super cards you have fused and change your first choice. The man stared at the words, his fists clenched. A hint of determination gradually ignited in his eyes, which were originally filled with fear and despair. He felt that his hopes had been increased by half. He firmly believed that the door he chose was definitely the door to life. The clues on the 3 doors were nothing more than traps set by the ugly saint to lure him, and you can only change your selection by giving up all the fused supercards. In the eyes of men, this is definitely a stupid practice that is not worth the cost. I confirm my choice. He was full of confidence and his voice was raised a few degrees. Lin Feng looked at the Japanese devils with a hint of contempt on his lips. Retarded little devil. Although Lin Feng was not a studious person, he still had some understanding of the 3 questions through rote memorization. Take the 3-door game of Ugly Saint as an example. Without being informed and without the Ugly Saint doing anything, the probability of choosing the life gate for the first time is 1 in 3. After the player has made his choice, the Ugly Saint will remove a dead door. This makes the player's probability of choosing the life gate seem to increase to 1 in 2. But from the most basic logic, the probability has not changed at all. Now, if the Japanese choose to switch to another door, the probability of choosing the life door will actually rise to 2/3. Unfortunately, the Japanese are so stupid. On the other side, when the Japanese soldier confirmed his choice, the remaining 2 doors were slowly opened. This little Japanese guy really had bad luck. Behind the door he chose was a huge word death. The other door is life. When the Japanese saw this result, the little confidence they had just developed was instantly shattered. Despair and fear flooded his eyes again, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground like a pile of rotten meat. Please come in. The next moment, the Ugly Saint's life-threatening voice sounded in the man's ears. I won't go in. I won't go in, the man shouted. His paralyzed body suddenly burst out with strength, and he struggled to stand up and fled backwards. But he didn't run far. 2 paper clowns suddenly appeared in the void and attacked him from both sides. They dragged him by brute force towards the death gate he had chosen. The man screamed and struggled desperately, but in the face of absolute strength, he could only be dragged into the gate of death. As the man was dragged into the death gate, the 3 doors slammed shut with a clang. A man's death screams could be heard from behind the door. The spotlight flickers and the game continues. This time, the spotlight chose a young man. I choose the middle door. The young man stepped forward hesitantly and stated his choice. After he made his choice, the death door on the far right was opened. Above the 3 doors, text prompts appeared again. Seeing the prompt, the young man gritted his teeth and made a decision. He disbanded all 8 super cards that were fused in his hand, 2 of which were purple A-level cards. I want to change the answer. The young man raised the 8 super cards in his hand and said with difficulty. The next second, a paper clown walked out of the void and took away his 8 super cards. At the same time, the door selected by the young man switched to another one. When the result was confirmed, the remaining 2 doors slowly opened. The young man was very lucky, because behind the door he chose after changing it was the life door. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Although I lost all my super cards, being able to survive is the greatest victory. Following the Ugly Saint's prompt, the young man walked into the gate of life. A teleporting light appeared behind the door. The young man was transported to a gray space and stood in front of a machine. Drop, drop, drop. The mechanical game prompts on the machine kept ringing. The young man stared at the machine screen. The screen displayed words. Congratulations on clearing all levels of the Ugly Saint game. As a player who has completed the game, you will receive a reward of 1 million secret realm points. Of course, you can also choose to give up the secret realm points reward and leave the Ugly Saint game world. Do you choose to give up? The young man stared at the text prompts on the machine screen. He was delighted to have survived the disaster and could finally leave this damn place. But within this joy, he also felt an immense irony. The 4-level game is a life or death gamble, and the final reward is only 1 million secret realm points. The secret realm points he had lost before were at least tens of millions. The young man smiled helplessly, pressed the button, and chose not to give up. However, at the moment he pressed the button not to give up, the machine suddenly let out a shrill alarm. The young man's face suddenly changed and he quickly took a half step back. You're too greedy. The machine, with its alarm blaring, suddenly exploded. The energy shock of the explosion tore apart the machine parts. Those parts turned into sharp flying blades and pierced into the young man's body. Due to the huge inertia, the young man was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. His whole body was like a hedgehog covered with machine parts. Blood flowed out from the cracks in the torn flesh. His eyes flickered with the desire to survive. A cry of unwillingness came from my heart. Why? I just chose the 1 million secret realm points reward. I just want to minimize my losses. Just when consciousness was about to fade away, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. I finally understood the true meaning of "there is a chance" when the Ugly Saint said it. Unfortunately, all this came at the cost of life. On the other side, in the square, the 3 game doors have already played 2 rounds. At this moment, there were only 7 people left in the square, including Lin Feng. In the previous game, 2 people died, one alive and the other dead. At this time, the spotlights above the square lit up again. After the lights flash alternately, finally
it stopped above Lin Feng's head. It's his turn to appear. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face relaxed in calm, without any fear. I choose the rightmost door. He has a bright voice. When he made his choice, the door on the far left opened, revealing the word death written in black. The prompts on the 3 doors have not yet appeared. Lin Feng spoke again. I won't change my choice. The gate selection process is completed. The remaining doors slowly opened. Behind the door chosen by Lin Feng, the word life suddenly appeared. Seeing this result, Lin Feng himself was slightly stunned. Then, with the reminder from the ugly saint, the remaining surviving Japanese soldiers looked at them with envy. Lin Feng stepped into the gate of life. As soon as he stepped in, the door of life suddenly closed with a bang. The teleportation light effect begins to flash. Lin Feng relaxed his whole body and offered no resistance. The teleportation light effect gradually fades. He was sent back to the original gray space, in front of a machine. The machine sounded a prompt. Congratulations on clearing all levels of the Ugly Saint game. As a player who has completed the game, you will receive a reward of 1 million secret realm points. Of course, you can also choose to give up the secret realm points reward and leave the Ugly Saint game world. Do you choose to give up? Looking at the prompts on the machine, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He had already guessed the Ugly Saint's trick in his heart. The so-called opportunity to leave the Ugly Saint game world is exactly the choice in front of you. Lin Feng pressed his selection button without hesitation. Immediately, the machine began to shake violently. The harsh dripping sound sounded again. You're too greedy. Greedy sister. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he burst out with brute force and punched out. The machine was smashed to pieces in an instant. The next second after the machine was blown to pieces, a cold wind suddenly blew in the gray space, and the gloomy wind howled like a ghost. The shouts of killing rang out all around like a tide, each sound deafening. Paper clowns rushed out from the gray mist. Lin Feng's eyes fell on those paper clowns. Before he mastered telekinesis, he might have been unable to cope with so many paper clowns. There was a hideous and evil smile on his face. How much weight can a paper figure bear? The surging magical energy surged around Lin Feng. Invisible telekinesis, controlled by his mental power, swept across with him as the center. The paper clowns that were besieging him instantly turned into nothingness under the influence of telekinesis and dissipated into the gray space. The breath of death quickly spread among this group of paper clowns. Although they are all created by the Ugly Saint, but they are still independent and have their own thoughts. Seeing the irresistible death approaching, the paper clowns began to retreat in a hurry. In the control room behind the game world, a paper clown rushed in a panic. Boss, this is bad. A player with extremely terrifying strength appeared, and we were completely unable to deal with him. Boss, only you can suppress him. The Ugly Saint angrily kicked the paper clown who came to report the news away, cursing, a bunch of useless people who eat for free. He stared at Lin Feng on the screen, who was chasing his paperman subordinates. The clown's face turned pale, although he had no intention of opening a passage outside the game world for Lin Feng from the beginning. But the performance of his subordinates at the moment really made him feel ashamed. Come over here and control the game, you piece of crap. I have to do everything myself. The paper clown stepped forward timidly and took over the control of the game from the Ugly Saint. The figure of the Ugly Saint disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in a gray space. The fog that filled the gray space began to dissipate rapidly. The fleeing paper clown saw the Ugly Saint appear. Hundreds and thousands of them gathered towards him like a tide. Lin Feng saw the Ugly Saint appear. He also stopped chasing those paper clowns, with a faint smile on his face. Endless excitement and joy surged in my heart. This bastard and the Ugly Saint finally met again. Compared to the last time, Ugly Saint has not changed much, but there are many more golden stripes on the body. Lin Feng guessed that this should be a sign of the demon's evolution. We finally meet again. Lin Feng looked at him and said this in a tone that made Chou Sheng feel strange. Finally we meet again? When Chou Sheng heard this, he was stunned. Every time I come to this world, as long as it is within my ability, he will kill all the gamers. Although there were survivors, they were few in number. He was sure that he had never seen the person in front of him before. How could someone you've never met say such strange things? Chou Sheng was full of doubts. He also looked up at Lin Feng, who was full of provocation. In your own game world, how dare a mere human look at him with such contempt and humiliation? In his own territory, the Ugly Saint is invincible. How could His Majesty tolerate being challenged by a human? The rhythmic pressure of the game world sounded along with the music. As the pressure fell, Lin Feng felt as if his body was entangled by thousands of invisible vines. He raised his foot and moved forward slightly, but he couldn't move forward. Even so, Lin Feng remained calm and not at all panicked. Human, hand over everything you have, and I will let you leave the game world. The rules and restrictions from the demon world cannot be broken even by this saint, this demon. Ugly Saint spoke confidently. In his eyes, the human being in front of him was already prey under his knife. His eyes were particularly fixed on Suzaku standing on Lin Feng's shoulder. Facing the threat from the Ugly Saint, a strange smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Immediately after afterwards, a violent explosion erupted in the void. The explosion shook the entire space. Invisible air waves blew everything around.
Zhou Sheng suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis in his heart. I saw a huge square green seal appearing in the air above my head without me noticing when. Strands of ancient Taoist rules, visible to the naked eye, were crushing the four directions of heaven and earth. The rules of the game world he constructed seemed particularly fragile under the suppression of this rule. At the same time, the four-sided seal had locked him tightly. The ugly saint had no doubt that as long as the four-directional seal that locked him fell, he would surely die in this world. His breathing suddenly became rapid. He is not afraid of death, because after death the Secret Points Bank will resurrect him again in the demon world. If they wanted to truly kill him, they could only do so in their demonic world. What he fears is the loss that will occur after death. This time in the game world, he gained nearly 400 million secret realm points, 35 A-level supercards, and countless other supercards. Thinking of this, Zhou Sheng's body trembled involuntarily. The loss that death might bring made him so heartbroken that he could hardly breathe. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng again. The smile on that human's face, and the square seal hanging above his head. Ugly Saint's eyes suddenly widened and he roared, You are the one who broke into my game world last time? The answer is correct, but there is no reward. Lin Feng responded coldly. With the help of the Fantian seal, Lin Feng broke through the constraints of the rules of the game world. Upon hearing Lin Feng's confirmation, the ugly saint beat his chest and stamped his feet. The improvement of his own strength is visibly visible to the naked eye, and he has even reached S level. But why, when I meet this damn human again, I am still no match for him? That's right, it was this damn human who caused him to lose several A-level cards and an SS level card. This saint will kill you. The ugly saint roared, preparing to attack Lin Feng. The sound of explosions was heard again in the sky, and the pressure of the rules of the Fantian seal became stronger and stronger. If you move again, I will kill you immediately. Lin Feng walked forward confidently, feeling the even stronger threat of death above his head. When Zhou Sheng thought about the terrible consequences of falling after death, he finally calmed down a little. He stared at Lin Feng and asked angrily, Despicable human, what on earth do you want to do? I admit that I have shortcomings, but they are definitely not as good as you, a dog-like devil. Lin Feng did not comment, but repeated the words of the ugly saint to him word for word. You're worse than a devil, you dog. Hand over everything you have and I'll let you leave our world. Lin Feng said coldly. The ugly saint's clown-like face was twisted into a ball, and he felt a little aggrieved inside. In his own gaming world, he didn't understand why he had to endure such provocation. In the past, even if he encountered an opponent stronger than himself, with the help of the rules of the demon world, he could deal with it calmly as long as it was not too outrageous. But why did he suffer such a big loss every time he met this guy twice in a row? What exactly is this four-sided seal? Why can the rules it exudes override the rules of the demon world? The ugly saint gradually accumulated grievances in his heart. Looking back on his journey to where he is today, he feels that he is just a pitiful devil. Why should we suffer such harm when we are already so pitiful? What's the point of working hard? Despicable human, this is impossible. The ugly saint roared in a broken voice. Even if you kill him in this world, it is impossible for all of them to drop. If you're lucky, maybe nothing will drop. Thinking of this, Zhou Sheng no longer cared about the Fantian seal hanging above Lin Feng's head. After all, what could be worse than being killed in this world? He broke through the encirclement of paper clowns and ran towards the far end of the square. Despicable human, kill me if you dare. The ugly saint roared while quickly forming seals, preparing to carry the machine and escape. However, the Fantian seal followed him like a shadow, and the prehistoric rules locked him firmly. The trace of teleportation power that Zhou Sheng had just gathered was ruthlessly shattered by the rules of Fantian seal. Seeing that the Fantian seal could easily destroy his teleportation power, Lin Feng finally felt relieved. With the blessing of 1,000 points of agility, his speed is astonishingly fast. The ugly saint could not escape his pursuit at all. Lin Feng raised the dragon drinking sword in his hand and slashed out a flash of lightning. The violent power of thunder and lightning fell on the ugly saint. The ugly saint screamed and fell to the ground due to the electric shock. You, despicable human, you will not die a good death. The ugly saint was twitching and shaking from the electric shock, roaring and cursing. Little devil, it's not up to you to decide whether I die a good death or not. Lin Feng strode forward, and the dragon drinking sword in his hand climbed up the arc of electricity and slashed down again. This feeling made the ugly saint miserable. He endured the pain and jumped up. Lin Feng's sword, wrapped in electric light, fell again. This sword was deliberately struck on the ground 2 meters away from the ugly saint. The terrifying electric light pierced through the ground, creating a deep pit. The ugly saint jumped away in horror. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Hand over everything you have, or you won't be able to dodge the next strike. Lin Feng threatened coldly. This saint will fight you. The ugly saint was furious. He couldn't accept being teased by a human in his own game world. He took out a controller from his pocket and pressed a button. With the push of a button, the rules of the game world rapidly change. The scene around me began to change. All the layers of space and
in the game world gradually overlap and merge into one.
At the same time, several Japanese soldiers who were participating in the three-door game appeared in front of Lin Feng. "What's the use of this, little devil?" Lin Feng chuckled and slashed down with the dragon drinking sword. Purple lightning as thick as an arm flew out from the sword and hit the ugly saint hard, knocking him several meters away again. The surging thunder and lightning wrapped around the ugly saint, causing him to scream miserably. At this moment, the 5 Japanese soldiers participating in the three-door game saw this scene and were so shocked that they stood there in shock.
"Isn't that the eagle countryman who just chose the life gate?"
"Yes,
That's the ugly saint of the gaming world.
this guy actually managed to kill the ugly saint." The next moment, they heard the eagle people threatening the ugly saint again.
"Hand over your secret realm points, or don't blame me for being rude."
The ugly saint stood up tremblingly. After the game worlds completely overlapped, his control over the rules of the game became even stronger.
"I'll fight you,"
the ugly saint roared, controlling the power of the rules of the demon world. A bell condensed in his hand. The ugly saint shook the bell, and the crisp sound spread out like ripples. The terrifying power of rules exploded with the ugly saint as the center.
Lin Feng was closest to the ugly saint and was the first to be hit.
When this force reached him, he felt a heaviness in his chest and severe pain in his brain, as if his whole body was about to be torn apart and exploded. The dog is uglier than the saint, but it actually has something. Lin Feng tried his best to maintain consciousness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the help of telekinesis, his mental strength increased hundreds of times. In a flash, he grasped a wisp of ancient rules from the Fanteon seal hanging in the sky. When the ancient rules were integrated into the body, the originally chaotic and dull world immediately became clear.
But the remaining Japanese soldiers were not so lucky.
Under Lin Feng's gaze, the bodies of the little Japanese soldiers exploded like fireworks of flesh and blood. They exploded one after another, turning into 5 piles of rotten meat. A large number of super energy cards and secret realm points exploded from the pile of rotten meat.
"Pick up the points and divide them evenly."
When Lin Feng saw the secret realm points that exploded, he did not forget to remind the Suzaku on his shoulder. Suzaku glanced at him sideways, then flew up from his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the secret realm points in front of Lin Feng began to jump wildly. Secret realm points plus 7820000. Secret realm points plus 6530000. Secret realm points plus 9863000. Looking at the rising number of secret realm points, Lin Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, and his breathing became a little rapid. How come these guys have so many secret realm points, he thought in surprise. The 5 of them had collectively earned him over 38.6 million points.
The next second, Lin Feng quickly sorted out his thoughts.
Players who had made it to this level must have accumulated
a considerable amount of in-game coins.
For example, by the time he reached the 4th level, he had already redeemed nearly 20 million secret realm points using in-game coins.
He looked at the secret realm points balance on the card box again.
51,659,700 points.
Over 50 million points, reaching a new high.
The only thing that made him feel unwilling was that half of the 38 million points were given to that rebellious Sun Juke.
Should I just swallow him?
This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. If all the points were given to that rebellious son, his overall attributes would immediately surpass mine. He is so rebellious. But on second thought, he shook his head and thought that one should keep one's word. After all, he would have to deal with that rebellious son in the future.
Recovering his composure, Lin Feng's gaze once again fell on the fat sheep ugly saint.
Judging from various game conditions, this guy had at least hundreds of millions of secret realm points hidden on him. Clearly, fleecing him was the safer option. Seeing Lin Feng break free from the constraints of the world's rules once again, the ugly saint's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he were looking at a monster. He simply couldn't understand how this human before him had done it. At this moment, Zhou Shang felt that his worldview was completely overturned, as if he was facing a god of war who could destroy the heavens. Lin Feng walked towards him step by step, and Zhou Shang felt a sense of fear in his heart. He couldn't run, couldn't fight. He was now just a clown trapped in the cage he had woven. Sighing, he remembered that the price of suicide was 10 times the resurrection fee, so he had to give up the idea.
As a human being with a conscience, I don't want to make things too difficult for you, a demon. Last time you owed me more than 30 million secret realm points, plus interest, and the
loss you suffered from swallowing the exchange rate this time.
Give me 100 million secret realm points, and I will let you go. After repeated consideration, Lin Feng finally spoke.
The ugly saint listened, looked at Lin Feng, and cursed in his heart. This despicable human actually calculated interest.
It's even more cruel than the secret realm points bank.
No matter how you calculate it, the interest on 30 million is less than 70 million, unless elementary school math is bought. What if I don't give it to you? Zhou Shang still wanted to make a final struggle.
You won't give it to me? Then let's continue playing.
Lin Feng raised the dragon drinking sword, and the electric arc on the sword body whistled. Seeing the arcs of electricity surrounding Lin Feng, Zhou Shang shuddered as he recalled the sensation of being electrocuted.
He then checked his secret realm points balance.
After After deducting the loan from the Secret Realm Points Bank, he still had over 397 million left. Seeing that the lightning was about to fall, the ugly saint finally compromised.
A gentleman's revenge is never too late.
When I advance again and return to this world, I will definitely get back what I lost from this guy, with interest. So he said, I promise you. Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face as he retracted the dragon drinking sword.
Wouldn't it have saved us so much trouble if we had agreed earlier?
Lin Feng said with a smile.
Ugly Saint glared at me, cursing inwardly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you into my game world.
Then, Zhou Sheng appeared in front of Lin Feng, controlling a game console, and said unsatisfactorily, according to the rules of the game, you have to put in a super card.
Insert the super energy card?
Lin Feng drew out the dragon drinking sword again. Seeing this, Zhou Sheng trembled again and threw an F-level super card to Lin Feng. He said, throw it in and exchange it for 1,000 game coins. Then we will play a game and you can directly get 100 million Secret Realm points.
This is the rule of the game in this world, and I can't change it.
Lin Feng was skeptical, but facing the absolute strength, he didn't believe that the ugly saint could play any tricks. He put the F-level super card into the game console.
Drop, drop, drop.
The machine sounded a prompt.
Checking the super card. F-level super card. Exchange to get 10,000 game coins.
Immediately afterwards, 10,000 game coins gushed out from the machine. Lin Feng put these game coins into his pocket, and he became more certain in his heart that he could only exchange 100 game coins with the A-level card before, and it must be that the despicable guy Zhou Sheng did something secretly. After collecting 10,000 game coins, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the ugly saint again. This guy actually took out 10,000 game coins so easily.
Does it mean that his Secret Realm Points foundation is extremely deep and I didn't speak loudly enough?
Seeing Lin Feng's eyes, Zhou Sheng trembled all over and said hurriedly, let's start the game.
What game? Lin Feng asked.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I play rock and you play paper. The bet is 10,000 game coins. The ugly saint replied.
Lin Feng likes this simple and efficient game very much. They both put their hands behind their backs.
3, 2, 1, 0.
The next second, the ugly saint laughed heartily, shouting wildly and defiantly, despicable human, you've finally been fooled. You're still too young to play games with this saint. However, the next moment, Zhou Sheng's face changed suddenly because he found that his secret realm points were decreasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 100 million were gone. He suddenly looked up and stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng only threw out a fist.
Human, you're fucking despicable.
You despicable sister.
The points in the secret realm before my eyes increased wildly. Secret realm points plus 100 million. If I didn't know this bastard well, I would have been fooled.
At the same time, as the game ends, the illusion of the game world begins to collapse. The images of the Blue Star world gradually replaced the game world. Returning to reality, Lin Feng found himself at a crossroads in the east city of the island country. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis spread in his heart. In the sky, a dense crowd of superpowered people from the island nation were waiting for him. Various thermal weapons and superpowered magical instruments were pointed at him.
You are surrounded. Surrender, or we will not rule out the use of violence. Not far from Lin Feng, Zhou Sheng saw this scene, his face showing panic, and he shouted at Lin Feng, despicable human, you have caused me so much trouble.
Lin Feng showed a sneer on his face and looked down on the ugly saint. The island nation's superpowered people asked him to surrender, but he naturally would not agree. The next second, Lin Feng opened fire at full power.
Vast magical energy poured out from his body.
At the same time, he allocated 20 million Secret Realm points to Suzaku.
With the blessing of Secret Realm points, Yuchua's single attribute instantly skyrocketed to 863 points.
Kill all the Japs. Lin Feng gave a mental command to Zhu Kei. However, Suzaku did not act immediately, but instead sent a message, give me another 30 million. Hearing this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily, I have already allocated you more than 1 million, don't ask for more.
I just push for more.
Lin Feng was so angry that his face turned blue, but he could do nothing. He understood that it would be difficult to break through on his own. Taking a deep breath, he had no choice but to allocate another 30 million to Suzaku. As a result, Suzaku's overall attributes soared directly to more than 4,500 points. It flew up from Lin Feng's shoulder, its body transformed, and its size suddenly increased to more than 10 meters. The terrifying Suzaku True Flame caused the surrounding space to heat up rapidly, reaching temperatures of over 100 degrees Celsius. On the other side, Lin Feng drew out the dragon drinking sword, and the magic of thunder and lightning filled the air. Above the sky, a millstone vortex with a diameter of 200 meters appeared. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning began to gather. Thunder roared across the sky, tearing the sky apart. He unleashed the forbidden spell of world-destroying divine thunder with all his might. Lin Feng once again used the Fantian seal and gave it his all. Push it forward at any cost. After all, it's an island country, so he doesn't care about the consequences. The Fantian seal expanded rapidly, reaching a size of 30 meters. The might of the ancient world descended from the sky. The next moment, under Lin Feng's control, the Fantian seal
began to sweep across the void.
After activating the Fantian seal, Lin Feng did not stop.
He unleashed his telekinetic talent once again.
With the support of more than 1,000 mental powers, his telekinesis can now crush and decompose about 10,000 pounds of matter. When Lin Feng fully released his fighting power,
for a moment, the area within a radius of 500 meters seemed to have fallen into a black doomsday purgatory.
The Japanese soldiers lurking outside the ugly Saint Game world had never expected that Lin Feng would act so decisively. They were suddenly horrified and their formation was thrown into chaos. Hold the formation steady and kill this man at all costs.
The leading Japanese superpowered soldier gave the order.
However, facing Lin Feng's decisive and fierce attack, their order was still a step too late. When all of Lin Feng's attacks landed, the area was torn and twisted. Those weaker Japanese soldiers who had no time to react were destroyed in an instant. After a few breaths, when Lin Feng's attack dissipated,
the neighborhood is in ruins.
The earth was torn apart, leaving behind a shocking gully that was dozens of meters deep and 4 or 5 meters wide. In the sky, at least 1/3 of the Japanese soldiers surrounding Lin Feng were killed.
The surviving Japanese soldiers looked at Lin Feng standing in the ruins in horror.
Recalling everything that happened in just a few seconds, my heart was filled with fear and trembling. Fortunately, they are still alive.
The Japanese soldiers steadied themselves and prepared to annihilate Lin Feng.
However, at this moment, they witnessed a scene that they would never forget. The young man standing in the ruins suddenly split into 3 figures. The 3 of them moved in unison.
Start repeating the attack action from tens of seconds ago. The energy of destruction once again spread between heaven and earth,
and 3 forces erupted at the same time. What's even more terrifying is that these 3 forces are not at all weaker than the force that was initially exerted. 3 black millstone vortexes appeared in the sky. They are superimposed together.
The power of thunder and lightning formed is extremely terrifying, growing exponentially.
The next moment, under the impact of this huge force,
the sky cannot bear it, shattered like a broken mirror.
The leader of the Japanese soldiers saw this, no longer dared to attack Lin Feng in the center of the battlefield, shouted in horror, "Retreat! Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Requesting support. The enemy needs a Holy Spirit superpower to be destroyed. After releasing the God-level flashback, Lin Feng finally felt a little exhausted. He looked at the secret realm points and super cards scattered on the ground. Resist the desire in your heart. Gave orders to Suzaku. The vermilion bird spewed out 100-meter-long true flame. Burn the few devils in front of you to ashes. It let out a long and clear roar and flew back to Lin Feng. This area is shrouded in a terrifying fog of war. Various pressures and rules tear apart all tangible things. Taking advantage of the chaos and the cover of the 3 flashback clones, Lin Feng's feet moved like the wind.
Run away from the battlefield. Dozens of lightning bolts as thick as buckets pierced the void.
It tore through the 1,000-meter-long space between heaven and earth. Wherever the power of this terrifying forbidden spell passed, everything was annihilated.
The sky and the earth shook violently.
The 3 Fantianian phantoms were wrapped in the forbidden spell. It fell from the sky with a loud bang. Under the impact of the endless prehistoric rules, everything that stood in the way was instantly reduced to dust. The power of telekinesis is doubled with the superposition of 3 flashback clones.
It also becomes more terrifying.
A Japanese soldier who came into contact with telekinesis was instantly disintegrated into nothingness. In these precious 10 seconds, relying on the agility of 1,000, Lin Feng had already moved thousands of meters away from the battlefield. He looked back and saw that the sky and earth were filled with a mixture of various forbidden spells, like a black vacuum ball that was constantly collapsing and shrinking. Countless surviving Japanese soldiers struggled desperately, trying to break free from this powerful collapse force and escape from this world. However, the powerful suction force has locked everyone in the center of the battlefield, making it impossible to escape. Seeing this scene, even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect that when I fired at full force and combined it with the God-level flashback skill, it would produce such a terrifying effect.
The God-level flashback is indeed worthy of its reputation and is a forbidden divine skill.
When the devastating collapse force was about to swallow up all the Japanese soldiers on the battlefield, a figure suddenly flashed in the distant sky, rushing over like lightning across the sky. Seeing that figure, Lin Feng's heart tightened. That little devil definitely possesses the strength of a divine superpower. Now that he follows the path of Godao, although he is only 1A level or above superpower card away from becoming a holy superpower, he feels that he may have the strength to challenge the holy superpower, but this risk is not worth it. So, he gathered the outward radiating magical fluctuations to the extreme. Just as he was about to look away from the distant battlefield, the Japanese soldier had already flown over the battlefield. The Japanese soldier stretched out his hand toward the center of the battlefield, and his hand quickly expanded into a gigantic shape of a kilometer. A huge palm, as big as the sky and the sun, fell towards the violently collapsing energy ball. The collapsed energy ball suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated in his palm like a misfired firecracker. Lin Feng's heart was beating wildly. This little devil is ridiculously strong.
wrong?
Fortunately, I retreated early, otherwise I would have died there. However, just as he had this thought, a strong sense of crisis once again surged into his heart. He felt a burning gaze fixed on him. When he looked again, he saw that it was the Japanese soldier who was staring at him. Just when Lin Feng felt that the situation was not good and he might be captured, the surrounding scene suddenly became as blurry as frosted glass. His arm was suddenly grabbed by a force like a steel clamp and pinched tightly. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed, and he thought to himself that something was wrong. However, due to the huge consumption of energy from the fierce battle just now, his strength had not yet recovered and he was unable to break free. Immediately afterwards, his body was pulled into the blurry space.
Everything around me began to change rapidly like a slideshow. He seemed to have fallen into an endless, folded and penetrating space. A rough warning sound came from my ears. If you want to live, follow me.
The next moment, the surrounding space began to fracture.
Lin Feng was dragged into it. Those pieces of space shattered into countless pieces like broken glass. This process lasted about 5 seconds.
When Lin Feng steadied himself and reappeared, he found himself in a huge and empty warehouse. Breathing rapidly, he drew out the dragon drinking sword and glanced around vigilantly. Click, click, click. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the empty warehouse. Lin Feng's whole body trembled and he turned to look at the source of the sound. At the back of the warehouse, several figures slowly walked out from the dim shadows. Magical fluctuations surged out of Lin Feng's body again, and forbidden lightning fell from the sky. A huge entangled electric arc wrapped him up, and Lin Feng stood in the center of the warehouse, like a thunder god descending from the sky. The enemy comes with ill intentions, so he will use all his strength to launch another full-strength attack. Just as he was about to attack the person in the shadow, the person standing under the container suddenly stopped and said,
"Hello, Mr. Lin Feng."
Hearing this voice, Lin Feng's heart suddenly jumped. His eyes suddenly became gloomy.
I was clearly wearing a vest, so why was my identity exposed? Who dragged him here? And what is the purpose?
Mr. Lin Feng, we have no ill intentions. A voice came from the darkness, and it sounded like a woman. The other party said that he had no ill intentions, but Lin Feng naturally would not believe it easily. He stared at the shadow.
The footsteps sounded again.
A woman walked out of the shadows, wearing a floral kimono and wooden clogs. She looked at Lin Feng with a warm and gentle smile on her face. Judging from her appearance, she was about 24 or 25 years old.
"Hello, I'm Yoshida Harukawa."
"Sir,
You must be Lin Feng from Dragon Country, right?"
Lin Feng stared at the island woman, neither admitting nor denying.
Seeing that he was silent, Yoshida Harukawa continued in dragon language.
"Whether Mr. is Lin Feng or not, I now confirm that we have a common enemy. Although it is a bit presumptuous to invite you here, there is no other choice. Of course, our purpose is very clear, which is to cooperate with you." Lin Feng's expression changed slightly.
Cooperate?
This group of people were able to bring him here quietly, although part of the reason was that he was too exhausted and unable to resist. It also indirectly showed that their strength should not be underestimated.
Judging from the postures of these people, they are obviously from an organization in the island country. They want to cooperate with themselves?
Lin Feng frowned even more tightly.
Cooperation means that you must have value. What is my value? He knows it better than anyone else.
His eyes grew colder. At the same time, the strength in his body recovered rapidly, and the power of the forbidden spell surged and became more intense.
Yoshida Harukawa noticed Lin Feng's change and his expression became serious.
She seemed to realize that what she said had caused misunderstanding, and quickly added, "Mr. Lin Feng, we have absolutely no ill will towards you. When I say cooperation, I mean valuing your status, nothing more."
He sighed softly.
Hearing this, Lin Feng fell into a brief period of contemplation.
What other identity do I have that could attract these devils and make them want to cooperate with me?
Since the other party has no intention of taking action for the time being, he will not act rashly and will quickly recover his strength in secret.
Finally, he spoke. "Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. What we want is to cooperate with your identity." Yoshida Harukawa confirmed it again solemnly. "I'm just an Eagle countryman. What identity do I have that deserves your cooperation? Mr. Lin Feng, are you really from Eagle country?"
A few days ago, I saw a video online. In the video, a young man from Dragon Country kills an A-level conscious demon. The four-sided green seal, battle pet, and even magic spells used by the young man were almost exactly the same as those used by the gentleman in the battle not long ago. There are coincidences in the world, but I don't think this is a coincidence.
Yoshida Harukawa's gaze stayed on Lin Feng's face.
Deep down, she wasn't entirely sure of his identity. The next second, Lin Feng spoke slowly and nonchalantly.
"I've also seen the video you mentioned.
However, a few days ago, there was news that the boy had died young."
"Young death? Is that really the case?"
Yoshida Harukawa still stared at Lin Feng, trying to find clues from his expression, but the result disappointed her. At the same time, Lin Feng was also not at peace. His several methods are so iconic that anyone who compares them will think of the same person.
"What's impossible? If others can possess super card abilities, why can't I have them?"
Then, Lin Feng asked in response, "Sure, but if the ability abilities of several supercards were combined into one person, and they were exactly the same. I've never heard of that. Just because I haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Yoshida Harukawa said firmly, Mr. Lin Feng, I don't want to argue with you about this issue. We really don't have any ill will towards you. She changed the subject and continued, I know that your status and position in Dragon Country are quite high. You even became the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Moreover, this position of president was appointed by the former president of your Shihai City himself. Yoshida Harukawa originally wanted to use these words to provoke Lin Feng, but she found that his eyes were still as calm as water, without any ripples. Although Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged, he was already secretly cursing in his heart. Damn it turns out there are spies from the island country in Shihai City. They might even be lurking within the Superpower Association. In her opinion, although Yoshida Harukawa's words failed to directly shake Lin Feng, she still took a gamble and continued to speak to herself. From what I said, I believe that Mr. Lin Feng, with his intelligence, has already understood the meaning of these words. On the contrary, there are also such people from the Dragon Country and the Island Country. According to the information we currently have, these people are inextricably linked to the Shihai City Superpower Association. Indirectly, their actions are in some way obeying the orders of the Shihai City Superpower Association. Yoshida Harukawa's words shocked Lin Feng deeply. He vaguely guessed that their organization wanted to use the name of cooperation with Lin Feng to achieve a certain goal, to use him to eliminate the Dragon Country spy organization in the Island Country. He quickly denied, Ms. Qingchuan, I am not Lin Feng. What you said has nothing to do with me. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Since these things had nothing to do with him, why bother denying them? Once he denied them, it would only arouse the other party's suspicion. When Yoshida Harukawa saw him speak, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on her face, because as soon as Lin Feng spoke, the answer in her mind became more accurate. Then she continued, perhaps Mr. Lin Feng has misunderstood me. I want to cooperate with Mr. Lin Feng because I hope to use your identity to reach a consensus alliance with the Dragon Nations organization in the Island Nation. Our organization hopes to overthrow the existing leadership of the Island Nation through this consensus alliance and allow our organization to seize power in the Island Nation. Yoshida Harukawa finished speaking in one breath, his eyes still fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked by her words, but he still didn't believe them completely. He suspected this was a trap, a long-term bait. Yoshida Harukawa seemed to see through his thoughts. She continued, Mr. Lin Feng, do you remember the demonic monster from a few days ago? That demonic monster was the riot created by our internal personnel. The purpose was to arouse public dissatisfaction with the current rulers and create social public opinion. After hearing Yoshida Harukawa's explanation, Lin Feng was once again shocked. No wonder demonic unrest erupted daily in the Island Nation. It turned out they weren't united internally, but were constantly fighting among themselves. Even he couldn't help but admire the islanders' ruthlessness in attacking their own people. Yoshida Qingchuan's words made the purpose extremely clear, but Lin Feng remained cautious and said, Ms. Qingchuan, I am from Eagle Country. What you said has nothing to do with me. I can pretend that I heard nothing and nothing happened. Yoshida Harukawa's expression suddenly changed when he heard Lin Feng's words. A terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Eagle Countryman? Mr. Lin Feng, are you sure you are from Eagle Country? The Eagle Countrymen in our country support the hostile forces of our organization. If you are really from Eagle Countrymen, I am afraid that you will die here again today. The huge warehouse began to tremble violently due to the aura she exuded. The dust that had accumulated on the top of the warehouse for many years began to fall. Faced with Yoshida Harukawa's powerful strength, Lin Feng was shocked. This little Japanese girl looked to be in her early 20s, but that was definitely not her real age. Mr. Lin Feng, won't you think about it carefully? Yoshida Harukawa's words were full of threats. If Lin Feng's answer did not satisfy her, she might kill him on the spot without hesitation. This little woman is so strong. Juke, who was standing on Lin Feng's shoulder, whispered, I know. Lin Feng responded immediately. The strength of this young woman was unfathomable, and he really hadn't expected her to be so powerful. Because of this, she had no interest in the superpower card in Lin Feng's hand, but was more concerned about his identity as the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. In Yoshida Harukawa's view, as long as Lin Feng reveals his identity, he can command the undercover forces of the Dragon Country and the Island Country, and use them to unite to overthrow the current rulers of the Island Country and help his organization control power. For them, this is undoubtedly a perfect and dream plan. However, Lin Feng is the key to the success of this entire plan. On the other side, after Lin Feng finished communicating with Juke, he also fell into a brief period of thought. He couldn't help but imagine, if Yoshida Harukawa was just conducting a sting operation and admitted his identity, and if the identity was really so important, it would be a devastating disaster for the Dragon Country undercover agents on the island. Admitting one's identity is absolutely not advisable. On the contrary, if Yoshida Harukawa was was telling the truth, Lin Feng would admit his identity and use it to assist their organization.
The best outcome would be to overthrow the rulers of the island country and help Yoshida Harukawa take power smoothly.
But even so, it would not be a good thing for the dragon country undercover lurking in the island country. As spies of other countries, they are loyal to their motherland, and no matter how much they contribute to those in power, they will eventually be abandoned.
Taking all factors into consideration, Lin Feng could not admit his identity no matter what.
Once you admit it, won't you bear the sin forever? The next second, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Qingchuan, I'm not Lin Feng. Yoshida Harukawa's eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent surged like a tide. Seeing that she was about to take action, Lin Feng shouted in his heart. At this critical moment, the battle pet Suzaku also became extremely serious. Its body expanded again, and the terrifying Suzaku true flame instantly filled the entire warehouse. The flames that could burn everything spewed towards Yoshida Harukawa like tongues of fire. Just as the flames were about to touch her, a blue transparent energy shield exploded. The flames hit the energy shield and bounced off, unable to hurt Yoshida Harukawa at all. Lin Feng was terrified. This guy was even stronger than Xiao Zi. It was simply too much. At the same time, Lin Feng used the Fantian seal and smashed it hard on Yoshida Harukawa's head. The dragon drinking sword in his hand condensed into a chain of lightning as thick as a bucket, sweeping towards her. Mr. Lin Feng, although your weapons and magic are of high quality, your personal strength attributes are not strong enough to fully unleash their power. Yoshida Harukawa spoke slowly. She reached out her hand and gently clapped it towards the sky, her palm looking weak and powerless. However, when her palm fell on Suzaku, it erupted with unimaginable terrifying power. Suzaku's body was distorted by this force, and flaming feathers flew all over the sky.
Like a cannonball, Suzaku's body was shot down from the sky, plummeting violently into the ground. The overwhelming force instantly inflicted unbearable trauma on Suzaku.
The moment it plummeted, it transformed into a streak of red light and quickly returned to its battle pet space, entering a deep sleep. As for the Fantian seal and the forbidden spell power released by Lin Feng, Yoshida Harukawa only needed to flick his finger to completely annihilate them.
The difference in strength between the two was surprisingly large.
Lin Feng showed a bitter smile on his face. He didn't expect that he would die in the island country. The next moment, a huge sense of distress surged in his mind, and his consciousness began to blur rapidly. He wanted to struggle, but under the suppression of this powerful force, he was like duckweed floating on the sea, powerless to resist.
Is this what death really feels like?
Before my consciousness completely faded, I couldn't help but ask myself. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes.
Am I not dead? Or is this the underworld? He looked around.
In the clean and pale room, there was a window, a milky white ceiling lamp and a bed.
This is my current situation.
Just as he was wondering if he was dead, a loud voice came from above his head. Mr. Lin Feng, you're awake. Then, a huge eyeball appeared in front of the window, rolling and looking at every corner of the room. The sudden appearance of the giant creature frightened Lin Feng, and he couldn't help but take a half step back.
Have I reached the underworld? Why does this voice sound so familiar, and those eyes?
Thinking of this, Lin Feng walked to the window and looked out. From his perspective, it was an extremely huge room, and the room he was in seemed to be placed on a table. Sitting in front of that huge table was a man. It was Yoshida Harukawa.
I'm not dead,
and it seems to be shrunk and imprisoned in a toy-like room. Lin Feng finally reacted. I just realized that Mr. Lin Feng might be more valuable to us if he survives. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, I can only start another plan. Taking you as a hostage should also play a certain role.
Hostage? What kind of hostage can I be? Mr. Lin Feng, why don't you look in the mirror? Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart tightened. He turned around and a mirror appeared in the room.
What is reflected in the mirror is myself, who has returned to my original appearance.
Lin Feng couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? Has more than 2 months passed from the time he fell into coma to the time he was detained?
Just as he was thinking this, Yoshida Harukawa spoke again and confirmed his guess. I didn't expect Mr. Lin Feng to use his ID card to buy himself more than 2 months. During that time, I even suspected that I had made a wrong judgment.
Now, Mr. Lin Feng, are you still not admitting your identity?
Lin Feng did not answer. Then, he heard Yoshida Harukawa continue. Our organization has already made Mr. Lin Feng's identity public, and I believe we'll have feedback soon.
If you cooperate, everything will be fine.
If not, we'll have to resort to strong measures. As soon as he finished speaking, the window of the room closed and disappeared.
The next second, the whole room shook violently.
After a while of noise, calm gradually returned. Lin Feng frowned and punched the wall hard. However, the wall was like a bottomless void, rippling and swallowing up his strength. At the same time, Yoshida Harukawa's voice rang in my ears again.
Mr. Lin Feng, this mini prison is an SS level item card that can suppress all attributes of superpowered people.
If your total attributes are less than 5,000, I advise you to save your energy and carefully consider cooperating with us.
Lin Feng looked gloomy and turned back to sit on the bed.
His consciousness cut into into the card box panel and his gaze turned to the battle pet space.
Suzaku is shown as sleeping, and its awakening progress is only 5%.
Lin Feng was powerless to do anything about the Suzaku, which could only be awakened through natural sleep. After seeing Suzaku's status, his consciousness once again scanned the secret realm points balance and super energy card. Since Yoshida Harukawa said that this prison suppresses all attributes of the target, Lin Feng will find a way to increase his overall attributes to more than 5,000 and break the cage of this rule. At the same time, after experiencing Yoshida Harukawa's strength, Lin Feng finally understood the importance of basic attributes.
Only when the foundation is solid and strong can one be truly powerful.
Otherwise, facing absolute strength, his power is like a bubble, bursting at the slightest touch. His consciousness falls on his own personal attributes.
Strength 494, Spirit 1230, Stamina 404, Agility 1002. The current total of all attributes is 3,130 points. There is still nearly 1,700 points away from 5,000 points. This gap is neither small nor large. If you are lucky, an SS level attribute ability card can make up for it. Lin Feng's gaze once again fell on the balance of secret realm points.
Drip, drop, drop. The balance shows 101,659,700. A smile appeared on his face. With more than 100 million secret realm points, it is not difficult to increase the attributes to 5,000. The difficulty may lie in how to get rid of those people after escaping and avoid becoming their bargaining chip to control the people of Manhwa. In order to make the most rational use of the more than 100 million secret realm points, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to redeem the card drawing times, but first checked the super power cards with attributes in the card box.
There are 17 in total.
2 of them are A-level endurance cards, with attributes of 479 points and 463 points respectively. The remaining 15 cards were low-level extreme super power cards purchased at the Brilliant Exchange, with grades ranging from F to C. Next, Lin Feng checked the total number of combined cards he currently owned and the number of times each level of super power card had been combined.
Currently, the number of cards he has fused is 16. The number of fusion cards at each level is as follows: 2 SSS grade cards, 1 SS grade card. Judging from this card fusion model, the 4 levels with the best cost effectiveness are SS, B, C, and D. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the low-level extreme cards he currently had. 7 C-level cards. There is no card for Class B at the moment. First, upgrade all levels of super cards to the second tier. He looked at his fused super card and made a decision. Adhering to the idea of raising all attributes to more than 1,000 and developing comprehensively, Lin Feng took out a C-level extreme strength card. The second fusion of C-level super energy cards requires 120,000 secret realm points. Do you confirm the fusion? He confirmed it in his mind. Fusion of C-level super energy cards successful. Current fusion progress is 0%. The next second, Lin Feng consumed 720,000 secret realm points and increased the fusion progress to 100%. After completing the fusion of the C-level super power cards, he took out the only remaining D-level super power card, Spirit Amplification. After spending 300,000 secret realm points, the fusion was successful. After completing the fusion of these two cards, the only super cards left that have not reached the second level of fusion are B-level and SS level. At present, Lin Feng does not have B-level and SS level super cards with attributes, so he can only choose to exchange and draw cards. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the card draw redemption interface. The 50th redemption requires 1,067,100 secret realm points. Lin Feng issued a mental operation and exchanged 10 card drawing opportunities in one go. These 10 exchanges cost more than 17 million secret realm points. Now it depends on whether the goods can be shipped. He operates with his mind. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level item card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an A-level ability card. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond. Drawing completed, you get an SSS level item card. Looking at the results of 10 card draws, Lin Feng almost vomited blood. After 10 card draws, even though an SSS level card appeared, but 9 times it was just a prop card, and only once was it an A-level ability card. Has my luck finally run out? He couldn't help complaining. First, I took a look at the pile of A-level prop cards. Not one of the 8 cards was useful. Although 2 of them are weapons, they can only be treated as materials for him. Then, he looked at the A-level ability card again. Endurance increase. Seeing this name, Lin Feng had no interest in reading any further, because he already has 2 identical A-level endurance enhancement cards. What a piece of rubbish. He directly threw this endurance enhancement ability card into the card box backpack. There is only one SSS level item card left, and he places his last hope on it. When his eyes fell on the card, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Green Crown, SSS level item card. After using it, you will obtain the Green Emperor's crown. Wearing it on your head will increase all your attributes by 20%. Tip: increase all attributes, up to a maximum of 3,000 points. Card box system, are you kidding me? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse out loud. He already has 2 A-level green crowns, and now he has another Green Emperor crown. He really has something to do with green. After cursing a few words in his heart, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his mentality, and began to study this Green Emperor crown carefully. Taking a deep breath, he knew he had to put it on no matter what given the special situation. His current attributes are Strength 494, Spirit 1230, Stamina 404, Agility 1002. If you wear the green crown, all attributes will increase by 20%. So what will his attributes become? Lin Feng revealed the super power card of Green Crown. The card was green, semicircular in shape, and had bull horns on top. There is also a word Emperor engraved in the center of the head. Looking at the broken helmet in his hand, Lin Feng's expression was distorted to the extreme. Not only is it green, but the helmet looks like a minotaur. He gritted his teeth. Try hard to put the green crown on your head. But after trying a few times, he could never break through the psychological barriers in his heart. The helmet never actually got on his head. He adjusted his mentality for another 2 minutes. Tell yourself repeatedly in your heart, it's just a helmet, no big deal. Finally, he put the green crown on his head. The moment the helmet is put on, a warm current flows through every part of my body. His various attributes have also been greatly improved. He checked his attributes again. Strength 594 plus 119, Spirit 1280 plus 256, Stamina 404 plus 81, Agility 1002 plus 200. The total comprehensive attributes reach 3,936 points. There is still more than 1,000 points away from the target of 5,000 points. Lin Feng turned his attention to the remaining secret realm points. There are still more than 80 million. However, just as he thought about continuing to redeem 10 consecutive draws, he immediately rejected the idea. Because 10 consecutive draws require more than 40 million secret realm points. Even if you draw a good card, the remaining points may not be enough to fuse a super card. Is there any other way? Lin Feng began to think seriously. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. Now that I have so many useless A-level super cards as materials, I can definitely try combining the cards. Lin Feng looked at the card box panel again. Currently, there are at least 10 A-level super cards that can be used as synthetic materials. He has always had bad luck in drawing cards, and he hopes that this card combination will bring him good luck. Then he placed 2 A-level prop cards on the synthesis panel. The synthesis failed, and the 2 A-level prop cards became only 1. After 4 consecutive failed synthesis attempts, the 4 A-level super cards disappeared. Lin Feng was overwhelmed. But even so, he could only grit his teeth and persevere, constantly trying to synthesize it. On to the 5th synthesis. A reminder came from my mind. Finally, the synthesis was successful. But when Lin Feng saw the result of the synthesis, he immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. Although it was successful, it is still an A-level prop card. At this moment, he didn't even have the energy to curse. I can only go with the flow. Anyway, there are only a few A-level super cards left that can be used for synthesis. If you can't combine them, you can only rely on single draw and try your luck. I hope a single draw can bring a miracle. He put on the A-level talent card, Lava, and the A-level ability card, Lifespan Enhancement. The result was still an explosion, with only the A-level talent card, Lava, left. Add another A-level prop card, Super Energy Quantum Gun. Lin Feng felt a little numb. He also put in the A-level item card, Green Crown, that increases spiritual attributes. Only this, Green Crown, is left. Lin Feng felt like he was about to collapse. This green hat can't even swallow the card when synthesizing? At the same time, he only had 3 endurance cards and 2 green hats left in his A-level super energy card. Next up is the B-class card. Since the green hat is so stable, an idea popped up in Lin Feng's mind. He once again placed the Green Crown that increased the spiritual attribute and then added a B-level super card, Diva Dancer. Synthesis of mind operations. The sound of successful synthesis rang in his mind. His eyes fell on the synthesis result. The synthesized super card was actually silver. A strange look appeared on Lin Feng's face. I find this process outrageous. Finally, he fixed his eyes on the synthesized SS level prop card, Green Armor. When Lin Feng saw this name, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What inhuman thing is this? Then he looked down. SS level prop card. No consumption. Used to obtain green armor. Wearing green armor, each single attribute increases by 300 points. Wearing conditions, all attributes are higher than 2,000. He couldn't suppress the urge to curse. I've already put put on the hat, so what else can I wear with the armor?
The next second, Lin Feng took out his armor.
Just think about it and put it on.
A green light swept across Lin Feng's body. A set of armor shining with green fluorescence appeared on him. Looking at the green light coming out of his body, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself.
He opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Age, 18 years old. Strength, 594 plus 300, 178. Spirit, 1280 plus 300, 316. Stamina, 404 plus 300, 141. Agility, 1002 plus 300, 260.
Cards, Child of Destiny, Spirit Amplification, 10, Stamina Amplification, 2, Strength Amplification, 2, World Destroying Thunder, Vermilion Bird, Agility Amplification, God Level Flashback, Telekinesis.
Points, 270-8200. Remaining draw cards, 0. Bound item, Divine Artifact Fanteon Seal, SSS level. Destiny Child, only SSS rank, A rank. Spirit Amplification, C rank, D rank, E rank, F rank, S rank. Strength Amplification, A rank, C rank. Stamina Enhancement, rank B. Agility Increase, A level. Fusion Skill, SS level, SSS level. Suzaku, SSS rank. Special Ability, Fire Immunity.
Wearable items, Green Crown, Green Armor. Set skill, Green Mile, 50% bonus when wearing 2 pieces. Green Mile, release a skill with a 50% chance of making the target angry, losing their mind, and weakening their strength by 20%.
Lin Feng looked at his overall attributes. Although they exceeded 5,000, he couldn't help but curse. What the hell is that?
Although he said so, in fact, the basic
attribute improvement brought by this set of green equipment was indeed considerable.
The 2 pieces of equipment increased the basic attributes by nearly 2,000 points. Then, he turned his gaze to the card box panel. He still had some mystic points left, so he decided to redeem 2 more draws, silently praying for a miracle. He spent 2,768,000 mystic points on his 60th draw, then another 3,044,800 on his 61st.
Too expensive. Lin Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at the secret realm points required for the redemption.
The next second, he used his mind to control the card draw interface. A flash of light appeared, and a purple super power card slowly flipped over.
Seeing the color, he was immediately disappointed. It meant A level. He glanced at it, and it was still an item card.
Without thinking, he tossed it into his card box backpack.
He had only one last hope.
Within the card drawing fog interface, a card slowly flipped open, its entire interface illuminated by a blazing silver light. Finally, a single draw had yielded a miracle. Lin Feng cautiously set his sights on the newly drawn SS level super power card. Seeing the card name, Power Amplification, he could almost hear his own rapid heartbeat, and his entire body began to tremble unconsciously.
Finally, he had drawn a
super high-grade attribute ability card for the first time.
It was truly rare.
With trepidation, he continued to read, praying that this card's attributes would be close to the top. The card read, SS level ability card, gain 1988 strength attributes after fusion.
1988 points. Lin Feng let out a long breath. The stat range for SS level cards was 1900
to 2000, which was already the upper limit. A smile played on his face, thinking that once he fused this card, he would officially enter the stage of a holy superpower. He summoned his newly acquired SS level superpower card, held it in his hand, and began calculating the cost of fusing it a second time, a total of 55 million secret realm points. While the cost was substantial, it wasn't a big deal. He had a solution. He wanted to dissolve the first fused SS level forbidden spell skill card first, then fuse this SS level ability card first, and finally fuse the SS level skill card. This way, he could save tens of millions of secret realm points.
Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but secretly praise himself as a genius.
His consciousness entered the card fusion interface, and he selected the already fused SS level skill card, preparing to dissolve it.
A prompt popped up. Are you sure you want to dissolve the SS level forbidden spell skill card, World Destroying Thunder?
Dissolving a rank A or higher super power card has a 10% chance of causing it to disappear. Seeing this prompt, Lin Feng was stunned.
A chance of disappearing? A 10% chance?
The book Super Card Knowledge, From Beginner to Mastery doesn't even mention that.
While 10% doesn't seem high, Lin Feng didn't dare take the risk.
If bad luck struck and the card truly disappeared, the loss would be far greater than spending tens of millions of secret realm points. There was no place to cry. He looked helpless and could only choose to cancel, cursing in his heart. Introduction to Knowledge, it's harmful. The guy who wrote this book probably has never fused super power cards above a level. He is really misleading. Lin Feng could only bite the bullet and use his mind to fuse the SS level ability card in his hand.
Interface prompt. The second fusion of SS level super power card requires 5 million secret realm points. Do you confirm? Prompt. SS level power card fusion successful. Current fusion progress is 0%.
In order to increase the fusion progress to 100%, the next second, Lin Feng consumed another 50 million secret realm points and increased the ability attributes of the SS SS level ability card to a perfect fusion state. The surging and vast power slowly dissipated in Lin Feng's body. Relying on the blessing of more than 3 points of strength attributes, he felt as if he could tear the world apart with one punch. He once again reviewed his attributes. Strength 2582 plus 300 576. Spirit 1280 plus 300 316. Stamina 404 plus 300 141. Agility 1002 plus 300 260. The total of all attributes has reached an astonishing 7,761 points. Compared to 2 months ago, although the attributes have almost doubled, the growth in strength has far exceeded this ratio, at least more than 10 times. I, Lin Feng, am back. He stood up from the bed, his whole body emitting green light. He raised his arm and punched the wall of the SS class cell. The terrifying force tore through space, and black cracks spread rapidly, tearing open the walls of the prison. Lin Feng stepped out of the crack and looked back. The SS level cards that made up the cage were damaged and gradually decomposed and dissipated as if burned by flames. As the power of the cage dissipated, his imprisoned body quickly returned to its original state. Looking down, he saw that he was in a secret compartment in the wall, and then he took out the dragon drinking sword. The sword body shot out with millions of lightning bolts. 3 seconds later, his body was completely restored and he was floating in the center of the room. Wielding the dragon drinking sword, endless thunder and lightning raged like a raging wave. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning swept across everything, annihilating the enemies in front of him. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Feng took a deep breath. With more than 3,000 points of strength and physical strength, as long as the power of forbidden spells is not overused, the power in the body will be endless. The power within his body made his eyes flash with lightning. With his current strength, if he meets Yoshida Harukawa again, he is 100% sure to kill him. Lin Feng looked around with cold eyes. He realized that the room he was in was a confined space, most likely underground. He swung the dragon drinking sword again, releasing a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm. With a loud bang, the door was blown open and everyone flew out. A long and narrow corridor appeared before him. He harnessed the power of thunder and lightning and flew into the tunnel. At the same time, the moment he flew out of the room, shrill alarms sounded all around. At the end of the corridor, several Japanese soldiers stared at Lin Feng, who was covered in the power of thunder and lightning. A hint of disdain flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Before the 2 Japanese soldiers could move, they were directly decomposed by his telekinesis, dissolved into the void, and turned invisible. The next moment, he rushed out of the corridor and came to a huge circular underground square. Looking up, there is a huge space passage leading to the surface. Lin Feng activated the power of the forbidden spell, wrapped in millions of lightning bolts, and turned into a ray of lightning as it rushed towards the top of the passage. Just as he flew to the top of the passage, countless Japanese soldiers emerged from the walls and rushed towards him like a tide. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He suddenly stopped and stood in the space channel. His body was like a source of lightning, with endless lightning emanating from his body. The lightning was hundreds of meters long, like a winding electric eel. Every Japanese soldier who rushed towards him would be instantly killed by the power of the forbidden spell as soon as he came into contact with the lightning. In an instant, dead Japanese soldiers fell from the void like raindrops. After seeing Lin Feng's strength, more Japanese soldiers who were preparing to charge showed fear in their eyes and retreated. Lin Feng looked proud, his eyes like lightning, and he shocked all the enemies with one blow. Where did Yoshida Harukawa go? Although he was confused, he still moved his body and turned into lightning to fly to the top of the passage. When we were less than 100 meters away from the top of the passage, Lin Feng used the Fantian seal. The Fantian seal turned into a green light, carrying with it the supreme power and ancient rules, and smashed fiercely towards the exit of the passage. The iron door covering the exit of the passage was as thin as paper and was easily torn apart by the Fantian seal. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng flew out from the exit of the passage, rushed into the sky, and looked around. At your feet is an endless sea of mountains and forests. Lin Feng began to feel doubtful. Just as he was full of doubts, a deafening explosion was heard from the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying energy wave swept in from the distant sky. This terrifying battle wave caused Lin Feng's robes to swell and creak. He concentrated his mind slightly, looking at the distant horizon through the clear blue sky. There, he saw 2 figures. The energy fluctuation just now was caused by their battle. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted and his eyes were fixed on the 2 people. One of them was Yoshida Harukawa. Lin Feng was also very familiar with the other person. That person was Li Huiran. At this time, Li Huiran was fighting fiercely with Yoshida Harukawa. Lin Feng naturally understood why Li Huiran appeared here. I felt touched. His body turned into a flash of lightning and flew rapidly in the direction where the 2 people were fighting. In less than a minute, Lin Feng appeared on the outskirts of the battlefield. His eyes fell to the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the 2 of them also noticed Lin Feng's arrival. When their eyes turned to Lin Feng, there was an expression of disbelief in their eyes. However, Li Huiran's surprise soon turned into excitement and
joy. The two fought again and then distanced themselves from each other. Lin Feng flew forward and landed next to Li Huiren. He shouted at Li Huiren. When his eyes fell on Li Huiren's right arm, Lin Feng's heart suddenly ignited with anger. He saw Li Huiren's hanging right arm trembling constantly, and a few drops of blood slipped from his fingertips. "You're hurt. It's okay. This injury is nothing." Li Huiren reached out and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Lin Feng suppressed his anger and nodded. "Principal, leave the rest to me." "Leave it to you?" Lin Feng looked at Yoshida Harukawa with sharp eyes. Li Huiren knew Lin Feng very well, and he believed that Lin Feng would never do anything without confidence. He nodded solemnly and said. Lin Feng nodded again, as if the god of thunder had descended. Stepping on the void, he approached Yoshida Harukawa step by step. Yoshida Harukawa stared at Lin Feng. "How did you escape?" She was filled with doubts. "Thanks to your reminder, it's only 5,000 points in all attributes," Lin Feng said with an arrogant and defiant look. Hearing this, Yoshida Harukawa was shocked. "Your total attributes have reached 5,000? 5,000? You underestimate me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng punched Yoshida Harukawa. The pure physical strength exploded the void, shaking the heaven and earth. A trace of horror flashed in Yoshida Harukawa's beautiful eyes, and he retreated frantically. Lin Feng's punch missed, and the surging force hit the distant mountains. Under the influence of that huge force, the mountain hundreds of meters high exploded and was razed to the ground in an instant. This shocking scene made Yoshida Harukawa's eyelids twitch. How could Lin Feng in front of him suddenly become so powerful? One punch can move mountains and fill the sea. She asked herself if she could reach this level. A strong sense of crisis quickly spread in her heart. The next moment, she saw Lin Feng holding up his sword. Horrifying magical fluctuations poured out from his body. A flash of lightning shot out from the tip of the sword pointing to the sky and soared into the sky. The sky within a radius of 50 miles was instantly covered by dark clouds. The black cloud formed a huge millstone. The millstone slowly turned, transforming into a black storm that swept across the sky and earth. The earth and sky rolled, and thunder roared in the sky. The surging forbidden spell of thunder and lightning exploded in the center of the millstone that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, within 100 miles of the area, it was like entering a doomsday scene. Yoshida Harukawa could no longer remain calm, his eyes filled with horror. Although she was full of doubts in her heart, how could Lin Feng become so powerful in such a short time? But at the same time, she also clearly saw that Lin Feng at this moment was no longer her opponent. At this point, there is only one option, and that is to escape. After understanding this in his heart, Yoshida Harukawa no longer hesitated, turned around and flew out of the sky. However, how could Lin Feng let her go so easily? He waved the dragon-drinking sword in his hand. Thunder roared within a radius of 50 miles. Countless lightning bolts poured down indiscriminately from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yoshida Harukawa, who was about to escape, was submerged in the endless sea of thunder. The forbidden spell Sea of Thunder lasts for several seconds. That piece of heaven and earth was torn to pieces by the surging power of thunder. Not until countless thunder tribulations dissipated did the fragments of heaven and earth gradually recover under the rules of this world. Li Huiren, who was standing not far away, was shocked and horrified when he saw the powerful strength displayed by Lin Feng at this moment. "I haven't seen the child for 2 months, and he has grown so much." Lin Feng stepped into the space torn apart by lightning. At this time, Yoshida Harukawa had lost all his strength and had been torn to pieces by the terrifying thunder. Seeing Lin Feng approaching, Yoshida Harukawa mobilized his remaining strength and spoke with difficulty. "Mr. Lin Feng, there is no absolute life and death feud between us. Nothing is irreconcilable." Thunder and lightning rolled in Lin Feng's eyes, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Resolve? What a joke." At the same time, he raised the dragon-drinking sword. Unparalleled sword energy fell from the sky. "The organization will never." Yoshida Harukawa screamed in horror. After the thunder tribulation, she no longer had the strength to resist. With a look filled with fear and despair, Yoshida Harukawa's head was cut off by the sword energy. Thus, her death is declared. The body split by the sword energy had no support and fell rapidly from a high altitude. As she fell, a red supercard flew out of her body. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward and took it in his hand. Spirit Amplification. S-level ability card. Fusion gains 991 points of mental power. Looking at the supercard in his hand, Lin Feng frowned slightly. This little devil didn't even drop any secret realm points. Just as he was wondering to himself, Li Huiren's voice rang in his ears. She didn't drop any secret realm points. Perhaps she used them directly to increase the fusion progress of her superpower cards. After all, attribute-based superpower cards gain attribute bonuses proportional to the fusion progress. After listening to Li Huiren's explanation, Lin Feng nodded. No wonder none of the Japanese soldiers killed earlier dropped secret realm points. This must be the reason. Afterwards, Lin Feng handed the S-level ability card that exploded from Yoshida Harukawa to Li Huiren. "Principal, this is for you." Li Huiren smiled wryly and looked at the S-level supercard in his hand, saying, "You little brat. I've already fused 4 S-rank super power cards. If I continue fusing them, I'll need over 14 billion secret realm points. You should keep them for yourself.
Lin Feng hesitated a little, but didn't hesitate and put away the super card.
He turned his gaze to Li Huiren and asked doubtfully, Principal, why are you also coming to the island country?
Li Huiren's face gradually became serious and he said,
2 days ago, I received a video from a Dragon Nation agent who was undercover in the island nation.
Hearing him say this, Lin Feng roughly guessed in his heart that the video was definitely a threat to him, but he still asked,
Is this video about me?
Yes, you must understand the specific reasons, so I won't go into details. Lin Feng nodded and continued to listen to Li Huiren.
We, the Dragon Nation's undercover agents, must not be dragged into the Japanese's internal strife.
Once exposed, our centuries-long plan could be undone. In the spy undercover struggle between countries, we are always at a disadvantage.
So, the only way is for me to save you.
Lin Feng's eyes showed gratitude, but just as his emotions were rising, Li Huiren said,
Don't be too moved.
I came to save you, but of course there are other things for me too. Lin Feng stood there in a daze, and the emotions that he had just accumulated with great difficulty suddenly dissipated. But seeing Li Huiren's serious expression, he immediately became serious as well.
Then, Li Huiren's words made Lin Feng suddenly lose his mind, and his mind exploded as if struck by lightning.
Yu Zhanhai is in trouble.
This news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Lin Feng's heart hard.
Yu Zhanhai and Senior Lu went to the demon world together.
With Senior Lu present, how could Yu Zhanhai be killed? And even so, where did Li Huiren get this news?
Lin Feng looked at Li Huiren and said in disbelief, This is impossible.
Li Huiren sighed and continued, This news was passed back by President Lu. President Lu?
Lin Feng widened his eyes. Yes, it was through the president's badge that Yu Zhanhai left behind.
Lin Feng was stunned, staggered, and almost fell from a high altitude.
Li Huiren hurriedly grabbed him and continued. When President Lu sent back the news, he also mentioned a method to resurrect Yu Zhanhai. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled again, and he asked anxiously.
Li Huiren shook his head and sighed. That's one of the reasons why I came to you.
Lin Feng looked up again, looked at Li Huiren, and listened to him continue.
This method can only be learned through the president's badge.
Now, this badge is in Xiaosu's hands. With the help of the badge, he became the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. I originally thought that after sending you away, I could solve everything with my own strength, but I never expected that this guy actually colluded with the underground forces in Shihai City.
For a while, even I couldn't bring them down.
After hearing this, Lin Feng already understood the real purpose of Li Huiren looking for him. The murderous intent in his eyes burned like fire. Principal, take me back to Shihai City, Dragon Country.
Li Huiren looked at Lin Feng. He was a little worried before coming,
but after seeing Lin Feng's amazing growth, all his worries disappeared. However, seeing Lin Feng being so impulsive, he still spoke up to remind him.
This won't be as simple as you think. Return to Dragon Country, and don't be impulsive.
Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After receiving the response, Li Huiren took out a permanent teleportation item, the super card.
After consuming a certain amount of secret realm points, a portal was opened.
The two then stepped into the portal one after another.
When they reappeared, they had returned to the office of the president of Kamikaze University in Shihai City, Dragon Country.
Returning to the familiar world, Lin Feng took a deep breath and exclaimed that the super teleportation card was truly a magical artifact. He must find a way to get one of these permanent teleportation cards. Next, Lin Feng and Li Huiren chatted for a while. The main content is that Li Huiren hopes that Lin Feng will keep a low profile during this period and not reveal his identity. Although he is now quite powerful, Shihai City is still not completely safe for him. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. During this period, he also asked Li Huiren about the next plan.
Li Huiren responded that if he wanted to turn the tables in Shihai City, he had to wait for a key figure to appear. Li Huiren did not reveal who this person was.
Although Lin Feng had doubts in his mind, he did not ask too many questions because he trusted Li Huiren.
After the two men finished their discussion, Li Huiren secretly arranged for Lin Feng to live in Kamikaze University. The days that follow are spent waiting patiently.
However, this wait lasted more than 2 months.
Of course, Lin Feng was not idle during these 2 months.
To improve his skills, he spent the past 2 months traveling alone between the A and S level secret realms within Kamikaze University, constantly breaking records and reaching heights unmatched
by any other student on campus. He had reduced the fastest clearing time for all A-level secret realms to less than a minute, and even the S-level secret realms took just over 10 minutes.
To maintain a low profile and conceal his identity, he used a disposable, low-level ID card prepared for him by Li Huiren whenever he went out. Li Huiren watched Lin Feng's constantly breaking records in the secret realm, feeling both amused
and helpless. His only reassurance was that, despite Lin Feng's high-profile actions, his true identity remained hidden thanks to the ID card.
Whenever Lin Feng broke a record in the secret realm, Li Huiren would find a way to cover for him.
At the same time, Li Huiren was also worried about another matter. Would the commotion Lin Feng had caused in East City reveal his survival?
Fortunately, Sadly, it wasn't until a little over 10 days ago that he realized his worries were completely unfounded. The island nation seemed to be keeping the matter secret, and the official investigation revealed that the incident was caused by the activation of an SS-level demon card. Even more absurd, the island nation, capitalizing on the devastating disaster caused by this SS-ranked demon card, issued a global appeal for donations, hoping for international support in post-disaster reconstruction. Upon learning of the island nation's outrageous request, Lin Feng, as the instigator, felt a surge of shame. So, through the International Red Cross, he personally donated an E-rank item card he had obtained in an A-rank secret realm, the 1,000 Cranes. This card released 1,000 paper cranes, a token of his gratitude. Time slowly passed. About 2 weeks later, Lin Feng had completed all of Kamikaze University's ANS-level secret realms. Before his ID card expired, he returned to his residence and began to review his gains from solo exploration of Kamikaze University's secret realms over the past 70 days. During this time, he averaged 5 A-level secret realms and 1 S-level secret realm per day. Because he had completed them solo, his secret realm points were approximately twice as high as those earned in a group. Therefore, over these 70 days, Lin Feng had earned a total of 432 million secret realm points. In addition to the points, he also obtained a number of super power cards when clearing secret realm dungeons. However, most of these were low-level cards with limited uses, serving only as materials or keys to unlock and activate secret realm dungeons. In addition to secret realm points and super power cards, Lin Feng also received 2 extremely valuable card draw opportunities. Looking at his balance of over 425 million secret realm points, he took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "It's been over 2 months. It's time to convert secret realm points into strength. If the person the principal is waiting for doesn't show up, I'll have to take matters into my own hands to avoid further complications." Over 2 months of waiting had made him somewhat impatient. The next moment, he gathered energy from the S-level spiritual super energy card that erupted from Yoshida Harukawa. With 991 attributes, it was completely worth integrating into his body. Lin Feng began to manipulate it with his mind. The third fusion of the S-level super energy card requires 16.2 million secret realm points. Do you want to consume it? S-level ability card fusion successful. Current fusion progress is 0%. The next second, he used his mind again to consume 145.8 million secret realm points, raising the fusion degree of this S-level super power card to 100%. With the fusion complete, the number of A-level and above super power cards fused in Lin Feng's body reached 9, and his strength truly entered the ranks of a sacred super power user. Wearing the green hat suit, all attributes reached 8,949 points. Lin Feng felt the surging power in his body. Under the blessing of the green Emperor crown, although the attribute increase was less than 1,200 points, the overall strength increased by at least 50% on the original basis. Gathering the strength within him, he turned his attention to the 2 remaining card draw opportunities. Since he couldn't wait any longer, his determination to take action became even stronger. Then transform all the resources you have now into strength. Just as he was about to draw a card, a phoenix cry suddenly rang out in his mind. Suzaku wakes up from his slumber. Now that Suzaku has awakened, Lin Feng's eyes fell on the remaining 260 million secret realm points. If 200 million secret realm points were directly allocated to Juchua's single attribute would reach more than 3,100 points. The 4-dimensional attributes can exceed more than 12,000 points. This is more cost-effective than consuming it yourself. Although this guy is a bit rebellious and sometimes acts like a tyrant, he acts arrogantly. But at the critical moment, he still performed very well. Immediately, Lin Feng summoned Suzaku from the battle pet space. Juke flew out of the battle pet space and immediately started cursing. "Where's that little devil? I want to kill her." Lin Feng's face was filled with black lines, and he replied calmly, "The little devil has been killed by me." Juke stared at Lin Feng with disbelief. Then a look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. "Your strength has grown to this extent. How many years have I been asleep?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This rebellious guy still didn't think much of him. "Just over 4 months. Only 4 months? It seems you're quite capable." Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. But on second thought, this was the first time that Suzaku, the rebellious son, had acknowledged him. He went on to say, "Don't talk about this useless stuff. I have an urgent matter now and I need your cooperation." Afterwards, Lin Feng told Juke everything that happened next. After hearing this, Suzaku remained arrogant. "I'm your battle pet. It's only natural for me to help you when you're in trouble." These words almost made Lin Feng vomit blood, but since it agreed, he was too lazy to argue with it. But this guy really made him feel a little annoyed, so he decided to use up his 2 card drawing opportunities first. If an ability card is drawn, it will be fused. The remaining secret realm points will be distributed to Suzaku. The next second, Lin Feng concentrated his mind and began to draw cards. Drawing cards? Congratulations, this card draw has triggered the destiny bond.
hand. Drawing completed. You get an SSS level ability card. The first card draw is completed. Seeing the result, Lin Feng was stunned. I actually got an SSS level ability card with just one draw. It's simply a miracle. The flipped golden card came into view.
Lin Feng was shaking with excitement, praying silently in his heart. This must be an attribute card. With a nervous mood, he glanced at the super energy card. When I saw the words spirit amplification written on it, my breathing suddenly became rapid.
Oh my god, I finally got it. Finally got it.
After more than 60 card draws, he finally drew an SSS level attribute super power card. Then, he carefully looked at the description of this SSS level super card.
Spirit amplification. SSS level ability card. Used to gain 4,818 points of mental power attribute. The attribute range of SSS level attribute cards is between 4,000 and 5,000. 4,818 points, not bad. However, Lin Feng immediately fell into a dilemma.
He has fused two SSS level cards.
One is an SSS level natal card, destined person, and the other is an SSS level forbidden skill card, god level flashback.
If the third fusion is to be carried out, more than 1.4 billion secret realm points will be consumed. So many points, if there is no special way to obtain them, just rely on brushing secret realm copies. With his current strength, it would take at least a year. He couldn't afford to wait a year. In that case, we can only take a gamble.
First disband the SSS level forbidden skill card, and then fuse this SSS level attribute card.
Lin Feng gritted his teeth and started to operate with his mind.
Hint, do you want to dismiss the SSS level skill card god level flashback?
Dismissing it has a 10% chance of causing the super power card to disappear. Lin Feng didn't believe that his luck was so bad this time. The facts were just as he expected.
The reminder appeared in front of me again. Successfully dismissed the SSS level skill card god level flashback. Obtained the SSS level skill card god level flashback. Seeing the SSS level skill card god level flashback reappear in his card box backpack, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then things became much simpler. He began to fuse the SSS level spirit amplification attribute card. The second fusion of the SSS level super energy card requires 11 million secret realm points. Do you want to consume it? SSS level super energy card fusion successful. Current fusion progress is 0. The next second, Lin Feng spent another 121 million secret realm points to raise the fusion degree of the SSS level super power card to perfection. He looked at his overall attributes again, which could be considered as the bonus of the green hat suit. All attributes reached 14,732 points. This terrifying attribute value made him gasp. At the same time, he silently calculated his current strength in his mind. After feeling his own terrifying power, Lin Feng smiled. Because of the improvement in his extreme attributes, his current strength has increased by at least 2.5 times compared to before he integrated this SSS level ability card. At this moment, he finally understood the key significance of all attributes as the cornerstone of personal ability. Then, he tried to activate the Fantian seal. With the support of more than 8,800 points of mental power, the power released by the Fantian seal has reached a terrifying 120 million pounds. If the influence of the other three attributes is taken into account, it is definitely possible to exceed 200 million. Coupled with the blessing of the ancient rules of the Fantian seal itself, Lin Feng felt that even his current self would not dare to easily withstand the attack of the Fantian seal. After feeling his own attributes, his gaze fell back on the card box backpack. A thought flashed through my mind. Now he knew that there was a risk of disappearance if A-level and above super cards were disbanded, so he did not plan to fuse the SSS level skill card god level flashback immediately. If you want to fuse, you must first fuse two SSS level ability cards. He still has more than 130 million secret realm points left. So, Lin Feng allocated 130 million secret realm points to Suzaku without hesitation. The next second, Suzaku's strength skyrocketed, with a single attribute soaring to 2,463 points. All attributes reached 9,852 points. The significant improvement in his strength also made him full of confidence in his inner plans. It's time to act. That evening, under the illumination of the solitary glow, Lin Feng used an ID card. He mingled with the crowd and walked out of Kamikaze University. Just as Lin Feng left Kamikaze University, in the underground conference room below the office of President Li Huiren on campus, Li Huiren sat at the top of the conference table with a deep look in his eyes. Under the bright lights, he scanned the faces of every attendee. Then he said solemnly, "This gathering is to relaunch the Kamikaze Special Forces." Although most people already had guesses in their minds, when they actually heard these words from Li Huiren, everyone still showed a hint of shock on their faces. However, the shock only lasted for a moment and immediately turned into excitement. Then, Li Huiren said, "I believe everyone has seen everything that has happened in the Shihai City Superpower Association over the past few months. Today, the Shihai City Superpower Association may have become an accomplice of underground forces. The Imperial Capital Superpower Association headquarters even turned
turned a blind eye to this. For Shihai City, we must save ourselves. Li Huairen's voice was sonorous and powerful, and his words were full of anger. The people present were moved to tears when they heard this. Thinking of the changes that have taken place in Shihai City in the past few months, everyone gritted their teeth. But the next moment, someone raised doubts. Principal Li, although the situation in Shihai City is outrageous, I'm afraid it will still be difficult for us to shake the current situation with our strength. As soon as the words fell, everyone nodded, and the same worry appeared on their faces. Li Huairen showed a mysterious smile on his face and continued. My father, the founder of the Kamikaze Special Forces, is preparing to return to Shihai City. Li Huairen's words shocked everyone again. His father was a disciple personally trained by Senior Lu. His strength is so strong that it is unimaginable. If he returns, with his appeal, he will take charge of the reorganized Kamikaze Special Forces. The Kamikaze Special Attack Force will surely regain its glory. With this news, everyone's mood suddenly became optimistic. They put forward many constructive suggestions for subsequent plans. However, when everyone was discussing it heatedly, there was a knock on the door of the underground conference room. Everyone's discussion came to a sudden halt. Li Huairen frowned slightly. Before the meeting started, he had repeatedly instructed the guards not to disturb him unless it was an emergency. But at this moment, the knock on the door still sounded. He felt vaguely uneasy and opened the door of the conference room with the remote control. The next moment, a young man walked in. He walked straight to Li Huairen, lowered his head and whispered something in his ear. Li Huairen's expression suddenly changed. He slammed his palm heavily on the conference table. You little bastard, you've waited for more than 2 months. Can't you wait any longer in the last few days? Everyone saw Li Huairen suddenly become furious, their faces full of confusion, and became even more worried. Principal Li, what happened? Li Huairen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Plans have changed, and we may need to act early. Take action in advance? Today? This, Principal Li, has your father returned to Shihai City? Li Huairen smiled bitterly and shook his head. My father has something important to deal with. I just received the news a few days ago. It will take at least 2 more days to get back to Shihai City. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Li Huairen glanced at everyone's face, revealing a hint of disappointment. Everyone in the conference room avoided his gaze, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing. Finally, the silence was broken and someone spoke. Principal Li, I am now the head of the family. If I act today, I must consider the interests of the entire family. And Li Huairen interrupted him, his disappointment reaching its peak. These people are no longer the passionate ones they were back then. Perhaps it was a mistake to call them back. At the same time, an even more ridiculous and cruel thought arose in his mind. The reason these people are willing to come back may be that they just want to get a piece of the pie in the chaos in Shihai City. Li Huairen felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At this moment, everyone's cell phones rang at the same time. A strong push of news appeared on everyone's screen. Breaking news! A young man resembling Lin Feng broke into the Shihai City Brilliant Exchange. Yu Shualin, the current vice president of the Superpower Association and the Brilliant Exchange, has been captured and his life or death is currently unknown. The Shihai City Superpower Association has mobilized and surrounded the Brilliant Exchange. Everyone was shocked when they saw the news. I know in my heart that Shihai City is about to usher in a bloody reshuffle. Principal Li, I just received news from my family. There is a problem with the clan business. I have to go back immediately. I hope you can understand. Please rest assured that I will not reveal anything about what happened today except to the third person present. Li Huairen showed a bitter smile on his face and waved his hand. These people have gone through decades of hardships and are no longer reliable. Let's go, let's go. Li Huairen finally let go. Everyone stood up and said goodbye to him with various excuses. A feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. As time passed, he was left alone to face everything. He waited until everyone left before he stood up, leaving the conference room, leaving Kamikaze University, and rushing towards the Shihai City Brilliant Exchange. At this moment, on the top floor of the Brilliant Exchange, Lin Feng sat on the sofa and the wounded Yu Shualin knelt in front of him. After not seeing you for a few months, Mr. Yu's status has risen significantly. Previously, he was just a member of the Guardian of the Superpower Association. Now he is actually the vice president of Shihai City Superpower Association. Yu Shualin looked up at the young man sitting on the sofa. In addition to disbelief, there was also deep fear in his eyes. 2 months ago, he was promoted to a legendary superpower and became the vice president of the Superpower Association. But why, in front of Lin Feng who should have been dead, he was defeated in just 1 round? Who are you? Yu Shualin still couldn't believe that the person in front of him was the dead Lin Feng. No, who am I? Mr. Yu, are you really so forgetful that you don't even remember me? The young man responded calmly. You can't be him, he's dead. Dead? Then why can't he come back to life? Lin Feng's words made Yu Shualin tremble all over. This is simply like a fairy tale. But thinking back to when he killed Lin Feng didn't reveal anything, and a glimmer of possibility arose in his mind. Could it be that he was really just pretending to be dead?
dead at that time? Or did he really die and come back to life? I don't care if you are that person or not, but I am the vice president of the Shihai City Superpower Association. If you dare to treat me like this, you will have to face the pursuit of the guardians of the entire Shihai City Superpower Association. Yu Shuelin was not afraid at all due to his strong strength, while Lin Feng showed an even more confident smile on his face. The guardians of the Shihai City Superpower Association are hunting me down? Ha, the Shihai City Superpower Association should have been purged long ago, and the underground evil forces in Shihai City should also be eradicated. What president you left unfinished, it's now my turn to complete. You speak so arrogantly. Not only the Shihai City Superpower Association, but the entire Superpower Association will not let you go. The entire Superpower Association? Lin Feng's gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, looking at the countless figures flying in the distance, as if thinking about something. Has the entire Superpower Association become so corrupt? A hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. He didn't expect that without the protection of Senior Lu, the Superpower Association would decline so quickly. Yes, the entire Superpower Association. Yu Shuelin had a bit of arrogance on his face, and he thought Lin Feng had some reservations. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Feng said lightly, if that's the case, then the entire Superpower Association should be purged and reorganized. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in Yu Shuelin's heart. Although he didn't believe that Lin Feng had that kind of strength, these words were enough to show his attitude. If this is true, my situation is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. The Lin Feng in front of him was fearless, so he would most likely fall into his hands. At this moment, countless figures flew over in an instant and surrounded the magnificent exchange building. A threatening voice came from outside the building. You have been surrounded by the guardians of the Superpower Association. Surrender and perhaps face legal trial. Otherwise, you will be killed on the spot. You have 30 seconds to consider. Am I surrounded? Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. These so-called guardians of the Superpower Association arrived at the right time. Let's see whether you surround me or I surround you. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Feng's body. Under this powerful pressure, the top floor of the brilliant exchange exploded and soared into the sky. The concrete walls that exploded all over the sky were broken down and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few blinks of an eye, the top floor office of the magnificent exchange appeared. In the top floor office, a young man sat on the sofa, with a battle pet burning with red flames standing on his shoulder. Not far away, the person kneeling was Yu Shuelin. At this time, Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly stood up. His eyes like lightning, slightly raised his head, and scanned every guardian of the Superpower Association surrounding him. When his eyes met the guardians, everyone was shocked. In the end, Lin Feng set his sights on the leading guardian of the Superpower Association, Xiao Su. You dare to come? Lin Feng spoke in a frivolous tone, with a bit of disdain. When Xiao Su's eyes met Lin Feng's, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt an inexplicable fear. But then he thought again, as the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, how could he be afraid of a rebel? So he spoke in a deep voice, his tone stern. Who the hell are you? How dare you impersonate a deceased member of the Superpower Association? You'll know who I am next. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng suddenly took off into the air. He shot out like lightning and headed straight towards Xiao Su. The speed was so fast that everyone present was dazzled. When everyone reacted, Xiao Su had already been caught by Lin Feng. He was like a chick held in Lin Feng's palm, and was suddenly pulled away. It slammed hard into the top floor office area of the magnificent exchange building. All this happened extremely quickly, like lightning. When Xiao Su came to his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his knee. He found himself kneeling on the ground with Yu Shuelin, with blood flowing from his knees. Xiao Su's eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Hand over the president's badge. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng's voice exploded in Xiao Su's ears like thunder. The sound struck his soul directly, causing him to tremble all over. He looked up at Lin Feng in front of him and tried to stand up, but he felt like he was carrying mountains and hills on his back and could not move at all. This made him even more frightened. He was actually captured so easily in front of countless guardians of the Superpower Association, and he knelt in front of the enemy in this posture. This was a great humiliation for him, who had always been proud. Xiao Su's face turned pale and he roared angrily. I am Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded coldly. Lin Feng? Impossible, he's already dead. Regardless of whether the person in front of him was really Lin Feng, Xiao Su could not accept it. The next moment, he raised his head and stood up, giving orders to all the Superpower Association guardians around him. Kill this man. Most of the guardians of the Superpower Association today are no longer the same people as before. After Xiao Su became the president of the Shihai City Superpower Association, he eliminated dissidents. Instead, he used illegal means to promote the underground forces in Shihai City to guardians. Now, the young man who looks like Lin Feng has returned. This is a huge crisis for both Xiao Su and the entire Superpower Association. At this moment, Xiao Su gave the order. Naturally, these people would not show mercy and would not hesitate to kill the 3 people present. In the final analysis,
analysis, Xiao Su was just a puppet in their hands. In an instant, more than a dozen guardians of the Superpower Association took out their magical weapons. The attacks from the sky poured down towards where Lin Feng was like flowers scattered from the sky. However, when these attacks came within 10 meters of Lin Feng's body, it was like hitting a soft, transparent sphere, and all attacks were bounced away. Seeing that the long-range attack was ineffective, the guardians swooped down and pounced on Lin Feng. A trace of contempt flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he shouted sternly, "Kill them all!" The vermilion bird chirped softly in response. It flew up from Lin Feng's shoulder, and its body suddenly expanded to more than 20 meters. The terrifying vermilion bird true flame instantly burned the heaven and earth. Black holes visible to the naked eye were burned in the sky. Those guardians of the Superpower Association who rushed towards Lin Feng. Even though everyone possesses the power of a legendary superpower, once it touches the Suzaku True Flame, it will be like encountering flammable material. It was burned to ashes in an instant. This thrilling scene made the guardians behind stop in their tracks. He retreated frantically, his heart terrified to the extreme. The legendary superpower, in front of that guy's battle pet. It's so fragile. Xiao Su, who was kneeling in front of Lin Feng, was also shocked and terrified. How could Lin Feng in front of him be so powerful? You have 30 seconds to hand over the president's badge. Otherwise, this is what will happen to you. Xiao Su was terrified. At this point, he no longer dared to believe that Lin Feng was joking. In order to save his life, he was willing to hand over the president's badge. But at this moment, after receiving the news from Senior Lu from the demon world through the badge president, the president badge was no longer in his hands. He wanted to hand it over, but he was unable to do so. Seeing Lin Feng's eyes becoming increasingly cold and fierce, Xiao Su trembled and said, "My grandfather is Xiao Ying, the elder of the Imperial Capital Superpower Association. You can't kill me." Xiao Su's words did make Lin Feng hesitate for a moment. He had been back in Shihai City for 2 months and had never heard Li Huiran mention Xiao Ying. Obviously, there must be some irreconcilable contradiction between them. Now hearing Xiao Su mention it, Lin Feng frowned slightly, but the murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished. He said coldly, "You have 20 seconds to hand over the president's badge." In order to increase the deterrent effect, Lin Feng turned his gaze to Yu Shuelin who was standing beside him. Yu Shuelin suddenly felt something was wrong and struggled to get up and escape, but found that he was completely unable to move. Under Lin Feng's gaze, the lower part of his body, starting from his feet, gradually dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye as his gaze moved, and was decomposed by telekinesis. Yu Shuelin looked at his rapidly disappearing lower body in horror, and his fear reached its peak. He tried to speak, but was controlled by an invisible and powerful force and could not make a sound. His eyes were filled with desperate pleading. However, Lin Feng was determined to kill Yu Shuelin. In silent fear, Yu Shuelin's body gradually decomposed into nothingness under Xiao Su's gaze, as if this person had never existed. "You have 10 seconds. Lin Feng said coldly. After completely wiping out Yu Shuelin, his cold gaze fell on Xiao Su again. Faced with the threat of death, Xiao Su was covered in cold sweat, and his last bit of psychological defense was completely broken. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "The president's badge is not in my hands now." "It's not in your hands?" Lin Feng's murderous intent suddenly increased. This thing that is so important to the Superpower Association is no longer in his hands. In Twilight Old, Xiao Su was about to say it when the surrounding space suddenly solidified as if it was frozen. The cold murderous intent poured down from the sky like a torrential flood. A translucent black figure suddenly emerged from the empty space. The figure was like a floating ghost or an intermittent slide, flickering in the sky. With every flash, the distance between it and Lin Feng would be shortened by dozens of meters. Xiao Su sensed the person coming and a look of extreme excitement appeared in his eyes. The killer sent by the organization finally arrived to rescue him. The fear quickly dissipated, replaced by naked contempt. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although the killer who appeared in secret was quite powerful, he was not worth mentioning at all in the face of his nearly 9,000 mental powers. Suddenly, the entire space shook violently. The huge impact caused a white airwave to spread out. A green square seal suddenly appeared in the sky. The green square seal contained terrifying power and smashed straight into a point in the void. The next moment, a flickering translucent black figure appeared exactly where the four-sided seal fell. Under the suppression of the incomparable power and the ancient rules, the black figure suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky and scattered into the void. Xiao Su, who originally thought he was about to be rescued, felt as if he had fallen into an abyss and fell from heaven to hell when he saw this scene. Lin Feng could actually predict the movements of the organization's killers. What's even more terrifying is that these well-trained and powerful killers are like children in front of him. If the person in front of me is really Lin Feng, then what has he experienced in the past few months and how could he grow so quickly? Fear, anger, and jealousy were entangled in Xiao Su's heart. Lin Feng easily dealt with the killer, and his cold eyes locked onto Xiao Su again, emitting a suffocating murderous intent. Xiao Su's lips kept trembling and his whole body was shaking. I say. Two cold
cold rays flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He stared at Xiao Su and waited quietly for his answer. In the hands of Old Man Twilight. Who is Old Man Twilight? Shihai City, the leader of the Dark Knight Organization. Dark Knight Organization? Lin Feng murmured softly, his brows slightly furrowed. He had never heard of the name. How do we find him? Lin Feng asked again. They kept contacting me. It was never me who went to them. A terrifying murderous intent erupted from Lin Feng's body again. In that case, what's the point of keeping you? I really don't know. I really don't know. Xiao Su shouted in horror. Lin Feng's palm surrounded by lightning was about to touch his forehead. Xiao Su hurriedly shouted. The Zhou family, we can find them through the Zhou family in Shihai City. Yes, the Zhou family. The Zhou family is the spies of the Dark Knight Organization, and we can find them with their help. Under the strong threat of death, Xiao Su told everything he knew. 4 months ago, you were attacked in Hushan. Although it was an action by underground forces in Shihai City, the Zhou family was one of the masterminds of that incident. Lin Feng took a deep breath. His eyes looked towards the distant Shihai City. Beneath the clouds, a tall building stands tall in the sky. That is the Zhou family's residence in Shihai City. In this case, let's follow the clues step by step. Eradicate all the cancers in Shihai City and rescue Yu Zhanghai. Lin Feng quickly withdrew his thoughts. Summon back Suzaku, who has already slain all the defenders of Shihai City. Prepare to leave for Zhou's house. However, while making this decision, Lin Feng was in another difficult situation. Xiao Su, should I kill him or not? Considering his crimes, he deserves to die without a burial place. But on the other hand, he is the grandson of Senior Xiao Yingxiao. If I kill him, how should I face Senior Xiao if I meet him again? Lin Feng looked at the distraught Xiao Su. Xiao Su trembled all over and said in fear, I've told you everything I know. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the building, feeling the chill of the wind. Final opening. I can choose not to kill you, but I will give you a choice. Hope rekindled in Xiao Su's eyes. Anything, as long as you don't kill me. Disband all super cards. Lin Feng's words instantly shattered Xiao Su's hope, and he stood there in a daze. Disband all super cards. It's worse than being killed. If all super cards are disbanded, then what is he? Disband all super cards. It is almost impossible to return to the current level of strength. Not willing? Lin Feng asked coldly. A sad smile appeared on Xiao Su's face. I was born into a noble family and was admired and respected along the way. If Lin Feng had not appeared, he would not have gone astray. Grandpa won't leave either. My glorious life will continue. In the end, it will even become the glory of Shihai City. But now, all this can only exist in empty fantasy. It was all Lin Feng's fault. If he hadn't appeared, I wouldn't be in this situation now. If I really want to disband all the super cards myself, I might as well kill him. Xiao Su suddenly laughed crazily. You're the one who hurt me. You're the one who hurt me. None of this would have happened if it weren't for you. You want me to disband all the super cards? Impossible. You might as well kill me. Xiao Su's words completely dispelled the last bit of hesitation in Lin Feng's heart. This guy has no remorse at all. Not killing him might only bring greater disaster. What do you mean I didn't show up? A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. If you don't show up, someone else will take your place. Invisible magical fluctuations spread from Lin Feng's body. Telekinesis turned into invisible rules, instantly entangling Xiao Su. Xiao Su's body began to slowly dissipate. Feeling the real threat of death, Xiao Su's face showed endless horror. I am willing to disband all the super cards. However, the response was shocking. He saw his body being devoured by an inexplicable force. Xiao Su struggled desperately, but in the face of this powerful force, he was as powerless as a weak ant. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was of no avail. He finally went crazy and started cursing. Lin Feng, you will not die well. You will not die well. If you kill me, the Superpower Association will not let you go, and neither will my grandfather. The devouring power became more and more rapid, and Xiao Su's vitality quickly faded away. At the moment when he was about to be completely disintegrated by telekinesis, a loud shout came from the distant sky. Lin Feng, don't kill him. Unfortunately, it's too late. The next second, Xiao Su was completely dissolved by Lin Feng's telekinesis and turned into nothingness. There are only 2 super cards and a bunch of secret realm points left. Then, in the distant sky, a figure wearing flying armor rushed over quickly, landed on the top floor of the magnificent exchange building. That person was Li Huiren. He stared at the place where Xiao Su disappeared. Why did you kill him? Li Huiren sighed. Shihai City needs to restore order, and we must use drastic measures. Lin Feng's tone was firm. Li Huiren stared at Lin Feng in silence. He never expected that. Today, Lin Feng is actually able to challenge the entire Shihai City Superpower Association alone. Although since Xiao Su became the president, the overall strength of the Shihai City Superpower Association has been greatly weakened, but it all still shocked him. He originally came here with the intention of saving Lin Feng, but he didn't expect the result to be like this. Lin Feng, this child, has truly grown up. His growth rate is incredible. Li Huiren withdrew his gaze from the
chaotic battlefield and fell on Lin Feng. The next moment, he heard Lin Feng speak again. "Principal, it's time to go to the Zhou family."
Li Huairan took a deep breath, nodded, and spoke.
Then, the two of them turned into streams of light and flew towards the Zhou family building under the distant sky. At the same time, in the conference room of Zhou family building. "Sir, I just received the news. The assassin sent by the organization to assassinate Lin Feng was easily killed by him in just one round. Xiao Su is dead, most of the guardians of the Superpower Association have been eliminated, and the remaining few have completely dispersed. Before his death, Xiao Su leaked information about the Zhou family. Now, Lin Feng and Li Huairan are rushing towards our building."
Listening to his subordinates' reports, Zhou Zhou suddenly became flustered. Facing this force, even they could not stop it. He had no power to fight back. Zhou Zhou's face gradually turned pale. He signaled his men to retreat and took out his cell phone. "Made a phone call. Lin Feng is flying towards our family building and will probably arrive in a few minutes." When the call was connected, Zhou Zhou spoke to the person on the other end of the phone in panic. "But this is our family's foundation. Once we lose it, it will be completely destroyed." However, the person on the other end of the phone had already hung up, leaving only a busy tone. Zhou Zhou's face was full of helplessness and bitterness. He finally climbed to the position of family director. But he had to give up everything, which made it hard for him to accept. "But if you really don't escape, maybe it will be as the family leaders said. If I escape, my family business will be ruined. If you don't escape, you might not even be able to save your life. Not to mention, if the Dark Knight organization is exposed because of the family, the entire family may be destroyed." Zhou Zhou was extremely unwilling, but he had to make a choice. Choose to give up everything. He walked to the office balcony and looked back affectionately. Then he took out a set of flying armor and put it on quickly. Invoke the power of the armor and soar into the air. But as he flew high into the sky, suddenly, a flash of lightning fell from the sky, hit him accurately. The moment the lightning struck, the armor that wrapped around him disintegrated instantly and fell into pieces. At the same time, the numbness brought by the lightning made Zhou Zhou tremble all over. Lost all abilities for a while, falling rapidly from a high altitude. Zhou Zhou, who lost his ability to move, fell heavily on the rooftop of the Zhou family building. The violent impact of the fall made him feel as if his internal organs were shattered. Immediately afterwards, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Zhou Zhou's eyes became extremely terrified. Given his strength, such a fall should not cause him any harm at all. The reason why he was seriously injured now was that when he was struck by the lightning, the superpowers in his body were sealed by some unknown force. A trace of desolate despair flashed in his eyes. The next moment, two figures fell from the sky and landed not far from him. That was Lin Feng and Li Huairan. The moment Lin Feng stood firm, he said coldly and decisively, "If you want to live, take me to the Dark Knight organization." Zhou Zhou endured the severe pain all over his body and climbed up with difficulty. More than 4 months ago, when the battle pet card was first released, his family lost nearly 5 billion because of Lin Feng. It was also that decisive transaction that consolidated his position within the family and made him a member of the family board of directors. Now that they met again, Zhou Zhou felt a sense of reincarnation in his heart. He leaned against the water tank on the roof and spoke slowly. "I don't know what the Dark Knight organization is." Lin Feng then shot out a bolt of lightning, which directly pierced Zhou Zhou's thigh. The severe pain made Zhou Zhou scream. "Death or life, you have 3 seconds to make a choice." In order to regain the president's badge and get information about Yu Zhanghai, Lin Feng becomes more and more ruthless. "I don't know," Zhou Zhou insisted. Although he is a member of the Zhou family's board of directors, his understanding of the Dark Knight organization is very limited. "Even if you know a little, you must never say it out loud, because it concerns the lives of the entire family. Since that's the case, then die." The surging magic power in Lin Feng's body exploded, and violent thunder and lightning surrounded his body. Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with extreme horror. He was afraid of death, but he knew that he could not reveal any secrets. It is better to remain silent than to speak out and die. The lightning was approaching rapidly, and just when it was about to annihilate him, a figure suddenly flew towards him at high speed in the distant sky. The figure came very quickly. Accompanied by a loud explosion in the air, it stopped high in the sky in front of Lin Feng's head. The visitor was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He stared at Lin Feng with a fierce look in his eyes, his words full of threats, and said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, if you dare to kill my Zhou family, the people you care about will also die." Then, a black object shot out from his hand. It was a metal door plaque. The iron door plaque made a sound and penetrated the concrete floor at the top of the building. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the iron door plaque. It says on it, Xingfu Road Street, Changshan District. Seeing these words, endless anger burned in Lin Feng's eyes. The murderous intent gushed out of his body like a substance. At this moment, everyone within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to be frozen 3 feet by his murderous intent. "There's nothing that we can't sit down and talk about," the middle-aged man continued. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Seeing Lin Feng being restrained by his family, Zhou Zhou, who was originally frightened and desperate, showed a wild smile on his face. He looked at Lin Lin Feng provocatively, thinking to himself, you are nothing but this. However, just as he showed this expression, Lin Feng suddenly took action. The movements were as fast as lightning, so fast that it was almost breathtaking. A long sword gleaming with cold light appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The long sword pierced through the void, revealing its sharp edge. When Jojo saw the long sword wrapped in sword light coming towards him, the wild smile on his face froze instantly. Endless blood and energy surged from his body. His expression was as stiff as a sculpture, and he slowly fell down with an expression of disbelief. Lin Feng killed Jojo with one sword. Then he took back the dragon-drinking sword. The whole process was quick and smooth, and completed in one go. After doing all this, Lin Feng calmly looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky and said as if nothing had happened, "Can we talk now?" Faced with Lin Feng's decisive action, the middle-aged man in the sky was shocked. At the same time, combined with Lin Feng's previous actions and his firm gaze, he gradually understood the deeper meaning. "But I will not accept your threats. Otherwise, this will be the end of everyone in the Zhou family." Faced with Lin Feng's aggressive gaze, the middle-aged man suddenly felt unsure and even began to doubt whether this action was a mistake. He avoided Lin Feng's gaze and spoke slowly. "There is actually no real connection between the Zhou family and the Dark Knight organization. The relationship between us is just..." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Feng. "I just want to know where the Dark Knight organization is. Where is that old man Twilight hiding?" At this moment, the most important thing for Lin Feng is to find old man Twilight of the Dark Knight organization and take back the president's badge. Once this problem is solved, all other problems will naturally be solved. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Feng and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I can tell you how to find it, but you have to go alone." A look of contempt appeared on Lin Feng's face. "Let me go alone? Are they trying to catch the turtle in the jar?" Although he felt a little apprehensive in his heart, facing the path he had to take, he could only grit his teeth and take this step. After all, nothing ventured, nothing gained. "I agree to your terms." The middle-aged man was shocked and couldn't believe that Lin Feng dared to agree. Then, without saying anything else, he threw out a super card. The card burst into dazzling light in the air, and a transmission channel appeared. Lin Feng stepped into the air and walked towards the portal. "Boy Lin Feng, this is clearly an enemy trap. You can't go in." Li Huiren shouted behind him. Lin Feng turned around and said to Li Huiren calmly, "Principal, I know this is risky, but now that things have come to this, I have no choice. You must protect my sister. I am confident that I will be fine." His tone was full of confidence because he was indeed confident. Not long ago, he used his last chance to draw a card and got the SSS level temporary item skill card. Array of Heavens. SSS level item card. The only existing item card. After activation, you can set up a formation of all heavens, instantly killing all superpowered people with attributes below 30,000. It was precisely because of this super card that he dared to give up the protection of his identity card without any scruples in public. Then, under Li Huiren's gaze, Lin Feng stepped into the portal. The portal slowly closed, and everything returned to peace. When Lin Feng disappeared, Li Huiren turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in the sky and asked, "Where is Linio?" The middle-aged man replied, "The Dark Knight organization is just using this as a threat. As long as Lin Feng goes, the others will be safe." On the other side, Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation portal and saw beautiful mountains and rivers in front of him. At the foot of the mountain, there is a small lake. A small modern-style building stands by the lake. The small building is surrounded by a fence and there is a rocking chair in the yard. An old man was sitting in a rocking chair. As soon as Lin Feng appeared, the old man's eyes immediately became bright. Lin Feng released nearly 9,000 spiritual perceptions. Although he appeared calm and peaceful on the surface, he concealed unimaginable murderous intent. He walked towards the small building. When he walked to the fence, the gate opened automatically. The old man's eyes were always fixed on Lin Feng. After entering the courtyard, the old man finally spoke. "You are a very outstanding and courageous young man. I've lived for nearly 300 years, and you're the only one I've ever met. Before you get what you want, or my men kill you, I really want to talk to you. You make me curious." The old man pointed to a stool not far away and motioned Lin Feng to sit down. But Lin Feng did not move. He knew his purpose very well. So he spoke first and asked, "Do you have the president's badge of the Shihai City Superpower Association? Are you old man Twilight?" The old man nodded and replied, "Yes, that's me." As he spoke, he took out an object from his arms and placed it on the woven bamboo table in front of him. That was the president's badge made by Senior Lu himself. Then the old man slowly said, "Do you know what the most fascinating thing in this world is? It is the truth of the world. For hundreds of years, I have spared no expense in pursuit of the truth. But I didn't expect that he would succeed before me." His eyes fell on the president's badge. Listening to the words of old man Twilight, Lin Feng's heart was filled with emotion. From the hints in his words, Lin Feng vaguely felt that there seemed to be an intricate entanglement between this old man Twilight and Senior Lu from the Superpower Association. The old man sighed, a look of loss on his face, and continued, "He has already succeeded, and even if I follow in his footsteps, I cannot reach the threshold. Perhaps, you are the real key." As soon as
as he finished speaking, the president's badge on the table suddenly flew up and fell into Lin Feng's hands. Looking at the badge that was lost and found again, Lin Feng was a little confused for a moment. He came here for the president's badge and thought he would experience a life-and-death battle, but he didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. He gripped the badge tightly, but knew things wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, soon after, Old Man Twilight spoke again. "Join me, and you can leave safely with the president's badge of the Superpower Association." Lin Feng frowned slightly and refused firmly. "Impossible." Before he could finish his words, endless lightning instantly surrounded him, and the sound of thunder resounded all around. His figure turned into a flash of lightning and quickly retreated. When he stabilized his body again, he had already opened up a distance of nearly 50 meters between himself and Old Man Twilight. Now that he had the badge, Lin Feng didn't want to stay any longer. Even if the opponent is full of conspiracies and tricks, he has the absolute strength to break through the siege. The Old Man Twilight, who was sitting there, slowly stood up, looked at Lin Feng from a distance, and said meaningfully, "You will come back." As soon as the words fell, 7 black figures emerged from the void. Old Man Twilight waved his hand, and one of the figures turned into an afterimage and rushed straight towards Lin Feng. The remaining black shadows formed a circle, surrounding Lin Feng from all sides, as if trying to force him into the mountains behind. Facing the black shadow rushing towards him, Lin Feng used the Fantian seal. The Fantian seal turned into a green light, leaving a green tail, and smashed over fiercely. The black shadow did not dodge at all, but instead punched back. The two forces collided in the air, causing ripples in the void. The huge impact force instantly crushed the black shadow's arm. The next second, due to inertia, the black shadow slid back nearly 10 meters, but was still not killed. Lin Feng's eyelids were twitching. With the blessing of the prehistoric rules, the Fantian seal has a power of at least 20,000 kilograms, but it was unbelievable that the black shadow could still barely block it. He realized that this was definitely the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. If he were to fight this person alone, he would be sure to kill him, but now facing 7 people, he has no chance of winning. The remaining 6 people were approaching him at a rapid speed. Lin Feng was hesitant, not knowing whether to use the SSS level item card. The thought flashed through his mind for a fleeting moment, then he dismissed it immediately. Unless it was a last resort, a moment of death, it would be best to keep this terrifying trump card for now. Furthermore, he still had a way out. Lin Feng retreated quickly, and at the moment when the 6 people surrounded him, he nimbly stepped into the mountains. However, the moment he entered the mountains, the scene before him suddenly changed. The space and time surrounding him seemed to be torn apart, like the aurora flickering under the starry night. The whole world was shrouded in a colorful and distorted space. At the same time, Suzaka's angry voice came to his ears. "You are stupid. You entered the starry sky killing formation." Hearing Juchua's curses, Lin Feng immediately understood. Those people didn't really want to kill him. Their purpose was to force him into this formation. But even so, what is there to be afraid of for Lin Feng? Afterwards, with Suzako's introduction, Lin Feng gained a brief understanding of the starry sky killing formation. The starry sky killing formation consisted of 12 star array cores, corresponding to the 12 constellations of the heavens and earth. There were 2 ways to escape the starry sky killing formation: either destroy the formation with brute force, or crack the star array core. Lin Feng summoned the Fantian seal, which transformed into a ray of green light that pierced through the darkness of deep space, fiercely slamming into the cloud diagram of the starry sky killing formation. However, the starry sky killing formation was vast and deep, like the boundless abyss, and the Fantian seal's attack only caused a faint ripple on the cloud diagram of the killing formation. His brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, outside the killing array, the voice of Elder Twilight reached his ears. The starry sky killing array is the only SSS level array in the world. The 12 constellations correspond to the 12 gods. Every 2 hours, the array will rotate and manifest the power of the gods. Now there is 1 hour and 37 minutes until the next manifestation of the power of the gods. The next manifestation of the power of the gods will represent darkness and death. You are a very good young man, and I have no intention of killing you. You have 1 hour and 37 minutes to unlock the secret of activating the president's badge, and I can let you go. Elder Twilight's words immediately made Lin Feng understand why he had so readily handed the president's badge to him. It turned out he wanted to use him to decipher the secrets within it. While Elder Twilight's request coincided with his original plan to use the president's badge to rescue Yu Zhenghai, the threat he used completely changed the nature of the matter. Lin Feng was now completely focused, and everything he wanted to do came from the heart. Even if this was something he should have done, he would never accept any threats. With his own strength, he could not break through the starry sky formation. So, he gathered the All Heavens formation super energy card in his hand. This formation was also an SSS level unique formation. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder which was stronger, the starry sky killing formation or the All Heavens formation. He directly used the super energy card in his hand. The formation patterns rapidly spread out from him as the center, and the incomprehensible laws of heaven and earth were quickly woven around him. As the formation quickly took shape, the rules of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles began to collapse. The power of rules woven by the starry sky-killing array collides with the new rules formed by the formations of the heavens. At this time, Lin Feng stood in the center of the formation. The collision of the two SSS-level unique formations put him in great danger. However, opportunities and crises coexist. At the moment the two formations collided, a crack appeared somewhere in the rules woven by the starry sky-killing formation. Facing the devastating energy of the formation collision, Lin Feng once again used the S-level prop card that Li Huiren had given him, Defense Field. However, under the powerful collision of the two SSS-level unique formations, tiny cracks appeared on the defense field shield he had just deployed. Seeing that the defensive field was about to be broken, Lin Feng quickly spread his body, wrapped in the power of the forbidden spell. A silver-white lightning streaked across the sky, striking the power of the formation's rules, tearing open a crack, and quickly penetrated out. Finally, at the moment when the defensive shield was about to be completely broken, Lin Feng broke through the constraints of the starry sky-killing array. He suddenly appeared again. Old Man Twilight, who witnessed this scene, was also shocked. How could he have imagined that Lin Feng could escape from this extremely powerful, starry sky-killing formation by using formation to restrain formation? Young man, you are indeed extraordinary. As soon as Old Man Twilight finished speaking, he was ready to take action himself and capture Lin Feng. He wanted to force Lin Feng to reveal the secret of the president's badge. However, at this moment, the president's badge in Lin Feng's hand seemed to sense some inexplicable power. The badge shot out of his hand and soared high into the air. At the same time, the president's badge began to decompose and unfold, turning into a rapidly spinning top. The badge, which was originally only the size of a palm, was continuously stretched at the edges as if it were being peeled off. As it continued to rise into the air while rotating, it gradually turned into a colorful ring. This ring seems to contain the power to cut through space. It continues to magnify infinitely. What you see through the ring is no longer the original sky. The ring seemed to turn into a door. On the other side of the door was a dark and unfamiliar new world. The breath coming from that new world fell down along the sky. Lin Feng felt the aura of rules there, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose in his heart. That aura was exactly the same as the one he felt when he arrived in the demon world with Senior Lu. In other words, the world on the other side of the ring is the demon world. Senior Lu used the president's badge he left behind to open the portal between this world and the demon world. The circle grew larger and larger, revealing an increasingly vast scene of the demonic world. Lin Feng's breathing became rapid. At the same time, an illusion began to grow in his mind. Does Senior Lu want to merge this world with the demon world? In the blink of an eye, the circle formed by the president's badge had no edge in sight. The sky above Lin Feng's head was completely shrouded in the demonic world. Could it be that our world will really merge with the demon world? Just as Lin Feng was firming up this idea, the sky began to tremble. The whole world seemed to have entered a crazy doomsday. The sky was swallowed by endless darkness. The stars before my eyes exploded like fireworks. The whole world was shaken violently. What exactly does President Lu want to do? A sense of doomsday fear gradually rose in Lin Feng's heart. He felt that the world he was in was about to be destroyed. However, the next moment when he fell into this premonition, the world suddenly returned to clarity. The world remains the same. It has not merged with the demon world. But at the end of the sky and earth in the distance, there is a mountain that is rapidly building up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, a towering mountain 1,000 meters high appeared in front of Lin Feng. Then, a magnificent palace rose on the top of the mountain. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, Lin Feng could still feel the solemn and sacred atmosphere emanating from the palace, which made people dare not desecrate it. There are several large characters written on the top of the palace. Secret Points Bank. Secret Realm Points Bank? Lin Feng's heart tightened when he saw these words. At the same time, the president's badge, which was originally expanding and decomposing, suddenly shrank and returned to his hand. The moment the badge returned, 3 pieces of information were transmitted into Lin Feng's mind through it. Blue Star can conquer other worlds through the Secret Realm Points Bank. The Blue Star people who died in other worlds can be resurrected through the Secret Realm Points Bank and return to this world. And you are the controller of the Secret Realm Points Bank. Upon learning this information, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that this was exactly what Senior Lu had planned. In other words, even if President Yu died in the demon world, he could be resurrected in this world with the help of the Secret Realm Points Bank. At this moment, Lin Feng, the controller of the Secret Realm Points Bank, held the president's badge in his hand, his heart filled with endless power and hope. In the absolute rule area within 100 miles of the Secret Points Bank, he reached an invincible state. A thought came quietly. Old Man Twilight was in a trance, confused and shocked, his eyes full of fear, and he suddenly fell to his knees. A faint smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. His body soared into the air. It turned into a stream of light and flew rapidly towards the Secret Realm Points Bank. Blue Star, this brand new world of rules, has officially opened. The whole book is finished.